I was still bragging and chatting with my old comrades in the last second, and in the next second, I was sent away by a white light without even having the time to choose a box. When I opened my eyes again, I was reborn. I was reborn 49 minutes before the end of the world. My phone showed September 29th, 2020, the first countdown to the world's beastification, and I was lying in a shabby rental house filled with the smell of drying quilts. Wearing masks for influenza? Discharging nuclear wastewater into the sea? Meteor showers. I sneered at the TV news. I laughed to death. How could this be a meteor shower? This is a deadly source heart meteorite, a cosmic express that can activate the animal gene in humans. In my previous life, I awakened a bullet ant gene and became a third-order superior species, barely a mainstay, but ended up dying inexplicably. This life? Sorry, I want to cheat. I knew the exact location of Yuang Xinyan, so I immediately took a taxi and rushed to Yuan Aquarium. The driver was so stimulated by my words, 4 times the fare, that he turned into the god of driving in Akina Mountain on the spot. The museum was packed with people, all watching the mermaid show. I stared at my phone and counted down, 3, 2, 1, boom. The sky exploded. Meteorites carrying private goods smashed through the earth, and anti-aircraft missiles exploded in vain. The crowd cried for their parents, abandoned their wives and children, and only a pair of true love held hands. A closer look revealed that the man was holding someone else's wife. Pure love, god of war? No, this is Minotaur ecstasy. I grinned and rushed towards the depths of the aquarium against the crowd. In front of the century-old lobster display cabinet, an Australian red lobster was trying to reach a meteorite. Hey, isn't this the future sea beast? In your previous life, you swallowed the origin heart meteorite, evolved into a super red dragon king, defected to the alien Zerg, and hunted down my brothers. I raised my foot and crushed it, pa. Shrimp roe splashed everywhere. Playing a counterattack in front of the Reborn? Get off my feet. I pulled out the black heart meteorite, and it felt strangely like a beating demon heart. 7-day, no reason return? Not possible. I stabbed the meteorite into my heart with my backhand, and blood gushed out. Genetic recombination. The pain is so intense. It's just a pain. If I scream, I lose. Woof. The pain that felt like my bone marrow was pulverized broke my defense on the spot. Wrapped in black sand, the genetic feedback was madly filling the screen. Elite seed bomb ant perfect species, flying ant ancient species, ancient fierce ant fantasy bee species, dark crystal poisonous, ant king level emperor, ant the final mythical species, ancient dark crystal emperor ant. Wait. The 3 flowers are gathering at the top of the head. The genetic rejection is going to explode. I try to blow myself up and die together with others, but ended up triggering the rule of disorder. Refuse to die and resurrect on the spot. Chapter 4. Troubles that only belong to the strong. I finally completed my evolution. I absorbed all the energy of the black crystals, and I felt that my whole body was full of strength. Standing in the last room of the aquarium, I saw myself in the mirror, and I had become completely different. I am a 3-meter-tall, dark crystal ant-man. 2 tentacles hang down from the top of my head, gently hanging on my shoulders. There's a dark blue dark crystal gem between my eyebrows, emitting a dazzling glow. My eyes are dark and deep, like an emperor from the abyss. My skin is a light blue crystal armor exoskeleton, and the muscles inside are dark blue, strong and even. On my chest, there's a purple diamond-shaped gem, which is specially used to store energy and release powerful energy. My body is very strong, but without exaggerated muscles. It looks well-proportioned and smooth. My waist is slender, and my upper body is an inverted triangle. Behind my back, I have wings spread out like a dragon. The whole person looks gorgeous, dazzling, and dangerous. Mythical species, ancient dark crystal emperor ant. This is my current identity. This is unheard of. In the past 10 years, since the end of the world, I have never heard of a mythical insect beast. Is it the butterfly effect? Maybe it was that slight change that made me so powerful. Originally, my plan was to develop steadily, break through this opportunity, strive for perfect quality, slowly collect various props, defeat powerful enemies, evolve and improve, and become stronger step by step. However, I didn't expect that all this would happen so quickly. Today is only the first day of the apocalypse, and I'm already invincible. I feel confused. I'm so strong. What should I do? Fight the boss? But now I'm not even the boss. I am the boss myself. My plan is all messed up. I rub my hair, feeling at a loss. It seems I have to replan according to my current strength. I exited the insect transformation mode, turned back into a human, and walked out of the aquarium. I had only walked less than 100 meters when I could sense the presence of my own kind in the alley, not far away. Was it another insect beast? Or was it one of those alien monsters? I narrowed my eyes, exuding murderous intent, and quickly walked towards the alley. Before I got close, I heard rapid gunshots. Bang, bang, bang. Several police officers hid behind the police car, firing continuously, with fear on their faces. The sound of bullets rang out one after another. Bang. Kaka. Suddenly, the old superintendent shouted to the two young superintendents. Xiao Li, call for support. Xiao Zhang, go evacuate the crowd. As the two of them walked away, suddenly, a six-legged, pointy-headed grasshopper man suddenly jumped out of the dark alley and landed steadily on the police car. Its two big black eyes swept over and locked onto Xiao Zhang, who was running. Puff! Xiao Zhang's head was cut off with a knife, and blood spurted out. As soon as I saw this low-level larva, I lost interest and prepared to turn around and leave. I muttered in my heart. I thought it was an alien species, boring. Save people. I wasn't interested at all, but the grasshopper man seemed to think I was going to run away and quickly pounced on me. Shwa! It appeared behind me at lightning speed and slashed at me with its front paws, aiming directly at my neck. In its mind, it had already imagined the scene of my head being cut off. However, just as its blade was about to touch my neck, I turned half sideways and slightly averted my eyes. Gah! The grasshopper man was stunned. Its foot blade was actually broken? How was it possible? It looked at me in disbelief and looked down at the broken blade again. Its exoskeleton was as hard as iron and could even dodge bullets, but it broke in front of me. I just said coldly, "You are very brave, bastard." Just as I finished speaking, there was a loud bang, and its headless body fell heavily to the ground. I lifted the football-sized grasshopper head easily, my eyes full of fear. I casually took out the crystal core and put it in my pocket. No matter how small a mosquito leg is, it's still meat. Absorb 2% development degree. Elite grasshopper insect beast gene. Own mythical gene growth plus 0.02%. It seems that the quality of the initial insect beast gene is too low and has almost no effect on my improvement. However, if the other party is not looking for death, I really don't bother to pay attention. I spread my wings and flew into the air, observing the mutation of the insects around me. There are not many people who mutated in the early stage, and the incubation period was about 3 to 30 days. And during this process, there would be a major purge. The instincts of the insect masters were hard to suppress, and some of them began to slaughter humans wantonly, causing them to be regarded as aliens and to be completely purged by the Dragon Kingdom. It is estimated that these insects will soon become hostile to humans, especially the military. Although I am powerful now, I still have to act with caution. After all, not every insect or beast can withstand a nuclear bomb. A few minutes later, I flew back home, restored my human form, and quietly returned home. The initial stage of insect transformation is difficult to remove, and only insect people who have reached perfect quality or above can barely control their genes. Insect people of mythical quality can even transform at will, as if they are born with control. In the alley, under the streetlight, the 3 police officers were still in shock. They had no idea what had just happened. They only saw a black shadow flash by. Their teammate's head disappeared, and then the giant insect disappeared. Captain Yin, look over there. Xiao Li pointed at the headless grasshopper corpse lying on the ground in the distance. What kind of monster is this? Captain Yin was stunned, and a chill ran down his spine. The grasshopper's skin was as hard as iron, and it could even dodge bullets, but it was easily cut open. How strong must the other monster be? We can't handle the monsters here. Bring back the bodies and report to the headquarters immediately. Captain Yin said in a deep voice. Yes, the 2 men answered, looking up at the sky. They felt that the world was about to undergo even greater changes. Chapter 5. Leaving Yuan City and heading for the second place of opportunity. The night sky of Yuan Base is so beautiful, especially on nights when most of the city's electricity is paralyzed. The sky full of stars is visible before your eyes. At this moment, the lights were still on the top floor of Building 122 in Jikayuan Community. And in the room, Qin Yuan was writing furiously, busy making a list of plans for the end of the world. The latest list of plans. He wrote down a long list of items. 1. Special insect and animal gene hunting plan. 1. Tardigrade. 2. Immortal jellyfish. 3. black widow spider. 4, electric eel. 5, firefly. 2, super insect fruit snatching plan. 1, strength fruit. 2, speed fruit. 3, telekinesis fruit. 4, mysterious red fruit. 3, advanced gene-armed exoskeleton plundering plan. 4, power times tool man square root training plan. 5, resource monopoly plan. He paused here, looking at his work with satisfaction. A total of more than 4,000 words, just 2 chapters, beautiful. But this was not enough. He knew that the upcoming crises had to be clearly listed. 1, the elimination of the Imperial Army's insect beasts. 2, the vanguard of the alien Zerg. 3, the internal war of the Zerg people, slaughtering and devouring each other. There are also corresponding coping methods. After writing this, he sat cross-legged and began today's practice. Gene Practice Method. This is a version that has been improved many times 10 years after the end of the world. There are 2 modes of activating the genetic ability in the body: autonomous activation and plundering upgrade. Each has its advantages and disadvantages. The energy of the genes activated autonomously is purer and easier to use, but they grow more slowly. The genes obtained by hunting and upgrading animals, although the energy is modeled and can grow rapidly after purification, also have the risk of getting out of control. At this time, the genes of the insect beasts were not fully mature. Qin Yuan knew that simply hunting 1 or 2 insect beasts would not necessarily increase the progress of insect transformation genes by 1%. Compared with this, he would rather practice on his own. But it was also because of this that the troubles of the strong became more apparent. Qin Yuan began to slowly activate the gene nodes in his body. Each ordinary insect beast gene has 10,000 activation points, and each activation of a node represents 0.01% of the progress. Once all nodes are activated, you can enter the next stage and upgrade to elite insect beasts, excellent insect beasts, and finally perfect insect beasts, ancient species, fantasy beasts, king beasts, and other higher-level existences. Mythical level genes require 1 million nodes, and this is just a preliminary estimate. A complete count will only be possible after the number reaches 1 million. Qin Yuan's advantage was obvious. After all, he was a reborn person. Ordinary people simply could not control genes through introspection, and this was a skill that gradually became popular a few years after the end of the world. Because of his solid foundation, he activated it very quickly. 1, 2, 3, 100, with a 10-minute rest every 50 minutes. This lasted for 4 hours. He finally activated 10,000 gene nodes, plus the 10,000 that had been awakened before, for a total of 20,000. The awakening degree of the mythical gene is 2, which means that he already has 200 times the strength, equivalent to 20 tons of strength. While even if an ordinary insect beast grows to 100, it can only reach 10 tons at most. Qin Yuan exhaled a breath of turbid air. Today's gene training was successfully completed, and his strength increased exponentially. He knew that the development of gene nodes should be moderate, and overactivation might damage the foundation, which would not be worth a loss. At night, Qin Yuan slept very soundly. Although he only slept for 2 hours, he recovered well. The larvae are really sleepy. If they become mythical adults, they should be able to save time sleeping. Qin Yuan stretched and said with emotion. Daytime finally came, and he knew that the time of reckoning was about to begin. He remembered that on the 2nd day of his previous life, the army entered the city in the name of a terrorist attack and began to frantically cleanse the insect people. At that time, the army thought that the Zerg people only had this much strength and were afraid of counterattack, so they took the initiative to strike first, which resulted in a large-scale massacre. Stupid high-ranking officials of the empire. Qin Yuan sneered and shook his head. Forget it. As long as they don't provoke me, what does it matter to me? Let's solve some immediate problems first. He spent 5 minutes washing up, took out his phone, and started online lending. Qin Yuan, I'm a student. I want to borrow some money. Lending Company A. How much do you want to borrow? Qin Yuan. According to the maximum amount. Lending Company A. Students are being strictly controlled recently. The maximum amount you can borrow is 8,000, and the monthly interest rate is 20 Qin Yuan. Who are you looking down on? The interest rate is too low. I want to borrow 200,000, and the interest rate is 10 Lending Company A. What 10 monthly interest rate? This is impossible. Qin Yuan. I'm talking about the daily interest rate. Lending Company A. Damn it. Give me your car number and transfer the money immediately. Qin Yuan smiled. Sure enough, this was the first time that the lending company encountered such a reverse interest rate increase. They paid the money very quickly, fearing that they would not be able to lend it out. Qin Yuan knew that these companies would not pursue it at all. After all, it was the end of the world, and who cared about these things? The loan was successful, and both parties were very satisfied. Then, Qin Yuan continued to borrow money from different loan companies and eventually borrowed a total of 3.568 million Dragon Country currency. His monthly interest rate was raised to 300%. The other party even smiled a little bit hideously because he knew that Qin Yuan had a house and was not worried about not being able to pay it back. That was enough. Qin Yuan liked this kind of deal. He casually put on a denim jacket and a white shirt and left home, heading for Binching University of Science and Technology. In a few days, a super top fantasy beast will appear there. This super top fantasy beast is called the God-killing species, and Qin Yuan's goal is the fantasy beast gene in this insect beast. Mastering this gene, he will be truly invincible in the world and have the strength to challenge the 3rd or 4th level insect beasts. As for saving people, he had no interest in that. After experiencing the apocalypse for 10 years, Qin Yuan was no longer the young man he once was. He had seen too many saints end up like this. Those he had saved often turned around and forgot about them, or even blamed him for not taking good care of them. Qin Yuan took a plane to Bincheng, using the VIP channel and sitting in the first-class cabin. The stewardess's service attitude was very good, and there was everything to eat, drink, and play. The plane started up and slowly rose into the air with slight turbulence, passing through the troposphere and entering the stratosphere. The white sea of clouds outside was as endless as cotton candy. Qin Yuan leaned against the window, looking outside, feeling a lot of emotions in his heart. After his rebirth, he no longer felt the sense of urgency that he might die at any time. All the uneasiness and instability disappeared with the passing of time. So, this is the feeling of being invincible. He whispered. The emptiness, loneliness, and solitude all came down to one word. Awesome. Everything was under control. Chapter 6. The plane crashed. The man who stepped forward in the cabin, 3 men in gray looked at each other from different positions, nodded to each other, then stood up together and walked towards the toilet. On the other side, Leah noticed their actions. Leah is the chief of the criminal investigation team of the Yuan City Police Department. She supervises hundreds of police officers, handles countless cases, and offends many forces. She can tell at a glance that these 3 people are not ordinary people. Are they gang killers or terrorists? She quietly touched her waist, but it was empty. Oh no, she forgot to bring her gun. The 3 men in gray came together, took out components from their respective bags, and quickly assembled them into 3 special pistols. As they were loading the ball bullets, a flight attendant noticed something was wrong and immediately ran to find the air marshal and whispered, "Those 3 people are gathered together with strange expressions, and their hands are constantly waving, as if they are doing something wrong." The air police quickly walked up to them, and when he got closer, he suddenly heard the sound of metal colliding. His heart was shocked, and he instantly realized that the situation was not good, and his face changed suddenly. "Gentlemen, please do not pee on the plane." He had just finished speaking when 3 men raised their pistols almost at the same time. Bang, bang, bang. With a burst of rapid gunfire, the air police were instantly shot, blood splattered, and the entire cabin of the plane was filled with a strong smell of blood. Qin Yuan, who was sitting in the first-class cabin, originally closed his eyes and listened to the song, humming softly, "Baby, what are you doing suddenly? Killed? Broken? Why didn't it turn into ashes?" Suddenly, the song was interrupted. He suddenly opened his eyes, frowned, and his heart tightened. "Oh no, I forgot the lyrics." At this moment, on the other side, the robbers continued to shoot at the body of the air police, accompanied by a scream, "Silence." The cabin instantly fell into deathly silence. The most ferocious scarred man stepped forward and scanned the room. No one dared to look him in the eye. Finally, he spoke coldly. "Everyone, money belongs to the country, but life belongs to you. If you listen to me, nothing will happen to you. If you don't listen, I don't mind treating you to lotus seed soup bullets." The passengers in the cabin nodded nervously in silence. The scar man smiled with satisfaction, turned around, and said to one of his men, "Xiaohei, go collect everyone's cell phones. If anyone dares to call the police, everyone on the plane will be buried with him." Hearing this, the passengers panicked. Those holding their phones quickly put them away, not daring to make any unnecessary movements. The 2 men in gray began to check the phones one by one to make sure no one had called the police. Finally, they found a woman who was quietly sending a message to the police. The man in gray grabbed her hair and dragged her to the middle of the aisle. The man sitting next to her narrowed his eyes slightly, stood up and shouted, "What are you doing? Get out." The man puffed out his chest and glared angrily, but then, seeing the cold look in the gray-clothed man's eyes, he immediately retracted his head and sat down. The man in gray grabbed the woman's hair, threw her into the aisle, and said coldly, "This woman is disobedient. Secretly call the police." The scarred man squatted down, pinched the girl's chin, looked at her pale face and tearful eyes, and seemed to be a little shaken. "What a young and beautiful face, like my daughter. If she were still alive, she would be about this age," he said, patting the girl's face gently. "You can go." The girl felt like she had returned from hell to heaven, and she kowtowed in thanks. "Thank you. Thank you." She stood up shakily and took 2 steps when suddenly, bang! A gunshot rang out, and the girl fell in a pool of blood. The last thing she saw was the hideous smile on the scarred man's face and the white smoke coming out of the muzzle of the gun in his hand. The scarred man's face was covered with bloodshot, and he laughed sinisterly. "You know what? My wife is white, I am yellow, and she gave birth to a dark chocolate. That night, I emptied the magazine." As he spoke, he turned his gaze to the woman next to him. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she seemed to want to say something, but she coughed up blood. Ahem. Her voice was hoarse, but she couldn't say anything else. At this time, the last air policeman noticed the movement in the cabin and rushed in to check the situation. As soon as he opened the door, 3 men in gray opened fire almost at the same time. Bang, bang, bang. The air policeman's body was instantly shot into a sieve, and he twitched a few times before stopping moving. The scarred man ordered again, "I need blood now. Everyone, give me 10 milliliters of blood each. If you can't do it yourself, I'll help you." His 2 men quickly distributed syringes, and the passengers in the cabin were forced to pick up the needles and start drawing blood. Those young men and fairies who were usually wealthy and powerful did not even dare to breathe at this time, and lowered their heads obediently. "Go, control the people in the first-class cabin and draw some blood," the scarred man instructed. "Okay, boss," Xiao He replied, and walked towards the first-class cabin. He had no idea what kind of danger was waiting for him there. Seeing that the gang was small in number, Leah immediately had the intention to kill them. Although she didn't know the purpose of these people drawing blood, it was obviously not a good thing. She quickly planned that if she could seize the weapons, she was confident that she could kill the 3 gangsters in a short time. At this moment, a hand pressed on her shoulder. When she turned around, she saw a middle-aged man with untidy beard. He shook his head slowly and whispered in her ear, "The other side has a secret sentry." Leah was shocked, and a cold sweat broke out on her heart. There were more than 3 of these gangsters. At this moment, an unexpected change occurred in the cabin. A strong male passenger suddenly jumped up, hugged one of the gray-clothed men, snatched his pistol, and held him hostage. He stood opposite the scarred man, his face full of anger. "Don't move. If you move again, I will kill him. Put down the gun." The scarred man sneered, raised his hand, and fired a shot. Bang! The bullet penetrated the man's head, and blood splattered. "Ah!" The woman next to him screamed, and the blood and flesh from the man's head splashed on her face. Another shot, and the screaming woman fell down. The cabin fell into silence again. The scarred man continued to sneer. "If you don't let go of my teammates, I will kill 2 people every minute until everyone on the plane is dead." As soon as the words fell, the passengers in the cabin turned against him. "Young man, let go of the robber. He's just looking for money. It's all your fault. You have harmed us." A lot of abuses were heard everywhere. All this deeply shook the fitness coach's heart, and he began to think, are these people really worth saving? Chapter 7. Hey, kid robbing. At the same time, Black Dog walked into the first-class cabin, and somehow his first stop was Qin Yuan's seat. He roughly pulled out the headphones Qin Yuan was wearing and said fiercely, "Hey, kid robbing." Qin Yuan looked around in confusion, then looked at the other party's serious and fierce expression, stunned for a moment, then stretched out his finger and pointed at himself uncertainly. "Me?" The robber nodded and confirmed the target. Qin Yuan suddenly laughed, and his laughter became louder and louder. "Ha ha! There are more than 30 billion people in the world, and you didn't rob them, but chose me. Ha ha ha!" Black Dog's face darkened. Anger welled up in his heart. He felt that his profession was insulted and his dignity was trampled upon. He couldn't stand it anymore and roared, "You don't respect my profession? Damn you! You are insulting my personality." He raised his gun and shot directly at Qin Yuan. Die. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets flew towards Qin Yuan at a speed close to the speed of sound, and ordinary people could not react at all. However, a cold light flashed in Qin Yuan's eyes. He raised his arm and quickly extended 2 fingers as fast as lightning. A few afterimages flashed by, and Qin Yuan easily caught the 3 bullets. Then he squeezed them hard, and the 3 bullets were squeezed into iron balls, which fell to the ground with a clang sound. Fuck! What is this? Black Dog's eyes widened. His jaw almost dropped to the ground. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Catching a bullet with bare hands? This is something a human would do? Do you think you're in a science fiction movie? He swallowed hard, his lips trembling, his heart filled with shock and fear. His fingers began to shake due to excessive tension. And finally, his legs softened and he fell to the ground with tears in his eyes. Brother! No! God! Immortal! Qin Yuan calmly finished a bottle of Shuela and looked at the black dog in front of him. The black dog seemed to start telling his own tragic story, how his grandfather was shot dead by the Japanese, and how he and his half-brother depended on each other for survival and experienced countless life and death together. Have you finished? Qin Yuan asked calmly. The black dog cried, woo woo woo, almost only 1/10 of it. Qin Yuan smiled slightly, revealing a sunny smile like a big boy, and raised a finger. Emperor's domain. In an instant, the world became blurred and time seemed to stand still. Qin Yuan launched a mental attack, and the black dog's eyes rolled back and he fainted. After entering the spiritual world, Black Dog confessed all his crimes and his repeated deaths, including rape, murder, human trafficking, drug smuggling, etc. In the spiritual world, he was killed for 3 consecutive days and nights until he became an idiot. Qin Yuan looked at him and sighed in his heart. I am still too kind after being reborn. If it were me in my previous life, he would have died 800 times. I'm in a good mood today, so I only killed him 799 times. Show mercy and let him become an idiot for the rest of his life. Qin Yuan thought with a slight smile on his face, feeling very happy. Inside the cabin, the scar man and the fitness coach were still facing each other. The 2 sides were deadlocked, and the fitness coach slowly retreated with the gray-clothed man hostage. The scar man did not catch up, but instead showed a sinister smile. At this moment, a sharp sound was heard, and the fitness coach was stabbed in the back by a dagger. The robber's sentry did it. The fitness coach fell to the ground. His eyes had lost their luster. The moment the 3 robbers relaxed their vigilance, Leah and the bearded man next to him attacked at the same time. Leah quickly rushed to the gun, and the bearded man restrained the sentry with a knife. Leah got the pistol and shot 3 times accurately, and the 3 robbers fell to the ground. The situation was reversed in an instant, and the passengers in the cabin exclaimed, Great! Great! This beautiful lady, you are really our hero. A passenger said excitedly, Isn't this our city's criminal investigation team, leader Leah? Leah did not give up trying to save the fitness coach, who stepped forward. Unfortunately, the knife hit his heart and he might not be able to be saved. Hey, how are you, doctor? Is there a doctor in the cabin? Leah shouted anxiously. In the cabin, sarcastic voices began to sound. Don't save this murderer. If it weren't for him, there wouldn't be 2 more deaths on the plane. These deaths should be attributed to him. That's right, a fool who loves to be a hero. Fitness coach Wang Wenlong, who was lying on the ground, felt a chill in his heart. If he hadn't used his life to lure out the secret sentry, how could this group of criminals be defeated so easily? I saved them, but not only did I not get any thanks, I was scolded instead and eventually paid the price of my life for my stupidity. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have saved these rubbish. He thought silently. Leah did not aim at the vital points, but simply temporarily incapacitated several people and prepared to control them. However, at this moment, the situation in the cabin became uncontrollable again. The scarred man on the ground took out a syringe and stabbed it into his neck. As the syringe was injected, his body began to swell violently. His face deformed, his muscles squirmed like a worm, his body quickly turned red, and veins bulged. Back off! Everyone back off! Leah shouted nervously. She knew about the existence of mutant insect people, and this time, she actually witnessed it with her own eyes on the plane. As the muscles tore, a huge 6-legged red spider burst out from the body of the scarred man. The lower body was a spider, but the head remained human. The eyes turned black, the mouth became jagged, and green liquid kept flowing out. The body was so tall that it almost broke through the ceiling of the cabin. Roar! The monster let out a deafening roar, and the passengers panicked and fled in all directions. Leah quickly pulled out her pistol and fired continuously. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets hit the monster, but only sparks flew, showing its amazing defensive power. The monster let out an angry roar and moved its 6 legs towards Leah. Leah threw away the pistol and fled frantically using the terrain inside the cabin, but she could not escape the monster's blockade. Gradually, she was forced into a corner. At this moment, suddenly a masculine voice rang out. "Make way, please make way." In the crowd, an 18-year-old boy in a denim jacket pushed through the crowd and quickly walked into the cabin. He looked at the monster in front of him and said calmly, "Oh, what a scary big bug. If I punch you, you will cry for a long time, right?" As he sneered, the spider monster's hair stood up instantly, and it instinctively felt a huge threat. Chapter 8. Domain Expansion. Ancient Bullhorn Fairy. Ordinary insects and beasts can sense danger, but cannot detect its source. However, mythical creatures are different. They have divinity, and ordinary insects and beasts cannot detect it at all, unless it is a physical perception, such as seeing, hearing, or smelling. In the eyes of the spider monster, Qin Yuan was no different from other people, and it could not sense his aura. It could see him, hear him, and even smell him, but it could not feel his presence, which made the situation extremely strange. Roar! The spider monster let out a piercing roar, as if challenging everything around it. Qin Yuan turned his neck. A smile appeared in the corner of his mouth, and there was disdain in his eyes. Scream. Even if you scream your throat out, no insect will come to save you. Watching the monster roaring continuously, Qin Yuan felt a little irritated. After all, the taste of killing insects is always annoying. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the little girl next to him. "Little girl, can you lend me a button?" Qin Yuan asked gently. "Sure, you're a handsome guy." The little girl responded with a smile. "Ouch, you little brat who loves to tell the truth. You have a promising future." Qin Yuan smiled and pinched her cheek, then picked up the button, flicked it into the air, and whispered, "Super brain explosion." Under the influence of the huge force, the button flew out like a cannonball, and bang. The spider monster's head exploded like a watermelon, and at the same time, the button exploded, killing the monster instantly. Qin Yuan looked at the body on the ground and was stunned. "What? How did you die? I really didn't intend to kill you. The plan was to play slowly, but in the end..." He sighed, "This is too lame. It's a waste of my expression." Without thinking anymore, Qin Yuan stretched out a finger and whispered, "Emperor's domain, open." Duong. The domain unfolded, and the eyes of everyone around him were instantly dulled. The short-term memory erasure began to take effect. Qin Yuan did not attack them, but everyone who came into contact with the field felt a slight dizziness and brain swelling. At this time, the erasure of memory could effectively avoid some unnecessary troubles. At least it could reduce the interference of those uninvited flies. He instantly flashed to the side of the spider monster, absorbed its genetic energy, and picked up the insect crystal that fell on the ground. Suddenly, he heard a faint cry for help. "Help! Save me!" The voice was weak. Qin Yuan was stunned. He looked down and saw that it was the fallen fitness coach, Wang Wenlong. He could actually speak in the Emperor's domain. Qin Yuan was surprised to find that Wang Wenlong's genetic quality was not low, and he could actually break free from the influence of the Emperor's domain. He was already on the verge of death, relying only on his last consciousness to beg for help. Qin Yuan smiled evilly. "Hee hee, don't worry. I will save you and get you out of the sea of suffering." After saying that, he thrust his palm into Wang Wenlong's chest and squeezed his heart fiercely. Wang Wenlong's eyes widened in pain, and he felt the pain like a dead horse. Qin Yuan closed his eyes and felt Wang Wenlong's body. Elite quality rhinoceros beetle? Mutated? Just average. He didn't think much of it. You'd better die. However, just as he was about to let go, Wang Wenlong struggled even more fiercely. Under the stimulation of death, his potential burst out, and he seemed to break through the shackles of the Emperor's domain. Qin Yuan squeezed hard again, and Wang Wenlong's eyeballs bulged and his body shook violently. "Fuck, you'd better kill me. Help?" Wang Wenlong cried for help and pain. Qin Yuan thought for a moment, chuckled, and said, "Let's take another look. Hey, ancient bullhorn fairy. This one is okay." His hands stirred Wang Wenlong's body wantonly, and he felt a strong force. "You have the genes of the ancient species, although they are very rare. Now I have forcibly stimulated them a little." Qin Yuan's eyes flickered. This power, if fully activated, will definitely make you stronger. He opened his eyes again and pressed hard on Wang Wenlong's heart, instantly restoring some of Wang Wenlong's vitality, although blood was gushing from his chest and back, and he was in great pain. I saved you, and your life belongs to me. Qin Yuan smiled. Blink twice if you agree, and blink once if you disagree. Wang Wenlong felt the threat of death and blinked twice. Qin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Okay, you agreed, then live. Qin Yuan inserted the insect crystal he had just obtained into Wang Wenlong's heart, forcibly stimulating his awakening. Wang Wenlong suddenly opened his eyes, which were full of bloodshot. His whole body began to change dramatically, his muscles swelled, and his body gradually grew larger, eventually becoming a muscular behemoth 3 meters tall and 2.5 meters wide. This power! Wang Wenlong looked down at his surging muscles and was shocked. Isn't this what I've always dreamed of? His face was full of excitement. He lowered his head and looked at Qin Yuan. He immediately knelt down and said respectfully, Wang Wenlong, the awakened rhinoceros beetle, greets the Lord. Qin Yuan smiled and nodded. Well, not bad. The awakening is a little stronger than I expected. He gently pinched Wang Wenlong's biceps. Excellent level rhinoceros beetle. Exclusive genes. Strength, armament, exoskeleton. The maximum limit is 400 times human power, and with the exclusive power, it can reach more than 800 times human power. Qin Yuan whispered. Even in the first stage, it can easily knock down a tank. It will be even stronger when it advances to the second stage. If it can revert to its ancestral form and evolve into the ancient bullhorn immortal, it would be even better. I'm afraid human society can't accommodate you. Come with me after you get off the plane. Yes, my lord. Wang Wenlong agreed loyally. Just after Qin Yuan returned to the first-class cabin, he snapped his fingers and released the Emperor's domain. Everyone instantly felt dizzy and fell to the ground one after another. After the stewardess mediation, many people returned to the rear cabin. However, a boy suddenly appeared in the aisle, looking like he was about to return to his seat. Qin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed the boy's wrist. So that's it. Little guy, those people are looking for you. The boy looked panicked. His mother rushed forward, snatched the child away, and left in a hurry. Qin Yuan showed a wicked smile. Interesting. Brainworm? He was a little excited. Could it be that he met a rare awakened brainworm on the plane, or a human boy parasitized by a brainworm? Either way, it was very interesting. Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes and looked out the window, thinking to himself, I have never heard of reports of plane hijackings in my previous life. Perhaps the trajectory of the world has changed, and this challenge has aroused my interest so much. He felt as if a pair of invisible eyes were watching him, expecting a stronger challenge. In the cabin, Leah finally recovered from her coma and found that the 3 robbers were dead, all of them brain dead. She found some special needles from the 3 dead robbers. Immediately, she contacted the special department and prepared to wait at the airport. Although her memory was fuzzy, she vaguely remembered that a man walked out of the crowd and killed the giant spider monster with a button. Strangely, everyone in the cabin claimed that they didn't know who the man was, and everyone's memory was temporarily blacked out. Why did the fitness coach come back to life? Leah asked in confusion. He hid in the storage room at the tail of the plane and refused to come out no matter what. Her thoughts were in a mess. What exactly is the robber's purpose? Look through their backpacks to see if there is any equipment to test blood. Chapter 9. The plane landed, and the army blocking the road was just a bug. After checking, the bearded man found an instrument similar to a frisbee, which was covered with docking holes. Leah hurriedly stepped forward and asked nervously, What is this? The bearded man looked solemn. If I'm not mistaken, it's the one I guessed right. The two carefully inserted the previously collected blood into the instrument, and the results just matched. Leah was stunned, and then confirmed, it's the instrument for checking blood. After learning this information, Leah did not stay for long. She hurried to the flight attendant lounge and secretly made a phone call. Hello, Director Zhang. I have important intelligence about the cause of the insect man's transformation. There's also a person the robbers are looking for on the plane, and a mysterious strong man. I propose to send a regular squadron to take control of everyone on the plane. Director Zhang responded from the other end of the line, yes. Okay. On the other end, at the Special Incident Investigation Bureau, Director Zhang had just hung up the phone when he began to assign tasks to his adjutant. Immediately dispatch a company to Binhua Airport to wait for the plane from Yuan City. Once it lands, immediately control everyone. You are allowed to shoot to kill when necessary. It is better to kill the wrong person than to let him go. Yes. When the adjutant was about to leave after receiving the order, the director suddenly stopped him and said, "Wait a minute, bring along the few people who have recently awakened with superpowers." These awakened ones did not show any signs of insect transformation, but they possessed the power of insect beasts. They were officially called superpowered awakened ones. Although they were slightly weaker than insect transformed ones, they were much stronger than special forces. The army quickly entered the airport, ready to take over everything here, and quickly dispersed the crowd. On a tall building in the distance, 3 special snipers carrying Barrett sniper rifles were ready. Our mission this time is to control everyone on the plane. If anyone escapes, just shoot them. The company commander said seriously in the headset. Yes. The soldiers responded in unison. The plane slowly landed, and Qin Yuan looked through the window of the cabin and saw that the troops had already gathered below. Here they come, a bunch of bastards. He sneered in his heart. The Dragon Kingdom in this world is very different from the Celestial Empire in the previous life. Militarism prevails, and the army is just a tool of imperial war, not soldiers to protect the people. Among his enemies, there are empires, insect nests, and alien insect races. All this is destined to be a big drama on the world stage. The plane landed steadily, and the cabin door opened with a click. Hundreds of soldiers quickly surrounded them, with their guns pointed at the cabin door. Qin Yuan, who was sitting in the first-class cabin, stood up slowly, turned to the warehouse and shouted, "Let's go, Wenlong." With a bang, the insect beast Wenlong burst out of the door, and his huge body caused screams from the people around him. Leah was stunned. She didn't expect that there was such a big guy hidden in the warehouse. The company commander picked up the loudspeaker and started to shout, "Passengers on the plane, please get off in order. Everyone, cooperate with the inspection." However, after a while, no one dared to move. The company commander frowned and waved his hand to signal 2 soldiers to come forward to check the situation. At this time, a black-haired boy appeared in front of everyone. The company commander took a quick look and found that the boy was about 18 years old, 1.85 meters tall, and looked harmless. However, the next second, all the guns were pointed at him. To be precise, the muzzle of the gun was aimed at the brown armored giant insect behind the boy. The company commander suddenly shouted, "Fire!" "But Captain, there is a child in front of it," a soldier said hesitantly. Bang! The company commander frowned, raised his hand, and fired a shot, killing the hesitant soldier directly. "I said fire!" the company commander roared. Da-da! Da-da! Gunshots rang out. Hundreds of gun muzzles emitted yellow flames, and countless bullets shot at Qin Yuan standing at the door and the rhinoceros beetle Wenlong behind him. Qin Yuan raised his right hand, condensed genetic energy, and formed a blue diamond-shaped energy shield. Buzz, his dark crystal shield skill was activated, and all the bullets hit the shield, creating ripples like water splashes, and fell to the ground one after another. The walls of the cabin were riddled with holes from the bullets, and blood oozed out. The gunfire lasted for a full minute. Qin Yuan showed a smug smile. "My turn. The domain is unfolded. The Emperor's domain is opened." Duan. In Qin Yuan's eyes, the world instantly turned black and white. All enemies, including the insects, emitted red and blue lights similar to heat detection. The invisible field quickly expanded, covering a range of nearly 1 kilometer. All those involved in the attack were pulled into the spiritual world. The company leader was shot repeatedly 3,000 times, his head instantly dead. Others who participated in the attack also became idiots due to mental attacks. The soldiers who fired the guns lost their accuracy, and those who deliberately missed the target were only temporarily knocked unconscious. In less than a minute, all 104 people fell. Even the 3 snipers in the distance were stunned. "Call headquarters! Call headquarters! The whole army is wiped out. Please give instructions." Zizizizi. After a moment of silence, the headquarters finally spoke. "The whole army was wiped out? It's been less than 10 minutes, right? Report to the commander. To be precise, the enemy killed all the team members except the sniper within 1 minute. Kill. Kill with all your might, at any cost. Never let them enter the city, and never let anyone know the truth about the insect beast." Number 1 got it. Number 2 got it. Number 3 got it. 2 of the 3 sniper rifles were aimed at the rhinoceros beetle that had just got off the car, and the other one was aimed at Qin Yuan. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 people fired at the same time. The bullets came at supersonic speed from 1,000 meters away, and it was completely impossible to avoid them by conventional means. Qin Yuan's super sense skill was activated instantly, predicting the trajectory of the attack. He quickly rotated his body and subtly dodged the attack. The armor-piercing bullet hit the ground, creating a large hole. However, the rhinoceros beetle was not so lucky. Although it could sense the danger, it could not accurately find the source of the attack. 2 bullets hit its arms respectively, and the attack aimed at its head was blocked by it. Bang! The bullet hit its arm, and the insect's sense told it that there was danger, but it didn't know the exact location. In the end, the rhinoceros beetle was only temporarily injured. Qin Yuan looked at the sniper in the distance, his mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a wicked smile. "Hey, I found you!" Bang! The wings broke through the white base shirt, penetrated the body, blew up a gust of wind, and instantly flew at supersonic speed. Qin Yuan headed straight towards the sniper. 3 seconds later, he reached the sniper's position, stopped suddenly, and looked down at the other party from a high position, his eyes full of contempt. "Dare to provoke me? I'll tear your crown off. No matter which force it is, if they dare to provoke me, Qin Yuan, there's only one way to go, and that is death." Chapter 10: The tallest building in Bin City, the smell of mutant beasts. "Attacking me? I will slowly settle this account with you." Qin Yuan's eyes flashed with coldness. This was not said to the sniper in front of him, but to the forces behind them who were commanding them. Snipers do not shoot on their own initiative. They are all strictly trained and will never shoot without orders from their superiors, unless they cannot control themselves. If these snipers have been controlled by himself within the imperial territory, it means that someone is behind the scenes instructing them to take action. Qin Yuan smiled lightly, grabbed the head of one of the snipers, and threw him into the air with force. Life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are determined by God. He said coldly, "If you can survive, I will throw you again." The wings behind him flapped again, and Qin Yuan flew in another direction. The enemy seemed to be planning to move to another place after firing a shot, but how could he get rid of him so easily? Super Sense. Qin Yuan's Super Sense skill was activated, and his vision instantly became extremely sharp. He could sense the danger around him and detect the breath. This sniper should be hiding very carefully and quietly, but he doesn't know that Qin Yuan's Super Sense can sense the presence of breath. "Well hidden, little mouse." Qin Yuan chuckled. The sniper hiding behind the leaves' pupils suddenly shrank, realizing that he was discovered. He hurriedly raised his hand and fired. Bang! The powerful recoil almost shattered the sniper's shoulder blade, and the bullet quickly enlarged and shot towards Qin Yuan's direction. Qin Yuan tilted his head slightly and easily dodged the bullet, but his heart was full of mockery. "This is impossible." "Huh, how about you shoot again?" Qin Yuan looked at the already panicked sniper and smiled even more easily. The Special Forces soldier quickly loaded the gun with his other hand, aimed again, and prepared to shoot. But Qin Yuan quickly dodged and slashed with his knife, directly knocking the sniper's head off. "Hey, you asked me to come, and you really came? I told you to die, why don't you die? You're a brainless puppet." Qin Yuan sneered and turned to fly towards the position of the third sniper. In less than a minute, Qin Yuan easily dealt with all 3 snipers. He returned to the plane and found Wang Wenlong looking down at the soldiers on the ground, his saliva almost flowing down. It is worth mentioning that the insect beasts are particularly interested in humans, especially the human brain. The insect beasts believe that the human brain can help them evolve and even give them wisdom and special abilities. Humans with rare blood are even more tempting delicacies to the insect beasts. "You want to eat?" Qin Yuan looked at Wang Wenlong and asked with a hint of amusement. Wang Wenlong suppressed his instinctive desire and shook his head. "Eating people? I have never thought about it, but instinctively I do think that human brains are delicious." Qin Yuan smiled and said, "I don't like eating humans. Human flesh and blood are food for pets. If insect people want to become stronger, they still have to eat the genes of insect beasts." He paused and continued, "Eating humans will cause the Zerg to develop a virus, and eventually they will lose their fertility and become asexual or simply eunuchs. Zerg people have to eat the genes of the Zerg, and the Zerg beasts are a great tonic that can open the door to wisdom. So, eating humans is not good for the insect people. Otherwise, the insect people in the apocalypse will become asexual individuals." Wang Wenlong couldn't help but shudder. Qin Yuan's explanation made him completely lose his appetite. "My lord, don't eat humans." Qin Yuan showed a satisfied smile. Just be moderate. Next, I will place you in an uninhabited area and come to pick you up in 3 days to carry out an important task. During this time, you can improve your strength. Yes, master. Wang Wenlong agreed immediately. Looking at Wang Wenlong's bleeding arms, Qin Yuan found an unconscious medic in the company with a medical box in his hand and threw the box to Wang Wenlong. Take this and study it yourself. I don't know how to treat diseases, but I'm good at amputation. If it doesn't work, I can help you cut it off. Wang Wenlong was stunned for a moment. Okay. It seems that Wang Wenlong's defense is not bad, but his recovery ability is not strong. Qin Yuan felt a little helpless. He grabbed Wang Wenlong's horn and flew into the sky. As soon as he took off, Qin Yuan felt that Wang Wenlong was really heavy, at least 4 to 5 tons, which slowed down Qin Yuan's flying speed. Flying with such a heavy thing was like carrying a medium-sized truck. One more thing, you can lose some weight in the forest. Qin Yuan joked with a smile. He flew for 30 minutes and finally found a perfect leveling spot. He threw Wang Wenlong down and said, "If you are still this weak after 3 days, you will be worthless. I will kill you in a minute." "Yes, master. I will definitely become stronger." Wang Wenlong answered firmly. Qin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. "You are a teachable kid." He turned and flew towards the city with several plans in mind. Without Wang Wenlong as a burden, Qin Yuan's flying speed increased several times again. When he got close to the city, he quickly folded his wings and landed lightly in a dark corner. This was the edge of the city, and there were a few people walking on the street. Most of the buildings on the street were only 6 or 7 stories high, and there were not many high-rise buildings. The air in the city was filled with exhaust gas and dust. Qin Yuan took out his cell phone and called a luxury car. It's different when you have money. The first thing to do in the end of the world is to eat, drink, play, and have fun. Have fun first, then talk about it. How can there be so many reasons? I haven't had a good meal in 10 years. I must enjoy myself today. He thought to himself, I have worked hard for most of my life, so I should enjoy myself now, right? The car was driving in the city, and Qin Yuan planned to go to the top hotel, the tallest building in Binsheng, AED building. The scenery along the way was also good, and occasionally gunshots could be heard from the alleys. It turned out that the army was clearing the mutant insects in the city. At first, the prime minister defined this as a viral infection like rabies and believed that the problem could be solved by killing the source of infection. Qin Yuan thought to himself, so he began to slaughter the insect people crazily. According to incomplete statistics, the number of insects killed in the early stage has exceeded tens of millions. As the car drove to the destination, Qin Yuan got off and saw a 400-meter high spiral structure building with glass curtain walls reflecting dazzling light in the sun. The surrounding shops displayed high-end brands such as Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Hermes, etc. Qin Yuan looked up and saw several cleaners working high above the glass. However, his nose moved slightly and he smelled a strange smell. Is this the smell of a mutant beast? Chapter 11 Monkeys? The entire Bin City was filled with the smell of insect beasts and insect people, and mutant beasts were rare species. There were tall buildings everywhere, and under the sunshine, the city was faintly filled with an undercurrent. This fishy smell, is it a snake? Qin Yuan frowned and walked along the smell. Suddenly, he saw a girl playing with a snake. She had long pink hair tied into a ponytail that fell to her waist, and she was wearing a white JK short skirt with 2 straight and slender black silk legs and black high-heeled leather shoes. A small black snake was wrapped around her neck, and her emerald green pupils revealed a hint of cunning, as if she was sizing up the prey around her. The girl was holding a selfie stick and saying thank you. She looked like an internet celebrity. The mutant beasts that awakened in the early stage generally had good genes. Qin Yuan walked over and asked, "Beauty, are you selling your snake?" Zhao Qinghua looked back and found that Qin Yuan was a handsome and masculine man. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and then she smiled and said, "Little wolf dog?" She seemed to be very interested in Qin Yuan's muscular lines. So manly. He's my type. Her eyes were shy, her body slightly leaned forward, and she said in a seductive tone, "Handsome guy, are you trying to flirt with me? If you treat me to a meal, I might consider it." Qin Yuan smiled disdainfully and turned away. Consider it? Listen, what a pitiful word. Just for this pet, it's not necessary. Hey, handsome guy, don't leave. Zhao Qinghua chased after him unwillingly. Qin Yuan had already entered the elevator, and she followed him in shamelessly. The receptionist standing in the elevator asked, "Sir, which floor are you going to?" 88th floor. "Madam, which floor are you going to?" the receptionist asked again. Zhao Qinghua pointed at Qin Yuan and said, "I'm with him." "Hey, aren't you a little too familiar?" Qin Yuan held his forehead and couldn't help complaining in his heart. This woman is indeed good-looking, with big eyes, an oval face, a high-nose bridge, and thin lips. Her appearance score is 90 points, but her personality is like a monkey, unpredictable. Zhao Qinghua performed in the elevator without paying attention to others, singing, dancing, and singing songs, showing her social prowess to the fullest, allowing Qin Yuan to see what an all-round anchor is. Ding! The elevator reached the 88th floor, and the door opened, revealing the entire restaurant. The lobby was exquisitely decorated in a modern and luxurious style, with hundreds of large oblong tables separated by simple decorations. The panoramic French windows let the sun shine into the hall, making it very bright and full of life. The seats near the French windows were full of people, chatting in groups of 3 or 4, and busy waiters were shuttling between the aisles. A beautiful lady wearing a blue and white porcelain cheongsam came out slowly to greet him. She lowered her head and asked, "Sir, do you have an appointment?" "Ing Juan smiled confidently. "No." The cheongsam beauty explained gently, "Sir, our Nisa restaurant is the only 6-star restaurant in the city. There's so many guests that we need to make a reservation 3 days in advance." Qin Yuan didn't expect it to be so strict. After the end of the world, he often heard Captain Gao mention how delicious this restaurant was, but he never told him to make a reservation in advance. Just as he was about to leave, Zhao Qinghua opened her phone and pulled up the reservation information. "What a coincidence! I just booked the largest private room. Come with me, handsome guy." Qin Yuan saw Zhao Qinghua's name, and his pupils shrank suddenly. It's her, Zhao Qinghua, the top female warrior under Sanu. If she dyed her hair black and had a little more volume in some places, wouldn't she be the female warrior who killed people in the apocalypse? Now she has become a playful girl with pink hair and a pet doing live broadcasts. The contrast is too big. "Zhao Qinghua, who is Zhao Sanhu to you?" Qin Yuan raised his eyebrows and asked. Zhao Qinghua was stunned for a moment and gently covered her red lips. "Third uncle, do you know my third uncle? I know him half." Qin Yuan smiled. "Can you call him over? I want to discuss a business deal with him." "What do you mean by half knowledge?" "Forget it. You have to tell me your name. Otherwise, I won't know what to tell him when I call him." Zhao Qinghua asked mischievously. "Just tell him it's about the bug business. He'll understand." Qin Yuan responded calmly. Zhao Qinghua dialed the phone with doubts. "Hi, Uncle San. I have a friend here who wants to discuss business with you. The last time I was cheated was because the other party was too cunning. How can there be so many scammers in the world? Well, he said it was a bug business." "Hello, Uncle San? Why aren't you talking, Uncle San? We are on the 88th floor of the EDD building. I'll send you the location of the private room later. I'll be safe. Bye." After hanging up the phone, Zhao Qinghua looked at Qin Yuan suspiciously. "Why did my uncle say you are in great danger? You are not a fugitive, are you?" Hee. As she spoke, she walked around Qin Yuan, gently sniffed the fragrance emanating from his body, and immediately revealed an intoxicated expression. Qin Yuan secretly thought, "This monkey has no sense of boundaries." He pointed a finger at her head and said, "Disperse the genes." Qin Yuan used genetic energy to spread out in waves, instantly dispelling Zhao Qinghua's intoxicated state. She was stunned for a moment, then recovered, her eyes full of confusion. "I'm not interested in monkeys," Qin Yuan said coldly. Zhao Qinghua pouted, but didn't say anything more. She was obviously very interested in Qin Yuan's strength. Chapter 12 Perfect Level Insect Beast 3 Tigers. Zhao Qingyi and I followed the waiter into the private room. The location was particularly good, right at the corner of the building. There were large French windows on both sides, overlooking the entire city. Below were 2 intersecting rivers flowing. I scanned the river and suddenly saw a huge black shadow swimming quickly downstream. Is it a strange fish or a giant python? I guessed in my mind, or maybe it was eel. The mutation and evolution speed in this life was too fast, as if all the insects and beasts were competing with me to keep up with my pace. I couldn't help but think, is it an illusion? There was a red force that wanted to correct my deviation. Correct me? Who did it think it was the way of heaven? I smiled contemptuously. Interesting, I said to myself. Please don't let me down. Zhao Qingyi stood aside like a lively girl, taking photos crazily. Sometimes she took photos of the interior decorations, and sometimes she ran to the window to take photos of the flow of the river. She was having a lot of fun. Not long after, the dishes were served. Delicious food was served one after another, but to be honest, my evaluation can only be average. Maybe my expectations were too high, and the taste did not make me feel special. Chingy, when will your uncle come? I asked casually. About half an hour. Zhao, Chingy replied. Show me your snake. I said. Zhao, Chingy handed me the snake on its neck and reminded me. This one has poisonous fangs. Be careful, it might bite you. I looked down and saw that the snake was nothing compared to the perfect poisonous creature. This thing was no match for me when it came to poison. Don't worry, I won't poison it to death. Zhao Qingyi covered her mouth and laughed. What do you want to use to poison it? A vicious curse? I didn't expect there are boys who like snakes. It's really interesting. I took the snake and frowned slightly. Zhao Qingyi, your paranoia is quite serious. I suggest you seek medical attention immediately. She always has a lot of ideas in her head. The temperature of this black snake was not icy, but rather slightly warm, like a piece of warm jade. It seemed a little irritable, with its teeth sticking out and a constant hissing of warning from its mouth. It felt threatened, but could not find its enemy. It seems that this snake is still evolving. When it is fully evolved, it will definitely be a powerful fighting force. Why haven't I heard of this kind of snake in my previous life? Maybe something happened and it didn't grow up. As I was carefully playing with the snake, a man and several of his men came into the room. Let go of my niece, the man yelled. I looked up and raised my finger, field, expand. An invisible wave emanated from my fingertips, sweeping across the entire building in an instant. Everyone fell down, except Sanhu and Zhao Qingyi. The rest of them all fainted on the ground. Sanhu's eyes suddenly widened, and he was obviously shocked. I admit that I was too loud just now. Is it too late to apologize now? I smiled and looked at Sanhu. Perfect insect man, cockroach species Zhao is Sanhu. He panicked, his body tensed, his fists clenched unconsciously. I don't know what you're talking about. I smiled coldly. Transform into a bug. Otherwise, you won't last a second. Only by transforming into a bug can you unleash the full potential of the bug man. Maintaining human form can't even unleash 50% of that potential. Sanhu glanced at his fallen men and saw Zhao Qingyi standing by the window. He gritted his teeth and said, Damn it, let's fight. We are all insect people. Who is afraid of who? He stopped hiding. Under the gaze of Zhao Qingyi and me, his muscles instantly expanded and turned into a 3-meter-tall brown cockroach. His huge black eyes were as scary as plates, his muscles bulged, and his momentum was terrifying. Qingyi, stay away from that guy. Although I don't know what your purpose is, it is absolutely unforgivable to dare to touch my family. He looked ready to attack with all his strength, but his first punch was not full strength. Although he did not use all his strength, for an ordinary person, this punch could have caused serious injury or even death. Sanhu swung his fist, and I raised my hand to catch it easily. His fist seemed to be a challenge to me, but to me, it was just like teasing a child. That's all. I laughed. Too weak. It's nothing. Attack me with all your strength. Otherwise, you won't even be qualified to be my subordinate. Sanhu's heart was churning, and he was obviously in disbelief. His full-strength punch could break a telephone pole, but I took it easily. This was totally unreasonable. He roared angrily. Okay, now use your full strength. The next punch will probably kill you. He gathered his strength, and the punch was full of devastating force, aimed at my head. After a few seconds, he finally released his maximum force. Gene skill, charge strike. The power of that punch was comparable to half a tank. Sanhu's perfect gene development reached 2%, with a force of 3.2 tons. A charge strike was enough to generate a force of 12.8 tons. Looking at the fist getting closer and closer, I smiled slightly, waved my left hand gently, and met it. Bang! With a loud bang, the tables and chairs in the room were blown away, the glass windows were broken, and the fragments were scattered everywhere. Food was scattered all over the floor, and chopsticks were directly inserted into the wall 3/4 of the way. I sat firmly on the chair, brushed off the dust on my clothes, and said expressionlessly, Sanhu, haven't you eaten yet? Give me a little more strength. I can still catch it. Sanhu's eyes widened, totally unable to believe what he saw. Impossible. This is a shot that can destroy a tank. I looked at him and smiled wickedly. You want to admit defeat? That's not that easy. You admit defeat after you hit me with one punch? How can such a good thing happen in the world? I suddenly appeared in Sanhu's abdomen at a ghostly speed, so fast that he could only see the afterimage. I smiled like the sun, with a hint of evil at the corner of my mouth. Death combo! Fists fell like heavy rain, and Sanhu was hit so hard that he rose from the ground into the air, with the expression on his face completely out of control. Comprehension of genetic skills. Emperor combo, king level combo damage incurred within the next 180 seconds increases by an additional 10% damage each time, up to a maximum of 400%. Chapter 13 Qin Yuan Strength, the Ray of Destruction. After a brief, friendly exchange, the three of them sat down to negotiate calmly, but Sanhu's face was red and swollen, and his body was fatter. In short, like a hippopotamus. Monkey and hippo. The zoo is complete. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Qin Yuan, and I am an awakener above the king level. My name is Zhao Zhenghua. I'm a cockroach awakener. I think I'm the perfect level you mentioned. I am Zhao Qingyi, the host awakener, beautiful level. They both turned their heads at the same time. Shut up. Qin Yuan coughed lightly to bring everyone's thoughts back on track. I believe you're also aware that the recent large-scale cleanup operation in the city is aimed at us insect people. I want to use your connections in the underworld to gather powerful insects together and do something big. Sanhu thought about it briefly and then refused. Sorry, I can't do that. Is it because of family? Yes. If you resist the authorities, your entire family will be executed. I cannot let my family be implicated. Qin Yuan just found it funny when he heard this. He laughed at the other party's naivety, ignorance, and short-sightedness. Ha-ha! Sanhu thought Qin Yuan was laughing at him for being a coward. Even he himself was embarrassed and smiled apologetically. Laugh if you want. It doesn't matter to me whether I live or die. I can't put my family in danger. As long as... Qin Yuan scolded him. Madness. Do you think everything will be all right if you just obey? It's not that simple. Don't fool yourself. You know what kind of people they are. They just don't dare or don't want to face the reality. Qin Yuan scratched his little finger, and Zhangko came. To tell you the truth, all insects above the perfect level have their own unique abilities, and mine is to foresee the future for a short period of time. Your future is to be a lackey of the army and work hard for them. Your wife and daughter will be tortured to death by a dozen second-generation soldiers in the rear, and your son will die in pain after his organs are dug out. Almost none of your relatives and friends escaped. They were all murdered and died miserably. You are angry, you seek revenge, but what's the use? No matter how many people you kill in revenge, you can't get back what you have lost. Do you have to wait until you lose everything before you fight back? Sanhu was startled, stood up suddenly, and shook his head. No, I won't. Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes. Do you think I'm lying? A murderous aura locked onto the three tigers. A warning from genes rings in my mind. Danger, danger, danger. Escape. Sanhu didn't dare to escape. He knew that if he ran away or said something wrong, he would die on the spot. My lord, I'm just shocked by this news. A being as powerful as you would definitely not bother to lie to us. I can't accept it for a moment. Master Qin Yuan, the army is very powerful, with all kinds of planes and cannons. We insects have no chance of winning. In the early stage, heavy firepower can indeed suppress most of the Zerg. Zerg people still have human thinking, so it is normal for them to be afraid of guns. Qin Yuan also stood up, leaned back with one hand, and stretched. I have stupidity. Don't want to argue with fools. There are always sand coins living in their own world. Let's talk about the facts. From the moment I woke up, times have changed. I will show you a little bit of my strength, since you are an ignorant person living in your own world. Let me show you the true power of the insect people. Insect transformation, while showing strength. I just completed the first part of my plan. Qin Yuan's body muscles began to swell. Dark blue muscles covered his entire body. Purple gems appeared on his chest and forehead, and his exoskeleton was covered with blue crystal blades. Although it is 3 meters tall, it does not look bulky at all, but rather strong. Its blade-like arms hang down to the ground. Its waist is very slender, and its entire body is like an ancient war weapon. Gorgeous, brilliant, perfect work of art. Mythical, ancient dark crystal emperor ant. With a bang, 6 sky blue dark crystal wings grew out from behind. Next second, Duong, a majestic breath, came towards me. Strong winds, solemn, sacred, majestic, and domineering, with a unique aura of God. Under invisible pressure, Sanhu and Zhao Qingyi crawled on the ground uncontrollably. Zhao Qingyi, pick up your phone and open the live broadcast room. I want to use a faster method to tell the world. An important announcement. Zhao Qingyi's entire body was trembling. She couldn't even walk, and even blinking was a luxury. Her clothes were soaked with sweat. There seems to be water stains on the pants. Qin Yuan saw the other party's embarrassment and quickly retracted his divine aura. Pick up the other person's phone and start the live broadcast. If someone discovers my true identity on the plane, I might not even have the chance to go online, and the video will be shut down. His figure appeared in the live broadcast room. Qin Yuan smiled at the camera without any stage fright. I am the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant. I hereby announce that in 10 days, no? In 7 days, I will capture Bin City and incorporate it into my territory and establish the Great Qin Insect Kingdom. Welcome all the insect people in the world to join me in 7 days. Every insect person who sincerely surrenders here will be accepted. Humans, insect beasts, all races are equal. The Qin people here will be protected by me and no longer have to fear threats from any force. Don't worry about the end of the world. The following is a small greeting gift, which is also the sincerity of this emperor. Concentrate all the labor force to quickly accumulate resources for yourself. There's no need to say which is faster, one person upgrading or 1 million or 10 million people helping you upgrade. Divine skill, dark crystal, shattering ray. Qin Yuan opened his insect palm and aimed it at a 45-story unfinished building outside. The dark blue light gathered into a point in his hand and shot out with a bang, shooting out through the French window glass without any hindrance. Sizzle, sizzle. In just a moment, the shattering ray touched the unfinished building, and the entire building disappeared in a few seconds, as if it was infected and devoured by a virus, and it quickly decomposed. Approaching a 150-meter-high building, it disappears in the blink of an eye. You know, the Empire's standard aircraft carrier is only 300 meters. And this is not Qin Yuan's full power output, just an ordinary blow from his palm. For him, there is no difference between 150 meters and 300 meters. Such a powerful blow. Common name, Ping Ye. By the way, remind the authorities that you'd better check the situation in Haixing City in the near future. But, click the phone is hung up. Just 7 days later, the world is watching. I'll be on top. Ascend to the throne. Crowned Insect Emperor. Establishing the Qin Insect Kingdom. After Qin Yuan ended the call, he grabbed the two and flew away. He is an orphan. He has nothing to be afraid of. It's just that these two future subordinates have a lot of people at home, so I have to find a way to appease them. Qin Yuan just deliberately released a smoke bomb. Haixing City. Haixing City was the first place where a nuclear bomb was dropped in the previous life. Very serious insect infestation. It's a real insect plague. Nearly 1 million mutant cockroaches in the city have turned Haixing City, a city with a population of over 10 million, into a dead city. Imperial emergency blockade. Drop a nuclear bomb. This was supposed to happen in 5 days, but now that I've named it, it might come earlier. The dropping of the nuclear bomb did kill 99 of the cockroaches, but the one that survived evolved to be even more terrifying than before. They are called nuclear beasts. Chapter 14 Imperial Military Council. Qin Yuan took the two uncles and nephews of the Zhao family to a remote alley and dropped them off. You two, the army currently has no way to detect perfect-level insects. You just need to hide for another 5 days. After 5 days, I will capture the army base. Zhao Sanhu was already shocked and didn't dare to refute. The person in front of him was a transcendent being who could destroy a building with one strike. He said that he could really take down the military base. Master Qin, is there anything I could do for you? You? There is indeed a mission that requires your assistance in 3 days. During this period, gather as many insect people as possible to prepare for the coming of the end of the world. Yes, I'm happy to help you. Zhao Sanhu knelt on one knee to show his submission. Seeing Qin Yuan spread his wings and prepare to fly away, Sanhu panicked. He thought it would stay and lead us, but is it going to just become a hands-off boss? I asked a question. Master Qin, where are you going? Qin Yuan didn't even turn his head and spread his wings. World. Sanhu was stunned. Big brother. That's not what I'm asking. Ali. Zhao Qingyi, still in shock, asked Zhao Sanhu. Uncle San, do you believe what he says so easily? Our whole family died mysteriously. This is too fake. Uncle San heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. I feel relieved when you say this. My niece believes that most of the things she believes are lies, and most of the things she doesn't believe are true. Xiaoqing, go back and tell your second brother to rent a villa in the suburbs. It should be big and quiet. Zhao Qingyi pouted and agreed reluctantly. There is another sentence that Sanhu has not told anyone. He felt the fear on the genetic level in Qin Yuan, which was the dominance of God over mortals. He currently has no unrealistic ideas to disobey Qin Yuan. I don't have the courage. Now he is just a gangster who is about to retire, a middle-aged man who wants to enjoy his old age. At this time, the live broadcast and short video circles have exploded. The video of Qin Yuan destroying the building with one strike was being reposted everywhere. The first reaction in the comment section was disbelief. Fake, photoshopped. Don't release anything that's fake at first glance. It's 2035 now. Isn't it normal to be able to Photoshop videos? If this is true, I will do a handstand on live broadcast to show off a pound of shit. Later, other bloggers released videos from different angles. A live broadcaster happened to capture a purple ray hitting the 100-meter-high, unfinished building. You can clearly see that wherever the laser touches is like detergent dripping into a frying pan. Whether it is a wall, or a steel bar, or a wooden block, it all spreads and decomposes like an infectious disease, until it turns into nothingness. The entire building disappeared, leaving behind a huge pit. Even so, the comment section still doesn't believe it. Your special effects are quite realistic. Fuck, look at the audience's reactions. They acted like it was real. Haha, it's so funny. Look at that old lady's shocked expression. She's still holding the vegetable basket in her hand. It's so spot on. This blogger is so detailed. A man came out of the building pulling up his pants. Is he here to poop? Frog fun. There are also two dogs connected by their buttocks. Is this a plot from a sci-fi movie? What's the name of this movie? I want to watch it. Want to see +1. Only the insects who stayed in their rooms and dared not go out saw the video as if they saw a ray of hope. The savior of the insect people has appeared. The insects below the perfect level cannot control their own changes, so they can only hide at home and live on takeout every day. What is worse is social rejection. Once discovered, report to the authorities. What greets them is the empty magazines in the machine guns. Now, there's a gathering place for insect people. How can this not make insect people excited? Even the Zerg group, hidden deep in the internet, began to forward this video crazily. 5 Zerg group leaders who managed more than 2,000 people formed a discussion group and began to discuss the situation. Bug 1. Is this bug trustworthy? Chong Air. I think it's a suspenseful situation. This is probably a play directed and performed by the warlords themselves, waiting for us to take the bait. Chong San. Hey, why did it say 7 days? Instead of today, or 3 days, or 5 days? Chong Si. Who knows? It may take 7 days to set the trap. Chong Wu. I want to go and see for myself and find out the truth. Chong Yi. I don't agree. That's too dangerous. Chong Wu. I have special abilities. I think there will be no problem in escaping. Seeing his firm attitude, the other 4 had no choice but to agree. The insect man is now a rat crossing the street. Everyone is shouting and beating him. It would be great if we could find a place where we could gather. At least most of them are still human at heart and want to live in the sun. Military. Imperial Military Conference Hall. A general was standing in the hall, reporting on the 2-day purge. Currently, 1.525 million insects have been eliminated, more than 3,000 have been captured for research, 1.33 million have been observed, and 1.22 million are being eliminated. The current national insect humanization forecast accounts for 1. According to the progress of eradication, it will take about a month to completely eliminate the insect plague. Sitting in the main seat was the Prime Minister, whose index finger rhythmically tapped the rosewood table. Da-da-da. The knocking sound stopped. How's the progress at the Research Institute? What have you discovered? Currently, we have only discovered that the insect people will condense a core somewhere in their body. The purpose is unknown. Their blood and muscle tissue will also completely mutate. It is speculated that the insect people that have appeared so far are all juveniles. Once they grow up, the consequences will be disastrous. The Prime Minister picked up a cup of black tea and took a sip. Yes. Increase the manpower input for the cleanup operation, send another 2 million troops to the south, and strive to kill all these insect people within a month. Yes, Your Excellency the Prime Minister. Boom boom. The messenger appeared at the door. Reporting to the Prime Minister, The director of military intelligence said, "There is urgent information. Send him in." Chapter 15, Borrow some money. Inside the Imperial Military Conference Hall, the head of the Military Intelligence Department is talking about the dark crystal emperor ant incident that has been fermenting on the internet. According to the test results, the opponent's ability is extremely powerful. It can instantly disintegrate a 150-meter building. According to our estimation, the opponent's radiation can instantly destroy an aircraft carrier. What's even more terrifying is the enemy's intelligence network. Haixing City is brewing an unimaginable insect plague, which our intelligence network is completely unaware of. If we evacuate now, at least 5 million people can be evacuated. If the situation goes smoothly, it is also possible to evacuate all 18 million people. If they hadn't warned us, once the plague broke out, the entire city's population would have died within 1 to 2 days. We speculate that the other party has a complete team and a powerful information intelligence network behind them. The Prime Minister leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes in thought. So we should thank him? Beads of sweat dripped down the director's forehead. Immediately understood. How could that be? It was the Prime Minister who was very observant and discovered the impending insect plague. What does it have to do with this insect man? Something will happen. A smart man. The Prime Minister's mouth curled up into a smile. Pass the order down. Bun Xiang, observe the sky during the day and detect that a disaster is about to strike. Immediately evacuate all residents of Haixing City. Once the evacuation is completed, immediately launch a nuclear bomb to kill all those filthy bugs. Observe the sky during the day. Awesome glass. A drop of cold sweat fell from the herald's forehead, and he responded immediately. Yes. By the way, that dark crystal emperor ant, have you sent someone to recruit them? They can come up with a way to gather the insects in the city and catch them all in one fell swoop. They are a good candidate. The intelligence chief is almost dying. With your IQ, it's a waste of your talent to be the Prime Minister. Are they sending us food? This clearly shows a rebellion. What the hell is this? Unfortunately, the truth can only be thought of in the heart. No one dares to oppose the Prime Minister's order. Even refutation is a death sentence. Oh, by the way, I'll give Director Luo 10 beauties, 200 million Dragon Country currency, and a villa within the 3rd Ring Road. The herald nodded. As the news on the internet grew louder and louder, local reporters in Bincheng were the first to hear the news and rushing to report. But only the most connected people can enter the site of the destroyed building, because this place has been completely taken over by the military. Wu Qianqian got in through her grandfather, who was a general. This is her exclusive report. After various professional organizations reported on it, netizens realized that the world has changed. Netizens. Fuck. My expression right now is as stupid as the old lady in the video. Is this actually true? My worldview has collapsed. I was wrong. I was really wrong. No wonder there have been gunshots every day in the city recently. It turns out that aliens have invaded the blue planet. The official said it was a gangster. Do you call them gangsters? This blue crystal armor, sharp bone spurs, and blue rays are so cool. My mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the video, and I said I was supporting the aliens to save the Earth. Come on, big brother from another planet. The country has a bugman. Because of the repeated suppression by the government, many people were unaware of the bugman's appearance until a full-scale outbreak 7 days later. The real end of the world has officially begun. These people who live in a straight line think that aliens and insects are far away from them. As everyone knows, there are one or more insect people around us. Qin Yuan transformed into human form again, arriving at a large shopping mall. I don't worry about exposing my identity, and most of my enemies who have seen me are dead. Those people on a plane won't wake up for a few days, and even if they do wake up, they may not remember what they look like. It's nice to have a life without flies to disturb us. Buy some more expensive clothes. Buy more sets. Today's clothes are easily damaged in battle, unlike the special combat suits of the future, which can also change shape with the changes of the body. Qin Yuan's elegant temperament makes him look like a nobleman from a wealthy family, even in a black casual outfit. The saleswoman blushed and praised him crazily. Awesome. So handsome. Handsome guy, are you a star? Can I take a picture? Hearing this, several little girls standing in the distance immediately ran over. I want to take a photo too. Handsome guy, can you add me on VChat? Qin Yuan smiled evilly. Well, damn it. Nowhere to put. Charm. Why didn't I wake up when I was interested in my previous life? Now I have no interest in these vulgar women. If your appearance is not 90 points, You are not even qualified to be my maid. After buying clothes, Qin Yuan started to wander around the mall. He not only discovered several insect people hiding in the dark, but also noticed several malicious people staring at him. What do you want to do? Are you robbing me again? The last person who robbed me is still robbing me. There were several pairs of eyes lurking in the dark corners, staring at Qin Yuan intently. To be precise, it was the black snake staring at Qin Yuan's neck. The perfect quality gene that had not yet fully awakened was a rare tenfold tonic pill. Qin Yuan sensed the malicious intent and quickly left the mall. The moment he stepped outside, the malicious intent disappeared. But with the help of my sixth sense, I know that the other party is definitely still following me. Lure the other party into a dark dead end and shout without turning back. Come out, you who have been following me all the way. 3 yellow-haired hooligans emerged from the shadows. The leader looked about 28 years old, with a ghost girl tattooed on his arm. He took out a butterfly knife and kept turning it in his hand. He walked towards Qin Yuan with a sloppy pace and shaking his head. Little boy, lend us some money. A stuttering boy beside him immediately added, Clothes, clothes. Aye, we want some too. Qin Yuan tilted his head in confusion. Who are you? I'm talking to the person behind you. Please don't interrupt me. Later, the 3 of them turned their heads at the same time. Instant pupille. I saw an unforgettable scene in my life. Chapter 16, Alien Zerg. Following the gazes of several people, a ferocious blue monster appeared, its claws hooked into the wall, and it walked upside down on the wall. It looked like the alien in the movie, with a long head like a winter melon, a pink fang mouth with white sharp teeth, and a hook-like tail holding a few human heads, with blood dripping on the ground. I can smell the blood on the other person, even from 10 meters away. The alien worm's tail shed its head and fell to the ground naturally like an iron whip, twisting irregularly. The saliva fell to the ground, making a corrosive, sizzling sound. Roar! The monster let out a dull roar and swept its tail whip, plunging the world of the 3 people into eternal darkness. Swish! The robbery trio is dead. The monster showed a smug smile on his face and jumped to the ground with a plop. He stared at the small black snake wrapped around Qin Yuan's left arm, and his scarlet tongue kept licking his lips. Finally appeared the alien Zerg, parasitic species. I haven't fought him yet, so it's hard to tell what rank he is. Judging from the B level, it should not exceed the excellence level. It's time to prove your worth, little black snake. This is your battle to become famous. If you win, you're called Black Dragon. If you lose, you're called Maggot. Take care of yourself. The little black snake shuddered. It obviously understood what Qin Yuan said. Its green vertical pupils stared at the monster in front of it. Hiss! Spit out the snake's tongue to understand all the favorable factors nearby. Call out. A black lightning bolt suddenly shot out. Its speed was so fast that even Qin Yuan was shocked. It's almost the speed of sound. The little black snake did not choose to fight hard. The genetic development of the alien monster was very high, at least more than 20. It first quickly swims to the side of the alien, luring it to chase it, and then increases its speed when it sees that it has been fooled. The alien's IQ is also quite high. It directly cuts its skin with its foot blade, spilling blood to corrode the surrounding shielding. It would be great if it could injure the little black snake. Slow it down so the alien can easily catch it. To its disappointment, the blood had almost dried up and it couldn't even see the taillights of the black snake. Is this a snake or a loach? This is so cool. Roar! I could only let out a helpless rage and prepare to retreat to call my brothers. At the moment when the alien monster escaped, the little black snake finally found the flaw and rushed out from the darkness. A fierce snake rushed forward and showed its fangs. Unexpectedly, this was the flaw that the alien deliberately revealed. Bang! A tail whip. The black snake was slapped against the wall. Its eyes and nose were bleeding, and a mouthful of black blood came out of its mouth, falling into near death. Alien toothy grin. Gah. Roar. He also roared at Qin Yuan in a demonstrative manner. Then he lowered his head and bit into the pit, swallowing the black snake whole. A strong sense of power came, and the alien was excited. It felt that it was about to advance. But when it turned its head to look at Qin Yuan, its smile gradually disappeared. The black snake wrapped around Qin Yuan's hand was the one he had just swallowed? What? So what did I just eat? Twin brothers? The alien suddenly trembled. Damn, this is poisonous. Realizing that something was wrong, he reached into his throat and tried to vomit, but it was too late. When it looked at itself in the mirror, it didn't look stronger at all. It was skinny and bleeding from all 7 orifices. Looks like he's dying of poisoning. It couldn't figure it out until its death. It was clearly not bitten, so when did it get poisoned? Qin Yuan squatted down. You're confused, right? Do you want to know how you got poisoned and how you failed? There's a glimmer of hope in the alien's eyes. If you eat this human, you will be able to recover. But when I opened my mouth, I could only make coughing sounds and couldn't move at all. Eat you. In Qin Yuan's eyes. Tell me, I want to know the truth. Okay, then I will mercifully tell you the truth. Hey, what are you doing? The alien exploded with potential and actually struggled to bite Qin Yuan, but regretted it after taking a bite. MD, this guy is tough. 3 teeth popped out. Then the alien's face changed. Not good. This feeling is... The bite was more poisonous. In just a moment, the alien's eyes rolled back and his tongue swung out. He was poisoned to death by Qin Yuan in just 1 second. Cause of death: licking him. Qin Yuan saw this scene and shook his head and sighed. You will suffer the consequences if you do evil. If the Zerg are still within their acceptable range, then the alien Zerg are everyone's enemy. They are an invasive species and will kill all aliens. At the same time, they're also the bond of unity for future creatures on Earth. Qin Yuan uses super senses to perceive the black snake's genetic information in detail. Perfect beast, black snake. Exclusive genes. 1 extreme speed, 2 poison, 3 shedding for stealth. Genetic skills, 1 venom control. Just now, the black dragon used venom to control and shed its skin at the same time, and it was like a cicada shedding its shell. The snake skin eaten by the alien was highly poisonous. He first fell into hallucinations, then bled to death. Qin Yuan also has a lot of poison in his body, which may be one of the reasons why black snakes like to wrap around his hands. The powerful toxin is enough to kill the black dragon instantly. Qin Yuan must carefully control the output of the toxin in order to allow the black dragon to slowly grow into a poison assassin. Assassin. Yes. We can also create an organization similar to the Shadow Assassins. Chief Assassin, Poisonous Dragon. In the future, you won't need to do it yourself if you want to kill someone. Just lie in the rocking chair and say a name. Whoever you miss will die. That's so cool. After dealing with the alien insects, after the little black dragon absorbs the genetic energy of the alien Zerg, Qin Yuan transformed into wings and soared into the sky again. There are still a few old dogs to deal with. Wash your necks and wait for me to harvest them. Previous life account. Let's calculate slowly. None will fall behind. Jiejia. Chapter 17. Crazy stockpiling. Binsheng. Sun prominence, 5-star hotel. Nightfall. In the presidential suite next to the river, Qin Yuan stood by the window with a glass of red wine, looking into the distance. Looking at the steel forest full of neon lights in front of me, my thoughts went back to when I first came to Binsheng in my previous life. Going through thousands of difficulties and obstacles. A group of 5 people fled here and were received by a kind-hearted person and taken to a dark gathering place. A variety of delicious food, drinks, and fun entertainment. On the 4th day, a violent white light woke me up. What came into view was a snow-white ceiling, green curtains, and various electronic devices. The smell of disinfectant water rushed into my nose. The 5 people were tied to different operating tables. The nurse, wearing a mask, picked up the needle, flicked it, and sprayed a little medicine out, then injected it into their necks. There is no difference between treating people and pigs. All the people on the hospital bed were forced to transform into half-insect humans. But because there is no anesthesia, you can clearly feel the cold knife touching your skin, then piercing into your flesh and cutting your flesh. A clear pain rushed to my head, blood vessels bulged on my forehead, and my eyes widened. Cut open your belly. If you feel warm water flowing on it, it means you are bleeding heavily. The blood will drip down the table to the ground, making a dripping sound. The immense pain will not disappear all at once, but will continue to be experienced, and the body is fixed so that it cannot even scream. I can only wait to die slowly. No one will come to save you, because this is the deepest darkness, and there are hundreds of insects guarding outside. What they want is the viscera and brain of the half-insect man. So they cut open his abdomen and dig out his heart bit by bit to ensure the freshest quality. Death crisis moment. Qin Yuan fully awakened for the first time. His combat power exploded. He transformed into a bullet ant and killed everyone in the room, then escaped in a panic through the sewer, but the other 4 people were not so lucky. Even their bones were made into specimens, and no one knows which rich man's table their meat ended up on. The organs are kept in cold storage and are waiting to be transplanted to the rich. Later, when Qin Yuan became stronger and wanted to come back for revenge, he found that these people had been dead for a long time. No way to take revenge. This was the first grudge between me and Binsheng in my previous life. The leader is one of the 5 major chaebol in Binsheng, Ma Inbo. She has been engaged in human trafficking, but she has strong connections and is good at arranging things. So many people in the know turn a blind eye to it. Even if there are whistleblowers, they can be suppressed by them. Just like the video that Qin Yuan uploaded this morning, it has now been deleted by the authorities. Only a small number of people can keep it and circulate it internally. Ma family, I remember there is a chaebol dinner tomorrow. You guys shouldn't be late. For the rest of your life, Binsheng is your northern Myanmar. Once you come here, you can never go back. Hee. The dragon slayer becomes the dragon. Qin Yuan wanted to return the damage he had suffered double and avenge his friend at the same time. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Kill them directly? That would be too easy for them. Have to play slowly. I'm already invincible. How could I miss this little bit of time? Seeing that the time was about to reach 10 o'clock, Qin Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed and began today's genetic training. Enter the microscopic world. Start lighting up the gene links 1 to 100. From the outside, Qin Yuan was emitting blue fluorescence at this moment, just like an immortal who was cultivating immortality. Unconsciously, 4 hours passed, and I fell asleep. Wake up after 2 hours. Start genetic cultivation again. The early stage of genetic development is very important, and the improvement is also very large. 8 a.m. Qin Yuan exhaled a breath of foul air. Gene development rate 4. Normal strength 40 tons. Insect transformation 80 tons. Fantasy crit fixed 200 damage is 160 tons of force. This is not counting skills. Several magical skills cannot be calculated by pure strength. After washing up, Qin Yuan set out for today's destination. Walmart, Tom's Club, Gao Ruinfa. He's going to get some goods. You must stock up before the end of the world. You can sell them even if you don't eat them yourself and make a lot of money. Still calling a luxury car on your phone. Go to the first supermarket. Tom member. As soon as Qin Yuan got off the car, he was attracted by the attention of the surrounding young girls and young women. His windbreaker, masculine and handsome face, and his imperial temperament. Not comparable to celebrities in the entertainment industry. Go straight inside. I wanted to order the goods directly from the person in charge of the mall, but something unexpected happened. Sir, you don't need to make a reservation for the goods worth 5 million. Our mall can get them together. The manager was looking at Qin Yuan with a smile, proudly talking about their huge inventory of goods. This was something Qin Yuan had never expected. His original intention was to pay a deposit of 1 million yuan to let the other party purchase the goods, and then let the uncle and nephew of Sanhu repeat the process of paying a deposit of 1 million yuan to purchase the goods, so that the other party would think that Binsheng's goods would be sold out recently. Then I bought a large amount of goods into the warehouse and took over Binsheng 7 days later. Take advantage of the situation and kill it all. But the other party's stockpile of goods is amazing, saying that 30 million worth of goods can be taken out. No need. Boss, I think you're a nice person. Let me tell you a piece of news. My uncle is from the housekeeper's side. The price of goods in Binsheng will double in 7 days. You'd better buy more goods. The boss's eyes rolled when he heard this. He also noticed that more people have started to stock up recently, and prices are slowly rising. Now, there's an insider information that I don't know if it's true or not. I made a decision secretly. Take a gamble. Thank you, little brother. I will remember it. After Tom Ember is done, Qin Yuan continued to rush to the next. Finally, I found that the situation of the other 2 companies was similar. Their bosses were also smart people and had prepared a large number of reserve items early. After processing my own inside information, I should be able to buy several times more food reserves. Qin Yuan was walking on the road and bought a glass of lemonade. I worked hard all day and only spent money on the car. 3 million has not been spent, but the purpose has been achieved. No matter how much goods these shopping malls buy, they're working for nothing. You guys stock up on goods, I stock up on guns. You are my granary. If you stock up on a few neighbors, won't things arrive faster? Rather than being bought at 0 yuan in the end of the world, it is better to be cheap. Whoever takes it doesn't take it. Chapter 18 Heavenly Paradise Bar. The revenge plan is about to begin. Qin Yuan found Sanhu in a villa through pheromones. There were more than 10 insect people gathered in the room. It's like a cult leader holding a meeting. These insects all have strange shapes, and all kinds of insects. Sanhu is giving a passionate speech. My fellow lads, our boss is the dark crystal emperor ant that made the headlines yesterday. Everyone get to know him. Don't let the floods wash away the Dragon King temple. Family members don't recognize family members. Look carefully at the photo. As he spoke, he took out a photo of Qin Yuan's appearance after he transformed into a bugman and asked all the bugmen to take a closer look. One of the flower-armed crab men raised his arms and shouted, I only recognize Brother Sanhu from Binsheng. I don't know the internet-famous Emperor Ant. What do you think? Yes, times 13. Another shrimp man also stood up and said, That's right, Brother Tiger. We are all insect people saved by you. Why should we recognize an unrelated person as our big brother? The world has changed. Brother Tiger, you should be our boss. That dark crystal emperor ant is nothing. Brother Tiger, Brother Tiger, Brother Tiger. Looking at the people in the audience making noises, Sanhu flexed his muscles and immediately transformed into a 3.2-meter tall cockroach man. After last night's fighting and growth, his genetic growth has reached 3, and his strength in insect form has reached 4.8 tons, close to 5 tons. He is the most powerful among all the insect people here. But at this moment, its eyes were filled with anger. Roar! Don't make me mad. Only Lord Dark Emperor can lead the Zerd people to a bright future. I am just an insignificant pawn under his command. If anyone dares to say anything disrespectful to the boss again, I will kill him with my own hands. After all, Sanhu was a gangster. What he valued most in his life was his family, followed by loyalty. This is also his way of being. His sharp eyes swept across the crowd, and no one dared to look up. Bang, bang, bang. A round of applause broke out. Who? Come out. A figure jumped down from the beam. The insects were on high alert against him, and no one saw when he came in. Even the alarm pheromones they spread had no effect, just like a ghost. Not bad, Sanhu. It would be a pity if you don't become a gold medal lecturer. Understand the applause. Sanhu immediately knelt on one knee. Lord Emperor N. Seeing that the strongest tiger brother had knelt down, everyone followed suit and knelt down. Qin Yuan clearly did not exude any power, but he made them want to worship him. He walked to Sanhu with his hands behind his back. You should call me Lord like the rhinoceros beetle. Emperor Dark sounds weird. Let's not talk about that for now. I have a mission for you this time. Led these insect people to kidnap all the immediate family members of the Ma family and bring them to the second underground floor of Black Street 351 to wait for me. By the way, don't let any of those doctors and nurses escape. Sanhu looked embarrassed when he heard this. My lord, my rescue operation last night has caused a raid by the army, and now I can't get out at all. Don't worry about that. I'll take care of the troops. You guys take this opportunity to run to the Ma family. We'll start the action at 6 p.m. My lord, you are referring to the Ma family, one of the 5 major families in Bin City, right? Yes. Arrest all of Ma Inbo's family. I have received your order. I checked the time. It's 2:30 p.m. There's still more than 3 hours of free time. Then go have some fun. Majia blockade. Qin Yuan followed his past life memories and came to the notorious underground casino in Binsheng. This place is notoriously shady. 9 out of 10 gamblers go bankrupt and sell their children, and 1 out of 10 even sells himself. I heard that the person who opened the casino was a former con man. Not only does he have the support of the police, he also has many thugs under his command. It is also one of the important sources of human organs for the Ma family. From the takeaway, it looks like an ordinary bar with 2 thugs guarding the door. The 2 of them were wearing sunglasses and shaking their heads, looking like they were having too much fun. Seeing Qin Yuan coming, he quickly stopped him. What kind of gang are you in? Do you have an invitation? There's no invitation, but there's a snake. Do you want it? Snake. The black dragon wrapped around Qin Yuan's left arm swooped out and cut a hole in the skin of the 2 men. The toxins invaded the human body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within 10 seconds, the 2 people were lying on the ground, unable to move, and they would die within 5 to 10 minutes. Horseman dead. This is just a little bit of poison on the black dragon's skin. It has been entangled with Qin Yuan every day and has become more and more poisonous. The activation degree of one's own genes reaches 2 just by absorbing poison gas. It's no exaggeration to say that he is a genius. Qin Yuan walked through a long corridor and entered. Heavenly Bliss Bar. On the platform, the sexy beauty is shaking her body and playing the DJ with one hand. As the deafening music sounded, men and women on the dance floor began to jump up and down, shaking their heads wildly and twisting their bodies to the rhythm. Colorful neon lights illuminate the narrow space, and the whole bar is filled with a strong hormone atmosphere, continuously magnify the inner desire. In the bar booths on both sides of the bar, 3 young men were hugging beautiful women and groping them up and down. The greasy fat man on the left is talking to the man in the middle about his recent prey with a lewd look on his face. Master Ma, Brother Luo brought over a batch of new goods today. They are all 18-year-old graduates. They are original goods, good-looking, and have good figures. The man sitting in the middle, named Ma Xiao, heard this and his eyes lit up like a hungry wolf. Where? Don't worry, Mr. Ma. I'll ask him to send it over right away. It's just a matter of price. Is 2 million enough? Master Ma is really straightforward. Come on, drink. Let's go. Ding. The 3 of them clinked their glasses, looked at each other, and laughed evilly. Chapter 19 Casino. Qin Yuan walked into the bar along the corridor. There were colorful neon lights, and the air was filled with the smell of hormones. Looking from afar, a middle-aged man with white hair and sunglasses was arguing with another group of people while holding hands with an 18-year-old girl. Damn it. Xiang said it was 500,000. Why did he change his mind to 350,000? I'm not selling it. I'll sell it to Lin next door for 350,000. Who would sell it to Ma? He always tortures it to the point where it's unrecognizable. The quality is not good anymore. The profit from the second sale will be at least half of that. The girl was so scared that she was trembling and squatting on the ground, begging for mercy. Her mouth was covered with an iron hoop, and her hands and feet were shackled with chains, so she couldn't escape even if she wanted to. The white-haired uncle holding her hand pinched her chin with one hand, his eyes full of ferocity. Your father has already mortgaged you to me. If you want to live, you must obey me. Otherwise, neither your sister nor your mother can escape. The girl's eyes were full of fear, and she shrank back unconsciously, tears rolling down my cheeks. See, the girl is honest. The white-haired man ignored her and continued to bargain, but at this moment, the girl seized the opportunity and instantly broke free from the half-loose hand of the white-haired uncle. In one step, he rushed to the door. There's a man in a police uniform. That is, someone from the police station. At this moment, Yun Xinxi seemed to see the dawn of hope. She rushed to the man, knelt down, and shouted, "Imp!" The police inspector saw Yun Xinxi was obviously stunned, then frowned, looked at Luo Shu and others who were cursing behind him, and put down the wine glass in his hand. Whispering, "Lao Luo, why don't you take better care of the goods? Do you want to send it to my police station for fun?" Yun Xinxi's eyes widened when she heard this, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. A feeling of powerlessness came over me. Finished. Even the superintendent is one of their people. My father sold himself, my mother and sister are missing, and all the family property has been taken away. Escape? Where else can I escape to? Where else can I escape to? Are you planning to do it? Are you still running? Come here. The white-haired uncle grabbed the girl's hair from behind, dragged her to the ground, and started beating her. Bang! After 2 slaps, he still felt unsatisfied, and the white-haired man showed a ferocious rage. Bitch, you dare to run away? I'll beat you to death today. You women are nothing more than playthings of the big guys. What qualifications do you have to run away? After saying that, Uncle Luo pulled out his belt and started to beat. At this moment, a hand reached out and grabbed the white-haired uncle's wrist with such force that he could not move. Hey, flowers may bloom again, but people can never be young again. The girl is as beautiful as a flower. Uncle, you can't be angry. Uncle Luo, with white hair, looked at the boy who appeared out of nowhere in front of him, gnashing his teeth in pain. Hiss, let go of your hands. Who the hell are you? Qin Yuan smiled brightly and spoke. I'm Mr. Ma's friend, Lu Rini. He just said he agreed to 500,000 yuan. Let's just consider it as making friends, but I have to take this girl to inspect her first. Huh? Ma Xiao's friend. What's wrong? The white-haired uncle's face changed at the speed of light, and his smile turned into a wrinkled face. Good. Sir, you are so generous. Mr. Ma is so lucky to have a friend like you to help him check. As long as the money is in place, there's nothing wrong with it. This is the Ma family's territory. I don't think anyone would be stupid enough to pretend to be Mr. Ma's friend. The white-haired uncle looked Qin Yuan up and down. He really looked like a nobleman. There should be no problem. No more doubt in my heart. Majia Casino is a place in northern Myanmar known as Bincheng. Once you come here, you can never go back. If you dare to tell such a lie, aren't you seeking death? Then I would like to thank you, Mr. Lu. I will wait for your good news here. Wait, someone will send you money in a while. Uncle Luo smiled and nodded flatteringly. After saying, Qin Yuan took Yin Qianqi's hand and walked inside. After passing a corner and bypassing the private room, they walked towards the casino. With a flick of his finger, he easily unlocked the girl's shackles. At this moment, the girl's eyes were dead silent, and she no longer had any hope of escaping. She was like a puppet without a soul. There are many girls like this in the end times. They are the epitome of ordinary human women in the end times. Why? The shackles have been removed. Don't you want to escape? Hearing Qin Yuan's voice, Yin Qianqi raised her eyes again and looked at the man in front of her. MD is so handsome. Then the mood fell into depression again. You can't escape. Your people are everywhere. Even the police chief is your man. But suddenly she thought of something, bit her lower lip, and looked at Qin Yuan with affection. Rather than handing myself over to that evil young man, it is better to let his friends fight each other. Handsome guy by me, Qin Yuan disdains. Hee hee. Still want to cheat? Wishful thinking. I have a grudge against a man named Ma. You are just an insignificant pawn at best. Just stay by my side and don't think or do anything unnecessary. A tool person should act like a tool person. Otherwise, Qin Yuan gently lifted the other person's chin with his finger and unexpectedly found that the other person was not bad looking. Her eyes are very clear, like clean mountain springs. Her skin was as radiant as snow. Her eyebrows and eyes were picturesque. She had a thin red lip under her small nose, and her black and shiny hair was tied into a high ponytail. With a height of 1.68 meters, her long white legs and slender waist are full of fruits. Her perfect body proportions are like a civilian school beauty from a comic book. Unfortunately, she is only at the level of a school beauty. Too low grade, not worthy of me. If you dare to mess around, I will kill you without hesitation. Qin Yuan only showed a little murderous intent, and Yin Qianqi dared not to move at all. From now on, you are my maid. Just follow me and watch the show. The show is about to begin. After all, which big boss doesn't have a vase around him to show off his status? Whatever the Ma family wants, I will destroy it. Qin Yuan led Yin Qianqi, who was wearing a short skirt, all the way to the deepest part of the bar and entered the casino. The security guards were quick to see that it was a young man with a beautiful woman, so they let him in without stopping him. Much more sensible than the two guys at the door. Their sensible behavior successfully saved their lives. They exchanged 3 million chips at the counter. The lady at the counter saw that it was Qin Yuan's first time to play, so she kindly gave each of them a 5,000 chip, which could only be played, not exchanged for cash. For gambling, Yin Qianqi hated it. Thinking back, her family was once a large group with over 1 billion in liquid funds. Their real estate assets combined made them a well-known figure in Binqing's wealthy circle. But because his father was led astray by his friends and became addicted to gambling, not only did the group go bankrupt, but he also owed a huge gambling debt. He was also cut in the waist and sent to a pig farm. Her mother disappeared soon after, leaving her and her sister alone at home. She had just finished a graduation exam today when she was kidnapped by a van and brought to this place. It was a sudden disaster. Qin Yuan doesn't care about her thoughts. With his hands in his pockets, he walked to the gambling pool and began to observe the cheating methods of the cheaters. He found that many of them were cheating by hand speed. Oh, comparing hand speed? Qin Yuan smiled confidently. I only need to do a little bit, and it's the limit of human beings. This is not directed at anyone, everyone here. All are fun colors. Chapter 2120 times the odds jackpot. Inside the casino, Qin Yuan observed for a while and found out from the eye contact between the cheater and the dealer that they win more and more money. The loss is very small. What does this indicate? Implies they definitely have a leg. The two of them have a romantic relationship. But that's not the point. The point is they are cheating, and their cheating methods are very primitive. There are also some more advanced ones that rely on high-tech cheating methods that are difficult even for casino staff to detect. Stop and go. Come to a big turntable. The big turntable was full of people. The red and black round turntable was divided into 72 grids, with 2 green/blue starting and ending points. There's a tall silver cross in the middle of the roulette wheel with a metal ball in the middle. When the ball rolls down, you will win different prizes depending on the number it lands on. You can buy red/black/green/blue individually. You can buy odd or even numbers, or you can buy specific numbers. The maximum multiplier of the green/blue starting point is 120 times. The red and black numbers are multiplied by 45 times, and a single color code is multiplied by 2 times. The odds are all calculated together with the principal. Sudden, surprise sound. I got it. I got it. A plain-looking young man with a crew cut won the prize and was so excited that he jumped up half a foot high. This scene also aroused the greed of the spectators around, and they all raised their hands to place bets. I bought number 32, 100,000. I bought number 1 for 50,000 and red number for 100,000. Buy number 72 for 100,000. Buy 200,000 here. Qin Yuan did not place any bets, but remained on the sidelines. First, understand the rules of the big wheel, then place your bets accurately and win the jackpot. With the dealers, buy it and leave it. Let's start. The silver ball fell from the top, and the empty white ball was very elastic. It bounced repeatedly in the roulette wheel for several times before spinning along with the rotation of the roulette wheel. Keep passing the random numbers on the roulette wheel. 3, 12, 32, 6, 5, 71, 9. Finally, the white ball landed on the black number 21. Scroll forward a little bit, and you will see the green number 1. Move, just a little bit more. Alas, what a pity. It's really worthy of being the Ma family casino. This jackpot is so important. Qin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth and smiled evilly. This time I saw it clearly. Casinos are cheating. There should be something hidden inside the ball that can control its rolling. It's really like a BBK reading machine. It can stop wherever you want. If you gamble normally, you will never win. If I gamble normally, with my luck, I don't need to gamble. I can just give it to the casino. 9 out of 10 people lose in gambling, except Qin Yuan, who lost 19 out of 10 times and had to borrow 10 chips to cover his losses. If you want to win, you must rely on tactics. Qin Yuan looked confident, smiled calmly, and pushed the chips to the number in front. 1 million bet, number 21. People around me whisper behind my back. A single bet of 1 million. That's really brave. He has such a pretty girl to play with. He must be a second-generation player. You'll know how amazing she is when he loses his pants. Give me 100,000 red numbers. Qin Yuan looked at Yun Cece beside him. You can also play. Just press any button. I don't gamble. Oh, you should say so. Then I'll be interested. Look at my 99-pound rebellious bone. Here's 1 million. Let me play. Bet as you like. If you lose, it's my money. Certainly. The win is mine. All interpretation rights belong to me. Yin Cece had no choice but to accept it and put the money on number 1. The dealer also shouted out the classic saying, buy it and leave it. At the moment the metal ball fell, Qin Yuan used genetic energy to shatter the control device inside it. Makes a barely perceptible crisp sound. The ball fell into the plate and bounced up several times. Then came the familiar rolling part. People who have not participated in it personally will not have this kind of experience. No matter how many times you fail, you always have a glimmer of hope in your heart. This expectation is called, why can't it be me? And someday it will be me. It is a pity. This is just an illusion created by the casino. A gambler can never win. The metal ball rolled over one number after another, and finally came to number 9. Then it rolled down to number 21, which Qin Yuan bought, and number 1, which Yin Qinchi bought. The dealer was so frightened that he touched his earphone to send an alarm to the monitoring room, which was a signal to quickly adjust the metal ball. In-room monitoring. I pressed the remote control until it started to smoke. The metal ball didn't react at all. Boss, something's broken. Bang. The short-haired man was furious when he heard this, and he threw a big punch. You idiot. Why did you do something like this at this very moment instead of earlier? Let's go. Go out and calm the situation down. The people in the monitoring room are on their way. The big wheel on Qin Yuan's side had already stopped spinning and finally stopped at number 21. The dealer breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it didn't stop at number 1. Before I could finish my breath, Qin Yuan took action, at a speed that humans cannot react to. Swoosh. I gently pushed the metal ball with my fingernail. The wheels turned. The onlookers screamed. What the hell? What the hell? Number 1. The big prize is won. Number 1 of 1 million. Oh my God. I've been in the casino for 10 years, and this is the first time I've seen a jackpot of 120 million. You can even get this? Is this the Ma family casino I'm familiar with? That's not right, old Ma. Countless gamblers came to watch. This is a jackpot of over 100 million. When the dealer saw number 1, he was so frightened that he fell to the ground. He felt that his life would be dark from then on. Finished. It's dead. If he loses all this money, won't the casino get him? Even if he survives by chance, He will have no chance of working as a dealer in the future. Who would dare to hire him after he lost 120 million to others playing roulette? On the gambling table, the happiest person now is not Qin Yuan, but Yun Qinshi beside him. There is light in her eyes again. If I had 120 million, I could not only pay off my father's debt, but also redeem myself and fulfill my dream of going to college. Back to normal life. So she plucked up the courage to ask Qin Yuan. Handsome guy, you just said that this money is for me, right? Qin Yuan's eyes wandered, picking his ears. Huh, for you. I meant if you lose, it's mine. Did you lose? No, you won. So the money is still mine. I really give you face. Do you really dare to ask for it? Do you want to live anymore? Hearing this, Yun Qinshi clenched her fists and looked at Qin Yuan. This man was clearly playing a trick on her, but she had no way to deal with him. Qin Yuan continued to shout. The dealer on the ground, stop pretending to be dead. Get up and pay the money quickly. You guys are such a big casino. You don't want to default on your debts, do you? You can't afford to lose, right? No way. At this time, a rough male voice sounded. Sir, may I have a word with you? Chapter 21 High-End Game. The casino people can't sit still anymore. 120 million in working capital is also a considerable expense for them. A 2-meter-tall, muscular man appeared in front of Qin Yuan. He was wearing a pure gold bear head ring on his index finger, which he was rubbing. Qin Yuan directly refused. If you have something to say, just say it. If you have to fart, just fart. Don't be shy like a woman. Hello, sir. My name is Su Tai, and I'm the security captain of the casino. Because the amount you just won is too large, it will take some time for us to withdraw the money. Can you go to the lounge and wait for a while? Withdraw? Who said I want to withdraw? Give me chips. I want to continue. I haven't had enough fun yet. Continue playing? This is good. The casino is not afraid of others winning money, but is afraid that you will stop playing after winning money. Security Captain Su Tai's eyes immediately lit up. He knows. The opportunity to make a contribution has come. Sir, the low-end game here is no longer suitable for you. Please move to the high-end box to continue gambling. The high-end boxes are full of casino masters specially invited by the casino, as well as agents and old swindlers. A treasure land where you can't win. If this fool dares to go in, not only will he lose his pants today, but he will also have to lose at least 2 parts of his body. Qin Yuan agreed immediately, regardless of Yun Cici's weapon blocking him. Okay, I have time now, so I could try out all the games in your casino. Please follow me. Security Captain Su Tai showed a wicked smile on his face and led the way. On the road, Yun Qinshi hugged Qin Yuan's arm, trying to persuade him to stop, and whispered in his ear, Don't go to that private room. It's full of deceptions. My father was just like you. He won a lot of money at first, then was called to the VIP box by them, and finally lost everything, and sold me. At this point, her voice was choked with sobs. She would rather be caught by human traffickers than believe that she was sold by her beloved and trusted parents. This feeling of despair suffocated her. Qin Yuan touched her hair for the first time. The two were so close that he could even smell the virgin fragrance on Yun Qinshi's body. Comfort. Don't worry. I'm not on the same level as your useless dad. My luck is much worse than his. Yun Cici was stunned. Thank you for your comfort. The two were led by the security captain to a luxurious room. The room was estimated to be more than 100 square meters, and more than 10 people would not feel crowded in the room. The room is in French style, with a pure white base and inlaid with some ancient cultural relics and decorations. There's a long oval table in the middle, which says solid pair with June 25th, 2023, made in Bailey factory. Qin Yuan asked curiously, What are you playing? Texas Hold'em? At the card table, the fashionable lady saw that the visitor was a nobleman and responded kindly. Humph, this is a high-end card table, so we play the highest-end cards. What is Texas Hold'em? We play Golden Flower. Fried Golden Flower? Really high-end. The rules of the poker here are that the leopard is the biggest, AAA, followed by a straight flush, AKQ, then a flush, AKJ, then a pair, AK, and finally a single card, AKJ, and so on. The special rule is that the smallest, 235, eats AAA. The elephant eats the tiger eats the wolf eats the cat eats the mouse eats the elephant. I don't know if it was intentional. Coincidentally, Qin Yuan also plays this kind of card. I'll add one too. There are 7 people playing at the table, including Qin Yuan. That's 8. The base bet is 1 million, and each raise must not be less than 500,000. Those who have seen the cards must follow the bet by twice the amount of those who have not seen the cards. You can choose to open the cards after at least 3 turns. Qin Yuan chose a seat by the side and asked for a deck of cards. Soon 3 cards were dealt to him, and Qin Yuan did not use any means to cheat to see the bottom cards. I just asked Yin Cece to pick it up and take a look. After she finished reading it, she looked a little panicked. This scene was seen by everyone. Smirk, this is another little fool. Everything is written on his face. Look at that panicked look. The cards in Qin Yuan's hand must be rubbish. The first man folds after looking at the cards. The second man adds 500,000 yuan to his hidden bet. The third, fourth, and fifth man fold. The sixth man follows with a hidden bet of 500,000 yuan. The seventh person followed with a 1 million bet. Qin Yuan is the 8th player, and his female companion has already looked at the cards and also followed with 1 million. Second round, third round, and finally fourth round. Male number 1 couldn't help but turn over his cards and chose to fold. Lady number 2 looked at her cards and raised the bet to 2 million. 7 calls 2 million. Number 8 Qin Yuan directly bet 120 million. This scene shocked everyone. Oh shit, this is only the first round. Is this all in? Number 7 looked at the dealer inadvertently, but the dealer shook his head at him. The first one is all about luck. The dealer doesn't know what the whole cards are. He hasn't even started cheating yet. The scarf man number 7 wants to take a gamble. He has a lot of cards in his hand. I suddenly remembered. When Yin Qianxi saw the cards just now, she looked at them like trash, and his body was slightly shocked. Scared to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat. Something is wrong. Everyone who comes to the casino is a seasoned man. Will they bring a naive person just to expose their cards? Won't. There's no such stupid person. Trap. This is definitely a trap. Even the micro expressions are so realistic. In fact, it is just digging a pit and waiting for you to jump into it. Huh. It's not that easy to cheat me, a 10-year elite con man. Lady number 2 gives up with the Ace of Clubs, King of Hearts, and King of Diamonds as her bottom cards. Scarf man number 7 gives up whole cards. 10 of spades, 7 of spades, 6 of spades. Black flush. In order to be safe, they folded their cards. Yin Qianxi, turn over and show us your cards. Yin Qianxi turned over the cards one by one. 5 of diamonds, 3 of clubs, 2 of spades. Unpopular killer, 235. What? 235? Fuck. The scarf man's face turned blue. His eyes were full of bloodshot, and they were about to burst out of their sockets. I threw away all the black flushes. You are actually 235? Fuck. Chapter 22 Cheating in Person. Only Qin Yuan smiled calmly. He is confident in his luck. Next, you have to rely on your skills, because luck can no longer win. Qin Yuan showed his inhuman hand speed. If it didn't work, once the field was opened, everyone was shocked and their heads were buzzing. Win, win, and keep winning. Always win. Still win. The game was only played for about 5 times, and Qin Yuan earned another 30 million. It is indeed a high-end game. The feeling of winning money is different now. Number 5 and number 7 looked at each other, and then they both looked at the dealer. Meaning, the pigs are fattened, time to slaughter them. This pig-killing plate. The casino's routine is usually to let customers win some money first, and then let them lose. Keep losing. They will have the feeling of wanting to recover their capital. They will only remember the feeling of winning money, and will not care how much they lost. In the end, what awaits these gamblers are shackles and traps. No one is spared. Unless you have strong connections and wealth in this city, you are just a lamb to be slaughtered. The dealer started dealing cards, but his eyes kept turning away. This time he deliberately tampered with the cards, preparing to give Qin Yuan a good hand. Only good cards can make people get carried away, and number 5 will get a better deck of cards to finish off the game and kill Qin Yuan instantly. When the cards are cut and dealt, Qin Yuan noticed it and a mocking smile appeared on his face. Are you showing off your hand speed in front of me? What are you pretending? This time, Yin Qianxi was the one to look at the cards again. After reading the bottom card, she showed a surprised expression. At this moment, everyone present is completely sure that she is not a good actress. This guy is really a naive person. Then Qin Yuan's trump card this time might be really good. I don't understand why a big shot like Qin Yuan brought her with him to gamble. It's understandable if he brought her with him to stay in a hotel. Bringing a woman like this to gamble isn't just giving away money, like a money transport truck that throws money around, calling everyone to quickly bring sacks to load the money. When putting the money in, you have to shout, there are coins. There are coins. Number 1, secret bet of 1 million. Number 2, bet 2 million. Number 3 and number 4 abstained. Number 5, follow the blind bet of 1 million. Number 6, bet 2 million. Number 7, follow the blind bet of 1 million. Qin Yuan, raise the bet to 5 million. Numero 1 abstains. Numero 2 abstains. Number 5, secret bet of 3 million. Number 6, 6 million yuan. Number 7, secret bet of 3 million. Qin Yuan, raise the bet to 10 million. After another round, Qin Yuan raised the amount to 20 million. Passerby number 6 finally couldn't stand the pressure and opened Qin Yuan's card. Sent away naturally. At the end of the 4th round, Qin Yuan raised the bet again. Raised to 50 million. Number 5, follow the blind bet of 25 million. Scarfman number 7 no longer chooses to force his way in, but chooses to cover for his teammates, and also checks if Qin Yuan's cards have changed. 25 million hidden bet. The card number 8 is drawn. Let the card competition begin. The dealer checked the cards of the 2 people and found that there was no problem. Everything was going as expected. He gave number 5 a subtle look, signaling him to place his bet without any worries. The card comparison is over. Number 8 wins. The game continues. The spectators present were even more nervous than Qin Yuan and the short fat man number 5. At this time, the chips on the stage had reached 222 million. Qin Yuan only has the last 50 million left, so he can only open the cards. Let's open the 50 million card. Yin Cc, show us our trump cards. Yun Qianxi opened the first card, which was the king of spades, the second was the king of clubs, and the third was the king of diamonds. Leopard KKK, the biggest card besides AAA. No wonder Yun Qianxi looked as if she had seen a ghost after seeing the cards. This kind of cards may not come out even after playing for days and nights. Yun Qianxi looked at the chips in front of her. Her eyes turned into ingots, and she consciously stretched out her hands, wanting to help Qin Yuan take them into her arms. But unexpectedly, he was stopped by the other party. Hey, little girl, I haven't revealed my cards yet. Huh, could it be that you have 3 aces? Ha. How could it be such a coincidence? Sorry, it's just a coincidence. The short fat man held up 3 cards. I happen to be 3. Hey, ha. Cool. He threw it hard on the table with a slight snapping sound, and he felt that his posture at this moment was so cool. Bring it on. Worship me. Admire me. Everyone present was shocked. Fuck, it's actually 3 aces. But this A. How come? The short and fat man took all the chips into his arms and couldn't wait to invite Yin Qianxi. My little beauty, if you are willing to spend a night with me today, I will give you 1 million. Then he sneered at Qin Yuan. Ha, kid. So what if you have 3 kings? Can you beat my 3 aces? You'll still lose everything like a stray dog. I think you are just Lao Su, what are you doing? That's my bargaining chip. 7 came over and pulled the short fat man away, with shame in his eyes, and said through gritted teeth, you better take a closer look at your cards first, so as not to embarrass yourself. The short and fat man was stunned when he heard this. Then he looked at his cards. Pupils suddenly shrank. Oh shit, it is indeed 3 A's. But all 3 are. Ace of spades? 3 aces of spades? All aces of spades. Are you guys drinking in a bar? How so? He raised his head and looked at Qin Yuan in shock. The other party had changed his cards in front of everyone without even touching them. Or with the help of the dealer and a teammate. All 3 of them cheated at the same time and still changed their whole cards in front of others? Master. Supermaster. So scary. What kind of monster is this? The legendary gambling saint? The scarf man has already realized the power of Qin Yuan's tricks and knows that he and others are no match for him. Let's go and ask the master to come out of the mountain. The short and fat man looked convinced at this moment. I lost. Your skill is truly superb. May I ask your name? Qin Yuan is puzzled. Means? Superb? Actually 2 steps. Just walk up to you and change the cards. It's just 1 billion times faster. You just can't see clearly. What? You're not convinced? Don't be so proud, kid. Wait for my master to come and teach you a lesson. Chapter 23. The stakes are your lives. Same old story. After beating the younger one, the older one comes. Can't you try a new trick? Just when Qin Yuan thought the person coming was an old man, a young man who looked to be in his 20s came out from behind the door. Or a bug man who has rejuvenated himself. The lifespan of a perfect insect man can reach 150 to 200 years. He can perfectly maintain his appearance and look like a 25-year-old until his death. You can also make yourself look old, but it is still difficult to make minor adjustments. If you do it wrong, your whole face will become distorted. Qin Yuan frowned slightly. He could clearly smell the smell of insects and beasts on the other person from a distance. But Old Sun could not detect any breath from Qin Yuan, as if there was nothing in front of him. He was clearly standing there. But my feeling told me that there was no living person in front of me, only nothingness. As soon as Mr. Sun entered the room, he felt Qin Yuan's gaze, and a drop of cold sweat flowed down his forehead. What's this? Is it a demon? Is it a ghost? It could be either. It just can't be human. Definitely not human. Oh shit. My evil brother has cheated me. Mr. Sun's guess was not wrong. Qin Yuan can indeed be regarded as a kind of divine creature now, and Old Sun will only come up to say hello. I'm Sun Jingxing. Nice to meet you. Qin Yuan. Sun Jingxing smiled awkwardly. The two sides shook hands and sat opposite each other. Friend Qin, can you spare the Ma family casino? We will accept the loss today. Master, the scarf man and the short fat man hurried forward. They thought the teacher didn't know how much Qin Yuan had won and were about to persuade him. A trace of anger flashed across Sun Lao's face. Evil disciples, why don't you two get out of here? Qin Yuan smiled. He came here to seek revenge today. Dog bites dog. That's even more interesting. Okay, if you win the bet, everything will be fine. Sun Lao's eyes lit up when he heard this. Oh, gamble? Isn't this a supernatural being that comes to fight? Sun Lao smiled. Insects and beasts are in power, and the extraordinary are rampant. If the opponent uses force, it seems that 10 of me are not his opponent. But if you want to compete with gambling skills, then Sun Zhongxing is stable. I make a living by gambling. Gambling, not afraid. So, Qin Xiaoyu is very confident in his gambling skills. Isn't it the same with you? Sun Lao laughed. Haha, good. Since you are so confident, how about we go all in and decide the outcome in one go? Qin Yuan agreed without hesitation. Okay, let's decide the winner in one round. It's a deal. I'm going to the bathroom first. The game will start in 10 minutes. 5 minutes. If you exceed this time, you don't need to come. Can. Old Sun went out, holding his stomach. As soon as he left the room, he stopped pretending. A murderous look flashed in his eyes. He looked at his two apprentices, the scarf man and the short fat man. Prepare the props for cheating, and call our private armed forces over to deal with any emergency at any time. Yes, ×2. It is better to be safe than sorry. No matter how strong the insect people are now, they're nothing but trash in front of guns. 5 minutes passed in a flash. Qin Yuan was not idle during this period. He placed bets everywhere in the hall. Win, win, win. The gambling amount reached 320 million. Begin the gambling. Mr. Sun and Qin Yuan sat at each end of the table, more than 7 meters apart. The beautiful dealer is dealing cards in the middle. 1, 2, 3. Because it's all in, there aren't that many bells and whistles. Mr. Sun directly showed his 3 cards. Ace of spades, ace of clubs, ace of hearts. The biggest leopard AAA. The beautiful dealer stopped pretending and turned over the remaining cards, revealing 42 cards of different colors. Completely cut off Qin Yuan 235's path. Dead end. Mr. Sun and the dealer smiled proudly. Let's see how you turn the tables now. 235 is useless. 3 aces of the same color do not exist. There is no bigger card than the ace of leopards. All back roads are blocked. Mr. Sun said modestly. I won. I'm so sorry, Mr. Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan grinned. I haven't revealed my cards yet. Isn't it too early to draw conclusions now? The short fat man jumped out first. Stop pretending. There is nothing bigger than the ace of leopard on the field, unless you use 4 cards to make a bomb. Ha ha. This round is a decisive victory. There is no solution. Just admit defeat, young man. Pity. Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes and smiled. He was certainly not the kind of person who would cheat by playing 4 cards. Yin Qianxi, show them our trump cards. The cards are revealed. See a touch of red. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. 3 red jokers. The short fat man immediately slammed the table and stood up. Fuck, where did the joker come from in poker? How dare you cheat? Qin Yuan slammed the table and stood up, glaring at. You bastard, you still dare to say that? From the cards to the table, to the people. How could you not cheat? Just tell me whether 3 kings are better than 3 aces. The short fat man is speechless. But your joker card doesn't follow the rules. Rules? My rules are the rules. Old Sun also stood up with an angry look on his face. Master Qin, you're making it very difficult for us. Difficult? Then don't do it. Qin Yuan lifted up a 1-ton table with his bare hands and fell straight towards Mr. Sun. Old Sun took it with his bare hands in human form, and veins popped out on his arms. Red eyes. Qin Shower. You're going too far. I want you to die. Qin Yuan teleported to his side like a ghost. Raise your hand and punch. Boom. Bang. In an instant, the head exploded, blood splattered, and an insect crystal fell out. Mr. Sun didn't even have a chance to transform into a bug man. Perfect insect man dead. Instant seconds. You know, this is a perfect level insect man, a super powerful existence of the early overlord, a terrifying creature that can fight 100 at a time, and is not comparable to ordinary insect men. Even if it is a perfect insect man that can only be dealt with by hundreds of special forces. Still unable to make a move in front of Qin Yuan. One hit kill. Gene feedback. Absorb 5 activated perfect gene. Leech. My own mythical gene still has no movement, or the opponent's quality is too low. Besides, the leech's survival ability is not very good. It will be killed by one punch. I thought he was a strong man, but that's it. The 20 private special forces who had been waiting outside the door for a long time immediately rushed into the room and fired wildly at Qin Yuan. Kill. Revenge for Elder Sun. Did-da. 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 Outside the house, I heard a burst of gunfire. After a few seconds, there was silence. Deathly silence. No screaming, no wailing. There was only a dead silence and a sickening smell of blood. Scarlet blood flowed out from the crack of the door, staining the carpet red. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps came from the room. The person who came out was not Mr. Sun or the Special Forces soldiers they thought, but Qin Yuan, who was holding Yun Xinchi. Just a glance. The guests all panicked and immediately ran away screaming. Qin Yuan shouted, I didn't say you could leave. Who dares to leave early? The game isn't over yet. Next is the last bet. The stakes for this bet are your lives. Chapter 24, the last game. Bar entrance. The white-haired uncle had been waiting for more than an hour. After Qin Yuan left with the girl, there was no news at all. He paced back and forth anxiously, repeatedly looking at the time on his phone. I can't help but murmur in my heart. You won't let anyone fool you, will you? No way. How dare he? Then he rejected this idea. This is the Ma family's territory. Who is so bold as to steal the woman of the young master of the Ma family? Are you tired of living? Another 10 minutes passed until the greasy fat man came to look for the goods himself. Lao Luo, why are you here alone? Where's the goods? White-haired Lao Luo was dumbfounded. Goods? Didn't Lurini bring the goods to Ma Xiao? What do you mean by passerby A and passerby B? What are you talking about? Lurini. Passerby B? God TM passerby. Oh shit. I was tricked. The white-haired uncle's face changed drastically, and I clenched my fists so tightly that my nails dug into my flesh. Gnashing of teeth. Fatty, I was fooled. The other party took the goods away, but I'm sure that the person must still be in the casino. Let's go and find him. Don't worry, Lao Luo. Wait for me to contact Ma Xiao. When Ma Xiao and his men rushed to the casino box, they ran into Qin Yuan, who had just killed someone. The thugs who didn't understand the situation took the lead. Where did this bastard come from to cause trouble in our paradise casino? Qin Yuan didn't even look at him. Black Dragon, go. Bite him. The black snake wrapped around his hand flashed its eyes and attacked instantly, moving as fast as lightning. Puff! It pierced through the opponent's head and then quickly returned to Qin Yuan's arm. All of the above happened in the blink of an eye, and no one had time to react. The younger brother had already received his lunchbox and announced GG on the spot. That's it. The hall was suddenly in complete silence. The guests did not even dare to breathe. Their legs began to sway. Oh my God, what was that just now? Jewel, the person died? Qin Yuan smiled at everyone again, speaking in a gentle tone. We have come here specifically to cause trouble for the Ma family. All unrelated personnel have 1 minute to leave. This is your only chance to survive. Of course, people from the Ma family, please be more aware of yourself. If anyone dares to run, I will kill them on the spot. Start the countdown. As soon as the words fell, everyone ran out like crazy. Don't push me, you bitch. Wang Xiong, you bastard, you just called me little darling. And now you're calling me a bitch? Get out of here. Run. Run. Help. The wealthy people who used to be dignified and elegant now looked hideous and rushed out of the door one after another. There were several people who were trampled to death. The entire venue was in chaos. If any Ma family guard tried to escape during the chaos, the Black Dragon would instantly pierce his head. After 3 minutes, almost everyone who could walk had finished walking. There are 107 staff members in the hall, 45 thugs, and 12 well-dressed core managers of the Ma family. The staff can leave now. The thugs and the Ma family members stay. I will only kill those who should be killed. Finally, 57 people were left. Okay, everyone who is not involved is left. Let's play a game now. If you win, I won't kill you. Choose a representative to play with me. Ma Xiao was the most senior person present. He was pushed forward by everyone with a frightened look on his face. I almost cried the moment I saw Qin Yuan face to face. This is a vicious god who kills without blinking an eye. More than a dozen members of the Ma family have fallen in a pool of blood. Brother, I can give you money. Please don't kill me. Be good. Don't be afraid. Just play a game with me. I'll let you go if you win. Besides, we're playing something you're good at, so you have a good chance of winning. By the way, what game can you play? I can roll the dice and guess the size. Qin Yuan immediately asked his thugs to bring 2 sets of dice. Each goo contains 7 dice. Guessing the size is boring. Let's guess the number, and whoever guesses correctly wins. Qin Yuan still has something to say. That is, all final interpretation rights belong to me. Play. What I mean is that I am playing with you. As long as I am happy. Without waiting for the other party to refute, Qin Yuan began to shake the dice. Crash, crash. Bang. Cover on the seat. Ma Xiao is also desperate and can only fight with his back to the water. Grit your teeth and make up your mind. Let's go for it. He also used his unique dice-shaking skills, stood up and shook the dice. He put it on the table with a thud, and then said respectfully to Qin Yuan, "You guess first." Qin Yuan put one hand on the table and propped up his chin and said without thinking, 143, 3223. What? Seeing that the other party could blurt out the answer, Ma Xiao couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Only the scarf man at the scene knew very well how powerful Qin Yuan's gambling skills were. It's a sure loss. No chance of winning. If the other party can change the cards without anyone noticing, then changing the dice points is also the same as playing, right? In the eyes of fear and expectation of the crowd, Ma Xiao slowly uncovered the dice. My eyes widened instantly. My points are 233, 1333. Can't say the guess is exactly the same. I can only say it's irrelevant. At this time, the scarf man number 7 made a 6 sign to Ma Xiao. Ma Xiao immediately understood. I guess you were 7 sixes. Qin Yuan unlocks the dice. 666, 6666. 7 6 points. Wow, it's really amazing. It is indeed a hybrid breed born from the head of the Ma family and his daughter-in-law. Before Ma Xiao could get angry, Qin Yuan's next words made him feel scared. You guessed it right. Black Flood Dragon. Kill them all except him. A green light flashed in the black snake's eyes, and it instantly turned into the black god of death. Swish, swish, swish. A few black rays flashed by, and all the people behind Ma Xiao fell down. Ma Xiao cried, his face wrinkled. No, you said you would let us go after you win. Qin Yuan's mouth curled up into a smile. Huh? What does the person Black Snake killed have to do with me, Qin Yuan? I'm warning you not to slander me. Be careful of lawyers' letters. Ma Xiao's eyes were bulging and bloodshot. His face was full of fear, and he asked loudly, Who are you? Why do you want to destroy my Ma family's farm when we have no grudges against each other? You have to give me a reason, right? Reason? Qin Yuan was stunned. I really haven't thought about it. A human trafficker says to you, give me a reason before you kill me. You can't say that we had a grudge in our previous life, and I'm a petty person who will hold a grudge against him for my whole life, right? Doesn't it match your personality? Qin Yuan touched his chin and thought for a rare second. Reason? And that's right. You just stepped into the door with your left foot first. I don't like the way you entered the door. So I'm going to kill your whole family. How about that reason? Ma Xiao opened his eyes. This reason. Are you too lazy to make it up? Ma Xiao suddenly realized. He was sure to die today. When he thought of this, he collapsed to the ground. Can you give me a quick death? No, no, no. Qin Yuan stretched out his index finger and shook it in front of Ma Xiao. I said I won't kill you, so I won't kill you. I'm a person of integrity. There is a glimmer of hope in Ma Xiao's eyes. It didn't expect that it could survive. Really? Of course it's true. Qin Yuan smiled evilly, shrugged, and smiled evilly. Young people, you're the first villain in 2 lifetimes who believes in me so much. Chapter 25. Bincheng Military Base. Open fire. Paradise Casino. Underground floor. I beg you, kill me. I don't want to live anymore. I don't want to live. Help! Oh, Mom. Ma Xiao was crying with tears and snot. He knew very well what kind of torture he would suffer when Qin Yuan took him to the second underground floor, because this was the prison room used by the Ma family to torture others, known as the Little Myanmar prison. The majority were young girls, and there were hundreds of girls who were barely clothed. Then there are the young women, who are made into production machines and imprisoned here for the pleasure of the rich. Children are used as a backup for a human meat feast to entertain guests. Men are the worst off. Not only are they tortured every day, they are also forced to work. After matching the right organs, they will be directly transplanted. There are also many wealthy people who will eat well-done meat in front of them. What is well done? It means just chewing it directly, and the bloodiness is comparable to that of a slaughterhouse. It's no exaggeration to say that this place is hell on earth. No one knows how long this place has existed, but once the crimes here are exposed, even exterminating all 10 clans would not be too much. Black Dragon, untie all the restraints and release them. Karma. You'll always have to pay for what you've done. How did you treat yourself and your best friends in your previous life? Now let these evil people experience it for themselves. Tool Snake Black Flood is dispatched. The clicking sound continued. To Ma Xiao, this sound was like a death warrant. Every time he opened a lock, his body trembled a little. Almost everyone here knew him, because his favorite thing to do on weekdays is to torture the prisoners in the prison and watch them wail in pain. Master Qin, I beg you to kill me. Let all this end. Whoa, don't cry. Master Ma, where have we come yet? This is just the beginning. You will live here for the next month, with free food and lodging, and you don't even have to pay rent. What a great thing. Ma Xiao cried even harder. His voice became hoarse. Qin Yuan remained unmoved and first released the ragged girls. He also taught them how to use knives and how to cut the meat into thin slices, so that a person could be cut 3,000 times without dying. These techniques were the dissection skills of the last 10 years of the last days, and they were not easily passed on to others. More than 100 girls tried one by one, and the timid ones let the brave ones plan for them. Then there are girls, boys, young women. Finally, it's the man's turn. You're welcome, just don't kill yourself. More than 40 men took turns playing poker with Ma Xiao in the room. The screams were endless. Ma Xiao kept shouting that he saw his great-grandmother, saw God, and so on. Qin Yuan left the Ma family's grounds and saw that Yun Qinshi in his arms had not woken up yet, so he woke her up very gently. Follow me, left hand, right hand, slow motion. Raise your hand. Snap, snap. Oh, what? Having a nightmare again. I don't know why, but my face hurts so much, like I was hit by 2 big pussies. Qin Yuan smiles. It must be a nightmare. Now that the Ma family has been destroyed, you are free. Don't get caught again. You won't be so lucky next time to meet a kind-hearted person like me. Yun Qinshi looked at Qin Yuan with a shy face. Brother Qin, I have nowhere to go now. Can I follow you? Qin Yuan's expression changed, and he pouted in disdain. Reject. You are too low class. Let's wait until we can become perfect. Just a school beauty. Being pretty doesn't make you a meal. If it's a city flower, a provincial flower, a state flower, you can also consider the national flower. What level is the campus beauty? What level am I? After saying that, Qin Yuan turned around, wings grew out from his back, and he soared into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yun Cece was left alone, stunned in the same place. What is the perfect level? Also, why can Brother Qin fly? Is he really an angel? Is he an angel sent by God to save me? Oops. Yun Cece quickly covered her red face. I'm not shy. Rather, my face hurts. It hurts so much, as if I was hit by 2 big slaps at full force. This is the first time that my dream has been so real. The time has come to 17:55, 5 minutes earlier than planned. Ariel. Qin Yuan began to transform into a complete insect man form, with 6 dark crystal wings growing on his back. The height grew to 3.3 meters, and the blue crystal bone blade stretched out like a blue and red gem under the sunset. Ancient dark crystal emperor ant. A bright and colorful light streaked across the dark sky, flying towards the military base in Bincheng. He wanted to transfer all the people from Bincheng military base to avoid disrupting his plan. I can also brush up some reputation tonight to prepare for the next plan. Prelude to a major event. About to play. At this time, the air defense alarm sounded at the Bincheng military base. The entire base is under threat. Wuhum, wuhum, wuhum. The red alarm illuminated the base in blood red. Everyone hurriedly put on their armor and took up their weapons. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Emergency Assembly. Prevention and Control Center. Base Defense Minister, Gao Bing. Arrive at the control room as soon as possible. What's going on? Why did the first-level air defense alarm sound? Are there enemy fighter planes? The air defense team leader stood at attention and saluted, then reported. Report to the colonel. An unidentified flying object is flying towards our base at supersonic speed and is expected to arrive in 3 minutes. It is possible that it is an enemy fighter jet. We are using satellite positioning to take pictures. Beep beep. Satellite images are out. The speed was too fast, and I could only blur a shiny object in the photo. It didn't look like a fighter jet. What would that be? But no matter what it is, it can't be a good thing if the other party comes to the military base. Unkind. Initiate war plan. All weapons are ready to go. The troops that are currently carrying out the purge plan nearby are to recall 5,000 of them to defend the base, and the remaining 15,000 will continue with the extermination plan. Upon hearing this, the adjutant immediately went down to pass on the order. Time passed by minute, and the entire base was on high alert. Countless gun barrels were pointed towards the southwest. Just wait for the colonel's order, and everyone will open fire. Gao Bing stood inside the air raid room, feeling a little uneasy for some reason. The air defense team reminded, "Here it comes." I saw a colorful stream of light streaking across the sky, and a figure in blue crystal armor hovered above the base. The colonel was stunned. It's this super dangerous insect man, Dark Crystal Emperor Ant. What is it doing here? Is it dissatisfied with our purge plan? Is it here to declare war? The colonel apparently did not realize the seriousness of the problem, and he directly ordered, no matter what its plan is, coming to provoke me at Bincheng Base will be the decision it regrets most in its life. Open fire. Shoot me down. Receive. The order has been given. Open fire immediately in the base. Did-da, did-da. Whoosh, whoosh. Countless heavy weapons fired, rocket launchers, anti-aircraft guns fired, dragging a long white tail and hitting the sky. Qin Yuan looked at the various hot weapons attacking him coldly, opened his hands, and used his genetic skills. Dark Crystal Shield. Buzz. Instant. A perfect spherical honeycomb shield appeared, completely wrapping Qin Yuan's body inside. Bullets hitting it could not cause any ripples. Then the missile rushed over and hit the shield. White light comes on. Boom. BLMM. BLMM. The sky was filled with dazzling flames and thick white smoke, accompanied by continuous explosions. On the ground, the orange-yellow muzzle flames rose without stopping for a moment, and the bullet shells dropped on the ground could pile up into a small mountain. The dark muzzles of the guns were all red from firing, but the soldiers were still loading ammunition. The entire Bincheng military base was filled with the pungent smell of gunpowder. Chapter 26 Divine Punishment. Above the sky, after 10 minutes of artillery fire, the entire base was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Thick smoke appeared in the sky, and it was impossible to lock onto the target location. Inside the base's air defense monitoring room, Colonel Gao was staring at the screen in front of him, afraid of missing a single kill scene, but he could only see thick smoke all over the screen. Although he didn't know what the purpose of this insect man's arrival was. It's always right to eliminate it in advance. After all, it is impossible for insects and humans to coexist peacefully. Those who are not my kind must have different hearts. Activate the life detector to see if that guy is dead. A clicking sound. Open a few holes in the ground. Something like an antenna dish stretched out from the ground and pointed at the sky. Green light was searching left and right in the smoke. Beep beep. Super strong life energy reaction. The reaction intensity exceeds level 5. Definition: ultra dangerous creature. Ding ding ding. The intensity of the reaction continues to rise. The current reaction intensity is undetectable. Undetectable. Level 1 is equivalent to the energy of 100 people, and level 5 is equivalent to the energy of more than 500 people. It is impossible to solve it without a 1,000-man army and heavy firepower equipment. Level 1 to 3 is dangerous. Level 4 high-risk organisms. Level 5 is a critically endangered species. There is no definition for levels above level 5. There are nearly 6,000 soldiers in the base now. Can't they take down a super dangerous creature? But the other side can't detect the creature, so we have to think about it a little bit. Colonel Gao thought for a second and immediately gave the order. Strong attack. Keep attacking. Suppress with firepower hit. Hit hard. We must wipe out the other party in benching today. You must never let the other person grow up. To nip all dangers in the bud. Before the order was given to the troops, something unexpected happened outside. In the sky, Qin Yuan is still floating. Passive attack is not his style. He's going to fight back. I saw his wings flapping outwards suddenly, and a gust of wind blew away the smoke, revealing his dazzling body. A magnetic voice sounded in everyone's mind. Mortals, feel the pain, feel expansion, divine punishment. But what he silently said in his heart was, Emperor's domain, open, duong. Instant, an invisible ripple spread out, like a stone dropped into a calm lake. The ripples swept through everyone present. Everyone's eyes were dazed, and they were instantly pulled into the spiritual realm, where they were tortured. There were too many people pulled in, and Qin Yuan couldn't kill them all. He could only knock them out at most. After all, my current genetic development is only 4. There were more than 7,000 people in the base, including the staff, and all of them were killed instantly. After knocking everyone out, Qin Yuan floated in the sky, like a king looking down at his territory. It's not impossible to kill them, it's just not the time yet. Bincheng, the generals who were leading the team, were also paying close attention to the situation at the base and called. Sizzle, this is the 1st Brigade, calling headquarters. Calling headquarters. Repeat again. No one answered. Lieutenant Colonel guessed that the base was in danger. Contact the nearby teams. Come back for help. Inner prayer. Base commander, please be careful. It will be better to die. If you die, won't I be able to take over? The same situation was happening all over the city, and they were too busy trying to kill the insects. After all, my home is about to be lost. Why should I pay off the wild monsters? Return to defense. Return to defense quickly. Pass the message to the surrounding troops and return to defend. All 15,000 troops in the city are rushing towards the Bincheng military base. At the same time, the insect team in the villa also began to take action. They ran to the Ma family manor, where there were many villas and high-rise residential buildings, all of which were inhabited by the Ma family and their servants. The main targets of Sanhu this time are the immediate family members of the Ma family, as well as some of their lackeys who have done many evil things. Who in the underworld doesn't know about their activities? Drug trafficking, forcing women into prostitution, gambling, human trafficking. It can be said that he does everything except good things. And he is getting bolder and bolder. Now he even dares to provoke a terrifying boss like Qin Yuan. I'm so tired of living. Shouho, take 2 brothers to the 2nd underground floor of Black Street, 351, to control those doctors and nurses. I will take the other brothers to Ma's manor to arrest people. Yes, boss. The shriveled elite monkey mutant ran to the Black Street with an ordinary poisonous caterpillar and an ordinary toad. Sanhu led the remaining 11 insect people to the Ma family manor. Although the insect people took secret passages along the way, they were inevitably seen by some passers-by. A large group of 2 or 3 meter tall monsters were walking through the alley, and several timid people were frightened to death when they saw this scene. Passers-by also called the police. But now the police and the army have no time to care about these things. Everyone's attention is attracted by the Bincheng military base. Even many reporters in the city drove like crazy to the Bincheng military base, where big news that would shock the whole country might happen. The mutants were so fast that they reached the Ma family manor in just 10 minutes. They may have heard the news that things have been a bit uneasy in recent days, so they have stepped up their security efforts. There were 8 bodyguards standing guard at the door, each holding an AK rifle. The 4-meter-high wall is not high enough for the insects, so Sanhu decided to attack from the side and avoid direct conflict with the enemy. Come on, let's turn over. Sanhu took the lead and jumped over the wall. The insects followed suit, jumping over the wall one after another. They landed with a thumping sound, but were still discovered by the patrol. A light shone over, and the insects subconsciously covered their eyes. A huge insect figure appeared before the eyes of humans. Ooh, fuck. It's not a human. It's a monster. Enemy attack. Sanhu knew that the truth had been revealed, and he no longer hid it. He roared. Attack from both inside and outside. All insects attacked together. Chapter 27 Empty the magazine. Outside Ma's manor, the insects at the door launched an attack. They lifted up the surrounding trees, trash cans, and cars to block themselves and charged at the guards at the door. The gene development of ordinary insect people is only about 2 to 4, which is equivalent to the strength index of 4 to 5 people, plus their huge bodies. The impact is as powerful as a rhino. If hit once, an ordinary person will surely die. The captain of the bodyguard at the door reacted immediately and picked up the intercom to call for support. Shot. Shoot now. This is Dong Demon. We are being invaded by the enemy. Requesting support. Requesting support. Did-da. Did-da. Flames rising. The first bugman was shot into a sieve in an instant. The second bugman rushed over pushing a car, which blocked hundreds of bullets. Wait until you get close. Many insects behind the car jumped up and rushed to the front. Roar. Kill. One of the 7-spotted ladybugs relied on its armor and killed the most people with the guns it picked up from the ground. There were 8 bodyguards plus the 6 bodyguards rushing out of the pavilion, a total of 14 people, and it killed 5 of them alone, equivalent to killing 1/3. Looking at the body lying in a pool of blood, the 7-spotted ladybug couldn't help but wipe the saliva from the corner of its mouth. Unfortunately, the boss said we can't eat it. I don't know why. Human flesh and blood has an indescribable temptation to the insect man. There's a voice in his head saying, eat it, eat it. But Brother Sanhu warned, humans eating humans will cause genetic collapse. These humans must not be eaten. Can only eat Zerg gene fragments. What a pity. Inside the manor, the gunshots had stopped and more than 20 human bodies lay on the ground. There are also several insect corpses. The entire manor is very large, covering thousands of acres, and the ground is not flat. There's a large lake in the middle of the manor, which has dried up during the dry season. After a while, after the inner and outer insect teams joined together, Sanhu began to count the casualties. The insects also suffered heavy casualties. 13 insects, 6 dead, 1 seriously injured, 6 slightly injured. There are only 6 Zerglings left that can fight. The enemy may have a backup plan, so we must not take it lightly. 3 bugs in 1 group. Attack the main fort from the north and south sides. 3-3 system, offensive play. The insect squad dispersed and headed towards the largest manor castle. At the same time, Gujan, the chief guard, is coming from the south gate with 20 men to provide support. No one responded to Dong Demon. It is estimated that it has fallen. Captain, do you mean that the other party is no longer at the east gate? Then where will they go? Gujan thought for a moment. Guess the other party's purpose. Ma's immediate family. Let's go. Change the route to the main castle. All armed bodyguards immediately changed their route to the main castle. The insect team, led by Sanhu, ran into the bodyguards on the road. The difference is that the bugs hide in the dark, while the bodyguards drive bulletproof SUVs swaggering on the cement road of the manor. Under the cover of night, 3 insect men hid in the gap between the puddle and the cliff on the bridge. Seeing the armed forces entering the main fort, Sanhu felt a headache. What to do? For bulletproof SUVs. More than 20 fully armed bodyguards. I may not be able to handle this group of injured insects. Are we going to give up this plan? Sanhu's brain worked quickly, and he came up with several feasible plans in an instant. Plan A. Use the Emperor to control the princes. Plan B. Lure the tiger away from the mountain. You two, find a way to make some noise to attract the bodyguard's attention. I'll go catch the leader. The 2 younger brothers immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, we all listened to Brother Tiger. 3 bug men climbed up the wall along the rock wall and crossed to the other side along the bridge. From a distance, we saw armed men arriving at the main fort gate. The 2 insect men stood under the big tree, posing coquettishly. They put one hand on the ankle and began to stroke upwards. They looked at the human bodyguards seductively and gave him a wink. Then blow a kiss with those fat lips. The bodyguard spotted them, and then, fuck you. You. How disgusting. Kill them. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. 5 or 6 bodyguards gnashed their teeth and fired wildly into the woods. On the other side of the house, 3 insect men had already reached their destination and, under the cover of gunfire, launched a sneak attack on the bodyguards. Successfully killed 2 bodyguards. The other people noticed and started to shoot, forcing the 3 to temporarily avoid the attack. Gujan wanted to order everyone to gather together, but he felt a chill on his neck. Sanhu had already gone around behind him without knowing when, and his sharp nails were pressed against his neck. Sanhu's tone was cold. You are just doing the job for money. Is it necessary to throw away your life for a salary of tens of thousands of dollars? Let them put down their guns. Ancient war is quite tough. Oomph. No problem. Everyone, put your guns down. Everyone looked at each other and gradually stopped pointing their guns at Sanhu and pointed them at the ground. Seeing this, Sanu didn't waste any words and directly stated his purpose. The Ma family must be taken away today. Gu family can't afford to offend the person behind me. Even the government has to respect him. Gujan's expression remained unchanged, but his heart was filled with turmoil. The other party actually knew that I was from the Gu family, and he was so confident that he couldn't afford to offend me. What does it mean that the official authorities have to give it some respect? Could he be a member of the royal family? No matter what, saving your own life is the most important thing now. My friend, Gujan, admit defeat. Take the Ma family away with you. A dark-skinned young woman was immediately displeased when she heard this and rushed out of the house. She was the 27th wife of the Ma family and had not yet enjoyed enough of the splendor and wealth. How could she be willing to be kidnapped? I heard that this is the Morse imported from abroad by the Ma family. She yelled, Gujan, how dare you? It was your Gu family that agreed to keep our Ma family safe. If you dare to leave now, I will tell you all the dirty deeds of the Gu family. Don't think it will be easy for everyone. Gujan lowered his eyebrows and couldn't help but sigh. This SB, don't you consider the occasion? Don't you even look at the situation? Just know it's bullshit. Skillfully pulled out the AK-47. Da-da-da-da. I emptied the gun of 30 rounds, reloaded 30 rounds, and fired another round. Excuse me, Big Brother Bug, I'm going to clean up the garbage. Do you mind? Sanu glanced at the mud on the ground. I guess it's no use bringing this back. It's up to you. The rest of the people in the house belong to me. Gujan made a gesture. Okay, the Gu family is best at keeping themselves safe. Slip away. Chapter 28 You? Not qualified yet. Outside, Bincheng military base. The area within 1 kilometer was completely blocked by the army. No one knew what happened inside, but even standing a few kilometers away, one could see the figure floating in the air. It was the one that went viral on the internet a few days ago. Dark Crystal Emperor Ant. The dazzling figure of the deep blue crystal is so sparkling and dazzling. Like a bright moon, it stands above the base. It is like a guiding star, hanging in the night sky. Strangely enough, the army did nothing about it. Close to the military garrison, a photographer and a beautiful reporter are shooting live. Hello everyone. This is Bincheng TV station. I am Wu Qianqian. Here we bring you the second episode of Uncovering the World. Follow our camera online to watch the real-time tracking report of the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant. As the lens continues to focus, zoom in. The final image is still 4K high definition when it is enlarged 50 times. Qin Yuan's transformation into the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant was shown to the people of Bincheng in high definition for the first time. The head is like a purple ice crystal crown with 2 stream-like tentacles on it, and there are 2 dark blue claws on the mouth. The whole body is covered with sharp barbs and blue crystal blades, and behind it are 6 beautiful dark crystal wings. And the disproportionately thin waist perfectly sets off the body into an inverted triangle shape. This is probably the ultimate weapon in the world. Noble, gorgeous, majestic, and murderous. Wu Qianqian wanted to use her connections to get inside again to check the situation, but was told by the soldiers at the door that a blockade order had been issued and no one was allowed to enter. Then I saw a military vehicle driving in. Then why was he allowed in? You have to know that Wu Qianqian's grandfather is a general. Although he is a retired general, his connections are there. It's easy to get a small soldier. Soldier scratching his head in embarrassment. It was the officer who came out in time to explain to Wu Qianqian. That's a general sent by the central government, who came here to recruit the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant. Recruitment. Wu Qianqian is a 3rd-generation military officer. She has recently learned some inside information about the insect people, which can be roughly classified into one word. Kill. The higher-ups only gave the Zerg a plan to eliminate them. We must kill all the insects. I've never heard of any insect people being able to enjoy the treatment of being recruited. This exclusive news. It will surely shock the whole country. Wu Qianqian looked around, and suddenly her eyes lit up when she saw a colonel she knew. I left the photographer behind and ran over alone. Uncle Zhang, I'm Wu Qianqian. Colonel Zhang didn't recognize it for a moment and searched his memory. The surname Wu, who calls himself Uncle. Wu Qianqian. Could she be that person's granddaughter? Don't ask me for help anymore. The last time I helped your dad, I was put in solitary confinement for a week. Is there anyone in your family who is a spy? Are you here specifically to harm me? No, I must scare her away. Are you the old chief's granddaughter? You're so big now. Come and let your uncle hug you. Colonel Zhang pounced on him like a pervert. Hey, you old man, I need your help with something. I can help you, but you have to agree to an unreasonable request of mine. Seeing Colonel Zhang's wretched look, Wu Qianqian took out a golden token from her pocket. When Colonel Zhang saw the token, he immediately became serious, stood up straight and saluted, looked around, then immediately lowered his head and asked in a low voice, "How did you get the general's order? Shouldn't it be taken back? Don't worry about it. Seeing this token is like seeing a general. Take me in now." Wu Qianqian feels guilty. At this moment, he still pretended to be calm and composed, and he must not let Colonel Zhang find out about his trick. This token is a fake one that was copied and pasted together. Only for acquaintances. Even if it turns out to be fake, it's not a big deal. Alas, let me make it clear first, no filming. Don't worry, I'll go in alone and the photographer will stay outside. It's not like you can't shoot without a camera. This is exclusive news. Why don't I take a video? Want to take a tour of the military base? Colonel Zhang obviously didn't expect that a quiet girl could have so many tricks. He directly passed through the heavy blockade and led Wu Qianqian to the innermost. At this time, the base. All the people who fainted have been sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. The specially dispatched Lieutenant General has arrived at the monitoring room. Lieutenant General Chun is watching the video of Qin Yuan fighting the base and analyzing the opponent's capabilities. Adjutant, please let the negotiation expert test the attitude of this dark crystal emperor ant first. Yes, Chief. After a while, the negotiator shouted into the air with a megaphone. Your Excellency, the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant. I am the Dragon Nation's top negotiator, Zhou Yizhong. Can we come down and discuss in detail? You can put forward any conditions you want. After a full minute, Qin Yuan replied, I don't like your voice. Talk to me with someone else. Huh? This? Zhou Tanyuan looked helplessly at the adjutant beside him. The adjutant immediately stood up and raised his head to shout to the sky. Your Excellency, the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant. I am Major General Wang Xiaojia of the Imperial Headquarters. Can we talk? Another minute passed, and Qin Yuan replied again. Major General of the Headquarters? You're not a high enough level. Please ask someone else to talk to me. This is our Major General. When these words came out, everyone present was shocked. What a grand ceremony. What a crazy Emperor Ant. Yes, you, the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant, are indeed very powerful. You're much more powerful than ordinary insect people. But you're just a powerful insect after all. The energy in your body is limited. If the army really wants to kill you, they may be able to do it with several intercontinental missiles. What's more, there are nuclear bombs as a backup. Even if tens of thousands of troops are sent to attack you, you may not be able to hold out. You actually said that even a major general in our department is not qualified? How arrogant is this? You have to know that the major general of this department is not comparable to ordinary major generals. An average major general can command at most 30,000 to 50,000 armed forces, with some conventional ground-to-air weapons. The major general of the headquarters enjoys the authority of a local lieutenant general and can command 100,000 to 200,000 troops and call on intercontinental missiles. On the ground, Wang Xiaojia clenched his fists and looked up at the sky with anger. What a dark crystal emperor ant. He actually didn't take the generals of the Empire headquarters seriously. How arrogant. Chapter 29. A reward of 1.5 billion. Destroying the disaster. In-room monitoring. Lieutenant General Chun, who was observing secretly, knew that the other party was deliberately trying to intimidate the official organization. Want to get more advantages in the negotiation? You're such a greedy guy. Immediately, there was a smirk on his face. It's good to be greedy. I'm not afraid of your greed. I am afraid of your lack of desire. Money, power, beauty, food, and everything else I can give you, but how much do you eat now? You can spit out the future. Spit it out multiple times. Do you really think that the Empire is an organization that holds charity dinners? Let's go and meet this dark crystal emperor ant. Lieutenant General Chun led several messengers and guards out of the monitoring room and came to the open space in the middle of the base. Look up at the blue sky and the night sky. I am Lieutenant General of the Central Headquarters, Chen Dao. Your Excellency, the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant, can we talk now? Lieutenant General of the Headquarters? The position is not low. Qin Yuan noticed. This should be the highest official that the government can send now. Generals generally do not leave the imperial capital. Moreover, the number of people he has hurt is limited, so the official view is that the risk factor is not high. On the contrary, the threat factor is relatively large. Qin Yuan spoke from high in the sky. I only have one request. From now on, Binchang will be divided into my sphere of influence. All troops will withdraw. Lieutenant General Chen frowned and refused immediately. This is impossible, Your Excellency the Ant King. This is a city with a population of 7 million. Although it is only a small city in Dragon Country. But it is absolutely impossible to give it just by saying so. It's not just a matter of population and territory. This is more about the reputation of the royal family. Giving you the territory means that the authorities are afraid of you. Give in and admit defeat? How is this possible? If I really did that, where would those royal family members who believe they are descendants of the Creator save their face? But there is a compromise. Your Excellency the Ant King, if you are willing to join the Empire, the Prime Minister promised to give you the rank of Major General, and it would not be a problem to assign Bin City to your faction. Qin Yuan finally understood that the other party was trying to recruit him. So there's nothing to talk about? Your Excellency the Ant King, can you change the conditions? I can ask for money, an official position, or a woman. You can set any conditions you want. I will come back in 6 days, and we will talk again then. By then, it won't be as simple as negotiation. Without waiting for the people on the ground to ask again, Qin Yuan disappeared in an instant. Wu Qianqian also quietly put away her phone that she had secretly taken photos of. She caught another shocking piece of news. Recruit the Zerg. Once this matter is exposed, the whole society will be in uproar. On the open space, Lieutenant General Chun sighed. I don't know if the current situation can be maintained after 6 days. There may be changes. The insects are constantly getting stronger. And according to the latest news, the insect plague in several major cities has become so serious that nuclear weapons have to be used. He instructed the adjutant beside him. Immediately report the situation at the Binching military base and raise the danger level of the Ant King by 1 level to natural disaster level. This event is named Shatter Disaster. I suggest that the government offer a reward of 1.5 billion dragon coins and bring its insect head to claim the money. Since recruiting is not possible, then get rid of it to prevent future troubles. Qin Yuan quickly rushed to another place, the 99th floor of the EDD building, the place where Ma Laogo gathered today. He wanted to take revenge in his previous life and knew all his past. Today is the day when several of their big families form an alliance, so they have to give them a generous gift. EDD building, 99th floor ballroom. Ma Inbo was one of the organizers of the banquet. He had received news of the incident at the casino and called a large number of thugs to check it out. But what he didn't know was that his home had been robbed and his family members were all kidnapped and taken to the underworld. Tonight's banquet is very important to the Ma family, and Ma Inbo can't spare the time. Hello everyone, I am Ma Inbo. Today I have invited the 5 major families of Bincheng to form a united alliance. Let's deal with the changes in Bin City together. I believe everyone has recently learned about the army entering the city. The Ma family's intention is to form 5 major chaebol to join forces, swallow up small forces and foreign forces, and preserve themselves in troubled times. The premise is that the Ma family is the leader. Unfortunately, although the other 4 families were willing to move, they were unwilling to give up their dominant position. The 2 sides joked about the division of interests and laughed while chatting. A seemingly unintentional joke may be testing each other's bottom line. This banquet is also to prepare for future alliances. Pity. The protagonist tonight is not the Ma family, not the other 4 families. Rather, there was a loud bang of shattering glass. Bang! Pa! A blue crystal figure appeared above the hall. The guest screamed. Qin Yuan was still holding a head with its eyes open in his hand and threw it in front of Ma Inbo. Old man, this is the gift I brought today. Do you like it? The head rolled on the dining seat, revealing the face. It is the 3rd son of the Ma family, Ma Xiaojia. Ma Inbo's eyes widened instantly, and his eyes were about to burst. No! My son, if you die, what will happen to my huge fortune? Woo-woo. Ma Inbo recalled every little thing about his son in the past. They were so loving and filial, and their family was harmonious. Dad, give me money. Dad, give me money. Get money. Don't spend my money, old man. Well, when I think about it carefully, I don't seem to be that sad. But this revenge must be avenged today. Go. Kill it. Kill it for me. The bodyguard at the side immediately took out a submachine gun and started firing wildly, with yellow-orange flames coming out of the muzzle. The bodyguards also looked very ferocious. But the bullets hit Qin Yuan and made a clanging sound. The moment it hit the armor, the bullet head had already become flat. All fell to the ground. Dozens of guns couldn't even stop it. There are not 7,000 people here. Domain expansion, Emperor's Wrath. Duong. The invisible field enveloped the remaining hundreds of people in the hall. Anyone who fired a gun would be tortured for at least 3 days and 3 nights before dying in agony. Those who fired the gun and had a ferocious expression were tortured for 5 days and 5 nights before dying. Those who fired shots with ferocious expressions and swore would be tortured in the spiritual world for 8 days and nights before dying. Innocent passers-by. Forget it, there are no innocent passers-by who can attend the banquet here. All of them were beaten up in the spiritual world until they passed out. Even the dog that the lady brought got slapped twice. All beings are equal. Everyone has a share. Qin Yuan spread his 6 wings and dragged the terrified Ma family head towards the Black Street. Chapter 30: Humanity in the Black Street Basement. At this time, the underground second floor of Black Street 351. This place has been controlled by the insect people led by the skinny monkey. Not only 40 black-hearted doctors and nurses were found, but also more than 100 goods were detained here. The first type is to take out your heart and lungs. If you're lucky, you can take out your kidneys and live, but if you are unlucky, you will take out your heart and your flesh will be sold. In order to ensure the freshness and tenderness of the ingredients, the doctor will try his best to ensure that the patient completes all of this alive. No anestesia es lice. Unlike casinos, the shareholders here include 3 of the 5 largest Chable families. The Ma family is the largest, followed by the Gao family and the Lin family. Most of the business contacts are from other places, such as wealthy people or high-ranking officials. Sanhu brought the Ma family here and first washed them like washing pigs. Then he was thrown into a cell alone, waiting for Qin Yuan to come and give them a trial. Not long. Qin Yuan then carried the dead head of the Ma family to the second underground floor, where the goods were kept. It's time to pay for the evil you have done. Then he said to the person in the cage, you decide how to punish them. Then open the cage and release the cargo that has been holding grudges for a long time. The Ma family and the black-hearted doctor were torn to pieces by crazy people, but they still couldn't get rid of their hatred. Many people wished to turn their bones into ashes. After everyone had taken revenge, they all sat on the ground and cried loudly. Many of them watched their relatives and friends being carried onto the hospital beds and stabbed to death one by one. The pain and resentment were not relieved after revenge, but a greater sense of loss, a feeling of losing purpose. Many of them are just college students or low-income people who were deceived. No one cares about their life or death. No, there is another one in front of me. They looked at Qin Yuan, and at this moment they seemed to see the Savior. Everyone bowed their heads and prostrated themselves on the ground devoutly. God, please let us follow you. In fact, Qin Yuan was only seeking revenge. Saving these people was not even a convenience. At most, he was just making use of waste and using them as a disposable tool. Follow me. Then Qin Yuan released a terrifying pressure. The Emperor's aura. Although the domain has not been expanded, operating the Imperial aura will also cause a heavy sense of oppression on the spirit. Looking at the group of people in front of me who can't even lift their heads, Qin Yuan shook his head. You are too weak. Everyone was immediately disappointed, and some even felt resentful because of this, lowering their heads and looking at the ground with resentful eyes. A pinch of rice is a favor. A pinch of rice is a grudge. Burning with anger. Didn't you just save us? What's so great about that? Why are you pretending? Did I let you save me? If I had a gun, I would have shot you long ago. You said we were unworthy and made us kneel on the ground. What the hell are you, a monster? I'll call the police and arrest you. The huge malice made Qin Yuan realize it instantly. He is a mythical insect man with super senses. How could you play such tricks in front of him? This is like holding a lantern in the toilet, looking for something to wash. A glance. The third man in black in the first row on the left, and the girl in pink in the fourth row on the right. Both of you stand up. The two of them were the ones who had Qin Yuan in their hearts. Accurately pointed out. At this moment, he stood up with a guilty conscience, not daring to look up at Qin Yuan. I ask, you answer, ladies first. Who saved you? The woman is now in a state of panic. I never thought that one day the term ladies first would bring about such fear. It's you. Great God. So how are you going to repay your lifesaver? Do you want to call the police and have me arrested? The woman was horrified. Why does the monster opposite know what I am thinking? No, 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 no. God, I definitely don't have that kind of thought. Phew. Qin Yuan beheaded the woman with a single knife. Don't try to lie to me. It could be washed. turning his gaze to another man in black. Now it's your turn. Let me ask you, how do you want to repay me? Shoot me to death. The man in black learned his lesson and knelt on the ground with snot and tears streaming down his face. I was wrong. Lord God, please let me go. I have an 80-year-old son and a 3-month-old mother. Qin Yuan interrupted his answer. He didn't want to hear such lame excuses anymore. I will be merciful and give you one chance. As long as you answer one of my questions honestly within 10 seconds, I will not kill you. How about it? Of course, the final right of interpretation belongs to me. The black survivors were overjoyed. Thank you, Lord God. I will answer honestly. What I was thinking was, it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Just wait for me. I will definitely kill you with an AK when I get out. Qin Yuan saw through the other party's inner tricks at a glance, but did not point it out, slowly speaking out his own problems. It's a very simple question. Please answer honestly. What is 10 to the power of 2.5? Math problems? What the hell is 10 to the power of 2.5? Life may deceive you, but mathematics will not. Because no, it won't happen. What the hell does this have to do with honesty? Do I have to make a random guess? Looking behind me, the body still bleeding. Better not to lie. If I just say, I don't know, will the other party find a reason to suddenly make trouble? This kind of big shot shouldn't be like that, right? Just say you don't know. At this time, the girl next to him whispered, approximately equal to 316. The man in black is delighted. I know, it's about 316. Qin Yuan smiled evilly. Wrong answer. The correct answer is 316.22776601683793332. Oh shit. Outrageous. Everyone present was stunned. Accurate to 10 decimal places. Is this something that humans can answer? If you want to kill him, just say it directly. There's no need to beat around the bush. Chapter 31, Where's Your Knife? Final. The man in black wanted to fight to the death, so he took out the knife he had hidden and put it on the neck of the person next to him. The person being held hostage is the girl who just told him the answer, although there is no correct answer. Let me go, or I will kill her. Qin Yuan raised his eyebrows. Kill her? What? Of course, with the knife in my hand. Where's your knife? The man in black was shocked to see that the knife in his hand had turned into a black snake. Throw the snake to the ground. I don't know when the knife has already been in Qin Yuan's hand. Eat him, black dragon. This kind of scum. Just right for feeding pets. Save money on feed. The black snake jumped up and drilled into the eye socket. After a few seconds, when the man in black fell down, his head hit the ground with a hollow sound. Others knelt on the ground and dared not move. Now I realize that the person in front of me is not a savior. He is more like a judge from hell. Destroy all evil in his eyes. Just at this moment, Sanhu finished dealing with some things above and came down. My lord, how do we deal with these humans? Kill them all. Sanhu didn't know what Qin Yuan's true attitude towards humans was. To be honest, he didn't really care about these insignificant people. As long as the family is safe, everyone in the world can be killed. No, Sanhu, recruit these people and train them well. They may be useful in the future. Of course, those who want to leave can leave on their own, and you don't have to keep them. After I take over Binchong, I will need a group of trustworthy talents and fearless warriors. The more people, the better. Someone has to clean the toilet or something like that. There are definitely many people with ulterior motives. We will slowly screen and clear them out once everything is completely stable. I also told Sanhu to recruit more people tonight while the army is away. Qin Yuan left again. It was past midnight when we got back to the hotel. His own fantasy beast capture plan is also coming soon. Thinking of that special fantasy beast, Qin Yuan felt a surge of heat in his heart. Once I get the gene of that fantasy beast, I can ignore even nuclear bombs and become truly invincible in the world. The most urgent task is to continue to improve my strength, so as not to be embarrassed when I encounter that mythical beast and cannot defeat it. That is a super powerful existence that can be called a god-slayer mythical beast. Qin Yuan started today's practice, sitting cross-legged on the bed, looking inward at my own gene nodes, many of which light up on their own. What Qin Yuan needs to do is to speed up the lighting of nodes, 1 to 100, microscopic world. When the insect beast gene was activated, many special genes were also seen. They should be the armed genes and special skill genes hidden in the body. Pity, there is no time to activate them now. In the early days of the apocalypse, hard power is the foundation. The auxiliary ability can only be put on hold for the time being, until 12 noon. The dazzling sunlight shines on my face through the French windows. Qin Yuan wakes up from his deep sleep. Stretch yourself and feel refreshed. Grow again. Genetic development degree 6. Humanoid basic strength 60 tons. Insectoid strength 120 tons. Critical damage 240 tons. This is without a massive killing spree. If he starts killing now, Qin Yuan is confident that he can reach more than 10 in one day. But it's not necessary. Not only is it difficult to purify immature genes, there are also many hidden dangers of mutation, which is also very unfavorable to the growth of mythical genes. It will take more time to advance to the second stage. If it is a mature gene, not only can the insect beast gene grow faster, but the skill gene and weapon gene can also grow. When the gene development degree of insect beast exceeds 50, it is a fully mature gene sequence. Before that, Qin Yuan does not intend to rely on plundering other people's gene sequences as a growth route, just to achieve the legendary original evolution. I heard a rumor in my previous life. To achieve the original evolution, the number of purified gene nodes must be at least 51 in the first stage. If the total amount of plundered genes exceeds 50, there is absolutely no possibility of original evolution. Unfortunately, no one in the past succeeded in the original evolution. This idea has become a conjecture or theoretical hypothesis. Qin Yuan smiled confidently. If you make a guess, someone will always make it a reality. If there really is an original evolution, only a man like me who started out as a myth can realize it. After putting on the new clothes he bought, Qin Yuan sighed again. The design of combat uniforms should also be put on the agenda. It's very troublesome to change clothes every time you transform. If a tabloid reporter took a photo of the Dark Crystal Emperor ant with its butt naked, it would be a huge embarrassment. Qin Yuan, dressed in light blue casual clothes, went out. This time we're going to one of the 5 major Chable families, which is in charge of the security of various ethnic groups and officials, as well as the major hotels in Bincheng. Gu family. In Bincheng, it is a century-old family. Its profound heritage cannot be compared with the Ma family, a small family that made a fortune quickly by relying on human organs. After all, the Ma family is under the control of the Gu family, and their family members and guards must be from the Gu family. But the Gu family never cared about what other families did. They always stayed out of it and protected themselves. Known as the Old Fox of Bincheng, Qin Yuan dared to walk to Gu's building and was stopped by 2 security guards. Fortunately, the other party was very polite. Otherwise, "Sir, this is the headquarters of Gu's building. Who are you looking for?" "I'm looking for Gu Xiao, the head of your Gu family." The 2 security guards' faces suddenly changed when they heard this. Chapter 32, World Nuclear Peace. An 18-year-old boy dared to call the clan leader by his name. Could he be the patriarch's illegitimate son? The 30-year-old security guard on the left stopped the young man on the right from asking questions. "Sir, please tell us your name. We need to make an announcement. Anyone who can work as a security guard at the headquarters is not a fool." The other party doesn't look like a fool looking for death, so his background must be not simple. If it is really an illegitimate child, then it would be like a flood that washed away the Dragon King temple. If you're a little jerk, then I'm sorry. The Gu family security team will teach you a lesson. Qin Yuan told the truth. "Qin Yuan, your clan leader may not know me. Since you're still polite, I will skip the process and just faint." "What's the process?" Old security guard. Young and inexperienced security guard. "The Emperor's domain is open." The mental attack came instantly, and the 2 people's eyes turned white and they fainted. Qin Yuan simply drove the Emperor's domain all the way, and everyone fainted wherever he passed. Just as he was about to enter the 2nd floor, he discovered that the elevator had stopped operating and all the cameras were pointed at him. Qin Yuan smiled and raised his hand to say hello. "Hey, don't be afraid. I'm not a good person." Hearing, the people in the monitoring room became even more frightened. At this time, the building is on the 33rd floor. There was a knock on Gu Xiao's office door. Boom, boom, boom. Then a figure rushed into the office. "Master Patriarch, something bad has happened." Gu Xiao sat in front of the French window, calmly reading the newspaper and drinking the coffee made by his beautiful secretary. "What's the matter? Why are you so flustered?" "Enemy attack. The enemy has already entered the building." "What? How is that possible?" "This is the Gu family mansion. There are more than 100 security guards on the 1st floor alone. They all have real guns and live ammunition. I really can't think of any other family in Bincheng that has such power." Gu Xiao asked quickly. "Which family does the other party belong to?" "No, Not from the family. Not a family member? Then it must be someone from the official department? Have they discovered the secret of the Goof family? I'm not a government official either. Neither this nor that. How many hundreds of people are there? How many heavy weapons are there? Just one person. No weapons, just a pair of hands. And his hands were still in his pockets. With his hands in his pockets. How did he get here? Use your tongue? Gushio was angry. Is this monitoring room manager kidding himself? Alone? One person? No weapons? Just with a pair of fists? No, not even using fists. Hands in pockets. Just kill hundreds of carefully trained armed soldiers of the Gu family? Is this possible? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Gucci, do you know the consequences of lying to me? Master Patriarch. Guki, I am sincere. The other party is a person with special abilities. Definitely a person with special abilities. The ability user is a hidden insectoid. A person who has all the abilities of the insect race, but cannot transform into an insectoid. The Gu family has several people with special abilities who are conducting research. A person with special abilities? Gushio couldn't help but frown. I've never heard of someone with ability being so stupid. Could it be the latest evolved, plus version? Send a special forces team to intercept the enemy's advance route and call in a helicopter. Yes, Chieftain. Gucci immediately retreated and arranged for people to snipe Qin Yuan and arrange for evacuation. At the same time, Dragon Capital, Prime Minister's office. A secret report from Bincheng was sent overnight, which detailed Qin Yuan's various abilities, comprehensive assessment data, and degree of danger. There are even suggestions to use nuclear weapons. Eunuch Li stood aside and read to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister was lying in a comfortable position on a huge tiger-skin sofa, with two graceful girls feeding him grapes. Wait for the letter to be read. The Prime Minister speaks. This little ant is indeed quite capable and deserves our attention. However, since it has not caused a large number of casualties yet, let's raise the bounty to 3 billion first. It's best to let the Zerg fight among themselves. The danger level has been raised to natural disaster level. Reject the nuclear bomb request and send a special insecticide team as a backup to deal with this little ant. Also, have Lieutenant General Chun go to the capital of Nangguang Province to check the pest situation and initiate nuclear mitigation plans for the 4 areas most severely affected by the pest. Yes, Your Excellency the Prime Minister. Just as the eunuch was about to leave, the Prime Minister stopped him. Wait, since we're going to use nuclear bombs anyway, why not send 2 to our neighbor Japan as well and say that there was an error in the system and a missile missed the target by a small amount? The father-in-law hesitated for a moment, but still asked what he was worried about. Mr. Prime Minister, if we attack an enemy country, do we need to consult His Majesty the Emperor? I have already discussed with the Emperor about smuggling a few nuclear bombs into Japan, but I'm afraid those idiots in the court will start gossiping again. By the way, tell Xiao Chun to call me directly next time. Is sending letters an old-fashioned thing? In every dynasty, there are always saintly scholars. They hold the whip called the moral high ground and whip every dragon citizen. Zerg Group Leader Conference. A new video appeared, which was taken by the 5th group leader. Qin Yuan fought alone against 7,000 people in the military base. This battle will make you a god. First, a blue crystal light appeared on the military base. Then, countless artillery roars, machine guns, cannons, anti-sniper missiles, even tens of thousands of insects would die with hatred at this moment. However, this terrible attack lasted for 10 minutes. When the smoke cleared, Qin Yuan reappeared unscathed. At this moment, in addition to the 5 original group leaders, there are 2 new Zerg group leaders in the discussion group. The 6 insects were all stunned. Group leader number 1. Is this a bug man? Group leader number 2. You call this a bug man? Group leader number 3. It feels like we are not the same species. Group leader number 4. OMG, Dark Crystal Emperor Ant. You are my god. Group leader number 6. New. If we have this level, do we still need to hide? The benches in the capital are full of people with hot butts. Group leader number 7. New. Newbie report. Who is this? Is this our insect master? Chapter 33. Fair skin, beautiful face, 36D long legs. There is a heated discussion in the Bugman discussion group. Group leader number 5 reminded. It's not over yet. Let's finish watching it first. The highlight is yet to come. Screen continues. The 6 wings behind Qin Yuan shook, blowing away the surrounding mist. Then a terrifying aura emanated, and the video instantly turned into snowflakes. The second video starts with the fifth group leader sneaking into the base to shoot. Everyone fainted on the ground, and all weapons were paralyzed. One hit. Kill 7,000 people in one strike. What kind of monster is this? It's so terrifying. Group leader number 5 explained. I took this second shot when I ventured into a military base. I guess they were under a mental attack. In the blink of an eye, everyone fell down. I checked his breathing and heartbeat and found he was not dead, but he had completely lost his ability to fight. Group leader number 1. Why don't you finish off the enemy? The Empire is violent and unjust, and everyone has the right to punish it. Group leader number 2. Does this emperor ant need a son? I want to worship him as my godfather. Group leader number 6. Send me the coordinates. I want to come too. Group leader number 5 expressed his thoughts. This is the strongest insect man I have ever seen. His strength is no less than that of a small army, and he does not hate humans deeply. We can bring our families here to seek refuge. Of course, this is just my current idea. I will find a way to meet him tonight. I'll confirm some things and send you the latest news. If I don't hear from you after tonight, don't come to Binchang to find me. Stay away from here. Remember, Qin Yuan is currently in human form, but his strength is much stronger than yesterday. He easily reached the 11th floor with only mental attacks. But a problem was also found. It is really tiring to move with the domain. The domain itself is located at a specific location with itself as the center. Keep moving means keep expanding repeatedly. Too much consumption. Consumption is not proportional to the efficiency of killing enemies. Imperial domain, closed. Qin Yuan twisted his neck. Then let's stretch our muscles. I almost forgot the fighting skills for the end of the world. Game start. It happened that 12 fully armed Special Forces soldiers appeared in the corridor. After seeing Qin Yuan, they were on high alert and did not launch an attack immediately. Qin Yuan looked at everyone with a joking expression. Come on, let's have some close combat. Humans, insects, aliens. There is no difference to me now. They're just toys. The Special Forces wanted to fire tranquilizer bullets to capture Qin Yuan alive. Qin Yuan dodged it easily by just moving quickly, but he was not satisfied. Even close my eyes. Come again, let me give you 2 eyes. True, arrogant. How can a Special Forces soldier endure such humiliation? Immediately switched to real attack and started to output crazily. Da-da-da. The moment the gunshots rang out. Super Sense open. Qin Yuan seemed to have opened his eyes and predicted all attacks in advance. He walked up leisurely, swaying left and right, so fast that he left countless afterimages. In a few seconds, he stood face to face with the captain of Team 12. How is it? Is it okay? It's more than just okay. Simply inhuman. The captain's mentality is obviously professionally trained, and he can still ask questions calmly at this time. How did you do that? Isn't it enough to have legs? Don't you have legs? Everyone fuck. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Before Qin Yuan finished speaking, he heard the sound of a helicopter outside. It's the rooftop. We can't let the head of the Gu family run away. The Gu family is a shady old man. No one knows where their base is. Once you let it go, it's hard to catch it. Qin Yuan stopped playing and transformed directly. Ancient dark crystal emperor ant. The 6 wings spread out, accompanied by a gust of wind. The strong wind blew everyone against the wall, causing fractures all over their bodies and making them unable to open their eyes. Boom! A loud noise. Open your eyes again. Qin Yuan had already disappeared from sight, and only a large round hole appeared on the wall to prove that everyone was not hallucinating. The captain looked at the big hole in front of him, spat out a mouthful of blood, and felt as if 10,000 alpacas were running past him. This is what the superiors said. An ordinary person who invaded? Damn it. Special Forces wiped out. At this time, Gushio had already boarded the plane. With the roar of the propeller, the helicopter took off directly. But just before it flew less than a kilometer away, a stream of blue light quickly caught up with the helicopter and was at the same level as it. The deep and magnetic voice echoed in the ears of everyone in the Gu family. Patriarch Gu, are you in such a hurry to leave? Gushio turned around and saw Qin Yuan flying outside the window, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Shattered Scourge, Dark Crystal Ant King. The strongest insect man in Bincheng. I didn't expect it to be this. Looks like I can't leave today. Let's turn back. We can't run away if we encounter a calamity-level insect man. Currently, there are no more than 10 insects that can be defined as natural disasters in the Dragon Kingdom. Each one requires tens of thousands of troops and intercontinental missiles to kill. What is the purpose of this dark crystal ant king looking for me? Could it be that there are relatives who need protection? Think of this. Gushio's heartbeat quickened. If you can control the family members of the disaster-level insect people, it is equivalent to controlling the disaster-level insect people. Future Bincheng. No, the entire Ijo may also be captured. Dragon Country has 3.5 billion people, divided into 13 states. Each state is divided into 4 provinces. Each province has 30 to 50 cities. The population of Ijo alone is 300 million. It's more than some small countries. By then, becoming as rich as a country will not be a dream. From now on, you will reach the peak of your life. Beep, beep. The phone rang. It was a text message from his secretary, which contained all the information about Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan, male. Age, 18. Height, 1.85 meters. Hobbies, singing, dancing, football. Studying in the Department of New Materials, College of Engineering, Yuan City University of Biotechnology. Relatives, none. Parents deceased. Favorite type, fair skin, beautiful face, 30-60 long legs. Gushio's face was dark. An orphan? Then why are you looking for our Gu family? Do you still want to acquire us? Chapter 34. Qin Yuan's number 1 little fangirl. Qin Yuan followed Gushio to his office. The secretary served tea to the two. Qin Yuan directly pushed the tea away. I don't like bitter things, just give me a bottle of cob. Ice cold. After a while, Bing KB was delivered. Secretary exits. The two officially began secret talks. Chief Gushio, let's be frank. I want the support of your Gu family to help me stabilize my power in the human camp. What? You want me to be raped? You don't agree? It's just rape. To put it nicely, it is support, but in fact it is to accept the Gu family as their own family. Use it for your own benefit. Gushio also heard the other party's implication and asked the Gu family to submit to it. Although he was unwilling in his heart, he was in a difficult situation and couldn't afford to lose face. Your Excellency, Ant King, although I don't mind, the elders of the clan still need to discuss it. After all, this is a major matter concerning the clan, and I can't make the decision alone. Okay, but let me make it clear in advance. Don't try to be clever with me. Otherwise, I will destroy the Gu family in a minute. At worst, I could spend more time to support a new family. As a century-old Chable family in Bincheng, the Gu family has a more thorough study of the natural disaster insect king. Let alone Qin Yuan's laser beam that can destroy everything. Even its strong body that can withstand 10 minutes of artillery bombardment is not something that their Gu family can resist. Phone connected. After a brief communication between several clan leaders of the Gu family, the elders were strongly opposed to being enemies with the government, but they were more afraid of Qin Yuan, an orphan insect king who was lawless. I couldn't make up my mind for a moment. The Zerg faction and the official faction argued fiercely and finally found a compromise. Master Ant King, our Gu family will send you a group of unknown assassins and give you another 300 million dragon coins as a subsidy. Do you think this is okay? To put it bluntly, I won't participate in your struggle with the authorities. Do not take sides, remain neutral. The Gu family always follows the principle of keeping a low profile. Even though the trend of the times is coming, they still choose to guard their own piece of land. The way of going. If it is a peaceful era, there is nothing wrong with this choice, but in the end times. If you have a lot of resources, but no one to protect you, then reality will teach you what the law of the jungle is. Qin Yuan agreed without thinking. Okay, just don't regret it later. Now that you follow me, you are the veteran who built the country. Take over Bincheng in the future and then go there? Sorry, I am just a fence-sitter. It is impossible to give them important positions, and all the resources of your Gu family must be equally distributed to each of my warriors. In the end, it's all mine. Gushio doesn't think so. After all, there are not many insects now. Once the government suppresses them, everyone will be punished with death. The risk is clearly not proportional to the return. Only a fool would take all his wealth to rely on a bugman. Regret? Dream on. The two sides finally reached a cooperation. The Gu family gave 100 death warriors and 300 million dragon coins to Qin Yuan, and the Gu family received the protection of the Insect King for 2 months. The Gu family didn't care about the 2-month shelter at all. In their opinion, these 100 dead men were just for Qin Yuan, as long as there is no conflict between the two sides. After the money arrives, Qin Yuan left alone. As for the 100 assassins, the Gu family would send them one by one to the location Qin Yuan gave them. Then Sanhu would recruit them into a special force. Next, go to the second place. Wu family. The Wu family is a warlord family and is the undisputed first family in Binchen. Even many dignitaries in the province are polite to the Wu family. This family is full of ambition. In the future, the Wu family will be the decision-maker of the entire Luan province, a warlord who has the final say. The Wu family is not on the same level as the other four families. Their core members are basically in Luan province, with only an old man and his youngest son in Binchen. The main purpose of looking for the Wu family this time is not to conquer, but to cooperate. With the help of the opponent's military force, quickly get what you want in the intelligence. There is a retro courtyard building behind the Binching Municipal Committee and government. From the outside, it looks like the Soviet-style courtyard house on Earth in the previous life. There were only 2 security guards outside the main gate, both of whom looked harmless. But their sharp eyes and strong physical fitness show the standard of retired soldiers. Qin Yuan's arrival also startled them. I didn't even notice when he came and how long he had been standing at the door. Kid, what do you do? The attitude of the soldier king is not as gentle as that of the security guard. It can be seen that they are very confident in their own strength. Looking for someone. Looking for someone? Who? Wu Qianqian. Oh, is it the eldest lady's friend? Wait a moment. I'll give her a call. By the way, what's her name? Just tell her my name isn't Jing, and she will be here soon. Dark gold. Isn't that the level of gaming equipment? Could it be that you and the lady are traveling friends? Meeting in person? Although the retired soldier was confused, he still called his eldest daughter truthfully. Miss, there's a man named Dark Gold looking for you. Okay, I will definitely keep him. You're welcome. You're definitely welcome. In less than 10 minutes, a pink Maserati limited edition sports car came speeding in and stopped suddenly at the door. The first thing that caught my eye was a pair of long legs in black silk that were nearly 1.1 meters long. A royal sister in an OL uniform got out of the car. With short hair and an oval face, his skin is a healthy wheat color, and he looks very heroic. Hello, I am Wu Qianqian. Nice to meet you. Do you have any news about the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant? How much do you want? Just name your price. The 2 parties simply shook hands, looked at Wu Qianqian's big eyes, and asked expectantly. Qin Yuan felt a little embarrassed. It turns out that she thought she had news to sell to her. Don't you know that you are the Emperor Ant? It seems that the Gu family did not spread their news. Qin Yuan has also read Wu Qianqian's report and got to know her through the internet platform. All the photos and videos Wu Qianqian posted on the internet were edited to show her most handsome appearance and then posted online. Although it will be deleted by the authorities soon, she still insists on posting various Dark Crystal Emperor Ant updates every day. In addition, a fan club and various fan groups have been established. It can be said that Wu Qianqian is Qin Yuan's number 1 little fangirl. Chapter 35, Mixed Blood Beauty. The 2 entered the courtyard, similar to Suzhou Gardens. The courtyard is filled with the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers. At the entrance are 2 century-old welcoming pines, and in the pond in the middle are many beautiful little goldfish whose names I cannot remember. Traveling on the inner stone bridge, you can clearly feel the breath of nature. Qin Yuan stated the purpose of his trip. Ms. Wu, I came here mainly to meet the old man of the Wu family. I have something important to discuss. Wu Qianqian was stunned. Aren't you here to sell me information? Why are you looking for Grandpa? Qin Yuan directly transformed his hand into a half-insect human, revealing his dark crystal claws, revealing his identity. With your own strength, there is no need to hide it. Playing the pig to eat the tiger is the way to treat the enemy and the way to treat the partner. What's the point of cooperation if you don't show some skills? Dark crystal claw. Wu Qianqian widened her eyes and immediately covered her mouth. Oh my god, you are. Kill prey. Goddamn prey. Qin Yuan simply spread out his dark crystal wings and transformed into a half-insect man. You are Lord Dark Crystal Emperor Ant. Is this true? Unbelievable. The Dark Crystal Emperor Ant that he had been searching for turned out to be a human. Can the insect man turn back into a human again? But the most urgent thing is, Dark Crystal Emperor Ant, can you give me an autograph? I'm your fan. After understanding Qin Yuan's request, Wu Qianqian took him directly to the main courtyard entrance. Qin Yuan couldn't help asking, do you trust me so much? Aren't you afraid that I'm a bad person? You don't need to think about how you were evaluated by the authorities. Even if you haven't committed a heinous crime, it's not much better. The other party actually took me directly to Mr. Wu's residence. I always felt that everything was too smooth. Wu Qianqian didn't think so much. What does it matter? With your ability, 7,000 people can't stop you. There are only a few dozen people in my small courtyard. Going against you is no different from committing suicide. It's better to be happy. This Wu Qianqian seems to know me very well. Haha, you are quite tactful. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions in coming here this time, and I will not harm your Wu family. After saying that, Qin Yuan entered the house. He didn't come out until around 5 p.m., during which time someone handed him a pen and a few pages of contracts. No one knows exactly what they talked about. When the two came out, they were just like in previous years. It can be seen that both parties are very satisfied with this cooperation. My dear Qin, it's getting late. Why don't you stay and have a quick meal? Hey, how can this be so embarrassing? What are we going to eat tonight? Today we have bear paws, king crabs, lobsters shipped in from the kingdom of Goss, and the state banquet wine that I have treasured for many years. After a good meal, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening when they returned. Wu Qianqian personally sent Qin Yuan back to the hotel. The two said goodbye downstairs. When Qin Yuan walked to the door, he found something wrong. The strand of hair that was placed on the top of his door had fallen to the ground without him knowing when. Has anyone entered my room? A thief? Wrong. This breath is a bit like that of an insect man, but also like that of a human. Perfect level bug man. Where do so many perfect insect people come from? You know, this is only the early stages of the end times. There aren't that many elite level bugs, not to mention that there are excellent level bugs above them, and then perfect level bugs. In the previous life, the perfect bug man was also a big boss of a faction. In this life, he has met the brain bug on the plane, Sanhu, Sun Lao in the casino, and Black Snake. There are 5 perfect grade 1s in total. Including this one, exploring his room, there's 6 of them. Although some of them are not fully activated, these are still 6 perfect insects. It was very unusual for so many perfect insects to appear in a city in the early days. Or maybe there is some treasure that attracted them here. Or maybe something unexpected happened in this world. In short, it's not a good thing for yourself. Super Sense open. In an instant, the 360-degree field of view was opened, and everything in the room could be seen through the wall easily. Even a couple playing cosplay downstairs could be seen clearly. In the room, a blonde woman is sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed, playing with her phone. She is 1.72 meters tall, about 19 years old, international size 75E, British size 34E, and her leg length is 107 cm. Her skin was white and tender with a hint of pink. Her eyes were clear with a hint of cunning. Her nose was high. Her face was oval, and her eyebrows were willow-shaped. She should be a mixed-race girl. Qin Yuan looked her up and down, but couldn't tell whether she was a bug person or not. Perfect-level bug people can conceal their breath very well and disguise themselves to be exactly like ordinary people. However, this technique is relatively advanced and requires a lot of time to explore. Only a small number of geniuses can easily master it. As long as they are not mythical beasts with special abilities, they can be easily crushed. By the way, don't underestimate any mythical beasts. They have all kinds of abilities. Some are even mythical beasts of luck. Just looking at them can bring bad luck. Qin Yuan swiped his car to enter. Click! The door just opened. The mixed-race beauty raised her eyes and greeted with a smile. Your Excellency, the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant. Qin Yuan raised his eyebrows. This is the first time that someone has discovered my identity without revealing it myself. Who are you? I have never seen this person in my previous life. He is someone I have no connection with. Why did you come to me? A woman. Still a very beautiful woman. Murphy. Is she greedy for my body? Chapter 36. The world is yours. In the room, the blonde mixed-race beauty is introducing herself. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jean Lena, and I come from Heiji City. Hasn't anyone told you that it's rude to come uninvited? I'm sorry, Lord Dark Crystal Emperor. I have no ill intentions. I came here to give you a gift. What gift? 2,000 insects. Oh, do you need help with something? It turned out to be a tool delivery person. 2,000 zerglings were a good amount of resources in the early stages. Qin Yuan didn't believe that the other party would give them to him for no reason. Jean Lena shook her head. No request. The situation of ordinary insect people is very bad now. We hope that a strong person can stand up and lead the tribe to protect our families. But before that, I have a few questions that I hope you will answer. Qin Yuan pulled over a stool and sat opposite Jean Lena. Okay, but after I answer, I need you to do something for me. What is it? Be my servant for a week and keep me safe. Jean Lena hooked her lips with her fingers and smiled charmingly. Are you kidding me? With Qin Yuan's current strength, why would he need protection from others? It is a natural disaster. A natural disaster that can easily destroy a city. Due to some personal reasons, I need your assistance. Don't worry, I'm just a nominal guard. If there's a strong enemy, I will naturally take action. Okay, I agree. I could be your servant for 7 days. But let me make it clear in advance that I'm not a combat type, and my combat ability is not strong. Well, start your questions. Jean Lena took a sip of her iced coffee and asked her first question. I want to know, after you unify Bin City in the future, how will you arrange for humans? Many of the Zerg are anti-human elements. They advocate that Zerg dominate the world and kill all humans or keep them as livestock. But for some insect people like Jean Lena, who turn into an insect person while their family members are still human, it is impossible to accept the idea of slaughtering humans and letting the Zerg dominate the world. At this moment, we must find out Qin Yuan's attitude. To make the next step, arrange humans? Qin Yuan also thought about this question. He is the only Zergman who knows the future direction clearly, and naturally knows that there will be a second and third wave of Zergization. Humans will also usher in genetic evolution. The future is an era of prosperity for all races. There is no need to keep focusing on the human race. The pattern should be big. Insects are respected. All other races were captured and made into slaves and minions. If you obey, you will be rewarded with a sweet date. If you disobey, you will be punished with a big stick. If they cry, they can also join an archangel. But Qin Yuan has always been very good to his subordinates. I will classify humans. The immediate family members of the Zerg generals will enjoy the highest treatment, and the families of the Zerg warriors who died in battle will enjoy second-class treatment. People who can make significant contributions to the base will enjoy citizen treatment and safe housing, and people who behave themselves and work diligently can live safely. Human criminals are punished more severely. Drug trafficking, human trafficking, and rape are all punishable by death. The minimum criminal age is lowered to 2 years old. Those who commit crimes over 2 years old will not be given lighter sentences and will be sentenced to death if they deserve it. Mental illnesses have equal rights with normal people, and those who commit crimes should be beheaded. If anyone from outside the city dares to bully others within my territory, they will be killed, including those black nobles and white slaves. All will be killed without mercy. Raise the bottom line of legitimate defense. If the enemy has the intention to attack, the person who kills the enemy is not guilty, but the person cannot deliberately induce killing. Besides, legal, political, economic, cultural, all aspects are taken into consideration. Certainly, in the end, the right to interpret all rules lies with Qin Yuan. These are more or less my attitudes towards humans and the future laws in Bin City. Any questions? Jean Lena only pays attention to 2 points. The immediate family members of a general enjoy the highest treatment. 2, the families of the dead insect warriors enjoy second-class treatment. These are the vital interests of the insect people and humans, and the rights and interests that she can enjoy most directly. This Dark Crystal Emperor Ant seems to have a plan in mind. King, I have one last question. What are your ambitions? Ambition? Qin Yuan thought back to his past life. That was an unbearable memory. At that time, I was still very weak. Not only was I cowardly inside, but my body was also weak, and I could only survive in the end times. Eat insect flesh and drink animal blood. Alien Zerg invasion. Humans, insects, and even all living things on Earth were slaughtered wantonly, and screams resounded through the sky. The blood can dye the whole river red. Finally, after countless near-death experiences, my companions around me fell one by one. Kneeling down and surrendering seems to be the only option. But Qin Yuan chose to resist. Eventually death. I don't want to go through that painful experience again. Those who love me and those I love should not suffer so much anymore. This life, to change the way of life. Killing to stop killing. If a man stands in the way, he will kill the god. If a god stands in the way, he will kill the Buddha. Qin Yuan pondered for 3 minutes before speaking. I want the world to be at my disposal. I want all the power in the world to be in my hands and use it as a sword. Inserting into the heart of the insect god, I will blow the horn of counterattack. Counter-invasion into alien Zerg territory. I want the whole universe. Hang up the flag of our great Qin. All land under heaven belongs to the king, and all people in the world are his subjects. Not convinced? Then fight. Jean Lena was also frightened by Qin Yuan's lofty ambitions. If there is someone in the world who can unify the universe, that must be Lord Qin Yuan, my Lord Ant King. I have finished asking my questions. Thank you for your sincere advice. It can be heard that Qin Yuan's main point is sincerity, and what he said does not have the feeling of making empty promises. But I don't know why. Always feel a bit full. Well, Miss Jean, remember to come to my room at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. The hunt is about to begin. Then Jean Lina was forced out of the room by Qin Yuan, along with the stool, for disturbing his practice. Practice? With such a beautiful woman in front of you, you still have a mind to practice? Jean Lina has lived in China and abroad for 19 years, and her beauty is so beautiful that she is always the center of attention. Where have you ever been treated like this? There's inevitably some gap in my heart for a while. Stamping outside the door. Umph! How dare you treat me so rudely? A guy who doesn't know how to be gentle with women. Follow your genetic origins. This contrast caused a wave of ripples in Jean Lina's heart. Next time, this girl must conquer you by force. Chapter 37 Mythical Beasts, Capture Plan, begins. Qin Yuan closed his eyes, sat cross-legged on the bed, and practiced seriously. As a man with a very strong ability to concentrate, I can double my training speed by concentrating. Never sleep if you can practice. Diligence is the secret of my success. Boo! The sound of a snot bubble bursting woke Qin Yuan from his sleep. Shit, when did he fall asleep? Did he practice too hard? It is impossible to be lazy. You must be too serious. Readjust the status. In order to capture that special mythical beast, we must be absolutely sure. After all, that guy is very strong. Its genes are so strong that it's like cheating. The most urgent task is to improve yourself to the best state first, and then follow the plan to win in one fell swoop. Continue practicing. More than 60,000 gene nodes have been lit up in a microscopic world, like a small galaxy shining in the darkness. Qin Yuan continued to light up the nodes to increase the degree of gene development. 1 PCS, 2 PCS, 100 PCS, 999 PCS. The next morning, the sky was gloomy and the whole city was covered in gray. The wind blew past the window, making a humming sound. A slight chill could be felt in the room, and the scent of insects and animals nearby could be smelled. The calm before the storm. Qin Yuan opened his eyes with amazing confidence in his eyes and exhaled a long breath. He stayed up late last night to develop gene nodes, and the gene growth rate in his body reached 9. Normal humanoid force, 90 tons, critical strike, 180 tons. Insect man form has a force of 180 tons, and a critical strike has a force of 360 tons. What concept? Need to know. A small car on the street weighs only 1.5 to 2 tons. A bus weighs 10 tons, and a heavy truck weighs only 20 tons. An armed tank weighs only 40 to 50 tons, and even a heavy tank weighs only 80 to 90 tons at most. Qin Yuan can throw heavy tanks as toys, pull trains with his bare hands, and kick buses on the roadside as balls. Moreover, there is genetic energy in the body, which is the source of the insect man's power. The mythical genetic energy is much stronger than that of ordinary insect beasts, and the output strength of skills is also not on the same level. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door, and Qin Yuan opened it. It was Jean Lina. There was a man standing next to her. It was Sanhu, who had been waiting for a long time. They both saluted at the same time. My lord. Morning, Your Excellency the Ant King. Qin Yuan just glanced at them casually, nodded in response, and then told them the purpose of today. Let's go pick someone up first. I have a very important task for you today. The mission is, as bait. The fantasy beasts are all very cunning. Not to mention that the one they want to capture this time is a demon among the fantasy beasts, a super powerful existence that could be called a god-killing species. If they find a mythical beast like Qin Yuan, the other party will definitely not take risks, and they may not be able to keep it if they just try to escape. If it is allowed to develop, the future of the entire blue planet will be in danger. The god-killing species is not just a name for nothing. Qin Yuan's plan was to send the men of the excellence and perfection species as bait. To put it bluntly, he would send them up and lure them out to achieve his goal. As long as you keep it, everything will be fine. Come with me. After saying, Qin Yuan instantly transformed into a 3.5 meter tall, dark gold emperor ant. In the insect man form, his strength was 100 released. At the same time, put away all the spikes and barbs on your body. He picked up the two people in one hand and flew away. Extremely fast flight speed. In the sky, the two were forced to transform into insect forms to barely withstand the friction of the airflow. The strong wind pressure deformed their faces and made their clothes rustle. Jean Lena transformed into a special scout insect that had never been seen before. Her body only grew to 1.88 meters, and her appearance did not change much. Her hands and feet turned into sharp blades of insect people. Call out. The three gradually flew away from the city and passed through the lush forest. We stopped above a dense forest and looked down. There stood a large gray-brown hornworm. It is the long-awaited rhinoceros beetle. It waved its arms, its face full of surprise, and took out a mutant wild goat from nowhere. Welcome, my lord. Hee, this is the gift I prepared for you. Looking at the wild goat weighing nearly 400 kilograms, Qin Yuan swallowed his saliva. This is the meat of a mutant beast, a rare good thing in the doomsday. I haven't eaten exotic animal meat in my life. Yeah, I'm a little hungry. Let's talk while we eat. Sanhu and Dujiaxian were in charge of roasting the lamb, while Jean Lena massaged Qin Yuan's legs and back. Soon, the lamb was roasted. The four of them sat around the fire, and Qin Yuan told them about today's plan. The name of tonight's plan is Phoenix Capture Plan. According to reliable information, a fire phoenix will lead a group of insect beasts to attack Bincheng University of Science and Technology tonight. It will first send out perfect insect beasts to test the situation. If the perfect level insect man can't handle it, and it thinks it can handle it, then it will take action. So this is our plan. The first step, rhinoceros beetle, don't you like saving people? You can save students and kill insects. Challenge the perfect insects and run away if you can't beat them. The rhinoceros beetle opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but stopped talking about saving people on the plane. I don't like saving people anymore. At least I won't save Shabby. Step 2. Sanhu, you are responsible for keeping an eye on the Zerg scouting bugs. They definitely don't go to the University of Science and Technology just to kill people. There must be something they want there. If you find what they're looking for, just grab it and force the Phantom Beast to show up. Step 3. Jean Lena, you are responsible for finding the trace of the Phantom Beast. Once you find it, send me a signal immediately. I will send each of you a flare. You can only open it when you encounter a mythical beast. I'm telling you in advance, this Phantom Beast is very important to me. Even if you die, I won't take action until the Phantom Beast appears. We must ensure that the plan is foolproof. Yes, times 3. Qin Yuan looked at Jean Lena. You are not a combat type. Bring the little black dragon with you. It will be responsible for protecting your safety. Exploration type insect, beast Jean Lena. This is the key to finding the mythical beast species this time. Qin Yuan's super sense range is not large, so is not suitable for finding people. Otherwise, he would just go on the field and sweep them away. After saying that, the little black dragon reluctantly left Qin Yuan and climbed onto Jean Lena's wrist. What a beautiful little black snake. I always thought it was your decoration. Master Ant King, what time do we start the operation today? To be honest, Qin Yuan really didn't know the exact time. In his previous life, he only heard that the university insect beast invasion began at 5 p.m. Thousands of deaths. Action starts at 6 p.m. If you go too early, you might alert the enemy. If you go too late, you might get away. Going early can save lives. But how can there be no death in war? If I and others don't go, it will be miserable. It will be hell on earth. It is worth mentioning that there were several insect beast attacks in Bincheng today alone. Even in the neighboring Yuan city, Qin Yuan School also had an insect beast invasion today. Beep, beep, beep. Just thought about school. The counselor called. Chapter 38, Counting with Fingers. Qin Yuan looked at the notes on his phone. Counselor, Xieting. A man who speaks very softly comes to mind. Her appearance can score 90 points, which is 1/3 of the readers. She has a good relationship with Qin Yuan and others. They often play a game called King of Pesticides and Overlord Alliance together. The 5-player team has a good record and is known as the Death Train. If memory serves me correctly, he will die in the bug beast attack tonight. In my previous life, I escaped the disaster because I was sick and didn't go to the party. There are only a few people left in the class. Answer the phone. Thank you, boss. What's up? Qin Yuan, why haven't I seen you for several days? There's an event at the college tonight. Don't you want to come and watch? There are exciting programs, and your favorite campus beauty Jiang Tian is going to perform a dance. It's still a hot dance. Hot dance? How hot is it? Ginger sweet. Good old memory. Every student has someone they like. Maybe they're not perfect, but at a certain moment or period of time, they are unique. Jiang Tian was Qin Yuan's secret crush in his previous life. She was not only the most beautiful girl in the dance department, but also the most beautiful girl in the college. But that's all in the past. Is she worthy of me now? Qin Yuan picks his nose. Old Xia, do you believe me? I believe it. I don't believe you old man are so bad. Qin Yuan. It's confirmed that Lao Wang's brain is still normal and has not been replaced by the insect beast. I'm serious. You may not believe me. My grandfather was a fortune teller. He once predicted that at 7 p.m. on October 3rd, 2035, a bloody disaster will occur in the indoor gymnasium of the Engineering College of Yuan City University of Biotechnology. Oh shit. Xie Ting was shocked. Is this condition so rigid? It's almost accurate to the minute, right? Just today? Still in our school. Qin Yuan continued. It's just one day today, so you can take a day off and rest at home. Even if nothing happens in the end, you won't suffer any loss. You can just have a day of fun. Is this true? What you said is quite weird. Is your grandfather really a fortune teller? Believe it or not, it's up to you. He died young at the age of 95 because he leaked the secret. What a miserable life. This is the result it calculated by spending its lifespan. You have to grasp it well. Click. Hang up the phone. Xie Ting, who was far away at Yuan base, originally did not believe in the ghost story, but after hearing Qin Yuan's serious tone, he could not help but feel nervous. What if it's true? Just one day anyway. I also watched the dance rehearsal. Xie Ting gritted his teeth. Forget it. I'll trust you just this once. If you dare to lie to me, I will make your browser history public. Ding dong. When I opened my phone, I saw that Qin Yuan had transferred 100,000 Dragon Country currency to me, with the following note. Remember not to stay in school today. I will pay for you to take the whole class out for dinner. This is Qin Yuan's last bit of kindness to his former classmate. As for my good brothers, I've already said hello. Each person will receive a full set of skins and a new top-end computer. Just stay at home and play games today. All the expenses for the whole day will be paid by me, Master Qin. Don't ask. The answer is that you are rich and willful. Xie Ting did not receive the transfer from Qin Yuan. His family was well off, so he still had enough money to treat the whole class to a meal. Relying on my personal connections, I just went through the motions with the leader and immediately approved the request of the entire new materials class to go out for dinner. But the request to stop the party was rejected. Finally, Xiebin was still worried that something might happen tonight, so he secretly sent a message in the college group using his second account. Basically copied Qin Yuan's original words. My grandfather is a fortune teller. He once predicted that at 7 p.m. on October 3rd, 2035, a bloody disaster will occur in the indoor gymnasium of the School of Engineering at Yuan City Biotechnology University. Students, please pay attention to safety today. The news caused an uproar as soon as it was released. Countless questions and insults flooded the screen. No way. It's already 2305, and there are still people who believe in fortune-telling. Down with feudal superstition, starting with me. My friend, your grandfather's predictions are so accurate. Did he calculate the date of his own death? Fuck. The Engineering College Indoor Stadium, October 3rd. Isn't this where we're having the party tonight? Whose smurf account is this? Why is it so disgusting? It must be someone with ulterior motives. I don't care. I must watch my senior dance. I calculated with my fingers, and your grandfather's calculations were inaccurate. Duo Shun? Don't let this stupid remark ruin tonight's show. MDC. What kind of bullshit is this? A bloody disaster? Is it fun to make up these lies all day? I even said you took a secret photo of me. All you do is spread rumors all day long. These students have not experienced the cruel end of the world, and now they are all flowers in the greenhouse of peacetime. Seeing all the replies are insults. Xie Ting's face turned pale, and he finally understood why Qin Yuan didn't tell them that a disaster might happen tonight. As the saying goes, it's hard to persuade the damn ghost with kind words. These idiots, even if they die, have made a contribution to the optimization of human genes. After 5 minutes, the post was deleted and the trumpet was kicked out of the group chat. Everyone was also banned. Official group announcement. Ignore these groundless rumors. The party tonight will go on as usual. Xie Ting can only pray in his heart. Maybe I'm just being too concerned. I hope nothing will happen, but I don't know why. I hope something happens. To prove that I'm not lying, I'll slap them in the face until they're swollen. After Qin Yuan finished explaining the affairs of Yuan City, he meditated on the spot. Start practicing in front of everyone. The first threshold of gene growth is 19 to 20. The second threshold is 39 to 40, and so on. Every 20 increase is a leap forward in strength. The difficulty of upgrading will increase accordingly at each stage. Now Qin Yuan is only 9 of the growth rate, so the upgrade time will not increase. It takes almost 4 hours to increase 1 point of growth, but it is best not to exceed 3 per day, otherwise it will cause some tearing and damage to the gene chain. The blue light that appeared all over Qin Yuan's body when he was practicing also aroused everyone's curiosity. They all stared at him intently. Chapter 39. Stand Up. Howling Wind. When Qin Yuan finished his training, it was already 3:30 p.m. When she opened her eyes, she saw 3 pairs of curious eyes staring at her. Jean Lina was the first to speak. Master Ant King, were you just cultivating immortality? Cultivating immortality? What happens when spiritual energy is revived? Did you mess up the book? Qin Yuan did not hide it and told everyone directly. This is a genetic cultivation method that can develop gene fusion and purify one's own genes. When you have made great achievements in battle, I will teach you. Introspection is conditional. Either the quality is above perfect level, and the genes can be precisely controlled, or the gene development degree reaches above 99, approaching or exceeding the second stage. Breaking these rules is not a problem if someone teaches you. After practicing, Qin Yuan felt a little tired and needed to rest for 2 hours. During this period, with 3 perfect level beetles and 1 combat-type excellent rhinoceros beetle by his side, Qin Yuan was not worried about any danger. When he woke up again, there were only Jean Lina and Xiaohei Jiao by his side. Rhinoceros Beetle and Sanhu were already on their way to Bincheng University of Science and Technology. Jean Lina, you should also leave. Remember one thing. If you haven't encountered the Phantom Beast, don't fire flares. Yes, Lord Ant King. Jean Lina transformed into a bug beast form and headed towards Bincheng University of Science and Technology. Qin Yuan flew alone to a place not too far away and began to wait for the fish to take the bait. Wait till today. The world is so big, I can travel freely. On the campus of Bincheng University of Science and Technology. Green Path. For people from Zhengwu's dormitory and 4 people from Fengnan's dormitory were walking on the campus street, talking and laughing about where to go for the social gathering tonight. Haven't reached the campus gate yet. The noise is endless. Everyone looked up and saw a group of people gathered at the gate and were arguing about something. Fengnan quickly took out her cell phone to take pictures. The video is in focus. When a magnification is increased, Fengnan's eyes widen and she immediately covers her mouth. Oh my God! A madman with red eyes was being pinned to the ground by 4 or 5 security guards. He looked ferocious as if he had rabies or a zombie in a movie. Zheng Wu and the other boys were not afraid and decided to join the fun. Maybe they could show off in front of the girls. Fengnan stopped them in time. Don't go. That person seems to have rabies. If you get bitten, you'll die. There's one more thing that has not been said. That person is more like a zombie in the movie. No one knows what will happen if someone is bitten. At this time, something strange happened. That crazy man bang. The head exploded, and several disgusting bugs flew out of it, some of which exploded directly onto the faces of the onlookers. The insects cling tightly to the skin. Some enter through the mouth, some through the nostrils, and some even through other holes in the body. All those who were touched by the bugs began to twitch and tremble within a minute, and then became motionless. When he turned his head to look at other people, his eyeballs had turned pure white, sharp teeth grew in his mouth, and a lot of saliva flowed out. Roar! What was even more terrifying was that dozens of these red-eyed monsters appeared outside the campus, roaring and attacking everyone. Screams, cries for help, shouts, and roars were heard one after another, and the whole campus was in chaos. Fengnan quickly scanned everything around her, frowned, grabbed the hand of the little sister next to her, and ran away. Zheng Wu and several other boys followed in time. Fortunately, they were still some distance away from the door, so there was room for buffering. On the way back, we encountered many people fleeing for their lives, not only the red-eyed monsters, but also giant insect beasts 4 or 5 meters tall. Mantis monsters, locust monsters, bloodthirsty fleas. OMG! Monster! All monsters! Looking up, the whole school is surrounded by monsters. They slaughtered students as easily as stepping on an ant, especially the praying mantis monster standing in the playground. With one scythe, several people's heads flew off. It held each person's head and sniffed it, but didn't eat it and threw it away, as if it was looking for something. The giant locust monster is a human harvester, taking away countless lives when it passes through the sky. Although fleas kill only one at a time, they will drain all the blood and internal organs from the human body. Anyone who is jumped by it will become a dried corpse and die slowly in pain. What to do? Fong Nan gritted her teeth and quickly thought of a solution in her mind. It is impossible to escape. The monsters in the north of the south gate have occupied it. I have no weapons and cannot resist. I can only hide and wait for rescue. There is nothing in a dormitory. Going there is like seeking death. The cafeteria has food and some weapons like kitchen knives, which have the highest priority. Everyone listen to me. Let's retreat to the cafeteria in the northwest. There are food and weapons there. We can hide there and wait for rescue. Okay, we'll listen to you. Yes, what Nan said makes sense. In Fong Nan's class and dormitory, she has always been the smartest one. She is not only the dormitory head, but also the study committee member of the class. Several boys also agreed with this proposal. The 8 of them groped their way along the wall, heading towards the cafeteria, stopping and starting along the way, not daring to run too conspicuously and trying their best to avoid the surrounding insects and beasts. Unfortunately, I was unlucky. The entire campus was occupied by insects and beasts. As soon as I reached the fork in the road at the experimental teaching building, I was discovered by a 2-meter-tall grasshopper. The good news is that this insect beast looked stunted. Looking at the insect beast with small arms and legs in front of me, one of the boys was born in the countryside and grew up eating all kinds of insects. He thought it was time to show off. He thought that he might be able to impress the 4 beauties by saving them and win their hearts. So he stepped forward immediately. Isn't it just a small grasshopper that has grown a little taller? It's just a bug. Let me show you how to deal with it. As he said that, he slid forward, successfully fed the insect beast grasshopper. Stand up, man dead. The 7 people retreated. This battle was safe. While the insects were eating their arms and legs, everyone ran over. Only Zheng Wu shed tears and remembered the good friend who stood up for him. Warriors. At the same time, it also made everyone realize that the power of insect beasts is not something that human power can contend with. Certainly, although it can't compete, it can feed. Chapter 40. Insect Beast Attack. The road to escape was not smooth. Dangers lurk everywhere, and insects and beasts appear frequently. Not only did they encounter several waves of crazy red-eyed people, but also smaller insect beasts, all of which were avoided by Fong Nan and his team in advance. But the closer you get to the cafeteria, the more monsters there are. Before I even got halfway to the cafeteria, I was forced to hide in a health room. Everyone hid in the health room on the first floor. Under the leadership of Fong Nan, they drew all the curtains and poured alcohol into the gaps of the windowsills at the door. This way, the monsters could not find them by smell or sight. Everyone is safe for now. The lowly girl with twin ponytails squatted on the ground and sobbed softly, muttering, "I'm going to die. I'm going to die." Bang! Fong Nan walked up to her without saying a word and slapped her in the face, staring at her with cold eyes. "Luo Li, if you want to die, you can get out now and stop crying here. If you attract insects and beasts, everyone will be buried with you." Zheng Wu came over to smooth things over. Nan, forget it. She was just scared. Our top priority is to find a way to survive first. Let's unite as one. I believe the army will come to rescue us soon. Fong Nan looked embarrassed and took out her cell phone and waved it in front of everyone. "I just checked. No signal. It is better to rely on yourself than on others. If the army is truly reliable, there wouldn't be so many monsters here. When something happens, we have to find a solution ourselves. Now we need to make suitable weapons to resist the insects outside. Boys, come and help." After saying, Fong Nan rolled up his sleeves and began to dismantle the iron frame of the hospital bed in the health room. He unscrewed the screws one by one and then flattened the front end to make it less sharp. Wrap the whole body with gauze to prevent infection by unknown viruses. No one knows whether the monsters outside are infected by viruses or biological mutations. Just in case, you have to take safety measures. After Fong Nan prepared his weapon, he opened a small corner of the curtain and squinted his eyes to observe the insects and beasts outside. It has been observed that people injured by insect beasts will not mutate in a short period of time. When the insects are eating, their desire to attack humans will decrease. They have strong dynamic vision, and the faster something runs, the more likely it is to become their target. Those tall insects seem to be looking for something. They only killed, but did not eat. It was the insects under 3 meters tall and the red-eyed humans who were eating the corpses on the ground. It is roughly estimated that there are more than 20 insect beasts and 40 red-eyed humans in the field of vision. The number of insect beasts in other places is unknown. At this moment, a knock on the door came from. Boom, boom, boom. 3 rhythmic taps. What? Everyone in the house was so frightened that they dared not even breathe. Who could knock on the door so calmly in this school infested with insects and beasts? Everyone turned their eyes to Feng Nan Nan. She just shook her head frantically. Don't open the door. Don't open the door. If there are people outside, there must be ghosts. Absolutely a monster. Boom, boom, boom. The knocking on the door outside seemed to be more urgent. After a few minutes, the sound stopped. Luo Li breathed a sigh of relief. I was so scared I thought it was Aria. The skylight above the health room reveals a ferocious and terrifying woman's head smiling with sharp fangs exposed. There are still bloodstains and meat residue between the teeth. Its eyes widened, and the corners of its mouth were pulled up to its ears. Found it! I found it! Ha 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 ha! Next second, the face disappeared and a frantic banging sound was heard. Bang! 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 The door frame deforms rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Feng Nan Nan looked serious and made a prompt decision. Go! Jump out the window! Quickly! Fortunately, the health room is on the first floor, and there are no railings or other obstructions on the windows. Feng Nan Nan was the first to turn out, followed by 3 boys. The girls also tried to turn out, but because Luo Li was not tall enough, she couldn't turn out for a long time. Monsters won't wait for you to get everything ready. Just heard an explosion. Bang! The door frame was completely smashed, and a woman who looked like a stick insect appeared. She was crawling on the ground with long arms and legs, and her body stretched out to about 4 or 5 meters. With saliva, he quickly attacked Loli. At this last moment, everyone worked together to pull Loli out. The ferocious head bit nothing and looked at everyone with a face full of resentment. Food! Don't go, let me eat! Although this creature has the body of an insect beast, it has a human head and speaks human language. The uncanny valley effect hits instantly. The timid Loli was frightened to death. They couldn't understand why humans turned into such monsters. Buzzing sound. A dark shadow passed through the sky. A boy's head disappeared in an instant, and only half of his body fell to the ground with a bang. Bright red blood sprayed on the faces of several people nearby, and the girl screamed. Ah! Feng Nan Nan was speechless. She no longer wanted to lead these stupid teammates. She grabbed her best friend's hand and ran towards the teaching building in front. Zheng Wu and the rest of the boys followed immediately. The 2 girls who stayed there, one was screaming and the other was pretending to be dead. After a few seconds, the screaming stopped. Both of them were eaten by several insects and beasts that were attracted. So far, the 8-man team became a 4-man team in less than an hour. Because the number of insects is limited, many students and teachers hid in the classroom and trembled and were not discovered by the insect man for the time being. A kind-hearted person in a classroom on the 2nd floor wanted to wave to the 4 people to come to the classroom for shelter, but they found something in the sky staring at the 4-person team. Hurry and shout. Be careful in the sky. Feng Nan Nan looked up and saw a huge black shadow covering their team of 4. Looks like he wants to kill them all. Finished. This time I'm dead. Chapter 41, come on. Insect humanization, Zheng Wu. The moment the shadow fell, everyone's faces were hurt by the cold wind, and their eyes narrowed subconsciously, and they were about to be beheaded. A scarlet tongue quickly stretched out from behind the curtain on the 1st floor, pulling the 4 people back violently. At this time, the attacks from the sky also fell. Boom! The explosion sounded, and a monster flew into the air again after missing the target, leaving behind a 2-meter-deep pit on the concrete ground and the messy trees around it. Feng Nan Nan and the others were terrified when they saw this, and their hearts were beating fast. When they came to their senses, they found that the one who saved them was a mutant human. His eyes were clear, and he did not have the bloodthirsty greed. The monster's voice is very hoarse, just like the villain in the movie. Nan, Nan Nan, are you okay? Except for Feng Nan Nan, the other 3 were frightened by his appearance. In front of me is a 2.8-meter-tall lizard monster with a head as big as a washing machine. It can extend a scarlet tongue over 10 meters long. Its skin is colorful and looks like a chameleon. Feng Nan Nan felt that the person in front of her was becoming more and more familiar. Who are you? Zhou Xiaobao. The monster nodded slowly. Zhou Xiaobao is her fellow villager. They both went to college in the same place, so they're childhood friends. But after I went to college, we rarely contacted each other. I didn't expect to meet you in this situation. before both sides can reminisce about the past. With a snap, the window shattered, and a 2-meter-tall flea broke through the window and came to the crowd. Hiss! Looking at the human in front of it, it drools. Zhou Xiaobao knew that he was no match for the flea, so he waved his hand and asked Feng Nan to take the others and escape. Leave this to me. Go to the warehouse in the northwest corner. I saw a very powerful insect over there, like a big rhinoceros beetle. It will definitely protect your safety. Xiaobao, what about you? Zhou Xiaobao felt warm in his heart. Feng Nan was still as considerate as before, thinking of him at this time. I can turn invisible and escape. You go first. Bang! The fleas have already launched their attack, and the speed is so fast that everyone present cannot react in time. Another boy was pierced through the chest. He coughed up blood and stretched out his hands to grab something, but in less than a second his eyes went blank and he fell to the ground with a thud. The number of team members decreased again, and only the last 3 people were left. Taking this opportunity, Zhou Xiaobao used his mutant tongue to wrap up the flea, and the 2 sides began to wrestle. Go! Go quickly! Feng Nan, her best friend, and Zheng Wu ran for their lives towards the warehouse in the northwest. I remember that there were a lot of sports equipment stored there, and the outer layer was a layer of iron sheet, and the entire building structure was very solid. At the same time, students in many classrooms began to change. Under strong stimulation, the insect man's genes were activated and turned into a bloodthirsty monster. There are also a few who will remain rational like Zhou Xiaobao and stand up to fight these monsters. But most people in the classroom could not escape the fate of being massacred. Only then did they realize. The real danger is not the insects and beasts outside, but the humans who have been oppressed for many years and exploded in desperation. For a while, there were screams everywhere in the hiding places. The huge roar attracted insect beasts, and in desperation, insect people bred again. In a vicious cycle, more and more insects appear, and the number of humans decreases sharply. At this time, there were flames all over Bin City, and the army was busy. Original. They only focused on cleaning up the insects in the city, but forgot to clean up the insect beasts outside the city. This disaster was caused by a large-scale attack by insect beasts outside the city. Moreover, due to the release of the insect beast gene energy, the magnetic field was disordered, and the signal of the entire city disappeared. Now, the massacre at Binching University of Science and Technology is completely unknown to the outside world. On campus, Feng Nan and the other 2 were in a state of great mental tension. Their companions died one after another in front of them, and their spirits were severely damaged. Already on the brink of collapse. One second, it was a peaceful gathering with friends. The next second, it was a hell on earth with corpses everywhere. The impact is as great as experiencing a war. The 3 of them were careful enough, but an accident still happened in the end. A 3-meter-tall green mantis blocked the way. It shook its head from side to side, licking its blade constantly, and the corners of its mouth seemed to be smiling. Other bugs avoid it when they see it. It is obviously stronger than the flea bug just now. Oops. There's an open space within 50 meters around, and there is no shelter. There's no chance that someone will come to rescue them this time. I can only rely on myself. Zheng Wu, let's fight them. Good. Zheng Wu took the lead, picked up a makeshift metal spear, and blocked the 2 girls. Thinking back to the past with my brothers, playing games together, climbing over the wall together, and the bottle of iced black tea that I paid for the night was completely cold, and I was filled with grief and anger. Come on, monsters. I'm not afraid of you, come on. Kill. Sudden change. Extreme fear and grief. Zheng Wu suddenly turned into a humanoid. Fine hair began to grow on his body. His muscles throbbed, and his body began to grow taller, until it turned into a 2.5-meter-tall monster. It still has a human face, but its body is turned into gray-brown insect muscle. Its eyes have turned completely black, and there's a circle of bristles around its neck. Roar! Feng Nan was shocked. This was the first time she saw the whole process of a human turning into a bug man. Then came the surprise of surviving the catastrophe. Very good. As long as Zheng Wu turns into a bug man, then their chances of survival will greatly increase. We are all insect people, so who is afraid of whom? Zheng Wu is on. Bang! Zheng Wu was defeated. Feng Nan was stunned. All right, the probability of survival did increase, but not much. There are differences between insects and beasts. Although the mantis monster is of ordinary quality, it has killed and eaten enough genes. Now its genes are growing very fast. It is definitely not something that a newly awakened insect man like Zheng Wu can deal with. Fortunately, the mantis did not kill Zheng Wu, but just yelled at him to get out of the way. Zheng Wu struggled to get up. The spear in his hand had broken into two pieces, and there was a huge gap in his chest from which green blood was oozing out. He stood up and still stood in front of the two women. Nan Nan, run! The mantis sniffed as if it had discovered something surprising, and then a black wireworm emerged from its butt. A roar. The iron wire worm quickly rushed forward and tied Zheng Wu tightly, and then the mantis picked up Zheng Wu and flew away. Fly away? The two women on the ground were confused. The insects you meet along the way are either killed or eaten directly. This is the first time I've seen someone flying away with. Could it be food storage? Before they could figure it out, a nearly 3-meter-tall mole cricket appeared in front of them. It was what we often call the rural dog cricket. Two women in despair. Coming again? Aren't these bugs tired? One after another. Can't you just be quiet for a while? Chapter 42. Oh, this damn sense of security. This local dog in front of me. The scientific name is mole cricket, and the common name is mole cricket. Its head is like a cricket wearing a dark brown shell helmet. Its hands are like two excavator shovels. Its strong thigh muscles are like big cow legs without fat, and it has two antenna-like tails behind its buttocks. The key is that this thing has wings on its back, and it can fly. Don't move. Yawn. Let's bet that its eyesight is not good. Take a gamble. Let me win once. God. The mole cricket tilts its head. It has good eyesight. It leaped over the two people with its thighs and opened its mouth to swallow them. Finished. It's really over this time. My life is over. The two of them have closed their eyes and waited for death. Almost all of our companions are dead. Now it's our turn. So scared. I don't want to die yet. A rough voice came from the sky. Stop it, you beast. A big punch. Bang. The dog fell like a meteor. Boom. A huge roar sounded, and a huge black shadow in front of us slammed down again. This mole cricket, which was even bigger than the mantis just now, was cut in half and killed on the spot. The two women were so frightened that they stood there in a daze. So strong. The man was huge, with a forked horn on his head. It was the first General Qin Yuan accepted. Wang Wenlong. Excellent rhinoceros beetle. Gene development degree 15. The force can reach 12 tons, which can easily lift a medium-sized truck. Its height has grown to 4.5 meters, and with its horn it is nearly 6 meters tall, which makes it look as tall as a 2-story building, giving it a very oppressive feeling. You two beauties, are you okay? He showed off his arm muscles and posed. The two were shrouded in a dark shadow, looking up to think. Thank you, PE teacher. Watching the insect man's movements. Feng Nanan was not sure of the other party's identity, but it should be the good bug, rhinoceros beetle, that Xiaobao mentioned. Teacher, one of our classmates has been captured. Can you go and save him? Zheng Wu was captured to save them. If I don't save him, I will feel guilty. The rhinoceros beetle shook his head and refused. No, I have my own mission. I can only take you two to the warehouse. There are more than 200 people I saved there. You can squeeze in first. Okay, thank you anyway. Although Feng Nanan was very worried about Zheng Wu's safety, she didn't even know where he was, let alone save him. On the road, the two successfully witnessed the power of the rhinoceros beetle, picked up the street lamp as a weapon, and beat the insect beast to death with a swing of the stick. With his strong muscles and a palm as big as a small car, he killed a bug man with one blow. Explosive force value. Oh, this damn sense of security. Teacher, you are so awesome. The two frightened girls turned into little fans in seconds. Hey, basic operation, don't be silly. The rhinoceros beetle knows that his strength is not strong enough. All his power was given by his master Qin Yuan. In front of his master, he was just a small fish. The master is so powerful that he is truly invincible. After these people see how powerful their lord is, they will probably worship Lord Qin Yuan as a god, right? The strength of the several perfect insects that came this time should not be underestimated. This made the rhinoceros beetle feel a sense of crisis. If you don't grow up quickly, my title as the best warrior may not be preserved. No, I have to kill more insects and absorb genetic energy to speed up my growth. I will definitely be the #1 general. After sending the two women to the warehouse, the rhinoceros beetle went out alone to hunt insects and insect beasts. At the same time, Jean Lena, who was investigating secretly, found a strange mantis in the sky, who actually brought back a bug man. What's going on? Could this be what the bugs are looking for? But the other insects had no intention of stopping and continued to slaughter and look for something. Lena decided to follow and see. With the help of the black dragon, she was not afraid of being discovered by the insects and beasts. Following all the way to an abandoned teaching building, there are 12 floors in total, and the mantis flew to the 8th floor. When he flew out again, the insect man in his hand had disappeared. Lena was nervous now, which meant that the other party's boss was probably here. Could it be that mythical beast? If so, I would probably die if I went in rashly. Unfortunately, I can't see anything downstairs. Let's go find the flying 3 tigers to investigate together. After Lena marked this place, she quietly retreated and headed towards Sanhu's location. When passing a teaching building, the black dragon in his hand suddenly raised his eyes and stretched out his tongue to the left front. Lena immediately became alert. Who? Come out. I'm a good person. Don't do anything. A chameleon emerges from the wall. How do you cover up the smell? I put some of my classmates' perfume on myself. I said, why does it smell like nail polish? Are you sure you're wearing perfume? A sensible insect man? Don't get in the way, just hide away. Lena didn't want to carry the burden with her, but the other party's next words made her change her mind. Miss, are you here to look for meteorites as well? Meteorite? What meteorite? Lena keenly realized that this was probably what the insect beast was looking for. Where is the meteorite? Can you take me to see it? Sure. Xiao Bao looked at the mixed-race beauty in front of him, who was prettier than the school belle, and immediately nodded in agreement, without any doubt about her identity. This is a fairy. How could fairies be bad people? As long as my sister looks good. 3 views follow the 5 senses. Xiao Bao happily took Lena to the secret base of himself and his friends. A few days ago, there was a meteorite shower and a silver meteorite fell on the school. They hid it and planned to sell it in a few days. I didn't expect this situation to happen. The 2 of them had not walked far when they saw the insect people and insect beasts fighting. To be precise, a group of students are besieging a mole cricket that is nearly 3 meters long. This one is smaller than the one that the rhinoceros beetle just killed, but 7 or 8 student insects are still no match for it. Being beaten back step by step. Chapter 43. Is this worthy of being called a boss? How could so many insect students gather together and know each other? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? You know, most of the initial insects are violent, and only a few are sober. It is impossible for them to gather together in such a large scale. There is a problem. Maybe it was a trap. Just when Lena was about to bypass them, Xiao Bao ran out. Brother sure, I'm Xiao Bao. Senior brother? Could it be that these are also people related to the meteorite? Go and have a look. Chameleon was in front, Lena was behind, and the 2 soon arrived near the battlefield. The 9 male insects in the battle rushed forward as soon as they saw Lena, a beautiful mixed-race girl, and they roared as if they were injected with chicken blood. Beauty is the best stimulant. In no time, the mole cricket was knocked to the ground. The moment they killed the insect, they absorbed genetic energy from its corpse. Everyone was amazed, and the genetic feedback was like the sound of a game, prompt ringing in their ears, able to clearly perceive the growth of one's own strength. The 2 sides meet. The leader is a cricket man named Xiong. Friends respectfully call him Ge. Before the end of the world, he was a righteous man who often helped his brothers and was well known in school. After some discussion, we learned that everyone present activated the insect beast gene, probably because they had all touched the meteorite. Lena is puzzled. So, the meteorite has been moved by you? Yes, beautiful lady. Which college are you from? Why have I never seen you before? Do you have a boyfriend? Me? I'm a transfer student from the dance academy. My grandfather has a strange disease, and he said that he can only be cured by finding a meteorite and grinding it into powder. Brother, can you take me to see the meteorite? What's the problem? Times 10. 10 insect people surrounded Lena like a star surrounded by the moon, fearing that she would be captured by the insect beasts. It is our nature and duty as men to protect weak, pitiful, and helpless girls, mainly because she is so pretty. Her figure is also top-notch, more beautiful than those stars, and everyone can't help but secretly glance at her slender, white, and long legs. Wow! Xiong hit him with a slap. Where are you looking? Pay attention to your surroundings and beware of those monsters. After saying this, he did not forget to glance at. Pretending to be serious, he looked around and chatted with his brothers. Brothers, did you just hear the genetic feedback? I heard it. It said that the gene growth rate is plus 0.5. Why is my gene growth plus 0.1? You're lucky. I'm only plus 0.05. Shi Xiong counted the genetic growth of all the people and found that the total was less than 2. The insect beast just now was definitely more than 2. So where does the rest of the genetic energy go? There can't be a common area, right? Could it be wear and tear? It's really strange. A little brother asked excitedly. Boss, is the God and Demon game coming? We can kill monsters, level up, and get equipment, and then reach the peak of our lives. Go to hell. All you do is play games all day long. Survive first. The peak of life? If troubled times are really coming, then everything is possible. If there is no law in this world, then, with 10 men under his command, wouldn't he be able to dominate Bin City? Just as he was thinking this, he turned his head and looked at Jean Lena in the circle. Her fairy-like appearance and perfect S-class figure made his lower abdomen hot, and his greedy desire rose. It's the end of the world anyway, so no one will care if you do something illegal, right? Without the constraints of the law, the darkness of human nature will be revealed. Shi Xiong's eyes flashed with evil, and he suddenly used his elbow to nudge his confidant next to him, signaling him to go in another direction. The confidant was stunned for a moment. Then, looking at the evil expression on Shi Xiong's face, he immediately smiled knowingly. The two of them led everyone in another direction. Chameleon Xiaobao didn't notice anything was wrong at all and continued to chat with the team members around him. Although Jean Lingna sensed a hint of conspiracy, she looked at the minions in front of her with disdain. Just one finger can take care of these small fishes. They can't cause much trouble. Just when everyone was about to reach their destination, a 4-meter-tall insect beast suddenly appeared in front of them. Be careful. Another insect beast is coming. Brother Sure, this is experience delivered to your doorstep. Yeah, boss. Maybe we can even get some equipment. Everyone treated the apocalypse as a game and treated insects and beasts as bosses to fight. They might not be good at surviving in the wild, but when it comes to playing games, they instantly became much more confident. Including Xiao Bao, there are 10 insect people. The 10 people surrounded the insect beast. This time, it was a large locust 4 meters tall and 7 to 8 meters long, with wings on its back, so it should be able to fly. Jean Lingna could tell at a glance that this was not an ordinary insect beast, but an elite insect beast. Cover your mouth and smile. Let these flowers in the greenhouse suffer a little, so that they can face the reality. This is the real end of the world, not a game for entertainment. Of course, except for the man who can ignore all the rules. Dark Crystal Emperor Ant. The battle begins. The insects took the lead in attacking. Xiao Bao tried to use his tongue to bind the tentacles of the locusts, but unfortunately, the locust dodged it. Brother Sure led 5 insects to attack from the right side. Locust used a right whip kick. Bang! Explosion sounded. A bugman was kicked in the stomach, and his internal organs were all over the floor. He died instantly. Everyone was shocked. Fuck. Depend on. What is this? So strong. Isn't that right? When we were fighting the mole beast just now, the opponent's attack at most caused minor injuries to everyone. How come this locust can kill a person with one kick? Isn't the damage difference too big? After one of the insects died, Shi Xiong immediately realized something was wrong and waved his hands in panic, shouting, "Retreat! Retreat quickly! This is not an ordinary insect monster. It's a boss." Jean Lena smiled. "This year, a small elite. Are you worthy of being called boss? Then what should I call this perfect level?" Chapter 44, I still like your unruly look. When everyone retreated, it was too late. The insect beast roared and immediately launched an attack. It locked its eyes on everyone and pushed down its legs to make a leap. Bang! There was an air explosion at a very fast speed. In an instant, he rushed to a bugman, shook his head, and bit off the bugman's head. In an instant, blood splattered and the man's head was separated. The locust stopped where it was, holding its head and ignoring everyone, and began to gnaw and chew. The sound of the chewing, tearing flesh made people's hair stand on end. Jean Lingna glanced at the frightened crowd, and although she felt disdainful in her heart, she still spoke up to kindly remind them. "Why don't you hurry up?" Shi Xiong finally came to his senses at this time and realized that the insect beasts were eating the bodies of the team members, which was the best time to escape. "Yes, let's go. Let's go quickly. Brothers, retreat quickly." The remaining few people and Jean Lena tiptoed along the wall and fled along the path to an empty classroom on the second floor. As soon as he entered the room, Shi Xiong closed the door and drew the curtains, plunging the entire room into darkness. They said it was to prevent being discovered by insects and beasts, but their lustful eyes kept wandering over Jean Lena, the mixed-race beauty. Even the slow-witted Xiao Bao noticed something was wrong. "Brother, sure, we don't want to see the meteorite anymore. Please let us out." Chameleon Xiao Bao protects Jean Lena behind him. At this time, everyone no longer pretended and tore off the mask of hypocrisy, revealing their true colors. Shi Xiong smiled obscenely, his eyes full of evil. "Xiao Bao, you can go, but leave this girl behind. We still have to take her to see the meteorite." "Hee hee hee. That's right, or you can come with us. It's worth dying for a ghost under the peony flowers. It's worth dying for a night with such a mixed-blood beauty in the last days." "Ha ha ha. Don't worry, sister. The brothers will be gentle." Seeing this, Jean Lena's eyes were filled with tears and her lips were slightly pursed. She looked pitiful, with her hands on her chest, and her whole body was moving backwards until she huddled in the corner and trembled, looking like a weak woman. "Ew, what are you going to do?" Several insect people were already impatient and surrounded Xiao Bao and Jean Lingna, shaking their shoulders and grinning. "What? Of course. Fuck you. Ah ha 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 ha." Chameleon Xiao Bao still has some moral values of humanity. He spreads his hands and tightly protects Jean Lena behind him. "Stop. What you are doing is against the law. Aren't you afraid of being investigated by the authorities later?" "Huh, official? We're in this mess now. What are we afraid of? Besides, the maximum sentence for raping a woman is 5 to 10 years. We can easily get out by using some connections. It's worth it. I'm immune to mental illness laws." "Hee. Ditto. Hee. Hey, hey, hey." The insects attack. 2 of the insect men took Xiao Bao away, and the remaining 5 insect men rushed forward. When Xiao Bao saw this scene, he was furious. "Beauty, Zhou Xiao Bao, am sorry for you. It is me who has harmed you." Sure enough, a scream was heard the next second. Xiao Bao couldn't bear to open his eyes and watch. But why do the screams seem to be getting stranger and stranger? "Oh my god. Ah, it's broken. Fuck. Help. We were wrong. We were wrong, Mom." In just a few seconds, several insects fell to the ground. Some were holding their stomachs, some were holding their eggs, and some were holding their heads and covering their eyes. The one who killed them was a girl who looked so weak. Several insect people were dumbfounded. Unbelievable. Her arms look like small, white, and tender lotus roots, but how can she be so strong? Lin Daiyu uprooted a weeping willow tree. My chest felt like it was hit head-on by a truck. It hurt so much. My ribs were broken. Jean Lingna smiled, grabbed Shi Xiong's head, and asked caringly, "How about it? Don't you want to fuck me? Isn't that awesome? Can you do it, thin dog?" The situation reversed, and this time it was the turn of several tall insect men on the ground to shiver and shrink into the corner. Shi Xiong barely supported himself and apologized repeatedly. "We are nothing. I am dirty. I am cheap. Give us another chance, sister." "I was wrong. We really know we were wrong. Oh, my aunt. I was just possessed by a devil for a moment. I shouldn't have had any dirty thoughts about you, let alone hit you. Just treat us like shit and let us go." "Ooh, I won't dare to do that next time." Jean Lena had a smile in the corner of her eyes. She had long seen that this group of people had ill intentions, and they were planning to do something bad. "Do you really think I'm a kind of soft girl who allows others to bully me? I can knock you out with just one punch." Turning to look at the black snake. "Black Flood Dragon, can you give them a poison that will kill them after half a day?" The black dragon's eyes became more and more blue as he interacted with Qin Yuan. He looked at everyone with a creepy gaze and nodded slowly. "Then poison them all, except the chameleon. If you dare to escape or do not work hard, you'll be dead. No one can cure the poison of the black dragon except itself and the king. Oh yeah, this poison has to be the most painful kind." The black dragon nodded, slithered out, and quickly planted poison on everyone. All the insect people only felt a slight tingling in their necks, and then their bodies became paralyzed, and they could not move or speak. But I can clearly feel the pain. The pain of being shot through the body continued to come. 1 bullet hurts, 2, 3, 20. Then there was the pain of a steel spike being inserted into the flesh, slowly squeezing in all the way into the bone gap, into the bone marrow, and then violently rotating and crushing. This endless pain and the feeling of powerlessness of losing control of my body. A deep sense of despair. All the insects opened their eyes wide, with bloodshot eyes, and felt the pain brought by the venom, the piercing pain. After 5 minutes, everyone regained control of their bodies. They wanted to scream, but couldn't. Another 5 minutes passed before everyone could really move. At the same time, I felt boundless fear for Jean Lena. Devil. This is the devil from hell. She is scarier than the insects and beasts outside. This woman is so scary. To be honest, Sure Xiong and the others would rather be eaten by insects or jump to death from the top floor than endure the pain they just experienced. Pain. It hurts so much. Woo woo. Big sister, please take back your magical power. You can ask us to do anything. Jean Lena kicked the insect man who was crawling towards her with disgust. Go away. Actually, I still like the way you were so unruly just now. Don't worry, I'm not unreasonable. If you help me find a meteorite, I'll help you get rid of the poison. How about that? Pretty good deal, right? The insects nodded quickly, not daring to refute or have any more thoughts. Their lives were in the hands of the other party, and they had no ability to refute. This time, Sure Xiong led Jean Lena to the burial site of the meteorite. The direction they were heading was exactly inside the school's found rockery. That is their secret base. Chapter 45. All parties attacked. On the road. When encountering a few ordinary insect beasts blocking the road, Jean Lena didn't even need to take action, and they were all successfully dealt with by the insect beasts. We came to an empty mountain foot in the northwest. The University of Science and Technology was built on the mountain. From the foot of the mountain was another teaching building. A large rockery fountain pool was built on the ridge using the height difference. Under the leadership of Sure Xiong, the group passed through a small path under the waterfall and came to the entrance of the rockery. On both sides of the rockery are long weeping willows that block the entrance to the cave, and in the middle is a waterfall that washes the ground. Because of the constant flow of water, the smell here is very light, and coupled with the loud noise of the waterfall, it is difficult for ordinary insects and animals to detect it. The entrance is very narrow, and only normal people can pass through. Sure Xiong and his group were poisoned, but Jean Lena was not worried that they would escape, so she went into the rockery alone. The entire rockery is built on the basis of real mountains, and all the stones are a mixture of real and fake. In some stones, you can even see steel bars as thick as fingers. As we went deeper, the light became worse, and the whole cave became pitch black. Jean Lena blinked, and the eyes of the perfect insect man quickly adapted to the darkness. She could vaguely see the general terrain. The cave was as spacious as a 3-bedroom apartment. Blurred, not very clear. Turning on a flashlight on her phone, the light illuminated the entire cave, and Jean Lena looked around. The cave is very humid and filled with steam. The walls are all gray-black stones. There is a round table and 5 stone benches on the ground. There are all kinds of strange clothes and toys, and there are several wooden boxes in the corner. Treasure chest? Jean Lena was puzzled and stepped forward to check. At the critical moment, the black dragon's eyes condensed and immediately issued a warning. Is danger. Seeing the black dragon looking like it was facing a formidable enemy, Jean Lena paused and immediately took a defensive stance. Are there enemies? Oops. The enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light, so we will suffer a great loss. In this case, we can only use the big move. Ultimate move, brother summoning. Come on, brother. Jean Lena returns again. Brothers, I found the meteorite you mentioned, but I am a weak woman and cannot move such a big meteorite. Several of the beaten insect people shuddered after hearing this. Oh shit, are you a weak woman? A weak woman who broke 8 ribs with 1 punch? What are you doing? Send anyone to help me. Xiao Bao was the first to volunteer. I'll do it. Unexpectedly, Jean Lena turned down his offer. He's looking for cannon fodder himself. Why are you joining in? I don't want a skinny dog. I want a stronger one. You're the one. Follow me. A bug man who was named shook his head repeatedly. Although he was not beaten, he also saw the miserable state of his brothers. His intuition told him that getting in was definitely not as simple as moving boxes. No, it's on the main street. This door is too narrow for me to get in. Door too narrow? Jean Lena glanced at the door frame and found it was indeed a little narrow. Fist. Bang. Boom. The explosion roared. In an instant, sand and stones flew everywhere. Rocks exploded, and steel bars broke and flipped outwards. The outer wall was blown up by a punch. All the insect people, including Xiao Bao, had their eyes bulging and their jaws dropped to the ground. Huh? Oh shit. You are so scary. Is this still a human being? It's even more bizarre than the monster outside. You know, there's steel bars thicker than your thumb inside this rockery. Rebar. Just 1 punch and it exploded? Are the steel bars hid inside out? Is this the weak woman you mentioned? Xiao Bao, what kind of monster did you pick up on the road? Yes, it's wide now, come in. Or do you want to experience the toxin attack again? Listening to Jean Linya's threatening tone, the insect man looked at Shi Xiong with tears in his eyes and looked back every few steps as he walked into the cave. In the dark, Jean Linya told him, just take the box out and don't worry about anything else. If he can get it, it will be considered a first-class merit. Just as the insect man touched the box, a huge centipede suddenly jumped out from the darkness and attacked. The bugman bit the chest with one bite, and the pincers cut hard, breaking the bugman into two halves. The blood dyed the whole cave red. The enemy in the dark came out. Without waiting for Jean Lina to speak, the black dragon locked onto the target and immediately jumped out to fight with the black centipede. The fight between the two sides was very fierce, and both of them were poisonous, so Jean Lina couldn't get close to them. Fortunately, the black dragon took over the brain and deliberately angered the other party, leading the centipede away. Jean Lina successfully got the boxes and opened them all. In the box on the far left was a meteorite as big as a head. It was not big, but weighed 100 kilograms and was as red as blood. Let her genes become restless. That phantom beast, most likely this is what you're looking for. Nice one. Dedicated to the Emperor Ant. Jean Lina's face lit up with joy. She closed the box and hurriedly took it out. Hurry, there's a big centipede inside. So, what about my brother? He was killed by a centipede. If you want to seek revenge on him, go ahead. I won't stop you. Shi Xiong didn't say anything stupid about revenge. Their strengths were similar. Whoever can kill his brother can also kill him. As soon as they reached the teaching building, they were blocked by a high-growth, excellence-level insect beast. This is a black caterpillar covered with poisonous spines, 6 meters tall. Its length is unclear, but must be at least several dozen meters long. At the same time, the rhinoceros beetle and the 3 tigers were attacked by a high-growth, excellent insect beast. A 4-ton behemoth appeared in front of the rhinoceros beetle. It was a powerful stag beetle with a long nose like a giraffe in the insect world. The whole body is covered with brown muscles. It also sprays a kind of white glue, which is difficult to get rid of once you get it on. The other side, in front of Sanhu, appeared the leader of the insect power world, the dung beetle, which can push 1141 times its own weight. Of course, the insect beast is not so exaggerated. After all, the sizes increase a lot. But its growth rate is very high, and its overall strength is definitely above that of the rhinoceros beetle. Its black armor must also have amazing defensive power. Weshio University of Biotechnology. The party in the gymnasium had already begun, but unlike what was expected, there was no singing or dancing in the entire venue. Only screams and a room full of broken limbs. The whole venue was covered with blood, and the pungent smell of blood could be smelled at the door. Dozens of insect beasts were slaughtering students crazily in the main building. The students hiding in the toilet could only cry helplessly. Several boys only then remembered the small account that reminded them to be safe in the group today. It was too late to regret it. Now, they still want to contact for help. But I found that there is no network at all. I can only put my hands together and apologize madly in my heart. I admit that I spoke a little harshly today. Please, save me. It doesn't matter who it is. Pity. There is no God in this world, and no one will hear his prayers. There was a roar of insect beasts outside the toilet. Next moment, the door was broken. Tonight, it's bound to be a sleepless night. Chapter 46, The End of the World, is too painful. I am here to help you get rid of it. Benching Institute of Technology. Jean Lina and her group encountered a huge superior insect beast, the black poisonous caterpillar. It happened that the black dragon was not around at the time. Can only use the same old trick. Great summoning. Come on, brother. Come on. My cannon fodder. Brothers, as long as you defeat this caterpillar and escort me to the warehouse safely, I will detoxify you. Shi Xiong agreed immediately. Okay, isn't it just a bigger caterpillar? I used to cut it into pieces when I was a kid. Can I still be afraid of it now that I'm grown up? Brothers, let's go. Go. Jean Lina grabbed Xiao Bao, who was about to rush forward, gave him a look, and the two of them secretly escaped from the other side. Xiao Bao is reluctant to leave his friends. Just abandon them like this? Of course. It would be better for me to die than for my friend to die. Don't you understand this principle? Jean Lina thought so in her heart, but she said something else. How could that be? Only after we leave can they free up their hands and feet to fight. I am helping them and lightening their burden. This is to help them get rid of their suffering. This is a good deed to save all living beings. The Emperor Ant once said that the end of the world is too painful. Let them die soon. Trash. Those little minions are almost certain to die fighting against the high-level excellence level Zerdman. When Jean Lena approached the warehouse, she saw the battle between the rhinoceros beetle and the stag beetle from a distance. The two giant insects were like two earth rollers, rushing around, causing rocks to fly everywhere and houses to be shattered. One-horn punch. The rhinoceros beetle punched the stag beetle in the face, and the other party kicked the rhinoceros beetle in the body. Both parties flew backwards at the same time. Boom! The bullet crashed into the first floor of the teaching building, breaking several load-bearing columns. The survivors upstairs thought it was an earthquake and ran out of the classroom to escape. Roar! The stag beetle fired a glue cannon, but the rhinoceros beetle dodged it nimbly. The two sides fought again, punching each other, and the fight was indisputable. But there happened to be a short loli who ran towards the place where the two sides were fighting. You have to know that when these two fight, even the perfect insect man Jean Lena can only hide aside and watch. What does she think? How dare she? Are you crazy? No one knows. But she suddenly appeared on the battlefield, and the rhinoceros beetle shouted, "Careful!" The stag beetle sprayed a mouthful of white glue and headed straight for the girl. Help! Just then, the rhinoceros beetle took this opportunity to punch the stag beetle in the face, and the opponent was knocked several meters away. Wow, why didn't you save him? This glue is the product of genetic mutation. It sticks tighter and tighter. Even rhinoceros beetles dare not touch it. The girl had been observing the beetle from upstairs for a long time. She saw that the beetle was a helpful insect and thought it would block the attack for her. I didn't expect the other party to just give me a warning. This is not right. This is not like what is shown in the TV series. Why didn't you save me? The girl looked at the rhinoceros beetle with resentment and struggled in pain. The rhinoceros beetle curled up his lips and sneered. After experiencing the plane rescue incident, he had grown up in his heart and was no longer the foolish one who rescued people. If I block this virus glue for her, I'll be the one who dies. If I die, all the hundreds of people in the warehouse will be buried with me. It is now just the first warrior under the master's seat, rhinoceros beetle. Wang Wenlong is no longer the one who likes to save people. At least, he will not save those who are seeking death. Don't worry, I will save you. Don't look, close your eyes. The girl was overjoyed. I was saved. But when he saw the huge rock that was bigger than himself held high in the hands of the rhinoceros beetle, he felt a deep fear in his heart. No, don't worry. I will try my best to make your death painless and send you to see God. It will be considered as saving you. I will do you a good deed. I'll save my words of thanks for next life. People who are stuck with this glue will suffer from ulcers and inflammation, which will first hurt and then itch. After scratching themselves, maggots will grow and then all organs will fail and they will die. It is an extremely painful way to die. It's better to be killed by yourself. It only takes a moment. The girl didn't think so. Her eyes were filled with fear and resentment, and she struggled madly. No, I think I can still salvage it. Don't. Aren't you on the side of humanity? Aren't you the savior? Why? The rhinoceros beetle twisted its mouth, raised the huge rock high, and smashed it down fiercely. Bang! Those who like to commit suicide die. It fulfilled her wish. The long-nosed stag beetle attacked the rhinoceros beetle again. The rhinoceros beetle was still very upset after killing someone for the first time. It could be said that it had completely cut off its ties with the human race. At this moment, the rhinoceros beetle grows again. It grew wings at this moment. Buzz. The moment the wings flap, it soars into the air and avoids the opponent's impact. The long-nosed stag beetle hit its head against a rock and felt that the world was full of stars revolving around it. When it woke up, it couldn't find the rhinoceros beetle. Roar. Where are the bugs? Where did it go? What about a bug that big? At this time, it heard a buzzing sound, looked up, and saw a black shadow appear in the sky, covering it. Meteor falling, kill. The rhinoceros beetle descends from the sky with an unstoppable momentum, forming the ultimate killing move, falling under the incredulous gaze of the long-nosed stag. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the whole open space was covered with dust. The smoke made it impossible to see who won and who lost. The smoke cleared, but no one came out. Jean Lena hurried forward to check. The stupid rhinoceros beetle actually fell headfirst and fainted in the pit. As we all know, The action of force is mutual. This blow also hurt itself badly. Kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 your own. Fortunately, after this move, the long-nosed stag beetle under him was already dead. The rhinoceros beetle is unconsciously absorbing the excellent genes of the stag beetle below it. In line with the principle of not wasting, Gene Lena also helped to absorb genetic energy. Genetic energy will quickly dissipate between heaven and earth after the death of insects and beasts, and what is absorbed is the original energy. It is meaningless to absorb the energy used in general. Only the original ability can make genes grow and generate endless genetic energy from within one's body. When Gene Lena was concentrating on absorbing energy, a huge shadow appeared behind her. He was staring at her with indifferent eyes, as if he was looking at a corpse. She was so close, but she didn't notice. Chapter 47: Cockroach versus Dung Beetle. West Teaching Building. Sanhu is fighting with dung beetles. In terms of strength, Sanhu is definitely at a disadvantage, but in terms of speed, Sanhu is faster. The two sides have a wider range. The aftermath of the battle is even greater, and the corpses of insects and beasts that come to watch can fill up a whole floor of the teaching building. There is no fight. All the spectators are dead. MD, why is this thing like a dogskin plaster that can't be shaken off? To be honest, Sanhu didn't want to fight with the opponent. The dung beetle's gene development was more than twice his, and its overall strength was stronger than his. If they fought for a long time, they would inevitably be at a disadvantage. You can hit the opponent with a charged attack, but the key is that you don't have the opportunity to charge. The opponent will not stand there stupidly waiting for you to finish charging. Although the insect beasts are large, the winner is often determined by a single beheading. 99 of insects and animals will die if their heads are chopped off. If you really dare to stand still and slowly accumulate strength for 20 seconds, your head will be twisted off by the insect beast and kicked like a ball in a minute. In this case, we can only outsmart it. Bang! A loud bang. The wall was broken, and the dung beetle followed Sanhu's gaze and came back. Luckily, dung beetles can attack from a distance. Their best moves are headbutts and powerful kicks, which can only be used in close combat. The dung beetle bends down, exerts force with its leg muscles, and rushes forward with its head, but the sound of breaking air. Sanhu dodged the attack with a nimble leap and kept jumping between buildings just to find a suitable opportunity to counterattack. Sudden, the ground shook, and then there was a thud. The dung beetle came out from the ground and hugged Sanhu's legs. Sanhu secretly thought that it was not good. He swung his knife and cut off his own leg, flapped his wings, and flew backwards, sticking to the wall. Specialized gene, regeneration. Puff! A new leg grew back, but it also took a lot of energy. The dung beetle stood there and gnawed on Sanhu's legs, eating with great relish, seemingly not taking Sanhu seriously at all. Sanhu looked unhappy. I am a perfect insect man, but I was forced into such an embarrassing situation by an excellent dung beetle. Although the other party's genetic growth rate is much higher than mine, it is embarrassing to be treated like this by an excellent insect man. What can a man endure? When Sanhu landed on the ground again, his face was gloomy, and his eyes showed an uncontrollable murderous intent. Come on, vermin. The muscles in his right arm bulged high, and he pressed down and swung back, forming a horizontal V between his waist and abdomen. Really? Seeing that the three tigers were beginning to gather strength, the dung beetle immediately dropped the leg meat it had been gnawing on and launched an attack to interrupt the gathering strength. With a kick of its legs, it shot out like a sharp arrow. Speedy headbutt. Sanhu's eyes were solemn. He had expected the opponent's actions long ago. This time, the charge was just a fake move. He flapped his wings and flew up into the sky to avoid the attack. Then he continued to swing his hands back in a V shape to recharge his energy. The dung beetle became anxious and roared. How could he let Sanhu finish accumulating energy? Another fast headbutt. The three tigers were like fighting bulls, constantly consuming the dung beetle's energy. The dung beetle was not aware of the rapid consumption of its own energy. Using the high-speed headbutt itself is a big burden on the dung beetle, not to mention using it continuously. Less than 15 minutes later, the dung beetle's strength declined and its speed slowed down significantly. Seeing that the time was right, Sanhu put down his fake arm and began to actively approach the dung beetle. Watch the fight. Close combat begins. The dung beetle immediately let out a roar of joy. Roar! It's so uncomfortable to keep missing in the attack, Now I can finally fight in close combat. But when it came into close contact with Sanhu, it realized something was wrong. Damn, how could this guy be so good at fighting? The three tigers made a move. First, he used a Lushan Xinglongba to punch the dung beetle into the air, and then he used a series of combos to attack it. 32 consecutive attacks. Oh, fight, fight, fight. The dung beetle was beaten so hard that its body shook like a sieve. You know, Sanhu is a gangster. The double-flowered red stick from my youth has now been strengthened by the power of the insect man, and I can use all kinds of fighting moves and martial arts routines at will. I hit the enemy when he's close to me, and I run away when he's close to me. Just fight and run. That's all. Every attack of the dung beetle was accurately avoided by Sanhu, but Sanhu's attacks were very accurate and efficient, and he did not forget to taunt during the attack. Hey, I can't hit it. Are you angry? Squeak. The dung beetle roared angrily, and the tentacles on its head stood up. This insect man. Damn it. Damn it. Its muscles doubled in size at a speed visible to the naked eye. I don't know if it's a skill or a unique genetic ability. Sanhu also used his own unique skills. Slip. With a flap of its wings, it quickly took off into the air. The dung beetle beast did not have wings evolved in its exclusive genes, so it could only rage helplessly on the ground, throwing stones at the sky. When his muscles weakened, Sanhu immediately attacked him with a series of blows. Knee strike, elbow strike, punch, uppercut, kick. Monkey steals peaches, twin dragons play with pearls, 1,000-year killing. Use all kinds of tricks on it. There is no routine. Just use whatever trick works best. The opponent's defense is indeed strong. He still looks like nothing happened despite receiving many attacks from Sanhu. But Sanhu's goal is to consume a lot of the opponent's physical strength and then complete a one-shot kill. It was still a melee, but this time after Sanhu knocked the opponent away with one punch, he bit his arm back and began to accumulate strength again. By the time the other party finds out, it's already too late. 5 seconds to charge, 200 bonus. Charge a powerful attack. Bang! The heavy blow to the dung beetle's head gave it a slight concussion, and it fell to the ground in a daze. Sanhu grabbed its neck and rode on it, raising his right fist to form an inverted V again. 1 second, 5 seconds, 15 seconds, 20 seconds to complete the charge. A decisive blow, full attack rate, a powerful attack. D. The dung beetle opened its eyes and directly opened a fist as big as a casserole. Bang! Green blood splattered, and the dung beetle's head was successfully blown up. Excellent and advanced dung beetle clan. Absorbing exclusive giant power gene 1, 1.5, 1.8, 2. Absorbs 1, 1.5, 2 of the essence of insects and beasts. Absorbing skill gene. Berserk, incomplete. Completing the Berserk skill requires 5 insect beast essence and 5 skill gene. Sanhu used the absorbed genes to complete this skill. Rage, strength attribute asterisk 200, speed times 150 within 60 seconds. After raging, fall into a weak state for 300 seconds. All attributes decrease by 30. Can be used once every 12 hours. If this skill has a description, it must be: would you rather be a warrior for 1 minute or a coward for the rest of your life? Totally crazy. This is a skill that can help you turn the tables at critical moments, but the side effects are a problem. You can keep it as a last resort and use it to counterattack at critical moments, including a charged attack. Sanhu already has 2 skills. Chapter 48, Toxic Hormones, Cocooning. Back Mountain. The mountains and plains are covered with withered flowers, plants, and trees. Normally, the trees in this area should be evergreen all year round, and this kind of withering should not occur. 2 poisonous creatures were chasing each other in the forest. At first, it was the centipede chasing the snake, but soon it turned into the snake chasing the centipede. The hunter and the prey have switched places. The poisonous centipede feels top-heavy. Not good. This centipede seems to be poisoned. Cursing inwardly. Hateful. Centipede poisoning? Poisoning? This black snake is too poisonous. It's even more poisonous than poison itself. Even a poisonous creature like me is almost poisoned to death. What a sin. Unexpectedly, the black dragon's genes were not highly developed, and the venom concentration in its body was seriously exceeded. I just scratched his skin, and a little blood splashed on my skin, but now I have to wash it off. Run away quickly. Centipede running in front. The black dragon is chasing behind. It escapes. It chases. At this moment, the corners of the little black dragon's mouth were raised in a U shape, and his eyes were shining with evil light. At first I thought this centipede was very poisonous, but just this? When fighting, I was surprised to find that the centipede venom sprayed on me was not only fine, but also just right for bathing, and it even had a slight fragrance. The temperature is right, and the venom concentration is barely acceptable. Poisonous centipede? To put it bluntly, it's not even as poisonous as my bath water. What are you yelling about? What are you barking about? Therefore, the two poles are reversed, and the black snake chases the centipede with its tongue swishing. You have to know that poisonous creatures are not like other insects and animals. The competition is not about who has a higher degree of genetic development, but about who is more poisonous and who is more resistant to poison. It's obvious. The black dragon that stays next to the mythical poison every day is even better. Not only is its toxicity greatly increased, but its resistance to poison is also extremely high. I guess he can resist even the ancient poison. The two chased each other, and the other fled, and the plants along the way suffered and were all poisoned to death. The red-armored centipede stood up and tried to scare the black snake away. The black dragon was indeed frightened when he saw this scene. The red-armored centipede stood up to nearly 4 meters and looked like a huge monster. But the black dragon obviously didn't want to let its prey go, so it stayed at a safe distance and waited for the poison to take effect. The red-armored centipede may have seen the black dragon's intention and risked its life to fight to the death. It suddenly jumped forward and pounced. It bit the black dragon, opened its mouth wide, and swallowed it into its stomach, and the collision of its two big teeth made a laughing sound. Ka. It actually worked. Counterattack. It was so easy to kill that nasty black snake. It's incredible. The centipede was so happy that the tree in front of him turned into 3, etc. 3 or 4. One by one, they form a line. Why are there more and more big trees in front of me? The poisonous centipede's eyes began to draw circles. Ouch. Little elves. There are little elves all around. What it doesn't know is, what he just ate was just a molted body of the black dragon, which was full of poison. Puff. The centipede spat out a mouthful of black blood, twitched a few times, and then died. It was actually poisoned to death. Poisonous centipede dead. The black dragon crawled into its body from the grass nearby and began to devour its genes and flesh, and finally took away the insect crystal as well. Exclusive gene toxicity increased by 1.52. Source gene energy increased by 1. When it followed the smell to gene lingna, it found that the girl had no breath and fell beside a big pit. There was a huge gap on her back that was so deep that the bone could be seen. It was obvious that he was killed instantly with 1 knife. Oh my God, the perfect insect man was killed in 1 hit. How powerful is the other party? There's also a rhinoceros beetle in the pit that seems to be a companion, and it still has a heartbeat. The black dragon used its head to touch Jean Lena, who was lying on the ground. Hello. Don't die. How can I explain to my master if you die? Wait until I get back before you die. The black dragon opened its mouth and bit towards Jean Lingna's neck. Skill, toxic hormone. Toxic hormone can stimulate the residual energy and activity of the human body, increasing all attributes by 50 in a short period of time. If the target is not completely dead, it can be resurrected for a short time of 10 seconds. Side effects, poisoning. Come back to life. As the poison quickly flowed into her brain and heart, Jean Lena suddenly opened her eyes and gasped for breath. The black dragon anxiously transmits pheromones. Hurry up. Do you have any way to save your life? My poison can only keep me alive for 10 seconds at most. Skill, pupa. Jean Lena only had time to leave 1 last sentence. Watch your back. Go to the 8th floor of the unfinished building in the northwest. Countless threads entangled Jean Lena into a white pupa. This is a life-saving medical skill. It will take several days for the person to recover from the near-death injury. The pupa is very fragile. Once it is broken, the person inside will die. The pupa is not big, only the size of a large suitcase. The black dragon gave the rhinoceros beetle some bullet ant poison, and he jumped up instantly. Fuck. Oh my God. It hurts. Who attacked me? I looked around but didn't see anyone, only a small black snake on the ground. The black dragon told the rhinoceros beetle the message from Jean Lena through pheromones. The pupa is the blonde female. It cannot be broken. It doesn't matter whether she dies or not. The main thing is that I can't get my job done. Watch your back. Go to the 8th floor of the unfinished building in the northwest. The rhinoceros beetle looked at the black dragon in surprise. He didn't expect there was such a way of communication. Oh, okay, what about this pupa? This, put it on. The rhinoceros beetle nodded and picked up the pupa, feeling that it would not be safe anywhere. The black snake then coiled up on the beetle's head, looking around vigilantly. I don't know if a sneak attacker is nearby, so I have to be on guard. Corner of teaching building. 3 tigers. Hey, rhinoceros beetle, black dragon, why are you together? Where's Jean Lena? Seeing. The 3 began to exchange information. The black dragon revealed 2 important pieces of information: the meteorite and the captured insect man. Sanhu thinks for a moment. It seems that the answers to all questions point to there. The rhinoceros beetle probably guessed it. You mean the abandoned building? After discussion, the 3 of them unanimously decided to go over and take a look. Just arrived downstairs. Then he took a breath. Oh my goodness. A closer look revealed a large number of insect beasts, ordinary, elite, and excellent. There are at least several hundred of them, and it has become a den of insects and beasts. Sanhu and his team paid special attention to those excellent insect beasts. Excellent top black poisonous caterpillar. Excellent advanced long-legged locust. Excellent advanced giant mole cricket. It's like being in a monster world here. Monsters of all sizes are crowded together, densely guarding this teaching building. The unicorn beetle is a little unconfident. Sanhu, are we going to send out a signal flare? This is most likely where the mythical beasts are. No, the Lord said that we cannot send signals before we find the phantom beast. We have to make sure that everything is safe. What do we do now? Boom, boom. White light flashed, thunder rolled. It started to rain heavily, and the big raindrops hit the ground and splashed water. Sanhu stretched out his hand to feel the rain, and a plan emerged in his mind. Got it. Chapter 49, Perfect Intermediate Insect Beast. Abandoned teaching building. The sky is gloomy. The crackling rain hits the ground. A huge rhinoceros beetle, holding a pupa in its left hand and 3 tigers in its right hand, with a black dragon on its head, strides towards the abandoned building in the rain. Seeing. The 3 excellent insect beasts looked as if they were facing a great enemy, and immediately stepped forward to block the way, roaring a warning. Rhinoceros beetle sends pheromones. Surrender. No more fighting. I'm a traitor. I'm showing my cards. I caught 3 perfect tributes and presented them to the king. These are perfect products, very nutritious and aphrodisiac. Ah? The 3 excellent insect beasts looked at each other and were stunned for a moment. Their worldview has been severely impacted. What's going on? A superior rhinoceros beetle caught 3 perfect ones? And he turned against me? It's a mess. Everything is a mess. It's understandable to challenge opponents of higher levels occasionally, but isn't it a bit too exaggerated to capture 3 of them at once? And where did you find so many perfect ones? Isn't it very unreasonable to turn against someone? The 3 beasts were confused for a moment. They looked at each other, until I received the pheromone from the adult on the 8th floor. Allow. The order came. The 3 excellent insects followed the order. Although they were confused, they still took the lead to make way. Hundreds of insects made way for them. The scene was quite spectacular. The rhinoceros beetle has a smooth journey with 3 trophies. Arrive at the 8th floor. Except for the wall at the staircase, the walls of the classroom in front have all been demolished, leaving only a few load-bearing pillars and a piece of cement floor underfoot. The top floor has no floor slab, and the total height is nearly 9 meters. Even the size of a rhinoceros beetle can stand upright without being affected. In the empty hall, there's a praying mantis that looks like a dead leaf. It looks very thin and only less than 2 meters tall, but the deterrent power it exudes is extremely powerful. Perfect. And the gene development rate is definitely more than 20. Next to it was a yellowish wooden box with a bugman tied to it with a black rope. The pheromone of the perfect mantis beast was transmitted to the rhinoceros beetle with an anxious and eager tone. Very good. Give them me quickly. You will be my #1 warrior in the future. I will give you a tribe to enjoy. The rhinoceros beetle's face fell. Sanhu, this is terrible. This isn't a mythical beast. We're screwed. Sanhu's face also looked bad. Their boss is actually a perfect level mantis, not a mythical beast. Everyone guessed wrong. At first, Sanhu guessed that such a big battle must be a fantasy beast, but he didn't expect it to be just a mid-level perfect beast. MD, too careless. Rhinoceros beetle, why are you still standing there? Run. If it is a fantasy beast, please invite the master over. I believe it will only take a few minutes to deal with the fantasy beast. But if it weren't for the mythical beast, it would be a pipe dream for them to deal with this perfect insect man by themselves. The development degree is above 20, and it has entered the middle stage of the first evolution. If we fight it, we will just die. But when the two turned around, another green mantis appeared at the entrance of the corridor behind them. By deterrence, we can probably tell. This is a top-level green mantis. The scimitar claws in its hands still have the smell of Jean Lena's blood. The black dragon immediately realized. I'm afraid this guy was the one who attacked Jean Lena. Green praying mantis tilts its head and asks a question in confusion. Big guy, didn't you come here to surrender? Why are you running away with the spoils? To some extent, the original insect beasts are purer than humans, and they don't have so many intrigues. The innocent green mantis, like a child, even regards the rhinoceros beetle as a companion. After eating too many humans, insect beasts will become different. After eating too many humans, insect beasts will be proficient in all kinds of conspiracies and tricks, and all kinds of negative emotions and desires will grow in their hearts. The perfect mantis watched all this coldly from the side. It immediately guessed that the rhinoceros beetle might be faking its surrender. What was the purpose of pretending to surrender? What could I have that would make them miss me? Could it be? Did he want to steal my 2 treasures? But why did he run away? How strange. Forget it. I'd better swallow them and ask later. It immediately issued an order to the superior mantis. Qing Lang, kill them. The blue mantis's eyes changed instantly. 1 second he was looking at his brother, and the next second he was looking at the enemy who killed his father. For the command of the dead leaf mantis, it will absolutely execute. Right or wrong? The extremely fast slash was swung, directly hitting the rhinoceros beetle's head. Sanhu made up his mind and made a prompt decision. He stretched out his right hand to block the opponent and then punched the opponent's vital point with his left hand. Swish! Puff! Blood splatters. Sanhu's arm was broken and his punch missed. The rhinoceros beetle was frightened and broke into a cold sweat. If it was that was chopped off just now, it would be beheaded now. The mantis is indeed an insect predator. Its attack speed is so fast that the 3 people cannot react at all. Think carefully. If this outstanding mantis is so terrifying, how terrifying would that perfect mantis be? Terrifying when you think about it. With a pop, Sanhu's arms grew back. Rhinoceros beetle, cooperate with me in the feint attack. Okay, the 2 attacked at the same time, one on the left, one on the right, one on top, and one on the bottom. The continuous attacks made the green mantis unable to fight back for a while. Although it was their first time working together, the 2 of them had a tacit understanding, like old friends who had fought for many years. The mantis ran out of patience. After dodging the rhinoceros beetle's attack, it launched a counterattack regardless of Sanhu's fist. Squeak! A knife cut the joint of the rhinoceros beetle, directly crippling its arm. The 3 tigers' attacks also landed on the mantis, but only caused it to suffer minor injuries. I sighed in my heart. Mantis is indeed a natural-born master of combat. Such a keen fighting instinct. The situation took a turn for the worse. The 2 were no longer able to cooperate perfectly, and the green mantis was still strong, beating the 2 back step by step. The wounds on the 2 people continued to increase. Fortunately, the 3 tigers had a strong self-healing ability, but the rhinoceros beetle was not so good. Although it was protected by heavy armor, its joints were still fragile. The rhinoceros beetle, whose joints and meridians were attacked many times by the mantis, is almost unable to continue fighting. Sanhu was forced to use his ultimate move in advance. Rhinoceros beetle, help me block its movement. The rhinoceros beetle pounced to the left, and the mantis jumped to the right. It was during this gap that the 3 tigers caught it. His eyes were bloodshot. Gene technique, rage. Open. Scarlet death combo. A hit. Hit. It's just a bunch of turtle punches. He attacked the mantis randomly, and with the double strength, he pinned the mantis into the wall for 60 seconds. Bang, bang, bang. The single wall was shattered into ruins, and the blue mantis fell to the ground. Sanhu also fell to the ground exhausted, and the side effects began to take effect. This should. What the hell? Fuck. Sanhu and Dujioxian cursed. The green mantis in the distance staggered to its feet from the shattered wall. 10,000 alpacas ran through Sanhu's heart. This guy, isn't it too tough? Did you grow up eating sandbags? Chapter 50. The Phantom Beast appears. The green excellence mantis was seriously injured and bleeding, but but it still had the ability to fight. On the other hand, on Sanhu's side, only the black dragon is still unharmed. Sanhu and the rhinoceros beetle have lost their combat effectiveness in a short period of time. The green mantis roared, crawled out of the ruins, and walked towards the three people carefully. The black dragon stared at the mantis with its pupils erect, spitting out its tongue, waiting for its chance. The mantis's reaction speed is too fast, and the blade in its hand is very sharp. The black dragon does not have the strong defense and recovery ability of the three tigers and the rhinoceros beetle. If the body is cut by a knife, it will die. The only way is to wait for the opportunity to kill with one strike. Just as the green mantis was about to reach Sanhu, a rustling sound was heard outside the building. It seems like some monster is moving outside the building. Everyone looked out the window. Rustle. Black fluff appeared, followed by a plump body. It was the top-notch black, poisonous caterpillar. What is it doing here? The perfect leaf mantis is a little angry when it sees the caterpillar. Who asked you to come up here? Roll. The huge black insect body seemed not to hear it and crawled towards the location of the meteorite. The green mantis immediately rushed forward and blocked the dead leaf mantis. It was like a loyal guard of the leaf mantis, issuing a final warning to the black caterpillar that continued to move forward despite the dissuasion. Hiss! The black caterpillar ignored the warning and continued forward. The two scimitars on the green mantis's front legs radiate green light. It holds the two blades high and slashes down in an X shape. Gene technique, X slash. Swish, swish, swish. Two blue blades pass by. From the worm body to the facade of the building, the 6-meter-tall giant worm was cut into 4 pieces. The 3 tigers, the rhinoceros beetle, and the black dragon were stunned. Holy shit, no way. We just fought for such a long time, and the opponent actually has a hidden skill that he hasn't used? No ultimate move is useful? How strong is the perfect mantis next to it? Before anyone could think about it, a fiery red claw broke out from the black caterpillar's body. Grabbing the green mantis's head, the 4 claws pressed inwards. Bang! The green mantis was crushed and killed instantly without even having time to react. Kill instantly with one strike. With a poof, a fiery red bird tore the black caterpillar's body apart and walked out. It had a fiery red tail like a peacock, ruby-like eyes, a rooster's comb, and an ostrich-like body covered with flaming feathers. Mythical beast, Fire Phoenix, appeared. As soon as it appeared, it killed the excellent mantis in seconds. I guess it will have a fierce battle with the perfect mantis next. Sanhu knew that this was his last chance, so he shouted in the direction of the rhinoceros beetle. Black Dragon, go and fire the signal flare. The rhinoceros beetle also gave the windproof lighter and flare on his body to the black dragon's mouth. The black dragon nodded and swam away immediately. But I just walked a few meters. Swish! Phew! A fiery red feather flew over and pierced the black dragon's vital point accurately, nailing it to death on the spot. Black blood flowed out, corroding the concrete floor with a sizzling sound. The black dragon was killed in seconds. Black dragon, ×2. The 3 tigers and the rhinoceros beetle roared in anger. This was the master's perfect pet. If it died here, they would not be able to escape the blame. Far away, the Fire Phoenix looked at the fallen people with a human-like disdain in its eyes, and then walked towards the perfect mantis. Its pace is slow, but it feels oppressive. Every step made my heart and liver tremble violently, my face turned pale, and my body sweat. In its eyes, only the mantis on the other side is worthy of its serious attack. The perfect mantis's knife is very fast, enough to threaten ordinary fantasy beasts. But the Fire Phoenix is not an ordinary fantasy beast. It is the top fantasy beast, even beyond the fantasy beast. 1 in a billion god-killing species. The potential for growth in the first stage is as high as 3,200 manpower or 320 tons of force. There is a 4-fold gap with the perfect level of 800 manpower. But the perfect mantis in front of him has a high degree of genetic development and is armed with a sickle. It is a typical assassin with high attack and low defense. Either I beat you, or you beat me. Just as the perfect leaf mantis was ready to fight. The Fire Phoenix took the lead in launching an attack and shouted softly. Gene technique, burning flame. The red beak opened, and orange flames spurted out of the mouth, covering most of the floor in a fan shape. The leaf mantis grabbed the insect man on the ground and moved quickly, driving him to another corner. It could have left, but it was unwilling to give up the meteorite on the ground. Moreover, it always believes. Isn't it just a mythical beast? Isn't it just a situation where the wind is against you? I can fight back. The dead leaf mantis looked at the fire phoenix with sharp eyes. It moved its buttocks, and a black iron wire worm emerged, heading towards the fire phoenix at an extremely fast speed. It would be best if the fire phoenix could be tied up. Even if you can't bind yourself, you can still buy yourself enough time to activate your skills. The fire phoenix once again spurted out scorching flames on the iron wire worm. The armed worm was burned so hard that it screamed and curled up into a ball before being burned to death. The leaf mantis flapped its wings and flew into the air, spreading its arms in the air. A dark black light enveloped the sickle, and two quick slashes, one horizontal and one vertical, appeared. Gene technique, cross slash. The several meter-long black cross slash cut through the air and quickly arrived in front of the fire phoenix with an unstoppable momentum. At this time, the leaf mantis flashed again and came behind the fire phoenix, swinging its knife at the opponent's head. Gene technology, sonic decapitation, one before and one after. Double-sided attack. The leaf mantis can't hide its excitement. These two skills will definitely hit one. At least we can seriously injure this strange bird and maybe even kill it on the spot. Need to know, this is a fantasy beast. If we can devour the genetic sequence of a mythical beast, then the road to the future will be easy to walk. Not to mention the advanced king beast. At least there are few opponents in the perfect level, and it is no problem to be perfect and invincible. How is this dangerous? This is clearly a great opportunity for me. Go to hell, big bird. The leaf mantis has already seen the scene of the bird's head falling to the ground in its mind. Worth mentioning, birds are on the mantis's prey list. But again, praying mantises are also on the menu for birds. Swish. Sonic slash first slashed across the bird's head. Hit the target. No, that's not right. Cutting into the air? How could that be? The leaf mantis smile suddenly stopped. It clearly chopped the bird's neck, but it felt like it was slashing air passing through the bird's head. Then came the cross slash that he had just sent out. Boom. The leaf mantis completely absorbed the attack from its own skill, and its entire body became unstable and fell backwards. This is not over yet. Chiu. The fire phoenix attacked one after another. It slashed with its wings, and the feathers on it were like extremely sharp blades, quickly slashing towards the mantis' neck. The leaf mantis managed to dodge the neck attack, but its entire body was still cut diagonally. Puff! Suddenly, green blood splashed. In the blink of an eye, the perfect mantis with a genetic growth rate of more than 30 was defeated. Although it was not dead, it had no strength to fight again. This is just 2 moves. Even a powerful mantis can only lie on the ground. Life or death unknown. Chapter 51, Qin Yuan appears. Angry little turkey. Sanhu, who was watching the battle, wanted to send a signal flare, but as soon as he moved his feet, 2 feathers pierced his ankles. Kneeling on the ground. Spoilers coming. Even a perfect level mantis with 30 genetic development can only survive 2 rounds in front of the phantom beast phoenix. Don't say Sanhu and the others escaped. In the face of absolute strength. I guess I can't even commit suicide. But strangely, the fire phoenix did not rush to kill them, but walked to the flaming meteorite. A pheromone was sent toward Sanhu. Don't move or you'll die. Then he swallowed the meteorite in one gulp, and immediately his body started to burn with orange flames, as if the meteorite in his body was being burned. Sanhu gritted his teeth and prayed madly in his heart. My lord, if you don't come, we will be wiped out. Please come quickly. Save your little brother. The rhinoceros beetle cursed himself for being incompetent. I have betrayed the trust of my lord. The master did not forget to practice even when he was resting, and he also found so many helpers for himself for this arrest. He took this arrest operation more seriously than anyone else, but in the end, he and his men couldn't even defeat a great mantis. It's all because I'm too weak. My lord must be very anxious now. I deserve to die. Bincheng Pedestrian Street. Qin Yuan strolled down the street, holding a handful of roasted lamb balls in his left hand and a cup of giant fruit tea in his right hand. Baji, baji. Then take a sip of milk tea. It tastes really good. Boss, give me a baked ice cream. The grilled squid over there costs 500 yuan, and you have to make it spicy, super spicy. A portion of stinky tofu. Eating skewers. From time to time, I look towards Bincheng University of Science and Technology. If we cannot capture the mythical beast phoenix today, We can only wait until the next time it appears in Goose City to catch it. All preparations have been made, so let's do our best and leave the rest to fate. The other party has a good ability to hide and is extremely difficult to catch. I can only watch from afar. I've already prepared myself to be caught. But at this time, a red firework rises from Binching University of Science and Technology. It exploded with a bang, forming the shape of an arrow. One arrow pierces the clouds, and thousands of troops come to meet. Qin Yuan was surprised. "Oh, you actually caught him? These guys are quite capable." After saying, the clothes on his back suddenly exploded, and 6 dark, crystal wings stretched out. With a powerful flap, he soared into the sky. The strong winds blew away all the heavy rain, creating a brief vacuum zone. The stall owner was left standing there in a daze. God, did you forget to pay?" Binching University of Science and Technology. Rooftop of abandoned building. A black snake stood half upright in the rain, its tail like a human hand holding a lighter. Fortunately, I was smart and escaped by shedding my skin. I am Black Dragon. I am very clever. Successfully ignited the flare using a windproof lighter. 8th floor. After swallowing the meteorite, the fire phoenix began to mutate. Its entire body was shaking constantly, and its height also changed, growing to more than 4 meters tall. Armed evolution. Its feathers grew longer and sharper, and its eyes glowed with a fiery light. The feathers of the tail are ablaze like a burning little sun. Its beak and claws also became as shiny as gems, which was very magical. Absorbing 1, 2 of weapon energy crystals. Feather evolves into weapon. Feather sword, orange, 2 stars. Tail feathers evolve into weapons. Virtual realm feathers *2, orange 5 stars. Total *3. Claws evolve into armor. Armor breaking knuckles, orange 2 stars. Eyes evolve into weapons. Eyes of exploration, orange 2 stars. Beak evolves into weapon. Pecking flame beak, orange 1 star. Lung evolution armament. Blazing lungs, orange 1 star. The fire phoenix has fully evolved and completed its transformation. The whole body is more powerful. If it had followed the original trajectory of the previous life, the meteorite hidden behind the waterfall might not have been discovered. But this life was disturbed, causing the fire phoenix to complete its genetic armed evolution and become even stronger. If it could beat 5 perfect level manuses when I first saw it, then the current fire phoenix can beat 5 of its pre-evolved self, and its strength has increased exponentially. Even Sanhu began to doubt. Can a master defeat the current fire phoenix? Powerful. It's so powerful. This overwhelming force was something Sanhu had never felt before. Hot, powerful, violent. The king of fire who is simply invincible in the world. The son of doom. The fire phoenix restrained its power and ate the insect man gracefully. The first one it picked was the kidnapped insect man chemist. The foot was inserted into the insect man's body, and the genetic energy flowed along the foot and was absorbed into the body of the fire phoenix. Sanhu then knew. The other party treated them as dessert after the meal. Meteorites are the main food this time. According to common sense, after eating the insect student, the next one should be the perfect mantis that is closer. But the fire phoenix did not play by the rules. It flashed in front of Sanhu, inserted its foot into Sanhu's body, and began to absorb the genetic power. How painful is it to have your genetic power drained away alive? Sanhu experienced it himself, but he could only stare with his eyes wide open and his mouth open wide, unable to even howl. It was an indescribable pain, like a dozen people surrounding you, stepping hard on your balls. The kind that is crushed. It also comes with the pain of having bone marrow extracted. Extreme pain. Sanhu feels like he's going to die. The fire phoenix suddenly stopped drawing and jumped to the side. Is someone coming? Who is it? Could it be the master? Sanhu opened his eyes reluctantly, and a black snake appeared in front of him. It was the black dragon who saved me. The black dragon bared its teeth at the other party, showing its fangs. Express. I'm fierce. Go away. The fire phoenix was also startled. The opponent's poison made it feel palpitations. If I'd been bitten just now, I would have been injured if not dead. Need to know. It's the fire phoenix. Top-level mythical beast. Ordinary toxins have no effect on it, which makes it very curious. Why can a perfect species be so poisonous? If we can use this poison to deal with that guy, it might work wonders. The black dragon received the pheromones sent by the fire phoenix. Viper boy, I have my eyes on you. Do you want to be my little brother? Yes, get out. I'll be your daddy. The fire phoenix is not angry. Insects and beasts are all like this. They're so cheap, we have to beat them into submission. A flap of wings. Squeak, squeak, squeak. 3 feathers came and pierced through the black dragon's body, nailing its head, body, and tail together. Now you can't use your weird escape trick, right? Really? Being nailed like this, unable to shed skin. But if what you nailed was originally leather. The black dragon emerged from the ground and bit the phoenix, but the phoenix was surprisingly fast and grabbed it in its claws. The phoenix put its head close to the black dragon. Hey, you have a great talent. I don't want to kill you. One last question. Surrender/die? You little bastard. When my master comes, he will definitely eat you up. Oh, Fire Phoenix sneered disdainfully. You guys are just like that? How strong can the boss you're loyal to be? He is probably only as strong as the perfect deadwood mantis just now. No, at most the level of a blue-colored superior mantis. To me, they're just trash, garbage-like existence. Can you be compared with me? Since you don't want to surrender, then die. After saying, the Fire Phoenix used its claws to crush the black dragon to death on the spot. Crucial moment. Boom. A figure broke through the wall and fell from the sky. A clear male voice sounded. Hey, that little red turkey. What do you want to do with my pet? Chapter 52. Virtual World Feather. Fierce battle. The Fire Phoenix looked up. Inside an abandoned building, there stood a man with 6 blue crystal wings, and there was an unknown oil stain at the corner of his mouth. Unable to sense breath. It should be a hidden, perfect insect man. The Fire Phoenix looked at Qin Yuan with disdain, shook the black dragon on its claws, and grinned, revealing its sharp teeth. Are you the leader of this snake? It looks ordinary, no matter the appearance or the breath. It is just like an ordinary human being. There is no sign of insect infestation on the body. Could it be that a bug man who can't fight has the ability of mind control? Qin Yuan smiled. Take out your phone and make a V sign to take a selfie and record a video. Look, look, the first form of this antique Fire Phoenix is so rare. Come on, little turkey, give it a try. Snap. As the flash lights up, the Fire Phoenix's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His face darkened, his brows furrowed, and he clenched his teeth. Provoke me? Insult me? I am a mythical beast with the most noble phoenix bloodline. Human, you are seeking death. Scorching flame. The fire in the Fire Phoenix's lungs boiled, and its chest quickly expanded. It opened its mouth with a bang and spit out flames. The total amount was twice as much as before. Under the raging flames, there was a sea of red fire all around. The crackling sound of explosions was endless. The sand and stone ground turned into molten lava. The steel bars melted into molten iron. The entire building was half melted, and everything on the east side of the building disappeared. The air is filled with a pungent smell of burning. The surrounding temperature rose by dozens of degrees. Most of the insects and beasts downstairs were killed or injured by this disaster, and the remaining insects and beasts fled in all directions. Even a perfect level insect man would die from an attack of this magnitude, right? Fire Phoenix thought so, but a sense of death crisis suddenly enveloped its whole body. A blurry figure flashed from the side, raising his fist. Ordinary punch. A punch comes. The wind howled. The expected headshot did not occur. It clearly hit the head, but it seemed to hit the air, and the fist went straight through the head of the Fire Phoenix. Qin Yuan was surprised and sneered. Oh my! As expected of a Fire Phoenix, you actually managed to dodge my punch by turning into a virtual form. If it wasn't able to become virtual, I could kill it with one punch. Void Feather. Active release can control the virtual time for 30 seconds within 5 minutes. Passive release will cause the virtual time to be fixed for 3 seconds when encountering unpredictable attacks. Active and passive. Choose to use one. Enter the cooling time of 2 hours. At this time, one of the feathers on the Fire Phoenix's tail became dim. The Fire Phoenix has many such feathers. It finally realized, how terrifying is the man in front of me? Blurring can be divided into active and passive. If it is passive blurring, it means the opponent has the ability to injure or even kill him instantly with one strike. The pupils of the Fire Phoenix dilate. Kill me instantly? Impossible. You are definitely not perfect. What kind of bug are you? Answer me, human. Qin Yuan showed a sunny smile on his face. A little turkey. We are old friends, and I'm sorry to see you forget me so soon. Friends from the previous life. The kind of heartfelt love that I haven't seen in my whole life. Future, Doomsday level, fantasy beast. 9-day flame phoenix. In the previous life, I don't know how many people died in the encirclement and suppression of it. Several of the top 10 strong men in Dragon Country fell. And I haven't fought it yet. In the end, it seemed to have run away to another world. Therefore, Qin Yuan knows it very well. All its skills and equipment are clearly understood. However, the Fire Phoenix knew nothing about Qin Yuan and took the initiative in obtaining information. This wave, the advantage is mine. The Fire Phoenix's eyes became more gloomy after hearing this. It felt that Qin Yuan was playing a trick on it. Old friend? I have never had any friends since I was born. What does this human being mean? Confuse me? Want me to let my guard down? Human, you are strong. Are you willing to cooperate? If the two of us work together, I believe we can take over this planet and enjoy countless powerful genetic origins as food. We can hit the genes to make breakthroughs and grow to the top of the food chain. Qin Yuan smiled. I'm not stupid. Who of those who worked with you in your previous life was not swallowed by you? All synthetic fertilizers. Little turkey, to tell you the truth, I am here today to seize your genetic origin. Today, the two of us. There is a difference between high and low. It's a matter of life and death. The Fire Phoenix grinned, and it laughed louder and louder. Coo coo coo. Coo coo coo. Funny. That's a really good joke. I will kill your men in front of you first, and then slowly kill you. Goo 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 goo. Snap. The Fire Phoenix's claws crushed the black dragon. Ha ha. Be angry. Be in pain. Looking forward, Qin Yuan's expected anger did not come. He didn't even blink. What's going on? Qin Yuan kindly reminded. Look carefully, what are you pinching? The Fire Phoenix raised its eyes again, and the poison had already corroded its entire claw. Chi! A puff of orange flame blew out, roasting his feet, successfully burning away all the toxins. How could he not know that he had been fooled by that black snake again? Mol. When exactly is it? Qin Yuan on the side has already started doing warm-up exercises. He knows that this fight may take quite a long time. Are you ready? You idiot. I'm going to do it. Qin Yuan moved. He lowered his body and rushed forward. His speed was so fast that it was blurry and his movements were completely invisible. He had already arrived in front of the Fire Phoenix and made the same movements as before. This time, the Fire Phoenix starts to become virtual ahead of time. Boom! The powerful wind from his fist alone blew up a load-bearing column behind him, and even steel bars as thick as his arm were shattered. If it hadn't been for the etherization, the Fire Phoenix would have been killed twice. Even when the Phoenix has completed its armed evolution, it still has no power to resist. 30 seconds, right? Qin Yuan's voice is like the devil from hell. The Fire Phoenix's hairs exploded as it counterattacked. If you use the 30 seconds of control properly, it will be your invincibility time. The opponent seems to be an assassin with high attack and low defense like the Mantis monster. Then he only needs to attack from all directions. The feathers of the Fire Phoenix stand up like a porcupine. Genetic skill, 100 feather arrows. 360 degrees, all-round attack without blind spots. Genetic skill, dark crystal shield. A sky blue honeycomb energy shield appeared in front of Qin Yuan. Ding ding ding. The arrows hit the dark crystal shield, causing ripples, and all of them were blocked. The Fire Phoenix took a leap and rushed forward. Armed feather sword slash. There's an orange weapon on the tip of the wing in his hand, which can break the energy shield. Aiming at Qin Yuan's neck. A sword cuts out, but Qin Yuan straightened his chest, chose to fight back with injury, and punched the Fire Phoenix in the head. Phoenix can only use void. The two figures crossed each other. When in a state of virtualization, you cannot be attacked, nor can you attack others. One man and one beast thought at the same time. MD. So difficult to deal with. Chapter 53. The monster becomes stronger as it dies. The battle continues. Virtual feather. 30 seconds of blur can be used within 5 minutes. Theoretically, you can use it 30 times if you use it once per second. But in just 2 minutes, the Fire Phoenix's 30 seconds of invisibility had been used up. Qin Yuan approached again, and the Fire Phoenix's forehead was covered with sweat. He waved his hands and asked for peace. Wait, I think we... A strong wind came. Fist coming. Boom! Strapia. The head of the Fire Phoenix exploded like a watermelon, and the concrete floor was covered with scattered green flesh and blood. A strong smell of blood. One punch. Flash sale. First time actually killing a mythical beast. The rhinoceros beetle and Sanhu, who who were watching the show nearby, opened their mouths wide and were stunned. They were completely numb. This. Instant kill. Fuck. My lord, you have such terrifying strength. This phantom beast is very powerful, even though the two of them have never fought each other directly. But its strength can be inferred just from its battle record. 3 tigers plus rhinoceros beetle plus black dragon. Because the 3 of them had low genetic development, they could only tie with the top-level mantis of the excellent species. But the top-level green mantis of the excellent species will be killed instantly by the perfect level leaf mantis. The perfect leaf mantis was killed instantly by the fire phoenix. The ordinary fire phoenix was killed instantly by the armed fire phoenix. And such a powerful genetically armed fire phoenix was killed so easily by the master with just 1 punch. It couldn't even block a punch? And this was in the case of virtualization. If there is no blur, wasn't the fire phoenix killed instantly with 1 punch the moment they met? To be precise, if it can't be virtualized, it has died many times. Qin Yuan's strength has reached a level that they can't imagine, surpassing them by who knows how many levels. Even the phantom beast that was so arrogant just now was killed instantly with 1 punch. This is all too unreal. Is it too smooth? I thought there was going to be another great battle. At least 300 rounds. Unexpectedly, the battle is over in 1 round. The fire phoenix's body fell to the ground with a bang, but no blood flowed out, and its muscles were still twitching. Only Qin Yuan knows. Fighting. It's just the beginning. Can Sanhu still move? Take the rhinoceros beetle, the little black dragon, and the egg, and leave quickly. The further we go, the better. Sanhu is puzzled. My lord, isn't that fire phoenix already dead? The other person's brains were all over the floor. How could he still be alive? Was he faking death? Do you know why it is called the fire phoenix? Rise from the ashes. Nirvana evolution. A monster that gets stronger as it dies. Forget it. You guys go quickly and wait for me at the agreed location. Take this mantis with you. No need to explain too much. They can't help much. Perfect leaf mantis, once tamed, can be a good top fighter. Sana nodded. Thanks to Xiaoqiang's tenacious recovery, it became lively again. Use the black iron wire worm that comes out of the leaf mantises, but as a rope to tie it up tightly. Purple armament, 2 stars black line, with extremely strong toughness, can bind the enemy. He left in a hurry with the injured people. Staying here is just a burden. Rhinoceros beetle size. The master is so powerful that he is like a god descending to earth. Sanhu also made up his mind at this time. I must follow Qin Yuan to build a kingdom in this life. If you help him become the new emperor, you can also become a general. Which man doesn't have a dream of becoming a general? Galloping on the battlefield, dying on horseback. Kill the enemy to serve the country and make great achievements. Marry a 13th concubine. Things that I never dared to think about before now seem very close to me. All because of that man. Qin Yuan, the abandoned teaching building on the 8th floor. The body of the fire phoenix stopped twitching and began to emit blazing flames. Along with the liquid that had just splashed out, all began to burn. The fire is getting bigger. The air around me started to boil. Distortion. Strong winds formed tornadoes. A human figure took shape in the flames, and after being twisted, deformed, and reorganized, a human-like voice was heard. Dad, you didn't expect that. I crawl back from hell, and I've become even stronger than before. I have become the ultimate form. Tremble, human. At this time, the fire phoenix has completely changed. Its body is similar to that of a human, but it has grown limbs, and its original wings have become wings. The head is still a bird's head. He is only 1.88 meters tall, exactly the same height as Qin Yuan now. This is the second peculiarity of the fire phoenix, death adaptation. Genes will develop certain defense mechanisms against things that kill them, evolving into specialized organs, skills, or equipment to counter them. In simple terms, I won't be killed by the same trick a second time. This is also the reason why Qin Yuan does not use many of his skills. If you use it now, it can only increase the opponent's evolution strength, and it doesn't have much practical effect. The fire phoenix is still immersed in the joy of becoming stronger. Qin Yuan spread his hands. Well, although it may be a little inappropriate, I already knew that you would transform. Besides, you just changed from a turkey to a stronger turkey. It's essentially the same to me. At most, from left-handed to right-handed. Fire Phoenix, do you listen to what others say? The Fire Phoenix grinned. Just keep talking tough. Even if you knew, what does it matter? I've already reached the realm of invincibility now. Even if I give you two hands, you can never be my opponent. Qin Yuan's eyes glowed. I have never seen such a request in my life. Give me both hands, that's what you said. I originally thought that Fire Phoenix was just joking, but I didn't expect that the other party was really arrogant. In simple terms, it floats. After the resurrection, the Fire Phoenix actually put its hands behind its back. He looks like he is the best in the world. How much you deserve a beating. The only thing missing is the words, "Come on, hit me, idiot," engraved on his face. Qin Yuan was naturally not polite. He squatted down with his legs and suddenly punched the Fire Phoenix. This attack is a full-strength attack. 200 tons of damage. Can you stop it? The Fire Phoenix did not retreat, but advanced, raising its left foot to engage in a head-on confrontation. Bang! This punch is like hitting a solid iron wall. So hard. Qin Yuan instantly estimated that the opponent's strength was between 280 tons and 300 tons, and his strength was about 3 times higher than before. It is much taller than its human form. The genetic growth rate of this phoenix is quite high. Something, but not much. But don't forget, you haven't transformed into Insect Man form yet. In other words, I didn't even use half of my strength. Young chicken, don't get too angry. Chapter 54 danger. Resurrection of the Fire Phoenix and its evolution. Inside the dilapidated building. Seeing that Qin Yuan's attack was ineffective, the Fire Phoenix showed an irrepressible excitement on its face and grinned. Boring. It's really boring. Is this the only level you have? Then you can go die. Qin Yuan smiled. This resurrected Fire Phoenix is so arrogant. Then you should show some of your real skills. What a coincidence. That's exactly what I wanted to say. As soon as the words fell, Qin Yuan's muscles moved, and he transformed into a bugman. His muscles suddenly swelled, and his skin was covered with a layer of armor. Deep blue crystals grew on his body, and his body suddenly grew taller. See the situation. The Fire Phoenix's face changed, and its legs used its whole body to attack Qin Yuan, who was transforming at an extremely fast speed. Intuition tells it, never let the other party complete the transformation. Interrupt him. Go to hell. Death Beak. Heck, a fiery red figure flashed by with a strong, murderous intent. Bang! Successfully blew up the half of Qin Yuan's body that had not yet fully transformed. Blood and flesh splattered out, revealing the internal organs. If an ordinary insect beast were hit by this attack, it would definitely be seriously injured. But who is Qin Yuan? Just a fatal injury. Exclusive gene, super speed, regeneration. White granulation tissue grows rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the wound healed completely. You're such a phoenix. You actually took advantage of my transformation to launch a sneak attack. Don't you understand the rules of the underworld? Fortunately, my self-healing ability is very strong, and the injured part can heal in just a moment. At the same time, the Fire Phoenix also lost the opportunity to attack a second time, because Qin Yuan's transformation was complete and his whole body was wrapped in dark crystal armor, like a war weapon. The situation reversed, and the insect humanized Qin Yuan's power once again gained the upper hand. Little turkey, come again. Let's start our second round of battle. The myth gene development reaches 10. You can better control the leakage of your own breath. Even if Qin Yuan has evolved to the complete insect man mode, the Fire Phoenix still can't sense any insect man's breath. What insects fear most are often these unknown things. The Fire Phoenix prepared for defense, waiting for Qin Yuan's counterattack, and her demeanor was no longer as calm as before. Instead, he looked solemn. The 6 wings behind Qin Yuan emit a faint light. In return, I will give you 2 hands, and you can only use 1 move. You win if you survive. How about it? The Fire Phoenix's face showed disbelief and contempt. How can you humans? Whoosh! A flash of blue light. As fast as lightning. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. The blood mist spread all over the sky, spreading all around. Flash sale. The head and heart of the Fire Phoenix exploded at the same time, and the green blood once again spread all over the cement floor, which was even more spectacular than before. Qin Yuan did not use his hands in this attack. At the moment when the 6 wings flapped, he kicked the monster's head and heart respectively. Another instant kill. Counting it all, this is the second time I have killed the Fire Phoenix in seconds. Even if it is a resurrected and strengthened fantasy beast. Swell with me? Get clear. I am a mythical creature. The 6 dark crystal wings behind are not just decorations. They can increase the movement speed by 400 to 1200, reaching multiple times the speed of sound in an instant. The fire phoenix was still not completely dead at this time. Even without a head and a heart, its muscles were still moving crazily and irregularly. They began to spasm rhythmically. Unlike the red flame last time, this time it was white flame. The cold white flames were like white bones, starting to burn from the blood bit by bit, then spreading to the meridians, flesh, and internal organs. This time it was not scorching hot, but frost began to form all around, as if some monster was about to return from the extremely cold hell of the soul. Boom, boom, boom. The heartbeat of the fire phoenix sounded again, and the white flames wrapped it into a spherical cocoon, burning and forging inside. After 2 hours, the fire started to subside. During this time, Qin Yuan tried to attack the flame, but this thing was very evil and directly burned his soul. Can't touch it at all. If you can get it, it's a good treasure. The flames were completely absorbed into the fire phoenix's body, and its entire appearance had completely changed. White-boned phoenix. The body grows to about 4 meters, completely turning into a humanoid form, but with a long bird skull mask on its head. Its fighting posture is very similar to Qin Yuan's insect man, except that it is not covered with dark crystal, but with bone armor. The whole body is wrapped in white bones, with a hairless blood-red color inside, and the skin muscles are exposed directly outside. If it weren't for the 6 flaming wings on its back, I would have thought it was a bone knight who came to the world. Super senses keep sending warnings. Stay away. Donji. Stay away. Donji. Stay away. Donji. Interesting. Are you going to fight me using my appearance? Trying to use magic to defeat magic? You're still a long way from here. The strange thing is that this time the fire phoenix. Wrong. It should be called the white-boned phoenix. It ignored Qin Yuan's provocation and just looked at him coldly with a calm look in its eyes. So calm that there was nothing in his eyes except Qin Yuan. Don't care about anything. Qin Yuan secretly said trouble. I have experience of besieging and killing phoenixes in my previous life. Knowing that this is a white-boned phoenix, exclusive hunting mode, 1v1 extreme restraint. If I guess correctly, the opponent's bones have only one effect. Armor break. It is specially designed to break dark crystal armor. Maybe its bones can't even penetrate steel plates, but it can definitely penetrate dark crystal armor. This is the one-on-one exclusive hunting mode, also known as God-killing species. And it is a God-killing species that is specifically designed to restrain Qin Yuan. It is a model of private customization. Unlucky. It actually has a dedicated hunting mode at this time. I thought it hasn't awakened yet. However, after killing it, all its power will belong to me. The rule of the insect world is winner takes all. Roar! The white-boned phoenix howled to the sky, flapped its wings, and attacked instantly. Super Sense crazy reminder. Donji, 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 Donji. Chapter 55 Bullet Time. Dark Crystal, poisonous insect mode. Breeze blowing. But there is no trace of the white-boned phoenix. Gene technique. Dark crystal shield. Qin Yuan wrapped himself with the dark crystal shield to prevent the opponent's sudden attack. With 360 degrees defense, without blind spots and supersensory advanced sensing, I believe that the opponent cannot hurt me at all. However, phew, a blood sword flew out from Qin Yuan's body, leaving a deep wound on his chest. Super Sense didn't react this time. The dark crystal shield was cut and healed in an instant. Just now, a bone blade feather flew by and cut Qin Yuan's dark crystal armor, injuring the flesh and blood inside his body. Moreover, its attack actually has the effect of bleeding and tearing, which prevents the flesh from healing quickly. If the opponent hits you in the vitals at close range, you might really die. The probability of death can be as high as less than 1. It is indeed very powerful and threatening. In the end times, the roles of hunter and prey may be reversed at any time. Always be wary of your opponents. I won't play with you anymore, bye. With the flapping of his 6 wings, Qin Yuan immediately flew high into the sky. Must keep distance. The narrow terrain is not conducive to your performance. The sky is your home court. Fly 100 meters. There is a whisper in my ears. You can't escape. Qin Yuan's scalp tingled. Is this what it feels like to be pursued by someone you don't like? A chill ran straight to the top of his head. No need to look back. Use the trick immediately. Emperor's Domain Ding. Duong. The invisible realm unfolded, successfully pulling the white-boned phoenix, whose mental defense was weak, into the mental world, and its body remained fixed in place. Qin Yuan began to counterattack. Emperor combo. A hit. A hit, hit, hit. D. Bang, 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 bang. The fist shadow hit the body of the white-boned phoenix like a violent storm. Qin Yuan's punches were fast and heavy. There's no intention to hold back in every strike. In just a few seconds, he launched hundreds of consecutive attacks, smashing the armor of the white-boned phoenix into pieces, revealing the scarlet flesh and blood inside. It's just as I guessed. This is an assassin phoenix with high attack and low defense. Just when Qin Yuan was in high spirits, an orange-red flame spurted out of the opponent's mouth, forcibly interrupting Qin Yuan's combo. The two of them retreated a few meters. Count it up. This was the most enjoyable battle Qin Yuan had ever fought in his life. It's so boring to keep killing. Finally, an opponent worthy of a serious fight appears, so you have to hold back. Don't accidentally kill him again. He's excited now. Haha, it feels so good. Come again. Come again. Thoughts are clear, and you can easily comprehend genetic skills. Gene skill, bullet time. Bullet time. Phantom Beast level use mental power to speed up brain reaction speed and operation speed, increasing reaction speed by 1,000 in a short period of time, and basic passive reaction speed by 200. The growth capacity of mythical species is amazing. There was no opponent before, but now, once you fight, you will gain a lot of skills, and your brain reaction speed is also growing rapidly. The moment the white-boned phoenix flapped its wings and attacked again, Qin Yuan activated bullet time. Click! The whole world turned gray, as if the pause button was pressed. 10 times slow motion. Qin Yuan seemed to open the door to a new world. Yo-ho! The attack movements of the bone phoenix can be clearly seen. However, the reaction of his hands and feet obviously couldn't keep up with his brain. It was very difficult to move his hands and feet during the bullet time, as if his hands and feet were stuck in a quagmire. Movies and stuff are all fake. Although the brain reacts 10 times faster, the hands and feet can only react about 3 times faster at most. Typical case of the brain knowing, but the hands not knowing. Certainly, it is also possible that the skill has just been acquired and is not yet proficient. Now Qin Yuan can see the attack mode of the white-boned phoenix. When it attacks, it will release a strange pheromone to interfere with his supersensory judgment. There was a cold light flashing on the bones. This should be the key to breaking the armor. Now that we know the opponent's attack pattern, then all we have to do next is to take corresponding countermeasures. That strange pheromone. The closer the distance, the more effective it is. If it is far away, it can play the role of supersensory prediction. As for the bone spurs on its body, since it is specifically designed to deal with the opponent's dark crystal armor, why not just change the armor yourself? Dark crystal conversion. The color of Qin Yuan's armor instantly turned dark blue, and his entire body became inner armor. Although his defense power would decrease slightly, it had the special effect of absorbing energy attacks. It could be used to counter some of the opponent's energy attacks and interfere with the judgment of the bone phoenix. The two sides exchanged hundreds of moves at the moment of contact. Qin Yuan used another exclusive genetic ability under emotional fluctuations. Super limited strength. Mythical, the upper limit of the basic strength increase is 1,280 tons, and emotional fluctuations can break the upper limit and increase it to 3,880 tons. Currently, the basic increase is 200 tons of strength, and the emotional increase is 200 tons of strength. Bullet time plus Dark Crystal 6 wings plus super strength. Qin Yuan's strength reaches 600 tons of force asterisk 200 crit, which is 1,200 tons of force. The strength of the white-boned phoenix is about 1,180 tons to 1,250 tons, but its speed is incredibly fast. Qin Yuan could only defend himself easily. The two sides fought back and forth, punching each other hard. The sky keeps exploding. Both of them healed very quickly, but the attack of the white-boned phoenix had the special effect of preventing healing. Qin Yuan once again used one of his trump cards. Ancient Divine Poison. I had originally planned to save it as a last resort to deal with the third stage, but now it seems that there will be no third stage. Fire Phoenix, Armed Phoenix, Human Phoenix, Bone Phoenix. It has evolved 3 times, and its strength exceeds Qin Yuan's expectations. The opponent's recovery ability is also very strong. The power of disorder rules will not be used for the time being. If anything unexpected happens, you can use the power of rules to cover it. Poison Arrow. Qin Yuan used his own blood to make arrows. After taking the attack from the white-boned phoenix, he sent the poisonous blood into the opponent's body, and the poison took effect immediately. The poison phoenix man's healing ability was immediately curbed, and his recovery was extremely slow. It depends on who can last longer. Now, start a new round. Qin Yuan's form also began to change. Dark Crystal, Poison Insect Mode. Chapter 56, Evolution, Single-Winged Bone Phoenix. In the sky, the dark blue dark crystal armor on Qin Yuan's body was stained with a touch of light purple. The original blade armor disappeared, replaced by countless sharp poison crystal spikes. Does not enhance combat effectiveness, but can effectively restrain the opponent's close combat. The 6 wings flapped, and the body moved as fast as lightning. It came in front of the white bone phoenix in an instant. The right fist clenched and suddenly hit the vital point of the white bone phoenix. The blow of the fist broke the speed of sound. A sharp sonic boom was heard. The bone phoenix used its sharp reaction to subconsciously tilt its head to dodge. Boom! A loud noise. The entire skeleton phoenix was blown away, and the powerful shock wave created a circle of white lines in the sky, like a meteor falling into the forest. Boom! Boom! Continuous explosions. Countless huge trees were broken in half. A gully hundreds of meters long was plowed out on the ground, and a large amount of smoke and dust filled the forest. The phoenix bones at the end of the smoke and dust have been deeply embedded in the huge rocks in the mountains, and they can't be dug out. Human. It spread its arms and dunked into the rock, exerting force, and with a bang it climbed out of the boulder. Roar at the sky. Roar. In addition to anger, there is also deep doubt in the eyes of the white bone phoenix. I had dodged the attack just now by relying on my instinctive reaction. No matter the route or range of Qin Yuan's attack, it would not hit me. However, it seemed as if the opponent had an invisible arm, and the unexpected attack hit him. In the end, what went wrong? The brain of the white bone phoenix is working at high speed. Could it be the poison arrow that just hit me? In this case, exclusive resistance evolution, poison resistance. Exclusive resistance evolution -1. Current remaining evolution times 0. I saw circles of purple patterns appear on the bone armor of the white phoenix, which further increased its poison resistance. With poison resistance, Qin Yuan's poisonous insect mode was useless. Qin Yuan attacked from the sky again, and the white bone phoenix came forward. Both the man and the beast were quickly adapting to each other's attack mode, but this time the offense and defense were reversed. Qin Yuan keenly noticed that the other party had already produced a special antitoxin gene, and a barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hooked. As long as the opponent's exclusive resistance is used, then you can use your own big moves. Qin Yuan's punch was dodged, and the attack of the bone phoenix came instantly. He dodged the bone-piercing punch swiftly, but he could not dodge the opponent's instant kick. I can only resist. Qin Yuan used his abdominal strength to concentrate his defense, resisting the instant kick of the white bone phoenix, and punched the opponent in the face. Bang! Bang! The two men flew backwards almost at the same time. Qin Yuan suddenly stopped his feet and inserted them into the ground as brakes. He flapped his 6 wings and flew lightly, leaping into the air. In an instant, it rose several meters and stood steadily at a height of 1,000 meters. His eyes moved quickly, searching for the figure of the white bone phoenix. Super sensory reminder. The attack is coming. A large number of bone spikes came first. Qin Yuan flapped his 6 wings and flashed to the side. He had just dodged the bone spikes and had no time to be happy. Immediately following was the white bone phoenix's head-severing bone knife, which brushed past Qin Yuan's neck. The blow scratched the aorta, leaving a bloody wound several centimeters long, and crystal-clear blue blood flowed out. There's a light fragrance in the air. These are extremely poisonous bloods, and ordinary insects and beasts will die immediately if they smell them. Qin Yuan was also really angry, and veins on his forehead bulged. Fuck, it's too dangerous. I don't have the genetic ability to resurrect from the dead, so if my head is chopped off now, I'm really dead. Don't capsize in the ditch. Both sides have the power to kill each other. It seems that I can't hold back any longer. With the weapon's special effects, even though Qin Yuan covered his neck with his hands, blood still kept flowing out. You like using weapons so much? Hee. Then how should you deal with this move, Your Excellency? Dark Crystal Shattering Ray. The ultimate move is activated. Qin Yuan's eyes were serious, and he was obviously serious. The purple gem on his forehead emitted a brilliant light, and a huge amount of energy gathered in it. The pupils of the skeleton phoenix trembled, and it sensed the crisis of death. Not good. D, 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 D. Flapping wings, running away at high speed. Run away, run away. The premise is that you can run faster than the speed of light. Break it. Everything. Call out. Sizzle. A laser of destruction pierced through the body of the bone phoenix and hit the forest below. All objects that touched the purple laser were decomposed and turned into nothingness, and then spread rapidly like a virus, like a group of invisible nanoworms devouring everything. Whether it is living flowers, trees, insects, birds, fish, animals, or mountains, lakes, and stones. Crush on contact. Death on touch. Decompose everything. Destroy everything. This is divine skill, dark crystal shattering ray. When the attack stopped, a bottomless cave appeared below, like a passage leading to the abyss. The diameter is more than 2 kilometers, and the depth is unknown. Dark, gloomy, huge. Is he dead now? I wonder if he can be resurrected and transformed a third time. If not, I'm in trouble. Qin Yuan flew forward. After searching everywhere, I didn't see the body of the white bone phoenix. No way. There won't be even a slag left, right? I deliberately held back many times. I'm just afraid it will turn into slag. No reason. Logically speaking, this attack should allow the fire phoenix to be resurrected for the third time, right? Sudden. A gust of evil wind blew, and Qin Yuan lowered his head sharply. Phew! Blood splashed on Qin Yuan's back, and when he turned around, he saw a white bone phoenix. It's completely unharmed? This is really marvelous. Qin Yuan smiled evilly. And it seems that the opponent has evolved again. The 6 wings behind it merged into one, turning into a single wing as white as an angel. The single wing phoenix is more than 3 times faster than before. You're resurrected? No, it's the second stage of evolution. Super evolution, exclusive hunting mode stage 2. It is equivalent to being killed 3 times before evolving into a super mode. Fire phoenix, armed phoenix, humanoid phoenix, 6-winged skeleton phoenix, single-winged 2-stage skeleton phoenix, a total of 4 stages of evolution. Is it some special item that he relied on? A special gene that I don't know about, or a meteorite or something else? Although it was still a phoenix with bones, the single-winged phoenix was much stronger than the 6-winged one. The power was gathered at one point, and the power of the 6 wings was all concentrated on the single wing, breaking the surface with 1 point, which was enough to break the balance. The wings have become fewer, but the speed has doubled. The key is, the opponent becomes stronger as he dies. Qin Yuan's eyes showed greed. Good. I want this gene. Even Jesus can't keep me. At the same time, Qin Yuan keenly discovered that one of the other party's white feathers had turned gray. A newly evolved virtual feather? You use this to dodge my dark crystal rays? And you even evolved? I see. Chapter 57, Battle in the City. The battle is heating up. The single-winged white bone phoenix is very powerful, but what Qin Yuan wants is its strength. Only in this way can its genes be worth snatching. If you're not strong, then don't fight. My trump card is the power of rules. Now is not the time to use it, so just play with it for now and seize the genes at the critical moment. Qin Yuan didn't even have the desire to snatch the genes of ordinary fantasy beasts. The only target he had to get was the gene of the nether phoenix, which was getting stronger as it died. In the dark night sky, 2 figures, one white and one blue, collided crazily in the sky like a sci-fi blockbuster. The roar resounded throughout the city, from the wild to the city, and then from the city to the wild. Bincheng, a real estate agency, is holding a mobilization meeting at night. The vice president gave a passionate speech on the stage. The rich people in Bincheng are very smart and are unwilling to buy houses now. We have to focus on the poor and the middle-class families. You could just set a discount and promotion price. You can sell any unfinished building, haunted house, dump house, or mortgaged house. Conscience? How much is that worth? In our line of work, those with a conscience are starving to death. Only those without a conscience can make more money. Clean all the customers in your store, especially those old men and women who are easy to cheat. Why do you have so much money in your hands? It's better to give it to us than to put it in the coffin. Does anyone have any comments? A big-bellied man in a suit stood up. I object. We can't do that. Elderly people are not that easy to fool. We should focus on those inexperienced graduates. Not only are they easy to fool, but they can also help you count the money after you've fooled them. Ha ha ha. The vice president also laughed evilly, with a lewd look on his face. Hee, that's so cheap, I like it. Then, a flash of white light. Bang, boom, glass shattered, walls collapsed. The conference room was filled with screams. A huge white monster crashed into the room, shattering the entire conference room. The vice president, who was hit head-on, turned into a pool of mud. Then several bone spurs appeared on the white monster's body. Everyone present had their brains nailed to the wall. The single-winged white-boned phoenix just felt that the world had become quiet. It raised its eyes and looked in the direction of Qin Yuan. The fight between the two quickly attracted a large number of reporters, as well as official reports. The entire street was filled with reporters and internet celebrities. Many citizens were panicked and fled back home for refuge. The two fought from the west to the east of the river, from the south to the north of the city, and the degree of destruction was no less than launching a small war. There were roars of explosions and blazing fires everywhere. Bincheng is particularly lively tonight. Not only insects and beasts attacked the city, but also natural disasters and insect-beast wars. A beautiful figure appeared on the 101st floor of EDD, the highest point in Bincheng. A beautiful woman appeared in the live broadcast. Hello everyone, I am Wu Qianqian, bringing you the first-hand news about the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant, and live streaming the entire process. Photography teams, get moving. Wu Qianqian has spent a lot of money to build the best photography team, with a total of 100 people and nearly 40 cameras. All of them were scattered on different rooftops in the city. Without exception, they all wore helmets and bulletproof vests, squatting like war correspondents in places where the Dark Crystal Emperor ants might appear. Sizzle. Connect. Miss, I got it. I got it. Wu Qianqian showed a happy expression on her face. Okay, switch the camera immediately. The scene changes. Come to the pedestrian street. Unlike the bustling past, the whole street was empty, and you could even see fallen shoes on the ground. Qin Yuan and the white-boned phoenix were fighting on the pedestrian street. The two of them were fighting with great noise. Often, a small, tall building would collapse with one blow, and the 1,000-year-old stone tablet erected at the entrance of the pedestrian street would be broken. Two monsters that seemed to teleport were fighting below, flashing everywhere. People couldn't see clearly what was happening. One moment, it was the Dark Crystal Emperor ant flying out, and the next moment, it was the white-boned phoenix flying out. The two monsters fought back and forth. Their strengths were equally matched. There's a lot of scolding in the barrage. Another attempt to gain traffic. There is nothing in this live video, just two shadows flashing back and forth. Nowadays, technology is advanced, and the pixels are high, but the things we take pictures of are becoming more and more blurry. High technology, it's confirmed, it's photoshopped in. The blogger did a great job modeling it. It looks exactly like a real pedestrian street. By the way, did you see two streaks of light in the sky tonight? Are they aliens fighting? What aliens? The authorities have already debunked the rumor, saying that they're the latest model of probe in the sky. I don't believe in monsters. I've lived on Blue Star for 25 years. How come I haven't seen any monsters? You are only 10 years old. What can you see? My great-grandmother has seen a dragon. Wu Qianqian gritted her teeth and had no good feelings towards these ignorant guys. Technicians, bring up the analytical instrument. Let's slow down and take a closer look. Those who question the authenticity of the live broadcast, I want you to shut up completely. After continuous debugging by technicians, the picture became clearer and clearer until the 48K titanium alloy HD. Wu Qianqian speaks. Slow motion starts. Let's start with 100 times slow motion. As a result, only a blurry shadow can be seen in the video. 200 times slow motion. This time it is much better. I can see a clear shadow. 400 times. Still a shadow. Slow down the video 1,000 times. No, slow it down to 2,000 times. At this time, the photos released were all frame by frame. And finally, the two moving monsters were clearly seen. One is a strange birdman with white bones wrapped in fiery red flesh, and the other is a dark crystal emperor ant with dark blue dark crystal armor and purple stingers. Is there nothing to say now? But there are still people who are making trouble in the comment section. I don't believe it. Technology is so advanced nowadays. It's obviously photoshopped. It can't be real. You rubbish newspaper people, get out of my city. Amidst the chorus of curses, there is a stream of fresh air. Wow. I can testify that there really are monsters. I am now hiding in the attic of the pedestrian street and shivering, as evidenced by the video, attached video. Fuck, there really is a monster. Oh my god. God bless you. Oh my god. How cruel. Wu Qianqian was also confused. These people did not believe her live broadcast, but believed a video taken by a passerby. Click to see. Lightning struck the bird, and a 4-meter-tall skeleton tore the police chief apart with its bare hands. Blood splattered on the pancake stand on the roadside, making a sizzling sound. Wu Qianqian understood immediately. Why do people believe this video? Well known. You cannot Photoshop the Dragon State Police Superintendent. This represents the authority of the empire. It is illegal to arbitrarily change the image of the police superintendent. Secondly, the bloody scene makes the shot more realistic. Look, miss, we captured a still image. Wu Qianqian's live broadcast. Finally, I captured the two people standing still. The skeleton phoenix was ablaze with flames, standing opposite the dark crystal emperor ant covered with spikes, as if ready to use a big move. Chapter 58. The Armed Evolution of the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant. Walking street. The white-boned phoenix with flames on it stands under the streetlight. It looks like the Ghost Rider in the movie, with its white bones and red flames. Roar. Human. D. Genetic technique. Burning phoenix flame. A huge fire burst out from its mouth, burning everything with overwhelming force. Dark crystal shield. The hexagonal dark crystal energy shield only resisted for a moment before it was shattered by the opponent's flames. The next second, it was Qin Yuan's turn. A burst of purple light. In desperate situation, Qin Yuan's wings have undergone new changes. Battle gene activated. 6 wings in 1 armament evolution. Dark crystal purple wings. Dark crystal purple wings. Gold 2 stars movement speed increased by 800 to 2,400, with increased toughness and passive toxicity. Active skill. Dark crystal flash. Teleport within 1,500 meters. Cooling time 180 seconds. Qin Yuan's face lit up with joy, and the 6 wings behind him creaked, as if they were forcibly combined together by brute force, and instantly evolved from blue crystal color to a single-winged purple crystal color. Dark gold flashes. Teleportation. Flashing behind the white-boned phoenix, he swung his right arm and punched out from top to bottom. Super limit giant killing fist. The strong wind from the fist deformed the face of the white-boned phoenix, and the fist slowly enlarged in its terrified eyes. Bang! At the moment of being hit, the facial bones of the white-boned phoenix twisted and deformed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the whole body flew out uncontrollably. Boom! Explosion sounded. There was a big hole in the street opposite. Qin Yuan was about to go up and finish him off when countless 3-edged bone spikes flew towards him. Bullet time. Easily dodged the 3-edged thorn, but missed the chance to finish him off. Sizzle. A sharp pain in the brain. Have you reached your limit? Using bullet time overload. The strength of the single-wing bone phoenix is unexpected. It seems that Qin Yuan has been fighting with a white bone phoenix, but only Qin Yuan knows. The opponent's speed is very fast. You must always turn on the full power bullet time to keep up with the opponent's speed. At the same time, it is also to force myself to evolve or stimulate my potential. But now that both have evolved into single wings, it's hard to say who is faster. The face of the white-boned phoenix was no longer calm and peaceful. As it shook its head, its expression became more and more crazy, sometimes ferocious, sometimes ecstatic, and sometimes furious. Ehehehe. It would be fine if the bugs just became food. Why are you resisting? Qin Yuan disdains to argue. If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Hehe. I'm going to hang you on a tree and dismember you. Then eat all your internal organs bite by bite. The mental state of the bone phoenix is becoming increasingly unstable. Its eyeballs are bloodshot and bulging outwards. Its head sways wildly from side to side while it speaks, and it looks like a psychopath. To obtain extraordinary power, one must pay a huge price. It is normal to consume genetic power, vitality, lifespan, mental power, and soul power. Resurrection and strengthening this kind of evil skill. The consumption will only be more alarming. Free, often the most expensive. If it is resurrected again, I guess there will be no trace of Phoenix left. The purpose is to capture rather than destroy. So steady and steady is the first factor. It seems that the side effects have begun to occur. Qin Yuan's smile deepened. Fine. Everything is calculated. So, round 3 start. The white-boned phoenix stepped forward first, took out its bone sword, and slashed Qin Yuan's face with one blow. Successfully disfigured him. Not much harm, but very insulting. Phew. Just as it was about to smile triumphantly, it discovered that its abdomen had been pierced, and its face was filled with disbelief. The thing inserted into the abdomen was a knife, a purple knife. Where did you get the knife? Qin Yuan turned the knife horizontally and pulled it out, shaking off the blood stains on it. This, I had it the first time you cut me. The new weapon evolved during the hand-to-hand combat, but has been hidden and useless, just to push yourself into a desperate situation and create new skills and weapons. This is the only insect beast that has pressure. It's a pity not to recycle waste. I'm going to squeeze it dry. So, Qin Yuan will make the best of a mistake and push his genetic potential. Develop your genetic potential. Dancing on the edge of a knife requires not only courage and strength, but also a little bit of luck. Bad luck died on the spot. Dark crystal poison blade, gold 1-star armor break, magic break, bleeding, tearing, poisonous. Passive, increases true damage by 30 when attacking. Active, aggregate explosion, all damage caused by dark crystal poison blade within 300 seconds can be exploded for a second time, with the damage value being 150 of the cumulative damage. Both sides have weapons and start hand-to-hand combat. Every time the knife and the sword collide, a lot of sparks fly. Ding ding dong. The two sides fought each other for an hour. Gradually, Qin Yuan's speed could also keep up with the white-bone phoenix. While fighting, the two killed nearby insects and beasts to replenish their energy. The wounds on both of them healed instantly. There's nothing wrong with fighting. All the audience died, all the way from the pedestrian street to the municipal party committee office, and from the municipal party committee office to various streets and alleys. The two of them could be seen everywhere in the city, and more netizens have taken photos and recorded them in videos. The number of people watching Wu Qianqian's live broadcast room has soared to more than 2 million people watching online at the same time. The personnel at various locations she set up also took many beautiful pictures because they knew Qin Yuan and were also partners of the Wu family. Most importantly, the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant is so handsome. What a great appearance. Wu Qianqian changed the title of the live broadcast room to Heroes Secretly Guarding Bin City, live broadcast of the heroic deeds of the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant. After the modification, the pink corners of her mouth could not help but smile. Technician, start editing. Make a video for me and put it first on the homepage of my works. Qin Yuan rescued the man, and the man stood up and scolded him, and was slapped to death. The second half was cut, and the rescue scene was retained. The scene of Qin Yuan killing the insect beast is preserved. Qin Yuan destroys the building, minus. The scene of the white-bone phoenix smashing people to death is retained. The scene of the white-bone phoenix eating/killing people is retained. The scene of the white-bone phoenix destroying the building is retained. Soon, a perfect hero video was produced. In the video, Qin Yuan saved the citizens from danger, killed insects and beasts, stopped the destruction of the bone monster, helped the army, and did all the good things. A heroic role model. The bone phoenix has become a villain, doing murders, arson, destroying buildings, and eating people and monsters. It's such a bad thing. A textbook example of a bad guy. If the white-bone phoenix learns how to surf the internet, it will definitely experience the taste of cyberbullying. Dark Crystal Emperor Ant's image promotional video. Directly increase its popularity. As the popularity increases, more and more forces begin to pay attention to this small Bincheng. Some of them are foreign forces. There are also evil forces in the dark. He also fixed his eyes on the two fighting natural disaster beasts. Chapter 59, The Ultimate Killer Showdown. The two insects fought all the way from Bincheng to Qiansheng. Qiansheng, city center. A violent explosion sounded. Two huge figures fell to the ground, scaring the people around them to flee in all directions. The Dark Crystal Emperor Ant, the representative of the four good youths in the video a second ago, is now riding on the flaming skeleton phoenix with a grim smile on his face. Hey, little turkey, can't you just let me kill you and hand over your genes? Humph, little bug, why don't you just wait to die and be eaten by me? So there's nothing to talk about? Killing me will only make me stronger. I advise you not to kill me. Qin Yuan will not kill it. To be precise, I didn't think of killing it now. What he wanted was the phantom gene in the phoenix. If the condition for the third resurrection was to burn the phantom gene, then he would have worked in vain. The correct solution is to first exhaust the opponent's physical energy, regenerate, and take away his genes. Although it is painful to lose genes, I am not afraid. Why not be afraid? It's not me who's in pain, it's the skeleton phoenix. My friend dies, but I am not dead. What's wrong with making some sacrifices for me to become stronger? I didn't say anything. Everything continues to go according to plan, but now there's a question. Where is this? The man and the beast lost their way in the fight and seem to have reached the next city. This is a city Qin Yuan has never been to in his 2 lifetimes. Never mind. I don't think it's an important place. Snort. The phoenix beneath him snorted coldly, kicked Qin Yuan's head with its legs, and at the same time, its wings behind it struggled to break free. Flash. Qin Yuan has become more and more adept at using the flash that flashes every 180 seconds. Now that we are in another city, we can fight as much as we want. Dark Crystal Shattering Ray. Qin Yuan's Shattering Ray is only used to force out the opponent's virtual feather ability. As expected, the phoenix instantly became invisible, and the shattering rays passed through its body. Shoot it onto the concrete road below, breaking up a street. The white-boned phoenix opened its arms, and a special energy wave was generated. Osteitis Field Expand. Instant. The area within a 2 kilometers radius was pulled into the domain. A blood-red curtain appeared in the sky, and bone spurs grew on all the buildings. More than 10,000 people were pulled into the area, and hundreds were killed instantly by bone spurs. Suddenly, screams and cries shook the sky. Even the white-boned phoenix frowned slightly. He didn't like the harsh noise. He raised his palms slightly. Dance of thorns and bones. As soon as the words fell, countless bone spurs began to grow wildly on the ground, on the walls, and inside the building. In the blink of an eye, the entire space became a jungle of bone thorns, leaving no empty space. They were all white bone spurs as thick as electric poles, and covered with densely packed sharp spikes as thick as water pipes. The screams around me stopped abruptly. After physical silence, the whole space is silent. The world is finally quiet. Now we can have a peaceful fight, Bugman. Oh, little turkey, you've used up all your skills. What are you going to use against me? Speaking of big moves, the one-winged phoenix showed a strange smile. Hee. The real ultimate move is actually under your feet. Dance of Bones. All the bone spurs seemed to have eyes, stabbing at Qin Yuan, leaving no room for escape. Up and down, left and right, front and back, 360 degrees filled with bone spurs. Qin Yuan did not show any fear on his face. Excited? Why is he so excited? Soon the bone phoenix will know the answer. Domain expansion. Imperial domain. Duong. Invisible ripples swept across the body of the white bone phoenix man. He was pulled into the spiritual space where it had been not long ago. Although it tortured him terribly, it did not cause any substantial harm. The biggest thing is that I feel dizzy. Just when he was full of confidence, he found that this time was different. He was locked in a mental cage. The other party did not kill him or torture him, but sealed him in it. Its outer body seemed to have lost its soul and was falling downwards. Qin Yuan flew over and hugged the body of the white bone phoenix. Without the support of the white bone phoenix's genetic energy, the surrounding area began to shatter. It's just that the dead can't come back to life. Qin Yuan knew that the mental cage could not hold the white bone phoenix for too long, so he had to prepare for his next step. He cut his own artery with a knife and poured his blood into the opponent's mouth until the body of the white bone phoenix shook violently, as if it was about to wake up. Quick fix. Qin Yuan hurriedly distanced himself. The second toxin injection was successful. At this time, the sky was already beginning to brighten, and the battle between the two had already lasted from night to day. And judging from the current physical strength of the two, it's far from the end. The bone phoenix sensed the blood in its mouth and quickly searched its body. It found no wounds or any signs of poisoning. Ahem. What did you do to me? Want to know? I'll tell you when you die. The face of the white bone phoenix began to twist from the original smile to anger and put his hands together to show his strongest attack. It is also its strongest trump card. Hellfire Phoenix Flame. It is the hellfire brought back from the dead world when resurrected. It can not only burn energy, but also burn invisible souls. It is one of the top flames. Qin Yuan was not to be outdone. The purple gem on his chest lit up with a brilliant black-purple light, and he thrust his chest forward to deliver his strongest blow. Dark Crystal Shattering Ray. Full power. City center. 2 rays collide. Everything in its path is destroyed. The flames that can burn the soul and the rays that can decompose everything. The aftermath of the collision of the 2 powerful energies instantly destroyed all the surrounding buildings, leaving nothing behind. The dark crystal shattering rays continuously decomposed the Hellfire Phoenix flame, and the Bone Phoenix was gradually suppressed, winning completely. The shattering ray breaks down everything, including the flames from the dead. Seeing that it was defeated, the Bone Phoenix used its last void feather to dodge the attack, and then soared into the sky. Double fist power. Human, take my move, the secret of the Phoenix. Qin Yuan held his breath and concentrated his mind, gathering the genetic energy in his hands. This white bone phoenix is fighting to the death. It should not be underestimated. Secret. Phoenix wings. It flaps its wings. Then, fly away. What? A mythical bee species that had died twice and evolved many times was actually so scared that it ran away. Little turkey, don't leave. Qin Yuan also flapped his wings and quickly caught up with him. How can roasted chicken wings make you fly? Only the city center of Qiansheng is left in ruins. And the belated rescue team. Chapter 60, the third kill. The black flame of death appears. The pursuit begins. If the Fire Phoenix had been there before the initial sting operation, it would have been possible for it to escape. But now that I'm locked down, I can completely stop thinking about escaping. It has also tried to take humans hostage. Want Qin Yuan to be cautious. But he found that this trick didn't work at all. So Qin Yuan used the dark crystal shattering ray without saying anything. Can you believe it? The hostages died faster than it. The two fought for another day and night, fighting and retreating. Under Qin Yuan's meticulous control, the continuous high-intensity fighting made the armors of the two men tattered, and their bodies were covered with wounds, and their physical strength was almost exhausted. Because both weapons have the effect of preventing recovery, the wounds on both sides have increased instead of decreased. Not only is it extremely difficult to recover, but the physical energy consumed is also many times that of normal state. The single-winged white-bone phoenix was unknowingly lured by Qin Yuan to the vicinity of Bincheng Artificial Lake, an 8,000-acre lake. This is the burial place carefully selected by Qin Yuan for it. Sanhu and others have been lying in ambush here for a long time. The bone phoenix didn't notice anything was wrong. It had been fighting with Qin Yuan from October 4th to 6 a.m. on October 6th. More than 30 hours of high-intensity fighting had exhausted it. At this time, even its flying speed was almost the same as that of an ordinary bird, and the wounds on its body had only healed to the point where they no longer bled. Same. Qin Yuan, who was following behind it, didn't look much better at the moment. Although he was stronger than the white-bone phoenix, his strength was limited. Little did he know that all this was just a show put on by Qin Yuan for him. What we want is for it to die peacefully and give up its genes. Although the phoenix has undergone many stages of evolution, it is still no match for Qin Yuan. Both of them seem to be at the end of their strength. Now it's just a matter of willpower. The white-bone phoenix landed on the ground first to catch its breath, followed closely by Qin Yuan. Looking at the exhausted white-bone phoenix, Qin Yuan had a premonition that the final decisive battle was coming. A top-level fantasy beast's dying counterattack. But everything is under control. All of this was just a show for the white-bone phoenix, to make it think that the two of them were about the same strength. The white-bone phoenix stood hunched over and trembling, its eyes full of cowardice. Please stop fighting. I give up. Please let me go. I will give you whatever you want. When you say something like that, can you put away the knife first? The white-bone phoenix's face changed, and he stood up straight, his eyes narrowed into slits, and he grinned. Oh my, I've been discovered. You want to eat me, and I want to eat you too. The bone phoenix drew out its own bone-armored sword. Qin Yuan took out the amethyst poison blade, and the two sides began ground combat. Without the bonus of a single wing, the two men slowed down and rushed towards each other. At the moment of contact, Qin Yuan pressed his toes against the ground, pushed hard to gain momentum, leaped off the ground, flipped in the air, and slashed at the neck of the white bone phoenix. The bone phoenix dodged to the right and fired the bone spur on its shoulder, hitting Qin Yuan's heart. Puff! ×2. Both sides avoided the vital points at the same time, but were also severely damaged at the same time. Qin Yuan's lung was pierced, 2 ribs were broken, and bone spurs were sticking out of his body. The phoenix's neck was cut in half, its aorta was severed, and blood gushed out. If it was a normal situation, the two of them would be back to normal in the blink of an eye. But now, both of them covered their wounds and fell to the ground in pain. It's reached the limit. In other words, the white-bone phoenix has reached its limit. Qin Yuan pretends to be real, and he still has some strength left. The white-bone phoenix stared with its eyes wide open, and pressed its hands against the wound, then aimed its hands at the wound and sprayed flames. A burning smell came from it. The blood of the white-boned phoenix miraculously stopped. Human, I won. Qin Yuan didn't expect that the other party had another trick. I burned myself. Qin Yuan straightened his body and sat up, looking up at the other person, his face still showing the confidence that he was in control of everything. The exhaustion just now was swept away. No more pretending. I'm laying my cards on the table. Yeah. Brothers, take action. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge rock fell from the sky, followed by a huge rhinoceros beetle. Meteorite strikes. The white-boned phoenix didn't even raise its head, but just casually swung its sword. The whole stone is split into two halves. Does your confidence come from this crap? I don't understand. Even if I don't move, it's hard for them to hurt me. The gap between the two sides is not of the same magnitude. The rhinoceros beetle jumps down from above and quickly jumps away when it is about to approach. Another voice came from behind it. Full amount, charge and strike. Sanhu jumped out and punched the white-boned phoenix in the face, and there was a crisp sound. Broken. Sanhu's hand is broken. Then Sanhu was greeted with a fatal blow. Touch it, and you will die. Just then, amethyst flashes. Qin Yuan used his skills to get to the back of the bone phoenix's neck, holding the knife in both hands and slashing it down with one blow. Goodbye, little turkey. The fatal blow made the white-boned phoenix unable to turn back, and the void was also cooling down. The eyes of the white-boned phoenix widened. No. Puff. A human head with a bird-bone mask flew high up, eyes wide open with surprise and unwillingness. After more than 30 hours of fierce fighting, the white-boned phoenix finally ran out of energy. The knife it struck still cut down, and Sanhu was cut in half, lying on the ground on the verge of death. Qin Yuan came to Sanhu with a sad face and a knife in hand. Brother, don't worry. I'm here to make sure you leave without any pain. After saying that, he raised the knife high. Sanhu raised his hand quickly. No, master, please don't. I'm not dead yet. You are so badly injured that you won't survive anyway. So let me put an end to your suffering. And killing you can also help me replenish my genetic energy. Replenish energy? The latter sentence is the key point. Master, I think I can still save him. All right. Why does the master's tone sound a little regretful? It must be my illusion. Jean Lena, who had fully recovered, also rushed to the scene with Black Dragon. Looking at the dying Sanhu, he used his genetic skill, Cocoon. It can be regarded as saving Sanhu's life. At the same time, the body of the white-boned phoenix began to twitch and shake regularly. Qin Yuan knew that this was the beginning of the third evolution. Really? Soon a raging fire began to burn, and this time the flame was different from the previous two times. This time it's pure black flame. This flame, I've seen it before. Some say it is the fallen fire from the abyss. Others say it is the eternal black flame from the center of the sun. But only Qin Yuan knows. This flame is contaminated by the dead world, death flame. Chapter 61, Evolution. Mutation, Dark Crystal Emperor Ant. On the open space, the entire body of the bone phoenix is wrapped in it, which is extremely dangerous. Once it completes its true third resurrection evolution, all living things present, including Phoenix itself, will die. Of course, it doesn't include me. It's okay if I want to leave. Your ultimate trump card, the power of disorderly rules. It has not been used yet. It's easy to kill a phoenix. You can use a shattering ray to make it disappear without a trace. But that will be meaningless. Why one is its genes? Qin Yuan stretched out his hands and aimed at the black flame phoenix on the ground, using the ultimate trump card he had kept until the end. Rules and disorder. Damage is disordered and returned to 0. The black flames were still burning, but they could no longer cause any harm to Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan inserted his hands into the heart of the black flame phoenix and began to stimulate the special toxin that he had long stored inside. Whether it is toxins or consuming physical strength, the purpose is to prevent the phoenix from reviving quickly and by time to seize the genes. Double toxin activation. Secret method, gene seizure. Instant. The consciousness entered the gene chain in the black flame phoenix. The space here was also very large, but it was not like a galaxy in Qin Yuan's body. Instead, it was like arriving in a flaming hell. Colorless rocks floated above the red sky. Some of them were on fire, while others were still in the form of rocks. A variety of exclusive genes and genetic skills weapon genes, innate genes, and broken genes that devour other insect beasts. There's so many kinds of things that people are dazzled. Qin Yuan wants to find the fantasy beast gene among these genes and then extract it. Normally, it would be much easier to kill the insect beast and then absorb its genes, but Qin Yuan had besieged this phoenix in his previous life. Know its special mechanism. Its final resurrection will burn all of its genes, life, and even its mental strength and soul. Even if you kill it, you will get nothing. So people at that time made a guess that they would beat the phoenix to the point of dying for the last time, and then forcibly take out the fantasy beast gene from its body when it was about to revive and finally achieve their goal. It's hard to say, but it is more difficult to implement in practice. First, beat the phoenix to the point of near death. This will persuade 99 of people to quit. In the previous life, he succeeded by taking advantage of the opponent's injury. Second, the flame of resurrection is the flame of death. No matter how powerful a person is, as long as he has not reached the level of a realm master, he will be killed by the flame of death. The third is how to accurately find the gene node of the fantasy beast in a short time. The development level of the phoenix node in the previous life is already unknown, and it is extremely difficult to accurately find the gene of the fantasy beast. Even though most people know the method, it is still difficult to complete it. Except for Qin Yuan, the reborn cheater. Not only do we know the method, but all the conditions have been met. The key is that the gene nodes in the phoenix are not very developed at the moment. Soon, the orange glowing gene of the fantasy beast was discovered. Found it. Secret technique, stripping. Qin Yuan began to extract the genes of the phantom beast from within, and the black flame phoenix suddenly began to struggle violently. The moment of pulling. Qin Yuan's consciousness was pulled into the realm of the dead. What kind of world is this? Weird, twisted, indescribable. There is no life, only one concept, death. Fortunately, his consciousness returned in time, and he was not taken into the realm of the dead. Phew, that was close. Qin Yuan didn't have time to breathe a sigh of relief. Sudden change. With a bang, Black Flame broke his rules. In other words, the rule of disorder is dead. Even the rules were killed. How is this possible? Fuck. The experts misunderstood me. After intense discussions, the group of theoretical experts in the previous life swore that only rules can resist rules. Use the binding rules to deal with the black flames. It's absolutely safe. If you fail, put Ollie in the whirlpool's mouth. What happened to the promise of being foolproof? Result? The cheating food and drink is here. What's the point of resisting for 3 seconds? The death realm is a conceptual level, which exceeds the scope of resistance at the rule level. At this point, we can only take a gamble. Qin Yuan shouted to his men beside him. Jean Lina, if I die, remember to use your fried egg skill to save me. Jean Lina was stunned. Fried eggs? Then Qin Yuan hugged the black flame phoenix and jumped into the lake. Black flames enveloped the whole body. Qin Yuan and the phoenix's body were burned together. There was no high temperature, but the surrounding water was rapidly consumed. Qin Yuan's face was distorted, his teeth were clenched, and the cells in his body were dying rapidly. If this continued, he would die in less than 10 seconds. Fuck. Too much trouble. Hurry up. Faster. Extracting the genes of the phantom beast. 1, 2, 3. 33. 88. Race against time. Will the black flames burn him to death first? Or will he take the genes of the phantom beast and revive first? Gamble your life. Phantom beast gene fusion in progress. 1, 2, 3. 33. 51. The original body died. Fusion failed. Qin Yuan dead. His soul went to the dead world. I thought this place was dead silent, but I didn't expect there were lifelike activities here. How could it still move when it was clearly dead? Incomprehensible. This existence between death and life. It's like, God, why does my soul feel so heavy as if it is about to die? What a pity. I really don't want to die like this. Isn't this death a bit hasty? Until it falls into nothingness. Sizzle. Feeling the genes' strong desire to survive. Genes are resisting death. Resistance failed. Disorderly rules activated. Refuse to die. Reject death success. Beginning to fuse the phoenix gene. Ancient dark crystal emperor ant and mythical beast. Dark phoenix undergoing death fusion. In the first death fusion, the fusion failed. Characteristic activation. Enhanced resistance to gene fusion failure. Performing the second death fusion. Fusion failed. Feature activation. Death resistance enhancement. performing the third death fusion. Sizzle, sizzle. Fusion successful. Gene evolution in progress. Evolved into Hades, Dark Crystal Emperor Ant, mutated mythical species. Chapter 62, Golden Equipment. Rewards according to merit. Sure. Jean, Lena, and others looked at the lake nervously. The water level of the entire 8,000-acre lake was dropping at a speed visible to the naked eye. There's a black hole in the lake. In just 10 minutes, the lake water disappeared completely, revealing the lake bed. In the middle of the lake stood a dark crystal beast over 8 meters tall, with a headless skeleton at its feet. Boom, boom. A huge heartbeat was heard, and the body of the dark crystal beast began to shrink gradually until it returned to human form. Ancient Dark Crystal Emperor Ant, mutated mythical species. Exclusive genetic abilities: 1 super limited strength, mythical; 2 ancient divine poison, mythical; 3 7 super sense, mythical; 4 dark crystal armor, mythical; 5 super speed regeneration, mythical; 6 domain of the ancient emperor, mythical; 7th super sense, new time perception, can briefly predict the future. Domain of the ancient emperor, new, can affect both reality and spirit at the same time, forming a double-layered domain. Gene skills: 1 dark crystal shattering ray, mythical; 2 emperor combo, king level; 3 dark crystal shield, king level, for bullet time. Arm gene: 1 dark gold purple wing, gold 2 stars; 2 dark crystal poison blades, gold 1 star. Resistance: death resistance plus 80, 8 chance to resist death; fire resistance plus 1,200, immune to high temperatures below 1,200 degrees. Super gene ability: 1 fantasy critical hit, 2 dark phoenix nirvana. Nirvana of the dark phoenix. New effect: 1 can store enough genetic energy for nirvana evolution. Effect 2 can use its own special genes for death evolution, with a small chance of special form. After the first death and resurrection, all attributes are increased by 300, and the reserve gene energy is consumed first. When the energy is full, it can be 100 activated for resistance optimization, without side effects. Not enabled. After the second death and resurrection, all attributes *400, 50 chance of exclusive hunting mode activated. Priority consumption of reserve gene energy, plus gene source power, plus part of potential plus vitality, plus mental power. Not enabled. After the third death and resurrection, all attributes *500, 10 chance of death world mode activation, consuming gene source power plus all vitality plus all potential plus soul power. Not enabled. Fourth death mode. Not enabled. Mythology exclusive rule skill. Disorder, a rule-based skill that can make everything in the range disordered, including rules of the same level. Current gene development degree has been cleared. Growth limit increased by 300, currently 30,000 manpower. Evolution again. Dark Crystal Emperor Ant. The force of 30,000 people? That is 3,000 tons of force? The growth limit has tripled, and all the death and resurrection times are 0, which means that I was not really dead just now. 300 bonus for dying once. Second time, 400. 500 for the third time. Just when Qin Yuan was happy, a strong feeling of weakness came. Gene fusion evolution requires a huge amount of energy, which makes the already exhausted body even worse. Rhinoceros beetle, come down. Here comes the master. The rhinoceros beetle grinned when he heard Qin Yuan's order and jumped from the shore with Jean Lena, the black dragon, and the 3 tigers who had turned into an egg, forming a perfect parabola in the air. Boom! Mud splash. Half of its body was stuck in the mud at the bottom of the river. After a while of digging, it finally pulled itself out of the mud. Qin Yuan came to the side of the white-boned phoenix and fiddled with its weapons. The whole body is a treasure. After being calcined by the black flame of death, the weapons on the phoenix have evolved to varying degrees, especially those 3 pieces. Evolved into golden weapon items. Qin Yuan cleared his throat. Ahem. Everything you did, the little black dragon has already told me through pheromones. Let's reward people based on their merits. Now, let's start awarding the rewards for this operation. Hear the reward. 2 people and 1 snake. All pricked up their ears and listened carefully. First achievement. Jean Lena found the hiding place of the meteorite and the insect leader and lured out the phantom beast. Reward. Phoenix Eye, orange, 3 stars. Wow. Thanks, boss. It was the first time that Jean Lena saw the orange weapon props. She thought she was just working for nothing. I didn't expect the boss to be so generous. He was so generous. He even gave me this kind of high-end weapon. Jean Lina holds the phoenix eyes in her hand and cannot let it go. Qin Yuan looked at Baidan. The second is Sanhu, who used his body to save his teammates many times and even risked his life to seduce the white-boned phoenix in the final kill. Reward Phoenix Claw, orange, 3 stars. Baidan shook left and right to show his gratitude. Rhinoceros Beetle, loyalty, reward. Reward, Burning Lungs, orange, 2 stars. Hehe, thank you for the treasure given by my lord. The Rhinoceros Beetle is lacking a means of long-range attack. The master really understands it. Good baby. With this treasure, my position as the #1 general is secure. The Rhinoceros Beetle showed its big white teeth and smiled crookedly, showing an extremely confident expression. Come back, little black dragon. I'll reward you for staying on me. When the little black dragon heard this, it immediately ran back to Qin Yuan's hand and wrapped around it. The 3 most powerful weapons of the white-boned phoenix were not given to them. It was not because Qin Yuan was stingy, but mainly because he was afraid that they would not be able to control them. Bone Sword, gold 1 star, has built-in tearing, bleeding, armor breaking, physical strength reduction, resistance recovery. Active skill, Dark Slash, consumes genetic energy to send out a dimensional slash to the underworld. Needs to connect to the underworld channel to use. The underworld? Yes, that phoenix seems to be connected to the underworld. Dark Phoenix Wing, gold 2 stars, movement speed increased by 1,000 to 2,000, with additional defensive and offensive features. Active skill, 10,000 feathers break. Use all the feathers on the wings to perform a penetrating attack. Cooling time depends on the feather recovery speed. Virtual Realm Feather, gold 1 star, can be used for 60 seconds to enter the virtual realm at will within 10 minutes. Can be passively triggered. Cooling time, 60 minutes. The original 3 virtual feathers have been reduced to 1. The use time has been extended, the cooldown time has been shortened, and the passive 3-second limit has been cancelled. Extended to 60 seconds, which means the passive effect has increased 20 times. Qin Yuan placed his hands on the physical objects transformed from the weapon genes and directly absorbed these weapons into his body. Now my equipment is brand new. It can be said that I have a full set of gold equipment, and the growth rate has reached an astonishing 3,000 tons. What is the concept? Equivalent to 30,000 ordinary people stacked together, 3,000 ordinary insect beasts, 1,500 elite insect people, 750 excellent level, 375 perfect level. Although his genetic growth rate has been reset to 0, his physical strength alone is not comparable to that of ordinary insect beasts. Growth is the simplest. Rhinoceros Beetle, take this body with you and let's return home. As you command, my lord. The next step is Conquer Bincheng. Chapter 63, the big event begins. The Empire's Supreme Council restarts. Big network events. Yesterday, there were riots of insects and beasts everywhere. The number of deaths in various parts of Dragon Country is incalculable, and insect people and insect beasts have officially entered the vision of all mankind. Doomsday talk is spreading online. What followed was, the authorities have issued various preventive measures for insects and animals, reminding people not to panic and wait quietly for rescue. But people have already lost trust in the Empire. They only know that this world is no longer safe. The world is changing. Countless people rush to supermarkets to stock up on supplies. The owners of major supermarkets raise the prices by 3 times, but even with the 3-fold price, all the supplies in the store were still sold out within a day. Some dark-skinned foreigners took this opportunity to wreak havoc on Dragon Country. Especially some chocolates, they bought them for 0 yuan directly, robbed stores, killed people, set fires, raped women, burned, killed, looted, and committed all kinds of evil, specifically bullying the dragon people. Pity. The laws of the Dragon Kingdom are very friendly to foreigners. At most, they will deport those foreigners who have committed heinous crimes, but will not directly convict them. This makes them even more arrogant. In other words, as long as they are not deported back to their country, they will be released without charge. These foreigners formed a team to bully the dragon people, and their slogan was to hunt down the yellow-skinned suckling pig. As luck would have it, they were at the next stop Qin Yuan was about to go to, Dongxing City. Another major event on the internet is the battle between Qin Yuan and the white-boned phoenix, which affected 2 cities, quickly fermented on the internet, allowing everyone to see the power of the top insect beasts. Compared with these two, The insects killed by the army are like mosquitoes and space battleships. Ordinary insect beasts can only lift a small car and throw it at you. But these two monsters, they can directly lift a small, tall building and throw it like a ball. Can you believe it? One strike destroyed an entire street several hundred meters long, and one punch blew up a small house. The battle between the two sides left indelible scars on Bincheng Pedestrian Street and Xianchang City Center. Especially the city center, the area within a radius of 1 kilometer was completely destroyed, and there was no one alive within a radius of 2 kilometers. The city center was severely damaged. But fortunately, there is Wu Qianqian's editing video. The technicians are really awesome. Qin Yuan's best side is fully displayed, all of which are his sunny smile and the scene of him saving people by chance. Even if the shot is cut for one more second, you can see his hideous and terrifying face. Everyone unanimously regarded the handsome and mighty dark crystal emperor ant as a hero defending the earth. What a kind insect. The phoenix became a pest that everyone wanted to kill. It probably didn't expect that it would be criticized online even after its death. Barrage. My family, I am crying my ass off. There is no such thing as a peaceful life. It's just that there are bugs carrying the burden for us. Master Emperor Ant Saigao. Damn bone birdman. It turns out he is the culprit. The Emperor Ant is the hero who protects us. We have always misunderstood him. I'm sorry. Woo-woo. I've decided to move to Bin City. I'm going to. +1. Plus 10,086. At this time, the insect group discussion group. Group leader Jean Lina not only said all kinds of good things about Qin Yuan, but also took a photo of the orange weapon she rewarded herself and sent it to the group. The lurking group owners were blown out. What is this? An orange eyeball? Group leader number 5. Do you still have this habit? Let me see. There's a text explanation below. Orange armament. 3 stars. Fuck, fuck, fuck. The whole group was stunned. They knew about genetic weapons, but they had never seen or heard of orange genetic weapons. Group leader number 1. Group leader number 5. Where did you get this? Are you selling it? I'll buy it. Group leader number 2. Orange weapons? Is that fake? I only know that a perfect level bugman evolved into purple weapons. Where did the orange weapons come from? And they are 3 stars. Group leader number 3. Oh my god. I'm still using blue weapons, but now I have orange weapons? Group leader number 4. Looking to buy +1. How much does it cost? The first reaction of everyone when they saw the orange suit was disbelief. The group leaders present all had powerful families, or they were very strong themselves. They knew more inside information than ordinary people. But even the top bosses like them have never heard of the Orange Armed Forces. They each have several elite weapons, green, and at best one excellent weapon, blue. Even if you know some mythical beasts. The most they evolved was purple weapons. Jean Lina did not dwell on this issue, but stated her purpose this time. Group leader number 5. This was given to me by the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant. It has been integrated into the weapon gene and cannot be sold. Group leader number 5. After my investigation, I found that only by following the Dark Crystal Emperor ants can we survive in the apocalypse. The insects and beasts in the wild are much stronger than we imagine. Group leader number 5. I have asked the people in group number 5 to bring their families to Bincheng for refuge. I suggest that you also come as soon as possible. Group leader number 6. I have this idea, but I can't leave for now. Our city is trapped by insects and beasts. Group leader number 7. I want to come here too. The road to Bincheng was blocked by an ancient giant ape. Even the army couldn't do anything about it. The old Zerg leaders of number 1234 have no intention of joining us. Their family power is deeply rooted. Now that the new era has arrived, they all want to occupy the mountain and become the king in their own area. Instead, it was the leader of the number 67 Zerg group who wanted to flee to Bincheng. Jean Lina quickly followed them to determine where the two group leaders were. Group leader number 6. I am on the 2nd floor of number 445, Fengye Street, Baigu District, Xiumen City. Group leader number 7. I live in number 001, Wolfshang Villa District, Dongxing City. All the rooms from 001 to 022 belong to us. You can tell the security guard to find me. Jean Lina quickly wrote down the information and replied that she needed to report it to the Emperor Ant. At the same time, Imperial Capital. The Imperial Supreme Council begins. This meeting is more grand than the last one, and the marshals of the Navy, Army, and Air Force will also be present. There are only 2 topics to discuss. 1 nuclear bomb, 2 insect beasts. Chapter 64, A Gift from the Empire, Day 1. Inside the castle. The Empire's highest conference room. The interior is like a stepped pyramid, with a round table in the center that can accommodate 12 people. Outside is a large circular seat that can accommodate 144 people, and below is an auditorium that can accommodate 1,728 people. The people who can really participate in decision-making are those in the middle seats. The others are just pretending to be there. To put it bluntly, they are just there to watch. Conference participants enter the venue. Among the participants in this meeting, there are 179 Imperial 2-star Lieutenant Generals, 22 Imperial 3-star Admirals, 3 Navy Admirals, 8 Army Admirals, and 2 Air Force Admirals. The Commander-in-Chief of the 3 armed forces is the current Emperor himself, who did not attend this meeting. In addition, there is the first-rank official, the Chief of the Cabinet, the Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Guards. The conference was hosted by the Imperial Chancellor, Fan Ru. Everyone is here. Tick, tick, tick. The clock on the wall pointed to 10 o'clock. The adjutant next to the Prime Minister immediately shouted, "The meeting begins. Please discuss freely for 30 minutes. When the time is up, the Prime Minister will summarize and supplement it." As soon as the words fell, the admirals and generals in the second circle began to have a heated exchange. The entire army can be roughly divided into 3 factions. One, the radical group, headed by the Prime Minister, aims to kill all the insects and maintain the stability of the country. 2, the conservatives, led by the cabinet chief, suggested cooperating with the insect people to eradicate the insect beasts and control the insect plague. 3, the inaction faction, the great eunuchs, headed by the imperial power. As long as they are not blatantly against the emperor, they will ignore them and let them develop on their own. The people sitting in the innermost part are the people in the power center. Prime Minister, cabinet chief, guards commander, 3 marshals, a total of 6 people. The Prime Minister pretended to drink tea, picked up the teacup, and quickly glanced at several key figures, then slowly spoke. "Everyone, if you have any opinions, please share them and let's discuss them." Field Marshal's statement. "Mr. Prime Minister, I support your plan to drop nuclear bombs on 4 cities, namely Haixing City, Wuji City, Qingdao City, and Yunbei City, in order to cause the greatest damage to the insect beasts." The cabinet chief frowned slightly. "If you want to discuss the nuclear bomb issue, I think there is no need to discuss it. Hasn't this matter been decided?" The Prime Minister nodded. "Well, what we are discussing now is the issue of dropping nuclear bombs, but not in this city, but in another newly added city. Bin City. Bincheng, times 5. Several big men looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. A small city that no one had ever heard of needed to use a nuclear bomb? Why bomb such a small place? Adjutant, show them the video. The Prime Minister's aide took out a professional instrument and turned it on in front of several big men. Seeing this, the others around them shut up and watched with bated breath. Screen playback. The content is the battle between Qin Yuan's transformed dark crystal emperor ant and the white bone phoenix. Unlike civilians, the official satellite footage clearly showed that the 2 men were moving faster than a military fighter jet, and only the scanner could barely keep up. The admiral raised his eyebrows. "Prime Minister, if it's just for one person, I don't think it's necessary to launch a nuclear bomb. We can send a special forces team to approach it and kill it." "Yes, I agree with the admiral. That's right. It's not worth sacrificing millions of people for a bug man." Several other bigwigs also agreed. Even the field marshal of the army rarely agreed to launch a nuclear bomb. After all, that city has a population of several million. There's really no need to launch a nuclear bomb for a bug beast. To put it bluntly, the big guys didn't take Qin Yuan's insect man seriously. They just regarded it as an ordinary insect beast that just flew a little faster. Then, the adjutant began to play the second video. Bone Phoenix vs Dark Crystal Emperor Ant. This is a battle between 2 people in the city. A casual attack from a 2 was as powerful as a small missile, and a genetic skill was as powerful as an intercontinental missile. The 2 of them actually destroyed most of the city center. Destroy the city with one strike. Its power is no less than that of a small nuclear bomb. It was the first time that everyone saw such a powerful insect man, and they were all shocked. The picture is not over yet. The scene of the 2 people fighting in the jungle also appeared on the screen, and the danger level of the 2 people was marked on it. Bone Winged Man, danger level, natural disaster. Dark Crystal Emperor Ant, danger level, natural disaster plus. The Emperor Ant used all his strength to launch a dark crystal shattering ray. creating a bottomless hole in the ground. Satellite measured depth, unknown. Estimated damage, unable to measure. Finally, in a lake, the satellite was interfered with and failed to capture the scene, but the energy detector showed that the energy response of the skeleton scourge had completely disappeared. Final conclusion: the bone scourge was killed. Adjutant's report: this is the only one of the 22 known natural disasters in the world that can kill other natural disasters. The degree of danger cannot be assessed at present, and it is temporarily defined as danger level, above natural disaster. What? The 5 big men in the room were all shocked, and everyone immediately attached great importance to Qin Yuan. Natural disasters. Still bring more then? What kind of monster is that? Is it doomsday level? The Admiral's serious face instantly turned into a smiling face. I have supported the Prime Minister's decision to drop a nuclear bomb from the beginning. I just slipped up and said the opposite of what I meant. Support. The power above the scourge is beyond the control of the Empire and must be destroyed. It's more than a natural disaster. Let's just bury it in the dust cloud of history and make a contribution to world nuclear peace. Makes sense. I have no objection either. Without mentioning the millions of humans, they just decided to drop a nuclear bomb to destroy this uncontrollable force. Nuclear Pingbin City incident. With 6 votes in favor. In order to prevent the news from leaking out, no one in Bincheng was allowed to evacuate, including the Special Forces team sent to assassinate Qin Yuan. The Prime Minister smiled complacently. In order to completely destroy Qin Yuan, a nuclear bomb with the largest equivalent was prepared for him. It was a large yuan with an explosive equivalent of 80 million tons. Take it. This is a gift from the Empire. Nuclear bomb. Big yuan. Chapter 65, Self-Created Cultivation Method. 10. Cultivation Speed. Bincheng. Everyone returned to Sanhu's villa. In addition to the various insect minions that Sanhu has subdued, there's also a severely injured perfect level mantis tied up like a dumpling on the 2nd floor. Qin Yuan dug out the fantasy beast insect crystal from the white bone phoenix, but he didn't expect to get an unexpected reward. A crystal clear red gem. This is the essence of the armed source meteorite. It is the remaining part after being refined by the white bone phoenix. This is a secret treasure that even the phoenix cannot refine. If I use the armed source meteorite to melt my 2 golden swords, I should be able to create a top-quality weapon. But as far as I know, the only person who can do all this is the man in the north. Now the time doesn't match, and we can't be sure which city he is in. This is a bit difficult. The rhinoceros beetle shouted loudly. Master, Master, I brought this old mantis to you. What do you think we should do with it? Perfect grade, dead leaf mantis. Heal its wounds, and then I will make it obedient. The method of taming wild insects and beasts is very simple and crude. Just beat it until it submits. Then give it some insect beast crystals, and it will usually be subdued. However, their wildness still needs to be tamed slowly. It is common for pets to chop down a person for a snack when they are hungry. They must be tamed before being taken out. After giving instructions to treat the dead leaf mantis, Qin Yuan went up to the 2nd floor alone to develop a genetic cultivation method. He had to develop his own cultivation method. The original cultivation method could not keep up with my cultivation speed. Now that there are more gene nodes, I naturally need to innovate. Second creation. Connecting them one by one is still too slow. Genetic nodes are very fragile and can be easily damaged or broken. However, the mythical gene nodes are surprisingly resilient and will neither be damaged nor broken during development. This means that you can develop 2, or more than 2. Do it. You will know after trying it. Introspection, the microscopic world. Start. The thought came to the place where the genes in my body were circling and the stars that I had once lit up have now become dim again. Qin Yuan started to light up 2 lights at the same time. There was no obstacle as he had imagined, and he succeeded easily. He was immediately delighted. Feasible. First, hold 1 in each hand, then slowly move up to 2 in each hand. 3 in one hand, 4, 5. It's reached the limit. Lighting up a star with 1 finger is the limit of what I can achieve at present. If I use all 10 fingers together, the speed of cultivation will be 10 times faster than before. However, the total amount has increased. The 10 growth rate that could be developed in 4 hours has now been converted to 3 growth rate. Qin Yuan was excited and began to practice silently. 1000 practice speed is awesome, as fast as flying an airplane. For hours passed in a flash. When he opened his eyes again, the gene development level in his body had reached 3. Normal strength reaches 90 tons, Insect form 180 tons, and critical strike strength 360 tons. It seems a little lower than before, but it's only 4 hours. It took several days to achieve the same result in just 4 hours. The growth is self-evident. And now the more I die, the stronger I become. The more you die, the more evil you become. Is real. He who puts me to death will grant me life in the hereafter. I want to die. I miss you. The master of self-destruction. Just finish practicing. The loud voice of the rhinoceros beetle sounded from outside the door. My lord, it's bad. After the dead leaf mantis was cured, it broke free and ran away, killing several ordinary insect people. Oh, run away? Can you run away? Don't panic. Why don't you join hands with Jean Lena to catch it back? The rhinoceros beetle immediately touched the back of his head in embarrassment. Master, my lord, it's not that I don't want to complete the task you gave me. The key is that we really can't win. Huh? How did you catch it then? The little black dragon did not mention the matter of the perfect mantis. Qin Yuan still didn't know that the perfect mantis was killed by the fire phoenix. I thought it was defeated by the 3 tigers working together. My lord, to be honest. After the rhinoceros beetle finished speaking, Qin Yuan finally understood the reason. Okay, I'll go get it back, and you go give me a glass of ice cob. Hey, okay. Rhinoceros beetle opened the refrigerator door beside him, which was full of Kobe, just as he reached in to take it. At this moment, a voice sounded from behind. Rhinoceros beetle, are you still not well? The subconscious response of the rhinoceros beetle. Soon, then reacted. Isn't that right? It's the Lord's voice. Didn't he just leave? The rhinoceros beetle asked without turning his head. Master, you haven't left yet? I thought you had already left. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm already back. The rhinoceros beetle turned his head and uttered a cry of surprise. At this moment, Qin Yuan was standing on the leaf mantis, which he considered to be perfect and invincible. What? So fast? It takes me only a second to open the refrigerator. Less than 3 seconds? This is too fast, no. Too fast. Oh my god. It seems that the master has become 100 million points stronger. That sentence is really fulfilled. People who are more talented than you can be more talented than you without any effort when you don't know it. Alas, if this continues, when will we be able to catch up with our master? Qin Yuan also commented at this time. The genetic development level of this mantis is as high as 25. It is definitely not something you can deal with at this stage. I'm going to poison it now, and you're responsible for training it. When it's obedient, you can give it the antidote. After saying that, Qin Yuan lightly tapped the dead leaf mantis's head, and a purple mark appeared on its forehead. Qin Yuan took out a bottle of KB, dropped a drop of venom into it, shook it evenly, and handed it to the rhinoceros beetle. Here, rhinoceros beetle, take it. This is the antidote. From now on, you are my personal trainer. Train this mantis for me, and I will reward you handsomely. Okay, I will definitely live up to my master's trust. Suddenly, Qin Yuan raised his eyebrows as if he sensed something and looked up at the clouds in the sky above Binching. There is one. Military fighter jet carrying nuclear bomb. Chapter 66, The Real Layout. The birth of the strongest creature. Above the clouds. A state-of-the-art Imperial U-33 fighter jet flies through the clouds at high speed, and the pilot is talking to the command center. Code 9527 has arrived at the designated location. Calling headquarters. Please reply if you receive this. Sizzle. Headquarters received. 9527. This is headquarters. Please execute the bombing mission immediately. Codename for this mission, the E1. 9527 received. Begin dropping bombs. With a click, the door of the fighter plane opened and a huge bomb was dropped from a height of 10,000 meters. In fact, the missile launch mode can also be used, but considering that the Dark Crystal Emperor ant has a destructive ray, it is more concealed to use this 10,000-meter non-powered attack method. What they don't know is that Qin Yuan's super sense has evolved and can now predict the future. The moment the sky fighter arrived, Qin Yuan knew what was going to happen. Boom! 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 There's a knock on the door. Standing at the door was Jean Lena. She came up to the second-floor office and was about to tell Qin Yuan that the number 6 and number 7 group leaders wanted to join her. Before she could speak, Qin Yuan raised his hand to stop her. Let's talk later. The Empire has sent a fighter jet carrying a nuclear bomb, and I have to deal with it. Huh? A nuclear bomb? Jean Lena looked at Sanhu beside her in confusion, but Sanhu also turned to look at Jean Lena. The two were both confused, and Qin Yuan smiled calmly. It's just a nuclear bomb. Jean Lena, please help me look after the little black dragon. I'll be back soon. After saying that, he threw the black dragon to Jean Lena. Qin Yuan's purple and white wings spread out at the same time, and he flapped his wings slightly. Bang! After a loud bang, the whole person soared into the sky. Jean Lena and Rhinoceros Beetle lay on the window and watched for a while, but they could only see a small black that quickly disappeared from their sight and entered the clouds. Jean Lena worried. Nuclear bomb? No way. After the explosion, the temperature was hundreds of millions of degrees, and the radiation was lethal. Lord Ant King, will he be in trouble? Hiss. The little black dragon stared at Jean Lena with murderous eyes, as if to say, if you say such unlucky words again, be careful, or I will bite you. Impossible. The Lord is invincible. Only the rhinoceros beetle faithfully believed in Qin Yuan. Even if it was a nuclear bomb, nothing would happen with the master's power. In the sky, Qin Yuan's eyes were filled with unprecedented excitement, and he grinned wildly. Ha 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 ha, just as I expected. My layout. From the first video of Lai Binsheng, everything is calculated. The gears of destiny are turned by me. Reveal your identity to attract the attention of the Empire's top brass. Challenge the army to attract attention. Deliberately fight a city war to increase the threat. Absorb the Phoenix gene to make adequate preparations, and eventually lead to a nuclear bomb to help me complete the ultimate evolution. The three official forces of the Empire, their attitudes, their reactions. I guessed it all. It would be strange if this nuclear bomb didn't come. The Phoenix gene was captured for this nuclear bomb. Nuclear mutation. Bring it on. Qin Yuan's eyes widened with excitement, and the corners of his mouth revealed a devilish smile. Hee. Now, let us appreciate the birth of the strongest creature. Clang. He broke through the clouds, opened his arms, hugged the falling nuclear bomb, and began to fly upwards. At this time, he could clearly see that there was a timing instrument on the nuclear bomb. 2 minutes 39. 2 minutes 38. Qin Yuan held the nuclear bomb and flew to an altitude of tens of thousands of meters until his body began to freeze. The oxygen here was thin, the temperature was extremely low, and there was strong cosmic radiation. The best place for evolution. I don't know. What kind of monster will it become if it evolves further? How exciting. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Beep beep. White light on. The atomic bomb body instantly becomes a hot spot with extremely high temperature, radiating a large amount of radiation and neutrons outward. The surrounding thin air and matter are rapidly heated to form a large fireball, which then continues to expand. BUMM. Then came a powerful shock wave, pushing away the surrounding clouds for hundreds of kilometers. Virtual world. The moment the white light struck, Qin Yuan was completely submerged. The body is destroyed instantly. Fortunately, I managed to save my head with the void feather. If there was nothing left, there would be no way to revive it. Then the fake time was up, and Qin Yuan fell into death. This is the first real death. But the strange thing is that the soul did not reach the dead world, but floated around. The soul state sees the world from a completely different perspective. The whole world is only gray and white, no longer colorful, and the soul has no emotional fluctuations. I can't figure out how a vengeful spirit could be born under this condition. It's like the sage mode after love. No desire, no demand. With a bang, the flames rose. Qin Yuan's head ignited with the flames of the Phoenix resurrection, and he fell straight to the ground. At the same time, the bigwigs far away in the Empire headquarters are watching the dropping of the nuclear bomb. A total of 7 nuclear bombs were dropped this time. The other nuclear bombs were all exploded in major cities one after another. 2 of them were dropped into the Sakura country. One is called, I don't know. Another one is called, No Worries. When a mushroom cloud rose, the leaders were relieved, but the 7th nuclear bomb did not explode. The Prime Minister winked at his adjutant, who immediately called the operations headquarters. Beep beep. Hello, what's going on over there in the operations department? Why hasn't the 7th nuclear bomb exploded yet? What? Outer space. Click. The adjutant hung up the phone and started contacting the satellite department again. Help me aim the satellite camera at the sky above Binsheng. Quickly. This is a top priority order. When the camera switched to the sky, everyone was stunned. Why are there fireworks in space? Who sets off fireworks at this location? A closer look. Wrong. This is not fireworks. It's a nuclear bomb. The Prime Minister speaks. Can you pull up the video for me and see what's going on? Watching what happened in the video, the big boss was ashamed, and even the adjutant watching on the side had a feeling of admiration for this insect man. Inner wonder. Sir, you are righteous. Chapter 67. The Anger of the Sakura Country. In the video, everything started fine. The plane arrives at the designated location and drops the nuclear bomb. Daewon. Just as the nuclear bomb fell, a shadow of an insect suddenly appeared, and the dark crystal emperor ant with purple and white wings rushed out from below. Everyone thought it was here to destroy the nuclear bomb. My heart immediately rose to my throat. But the next operation made them dumbfounded. Qin Yuan was alone, just like Iron Man in the movie, carrying a nuclear bomb as big as a small car and flying backwards into space alone. With the speed, he could have escaped, but he did so in order to save millions of lives in Bin City. He actually chose to sacrifice himself to save humanity. Even if there are tens of thousands of people, I will still go. What a great feat. How righteous is this? What a broad mind this is. Great insect. The big guys in the city were shocked. They seemed to see themselves in the past. The rookie soldier who believed in justice. Even if we have different positions, even if we have different races. At this point, Qin Yuan did it. To compare with gods with mortal bodies. His courage and broad-mindedness impressed all the bigwigs present. Become a hero. However, for their own selfish interests, they wanted to get rid of such heroes, and even took millions of lives to bury them. Shame on you. Guilty. All kinds of emotions surged in my heart. Only the Prime Minister breathed a sigh of relief. Finally killed it. This horrible insect man. The first time I saw this insect man, I felt that it would be a great threat to the future of mankind. Now that I have eliminated it, I feel much better, just like pulling out an old thorn in my heart. Congratulations, Prime Minister. Congratulations, Prime Minister. Prime Minister. After a round of flattery, the casualty statistics after the nuclear bomb explosion were also calculated. More than 15 million residents of Haixing City were evacuated, and the remaining humans were completely wiped out. The insects and beasts within a radius of 48 kilometers were completely eliminated, and the insects and beasts within a radius of 100 kilometers were radiated. It is estimated that more than 100 million were killed directly, and 200 to 300 million were killed indirectly. The insects and animals killed in Haixing City are mainly cockroaches, with rats as a supplement. The mortality rates of other insects and animals are not counted. Wuzhou City. Dropping a nuclear bomb is absolutely a helpless act. The scale of the insect plague is too terrifying and has reached a level that threatens the entire empire. In addition, the Sakura country sent a condemnation statement, saying that we deliberately provoked a war and triggered World War III. They demanded 200 billion yuan in compensation. Are you crazy about money? 200 billion Daolang is equivalent to nearly 1,400 billion Dragon national currency. The little Sakura country is really brave enough to speak up. The Prime Minister showed disdain when he heard this. What do you mean by deliberate? Tell them that we are helping them to clean up the insects and beasts. No need to thank us. If you really want to thank them, they are welcome to send 2 nuclear bombs, provided they have them. Ha! Great. Your Excellency, the Prime Minister. Well done. The generals all raised their hands and feet in favor of dropping a nuclear bomb on the country of cherry blossoms. The 2 countries are sworn enemies. Moreover, the Sakura tribe is a sinister, cunning, and cruel nation. This nation is very powerful, and their cruelty and bloodthirstiness are similar to that of the vampire Dracula in medieval Europe. Once he sees your weakness, your throat will be bitten immediately, and there will be no possibility of survival. There may be many factions fighting each other within the Dragon Nation, but once a foreign invasion occurs, they will unite to fight against the foreign invaders. The other side of the ocean. Cherry Blossom Country. Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Minister of Foreign Affairs yelled, Bagayalu, these Dragon Country pigs. Chinese pigs. How dare we take them? Boom, boom, boom. There was a herald at the door. As soon as he entered, he saluted the Minister of External Affairs with a standard military salute. Devil. David Coronel. The latest information is here. When the colonel heard that the news came from Manhwa, he immediately curled up his lips into an evil smile. Manhwa replied so quickly. It seems that it is still the same weak shrimp. Tell me, what's the response from the Dragon Nation? Are they scared by us, and are they preparing to pay compensation? The devil. Ned. Long was said. Seeing the messenger's timid look, the colonel was so angry that he slammed the table hard. Make a crisp bang. Baka. Soldier, don't talk to me in such a timid way. If it were wartime, I would make you commit suicide in a minute. Explain. The herald finally mustered up the courage to repeat the words of the Dragon State Prime Minister. The angry Japanese colonel picked up a teapot and pretended to throw it, but suddenly remembered that it was very expensive. I replaced it with the alloy ashtray next to it. Slam it hard on the ground. There was a clang, and the sound of the iron sheet hitting the ground was heard. How can it be repaired? This dragon country is going too far. Throw a nuclear bomb to help us clean up the insect beasts. There wasn't even a single insect hair in the 2 cities where it dropped the nuclear bombs. They didn't even bother to look at the places that were infested with insects. Dragon country. Kusaw. Damn it. And the names of these 2 nuclear bombs are don't know and no worries. It was simply an insult to the Sakura clan. The Japanese colonel secretly swore that he would make Longwa pay a heavy price. Of course. Bincheng, a group of neatly dressed and high-tech armed insects shuttled through the streets and alleys. They would beat up any insects they caught. Green trash can. A 6-spotted ladybug was beaten to death, but refused to betray the location of his companions. I will never betray my teammates even if I die. Just kill me. The masked captain of the insects, wearing black, held the braid of a 3-year-old girl in his hand and walked slowly towards the insects. Niochieli, come and confirm. Is this your daughter? Beast! Stop it! The insect man's eyes were instantly filled with bloodshot, his eyeballs bulged forward, and he bit his back teeth tightly, extremely angry. He is angry. Hate your own weakness. I'm angry that these scumbags don't even let the children go. A father watched another man bully his daughter, but was powerless to do anything. The masked captain has a cold look in his eyes. Move your hand down. Take me to your newest camp, or your daughter will suffer. Chapter 68 Crisis. The Insect Special Forces Attack. On the dark path, the 6-spotted ladybug sneaked with the agent man towards the villa where the insect people gathered. You said you would let my daughter go when we get there. Is that true? Stop talking nonsense. When we get there, we will naturally let you 2 reunite. There is still a glimmer of hope in the ladybug's heart. Expect the other party to keep their promises. About 10 minutes later, the 2 of them stopped 1 kilometer away from the villa. The 6-spotted ladybug pointed at the villa above. The building halfway up the mountain is our secret base. We've arrived. Please let my daughter go. The masked man looked in the direction of his finger and found a villa halfway up the mountain. There's even an infinity pool. So luxurious. He took out a brown tablet from his bag and scanned the villa. After confirming that everything was correct, send messages to other teammates via headset. We found the place. The useless hostages can be killed now. No, that's not the case. We agreed that if I bring you here, you'll let my daughter go. The masked man expressionlessly pulled out a special pistol from his waist and pointed it at the ladybug man's head. Idiot. Only the weak follow the rules. Go to hell. At this moment, a loud shout was heard. Stop. Spare the insects. Unfortunately, reality is not a TV show. Not so many people spared. Bang! A gunshot blew up the ladybug man's head, and green juice splashed everywhere. An angry voice exploded in the masked insect man's ears. Fuck! Didn't I tell you to stop? Asshole! In front of it, a big hand quickly opened, grabbed the masked insect man's head with 5 fingers, and smashed it to the ground. Boom! A 1-meter-deep circular pit was smashed into the ground. The surrounding land cracked, and smoke and dust filled the sky. The person who came was the organizer of the insect people. Perfect cockroach man. Sanhu. MD. You're also a bug man. Why are you killing our kind? Say. The masked insect man's head was buried in the dirt. His mouth was tightly covered by Sanhu, and his hands and feet on the ground were twitching and struggling. I want to say it. Let go of my mouth first. Sanhu pulled its head out suddenly, tore off its mask, and found a distorted face underneath the mask. Extremely ugly. It looks like a monster stitched together after countless experiments. Fuck. So ugly. Appearance is determined by the heart. How bad can you be? Is this a violation of heaven's law? The other party did not respond. His eyes were full of murderous intent, and he seemed to know Sanhu very well. Bincheng perfect level insect man. Sanhu, we know you and your weaknesses. To tell you the truth, we don't want to conflict with you. We are here only to break the scourge. Hearing this, Sanhu narrowed his eyes. Has your identity been exposed? When? Could it be Xiaoli from yesterday? Or Xiaong? Xiaozhuang? Xiaoqing? Xiaoi? Xiao? No way. They are loyal to me. Murphy. Is there a spy among the recently recruited insect people? His only weakness is his family and 23 children, 11 of whom are illegitimate children. If the other party knows my code name, they will definitely be able to find the location of my family and children. But letting them go would be tantamount to betraying the master. Now, master and family. Is it just one or the other? Trolley problem. When the train passed the track, there were 5 people lying in front and 1 person lying on the track. If you continue driving, you'll kill 5 people. If you turn to the side, you'll only kill 1 person. Question: which railroad track are you lying on? What to do? Both are very important to me. Even a strong man like Sanhu could not help but sweat on his forehead. A century-old problem lies before him. The master's strength does not need his protection. But abandoning your master to protect your family is no less than betrayal. Given the Lord's character, if he knew that I had betrayed him. That's the end. Sanhu thought about the scene when a master got angry. Hiss. It's so difficult. No, won't. I can't do this question. Just as Sanhu was struggling in despair, a heavenly voice sounded from behind him. Sanhu, what are you doing here? Did you kill the bugman on the ground? Jean Lena. Great. Go tell the master that the enemy is attacking. Huh, master? Jean Lena subconsciously looked up at the sky. Master, still in the sky. The master has been in heaven for more than 10 minutes, and no news has come. She was ready to go back and find a place to accommodate the upcoming 2,000 insects and their families. Who knew something would happen again after such a short while? Phoenix eyes open. Jean Lena is a detection insect beast. After obtaining the Phoenix eye, she became the king of the detection world. Get enemy intelligence at a glance. Enemy is coming towards us from 500 meters away. There are 11 of them in total. 2 perfect level insects and 9 excellent level insects are expected to be there. Gene growth is between 10 and 15. Sanhu's eyes were fierce. He crushed the masked insect man's head with one hand and crushed his communicator with the other. Kill. Leave them all here. Jean Lena nodded. I took out my phone and called the unicorn beetle. Rhinoceros beetle, their enemies attacking. Bring people to support us and show them what they have to offer. The Dark Crystal Legion is so powerful. Okay, I'll be right there. The phone just hung up. The other 11 people have already arrived in front of Jean Lena and Sanhu. Oh, Sword 12 was killed. If you die, you die. I've said before that our Sword of Damocles doesn't need waste. There are 2 perfect level bugmen ahead. Who should go up? Let's decide by rock, paper, scissors. He, ok. Rock, paper, scissors. Hey, looking at the masked men who didn't take them seriously at all. Although Sanhu was upset, he did not act rashly. The strength of the other 11 people should not be underestimated. And we are outnumbered. Fighting is a disadvantage. Wait until the rhinoceros beetle leads a large army to come. Then it will not be too late to fight. Soon, 2 of the 11 people won. They are Sword 5 and Sword 11. A man who looked like a captain stood up. Sanhu, since you have chosen to stand on the opposite side of the empire, there is no need for you to live. Sword 5, Sword 11, go. Kill them. Yes, sir. ×2. Chapter 69, Drugs. Big melee. After the battle at Bincheng College, everyone absorbed a large amount of insect beast genetic energy. The growth rate of Sanhu's perfect gene has reached 8, and the strength of the insect form has reached 12.8 tons. Jean Lena reaches 7. Insect form strength 11.2 tons. The other side sent out 2 15 growth level excellent insects. Both of them were wearing high-tech weapons. Sanhu reminded, be careful of the opponent's pistol. It is very powerful. Jean Lena nodded heavily. If the other party dares to cause trouble for the natural disaster level Dark Crystal Emperor Ant, it means that the other party must have a way or means to deal with the natural disaster. Never let them get close to the master. Also be careful of your opponent's secret weapons. 2 Zergmen attack at the same time. The battle begins. 3 Tigers versus Sword 5. Jean Lena versus Jianxi. The battle between Sanhu and Jianwu begins. The difference between perfect level and excellent level insects is the perfect level can just control one's own muscles with the same strength to launch higher attacks and suffer less damage. Jianwu was a thin man, but every blow he delivered was extremely powerful, but Sanhu dodged it with his incredibly fast reaction speed. When I punched the opponent, I felt a very soft touch, as if all the strength was absorbed. Can't cause any harm to it at all. Jian Wu's expression is extremely arrogant and conceited. Haha, are you dumbfounded? We have excellent level flesh worm armor. Normal attacks are ineffective against me. Excellent level of weaponry? Sanhu suddenly remembered that he had not used the weapons that his master had rewarded him with. Armed Phoenix Claw, orange. Now is the day you die. Sanhu's entire palm is covered with a layer of bone blade claws, with some purple patterns on it. Jian Wu was surprised that the other party also had genetic weapons, but he thought the quality was not that high, so he did not take his words to heart. Hey, we have the support of the Empire behind us. Do you think you can scare me by pulling out a pair of chicken feet? Even if I let you attack, you can't break my defense. Having said that, Jian Wu stopped fighting in close combat after seeing Sanhu's weapons and instead used special firearms to attack from a distance. Bang, bang, bang. First, a specially made, oversized caliber revolver, as powerful as a small cannon. Ding, ding, ding. All 6 bullets were blocked by Sanhu's claws, leaving no trace. After blocking the bullet, Sanhu was very confused. Special Insect Squad? How dare you come and cause trouble for the Lord with just this little ability? He doesn't quite understand. Are the top brass of the Empire losing their minds? Sending this kind of people here to die? How dare you assassinate my lord when you're fighting with me and others so hard? Sunbathing. As if angered by Sanhu's words, Jian Wu frowned and looked at their leader Jinny. The sword nodded, as if agreeing to untie some kind of restraint. How dare you, a mere cockroach, speak so arrogantly? Since you are seeking death, I will let you see the power of the Empire. After saying that, Jian Wu took out a tube of green liquid and inserted it into his neck. His body became even more twisted, and sharp bone spurs grew on his spine. The body rapidly grew larger, turning into a green monster over 4 meters tall. It looks very much like the abomination in the Hulk, that is, the Hulk with thorns on his back. His face is very hideous and terrifying, like a stitched pig but full of sharp teeth. I have to say, your transformation is a bit disgusting. Roar. The green thorn monster glared at Sanhu with its orange eyes, roared at him, and charged at him. Its heavy steps even shook the ground around it. Boom, boom, boom. Crashing like a tank. Crows on a plane. A dark shadow descended from the sky. It hit the green thorn monster accurately, and its eyes widened, as if it was frightened by something. Boom. After the violent explosion, a large pit with a diameter of nearly 10 meters appeared on the ground, surrounded by a pool of green rotten meat. 3 tigers sigh. It seems that this potion is all about attack, and the defense needs to be improved. The worm in the pit stood up. It was Qin Yuan's brave general, an excellent rhinoceros beetle with a genetic development rate of 21. Its current combat power is even stronger than that of the 3 tigers, second only to the leaf mantis. Hey, Sanhu, Jinlina. Sorry, it took a while to assemble the team. At this time, Jinlina had already subdued Jianxi under her feet. The opponent didn't even have a chance to take the medicine. His whole body collapsed to the ground, as if he was poisoned. Rustle. Insects kept appearing in the surrounding jungle, hundreds of them densely packed. Everyone appeared and surrounded the remaining 9 insect special forces. Now, it's your turn to be surrounded. Jian Yi showed a contemptuous smile on his face. Just relying on these shrimp soldiers and crab generals? Then I will kill you all first, and then I will kill the master you're thinking about so much. Use the potion. Yes, ×9. All the special insects injected a green drug into their necks at the same time, and then their bodies began to grow into monsters over 4 meters tall. The most terrifying thing is that the 2 perfect insects turned into monsters over 6 meters tall, and their auras more than doubled. The 3 tigers' veins bulged, and they shouted, "Brothers, kill! Kill!" Hundreds of insects began to besiege the 9 special insects. Sanhu, Jinlina, Rhinoceros Beetle, and Black Dragon each faced an opponent. They didn't notice. There was also a leaf mantis silently watching the battle in the dark, its deep eyes swept across the necks of everyone present. If it takes action, 1-hit kill. Chapter 70, Under the Abyss. The Rhinoceros Beetle fights with a remarkable insect man. The 2 are similar size. At first, they fight back and forth, but it turns out that this guy has awakened the slug gene. It can't be killed by fists, and it's not afraid of this kind of blunt punch attack. In this case, the rhinoceros beetle flapped its wings and flew into the air. He began to use the orange weapon, burning lungs that Qin Yuan had given him. He first took a deep breath and filled his chest with air. Until the whole chest is inflated, pout the mouth and blow out the air in the chest and abdomen violently, and turn it into flames when passing through the lungs. Scorching phoenix flame. The orange-red flames gushed out, forming a sea of fire several dozen meters wide, generating a terrifying temperature of thousands of degrees, enough to melt gold and stone. The special insect man only had time to let out a scream before he was melted into a pool of blood and then vaporized and evaporated, leaving behind an insect crystal on the ground. Became the first insect man to be burned to death by the fire of a rhinoceros beetle. Sword 6. Jian-Chi wanted to rescue him, but Sanhu couldn't get him away. I saw Sanhu infusing enough genetic energy into the two white bone phoenix claws, and a burst of bright white light appeared on the claw blades. With your palms facing up, press down slightly to your lower back. Sudden cross up. Flying blade phoenix strike. 8 X-shaped blades flew through the body of the special insect man and cut it into several pieces. Sanhu did not stop and continued to kill the next enlarged insect special forces soldier. Jean Lena only felt that the insect special forces in front of her were very slow, or that her dynamic strength had increased. The eyes can see all the attacks of the insect man, and can even predict the opponent's next move based on the previous move. He found the opponent's lifeline while twisting and turning, and his hand turned into an insect blade, cutting the central nerve connection on the back of the opponent's neck. The whole insect fell to the ground with a thud and could not move for a short time. The black dragon was not so lucky. It bit the other dragon and waited for a long time, but the poison did not take effect. It was not until I saw the dense needle holes on the other party's body that I guessed that the other party was extremely resistant to poison. Then he decided to use his latest toxin. Fist. Once again, it bit the other person. This time it was the emotional poison, the poison of jealousy. As expected, after being poisoned, Jianzhou rushed straight towards Jianair. Why? Why should you be the vice captain? I want to be the vice captain too. Asshole. I'm going to kill you. Jianair just threw a punch and blew Jianzhou's head off. What is this Jianzhou doing madly? In just half an hour, most of the Zergmen had lost more than 100 people, and the others also retreated and dared not move forward. Sanhu understood that if he and his men did not take action against the captain and deputy captain of the other special insect people, all the insect people would probably be killed here. Rhinoceros beetle, catch the leader first. Do you dare to go after the other side's leader? Sanhu, don't be stubborn. We can't beat you. Sanhu looked at Jinni, who was madly killing his younger brothers, and he dug his nails into his flesh unconsciously. At present, even if they join forces with the rhinoceros beetle, they are indeed no match for him. Find a little black snake. Its venom should be enough to kill a monster. The two immediately rushed to the black dragon, wanting to join forces to fight the enemy. Unfortunately, the black dragon said that the opponent's toxin resistance was amazing, and it was unable to poison the two huge perfect-level insects. Now, everyone misses their invincible master, Qin Yuan. If the Lord is here, kill with a wave of your hand. The other side, in the deep mountains and old forests, a beam of white light descended from a height of 10,000 meters and smashed into the valley. He was spotted by a woman who was picking herbs. Liao Hongdo pointed to the valley in the distance. Brother, there seems to be a meteorite landing over there. Liao's eyes lit up immediately. Is it the same one we picked up last time? I didn't see it clearly. It flew over in a flash. Let's go. Let's go take a look. After saying that, Liao was stretched out his wings and turned into a huge white crane. His sister rode on him and headed towards the place where the white light fell. There were many insects and beasts in the forest watching the two people flying in the sky, and some poisonous insects even attacked them directly. Liao Hongdo just glared at them, and all the poisonous insects retreated. Liao carried the red beans on his back, and the two soon came to the valley where Qin Yuan fell. This is a huge rift valley hundreds of meters wide, filled with mist. Dark shadows kept flashing by. There seems to be some great terror hidden in the thick fog. Dark, deep, unknown. Hongdo, I feel it's very dangerous in there. Why don't we evacuate? No, brother. Only by finding the meteorite can we save our parents. Actually, never mind. Brother will go crazy with you. Hold on tight. In fact, the parents are dead. There's no way to save them. Meteorites and the like are all lies. Baihe's eyes became sharp and firm, like a sharp sword rushing into the mist of the valley. I found something wrong as soon as I came in. The fog here is so thick that not only is visibility reduced to less than 1 meter, but even perception is rapidly diminishing. There was a rotten smell everywhere. Brother, be careful. Squeak. A poisonous centipede swooped down from above. He raised his eyes and could clearly see the serrated fangs in its mouth and smell the stench of rotten blood. Bang! When he was about to bite the white crane, Hondo stretched out his sharp claws and slapped it away. Brother, this place is a bit weird. Let's leave as soon as we find the meteorite. Yes. Okay. Just finished. The girl's hair immediately turned white. Her eyes turned into silver vertical pupils. She grew a pair of cat ears and a white tail, and her hands turned into white furry claws. Roar! A tiger roared loudly towards the valley. In the thick fog, a rustling sound. A huge black shadow is approaching quickly. Chapter 71, Leaf Mantis. It looks like a centipede, but its body is soft and has no shell. It looks like a worm, but its body is covered with thorny tentacles. It is very similar to the deep-sea worm that died out 500 million years ago, but it is much larger, with a head that is 100 meters long. An extremely powerful monster. Silly brother, run. The white crane wanted to run up, but it was covered with black tentacles of worms, so it had no choice but to grit its teeth. Continue down. But the further down you go, the more frightened you become. It seems like there is a crack leading to another world, and all kinds of ancient creatures are emerging one after another. Demon worms, death worms, giant spiders. They're all top creatures in the outside world, but here, they have become the lowest level predators. His complexion became worse and worse, and finally turned pale. Hondo, I feel like there's no way we can go back together. I'm sorry. There's one thing I've been lying to you about. What's going on? Bro, get out of the way. A scarlet bloody mouth split into 3 pieces bit out from the wall. He narrowly avoided the fatal blow, but unfortunately his abdomen was scratched by the opponent's sharp teeth. Red blood oozes out, and the surrounding monsters become extremely violent after smelling it. There was a constant rustling sound, and various monsters gathered. Hondo began to use her genetic skills to try to drive them away, crossing her arms and taking a deep breath. Then, genetic skill, white tiger kill roar. Roar! A huge tiger roar resounded throughout the valley, and for a moment, all the insects and beasts fell silent. But this roar alarmed some more powerful insect beasts to attack, and strange beasts in the depths of darkness woke up one after another. Brother, we don't want the meteorite anymore. Let's run. Well, the white crane suddenly tilted its head, its wings drooped weakly, and it fell rapidly towards the bottom of the valley. Brother? What's wrong with you, brother? Hondo hugged her brother's neck tightly and grabbed a thick vine while falling. The two were hit hard on the cliff. After a loud bang, the falling trend was finally stopped. There was a glowing object about 200 meters below, which was probably the meteorite. Elder brother. Hondo tried to shake her brother, but found that Liaohua's wound had turned black, and it seemed that he had been poisoned. Moreover, the two of them have been targeted by many fog creatures, and many dark shadows are approaching them. Hondo made a bold decision and jumped down again holding the huge white crane. Jumped straight to the light. My brother once said that meteorites can make people's wishes come true. If the glowing object is a meteorite, then my brother can still be saved. Bang! The two fell to the ground and looked at the object in the pit. It didn't look like a meteorite, but more like a giant glowing egg. Hondo quickly brought Baihe closer to the glowing dome. Fortunately, all of Baihe's genetic energy was sucked away, including his venom. Liaohua changes from beast form back to human form. The monsters around seemed to be wary of the glowing egg and only dared to watch and roar from a distance, but did not dare to get close. A natural shelter for 2 people. I don't know how long it has been. The light on the dome gradually dissipated, and now it could only emit a faint light, and the monsters around it were getting closer and closer. You can even hear them swallowing their saliva. Fortunately, at this time, my brother Liaohua woke up. He opened his eyes vaguely, and his voice was still a little weak. Red Bean, where are we? Brother. Great, you finally woke up. Let's go. I'll explain it slowly when we get back. A few minutes later, Hondo found a vine and tied the giant white egg to her brother's back, relying on the principle that monsters would not dare to attack the giant egg. The two of them took to the air again, and this time there was no obstacle, and he successfully flew out of the fog. But just as she flew out of the mist, Hondo looked back and found that the mist behind her had disappeared. Even a valley just now disappeared. The area between the two peaks became a lush green forest, as if everything I had just experienced was just an illusion. What is going on? A note about peach blossom? Mirage? Moreover, there seems to be an invisible sense of peeping in the sky. When Hondo looked at the wound left by her brother, her pupils shrank sharply. That black scar can't deceive people. Everything that just happened is real. The hairs on my head suddenly stood up, and my scalp felt numb. Could it be that he encountered something dirty? She is afraid of ghosts. At the same time, this is the Bincheng Bug Villa. 3 tiger rhinoceros beetles versus Jian. Black Flood Dragon and Jean Lena face off against Jian Air. Jian E and Jian Air are drugged after all, and they are better. Swords 1 to 5 are left on the field. Sanhu and others were defeated and fell to the ground injured. Jian Air lifted Jean Lena's hair and held her in the air, saying with a sinister look on his face, "I'll give you 1 minute to call out your boss, the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant, or I'll kill this woman." The rhinoceros beetle raised a bottle of KB with difficulty and shouted, "Dead leaf mantis, if you are willing to help, I will give you the antidote." Rustling, the leaves swayed and the leaf mantis jumped down from the tree. Captain Jian E and Deputy Captain Jian Air were both shocked that the other party was so close to them, and yet they didn't even notice. "Who are you? I advise you not to meddle in other people's business." The rhinoceros beetle laughed out loud. "Ha ha, my master's little pet scared you like this. Small pet?" The two of them took great precautions against the mantis, instinctively feeling that it was not easy to deal with. The rhinoceros beetle handed the antidote to the mantis. "Here, drink the antidote and you can unleash 100 of your strength to defeat them." The poison sealed 50 of the leaf mantis's strength, and drinking the antidote can completely unblock it. Just when a medicine was placed near the leaf mantis mouth. Sudden change. Bang! The antidote was broken, cut into pieces to be exact, and hands-on. It is the leaf mantis in front of us. It raised its head proudly. Antidote. Unnecessary. Kill them. 50. Enough. Rules for additional updates. +1 for over 100 comments. +1 for urging for over 100 updates. +1 for over 100 updates on the bookshelf every day. +1 for rewards urging for updates. At least 3 updates per day. +2 extra updates per day for new books. 5 chapters are updated every day. Now 5 chapters are updated every day. Thank you handsome guys and beautiful girls for reading and commenting. Chapter 72, The Power of New Rules. Destruction. Arrogant. Jian Air mentioned Jean Lena and walked towards the dead leaf mantis. After all, the size difference between the two was there. The less than 2-meter-tall mantis and the 6-meter-tall beast standing together are like a skinny monkey and a strong elephant. Jian Air grinned with an evil smile. "Hey, I want to see how you little thing kill me." Clang. A flash of white light. The head of the perfect insect man, Jian Air, fell to the ground. You know, this is a perfect level insect man with a 15 growth rate. After taking drugs, his strength is close to 30 growth. Surprisingly, killed in one blow, Jian Air's head fell to the ground. His eyes gradually dimmed, and before he died, his eyes were wide open and he left his last words. "What a fast knife." The leaf mantis raised its head. Its sharp eyes quickly swept over all the invading enemies and said coldly, "4 knives?" Jian Yi's soul was trembling, and cold sweat flowed from his forehead. His original idea was just to show off his strength. If he could kill the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant, that would be the best. If he couldn't, he would join the Dark Crystal Legion and get a job. After all, you need someone to back you up in the end times. I believe that with his strength and the information in his head, no force will refuse. He doesn't want to die yet. Wait, I am willing to pledge my loyalty, don't. Swish, swish, swish. The knife flashed. 4 insect heads landed at the same time. Flash sale. Jian Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. He was the captain of the Empire's strongest insect hunting team, and he was leaving so hastily? The last 2 sentences I heard before I died were, "Too weak, unworthy, arrogant, extremely arrogant." Perhaps in the eyes of the dead leaf mantis, there is no difference between his sword 1 and sword 12. Dead leaves under the knife. All beings are equal. It's just a matter of one knife. It even looked down on everyone except Qin Yuan. Except Qin Yuan. All beings are equal. There is no difference between sweeping away 1 speck of dust and sweeping away 100 specks of dust. Absorbing genetic power. After inserting the hand blade into the corpse, quickly absorb all the spoils. After doing all this, The leaf mantis shook off the blood stains on the blade and hid in the forest again. An assassin who comes and goes without a trace. On sight, only the 3 tigers were left stunned. It's gone in seconds? Why does it feel like the master's pet is getting more and more crazy? I think this mantis can beat us. Be more confident and remove the first 3 words. The enemy was a perfect insect man after taking strong medicine, but he couldn't survive a single move in front of the dead leaf mantis. This is only when the leaf mantis is at 50 of its strength. The 100 strength dead leaf mantis couldn't even escape from its master Qin Yuan and would be caught in 3 seconds. Trampled underfoot, powerless to resist. It seems so. Lord Qin Yuan's strength has reached a level that is beyond the comprehension of gods and ghosts. Although the crisis has been resolved, but Rhinoceros Beetle, Sanhu, and others felt a deep sense of frustration. Whether it was the school battle or the villa defense battle, I and others were more like dragging our feet. Even if you have the orange weapon bestowed by the master, you cannot fully exert its power. If the orange weapon is fully activated, these insects on the other side will be no problem, or too weak. A hint of determination flashed in the eyes of the rhinoceros beetle, and he clenched his fists and put forward his ideas to everyone. I've decided to go to the mountains to practice for a while. I won't come out until I become stronger. Can we come together? Sanhu invited the rhinoceros beetle to form a team, and the two went to the deep mountains full of insects and beasts to level up, leaving Jean Lena and the little black dragon to look after the house. Certainly, there is also a leaf mantis that Qin Yuan temporarily detained here. The rhinoceros beetle also gave the other half bottle of antidote that he had hidden to Jean Lena. The antidote my master gave me was divided into 2 portions because I was afraid of losing it. Jean Lena widened her eyes. Divide into 2. You are so smart. This is medicine. The doctor prescribed you an amoxicillin capsule. Are you sure it will still be effective if you split it in half? Well known. Poison and antidote have a specific ratio. It is simply a hooligan to talk about toxicity without considering the dosage. Similarly, if we ignore the dosage to detoxify, it is hard to say. If it's not handled properly, it might turn into another kind of poison, which could kill the insects. The rhinoceros beetle didn't care about that. He and Sanhu teamed up and went to the forest to level up without looking back. Throw all the mess to Jean Lena. Jean Lena held her forehead with her hand. There were still hundreds of insect corpses outside. He just ran away like a hands-off boss? How could he be as virtuous as the master? Man. Witchy village. The whole village was silent. Edge of the village. Hongdo and her brother carried the egg back to their residence, a 2-story rural building they built themselves. There's a red brick wall outside, but no door. The 2 of them needed to climb over the wall. Inside the wall was a yellowish empty space, full of potholes and weeds. It looked like a wasteland. There were 4 coffins in the middle of the open space, 2 large and 2 small. Hongdo placed a giant egg between the 2 large coffins, then squatted on the ground, holding her cheeks with her 2 pink hands, staring at the giant egg. Brother, how long do you think it will take for Mom and Dad to be resurrected? It's been 5 minutes. Why is there no movement at all? Liaohua caressed his sister's head lovingly. Wait a little longer. Maybe Mom and Dad will be ready tomorrow. I'm going to cook. What do you want to eat tonight? Tomato, scrambled eggs. Night. Hongdo tossed and turned in her room, unable to sleep. For some reason, she kept thinking about the egg. Wow. I opened the curtains and looked down and was shocked to see that the outer shell of the dome had changed from pure white in the daytime to the appearance of a galaxy in the universe. There seems to be someone moving inside. Egg. The moment Qin Yuan opened his eyes, genetic information started to feed back. The subject has died. Resisting death. Genes give up resistance. Activate the emergency plan. Nether Phoenix Nirvana starts. Using gene reserve energy. Reserve energy is 0. 3 of gene energy can be used, consuming part of life energy, resurrection in progress. Absorbing energy from surrounding species, mutating and evolving. Evolution form 2. Atomic state, nuclear explosion, ant, mythical deformation. Exclusive genetic abilities. 1 atomization, 2 nuclear explosion, 3 ultra-high temperature, 4 shockwave, 5 nuclear radiation, 6 nuclear energy field. Exclusive gene skills. 1 nuclear explosion star cannon, 2 nuclear energy explosion. Myth rule ability. Destroy rules, can destroy everything, including rules. Details. Atomization. The body is transformed into atomic state, immune to all physical attacks, has strong penetrating power, and can perform atomic movement. Nuclear explosion power. Any attack can produce a nuclear explosion, which consumes a small amount of physical strength. Ultra-high temperature. The body radiates a temperature of 1 million degrees and is immune to damage from high temperatures below 5 million degrees Celsius. It is 10 to 50 immune to damage from high temperatures between 50 million and 100 million degrees, depending on the temperature conditions. Shock wave. Emits invisible shock energy waves to destroy the enemy's internal tissues. Nuclear radiation. Passively emits nuclear radiation, and the surrounding area within 10 kilometers will be affected. During combat, the range will gradually expand to 100 kilometers to 999 kilometers. Nuclear energy field. Nuclear strikes can be carried out arbitrarily within the field, with radiation damage increased by 1,000 to 9999, and no mutations will occur. Exclusive skill, new nuclear explosion star cannon. Gather all genetic energy to generate compression and fusion, bursting out with the power to destroy the surface of the planet, which can destroy the planet. Exclusive skill, new nuclear explosion. Nuclear fusion occurs inside the body, increasing energy by 300 to 3,000 in a short period of time. The effect is doubled when used with the nuclear explosion star cannon. Myth rule ability. Destruction, literal meaning. Form 1 grows again. Potential limit increased from 30,000 to 99,999. Dual modes can be switched at will. Form 1, Dark Crystal Emperor Ant, mutated mythical species. Form 2, Atomic State, Nuclear Explosion Ant, mythical deformation. Chapter 73, Angel? No. I am Satan. Egg. The moment Qin Yuan opened his eyes, the eggshell began to crack. A small hole was open around the top, and with a snap, a cute little head popped in with its big, blinking eyes. Her hair is casually spread out, her eyes are as clear as the stars in the night sky, and she has a small canine tooth, which make her look very cute. Ah, there's actually a person? How did you get into the egg? Qin Yuan did not speak, but chose to spread his wings. Bang! The entire eggshell was broken. Qin Yuan had a purple dark crystal wing on the left and a silver dark phoenix wing on the right. Silver hair, perfect face. At this moment, it's like an angel descending to earth. Ah, you rascal. Hongdo quickly covered her eyes with her hands. At this moment, Qin Yuan looked like a naked man, with his huge dragon sticking out, which scared Hongdo. I'm sorry, I just finished evolving and I don't have any clothes with me. Do you have any clothes for boys? You ask my brother. Bang! The door was violently kicked open and a young boy rushed out with a kitchen knife. Red beans. Where did you come from? What do you want to do to my sister? Qin Yuan turned his head and just glanced at the other person. The emperor's domain is open. Mental shock. With a bang, Liao Hua fell to the ground. Brother defeated. It's a good opportunity to borrow your brother's clothes for a while. I'll return them to you next time I come. Qin Yuan took off Liao Hua's coat and pants and put them on and was about to leave, but Hongdo hugged him. Wait a moment. Qin Yuan looked embarrassed. What are you doing, girl? You are too young. We are not suitable for each other. Huh? Too young? How am I young? I'm already 18 years old. I'm not talking about age. Hey, rare, perfect, white tiger gene. You have great potential. Qin Yuan's eyes lit up. A perfect level white tiger had the chance to evolve into a fantasy beast white tiger. And it can also be used for your next plan. Girl, do you need my help with anything? Angel, can you help me revive my parents? The little girl looked at Qin Yuan with hope, her eyes full of expectation. Qin Yuan stroked his chin and thought. It's not impossible. Really, there's a way to resurrect the dead, but it is hard to say whether the resurrected person is your mother. Generally, the resurrected ones are some unknown deformed monsters. There is a way to revive you, but you have to pay a price. Angel. No. Yamad Devil. Yam Satan. I can even be the ultimate evil, but I can never be an angel. You want me to work for free? You wish. I want to do a business that will make me lose money. Qin Yuan showed a meaningful smile, put his face close to Hongdo, and stared at her. So, if you want to revive your parents, what price can you pay? The moment she heard that Qin Yuan was a devil, Hongdo's body began to tremble uncontrollably. She was so scared that she was about to cry. I heard that making a deal with the devil requires paying with your soul. The voice sobbed. I am willing to pay everything. I will give you everything. Please give my mom and dad back to me. Oh, everything? What a cute child. So, clang. A broken kitchen knife fell to the ground. It was the brother who had just woken up. Seeing Hongdo crying, he stabbed Qin Yuan in the back of the neck without saying a word. As a result, the knife broke, but Qin Yuan was intact. Oh, your brother is quite interesting too. After saying that, Qin Yuan knocked the half-broken kitchen knife out of his hand with his right hand, grabbed his neck, and lifted him up, hanging him in the air. Let me see. Hey, a perfect white crane, a perfect family. There's something fishy. Something is wrong. If the younger sister awakens a perfect species alone and the older brother awakens an excellent species, that's understandable. But it's too outrageous for a family to have two perfect species. It does not conform to the principles of probability. It's like buying lottery tickets and winning the first prize of both the double color ball and the lotto on the same day. It's totally unreasonable. After checking his brother's talent, Qin Yuan let go of his hand and let it fall to the ground. Tell me in detail. How did you awaken? Humph. Even if you kill me today, I won't tell you a single word. Oh, what if I can revive your parents? My lord, what do you want to know? After understanding, we have to start from the day of the meteorite shower. Wuchi village is an ordinary small village in the surrounding area. Until that day, a meteorite fell, and a pure white meteorite fell into the Liao family and was picked up by Liao Hongdo. The stone merged into Hongdo's body as if it had life, and Hongdo fell into a high fever. Her brother stayed in the village to take care of her, while her parents went to the town to buy antipyretic medicine. They didn't know that this trip would be the end of their lives. Only 2 broken bodies were returned. The head and internal organs were eaten, leaving only some scraps of flesh, bones, and torn clothes on the body. Later, the 2 of them awakened their perfect insect-breeding people and followed the scent left by the insect beast to seek revenge, but they found that they were no match for the other party. After that, I started leveling up in the forest, waiting for the right opportunity. So, Hongdo awakened under special circumstances, and Liaohua, you awakened by luck? What do you mean by luck? I rely on my strength. Well, good luck. I can't help you revive your parents at this moment, but I can help you get revenge. Tell me where the insect beast that killed your parents is, and I'll go get its head back. Revenge? Stop joking. My body is seriously depleted now, and I urgently need to kill insects and beasts to replenish my energy and fill my empty and lonely stomach. This is the key point. You can get revenge and win someone's favor at the same time, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. There was a flash of anger in Hongdo's eyes, and he volunteered. I'll go with you. I'll go too. Both brothers and sisters wanted to kill their enemies and avenge their parents. Qin Yuan shrugged and spread his hands. Okay, let's go together then. It doesn't matter, as long as it doesn't affect my meal. Anyway, it's all something that can be solved in 3 seconds. Chapter 74, A New Era. I will start it. Under the night, the forest lit up in all kinds of colors: blue, green, orange, pink. The mutated plants were also extremely dangerous at night, and even the insects and beasts at night were on their menu. A figure in the sky flew across the forest at high speed. Qin Yuan spread his wings, holding Hongdo in his left hand and Liao Hua in his right hand, and led them to search over the forest. The 3 of them chatted and explored. How's it going? Did you 2 smell anything? Both of them looked disappointed. No, it may not be here anymore. That's right, the insect beast activity range is not fixed. Maybe the insect beast has fled to live in another city. Hey, look, brother, that valley appears again. Following Hongdo's gaze, Qin Yuan discovered that there was a misty valley not far from him. From time to time, huge black shadows flashed by, and their size was even over 100 meters. An invisible voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Keep telling him that there are good things in there, things that can make you evolve and become stronger. Coming quickly. Go in. Gumin. The shouting changed from temptation to threat, constantly echoing in his mind, and Qin Yuan's eyes began to become dull and blank. Master Demon, what's wrong with you? Hongdo's cry brought Qin Yuan back to reality, and his eyes gradually became clear again. What's going on? Qin Yuan frowned. It's very weird here. Let's leave first. Qin Yuan activated the flash and instantly moved to a kilometer away. He spread his wings and returned to Hongdo's home at an extremely fast speed. The moment the 3 left, the valley disappeared. Hongdo, what's going on with that misty valley? Tell me in detail. This story starts when you were an egg. After listening to Hongdo's description, Qin Yuan frowned immediately. He knew about the cracks in the fog, the passage to another world, but the timing of its appearance and closure is too coincidental. There's only one possibility. The world will want to get rid of this bug. Deliberately arrange a movable alien world passage to just appear where you fall, and then immediately close it to just take you away from this world. Unfortunately, the entrance of the brother and sister made it impossible to close the rift in the other world at will. Then he brought out his egg-shaped self. So to speak, are they my benefactors? If they don't bring me out, I might be left in another world. Hongdo, Liaohua, what are your plans for the future? Intend. The two siblings looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. The elder brother was silent for a while and spoke first. I originally planned to get into a good university, find a job, get married and have children, but now I just want to protect my sister and survive. I don't know. I just want my parents to live again. In that case, follow me to the city first. I will help you preserve your parents' bodies with special tools, and I will help you revive your parents when the time is right in the future. Thank you, Brother Qin. Thank you. The two siblings looked grateful and bowed politely to Qin Yuan. The three of them started their return journey. On the way, Qin Yuan killed countless mutant insects and animals and various mutant plants and animals. The gap in genetic energy was finally made up. Gene growth rate also returned to 4. The human form has a force of 400 tons. The insect form has a force of 800 tons, not counting the 200 critical strike bonus. The strength has increased 10 times. And that doesn't even include the second form. Once transformed into the second form, the lethality is maximized. It's an absolute apocalyptic level insect beast that can destroy stars. Zwei. The three of them came to the insect villa and simply arranged 2 rooms for the brother and sister. Qin Yuan finally contacted Jean Lina. Hey, Master, I finally got in touch with you. A lot of things happened after you went to heaven. Look at what you said. What do you mean by after going to heaven? It's like you're going to have a feast. Jean Lina roughly said 4 things. 1 is the resettlement of 2,000 insect people who migrated here. The second is the attack of the insect special forces and their special potions. The third is that Sanhu and rhinoceros beetle go to the forest to level up. Fourth, there are 2 group leaders and 4,000 insects who want to come and join us, asking for support. Okay, got it. Tomorrow I will officially take over the entire Bin City, and then set off to Dongxing City to recruit a talent and bring back the insect man from group leader number 7 that you mentioned. By the way, I found 2 insect children in the wild today. Come over tomorrow to make arrangements. They're all perfect and have good potential for future growth. Just take care of them a little bit. Hang up the phone. Qin Yuan began to think about his next move. Monopoly of the pharmaceutical market. Plunder the landlord's money/resources. There are many kinds of medicines in the end times, including those for healing and recovery, those for temporary strengthening, those for cultivation and supplementation, and those for advancement and breakthrough. Although I don't know how to make it, I know who knows. The Liu family in Dongxing City, a family of medicine refiners, has a genius named Liu Xiui, who will almost monopolize the southern medicine refinery market in the future, but it will affect too many people's cake. It's a miserable ending. Not only was their clan exterminated by a powerful force, but their brains were also dug out and soaked in nutrient solution to develop new drugs for other forces. What is the most important thing in the end times? Of course, it is strength, resources, and talent. Qin Yuan already has strength, so he naturally has to monopolize all resources and talents. But before that, we still need to solve the problem of benching base first. Today is October 7th, and tomorrow is the day we agreed to occupy benching. I need to make some preparations. First, I need to buy a set of suitable clothes. It would be better if I could catch a pet with B-level status. It will be useful for the national live broadcast tomorrow. Send a text message to Wu Qianqian. You should prepare for it tomorrow and make it a national news story. I want the reputation of the Emperor Ant to resound throughout the Dragon Kingdom. A new era will be opened by me. What? Insane development? Play the pig and eat the tiger? Unnecessary. All I want is for everyone to kneel down when they see me. Bow down and worship. Welcome His Majesty the Emperor Ant. People are dominated by fate. And I, the Master of Destiny. Chapter 75. Don't worry, I'm invincible. In the early morning, the sun shines through the glass into the room, filling the whole room with golden sunlight. Qin Yuan opened his eyes, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and ended a day of genetic training. 5 growth, normal force 500 tons, plus critical strike force bonus. Normal force can reach 1,000 tons. Insect form 2,000 tons. After washing up, he met Jean Lina in the office. After assigning Hongdo and the other two to her, Qin Yuan set out alone to Luokong City to capture his mount. Jean Lina looked worried. My lord, do you need help? After all, your body. At this moment, Qin Yuan's hair has turned white. This is caused by the consumption of vitality. It has no effect on his combat power. He just looks a little tired. Don't worry, I'm invincible. Yes, my lord. Jean Lina looked at the confident and dazzling Qin Yuan in front of her, her face slightly reddened. So manly. Finished. Qin Yuan came to the balcony, spread his wings behind him, flapped his wings, and instantly flew to a height of 1,000 meters. Buzz. The phone kept vibrating. Qin Yuan stopped flying and hovered in the air. I took out my phone and saw the incoming call. Counselor Xieting. Why was he calling his college counselor again? Was there another insect plague in Yuan City? Get on the phone immediately. Hello. Old Xia, what's up? Qin Yuan. Grandpa's calculations are so accurate. Oh my god. There were more than 5,000 people in the school that day to watch the party, but only 96 people from 2 classes ran away. The rest were all dead. Huh. The scene was full of blood. By the way, did our grandfather leave any warnings before he died? Grandfather? I call you brother. You call me grandpa. Isn't this a shame? How sorry? Grandson. Grandpa said you should be careful recently. There have been riots by insects and beasts everywhere recently. The army will soon no longer be in charge. By then, the thugs will run rampant and the law will no longer exist. I'll give you a phone number. Remember, you could buy everything there, including guns and ammunition, but you have to be quick. The Dragon Country's paper money will not be able to circulate in the future. It's best to exchange it for some gold or something. I have something else to say, bye. Click. That's all I have to say. Without waiting for Xieting to say anything, Qin Yuan hung up the phone and sent a text message to his 3 former roommates to warn them of the end of the world. The real end of the world is coming. At 6 o'clock tonight, the second insectification of the whole people. This insectization is a turning point, and the government's attitude will undergo a 180-degree change. It is also the best time to make changes yourself. During the flight, I opened the university group 99+ messages, all of which were discussing the last insect beast massacre and the coming of the end of the world. Even after Xieting sent the warning letter last time, several students did not go and were lucky enough to escape. They all thanked. Thank you, kind man. Your grandfather is truly a god. I'll kowtow to you first. Thank you. Thank you to your ancestors for 18 generations. I survived. They're all dead. The most common posts were about insect beasts, and there were even pictures of some people in the school mutating into insect people. Yuan City is much more chaotic than Bin City. Bin City is ruled by Qin Yuan and his Dark Crystal Insect Legion, and the insects in the city are also well managed. The city's public security ranks among the best among all cities. Qin Yuan flew 200 kilometers at the speed of sound to reach his destination, Luokong City. In the previous life, I heard that there was a very handsome and powerful fantasy beast in Luokong City. It was the dream of countless forces to capture a fantasy beast as the city's guardian beast. Wouldn't it be perfect to use it as your own mount? Strength and appearance coexist. The perfect ideal mount. Arriving above Luokong City, Qin Yuan first looked down at the entire city from above and observed the current situation of the city. It is still the familiar steel forest. The entire city center is basically full of high-rise buildings over 30 stories high. The heights gradually decrease to 12 stories, 7 stories, and 3 stories after the outer second and third ring roads. There are a lot of insect beasts and insect people. It's not that chaotic. After all, it's a big city with a population of 8 million. Insects and insect beasts are hiding in the streets and alleys, devouring humans. It's normal for hundreds or thousands of people to die every day. There are a large number of troops stationed in the city, but the current troops are on the verge of losing control. They're the executioners who commit all kinds of evil. Outside the second ring road, several black soldiers with bad intentions broke into the homes of the 2 girls under the pretext of searching for insects. First, there was the sound of beating and scolding. Then there was the girls' painful wails and pleas for mercy, the man's laughter and foul language. Things like this happen all the time in this city. Maybe it's robbery, maybe it's rape, or maybe something else. Qin Yuan shook his head slightly. Judging from the degree of resistance, these 2 women probably won't survive after being played with. This is the end of the world where the strong prey on the weak. A world where only despair thrives. Just when Qin Yuan was about to look away, an interesting scene happened. Outside, a beggar-like man heard the noise and came over. The chocolate soldier pointed a gun at him and told him to leave. He pretended to leave and went around from the other side and quickly grabbed a rifle. Black hell demon, the more. Then the gunshots rang out. Da-da-da. Just a few seconds. Empty the magazine. Reload the magazine. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. After making sure that all the soldiers in the house were dead, the two girls did not thank the beggar and ran away by pushing his shoulders away. The beggar didn't care. He dropped his gun and looked around before running away. Do you think that's the end? Of course not. The show is about to begin. Soon a group of soldiers came and surrounded the house. Two girls took the initiative to report that a beggar had killed a soldier in the house and led a dozen soldiers to find the beggar. They both seemed to know where the beggar was. 5 minutes later, a beggar was found at a crossroads of a street. The beggar also noticed the group of soldiers, stood up, and wanted to run away. Unexpectedly, the other side was also full of soldiers, and he was surrounded. The captain, with a big belly, came forward, showing his large front teeth inlaid with gold. Run? Why don't you run? Chapter 76. Want to slap my emperor Anne in the face? You have to pay extra. The beggar was very thin. Although he looked about 30 years old, he was just skin and bones. He wore a military hat on his head and a few worthless badges on his chest. He knelt in the middle of a closed barber shop begging. His lips were cracked, his voice was trembling, and he carefully prayed to everyone who passed by. There is a gleam of hope in the eyes. I'm very hungry. Please, can you give me some money for food? Good people, please. Passers-by walked away indifferently, and everyone would stay away from him with disdain, looking at him with contempt. The little girl begging beside him also imitated his tone and said that she was very hungry. People around him would give the little girl some money and then walk over to the soldier beggar and insult him with words. Disgusting. A grown man with arms and legs doesn't go to work. He comes here to compete with children for begging. Your parents are embarrassed. Bah, why don't you just die, you parasites of society? That's right, you scumbag. There is a reason why you are a beggar. Look for the problem in yourself. Has your salary increased over the years? Have you worked hard? Some even poured unfinished coke on him and yelled at him, saying very ugly things. Unexplained malice strikes. The beggar in the military cap just endured it silently with red eyes. He asked the little girl to help look after the begging area under the pretext of going to fix his clothes. With the remaining money, I went to a nearby burger shop and bought the cheapest burger. Carefully covering it with clothes, he returned to the place where he was begging. Come, eat. The soldier beggar swallowed his saliva and handed the hamburger to the little beggar. The other party thanked him and then ate it greedily. Watching the other person eating the hamburger, the soldier beggar unconsciously tightened the belt tied around his stomach. His eyes turned red, and he pursed his lips to wipe away his tears. He didn't know what he had done wrong to end up like this. He was originally a beloved imperial soldier, but because he believed in a secret mission, his identity was erased, and after completing the mission, his superiors threw him away like garbage. This is the empire, the capitalist world. As an undocumented person, it is impossible to survive in the empire. No ID, no military certification. If he goes to the police station, he will be arrested and thrown into prison. No unit is willing to hire him. With no one to turn to and no one to understand, I barely survived for a few months by picking up trash. A man who had once devoted his life to the empire and died for it now kneels down to beg for $1, crying in grievance. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a group of soldiers suddenly appeared in the distance and looked towards him. He was about to stand up and try to escape, but a group of soldiers surrounded him from behind. The captain, with a greasy face and a big belly, walked forward with a smile, showing his big front teeth inlaid with gold. Run? Why don't you run? The beggar took off his hat and smiled. Captain, why are you looking for a little beggar like me? I have no money and nothing. Don't you know what you did? Bring those two bitches up here to me. The beggar in the military cap felt a pang in his heart, thinking to himself that something was wrong. Two girls came out from behind the crowd and immediately identified the beggar. Sir, he was the one who killed the person. Yes, we saw it clearly. He shot and killed several soldiers with his gun. The beggar in the military cap could never have imagined that the person he had just saved would become the murderer who killed him. He opened his eyes wide, hoping for an explanation. Why? Why do you want to hurt me? Didn't I do that to save you? Hearing, the two women looked at each other with disdain, fanning the air with one hand and pointing at the beggar's nose with the other, cursing. Bah, who asked you to save us? It was the law of Luokong City and the captain of Luokong City who saved us. You are a stinky beggar. What right do you have to save us? Yeah, you're such a lowly man. It was the captain who saved us. What does this have to do with you? It's obvious. In order to curry favor with the captain, the two women sold out their lifesaver as a stepping stone to a higher position. Not to mention the end of the world, even in the normal period of the Blue Star Empire. Nice guy. There won't be any good ending. No strength. It's original sin. The beggar's originally dead and sad eyes now showed a hint of anger, as well as deep despair towards this world. He clenched his fists, his nails dug into his flesh, and drew blood. Captain Greasy speaks. Torture that little beggar as well. I think he is an accomplice. The little beggar looked no more than 7 or 8 years old. He was stunned on the spot and waved his hands repeatedly to show that he knew nothing. You still dare to wave your hands? Want to resist arrest? Kill him. Soldiers beg for mercy. No, sir. She's just a passerby. Bang, bang, bang. Several gunshots rang out, and the little beggar fell in a pool of blood, his eyes wide open and no longer able to breathe. Take away. Just as several soldiers stepped forward to hold the beggar in his military cap, something strange happened. He pushed everyone away with one hand. The eyes turned blood red, sharp fangs grew in the mouth, and the skin turned into a black shell. No, 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 no. You bunch of beasts. Beasts. Roar. The captain's expression changed drastically when he saw this. It's a bug man. Shoot. Shoot now. Da da da. Da da da. Suddenly, numerous gunshots rang out. Orange flames appeared from the gun barrels, and a man in the military cap subconsciously covered his eyes. Dingling dang. The bullet seemed to hit a wall of air, creating purple ripples in the air, and the bullet had become flat when it fell to the ground. A masculine and magnetic voice sounded above everyone's head. The person who came was Qin Yuan, who showed a harmless and sunny smile at this time. Oh, not bad. You are lucky to have awakened the ant. Excellent black armored ant. Are you willing to be my subordinate? To be honest, now the general excellent insect people. Qin Yuan really doesn't like it. But the other party is an awakened race. Ants. That's a completely different situation. Ants are considered fellow tribesmen. Bullying ants in front of me? Is that bullying ants? That's a slap in the face of my dark crystal emperor ant. What are you doing? The key is that this is still a good opportunity to blackmail me. As an official member, if you touch my emperor ant's men, you must pay at least 100,000 or 80,000, right? Captain Greasy was puzzled. Qin Yuan did not look like a bug man, but more like an angel. Perfect face and 2 color wings. It is hard to connect it with the 6-winged emperor ant with a reward of 3 billion Dragon Country coins. Who are you? Qin Yuan ignored the captain's words and asked the black ant that the beggar in the military cap had transformed into again. For the sake of the ants, I'll ask you one last time. Are you willing to be my subordinate, the superior black armored ant? If you don't want, then I will understand its life with my own hands. The emperor ant has the power of life and death over all ants. The beggar in the military cap finally came to his senses and knelt down to show his submission. King, I am willing to submit. In front of Qin Yuan, there is an indescribable fear in his genes, just like seeing his own god. Good. This young man is teachable, still has some eyesight. Then he turned to look at the captain and his group. Now it's time to settle the issue of compensation for attacking my subordinates. Subordinates? Compensation? As soon as these 2 words came out, the captain's CPU caught fire. The other party wasn't even hurt. What should we compensate? Air wear and tear. Qin Yuan held his chin with one hand and thought quickly. I am a generous person. I don't want much, just $1 billion in compensation for mental damages. The captain's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open. What the hell? 1 billion? In US dollars. Why don't you just go and rob it? What else do you think I'm doing? Chapter 77 Art is Explosion. Middle of the street. The captain's chubby face was shaking up and down, and he couldn't stop wiping the sweat off his face. Okay, US dollars is US dollars. I dare to give. Do you dare to take? The money is at our base. Do you dare to come with me to get it? This is such a big mouth. Although our current people are no match for it, the base is different, relying on the imperial background. As long as we take this kid to the base, there are 3,000 elite soldiers guarding there, as well as various advanced weapons and equipment. Is it still impossible to capture a flying birdman? How is that possible? Qin Yuan smiled and spread his hands casually. Okay, we just need a guide, let's go. The military base is a good place. Not only does it have the information about the fantasy beasts you need, but it also has a lot of insect beast crystal cores that you can pack up and take away. The captain smiled sinisterly. How brave. Then follow me. Several people got on the military vehicle and drove towards the base, while Qin Yuan picked up the black armored ant and flew in the air. What's your situation? Tell me. My lord, my name is Luca. I was originally an Imperial Special Forces soldier. Later, I accidentally became an illegal immigrant while carrying out a secret mission. As a result, I can't even find a job now. I can only beg on the street. It turned out to be a black household. No wonder. A man in his 30s still begging on the street. In Dragon Country, illegal immigrants are not only unable to work, but once caught by the police, they will be deported. They're thrown out without regard for their lives. But a soldier of the Empire also became an illegal resident. Most of the purpose was just to covet a little military funds, which shows how corrupt the rule of the Empire was. Luca, after you get the compensation, drive to the highway and wait for me. Yes, sir. During driving, the captain secretly reported to the people at the base that a strange creature resembling an angel was coming and asked the base to be prepared. The people at the military base didn't take it seriously at all. Reply to, what are you afraid of? The base not only has 3,000 soldiers, but also heavy weapons and rocket launchers. How powerful can an angel-like creature be? Even if an angel really came, he could pluck all its feathers off. Seeing this reply, the captain was relieved. After 40 minutes of driving, everyone arrived at the gate of Luokong military base, and the 10-meter-high iron gate slowly opened. What greeted Qin Yuan was not the highest ceremonial team, but machine guns, tanks, and armored vehicles. The commander gave the order. Prioritize capturing alive. Fire. Bang, bang, bang. A large net spread out in the sky, enveloping Qin Yuan. Then the solid ball fell from the outside of the net and directly trapped Qin Yuan inside. The commander clenched his fist excitedly. Yes, got it. Everything went smoothly beyond imagination. It seems that this angel-like creature is not that great. Just an extra pair of wings to fly. But the strange thing is, how did the net stand up? Next moment, with a crackling sound, a purple light suddenly appeared in the sky, and the entire net was cut in half. A closer look revealed the purple wings behind Qin Yuan, and everyone's pupils shrank. MD, load solid bullets and fire. Qin Yuan smiled evilly. It's a good time to try out new toys. Second form, partial switching, hand nuclear energy mode. With a buzzing sound, Qin Yuan's left hand from the wrist turned into a golden particle shape. Micro-shaped nuclear bomb. A peanut-sized nuclear bomb gathered on the index finger and condensed into a golden ball of light. Qin Yuan's smile at this time is a bit BT. Art is explode. Bayou. Call out. A golden light flew towards the tank armored vehicle. The commander's facial expression was still ferocious at the last moment. He waved his arms and opened his mouth wide to scream wildly. Fire quickly. At the moment when the golden light collided with the tank, a violent explosion sounded. BLM. Then there was the howling of the wind. The strong wind knocked the captain and his men upside down. Huge sonic boom. Even the windows of the military vehicle they were sitting in were shattered, and several people's eardrums were shattered, causing them to become deaf. None of the soldiers at the base gate survived, and the 10-meter-high iron gate was blown to pieces. Qin Yuan smiled brightly and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. It's quite powerful. Then he turned to look at the crowd. I'll give you one last chance. Call out your top commander, or you can all die. The captain and others collapsed on the ground, looking at all this in disbelief. My mother. Hand-fired laser cannon? What kind of monster is this? When the captain heard Qin Yuan's words, he immediately got up from the ground and did as he was told. Call your superior immediately. A lieutenant colonel. Beep, beep, beep. Answer the phone. Answer the phone. Answer the phone quickly. Why didn't you answer the phone at the critical moment? Do you think you were filming a movie? No one answered the call. The irritated captain suddenly remembered that the person who had just opened the door to welcome him and his men was his superior, the lieutenant colonel. Oops, that unlucky lieutenant colonel was just killed by me? What to do? The captain gritted his teeth and called the colonel, who happened to be in the base at the time. Knowing the seriousness of the problem, he immediately contacted the highest commander of the base, Major General Kelamo. The greasy captain breathed a sigh of relief, clasped his hands together, and bowed to Qin Yuan. Angels above. The Major General will be here soon. Please wait for a moment. And now that the person in charge has been found, you can go with peace of mind. Don't worry, there will be no pain when you die. The greasy captain's flattering expression instantly turned into horror. Oh shit, you haven't died. How do you know it won't hurt? No, no, no. Wait. Sir, shockwave. Duong. The captain's eyes were bloodshot. His pupils were dilated and lifeless, and a mouthful of blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. A circular shock wave that was invisible to the naked eye instantly penetrated the bodies of Captain Greasy and others. With a loud bang, the entire ground showed a circular depression. Everyone in the circle had their eyes rolled back and lost focus. Blood was flowing from their 7 orifices, their internal organs were shattered, and their expressions were filled with shock and fear. Successfully served as a sandbag for testing new skills. Well, the effect is pretty much what I expected. It's just that their expressions are a little off, with some traces of acting. Directly injuring the inside through the epidermis. This is an internal injury magic skill, specially designed to counter meat shields. Moreover, he did not use his full strength in this attack, and controlled the damage range to just enough to kill. If he had used his full strength, most of these people would have been killed. They're all the dregs of society, so we should eliminate them for the people. Do one good deed a day. Foam, foam, foam. The roar of the helicopter propellers was heard in the sky. The wind was howling, and an armed helicopter slowly landed in front of Qin Yuan and the others. After stopping, what caught my eye was a pair of long legs and black silk stockings, followed by a half-revealed waistcoat and a pretty secretary in gold-rimmed glasses. The one following behind was the master of the base, Imperial Major General Kurimu. He was only 25 or 26 years old and dressed in military uniform, but he gave people a dandy and elegant feeling. Only Qin Yuan knew that this person would be a tough guy in the future, and he was definitely not a playboy. But it is a very hidden, poisonous snake. Chapter 78, You Know Nothing About Power. Outside Luokong military base, the adjutant whispered in the Major General's ear. General, be careful. The energy detector shows that the opponent's danger level is level 5, extremely dangerous creature. The Major General cursed inwardly. Which idiot brought this monster into the base? The supercritical level is an energy value of 500 tons. What they don't know is that the value revealed is only half of Qin Yuan's normal strength. In other words, he currently only displays 500 tons of force. Next is Major General Kelamo and Qin Yuan formally met. The Major General bowed slightly and performed in noble etiquette. Hello, dear angel. Qin Yuan didn't buy it. Stop talking nonsense and get straight to the point. I'm here to discuss compensation. Compensation issue? The Major General looked at his adjutant in bewilderment, and the adjutant shook his head to indicate that he did not know either. Mr. Angel, can you tell me what's going on? I need you to come here in person to ask for compensation. Your men caused my men to be injured. Shouldn't you compensate me? The Major General's expression immediately became angry. There is such a thing? Don't worry, sir. I will arrange for the best doctors to treat your subordinates, and my blind subordinates will also be punished most severely. That's not necessary. My subordinates were just frightened and had no external injuries. Besides, I have already executed those blind soldiers. Their bodies are still there. Everyone looked in the direction Qin Yuan pointed and saw several bodies lying in a deep pit. This, Mr. Angel, what do you want as compensation? All the insect beast crystal cores in your base, as well as all the information about insect beasts. Before the Major General could speak, his female secretary spoke first. Impossible. Your appetite is too big. Bang. The Major General slapped the secretary in the face with a vicious expression on his face. Shut up. Then he controlled his expression and turned to face Qin Yuan with a smile. My Lord Angel, I can give you everything you want, but there is one condition. Qin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. Tell me about it. I want you to help me kill someone. No, I don't want to get involved in your Ku family's affairs. Hearing Qin Yuan's answer, Kelama's face changed drastically. Ku family. How would he know? Could it be a special ability, like mind reading? His face turned completely cold. In that case, there is nothing to discuss. After saying, the Major General raised his arm, and a crackling sound was heard in the base. Countless rockets were launched from the inside and aimed at Qin Yuan. Your Excellency, Angel, it's not too late for you to change your words now. Foolish. Then you can't blame me. Fire. At the same time, the Major General retreated madly. He jumped hundreds of meters away. Oh, fleas. It is obvious that the other party is a perfect evolution. Flea man. This is information that has never appeared in the previous life. Is it a new change, or has he been hiding it well? You are against the power. Nothing. Field expansion. Ancient darkness. Emperor's domain. Duong. Invisible air waves enveloped the entire military base, and at the same time rocket launchers followed one after another. Gate of Hades. Rise. Countless white bones as big as trucks formed a row and rose from the ground, blocking Qin Yuan like an iron door. Boom, boom, boom. Eee. Fire explosion. Explosions continued to sound, but not even a single white bone could be broken. The strength of the two sides was completely not on the same level. Qin Yuan took action. The underworld, white bone killing. Everyone except the black armored ant and the major general had their bones sticking out of their bodies. The sound of puffing continued. All the people were stabbed into bones and died on the spot. Moreover, the physical energy was not wasted and was absorbed by Qin Yuan. Among the people killed, the female secretary beside the major general was actually a perfect insect man. Unfortunately, he didn't even have a chance to attack and was killed instantly. Perfect level insects are no different from ordinary people in front of Qin Yuan. They're just dust. If he hadn't absorbed more genetic energy than others, Qin Yuan wouldn't even know that the other party was actually a perfect insect man. If it were in the previous life, he would be a hegemon. Qin Yuan flashed in front of the Major General with a playful expression on his face. Hey, Mr. Major General, where's your confidence just now? The Major General leaned against the wall and swallowed hard. Mr. Angel, I have just reflected on my behavior, and I think the compensation you are asking for is very reasonable. I will take you to get the crystal core and information. Please follow me. Stains. How cheap is that? Do I have to beat him up? Can we do things honestly? Luca, go find a car and wait for me here. Yes, my king. Qin Yuan followed the Major General to the core of the base alone. The military base here looked quite new. It was made entirely of alloys, and it felt like a doomsday fortress. Passing through a series of alloy doors, the two came to the last door. The Major General's back was soaked. He suddenly turned around and fell to his knees. Sir, I can do something for you. Our Ku family has a lot of influence in Nandu and can use it all for your benefit. Please let me live. I can do anything you want me to do. Viper is a cold-blooded animal. You never know when it will bite you back. Cold-blooded, vicious, bloodthirsty, this kind of person. But he is the most useful tool in the end times. Okay, from today on, you will collect supplies for me at the Luokong base, but you will not be protected by me. To put it simply, he is a traitor among the human race. Abbreviation, rape. The Major General agreed without hesitation and with a happy face. As long as you can save your life, what does it matter if you are raped? Don't worry, my lord. I, Kalamo, will definitely be able to get you the key intelligence about the human race. Although he is a bug man, his family background is not simple. One of the big families in Nandu. The clan even has people who can attend the highest meeting of the empire. Certainly, this is also his value. Chapter 79, Baiyun Mountain. Outside Luokong military base. Boom. A loud noise. A large hole was punched through the base wall by someone's bare hands, and Qin Yuan, who successfully obtained the information in crystal, came out. Behind him was Major General Kurumu, who was driving a truck with a truck full of insect beast crystal cores, all of the best quality. Luke, drive to the main road and wait for me. As you command, my king. Karamu, everything remains the same. Just do as I say. Yes, my lord. After saying that, Qin Yuan spread his wings and flew to his destination. Baiyun Mountain. It is a mountain far to the north of Luokong City. The mount you are looking for is on the mountain. Fantasy Beast Cloud Dragon. According to pictures taken by fighter jets, helicopters, and satellites, there's a dragon-like creature in the clouds on Baiyun Mountain, which often shuttles between the clouds, but only a blurry black shadow can be seen in the picture. Quite mysterious. But what's strange is that there was no mention in the previous life that dragons appeared before the end of the world. What is going on? Qin Yuan's eyes flashed with doubt, and he began to speed up. With a bang, several circles of white smoke appeared in the sky, like a rocket launch. It took a few minutes to reach the destination. Looking up, there is a mountain shrouded in white mist in front of us. The whole mountain gives people a feeling of cleanliness, peace, and purity. Just like a piece of pure land appeared in the dirty world, a white lotus in the mud. Too clean to be real. Qin Yuan suddenly felt a sense of being watched from the clouds and immediately shouted. Ooh, after a while, no one responded. Playing tricks? You're courting death. Field expansion. Ancient darkness, Emperor's domain. Buzz. The double domain can be expanded to an astonishing 20 kilometers, covering all the surrounding mountains. He could clearly sense all the creatures in Baiyun Mountain through his spiritual power, but he did not find the legendary Yunlong. Qin Yuan was immediately puzzled. No? How could that be? Could it be that they have changed places? But the feeling of being watched just now is definitely not something that can be emitted by ordinary creatures. It must be a fantasy beast. Strange. Not found. Still can't find it. After searching the area within 20 kilometers, no trace of the other party was found, and the prying eyes had never appeared since the first time they were felt. Could it be a spatial talent? It's not impossible. In my previous life, I had heard that there were dragons with time and space talents, and they could appear in every era. If you catch it and use it for your own benefit, that would be a good thing, but if you don't catch it, it would be really troublesome for a creature with spatial talent to escape. Although I didn't find the dragon in the cloud, but they found an expedition team in the nearby mountains. Maybe they know some clues about the dragon in the clouds. Qin Yuan flew directly towards the other team. The expedition team was currently fighting an excellent insect beast. 8 people were besieging a giant blue cactus insect beast in an orderly manner. Everyone has a clear division of labor. There are beetle warriors in the front row, poisonous insects with special long-range attacks in the back, and plant awakeners who can heal. The captain yelled, "Come on, everyone. It's almost gone." Just when everyone was about to deliver a fatal blow, a black shadow fell from the sky. Bang! A loud bang. A figure accurately hit the excellent forest spider and killed it directly. What's more, he also absorbed the genetic energy of the spider. Everyone was dumbfounded. Oh shit. Stealing monsters? We were about to win. Then something fell from the sky. The captain was a bald man with a scar on his face. He immediately became furious and walked towards Qin Yuan, swearing while picking up his knife. Hey, what do you mean? In broad daylight, you actually rob a monster? Is there still justice? Is there still law? The younger brother beside him quickly grabbed him. Brother, look at the way he's dressed. He's very tricky. Don't mess with him. Scarred bald man stopped when he heard the words and took a closer look. The other person had a perfect face, short white hair, golden eyes, and a pair of crystal-like wings. Like a perfect angel fallen to earth. He was stunned for a moment, muttering to himself, "Wow, if I catch this, I'll be able to sell it for a lot of money, right? If you catch an angel, you will never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life, and you will definitely make a fortune. You could become rich overnight." Qin Yuan just glanced at everyone and habitually reached out to grab the insect crystal of the insect beast under him. Hey, you bastards, are you here to look for Yun Zhonglong as well? No. Times 8. 8 people shook their heads wildly almost at the same time. Qin Yuan raised his eyebrows. This is clearly a case of trying to cover up one's own guilt. Then do you have any clues about the dragon in the clouds? A green-haired kid in the front row stepped forward and scolded. Hey, you keep asking questions, kid. Why are you cosplaying in this outfit? You look like an angel. What are you going to say if the monster that stole our property is stolen? Robbing monsters? That's not right. What's wrong? Think about it. If I kill you all, will this insect beast belong to me? Now I'm not killing you and only killing the insect beast. Not only have you not lost anything, but you've actually gained a life. The green-haired boy was stunned for a full minute, his mind working frantically. It makes quite some sense. Turning his head with a confused look, he looked at the scarred bald man. Boss, I think what he said is correct. I look completely convinced. Bang! Captain Scar slaps backhand. Oh my god, idiot. Get out of here, you little cuties. Then he looked at Qin Yuan. Would you mind talking somewhere else? Want to clear the place? Just tell me earlier. Qin Yuan's eyes suddenly fixed. Domain expansion, Imperial Domain. Duong. A soft sound from spiritual power. The invisible mental attack spread, and everyone except the scarred man and Qin Yuan fainted with their eyes rolled back, falling to the ground with a thud. Before Scarface could react, all 7 of his team members were wiped out. My legs immediately went limp. Kneeling on the ground, Qin Yuan is puzzled. What are you doing? The scarred bald man had a look of fear in his eyes. His face shrank into a ball, and his voice trembled. Big brother. I like talking to people in this position. Oh my god, it's a ghost. Damn it. What level of monster did I encounter? Chapter 80. The Poison Yun Zhonglong. Bayan Mountain. The bald scarred man knelt on the ground, smiling and very friendly, and told them the purpose of their visit in detail. They did receive the mission to capture the dragon in the cloud. According to the investigation, this mountain dragon likes to eat some evolved plants, such as mutant grass or mutant fruits. As long as you put out food to lure it out, it will definitely come out. So, your team brought some evolved plant bait? Yes, it's in the backpack behind me. Please wait a moment. I will take it out and honor you right away. Scarred and bald, he crawled over to the younger brother and searched for him. After a while, he took out a peach as big as a human head and a blade of grass as sharp as a sword. Qin Yuan's eyes lit up. Sword grass leaves? Where did you get this from? This grass? I bought it from a businessman in Luokong City. I don't know where it came from. Sword grass is the result of the evolution of a plant gene. It is born with the ability to release sword energy and learn swordsmanship. It is regarded as natural sword type. Because it is inconvenient to move, it is the best choice for guarding the house. Instead, he could ask his traitorous subordinate to help him get some information in Luokong City. Qin Yuan took over 2 strange plants. You want to capture the dragon in the clouds with this? Scarball head smiled. You may not know, immortal, this is mixed with a huge amount of drugs that can knock out whales. I guarantee that the cloud dragon will fall asleep after taking it. Drugs? You call this a drug? Qin Yuan is an expert in drugs. How could you not understand the drug? This amount of drug can only be used as a seasoning for the phantom beast. It has no effect other than making the food taste better. However, if you add your own poison, forget about the dragon in the clouds. Even if a real dragon comes, it will fall. Qin Yuan did it right away. He raised his finger and dripped liquid into the mutated peaches and sword grass leaves. The mutated peaches and sword grass leaves were all filled with a colorless and odorless poison. It won't kill you, but it will paralyze your opponent's nerves, making him unable to move. In order to ensure that everything went well, Qin Yuan also mixed some toxins into it. Okay, take your people and get out. Thank you, Immortal. Thank you, Immortal. Scarred bald man hurriedly thanked him, watched Qin Yuan leave, and then hurriedly left with his brothers. Even after he left, his heart was still beating nonstop. There is no resentment or malice in my heart, only fear. That's why he survived. Qin Yuan spread his wings and flew to the top of Baiyun Mountain. It seemed as if the mountain was integrated with the clouds and mist. There were dewdrops on all the plants, and the whole mountain was filled with the fragrance of plants. There is not a single mutant plant found on this spiritual mountaintop. On the contrary, there are many obvious bite marks on various plants, which should be caused by the cloud dragon. Qin Yuan placed the mutant peach and sword grass on the open ground, restrained his own breath, and sat aside, waiting for the fish to take the bait. Less than 10 minutes after it was released, the surrounding fog began to surge violently, as if a dark shadow was swimming in the clouds. It is cautious, circling over the mutant plants, searching the surroundings thoroughly. Qin Yuan felt a sense of being watched, but did not stop. It was so easy for the mythical Qin Yuan to hide his aura. He could make it so that he had no aura at all and looked no different from the surrounding mountains, grass, flowers, and rocks. After scanning the area within a radius of 100 meters, the creatures in the cloud could not resist the temptation. A cloud of mist passed by, and the 2 mutant plants disappeared. Qin Yuan smiled knowingly. Eat it. Since you eat my food, you are my beast. Come home with me and be my mount. Less than 3 minutes later, a shrill roar sounded in the mist. The sound was like that of a cow or a horse, like a crazy husky. Qin Yuan is excited. It appeared. Then he spread his wings and flew towards the place where the scream came from. In the clouds, a white dragon made of mist was tumbling and stirring wildly. Black clouds and lightning began to appear in the sky. Boom! Thunder roars. Qin Yuan entered the mist, grinning widely, and shouted at the surging dragon. Ha 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 ha! Yin Zhonglong, I know you can understand what I am saying. Submit to me, and I will give you the antidote. The dragon in the clouds roars. Roar! You despicable fellow. I would rather die than surrender. The dragon spoke human language. It seems that he ate a lot. Qin Yuan spread his hands. Well, it seems like I have to give you a beating. You guys don't know your own weight. I think so. The mythical beasts are the ceiling of the earth at this time, so it is normal for them to be a little proud. After all, I have never met any decent opponents, and I basically killed them all the way. Pity. Now it meets the man standing on the ceiling. The strongest person today. Qin Yuan clenched his right fist into a V shape and quickly punched the giant dragon in the mist. He only used 50 of his strength in this punch, preparing to test the opponent's strength first. One punch. Heaven and earth are shocked. Boom. There was a loud explosion. The fierce fist wind pushed away the surrounding clouds and mist, and the white clouds dissipated wherever the impact passed, piercing the sky. The sun appeared high in the sky. This was the first time that Baiyun Mountain had seen sunlight since the mutation. All the plants stretched out their leaves, greedily enjoying the sunbath. Only the dragon in the cloud was injured and fell from the clouds. It wasn't because he was injured by Qin Yuan's fist, but because of the poison. The effect of the compound toxin was revealed at this time. Qin Yuan was also shocked when he saw the appearance of Yunlong falling down. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be this. Chapter 81, Elemental Beast, Cloud Horse. Yinshan Dragon Falling Incident. But in fact, the thing that fell was not a dragon, but a white horse, or a dragon colt, or a cloud colt. Elemental Mythical Beast, Cloud Horse. It can use the clouds and mist to transform into any shape, including dragons, tigers, unicorns, gluttons, etc. As long as it can think of it, it can change into any shape. In the previous life, Yunji was captured by someone unknown and sold to one of the 10 strongest men in Dragon Country, Jiangqin. Become her exclusive mount, make great military achievements for the Jiang family, and recover a large area of lost land from mankind. At this time, Yunji's body turned black and fell from the clouds, breaking several branches in the forest and creating a huge pit on the ground. The whole body collapsed in the pit, motionless. Qin Yuan came to the sky above it and looked down at it. Submit or die? D. Qin Yuan raised his eyebrows. He is a tough guy. I can see that you are very unconvinced, right? Snored. Yunji turned his head away to show that he didn't want to bother with this despicable man who only knew how to poison people. You can clearly see the dissatisfaction and frustration in its eyes. It was the overlord of Yinshan Mountain, the fantasy beast of the world, but it was actually killed by poison. How can I be willing? How can I surrender? Qin Yuan took this opportunity to propose a challenge. Well, I'll cure your poison. Let's have a fair riding challenge. If you win, I'll let you go and never trouble you again. If you lose, you must submit to me and be my mount. Ow! Yunji snorted coldly, showing great disdain. You humans' words are 10 true and 90 false. Don't try to deceive me. Oh, are you afraid you'll lose? Provocation doesn't work on me. Just give up on it. I'll look down on you. Yunji's eyes instantly turned red. What did you say? Coward. Even my perfect pet is braver than you. How can you be such a coward and a phantom beast? Forget it. You don't deserve to be by my side. Let's compete. Yunji's eyes were red, and he almost shouted out with his last breath of strength. You're just a human being. What qualifications do you have to look down on me? Then I will let you see how powerful the fantasy beast is. Qin Yuan showed a wicked smile, as if his evil plan had succeeded. Chicken sauce method. Tried and tested. These brainless beasts will howl at the slightest provocation and then fall into the trap obediently. Don't move. I will detoxify you now. A drop of antidote dripped into Yunju's skin. Its body returned to its former whiteness at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yunji regained his strength and stood up again. It was nearly 6 meters tall, about the size of a 2-story building. It had 2 sharp dragon horns on its head, golden vertical pupils on both sides, and a long dragon whisker in front of its nose. There is a white mane on the neck, clouds on the feet, and the tail behind is like a silk scarf fluttering in the wind. The whole body is as white as snow. What a handsome dragon horse. Dragon horse opens its mouth. Human, how do you bet? It is arrogant by nature, will do what it promised, and will not deceive others. It's simple. I'll ride on you. If you can throw me off within 10 minutes, you win. If you can't throw me off, I win. A golden light flashed in Longju's eyes. Okay, then you have to sit on me by your own ability. As he spoke, the mist on his feet quickly spread and enveloped his entire body, as if he were wearing a layer of mist armor. Roar! With a step of the horse's hoof, it turned into a cloud dragon and instantly rushed to a height of 3,000 meters. Snort! Speed! No one can catch up with me. Yunju looked down proudly and found the ground was empty. Just when he was wondering where the people had gone, there was a sound behind me. Wow, so fast. Little pony. What? Ew. When did you come up here? Qin Yuan had sat on Yunju's horse without knowing when, with his hands tightly pressed on the horse's neck. Haven't I always been on your back? From the beginning. No. I mean, how do you do that? Isn't it just a matter of having hands? Is it that difficult? Is it difficult? Is it difficult? Yunjiu. This human is so rampant. It seems that I can't get rid of it if I don't take real action today. Very good, human. You have succeeded in irritating me. Cloud dragon transformation. The cloud horse transformed into a white cloud dragon and began to roll violently in the clouds, moving left and right. Ahaha. Are you scared? Human, it's not too late to admit defeat now. Yeah. Roller coaster, go. Yunjiu. So brave. Is this still not enough? Then try this trick. Death spin. The cloud dragon connected itself, head to tail, to form a circular closed loop and began to circle madly. This move would make even a powerful creature like it feel dizzy, lost balance, and fell into the clouds. Try this. Ha. 1 circle, 2 circles, 100 circles, 1,000 circles. If you're scared, get out of here. In a short period of time, Yunlong turned more than 3,000 times, and his head lost weight and fell from the clouds. Fortunately, Qin Yuan stretched out his wings and caught it in time. Yunjiu couldn't believe it. Human, how can you? Why can you withstand the death spin? Death spin? Do you mean the windmill, just now? It feels pretty good. Can we do it again? Big windmill? What the hell is this windmill? One more time? I'm so drunk, can't you see? This man is a monster. Chapter 82, Songlong returns. In the clouds above the white clouds, Yunjiu still wants to make a final struggle. Mist turns into a dragon and becomes huge. Using its own expansion, it made the man catch the fake mist, and then its real body sneaked away. The ideal is very beautiful, but reality gives it a heavy blow. No matter how thick the fog was or how strong the air currents were, Qin Yuan's hand were like welded to Yunjiu's body, motionless. Why bother? Human, I have no intention of taking your life. It's not too late to let go now. Otherwise, you will die. Qin Yuan yawned. Young man, don't be so arrogant. It makes you look weak. 2 thick streams of fog blew out of Yunjiu's nostrils, and the genetic energy in his body trembled violently. The white clouds in the sky gradually turned into dark clouds. There's not only rain in the clouds, but also thunder and lightning and hail. Genetic skill, Cloud Fury, Lei Lin. Lei Lin has a genetic skill that can use the power of nature to amplify his attacks. The more clouds and mist there are, the greater the power. It just so happens that Baiyin Mountain is the base camp of Yunjiu, and the thing that is most lacking here is white clouds. The power can be increased by more than 10 times. Boom! Many clouds began to collide to form dark clouds, and the electric currents they created became stronger and stronger. 100,000 volts, 200,000 volts, 400,000 volts, 10 million volts, 20 million volts. In the dark clouds, lightning and thunder were like a dark cage that covered the sky and sun, trapping Qin Yuan inside. It was pitch black without a glimpse of sunlight. Only when lightning struck him did a white light flash. The group of people who were escaping from below, such as Scarface and Baldhead, saw the giant dragon tumbling in the sky and were so frightened that they collapsed on the ground. Boss, someone is going through a tribulation. In the dark clouds in the sky, there is a human figure above the dragon head, which is clearly visible under the illumination of lightning. Lightning kept striking him, like an immortal who was going through a catastrophe. In the clouds, Qin Yuan's dark crystal shield was broken by lightning, and the intensity of lightning reached 100 million volts. The thick lightning struck Qin Yuan vertically like a big truck. Boom! Ha! It feels so good. Little white horse, there's something. You know, this is a super strong lightning blessed by the power of nature. After 100 million volts, this human being is still alive and well. Is it non-conductive, insulating rubber? Strong lightning damage. Even if Qin Yuan had to use particle form to barely resist, he would still suffer considerable damage. However, any damage that cannot kill Qin Yuan can be instantly restored. Looks like nothing happened. It's still a long way to go. This level is far from enough. If you want to kill me, you'll need at least 1 billion volts of lightning. Yunlong gnashed his teeth in anger. This man, so annoying. I really want to kill him with a thunder. Okay, 1 billion volts, right? I'll satisfy you. If 1 billion volts hit Qin Yuan directly, with its current particle strength, it would be completely unable to resist and would instantly turn into ashes. But don't forget, he also has rule abilities, teleportation, virtual world feathers, and many genetic skills. The lightning in the sky was no longer scattered, but began to gather. The lightning gathered in a dark cloud, which became darker and deeper. It seemed that a great disaster was brewing inside, and it kept crackling. Qin Yuan looked at the dark clouds above his head and couldn't help but sigh. Little White Horse, are you serious? You fantasy beasts, one by one, are as strong as monsters. How terrible! But his tone was full of teasing, and there was no sense of fear at all. The dragon in the cloud roared. If you're so scared, just go die. Thunder. 1 billion volts. Purple lightning strikes at the speed of light in the dark clouds. The blue lightning was compressed and turned into purple. The thick electric pole was like a 100-story skyscraper, smashing down from the sky. Yunju is proud. Such a huge thunder and lightning. Even the god of thunder himself would find it difficult to resist. This human being will die, even if he doesn't die. Qin Yuan also opened his palms at this time, releasing his genetic skills. Dark crystal, shattering ray. Squeak. Sizzle. The two purple beams of light collided, and the entire sky turned purple. The sound of the violent collision was like the roar of a fighter jet's engine, followed by the sound of decomposition. Only a moment's stalemate. The thick purple thunder was completely broken apart by the shattering rays, turning into energy and dissipating between heaven and earth. After the shattering rays decomposed the thunder with overwhelming advantage, they still shot straight to the back of the atmosphere without stopping, rushing out of the earth and into the depths of the universe. All the dark clouds are dispelled. The sky is sunny again. Yunji was no longer tumbling, but staring blankly at the sky with his mouth wide open. There is nothing else in my eyes except shock. That's 1 billion volts. It is the strongest attack that he can make with the help of the power of nature, a powerful attack that can easily destroy a mountain forest. This man raised his hand to resolve this. 2 billion volts? No, perhaps. 10 billion volts could not harm him. He is definitely not an existence that can be reached by creatures on Earth. He is a great life form that has surpassed all living things. Think of this. Yunji's tone also became respectful. Alas, sir, I am willing to submit to you wholeheartedly. Qin Yuan touched the soft hair on the horse's neck and felt relieved. There is no horse that cannot be tamed under my crotch. May I have your name? Master, I don't have a name. Then you can just call yourself Songlong. Songlong thanks the master for the name. The blue dragon Yunju, who can fly in the clouds, can currently be regarded as the second most powerful force around him. If it encounters suitable weather or a cloudy place, its combat power is much stronger than that of ordinary fantasy beasts, enough to be among the powerful ones of natural disaster level. Relax. Let me check your genetic sequence. Yes, Master. Mythical beast, cloud horse. Exclusive genetic abilities. 1 super speed, 2 super reaction, 3 sixth sense from magical endurance, 5 extreme agility. Gene skills. 1 cloud rage, Lei Lin. 2 cloud sorrow, ice kill. Fantasy ability. Elementalization, mist. Atomization. Can control the power of clouds and mist, transform into any form. Immune to physical attacks when elementalized. Genetic energy attack damage reduced by 20. Fire element damage reduced by -50. Simply put, fear of fire. 3 of the 5 exclusive genetic abilities are related to speed. No wonder it is so fast. Okay, Songlong, we should go back. It's time to go to Binsheng to complete the coronation ceremony. Today I will. Sitting on the bone throne, with the purple crystal emperor crown on his head and the dark crystal emperor armor on his body, a blue dragon on his left and a white tiger on his right, hundreds of giant insects kneeling at his feet. Let the world see. What is the kingly demeanor? Chapter 83 Return to Binsheng. After taming Yunju, Qin Yuan rode a giant white dragon and returned to Luokong base from the sky. He simply assigned the task of finding the sword grass to his subordinate, Major General Renjian, and then returned to Binsheng with the black-armored Aunt Luke and a car full of insect beast crystal cores. Fortunately, the Yunju can change its size freely, otherwise it would feel weird to ride with the uncoordinated proportions. 2 people and a car whizzed past from the sky. The sun is shining. 1 p.m. The white dragon landed on the ground and turned into a white horse. By this time, when we got back to Binsheng, there was still nearly 5 hours before the planned start time. Jean Lena walked out of the insect fort with her long white legs to greet Qin Yuan. She was quite surprised to see the white horse. The first impression of this horse is that it is extraordinary, like a fairy horse that walked out of a painting. My lord, welcome back. Lena, remember to help me collect these insect crystal cores. They will be very useful in the future. Yes, my lord. The insect beast crystal core cannot be eaten directly, but can be used to make many different potions with different effects. It is one of the universal currencies in the future. Then Qin Yuan looked at the black-armored ant beside him. Xiao Haizi, you should also go to Villa 033 to take a shower and change your clothes. The entire villa area has already been bought by Qin Yuan and others, and it is the private territory of the insect people. Yes, my king. At this time, the white tiger and white crane brother and sister returned, and their eyes lit up when they saw the white horse. Wow, what a beautiful horse. Angel. Brother Qin, can you let me ride it? Hongdo reached out to touch. Fool. A thick white mist blew out of Yunju's nostrils, and the mist was like a tentacle that prevented the two from getting close. This is a warning and also a deterrent. Blue Dragon Cloud Horse. Not everyone can ride it. Now only Qin Yuan can do it. In the future is still uncertain. The young master can barely do it. Besides, anyone else want to sit on its dragon's back? Oh, no way. Hongdo seemed to be stimulated by something, and the pupils of his eyes turned silver red, and a terrifying murderous aura emanated from him. Qin Yuan looked surprised. This is Mythical Beast, breath of the white tiger of slaughter. It seems to be mixed with the taste of ancient species. This little guy has a lot of genetics and blood. He has a lot of room for growth in the future. Unfortunately, the aura of the phantom beast was only fleeting and disappeared without a trace in an instant. But the aura that appeared at that moment frightened Yunju enough. Oh my god, the guys around the master are so scary. The killing white tiger is a terrifying fantasy beast close to the mythical level. Like the dark phoenix, it can be called a top-level fantasy beast species or a god-killing species. Yunju was unfortunately on the opponent's prey list, which was an absolute suppression from his bloodline. Like a mouse seeing a cat. Fortunately, Qin Yuan showed his sunny boyish smile in time and gently comforted Yunju from behind. If you move again, I'll kill you. Very good, soothing effect. It can be said that the effect is immediate. Yunju immediately calmed down. Are you and your sister getting used to life here? Have you encountered any difficulties? Hongdo just exploded with the white tiger, and his eyes instantly cleared up. It's not difficult. Brother Qin, the insect people here are very kind to us. Not only did they help us settle our parents, they also allocated a big house for us. His elder brother Liao Hua also nodded. To be honest, he likes his current life very much. Food and lodging were arranged for the two siblings, so they didn't have to stay in the wild and worry. But for a long time, the two self-reliant brothers and sisters always felt bad when they took Qin Yuan's things. Brother Qin, is there anything you need help with? We two brothers and sisters don't have anything else but strength. He rolled up his sleeves and showed off his biceps. After the baptism of the insect beast gene, his whole body is indeed quite strong. There is indeed a mission. I was planning to do it myself, but I still have to try on the dress and prepare for some military matters. I will leave this mission to you. The two siblings looked at each other. Their excitement was beyond words. Finally, I'm no longer a useless waste who just eats and waits to die. It feels great to be needed. Jean Lina gave them gifts, cars, and houses along the way. She felt really uneasy and always felt that she owed Qin Yuan a lot. If they can do something to pay off their debts, they will feel relieved. It's really stressful. Well, the two of you plus the black armored ant I just brought back, the three of you go to the Binching Research Institute to rescue a bug man. What insect people are we saving? Save a perfect brainworm. I will be of great use to you. You only have 4 hours. Be quick. If you don't complete the task by 5 o'clock, I will take some time to come here in person. But my coming here means that your mission has failed. Do you understand? Got it. ×2. Then Qin Yuan sent the location of the Research Institute to Hongdo and others, and they ran excitedly to find the black armored ants. Still a child after all. Leaf mantis, come here. Sand. A dead tree on the tree shook its body a few times, turned into a praying mantis, and jumped to the ground. Qin Yuan put a finger on its forehead, block the poison, and release it. Even when the leaf mantis is sealed, its genetic growth rate can still reach 45 within a day. It is indeed a rare assassin. Follow the three of them, and if anything unexpected happens, you take action. I had many unexpected experiences in my previous life. In this life, I want to nip all accidents in the bud. By the way, if even you can't handle it, then break this. Qin Yuan threw out a specially made poison crystal, which contained a special toxin that could paralyze everyone within a mile and also contained a special pheromone that could allow him to sense. You can come immediately and take action yourself. On my Qin Yuan's territory. Accident? Doesn't exist. Chapter 84 Underground Research Institute. Bincheng. Secret Research Institute of Insects and Beasts. This is a scientific research base buried deep underground. There are 13 negative floors in total. The deeper you go, the more valuable the monsters are to study. At this time, on the negative 13th floor, a perverted young man wearing black-framed glasses was staring at the glass cabinet in front of him with wide eyes, making a weird giggle. Through the bulletproof glass, you can see the locked little boy. There are 7 or 8 newly released insect beasts around him. They are carefully selected and have been hungry for several days. But after they were put in, the insect beasts went crazy and started to kill each other. When the last insect beast was left, it chose to end its life by pulling out its own heart with its arm. The man with black-framed glasses saw this scene and smiled crazily. Oh, beautiful. So beautiful. The middle-aged female doctor next to him was puzzled. Dr. Chung Xingji, this experiment has been done several times. I don't understand the point of repeating the experiment. Because it's beautiful. The middle-aged female doctor fell silent, and the conversation between the two seemed to be on different channels. At this moment, the red alarm sounded. Wuhum, wuhum, wuhum. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. Enemy invasion. All experimenters, please evacuate immediately. The middle-aged female doctor frowned. This is an official secret base. Even the highest commander of Bincheng doesn't know the exact location. How did the enemy know it? Could it be that the other party has the ability to see through things? Or is there a spy inside? Dr. Chung Xingji, let's leave quickly. The young man with glasses remained unmoved and continued to stare blankly at the boy in the glass. It doesn't matter. They can't get here, and even if they break in, what can they do? We still have those special allies. No one can touch us. The half-insect white tiger Hongdo, the white crane Liaohua, and the black beetle Luke came to the first floor of the Underground Research Institute, according to the address given by Qin Yuan. As soon as we entered the underground floor, we encountered the enemy's desperate resistance. But this time the team was led by 2 perfect-level insects and 1 excellent-level insect. The 3 of them killed all the enemies who fired guns with overwhelming force, leaving only 2 alive. Answer our questions, and we'll spare your lives. Where are you holding the perfect class brainworms? Tell me. The 2 surviving soldiers knelt on the ground holding their heads. We really don't know. We only know that the emergency exit on the 2nd floor is on the left, next to room 1303, and taking the elevator requires senior personnel identity verification. After hearing the information, Black Beetle raised his hand to kill the 2 survivors, but was stopped by half-white crane Liaohua. Stop. We agreed to spare their lives. We can't go back on our word. He Jia is a former soldier, not a rookie like the 2 brothers, so he naturally has a different view. If they go out and report the incident to the army and attract planes, tanks, and rocket launchers, how will your excellency Baihe deal with it? This, Liaohua was speechless for a moment. He really didn't think that much. His thoughts were still stuck in the concept of forgiving others when possible in peacetime. Black Ant education. It's a battlefield now. We can be kind-hearted, but we must not be foolishly kind, especially not saving some stupid women. Then he rushed over and killed the surviving soldier with 2 blows. This time the 2 siblings did not try to stop him. After all, everyone's identities have now changed to insect people, and the sister Hongdo's adaptability seems to be better than her brother's. Hongdo's fighting power is also the strongest among everyone. The 3 of them quickly arrived at the door of room 1303. Just as he was about to open the door, Hongdo suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. Don't move. Don't move. Although I don't know where the danger comes from. But only if everyone stands still, the sense of crisis disappears instantly. Hongdo quickly searched the surroundings and finally locked his gaze on the door. Brother, take your hand away from the door gently. After he took his hand away from the door handle, the sense of crisis completely disappeared, which meant that the 2 soldiers had just told them false information, and this was definitely a big trap. It's probably a huge ton bomb. Hongdo told the 2 of them his guess, and the black-armored ant immediately thought of a new method. Since the other party has planted a bomb here, let's go to another place and shoot it directly through the floor. Good idea. I agreed to. Luke, who had just awakened, certainly couldn't do this, but it was easy for the 2 siblings whose awakening level was close to 15. White crane pecking. Ding, ding, ding. The white crane nodded its head to the ground like a woodpecker in anime, digging the ground as fast as a pile driver. In just a few minutes, we cleared the first floor and found the way to the second underground floor, which was also the fastest way. Looking down, there was a white metal floor, and no one was there. I'll go down first, you follow me. White Tiger, cat-eared Red Bean jumped down first, rolled over, and hid to the side after landing. And after a careful inspection, there was indeed no one there. Strange? Where have all the people gone? Brother, Black Ant, please come down quickly. There's no one down there. The two grown men then jumped down one after another. After a little vigilance, I found that it was indeed empty. All the doors of the rooms were open, and the coffee inside was still steaming. The document on the desk was half-written, and the A4 white papers for office use were scattered randomly on the ground. The black-armored ant guessed that the other party might have all fled to the refuge layer. Don't worry about them. Let's continue down. Okay, watch me. Ding, ding, ding. We arrived at the third underground floor, but there was still no one there. The entire base except the first floor. The entire base seemed exceptionally quiet, so quiet that it was a little eerie. It's that kind. Pin drop silence. Chapter 85 Sister Withdraws. Fourth floor. Fifth floor. It wasn't until the sixth underground floor that they finally encountered a human blockade. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. They finally met a living person, as long as not all of them escaped. Open fire. Open fire with all your strength. Hundreds of soldiers gathered on the underground -6 floors, firing wildly at the extra hole in the ceiling. The powerful firepower prevented the three from jumping down. Keep firing in batches. Don't let them come down. Yes, sir. Da-da. Yellow flames came out of the muzzles of the guns. Soldiers in teams of 10 took turns firing. They had plenty of ammunition, so they could fight for a whole day without any problems. The three-man team upstairs was also busy. The black-armored ants kept throwing some useless objects downstairs. The White Tiger brother and sister split up to dig the hole. White Tiger and Hongdo's hands dug the ground faster than the White Crane. Wow, wow, wow. With his hands, he dug open the ceiling of the sixth floor and fell directly below. A bright room. The moment he came down, he was discovered by the soldiers guarding the gate, who shouted, "Enemy attack. Pull the trigger immediately." Da-da. Red Bean was as fast as lightning, and a flash of white light passed by. "Look at me, meow fist." Bang! The soldier was blasted into pieces, and the blood splashed on Hongdo's face, which made her even more excited. Both pupils turned blood red for a moment. Killing. Blood blooms like a red rose. So happy. Go to hell, you bad guys. White Tiger raid. Swish, swish, swish. Hongdo dodged, and several soldiers were cut into dozens of pieces of meat. The smell of blood filled the entire metal corridor. Her smile became even more intense, but that smile made people shudder. Kill. I'm going to kill more. Kill, kill, kill. D. You all must die. Red beans. Hongdo heard her brother's voice and stopped the attack in time. Her eyes gradually regained clarity. But I saw my claws stopped at my brother's throat. Brother, are you okay? I'm fine, but you. Anko, what's wrong with you? Oh, I'm fine, Hongdo, nothing happened. Really? Real? Liaohua looked behind Hongdo. It was a layer of hundreds of soldiers' minced flesh and blood smeared randomly on the wall. The broken limbs and arms were scattered all over the ground, and the strong smell of blood was nauseating. It was hard to convince myself that my sister was not mentally ill, but I didn't know how to tell her that she was ill. The horrific scene below frightened Luke, the black ant. He had been a soldier for so many years, but this was the first time he had seen such a horrific scene at a meat grinder. How big is the hatred? This is? But fortunately, they are not enemies. Are you two okay? Fine. Red Bean feels great right now. Black armored ant. Brother Baiha. We're both so scared now. Luke proposes. Hongdo, you are the strongest, and you are responsible for the final appearance. Unless your brother and I cannot beat you, you are not allowed to attack again. Can you do it? Oh, brother. Hongdo looked at her brother Liaohua pleadingly, but she didn't expect her brother to speak for a stranger. I second the motion. Red Bean is the last one. Don't do anything unless necessary. Hongdo's cheeks are puffed up high, like a little bun. Both men breathed a sigh of relief. It's too dangerous. Baiha rolls up his sleeves. Let's continue drilling into the wall. Luke interrupted him. Wait, I smell pheromones. They're insect beast approaching. No, it's a bug man. Tap, tap. The three of them looked to the right and heard a dense sound of footsteps. There should be quite a few. Ta, ta, ta. The armored door was opened, and countless cries were heard. Help! Save me! Ah! No! The people who escaped saw by he and the others as if they had seen their saviors. They all ran over and hid behind the three of them. There were 22 survivors in total. The last survivor had just run out of the armored door, and before he could be happy, a green bone tentacle pierced through his chest and dragged him back. Then there was a chewing sound. Luke quickly asked the survivors, "What is that?" A brown-haired woman wearing a white protective suit immediately stood up to explain to the three people. That is a composite elite insect beast that escaped from the -11th floor. It has the strength of at least 60 people and is extremely difficult to kill. We need to destroy the core on its tail. The monster that came out of the passage was indeed extremely ugly, with thick green skin and 5 or 6 mouths, all of which were protruding spiked flesh tongues, and an unknown liquid flowed out of its mouth. It dripped onto the metal floor, making a hissing sound and corroding the ground into holes of varying sizes. It also has a strong sour smell, like socks that haven't been washed for months. Stinky. Liaohua, you know me. I'm not suitable for fighting this kind of melee monster. Brother Luke, you know me well. I have no close combat methods except a bird's beak. Brother Lou, brother, stop fighting, let me do it. They both shouted. Back off. Then the two looked at each other. Shall we go together? There's something going on. Get him. ×2. Black Ant is a good melee fighter, and his heavy armor can also resist the opponent's corrosive liquid. He's also a good hand at close combat. With a pair of claws, he quickly knocked out the crystal core on the opponent's tail. But after the fight, both of them were unhappy, because the whole body stinks. Chapter 86, White Blade Double Feather Attack, Second Stage. -6 floors. The three-member team did not rush to continue, but stopped to inquire about the situation of the entire institute. It was still the brown-haired woman in the white protective suit who answered. Luke, the black-armored ant, noticed that her name tag read, Ma Xiaoya, Director of Experimental Section 6. 3 of you, if we tell you all the information, will you let us go? We promise that we will never say anything wrong. Luke agreed without hesitation. Okay, I promise not to kill you. I promise not to kill you. But my teammates didn't answer. Whether they kill or not is none of my business. The brown-haired girl was delighted and told the whole story of the research institute. The institute has 13 floors in total. Floors -1 to -7 belong to the basic research lab. Floor -8 has the only escape passage. Floors -9 to -13 hold monsters of varying strengths, with floor 13 being the most vicious. You mean someone has already escaped from the 8th floor? No. The entire research institute has been urgently sealed off. The top management has released the experimental fusion monsters. They want to kill us all here. Luke nodded. This is in line with the official style of doing things. Once any unfavorable factors are discovered, they will be completely destroyed, leaving no excuse for the world. I have experienced it myself. Then do you know where the perfect level brainworm is? On the 13th floor underground. Okay, then take us to the 13th floor underground now, and we can leave when we get there. Ma Xiaoyao waved her hands and shook her head repeatedly. She knew very well the horror of the 13th floor underground. No, there are monsters everywhere. Luke calmly picked up the machine gun and pointed it at her head. This is not a metropolitan city. This is a battlefield where we are carrying out our mission. I'll give you a chance to reorganize your language. Woo-woo. Sir, I volunteer to take you to the 13th floor to rescue the bugs. By who? He tied up the hands and feet of the others with ropes and throw them into the room. These researchers are no better than armed soldiers. Luke doesn't know what to do with him now. Maybe his master will need him in the future, so it's better to lock him up first. I'll tell you when I get back. 5 minutes later, all the researchers were tied up in a clean room. Ma Xiaoyao led a team of 3 people through the emergency escape passage and headed down. -7th floor. The lights flickering. There were no screams here, only the sizzling sound of electricity and the crunching sound of chewing, and the air was filled with a foul odor. Not far away, a huge monster rushed over. It had 7 or 8 mouths on its rotten, flesh-like face. It seemed to have smelled the scent of the 4-man team and ran over quickly, making strange noises from its mouth. Tisk tisk. The black-armored ants and others immediately took up the fight. Baihe, let's go. Who is responsible for protecting this woman? Okay, ×2. The black-armored ant and the white crane rushed forward together, alternating their positions, swaying left and right. The mouthful monster couldn't find its target and attacked randomly with its tongue. Bang, bang, bang. Each attack is so powerful that it can create a big hole in the metal ground. Black armor charge. The black-armored ant stuck in front of him, and using the impact force of inertia, he pushed his shoulder forward, and with a push, he knocked the chatterbox back several meters. The white crane took the opportunity to jump up. White crane wing slash. Both hands turned into blades, and the two swords fell from the sky and cut off the opponent's tail, carrying the insect core. The chatterbox let out a wail and fell to the ground and died. Knowing the opponent's weakness, it is indeed much easier to kill him. The two of them just breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, be careful. But he only felt a strong wind approaching him, followed by a snapping sound and a sharp pain in his left arm. Boom! Smoky. But he was hit by the attacker and thrown into the wall. His arm was probably broken. The white tiger in the distance can be seen clearly. A green tongue shot out from the darkness and hit my brother Baiha. Pada! The white crane pushed away the rubble on the wall, instantly transforming into its full form and spreading its wings. Just then, the sneak attacker attacked again, but Baiha was ready and used his wings to block the attack. Clang! There was a metallic clang as the two sides clashed, and the attacker's tongue quickly retreated, hiding in the darkness. You want to run away after you beat me? How can it be so easy? Chiyu! The white crane spread its wings with a fierce look in its eyes. It wanted to make the guy who attacked from the dark pay the price. Genetic skill, white blade, double feather strike. Hundreds of feathers on the wings spread out like a sword net, shooting into the depths of darkness. Roar! A roar was heard, and a 3-meter-tall lizard monster with several human heads crawled out of the darkness and attacked Baihe. When you were about to get close, there was a cunning look in Baihe's eyes. I'm waiting for you. Genetic skill, white blade, double feather strike, second stage. Barb! The hundreds of feathers that had just been shot out felt the huge attraction and were quickly pulled back at lightning speed. Puff, puff, puff. The brilliant white light illuminates the entire underground 7th floor. Hundreds of feathers pierce through the human-headed lizard's body, piercing it to the core, killing it beyond all possibility of death. Sister, come here and absorb the genetic energy together. Unexpectedly, an angry tiger roared. Roar! A huge white tiger opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards him, with a murderous look in its eyes. Kill. Chapter 87, The 8th Floor of Darkness. 7th Underground Floor. Baihe was stunned when he saw the huge white tiger rushing towards him. He was stunned and subconsciously closed his eyes. The pain I imagined did not come. Instead, there was a mixed, bloody smell of insects and insect beasts coming from behind. Suddenly look back. The white tiger is biting a combined monster, which is a combination of insect man and insect beast. It has a scorpion's tail, 6 hairy legs of a spider, the upper body of a bug man, the body of a worm below, and the wings of a bat behind. The breath is very strong. Although it is only an elite insect beast, its genetic growth rate is as high as 82, which is close to the peak of the first stage. Roar! The white tiger roared, rushed forward and slapped the stitched monster several times, making its head buzz. A single swing from a tiger's tail can knock off a chunk of flesh from a monster, and a single grab can even cause one of the monster's claws to fall off. It is obvious that even if it is only a 15 growth perfect level white tiger, its strength can still crush this 82 elite stitched monster. Not only is there a huge gap in quality, the whole body of a stitched monster seems to be forcibly spliced together, and it cannot exert 100 of its strength at all. It can only be a punching bag for White Tiger to vent his anger. However, the stitched monster's recovery ability is amazing. Even if its limbs or even its head are broken, it can be restored to its original state in a few breaths. The two sides fought for more than 10 minutes. The stitched monster was still alive and well after being shot in the head 3 times, while the white tiger, who had been attacking with all his strength, was already panting. Black-armored ants approaching white crane. What's going on? According to your sister Baihu's physical strength, it's impossible for her to be so tired in just 10 minutes. I don't know either. Maybe there's something wrong with the other person, or there's something wrong with my sister's body. After White Tiger blew up the opponent's head again, he quickly retreated to the side of the team, his face full of pain. Ah, brother, my head hurts so much. When the White Tiger turned his face, the white crane and the black-armored ant then discovered that her eyes had changed color. They used to be 2 silver vertical pupils, but now his eyes have become different. One is silver and the other is blood red, which looks very scary. Hondo, change back first and take a rest. Leave this to me and Uncle Luke. The white tiger turned into a human form, covering its head and curled up in the corner. Baiha looks distressed. He focused all his anger on the monster opposite him and rushed forward recklessly. You deserve to die. The black-armored ant asked the short-haired woman Ma Xiaoya for specific information about the monster. What kind of monster is this? What's its weakness? Why won't it die even if I blow up its head? This is the strongest monster on the 11th floor of our laboratory. Sutured experiment type 2, number 343, with abilities of recovery, concealment, ignoring terrain and walking, and tail sting venom. Its weaknesses are flames and its head, but it is made up of multiple stitched monsters. If you want to kill it, you have to smash both of its heads at the same time. Black-armored ants puzzled. Where did these two heads come from? The monster in front clearly only has one head. It has a small head under its belly, which is the auxiliary brain. Even if the main brain dies, it can still function and recover from injuries. The little head below, is that mushroom-like thing a brain? I thought it was. These scientists are really funny. Okay, the intelligence this time is good. I will arrange a good position for you after you get out. The short-haired girl is both scared and surprised. Thank you, sir. I will tell you everything I know. Once you know the weakness, it's easy to deal with. The black-armored ant raised its gun and aimed, shooting at the stitched monster's eyes. Bang, 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 ding ding. The other person has a nictitating membrane on his eyes, so the bullet is blocked. The black-armored ant and the white crane gathered again, standing back to back facing the stitched monster. Baiha, there's a small head under its belly. We too have to find a way to destroy both heads at the same time to kill it completely. I see. Baiha immediately began to think about a plan of action. He had already analyzed the opponent's weaknesses through the previous battle. Then next, my sister has cut off the forelimbs of this big guy many times. Now its forelimbs are not very flexible. Let's start with the forelimbs. Good. The two looked at each other and nodded suddenly. Attack. It's the same old attack method, alternating left and right, which has always been effective against these brainless monsters. The monster opened its scarlet flesh mouth and made a strange cry. Vul vul. It spewed green spider silk in the direction of the two people's advance, but none of them hit them. The two people evaded them nimbly. The two sides are close again. White crane measuring wings. The white crane spread its wings, stood on one leg, and posed to scare the stitched monster for a second. The black-armored ant took the opportunity to sneak into the blind spot of the opponent's chin and roared. Get started. After saying that, he put his hands together and stretched out his black claws, slapping the monster's brain. Die Monster! The white crane also attacked at the same time. It jumped up with its feet, and its body spun wildly into a white gyroscope, successfully avoiding the opponent's intercepting arm. Bang! It uses its wings to swat away the scorpion's tail stinger, and uses the residual force of its rotation and its hardest beak to deliver a fatal blow to the target's head. White crane beak strike. Bang! Bang! The stitched monster's brain and brain exploded at the same time, completed the ultimate kill. The two of them were not exhausted, and after helping their sister Baihu up, the four of them continued to head deeper. 8th underground floor. 9 underground floors. 10th floor underground. The people and monsters on the road were killed and devoured by the 343 stitched monster. The team arrived at the 11th underground floor smoothly without any obstruction. At the same time, Abnormal Research Center Laboratory on the 13th floor. In-room monitoring. Dr. Chung Xingji, wearing black-framed glasses, was full of excitement and bit his nails while watching the invasion of the 3-person team. His eyes bulged, and he showed a sickly, exaggerated smile. He. Even the strongest stitched monster on the 11th floor was solved so easily. Interesting, really interesting. I really want to catch them and study them. Han Hui, release the demon bugs from the 12th floor and let them enjoy themselves. Assistant Han Hui hesitated at this order. Doctor, you know that the demon bugs are beyond our control. If they get out of control, everyone will die. The doctor pushed his eyes and showed confidence. Open the secret passage and let our allies on the 8th floor come out to finish the job. Hearing the word ally, the assistant no longer hesitated. Yes, doctor. Just after releasing the ghost-faced man and contacting the allies. The female assistant was shocked. Dr. Chung, our ally, said they encountered a strong enemy and requested emergency support. What? Dr. Cheng finally lost his composure and immediately switched the surveillance video to the negative 8th floor, but found that the surveillance video was already pitch black. What's going on? How so? Allies are your final trump card. The final grand finale. Asking us for support? What could make King Bomb initiate a request for support from Counter 3? It must be something irresistible. However, the surveillance cameras on floors 1 to 7 were intact, and no trace of the enemy was found. Where do the enemies that the Allies encounter come from? Could it be that it popped out of stone? What on earth happened on this 8th floor? Damn it. Chapter 88, The Blood Tiger Appears. The Evil Tiger Roars. Basement 11. Red Bean seems to have some feelings. It seems like something is approaching us quickly. The white cranes and black armored ants immediately surrounded Hongdo and took a defensive stance. Only the passerby Ma Xiaoya was left out of the circle. She could only hide in the corner and shiver alone. Sand. The lights on the 11th floor flickered continuously at first, and then there was a click, and the entire floor fell into pitch-black darkness. Hongdo immediately transformed into a white tiger. Its eyes as big as gongs and drums slightly illuminated the surroundings, but one side was glowing white while the other side was glowing red. His eyes swept across the dark space, and he saw only a long black shadow flashing by in the darkness. The sound of women crying began to be heard around. Woo woo woo. Playing tricks. Hongdo, use your skills. Hongdo. Baiha looked up. Hongdo's body trembled slightly and shrank back. Although it had transformed into the overlord of the mountain, it still had something it was afraid of in its heart. For example, brother, I'm afraid. Bai held his forehead with his hand. He almost forgot that his sister has been afraid of ghosts since she was a child. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken her to watch so many horror movies when she was a child. Too careless. Uncle Black Armor, it seems that we are the only ones left. Or should we use the old method? Don't worry. Let's ask for information first. Sister Ma, who is hiding in the corner over there. What's the situation with this monster? A woman's reply came from the darkness. 3 of you. There should only be the ghost worm numbered 607 on the 12th floor and the brain worm numbered 608 on the 13th floor left. However, the information about these 2 worms is top secret, and I don't know much about them. Got it. This is a headwind situation. The white tiger sister lost her fighting ability. Her brother was blinded by the lights turned off, and she was left alone. 3 people fighting a demon manworm that is stronger than the Stitch monster number 343. The chances of winning are not high. Bai's eyes turned. How about we make a tactical retreat? No. The black-armored ant knew that this mission was a challenge as well as an opportunity. If it couldn't even complete this small mission, then the master would never use it in the future. I'm different from my 2 brothers and sisters. My talent is inferior to others. If I give up easily when doing a task, I'll be worse than trash. The opportunity to change his fate is right in front of him, and he wants to seize the opportunity and give it a try. Hongdo's idea was even simpler. She felt that she and her team were strong enough to complete the mission, so there was no need to retreat. Don't worry, brother. I have overcome my fear of ghosts. I can defeat it. Are you sure? Sure. Woo woo woo. Baihu narrowed his eyes, took a strategic step back, and hid behind Baiha. White crane. Black armored ant. Ma Xiaoya. Really? Just listen to what girls say. Don't take it too seriously. Brother Baiha, can your genetic skills still be used? The CD is in the disc and will be available in 30 minutes. Powerful burst gene skills generally cannot be used continuously. They all have different degrees of cooling time. Forcibly using them before the cooling time is over will cause irreversible damage to oneself. A small number of super strong people can ignore the cooling time and irreversible damage. Sand. Help! A woman screamed from the corner of the wall, and then the black-armored ant smelled a strong smell of blood. Ma Xiaoya must have met with an accident, but there was no chewing sound nor any falling sound, which was really strange. Brother Baiha, cover me. I'll go over and take a look. The black-armored ant bravely came to the corner of the wall and found only a pool of blood on the ground, with no other traces or clues. That means the other party may have some means of hiding himself, and it is possible that he can fly or climb walls. Just then, insect sense activated. A strong sense of crisis came over it, and the black-armored ant leaped forward and shouted, "Found it!" Without saying a word, Baihi rushed forward and gave an extremely fast flying kick. White crane claw attack. Swish! The claws were like 4 sharp blades, leaving several deep scratches on the ground. Unfortunately, The ghost insects dodged them all. The other party was very fast and disappeared in an instant. How are you? Uncle Black Ant, are you okay? I'm Fine. I also found out an important piece of information. The other party should have the chameleon gene that allows him to hide in the dark. Oh, I see. Huh. Hiding in pitch black darkness? Why does it feel weird? Roar. During the conversation between the two, a fierce tiger roar sounded. Oh no. Something happened to Hongdo/Baihu. Bai shouted anxiously and was about to go back to defend. Red beans. Stop. Don't go over there. Luke the black-armored ant hurriedly grabbed the white crane. He found that the white tiger had gone completely crazy. Eyes like blood. The whole body glows red. Red and gold lines grew on its silver-white fur. Its body expanded rapidly, instantly bursting the 11th floor of the 4-meter-high underground building. The entire tiger head extends to the 10th floor underground, and the tail extends to the 12th floor underground. Roar! The tiger's roar almost made the white crane and the black-armored ant faint, and their heads were buzzing. The monstrous evil spirit emitted by it made the insect and beast genes in the body feel fear and tremble. The ghost insect man still wants to escape at this moment. Bang! The blood tiger slapped it to death with one slap. A fusion monster couldn't even survive one move in front of it. Its bloody mouth opened wide. It took a deep breath of air, and its chest swelled up. Prepare for a king's roar. At such a close distance, if the white crane and the black-armored ant were hit by the sound waves, they would definitely die. Crucial moment. The white crane flew up into the sky, blocking the white tiger. Hongdo, look carefully. I'm your brother. The blood tiger aimed its head at it, its huge blood eyes hanging in the sky like a full moon, captivating the heart. Its cheeks puffed up high, and the air held in its chest could no longer be held back, and it surged out as sound waves. The white crane blocked his eyes, feeling desperate. My life is over. White tiger opens its mouth fiercely. He yelled at his brother fiercely. Meow. Meow. Huh. Chapter 89. The Distressed Alien Zerg. 12 underground floors of the Research Institute. Turn out to be. Baihu Hongdo regained his sanity at the last moment and removed his sonic attack. This is how they escaped. Just made the two men break out in a cold sweat. Especially the white crane who was closest to him. His legs were still trembling. My dear sister, please don't do it again. My brother's heart can't take it. Cardiac arrest. Hongdo covered her mouth and laughed. Who told you to leave me alone and run away? I was scared by a ghost, and that's why I became like that. You can't blame me for that. The black-armored ant echoed. Hongdo is right. This really can't be blamed on her. Look, so Hongdo, you should stay behind us from now on. We will protect you until we die. Oh, you two are so annoying. Humph. Red bean stamping. What Luke actually wanted to say was, you are the biggest danger. Girl, it's just that due to my lack of strength, I didn't say it clearly. The elder brother obviously realized this, and the two of them protected Hongdo tightly, and this time they would not let her take action again. Oh my god, so scary. The 3-person team passed through the damaged 12th floor and continued to the final 13th floor. At this time, a massacre is happening on the 8th floor underground. 3 alien Zergs are fleeing in panic, holding special walkie-talkies in their hands. Sizzle. Dr. Chung Xingji. Received. Please reply. We need support. We need support. Headquarters calling Alien 133 headquarters. This is Bincheng Underground Research Institute. We are under attack by unknown creatures and need support. Can Bincheng military base hear me? Hello. Swish, swish, swish. The knife flashed. The figure of the leaf mantis appears. There were 6 bodies of alien insects lying on the ground. Their genetic energy growth was over 30. All are perfect. They're the foundation of the Genetic Research Institute. It is also the last trump card of the Gene Research Institute. Since it is the trump card, it's better not to open it. Just let it lie there forever. Many perfect alien insects did not even see the 3-man team, and they slept forever on the 8th floor. After the leaf mantis absorbed all the blood, it flicked the blood off the blade, hit its body, and quickly headed towards the bottom. It is a protector, an assassin in the dark. At this time, the 3-person team finally met Dr. Chung and the people behind the scenes, as well as the child tied to the chair, the brainworm mentioned by the master. Dr. Cheng's face showed no fear, but a hint of madness. I didn't expect that you 3 could get here. It's incredible. It's incredible. The black-armored ant pointed its gun at Dr. Chung. Open this room and hand over the brainworm to us, and we will spare your life. Oh, of course I will open it, my dear friend. After that, Dr. Chung smiled evilly and opened the multi-layer bulletproof glass. While opening the cage, he also thoughtfully untied all the restrictions on the brainworm, and a strange brain wave instantly connected everyone. The black-armored ant immediately noticed something was wrong. What did you do to us? What did I do? Of course I made you the most perfect medical work of art. Ha, go to hell. Bang. A staff member who was close to him had his head exploded, blood splattered, and he was dead beyond death. Bang, bang. The people around started to die from headshots one by one. Everyone screamed and tried to escape, but those who moved would only die faster. He wanted to step forward to stop him, but was held down by his sister. No, I feel like the closer we get to it, the more dangerous it will be. Brother, you will die if you go over there. The brainworm approached them step by step, killing them along the way. Everyone could clearly see that its eyes were completely black, and its body was covered with pinholes and scars from various experiments. A strong sense of oppression came over me. Although both are perfect, the mindworm's mental attack is invisible and intangible and extremely difficult to deal with. Just when everyone was at a loss, a gray light flashed from behind the brainworm. Snap! The brainworm was hit hard on the back of its neck and fell forward, hitting the ground with a bang. No one knew what happened. Only Bio noticed some clues. Her eyesight could barely keep up with the opponent's attack speed. Just a gray praying mantis. But why did it save me and others? And it didn't ask for anything in return and just left after saving them. Really weird? Haha, this is my most perfect medical art. See it? But he found that the three of them looked at him like a fool. Are you okay? Patient, please look back. Young man, don't be so confident. When Dr. Chung turned around, he saw a sea of blood and corpses behind him. Everyone except him was dead. His pupils shrank. The brainworm also fell in a pool of blood. How is that possible? Isn't this right? The brainworm has been forcefully fed to 25 of its genetic growth. Now that the restrictions are removed, it should be able to kill me and others instantly. Why did it fall? And seeing that everyone was dead, the doctor felt a sense of fear for no reason. He suddenly didn't want to die. It's fine for everyone to die together, but after everyone dies, I have to die alone. No, no way. I don't want to die. I surrender. I'll tell you everything. The three-man team looked at each other. What to do? I've caught a weakling. If I can get some secrets out of him, the Lord will definitely reward me greatly. Okay, then take it back. The three of them unanimously decided to take the brainworm and the captives away. So far, mission accomplished. At the same time, Shangning City next to Binsheng, alien insect base. They immediately received news that Binsheng's underground research institute had been breached. I also got some information about several people. Rare perfect grade mantis insect beast, gene growth rate 50. Rare perfect white tiger, gene growth 18, suspected to be ancient species. Perfect grade white crane, gene growth 16. Excellent black ant, genetic growth 7. The loss of the perfect brainworm. The alien insects are quite angry. The damn dark crystal emperor ant, it's his man again. But thinking of Qin Yuan's unpredictable strength, the alien insects did not dare to act rashly. Starting the 033 plan, this time there can be no mistakes. Yes, Chapter 90, the insect siege begins. Binsheng, in the insect villa, Qin Yuan was enjoying Jean Lina, changing his clothes for him. This time he changed into a black robe. This one looks great too. My lord looks handsome in anything. Buzz, 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 the sound of flapping wings can be heard. Boom. Then there was the sound of something heavy falling to the ground. My lord, we are back. The ones who came back were Sanhu and Dujiaxian. Both of them had reached the first level advanced aura. According to the degree of genetic development, 1 to 19 is beginner, 20 to 39 is intermediate, 40 to 59 is advanced, 60 to 79 is top, and 80 to 99 is peak. This shows both of their gene growth rates have exceeded 40. Although Qin Yuan's gene development is only 5, but they can still be killed instantly, or even if a second level, third level, fourth level, or higher strongman comes, they are not afraid. The invaders. D. Everything is almost ready. Now it's time to take inventory. Jean Lina, please report the current situation of the Dark Crystal Legion. Yes, my lord. Currently, the The Dark Crystal Corps is recruiting 6,545 local insects from Bin City, including 5,824 ordinary insects, 650 elite insects, 70 excellent insects, and 1 perfect insect. Recruiting 2234 foreign insect people, including 1950 ordinary insect people, 260 elite insect people, and 24 excellent insect people. That's it. Report completed. Qin Yuan gave a solution without hesitation. After we capture the Bincheng base today, all elites and above will enter the base, and those below the elite level will wait outside the base. Also, bring that perfect level bug man up here for me to see. Yes, sir. I'll arrange for someone to bring it over immediately. After that, Jean Lena made a phone call and immediately arranged for someone to bring those wild perfect insect people too. At the same time, the 3-member White Tiger team also returned successfully, holding a brain worm and a hostage. The black-armored ant was the first to kneel. My king, I have fulfilled my mission. Brother Qin, we have brought the people here. The White Tiger brothers and sisters bowed. Qin Yuan noticed at a glance that something was wrong with Baihu Hongdo. She was glowing with blood and asked Liaohua, "Did something happen to Enko?" "Yes." "Brother Qin, how did you know?" "Hongdo had mental problems several times in the Underground Research Institute." "Come here and let me see." Hongdo walked to Qin Yuan obediently. This girl, who was about 1.7 meters tall, was almost at Qin Yuan's chin. "Put your hand on Red Bean's head. Relax your mind and don't resist." The resistance became more intense. "Xiao Hongdo, it's hard for me to deal with you like this." Hongdo closed her eyes and tried hard to calm herself down, but that's how people are. The more they try to calm down, the more confused they become. The less afraid you are. It will definitely be more scary. Forget it. This might be a little painful. Just bear with it. I'm going to force my way in. Secret method. Genetic exploration. Ancient ferocious beast. Ancient species, ancient blood-striped tiger. Exclusive genetic abilities. 1 super strength, 2 hunter instinct, 3 super agility, for super endurance, 5 super reaction. Gene skills. 1 bloodline madness, 2 blood tiger kill roar, 3 bloodline hunting. Weapon evolving, claws. Ancient species? Atavism? What a pity. It clearly had the potential to evolve into a mythical beast white tiger, but it regressed and evolved into some ancient blood tiger. Don't worry, this is a good thing for you. It's the imbalance of power control caused by the atavism evolution that caused the rampage. Come here, Brainworm. I want to tell you something. The little boy with Brainworm timidly went to Qin Yuan. The two talked for a while, and the little boy nodded frequently. Soon, a new perfect awakened bug man was brought up. It was a very young girl, who looked about 18 or 19 years old. She showed a surprised expression when she saw the rhinoceros beetle. "Benefactor, brother rhinoceros beetle, do you still remember me?" The rhinoceros beetle looked at the beautiful girl who rushed towards him and was confused for a moment. "Who are you?" "I am Feng Nannan. You saved my life at Bincheng University of Science and Technology, and I luckily escaped with my life." "Oh, Feng Nannan, I don't remember. Everyone. Then what are you doing?" Feng Nannan was also very sensible and said it was okay. She was too mature for her age and knelt before Qin Yuan. "My name is Feng Nannan. I am honored to meet His Majesty the Insect Emperor." "No need to be polite. We don't need to be so particular. Since you know each other, that's even better. Now that everyone is here, I will start assigning tasks." Qin Yuan coughed twice to clear his throat and glanced at everyone. "All soldiers, listen to my orders. From now on, we will establish the 5 major Dark Crystal Legions. Rhinoceros Beetle, appoint the 1st Legion leader, lead 1658 ordinary insects, 180 elite insects, and 18 outstanding insects to attack the Bincheng military base from the East Gate. Sanhu, appointed as the commander of the 2nd Army, lead 1,658 ordinary insects, 188 elite insects, and 18 excellent insects to attack Bincheng government from the South Jiefang Road. Jean Lena, appointed as the leader of the 3rd Army, lead 1,600 ordinary insects, 180 elite insects, and 22 outstanding insects to attack Bincheng Police Station from Jianyuan North. Liaohua, appointed as the commander of the 4th Army, leads 1,600 ordinary insects, 180 elite insects, and 18 outstanding insects to attack all military positions in the 8 districts of Bincheng. Feng Nannan, appointed as the commander of the 5th Legion, lead 1,600 ordinary insects, 180 elite insects, and 18 outstanding insects to cooperate with the commander of the 4th Legion to conduct armed strike operations against the resistance points. Black Beetle Man Luke, you are now appointed as the deputy commander of the 5th Legion to assist Fong Nanan in completing the mission. This mission must be completed before 6 p.m. Lead the remaining elite level and above insects to the Binching military base. Everyone, is everything clear? Clear. Times 6. Zerg Siege. Start. Chapter 91. Gentlemen, I like war. October 8th. Weather, sunny. War is coming. The streets that were once bustling are now deserted with no one to be seen. The entire Bincheng residents stayed indoors. They had been informed in advance that something big was going to happen today. Regime change always involves bloodshed and sacrifice. As the saying goes, one general success is the result of thousands of sacrifices. When the gunshots rang out in Bincheng, it foreshadowed the war. Official start. Bug Villa. Hongdo puffed up her cheeks and stood beside Qin Yuan like a guinea pig. Qin Yuan asked knowingly, "What's wrong? Little punching bag? Brother Qin, I want to be the army commander too. You see, I can fight much better than them." As he said this, he rolled up his sleeves like his brother, revealing his little elbows as white and tender as lotus roots. Haha, you just stay by my side and be my personal guard. How tiring is it to be the head of corps? I will make you the right guardian, a high-ranking official. The ancient beast Hongdo is indeed better at fighting than them, but there is no need for her to attack the territory now. She can cultivate her character. In the last days, what ordinary people pursue is nothing more than fame, wealth, power, and sex. What you pursue, it's strength. It is the strength that transcends everything. As an evil imperial capitalist, he raised a group of loyal subordinates to form a core force as workers. Makes sense, right? The minimum standard for core subordinates is to be of ancient species or above, forming a super elite force. Not to mention catching up with me in terms of strength. At least I have to be able to stand on my own and bring useful gains. Okay. When Hongdo heard that the official was a high-ranking official, she immediately agreed happily. Just then, a messenger insect man came running in a hurry. Report. Good news. Read. The 3rd Army, led by Captain Jean Lena, has completely captured all the police headquarters and police sub-bureaus in Bincheng at 4:55 this afternoon, killing 115 enemies and capturing 4,239 surrendered people. 3 ordinary insect people died, and 15 ordinary insect people were injured. Qin Yuan was also quite surprised. Jean Lin's efficiency was really amazing, and the casualty rate was very well controlled. Soon, another insect man came running. Report. Bad news. Read. The 1st Corps encountered desperate resistance from the Bincheng base and currently suffered heavy casualties and is unable to launch a second round of attack. Qin Yuan crossed his arms and rubbed his chin with one hand. No comparison, no harm. We shouldn't have let the barbarian rhinoceros beetle lead the attack on a military base. Yunju, forget it. I'll go there myself. Hongdo, just try to get to Bincheng military base by 6 o'clock. The weather is cloudless today, so it is difficult for Yunju to show his strength. To be on the safe side, I will go there myself to let people recall the fear of being dominated. Yunju, let's go. Yes, master. Cloud Horse exudes a large amount of mist all over its body, and in an instant it transforms into a giant mist dragon. The height of its dragon head alone is over 30 meters, equivalent to a 10-story building. Qin Yuan jumped onto the dragon's head, and the man and the dragon soared into the sky, with clouds and mist surging, heading towards the direction of the military base. Bincheng military base. Periphery. The flames shot up into the sky. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder, and the ground was covered with the corpses of insect people, shedding tears like a rhinoceros beetle, while absorbing their genetic energy. Brothers, don't worry. I, Wang Wenlong, will definitely avenge you. I will take good care of your wife and daughter. I will support your wife. Inside the base, the newly appointed Major General Gao Bing was sitting in his office, admiring his results with high spirits. Ha ha ha! The weapons given by the Empire are so useful. No matter how many Zerg people come, they must die, especially that broken scourge ant. Once it appears, bomb it to death. Report, report, report to the master. High energy detected ahead, approaching at high speed. High energy? How high? Danger level. Natural disaster times 2. A natural disaster is a natural disaster. Why is it multiplied by 2? Yes, two disaster-level creatures are approaching at a very fast speed. Oh my god. The Major General's hand shook while drinking tea, and all the tea spilled on the strategic blueprint. All my equipment is not enough to fight against a dark crystal emperor ant. It's going to be bad, but at this moment, I can't care so much. The arrow is on the string and must be shot. After calming down, give the order immediately. Attack. Aim at them. Fire all the new high-explosive missiles, as well as the 10 intercontinental missiles we recently delivered, all at once. Yes. Fire. Following the order from the commander, hundreds of high-explosive missiles and 10 intercontinental missiles were launched simultaneously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The roar sounded. The missile dragged a long tail and attacked the dragon head. Qin Yuan raised his eyebrows. Fireworks again? Can you be a little bit new and innovative? Don't get my dress dirty. Super dark crystal shield. A 100-meter-high honeycomb shield appeared out of thin air, directly wrapping up the entire dragon's body. The white dragon was covered with a layer of purple dark crystal armor, appearing even more majestic. Old sir, have you ever heard of Susano? The difficulty of the wild beast. Roar. The dark crystal dragon broke through the explosion matrix with an unstoppable momentum and came to the sky above the base. The dragon hovered and the whole base fell into a dark cloud. Qin Yuan, standing in the sky. The sound is not loud, but is heard clearly by everyone through the shockwave. Where is the Supreme Commander? Come out and see me. Anyone who has not fired a shot and comes out to surrender, I will consider sparing your life. As soon as this was said, many people responded, and many soldiers dropped their guns and knelt on the ground. Surrender. I surrender. Surrender. Long live the Emperor Ant. Lord Emperor Ant. You are my god. Rebellion. No more fighting. We surrender. The moment Qin Yuan appeared, more than 5,000 of the 10,000 defenders at the base surrendered. Many people even made their own little white flags. As soon as he saw Qin Yuan, he took it out, looked excited, raised the flag, and waved it wildly. That scene was like a fanatical believer. Saw their god. Chapter 92. I rule the world, I stand at the top. Inside the base's highest command room, Major General Gao Bing's face was gloomy at the moment, and his expression was wrinkled like a pumpkin. The Emperor Ant just showed up, and half of our soldiers surrendered? Tell me how to fight this battle. The adjutant was also anxious. Sir, how about we surrender too? No, we'll die here. We have to defend the dignity of the Empire. We'll fight for our dignity, even to the death. The adjutant calmly drew out the pistol from his waist, loaded it, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The Major General was shot dead with one shot. Fuck the imperial dignity next door. They're all workers. Where do all the dirty talk come from? Just a few $100 a month? Why would you risk your life? Then he shouted out the window. The leader of the bandits has been killed. We surrender. Lord Emperor Ant, we surrender. Everyone raised their hands and left the monitoring room one by one. At the same time, the broadcast also issued an announcement. The leader of the bandits, Major General Gao Bing, has been shot dead. He has been shot dead. Everyone accepts his surrender. At this point, the military base was breached, successfully captured. At the same time, various insect armies also began to gather towards the Binching military base. The road was densely packed with insect marching. The first to arrive was the white tiger girl Hondo, followed by the insect soldier who came with the message. Report. Good news. Report. I also have good news. Good news. Good guy. Everyone else is a winner. Just the bad news about the rhinoceros beetle. Read. The Second Army, led by Captain Sanhu, captured all Binching government headquarters and branches at 5:05 p.m., killing 4,665 enemies. 1,255 surrendered, 122 ordinary insect casualties, 11 elite insect casualties, and 2 outstanding insect casualties. It seems that the battle over there is fierce. The Fourth Army, led by Captain Liao Hua, captured all the locations of armed resistance in the East and North districts at 5:08 p.m., killing 2,652 enemies and forcing 2,023 to surrender. Our casualties included 512 ordinary Zergmen, 65 elite Zergmen, and 4 excellent Zergmen. The Fifth Corps, led by Captain Feng Nanan, captured all the locations of armed resistance in the South and West districts at 5:28 p.m., killing 2,252 enemies and forcing 2,825 to surrender. Our casualties included 262 ordinary Zergmen, 71 elite Zergmen, and 5 excellent Zergmen. Completely eliminate all military positions of the Empire. That's all. Well, good job. How is Wu Qianqian's preparation going? Have you contacted the Hacker Alliance? My lord, everything is ready. Qin Yuan glanced at the time on his phone. 5:57 p.m. Okay, the action will start in 3 minutes. Yes, sir. Qin Yuan came to the rhinoceros beetle. Wenlong, you have been with me the longest, but your current strength can no longer keep up. Do you understand what I mean? Understood. Master, I will commit suicide today during the live broadcast to apologize. Bang! A dark line appeared on Qin Yuan's head, and he gave him a brain-shattering. Idiot! Go cut your own head off. What I mean is, I can use a special method to forcibly activate your bloodline genes and make you stronger, but you might die. Do you dare try it? Death? Don't be afraid. Master, don't worry. Wenlong was already dead on the plane. Now, there's only the rhinoceros beetle who follows you wholeheartedly. What's there to be afraid of in death? Qin Yuan smiled. To me, my subordinates are all about the same strength, and they can all be dealt with in 1 second. Loyalty is more important. Come on, it's just a little painful, and there will be some side effects in the future. The corner of the rhinoceros beetle's mouth tilted into a confident smile. Don't worry, my lord, it's just a pain. If I scream, I'm a sissy. Oh shit. Wait. Shit up. It hurts. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. My lord is a liar. It's super painful. At that moment, I vaguely saw my grandmother who had died many years ago. Qin Yuan inserted his finger into the heart of the rhinoceros beetle, stimulating its ancient blood. The rhinoceros beetle's eyes gradually turned dark, and it raised its head and roared. The surrounding insects covered their ears. Its body expanded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into a giant beast nearly 30 meters tall. Ancient species, ancient oxhorn fairy. It's already 6 o'clock in the evening. Qin Yuan flew up into the sky and sang softly. Get started. Focus your eyes on me, brain worm, and start using your powers. The brainworm spread its hands and pointed at Qin Yuan. Start using special electromagnetic waves to make the surrounding magnetic field normal so that the machine image can be smooth. Qin Yuan floated in the sky, raised one hand, and began to adjust the shape of the field. The underworld, the bone throne. A clicking sound. A forest of bone thorns emerged from the ground, towering hundreds of meters high like a pyramid. On top of the bone pyramid stood an exquisite white throne. Qin Yuan teleported to the throne, sat upright on it, glanced at the group of insect people below, and asked calmly, where are the major armies? Where are the left and right? People responded, roar. Left master, Songlong, take your position. Roar. Right hand, blood tiger, take your position. Captain of the First Legion, the ancient bullhorn fairy, is here. Captain of the Second Army, Zhao Sanhu, is here. Captain of the Third Legion, Jean Lina, is here. Commander of the Fourth Army, Bai Liaowa, is here. Commander of the Fifth Army, Feng Nannan, is here. Qin Yuan transformed into a half-insect man, wearing a purple crystal crown, dark crystal armor, and colorful wings behind him. Perfect appearance, noble temperament, and full of majesty and domineering. Like a god descending. He sat on the throne. On his left was a 40-meter-tall, grinning white dragon head with golden pupils. His hair was like flowing white clouds, and his 2 whiskers were also floating in the wind. On the right is a 10-meter-tall, blood-marked white tiger, with a pair of bloodshot eyes that are breathtaking and a murderous breath like a tide. Any animal would tremble at the sight of it. There was also a 30-meter-tall, giant rhinoceros beetle, an 8-meter-tall cockroach man, and a 6-meter-tall white crane half-kneeling below. Hundreds of excellent and thousands of elite insects all knelt on the ground, in front of hundreds of cameras. Qin Yuan looked straight ahead and spoke slowly. Everyone listens. The sky is dead. The Zerg shall rise. I'm the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant Qin Yuan of the Dark Ancient. I am the new god of the insect people, the new saint of the human race, the new ancestor of the beast race. From today on, I will stand at the top. I am the only emperor of the Zerg Emperor Qin Yuan. No matter what happens, join me, follow my footsteps, and move forward together. We are waiting ahead. No rival. All the insects shouted together. The sound was deafening. There is absolutely no rival ahead of us. P.S. Your Majesty, once the good reviews come out, we will have no rivals in front of us. Your Majesty, I beg you to leave a 5-star review. Chapter 93, No one cares about the poor in the city, but the rich in the mountains have distant relatives. Highest city. When the live broadcast of the insect Emperor Qin Yuan established the insect empire. University of Biotechnology. The whole college was blown up. It's really explosive. Fuck. Are any of you watching the live broadcast? The Dark Crystal Emperor, Ant, is from our school. I know him. Qin Yuan is in our class. Class 1 of the new materials department of the School of Engineering. Wow, it's a bunker. Let's go to it. The city is in such a mess now. We might as well go to Bin City. I never thought that there's a real dragon lurking in my small biology university. The insect emperor ascends the throne today. Long live his majesty. Long live. Long life. Long live. Are you crazy? This is a rebellion. If the high-ranking officials of the empire find out, they will kill you. But what I regret most is, no one is better than Jiang Tian, the beautiful girl who escaped death. She was also watching the live broadcast and recognized Qin Yuan the first time she saw him. Although he had changed his hairstyle and hair color, he was not only more handsome, but also had a different temperament. But the habit of picking my little finger when I'm nervous has not changed. She knew that Qin Yuan liked her at the beginning, and he often gave her gifts and treated her very well. And I also had a good impression of him, and the two of us almost got together. But she eventually chose another man. I don't want to choose him, but he gave too much. Now look at. In the live broadcast, the dazzling Qin Yuan dominated the world, and Jiang Tian's heart trembled inexplicably. He was so charming. Oh, Qin Yuan, you love me so much. You will definitely forgive me, right? Don't worry. I'll come to Bincheng to find you soon. Jiang Tian kissed the phone screen hard, then booked a flight to Bincheng, but the airport was already in a bigger crisis. What? Qin Yuan is the Dark Crystal Emperor? Is he the Shattered Calamity? This is impossible. The most shocked were Qin Yuan's 3 roommates. It must be the same name. Happens to look alike. It just so happens that the sound is the same. It's like your best friend who stays up all night in the internet cafe with you, reading novels and doing manicures for 3 years. 3 full years. I'm about to graduate. I wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but I didn't expect to be alienated in return. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm a billionaire. I'm telling you my cards. What kind of joke is this? Is this something a human would do? This is more painful than killing me. 2 of them beat their chests and stamped their feet. No. What about us being trashed together? Didn't we agree to lie down together? Result. He actually deceived us and became the emperor? Among the 3, Xue Ming was the first to react. Wait, you 2 rebellious sons, stop it first. It hurts your heart when you hit me. Think about it carefully. Old Qin is the emperor, so wouldn't it be easy for us to become princes or generals? The 2 of them were stunned for a full minute. Makes sense times 2. Then the 3 of them looked at each other, shrugged their shoulders, and began to laugh. As the saying goes, a poor person living in a busy city has no one to care about him, but a rich person living in a remote mountain area has distant relatives. Qin Yuan's loving family group exploded. Look, the kid from the 5th family is on TV, and he's said to be the emperor. Is this true or false? I have a Kuaishou video here. It shows his live broadcast from head to toe. Can you guys check if it's him? Oh, it's really him. How come he has become so much more handsome? I saw it. He really ascended the throne and was crowned emperor. There are also dragons and tigers. Is this some special effect? What's it called? Impossible. It's also being reported on TV. It's being broadcast live nationwide. Has our Qin family really produced an emperor? Is the ancestral tomb on fire? Oh my God, God of heaven. Thank you, Jade Emperor, Buddha, and Thunder God. Amen. Where is he now? The world is so chaotic. Let's go to him. Oh my, you've really made it. Even many old friends who had been hiding for many years and distant relatives and friends appeared one after another, telling how good their relationship with Qin Yuan's parents was. After learning that Qin Yuan had proclaimed himself emperor in Bincheng. Finally, Qin's uncle, Qin Yingxiong, made the final decision. Let's go to Bincheng. Everyone immediately packed their bags and prepared to leave. The lady next door is puzzled. Auntie Qin, where are you packing your things? Oh, Aunt Wang. How did you know my nephew became the emperor? Huh? Aunt Wang was stunned. Did I know something? Confused. Then Aunt Qin started to talk. Attracted many women to watch. Keep on babbling. The men from the village also came. Keep on babbling. The village dogs and chickens also came. Still babbling. In less than an hour, the whole town was filled with The Qin family gave birth to an emperor, Mr. Right. Today, I ascended the throne. No one believed it at first, thinking it was too outrageous. The Qin family was just a bunch of peasants. Did nothing. No royal blood. What kind of emperor is this? Pheasant emperor? Until they go back and open Kuaishou and turn on the TV. Fuck you. The entire internet is filled with the famous scene of Qin Yuan sitting on the throne, with a blue dragon on his left and a white tiger on his right, and countless giant insects kneeling at his feet. From today on, I will stand at the top. I am the only emperor of the Zerg Emperor Qin Yuan. No matter what happens, join me, follow my footsteps, and move forward together. We are waiting ahead. No rival. All the insects shouted together. The sound was deafening. There is absolutely no rival ahead of us. Video end. Qin Yuan stared intently at the overwhelming momentum that was like the presence of a god, and used the brainworm's radio waves to let everyone feel it for a second. This short second made all the people watching the live broadcast terrified and sweating. This is the majesty of God. Chapter 94: Hostility from the Five Empire Alliance. Qin Yuan used his money to drive top hackers, who used technology to invade major video platforms and build momentum for him around the world. Recruiting talents is one thing, and deterring the rats in the dark is another. Humans aren't the only ones who can see the video. There are also alien insects hidden in the dark. Fishmen evolved from the deep sea. Kings evolved from orcs. Insect beasts evolved from the locals, insect men. The tallest building in Fuyun City. A humanoid king insect wearing a red robe laughed strangely. How dare an insect beast declare itself emperor during this time? Isn't it afraid of the empire's destruction? Jaylala, the butler beside it, wearing single-sided glasses, bowed and asked, King, do we need to take action? No, now is not the time. The empire is much more powerful than we imagined. It will soon suffer the consequences of its own actions. Jalalalal. There is a hint of pity in the king insect's eyes. The tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. This dark crystal emperor ant is a good example. Peace of Mind City. Forest hive. Tens of thousands of unknown black insects are flying around in the nest. In the core hive, a charming Zerg queen was staring at Qin Yuan, who was watching the live broadcast on her mobile phone. What a beautiful angel. Insect Emperor. Qin Yuan. Is this the male insect I've been looking for? It's so strong. Our child will surely become the ruler of the world. I really want to meet you soon, my strong male insect. Come here, tell me where Binsheng is. Tree City. A young male mythical beast man watched the live broadcast, gritting his teeth and hating it. He punched the table and chair in front of him and broke them. Why? I am a mythical beast, but I can only stay in this small place. While he can be admired by thousands of people and the world's attention, these should all be mine. Pass my order. Go to Binsheng. I want to kill this emperor and on the spot. Let the world know who the real king is. Jealousy makes people lost. Nandu Insect Association. 10 insect leaders make an emergency video call. Everyone, as fellow insect people, what do you think? Primarily win over. If we can't use it, we don't want to have a direct conflict. We can borrow the sword of the empire. Ditto. Same as above. In the end, no one was willing to go to a small city far away, nor did they want to offend this powerful force. They all wanted to win over this force. After all, there were 4 perfect level beasts at the scene, 2 ancient species and 1 fantasy beast. Qin Yuan was not sure about the species at the moment, and tentatively decided to be a super fantasy beast. This force is extremely terrifying even in the capital city, and can be directly crushed in small cities. The choice of these elite people is: don't take initiative, don't refuse, don't take responsibility. Winning over cooperation is the main strategy, while eliminating oppression is the secondary strategy. October 8th, 1530. Empire. Emperor's Palace. The eunuch was walking quickly towards the bedroom until he was stopped by the secret guards at the door. Your Majesty is resting. What is the important matter, eunuch? Sir, it's the Prime Minister who wants to see you. Please inform him. The secret guard nodded and asked for a moment. He opened the door and went in, then closed it gently. I came out within a minute. Announce. Prime Minister Fan Ru. The eunuch nodded and immediately brought the Prime Minister in, and the Prime Minister entered the Emperor's bedroom alone. The Prime Minister knelt down where he saw the Emperor. His Majesty. What is it? I'm afraid something big is going to happen today. Oh, tell me about it. The prime minister told the whole story of Qin Yuan's first appearance until the capture of Binqing. All of it was told out at once, including the news that the other party survived the nuclear bomb explosion. The temperature at the center of the nuclear bomb exploded at over 100 million degrees. This didn't kill the other person. The emperor, sitting on the dragon bed, actually knew all this a long time ago, but he just didn't want to bother with these trivial fights. Now that the mess has gotten bigger, he, as the king of a country, has to step in to sort it out. Still the same old trick, pretending to be indifferent to everything. All the credit goes to the emperor, and all the blame goes to the ministers. Yes, I understand. Contact the 5 empires and convene a joint empire meeting. The time will be set at 5:30 p.m. Yes, your majesty. The prime minister resigned. Afternoon. The meeting of the 5 empires was held as scheduled, and the main topic of discussion was the treatment of insect beasts. At 6 p.m. on October 8th. Bang! The prime minister of the Dragon Empire suddenly broke into the video conference room. Your majesty. Rebellion. Rebellion. Bugs are rebelling. Then, in front of the 5 empires, the live video of Qin Yuan's enthronement was played. The other 4 emperors laughed at first, but then their smiles gradually faded. When they thought of the bunch of bastards in their own countries, they could no longer laugh. If there is one, there will be a second. Once the Zerg people start to establish a nation, their 5 empires will be completely destroyed. The beautiful empire speaks first. They must be destroyed. This gap cannot be opened. Destroy them now in front of the whole world. The Russian Bear Empire clapped its hands in agreement. The Great Eagle Empire also agrees. The French Empire agreed with both hands and also gave suggestions. We must not only kill people, but also destroy their hearts. We also need to initiate a video call to suppress the power of the insect people. The emperor also pondered for a moment. Anyway, I also want to see this immortal insect emperor. That's it. Fan Ru, help me arrange a video call. I want to talk to the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant in person. Yes, your majesty. Binsheng. Wu Qianqian's team of photographers quickly informed her of the royal video call. She spoke quietly into the headset. Mr. Ant King, just as you expected, the Empire called via video. Okay, pick it up. Sizzle. A 3D real-time projection appears in the sky, and the human figure gradually becomes clearer and more visible. This person is the current Dragon Kingdom Emperor, Helian Mingshi. He has gray hair and a full beard, but his eyes are bright and sharp. He wears a trident-shaped crown on his head and gem rings on his fingers. The Emperor's majestic temperament is almost overflowing through the live broadcast. Many civilians knelt down on the spot. The king is domineering. Chapter 95, The End of the World. Binsheng, the projection of the Dragon King, spoke first. Are you the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant? Why don't you tell me what you want? What do I want? You can't give me what I want. Helian Mingshi, you should worry more about yourself. I admire you very much. As long as you are willing to submit to the Empire, I can give you the rank of General of the Empire headquarters and let you lead all the insects in the country. How do you think? I have to say, this condition is very tempting. Qin Yuan was not moved, but thousands of insects across the country are moved. That's the Imperial Admiral, a general commanding hundreds of thousands of troops, one of the highest honors in the Empire. Moreover, it has official endorsement and belongs to the ranks of the regular army, so it can be legitimate in the future. He can also command all the insect people in the country, hold a large number of troops, and share the world with the human emperor. What a great opportunity. Many bug people watching the live broadcast wanted to pull Qin Yuan down and replace him. They believe no one would refuse such a good offer. But I refuse. The emperor was surprised on the surface, but calm on the inside. He had already guessed that Qin Yuan would refuse. No matter how good the conditions were, the other party would not agree. In this way, your goal has been achieved. It not only promotes the fact that you value talents, but also does not need to give out any actual benefits. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Dark Crystal Emperor Ant, it seems that you are determined to establish a country. Do you know that establishing a country within an empire violates the laws of the 5 imperial federations, and the country within the country will be punished by the World Federation? Emperor Helian frowned and asked in a threatening tone, Are you going to challenge the 5 Empire Federation? Qin Yuan smiled when he heard this. Ha ha, a challenge. He stood up from the throne, flew into the air, and hovered above the emperor's head, with his hands in his pockets and a wicked smile. You don't seem to understand. For me, you are the challengers. Whether it was the high-ranking officials of the five empires who were watching the live broadcast or the common people in the market, all the mutants were shocked. Mel? So crazy. Too crazy. The momentum overwhelmed the five great empires. Insect Emperor Qin Yuan. Today, let the whole world see his arrogance and confidence. Emperor Helion also noticed that he had no advantage at all in the opponent's home court, and he wanted to retreat. Dark Crystal Emperor Ant. Since you insist on doing what you want, let the whole city be buried with you. In the name of the five great empires, I now sentence you to death. Haha, death penalty? Just because of you? You want me to commit suicide? What are you going to use to kill me? Emperor Helion adjusted his mentality. His big beard covered his face, and it was hard to tell his emotions. Humph. You'll know soon enough. Sizzle. Click. The other party disconnected the video link without hesitation. Emperor Helion. Switch channels immediately and connect to the joint meeting of the five empires instantly. Okay, execute him. Our country is willing to launch 1 million intercontinental missiles, 300 nuclear bombs, 100 hydrogen bombs, and 100 neutron bombs at one time, and other empires are willing to launch the same amount. Reconsideration. Agree. Wait a minute. My assistant just reported that there seems to be a problem with the magnetic field, and the missile can no longer be accurately positioned. Me too. What? Why is it such a coincidence? Could it be that God is helping him? Emperor Helion frowned. Even if we can't kill the enemy this time, we still have to pretend to be strong. Otherwise, the dignity of the empire will be lost. Fire all the missiles you can currently launch as quickly as possible. Good. Fully cooperate with you. Wait for Dragon Country to strike first. Emperor Helion looked at the increasingly chaotic Earth magnetic field in the report and felt annoyed for no reason. So what if they can stop a nuclear bomb? Now, tens of thousands of missiles are launched at once to raze your city to the ground. How can you resist? Asked the Prime Minister beside him. How many intercontinental missiles can be mobilized now? Your Majesty, there are less than 10,000 of them, and the number that can be used is still decreasing. Many devices are experiencing various degrees of failure. Fire. Fire everything, carpet bombing quickly. Yes, Your Majesty. All the major military bases near Bincheng were mobilized, and countless intercontinental missiles were launched at Bincheng. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This kind of scene also appeared in the surrounding empires. As long as they could reach Bincheng, they would send their troops there. This also led to the appearance of a large number of intercontinental missiles in the sky, and even many of them collided and exploded in the sky. But when the five empires launched intercontinental missiles at the same time and landed over Bincheng, the scene was extremely spectacular. The whole sky is filled with missiles. 10,000 bullets fired at once. It felt like a rain of arrows. Once it exploded at close range, the entire Bin city would be razed to the ground in an instant. Qin Yuan looked at the attacking missile and smiled at the camera. Next, we will present to you a fireworks show to celebrate the establishment of the Insect Empire. After saying this, the whole person turned into light particles. Switch to the second form. Atomic state, nuclear explosion ant. Gene technology, nuclear explosion. At the moment of the nuclear explosion, Qin Yuan's body glowed red, and the energy value increased exponentially. The scorching high temperature evaporated all the surrounding water vapor, and even the air began to distort. It looks like a golden sun, with tens of thousands of small balls of nuclear energy light appearing behind it, each of which is as powerful as a small nuclear bomb. Nuclear explosion power, raindrop strike. I'm alone. It can also be an enemy country. The nuclear energy ball turned into a rain of bullets, rushing towards the intercontinental missiles in the sky, and each one was accurately hit. In the sky, one ball of light lit up. Suddenly dusk was illuminated into day. A huge explosion begins. Boom, 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 boom. Like a century of fireworks. Congratulations to Qin Yuan for becoming emperor today. Qin Yuan stood on the sky, his golden eyes overlooking the world. Gentlemen, I hereby announce, from today on, the Insect Empire is established, and its name is Da Qin. Year, October 1st, year 01, Qin calendar. The Qin state officially. Founding a country. Sizzle. The last moment of speaking. The signal is completely interrupted. Boom, boom. Everyone had a sudden explosion in their mind. The entire Earth began to undergo earth-shaking changes. What came into view was the entire sky, which quickly turned from dusk to pitch black, with dark clouds and bursts of thunder. Only Qin Yuan snorted coldly. Humph! How dare you, a mere Earth evolution, act so presumptuously in front of me? Ultra Shockwave. Qin Yuan's energy in nuclear explosion mode is so strong that it is terrifying, and his body releases a powerful impact that could destroy the world. A circular vibration centered on him. Instant. The clouds were torn apart, the atmosphere was shattered, and a huge circular hole appeared in the sky. The sun shines on the earth again. Don't wait for everyone to be happy. Severe earthquakes followed one after another. Everyone's feet began to tremble, and the houses swayed violently. It was as if a huge monster was surging underground. The entire earth was stretched and cracked into countless large holes. Ah, help! There's a monster! Woohoo ma! The real end is coming. Cracks appeared in the ground, and underground monsters surged in like a tide, so dense that there was no end in sight. Qin Yuan spoke lazily, put his hands in his pockets, and turned his gaze to the huge crack in the ground. A fixed gaze. I'm tired, destroy it. In the name of this emperor, everything I see is reduced to ashes. Rules and destruction. Start. Qin Yuan glanced over, and countless abyss monsters turned into ashes in an instant. Whoever you stare at will die. Kill them until they are terrified. Kill them till they tremble. Kill them until they treat Bincheng as a restricted area. Monsters turned into ashes in large numbers. The abyss monsters that were like a tide were actually afraid of being killed. Their green bean-like eyes were filled with fear. Retreat as if fleeing for your life. So scary. Creatures on Earth. So scary. Across the country, there were changes happening everywhere. Unlike Bincheng, they couldn't even escape, let alone fight back. The Earth opened up. Monsters from the abyss appeared in unison, a dark mass. People struggled to escape, but more people were dragged into the dark underground. The sound of cars crashing, beatings and scolding, explosions. People screamed, shouted, begged, cried. In a moment, the earth has become a living hell. Volcanoes began to erupt, including Mount Pinchur in the Sakura country. The hot magma sprayed onto the houses and ignited raging fires. The only thing left in the crowd was the screams of pain. The tsunami created huge waves hundreds of meters high, overturning all fishing boats, cruise ships, aircraft carriers, and warships, and countless people were buried in the sea. The creatures on the seabed have evolved super fast. The 10,000-meter-long sea beast has begun to devour everything. Under the dark deep sea, the 100,000-meter-long beast opened its mouth and sucked. Several 10,000-meter-long beasts were swallowed in one gulp. Forests, trees, flowers, and grass began to grow in size. A blade of grass could grow to 3 or 4 meters high, and a tree that grew to 100 meters was only considered the shortest sapling. All electronic equipment was damaged in an instant, and the satellite lost contact. The human beings on Earth began to transform into insects, beasts, plants on a large scale, and some humans began to evolve in secret. The real end of the world. Here we come. Today, 5 chapters are presented. Gentlemen, the Empire is in urgent need of food and grass at the beginning of its establishment. The current treasury is empty, and the manuscripts are less than half. I hope you will donate generously so that we can attack the nests of the 5 major empires. Hee. Didn't expect that the real doomsday will begin in Chapter 95. Summary. Please recommend. Please reward. Chapter 96 Automatic Cultivation starts. Under the throne of the Bone King of Bin City. All the insects will remain unmoved even if the mountains collapse and the earth cracks. After witnessing Qin Yuan's strength, they are already Qin Yuan's most devout believers. Everyone, the great Qin Empire has been established. Now, the banquet begins. Everyone, enjoy the drinks and food. Good. Long live His Majesty. Yeah, I want to eat enough. Wow. The banquet was held in ED, the tallest building in Bincheng, where Qin Yuan first arrived. There, I met Zhao Qingyi and Zhao Sanhu. The banquet begins. All the insect people ate meat and drank wine, sang and danced freely, and everyone felt the long-lost freedom. Tonight, the entire meal was paid for by Mr. Qin. EDD's penthouse. Qin Yuan sat alone on the roof of the top floor, looking up at the bright night sky. The dry autumn wind brushed across his face, and he could feel a slight chill. Actually, my favorite thing is to sit alone quietly and be in a daze. But later, Everything has changed. This life. I am no longer bound by companions, so I can go out into the world on my own. Just leave the others to stabilize the rear. Lone wolf life. I really miss it. Why are you here alone blowing the wind? Jean Lena's voice sounded from behind. She walked slowly towards him with a pair of long white silk legs and high-heeled leather shoes. Qin Yuan turned sideways upon hearing the sound. It's mainly because I'm afraid you'll be scared if half of the person comes out. Phew. Jean Lena covered her mouth and chuckled, then rolled up her skirt and sat next to Qin Yuan, swinging her 2 little feet in the air. My lord, is there something on your mind? Without. Qin Yuan still looked at the bright sky, as if looking through the Milky Way into the depths of the universe. Jean Lena, I'm leaving for Dongxing City tomorrow, and there's still many things I need you to help me with. So urgent. A great crisis is coming for you. Ours. Yes, the term crisis only exists for you. It cannot cause any harm to me, so you must take precautions in advance. It's Versailles, but it's the truth. There are 2 levels of species in the world. Qin Yuan and other creatures. When the disaster occurred, Qin Yuan was not sure whether he would be in Bincheng, so he had to prepare for it. Oh, then what precautions should be taken? The memories in Qin Yuan's mind returned to his previous life. The insect tide from the southwest swept through Bin City, killing more than half of the lives, most of which were awakened insect people. The entire Bin City was destroyed like a swarm of locusts. Build fortifications in the southwest, not only above ground but also underground. Expand the territory in the northeast, build a new city along the new river, and mainly establish a residential area. We will also build a pharmaceutical research institute and a scientific research center. I will solve the problem of mineral materials, so you don't have to worry about it. I need a lot of medicinal fields in the north. You must find a way to help me modify the blueprint and improve the soil quality. I went to Dongxing City to pick up talents in the fields of reclaiming wasteland in the northwest and growing new crops. It takes 3 to 5 days at the fastest and 1 to 2 weeks at the slowest. As for the laws of the insect people, follow the ones that have been set first, and you can add the others later. I don't understand diplomacy, so for now I'll just use the Qin family strategy of making friends with people far away and attacking those near. Opening up roads is also a delicate job. You must also open up roads to other cities as soon as possible. Let's open up Dongxing City first. You still have a lot to do. Jean Lena's head is full of black lines. OMG, did you hear that right? I still have a lot of things to do. Did you listen to what people say? Wait, stop. Jean Lena stopped Qin Yuan from continuing, saying that if he continued, he would not be able to finish the tasks in several years. I'm the commander of the Third Army. I don't have that much time. I think you need to arrange a secretary. Forget about the secretary. It's getting late. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Qin Yuan stood up, patted his butt, and left. Why? Jean Lena wanted to talk about other things, but Qin Yuan's movement speed was faster than a fighter jet, and he disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. I can only clench my fist and bite my lower lip. Mun! Back to your villa room. Qin Yuan began to look inward. Now that his second form of particle state can make cultivation more effective, the speed of activating internal gene nodes is faster than before. And as long as they find the key nodes to activate, they will spread automatically and continuously, which is what people often say. Hang up training. Finally did it after particleization. However, you must rest for 1 to 2 hours every 4 hours of automatic cultivation, which means that the gene growth rate can be automatically increased by about 5 every day. Such development is not without cost. The cost is that more energy is required. Gene node development is spreading. Gene growth 5.1, 5.2, 5.3, 5.4. Day 2. Morning. The sun shone on Qin Yuan's eyelids, and he finally woke up and felt the progress of his gene growth. Gene growth has reached 7. Normal force, 700 tons. Insect man, 1,400 tons, with 200 bonus on critical hit. Normal force, 1,400 tons. Insect man, 2,800 tons. This is just one night of practice. The subsequent growth progress is even more amazing. If there is an insect beast that can beat Qin Yuan, that must be tomorrow's self. At this time, a loud voice came from outside the door. My lord, something terrible has happened. What happened? Are there enemies attacking? That's not the case. The insects in our group started fighting with humans and killed one of them. Now the situation is getting really bad. Really? Let's go and take a look. Qin Yuan quickly put on his clothes and followed, the rhinoceros beetle to the scene of the crime. According to common sense, this should not be the responsibility of Qin Yuan, the Zerg Emperor. But this is the first case of a bug man killing someone. How to deal with it is crucial. After all, the Qin decree has just been issued. Everyone and the insects are watching this case. Chapter 97 Implementation of the Qin Law. Soon, the two arrived at the scene. All the people were excited and shouted, "Kill the man for his life. Shoot this villain to death. Death penalty. Must be death penalty. What a beast. Kill it. Kill it. Kill it." Qin Yuan was also very curious. How great must the public resentment be to make so many people shout for the death penalty? Get out of the way. Get out of the way. His Majesty the Emperor is here. Can't you see? Get out of the way. With a nearly 6-meter-tall rhinoceros beetle leading the way, the road is smooth and unobstructed. Qin Yuan was also shocked when he saw the scene. A little girl was lying on the ground. Her lower body was bright red. Blood was flowing from her brain. Her face was deathly pale, and it was obvious that she had been dead for a long time. Next to him stood a male insect man wearing an apron. His face and nose were bruised, and there were bruises all over his body. There was also undried egg liquid thrown on his hair. His eyes are dull, and he seems to be in a bad mood. Of course, it is possible that he is pretending. The key point is that he was holding a bloody fruit knife, and his gloves and apron were stained with blood. All that's missing is writing, "I'm a criminal," on my face. This is not normal. Very abnormal. It murmured, "What's wrong? What's wrong? Don't hit me." Pretending to be mentally ill? Excuse me. In the Qin Empire, whether you're mentally ill or a minor, you will be treated the same. If you deserve the death penalty, you will be executed. If you deserve castration, you will be castrated. Qin Yuan frowned and began to give orders. "Come here, seal off this place. No one is allowed to leave." Hundreds of insect men wearing military armor appeared from the darkness and surrounded everyone. The crowd suddenly rioted. "What are you doing? I'm just here to watch the fun. Let me out. I still have to go home to take care of my baby. The gas at home is not turned off. Please be flexible, Mr. Bing." "Oops." Qin Yuan spoke again. "Anyone who dares to break in will be killed without mercy. If you dare to do that, I'll throw you straight into jail. There is no human rights in the prisons of the Qin Empire. If you treat prisoners well, you must make them pay the price. The first rule of the prison is prisoners should not be treated as human beings, but as prisoners." What happened? If anyone saw what happened, please come out and tell us in detail. Seeing that no one dared to step forward, Qin Yuan raised a finger. "The first person who tells me will be rewarded with 1 pound of gold." "My lord, I know. Your Majesty, I saw the whole process. Your Majesty, this is what happened. This morning before dawn, when I got up to open the breakfast shop, I heard a noise in the alley, so I ran over to take a look. This insect man was lying on top of this little girl, kissing and touching her. I called the patrol team to arrest him, but he acted crazy and refused to admit it. The patrol team didn't know what to do, so they stayed there to avoid destroying the scene. This beast didn't even let go of a little girl of a few years old. Not only did he insult her, he also brutally killed her. He is not a human being. He is simply a beast. Yes, I think these insect people are beasts and should be driven out." "Who?" Qin Yuan's eyes turned. His ears were very good. Even if it was just a muttering, he could hear it clearly. It was a young man wearing a hip-hop hat who looked like a teenager. It seems that he needs discipline. Someone come, send that boy to a juvenile detention center and educate him for 3 years. Don't release him until he is reformed. The hip-hop boy didn't expect to go to juvenile detention for 3 years for just 1 sentence, so he quickly begged for mercy. "I'm still a child. No, help." But no one dared to pay attention anymore, and the onlookers kept their mouths shut, fearing that they would be implicated as well. They just remembered, this super handsome guy in front of me, who looks exactly like a human, is actually a bug man, and he is the emperor of this country. Say bad things about insect people in front of it? It's like lighting a lantern in the toilet. Court death. Qin Yuan looked at his capable general, Rhinoceros Beetle. "Rhinoceros Beetle, didn't you smell anything strange when you came here this morning?" The rhinoceros beetle began to glance upwards, and its fingers unconsciously slid up and down its cheeks. It remembered, "When I came here this morning, there seemed to be a smell of lavender." It's true. Although the smell is very light, it can prove that there's a third person at the crime scene. Everyone, stay where you are. Rhinoceros beetle, take a look. Is there any familiar smell among these people? The rhinoceros beetle twitched its nose and quickly picked out 3 people from the crowd of hundreds. A girl in school uniform, a middle-aged man wearing glasses, and a thin middle-aged woman. The rhinoceros beetle leans forward with a sense of oppression. Uncle with glasses, why don't you tell me? The uncle fell to his knees. I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I still want to live. He didn't expect that the insect man had a physical method to solve the case. Smell it with his nose. At the same time, he confessed everything truthfully. Last night, he raped a little girl and the girl resisted violently, and he accidentally killed her. Then the not-so-smart bug man was making supper. When he heard the noise and rushed to the scene, the little girl was already dead. The insect man who others saw kissed and touched the little girl was the one who gave her artificial respiration and chest compressions for a whole night. Unfortunately, the little girl was not saved. Everyone misunderstood the bug man. The crowd was speechless. The real murderer of the little girl turned out to be a well-mannered old man with glasses. It wasn't that idiot bug who killed him. Seeing that the criminal has been caught, everyone wanted to leave, but the insects blocking the road outside remained indifferent and trapped them inside. They quit immediately. The real murderer has been caught. Why are you still surrounding us? Yeah, get out of the way. I still have to go home and give the cat a bath. My son's dog food hasn't been poured out yet. Please stop blocking it. Are you okay? We haven't broken any law. Why are you stopping us here? Qin Yuan half turned his body and looked at them with murderous eyes. Who gave you the illusion that you had not committed any crime? In my territory, it is a sin to slander others. Assault is a crime. Instigating others is a more serious crime. The law is also numerous. If one person commits a crime, I will kill him. If 1,000,000 people commit a crime, I will kill them as well. That's called professionalism. Chapter 98, A New Journey. Everyone started to be classified, and Qin Yuan personally sentenced them. Just a bystander. You can leave if you are innocent. The first category, those who are ignorant of the truth, verbally abuse, and criticize others, will be sentenced to 1 month to 6 months in prison. The first step to becoming an emperor is to kill the keyboard warriors. The second category is those who are unaware of the truth and have substantial attacks, including throwing eggs and cabbages. They will be sentenced to 6 to 36 months in prison, depending on the severity of the case. The third category, those who incite public opinion and lead to public anger, shall be sentenced to 3 to 20 years in prison and shall be considered as the principal and the accomplice. The fourth category, those who have all of the above circumstances, will be punished for multiple crimes, with no upper limit on the cumulative punishment. The above is the plan I proposed, you guys. Who's for and who's against? Your Majesty, isn't this sentence a bit too harsh? Qin Yuan turned around and saw an old man who was about to be buried. Heavy. Words are invisible, but they're the most deadly. When they say hurtful things, have they ever thought about the consequences? You dare to bully even a hero who saved people? You don't have to take responsibility if you hurt others at will. What is the use of laws then? This is the first time that the sentence has been lenient. In Daqin, all crimes are sentenced at 3 times this standard. Who else has objections now? No one speaks. Okay, that's settled then. By the way, asking a question will add 1 month to your sentence. The people present all looked bitter when they heard this. 1 month's extra sentence for one opinion? Which idiot made such a suggestion? That's good. Another month. But we implement a humane approach to our work. Compensation to the victim can exempt part of the sentence. For example, the extra month I just added can be exempted. When the old lady heard about this good thing, she ran to the insect man with her basket without saying a word, wiping her tears and complaining. Young man, I'm sorry. I wronged you. These eggs are delicious. Consider them as compensation for me. Qin Yuan continued to speak. The compensation standard is set by the bug guard. Don't try to play those tricks. And now transactions can only be made with the new currency of the bug empire. The old currency is invalid. The old lady smiled awkwardly, half extended her hand to hold the basket, then pulled it back. You ate the eggs, so Annie should compensate you. After this matter was resolved, the Qin law was posted on bulletin boards everywhere, and its implementation also aroused public discussion. Trafficking in women and children, death penalty. Rape women, castration. In serious cases, death penalty. Young girls, castration plus death penalty. Mentally ill people who commit murder and arson are punishable by death penalty. Anyone over 2 years old who commits a serious crime may be sentenced to death. Those who spread rumors and slander will be sentenced to 9 months to life imprisonment, depending on the severity of the case. In particularly serious cases, they will be sentenced to death. At a glance, the last two words are death penalty. The insect empire promotes a martial spirit, and if there's a conflict, you can go to the life and death arena. However, those who actively provoke trouble can be killed in self-defense without guilt. In troubled times, severe punishments should be used. The criminal law is very severe, but the law is only used against people who break the law and commit crimes. Normal people don't need it. In order to prevent abuse of power and wrongful convictions, every prisoner has an inspector to conduct a final prison inspection. At present, before the execution of each death row inmate, a person at the level of a corps commander will personally conduct a pre-death interrogation. Specialized prison systems and monitoring systems are being established at an accelerated pace. Qin Yuan met with Jean Lena again and made the final arrangements. Lena, let me tell you something about the brainworms. If you want to connect multiple places in the future, you must have brainworms. You find a way to improve the abilities of the brainworms. In the future, I can find more brainworms and build a mental network. Whether it is real virtual world or a wireless spiritual signal tower, the future is built by brainworms, even war encryption networks. They are everywhere. I will temporarily leave all the pets to you to take care of, and I will go to Dongxing City alone. My lord, although I know you are very strong, your physical condition does not seem optimistic. It's better to take Songlong with you, so that you can have someone to look after you. Qin Yuan never had a chance to replenish the life force he consumed last time, causing his hair to remain white. But this little flaw, will it affect my own 999 knife? It's okay, let it stay. All right. After explaining a few things about future development, Qin Yuan spread his wings and took off. Start a new journey. Bang! Spread your wings and fly in the blue sky. Ariel, reach out and touch the soft clouds. Enjoy the free wind. Spread your arms and shout. Yo-ho, cool, free. The sky is high for birds to fly. The sea is wide for fish to jump. Liberated. It's still fun to be a lone ranger. There are not so many rules. At least, be free. No need to think about future crises. What apocalyptic crisis? What future disaster? What human race? Zerg race? Protoss race? It's none of my business. Screw the morals. Go away, conscience. As long as I have no morals, I will no longer be kidnapped by morality. As long as I have no conscience, I will not be swayed by the Virgin Mary. This feeling, really, cool. Qin Yuan unconsciously swiped his arms twice in the air and sped up again. Accelerate. Rampage mode on. I'm going to start speeding. Bang. There was a sonic boom in the sky. The surrounding clouds were blown away, and 3 white, circular patterns appeared. The whole person shot out like a rocket, cut a path through the clouds. At a speed of several thousand meters per second, it broke through the white clouds in just a few minutes, but was blocked by a huge forest in front of it. A sudden break, a sudden stop. Look up at the giant forest ahead. So, where is this? Oops. Too much fun. Like, lost. Trouble. The Earth is no longer the little blue ball it once was. It has expanded dozens of times. The flowers and grass have evolved. Why doesn't the blue planet evolve? The consequence of the evolution of the blue planet is that the whole world is evolving crazily, and the continents are expanding dozens or hundreds of times. But the direction should be correct, right? I can only try my luck and see if there's anyone there. Ancient Emperor's domain opened. Duong. The invisible domain expanded, spreading to a radius of 20 kilometers. Qin Yuan closed his eyes and took in all the useful information. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual aura. This is fate. Chapter 99. The apes who can backflip. Ape shit. Monkeys are social animals, and their IQ is not low. Maybe we can get some unexpected information. Found it. Following the monkey feces, we soon found 2 brown-haired apes wearing leaves. On a 100-meter-tall green tree trunk, 2 apes hide behind green leaves and prepare to hunt an aphid. The ape man looks like a human regressing from his ancestors. Qin Yuan flapped his wings and appeared in front of the 2 apes, startling them. You too. Have you ever seen a human like me? Algu woo. The ape man on the left was puzzled at first, then nodded and said something in ape language. The ape man on the right threw a big bag on its face, grinning at it with a ferocious expression. Then he took out a stone spear and pointed it at Qin Yuan. shaking his head to signal him to leave quickly. It's obvious that they know something but don't want to say it. What's this about? What are you talking about? Agi. After reprocessing the language through special pheromones, Qin Yuan could understand the ape man's language the second time. He was telling him to get out of here. Scold me? Instantly flashed in front of him, raised his hand, and threw a big bag. Bang! Several white objects flew out. Slap it into the air with a slap, and perform a 360 degrees spiral rotation in the air. Then it fell to the ground with a thud. After a while, the ape man covered his swollen face with tears in his eyes and began to sob softly. Woo-woo. Hey, weren't you very arrogant just now? Mlala, what happened? An old monkey's questioning voice came from the tree branches above, and an ape man dressed in animal skins jumped down from the tree and blocked Qin Yuan's way. Human, this is not the place for you. Get out of here. Too common, apes have hope in their eyes. This ape is not ordinary. It is one of the ape team leaders. It has 30 elite ape growth and is a rare strong man in the tribe. I can definitely kill the human in front of me. The team leader came forward aggressively. It seems that if I don't give you any. Bang! The monkey captain repeatedly performed a 360 degrees spiral rotation in the air. Captain defeated. It fell to its knees, covering its swollen cheek, and began to wipe away tears. Young people, no martial ethics. Sneak attack on me, Lao Yuan. Before the apes could feel sad, they asked the familiar question again. Mlala, what's wrong with you? A strong ape man swung over from another branch using a vine. He was more than 3 meters tall, and his muscles were bulging like a cow's arm without fat. The 3 apes saw it, and their eyes were full of admiration. It's actually the warrior ape. This human is dead. This is a warrior in the tribe, known as the strongest among the apes, with unrivaled strength. Even if 10 elite apes besiege him, he can defeat them. He was blessed by the high priest and became the hope of the whole tribe. The bravest ape man. Oh, ooh. The 3 apes shouted excitedly, danced, and cheered for their idol. The ape warrior walked forward slowly, looking down at Qin Yuan with disdain in his eyes. People. Bang. 360 degrees spiral rotation in midair. Ape warriors defeated. The 4 monkeys knelt in a row, their hands on their knees, their expressions like elementary school students who had done something wrong. He was still mumbling something. Qin Yuan glared at him and immediately became quiet. Don't speak in dialect to me. I can understand it just as well. I'm asking you a question now. If you answer honestly, I will spare your life. If anyone dares to lie, all 4 of you will die together. Of course, the ape who pointed out the problem in time will be spared. Starting from the left, first question, where is this? Forest. What else? On the tree. No more. No more. You are such a genius. Never mind. I guess these apes don't know where this place is. Next, have you ever seen a human like me? Yes. Where? In the Ape King's room. Ape King, is this the big guy I'm looking for? How tall is the Ape King? The ape man closed one eye and gestured with his hand towards the giant tree in front of him. About half the height of that tree. Qin Yuan looked in the direction of the other person's finger. It was a tree 100 meters high, which meant that the Ape King was at least 50 meters tall. It seems that this is the ancient Titan ape that I am looking for. That place should be right. Dongxing City is nearby. Take me to find your Ape King. I want to have a 1v1 real man battle with it. You? Are you sure? The ape man looked at Qin Yuan's 1.88 meter tall body with astonishment. Although he was a little taller than it, he was still much taller than the Ape King, like a mayfly and an elephant. The 2 sides are not of the same species at all. However, challenging the Ape King is the right of all monkeys, and the Ape King is happy to accept the challenge. But this is the first time he has been challenged by a human. Moreover, challengers in the past were beaten into meat patties, which made the Ape King very unhappy. In the words of the Ape King, there is no one who can fight. Human, then follow me. Just speed up, I can't keep up. Rustle. Old Yuan led Qin Yuan through the lush and huge branches. Each leaf was hundreds of square meters. He was like a human being who had shrunk to the size of an ant and came to the forest. Oh no, I am an ant. The sunlight has been blocked by the treetops, and there are many luminous plants in the woods, purple fluorescent grass, green fireflies, blue moss, blue light mushrooms. All insects are gigantic. 8-meter-tall beetles are the lowest class here. There are also 10-meter-tall lizards and hundreds of 3 or 4-meter-tall black caterpillars gathered together for team building. It's a giant paradise. It is simply a pipe dream for ordinary humans to survive here. 1 million people came, and they were all eaten up in less than one night. Human, the hole in the tree in front, is the Ape King's cave. Qin Yuan looked over. It was a huge tree with no visible top. There is a 300-meter high green tree hole at the junction of the branch and the trunk. A fluorescent lantern hangs above the hole, and a few words are written crookedly next to it. The wood and the inch. Tree hole, Chapter 100, the final form of the Ape King. You two, what are you doing sneaking around here? Qin Yuan looked up and saw a half-meter-tall little monkey hanging upside down on a tree. Its hair was shiny black, and its eyes were big, round, and shining, but there seemed to be a layer of gray mist in the depths of its eyes. Little monkey, I'm here to challenge the Ape King. Go and call out your boss. The little monkey jumped in front of Qin Yuan, and its big eyes flickered as it circled around him curiously. Why do you want to challenge the Ape King? Huh? Why should I tell you? I am the Ape King. Qin Yuan stared at the little monkey. The little monkey stared at Qin Yuan with wide eyes. Air condensation. You are not. I am. You're too young. Oh, I really will thank you. Qin Yuan didn't want to pay attention to it. When he flapped his wings and was about to fly towards the tree trunk, the little monkey grabbed his calf. Qin Yuan raised his eyebrows. What a great strength. Are you really the Ape King? Then why are you so small? As he spoke, he pinched a gap between his thumb and index finger. The little monkey did not answer, but looked like a dog licking his dog. Lily is taking a nap. Don't disturb her. If you want to fight, let's go to another tree. Who is Lily? So you learned these dirty words from her, right? Human? Sure, you pick a place. It's called PK, but for Qin Yuan, it only takes a second to be serious. I'm in a good mood today, too. Just have fun. Come with me. Let's go to the cornfield to fight. Cornfield? Is it the place for a serious fight? Although I complained. But Qin Yuan still followed the Ape King to the cornfield it mentioned. The corn leaves here are hundreds or thousands of square meters, like green arenas. The towering corn husks are like 20-story buildings, with huge red beards hanging down and swinging wildly, protecting the corn cobs inside like octopus tentacles. Qin Yuan's eyes lit up immediately. Oh, there's a lot of corn. Is this golden corn or platinum corn? There is such a good thing here. It is not only nutritious, but also tastes great. It is a rare, evolutionary delicacy in the world. If you encounter special corn, it can replenish your life energy. But this kind of corn usually has a powerful guardian beast. So why didn't I see any guardian beast? Human, what are you looking for? Looking at Qin Yuan, who was shaking his head, the Ape King was very confused. Could this man be a fool? I giggle when I get here. Then look around. This guy with these tiny arms and legs looks like he can't fight. I thought he was a strong guy just now. If I had known, I would have killed him right away and wouldn't have brought him here. Little monkey, isn't there a guardian beast in this cornfield? Call me Lord Ape King. Okay, little monkey. This cornfield is planted by me. The surroundings of my territory. No beast dares to come in. The Ape King raised his head proudly, his tail almost reaching the sky. Oh, I see. This monkey is the guardian beast. The Ape King is proud. Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to fight or not? Qin Yuan already had an idea in mind. He wants the corn and the guardian beast too. I want them all. When you lose, you will be my subordinate and be responsible for growing medicinal herbs. I will lose. Stop kidding. Okay, let's fight. Let's fight. Watch this. The Ape King had lost his patience. He showed a cruel grin, squatted slightly, tapped his toes, and used his limbs to exert force. He rushed to Qin Yuan in one step. The shoulders and arms formed an L shape, and a powerful punch came. Before the punch arrived, a strong wind hit my face, and the hair on my face was bent by the wind to 90 degrees. The fist was the size of a ping-pong ball, but it had a stronger impact than a locomotive. Ape King hammer. The Ape King's eyes were red, revealing his murderous nature. The corners of his mouth were cracked and jagged. He could already see the scene of his brains exploding and splattering everywhere. Go to hell. Human. Beep. Whoosh. Qin Yuan easily caught the heavy punch weighing more than 100 tons with one hand, and a strong wind whistled around him. Li Wei, do you want to eat? How is this possible? The Ape King opened his eyes wide in disbelief. This is a blow of over 100 tons. Can easily blow up a second-level ordinary insect beast. It shouldn't be possible for an animal of the same size to be stopped. Is it really as the other party said? Is it because I didn't have breakfast? Is breakfast so important? You let me go. The Ape King's fist was held by Qin Yuan and could not be pulled out. It found that the opponent's palm was like an iron hoop, firmly holding its palm inside. Even if it kicked the opponent's hand with its legs, it could not shake it at all. I only used 10 of my strength just now. It doesn't count. Let's start over again. Qin Yuan let go of his hand, allowing the Ape King to successfully pull his hand out. Little monkey, you should transform into a giant ape, otherwise. But the monkey will die. Squeak. The Ape King rubbed his red wrist and grinned at Qin Yuan, but he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This guy, real, so strong. Although he is less than 2 meters tall, he has such powerful strength. Think of the Titan ape, but he is one of the most powerful ancient species. He is also a strong one among the ancient species. He has no rivals since his awakening. But now he was slapped in the face by a human. How can this be tolerated? Human, you are very strong. I respect you and have decided to fight you with all my strength. Look carefully, I'll show you what is the most powerful power. After saying this, the Ape King's body began to rise. Second form, 5-meter-tall Ape King form, 20 strength. The third form, a 30-meter-tall handsome King Kong form, 50 strength. The final form is a 55-meter-tall Titan ape with pure black fur, orange pupils, a tail as thick as a bus, and 100 strength. The giant ape began to beat his chest frantically. Boom, 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 boom. It took a deep breath and puffed out its chest, opening its huge mouth, roaring to the sky. Roar! Chapter 101, A Real Man is a turn-based. The 55-meter-tall Titan ape weighs more than 300 tons. The corn leaves under its feet were crushed, and the man and the beast had to switch to larger leaves to fight. The huge monkey's figure was like a 20-story building. Standing in its shadow, Qin Yuan could clearly feel the violent power contained in its body. The two eyeballs, which were larger than a human's, stared at Qin Yuan intently, and the pressure from the giant creature was overwhelming. The pressure is so great that it makes people breathless. But Qin Yuan is not a human. Seeing this, he smiled like a sunny boy. Spread your hands, defenseless. The complete Titan ape. That's interesting, come on. Hit me and see. Come on, no need to hold back. Use all your strength. 2 streams of hot air blew out of the nostrils of the giant ape. This requirement, I've never seen it in my life. Then I'll satisfy you. His face was slightly angry, and he quickly clenched his left fist, which expanded a full circle as his muscles moved, and punched Qin Yuan, who was standing on the corn leaf. In Qin Yuan's eyes, the opponent's fist is as slow as a sloth. If you want to dodge it, it only takes a moment. But he is not going to hide. This is a 1v1 real man battle. It's a turn-based game. Whoever hides is a coward. Dong! With a loud bang, the platinum corn leaves were pierced through the air. Even the air was blown up, and Qin Yuan turned into a meteor and fell down. Call out. Bang. Boom. He was caught off guard and was blasted into the tree trunk below. A large hole appeared in the trunk that was hundreds of meters thick. Through the hole, Qin Yuan could be vaguely seen behind the tree. His clothes were tattered at this time, so he simply took them off, revealing his perfect 8-pack abs, pectoral muscles, and shark muscles. With a flap of his wings, he appeared in front of the giant ape again, as if teleporting, with a smile on his face. That punch just now was okay, 1,000 tons of force. What? It's intact? The Titan ape is numb. Its eyes are like LED laser headlights. That's 1,000 tons of force. The power to destroy aircraft carriers. It doesn't even hurt the other person's hair. This is unscientific. Qin Yuan was also quite surprised. The first level, 600-ton force of ordinary ancient species is already the limit. This Titan ape weighs 300 tons, and 1,000 tons of force is definitely not its limit, which means that its current growth rate is still not high. Qin Yuan rounded his shoulders and walked towards the giant ape. His small body carried a huge sense of oppression. Now it's my turn. Are you ready, little monkey? Come on. I am the great Titan ape. I am not afraid at all. The Titan ape imitated Qin Yuan's defenseless look, shook his shoulders a few times, and relaxed his muscles. Qin Yuan smiled evilly. To show my respect, I will also attack with all my strength. You must not defend yourself. After saying that, Qin Yuan began to transform into a bugman. Form 1, Dark Crystal Emperor Ant. The muscles crystallized at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the whole person turned into a 5-meter-tall dark blue crystal emperor ant, with ice blue blades all over his body, and the purple dark crystal gems on his head and chest were extremely dazzling. The crystal spikes on the shoulders and arms are crescent-shaped, with 5 sharp claws hanging down, and the eyes are full of contempt for living things. The wings behind him spread out, like a true god descending. You should feel honored to have witnessed my full strength. There are very few people who can really use their combat form. At least this big fool in front of me doesn't need it. My current gene growth rate has reached 8 after idle training. Normal force, 800 tons. Insect form, 1,600 tons. Critical strike doubled. Insect man form, 3,200 tons of force. This punch. How should you cope with this? The moment Qin Yuan turned into a bugman, the Titan ape's muscles tensed up. It clearly couldn't sense Qin Yuan's breath at this moment, but its intuition told it. Better give in. Otherwise, you might die. His complexion changed. Wait a minute, can I surrender? In a turn-based game, how can there be surrender? You want to run away after you beat me? Do you get all the good things? You wish. But I can make an exception and ask you to defend yourself and be prepared. Really? You're such a nice person. The Titan ape crossed his arms in front of his chest, and his muscles were tensed in a defensive posture. I want to fight. Bring it on. The Titan ape's muscles instantly swelled to twice their original size, and it looked like it was defending seriously. I really want to fight. Come on. The Titan ape clenched its teeth, and a layer of faint black light covered its black hair. It was starting to use genetic energy for defense. Are you really ready? It happened in a flash. At the moment when the Titan ape relaxed its vigilance, Qin Yuan appeared in front of the Titan ape as fast as lightning and punched it hard on the head. Let you defend. Do you really dare to defend? Bang. Blood splattered, and the Titan ape flew out backwards. Whoosh. The bang-bang broke countless corn stalks and leaves, and white juice flowed out from the broken stalks and leaves, emitting the unique fragrance of the plant. Boom! The Titan ape was blasted into the mud before it stopped, lying on the ground with its arms and legs spread out, one hand covering its eyes, 2 tear marks silently sliding down the corners of its eyes. Don't hit the monkey in the face. It's too harsh on the monkey. Oh, you're not dead yet. Qin Yuan had arrived in front of it without anyone knowing. He had not held back when he punched it just now. A 3,200-ton punch on the head should have killed a normal Titan. The Ape King covered his head and choked up. My head is harder. Qin Yuan showed an evil smile. Headstrong? I'm curious how hard it can be. The Ape King shuddered with fear. If that punch had hit any part of the body, it would have exploded. Only the skull was special. This is how I escaped by luck. If you come again, this man is really murderous. Fight again. The ape will die. New Ape King, I submit to you. The Ape King turned over, knelt down and kowtowed, raising his hands to show his submission. The Titan Ape clan worships the strong, and Qin Yuan still defeated it with his physical strength in a 1v1 challenge. There is no reason to continue fighting. And keep fighting. You will really die. Qin Yuan stretched out a finger and gently stroked the giant ape's outstretched hands, indicating his acceptance of its submission. Wake up. Now tell me about the humans nearby, and the white gold corn and the treasures of the forest. Tell me everything you know. Chapter 102 The Fruit of Secondary Mutation. Cornfield. Thousands of square meters of leaves. The Ape King was telling Qin Yuan all the information he knew. This story all started with the meteor shower that day. I was originally the monkey number 133 in the Monkey Mountain of the Nanshan Zoo in Dongxing City. Then one day the keeper was lazy and didn't come to feed me, so I had to find something to eat by myself. I searched and searched until I found a rusty wire, and then I used the wire to hook the bolt on the door lock and escaped outside to find food. 2,345 words omitted here. Qin Yuan stood beside him with a dark face. A tic-tac-toe appears on the forehead. Keep it down to 20 words or less. If it's more than 1 word, I'll kill you. The Ape King's head shrank. Zhang Lily is in the tree hole. Ask her about human affairs. I don't know the rest. Qin Yuan nodded. Well said. Useless stuff. Since you grow corn, I don't want to bother with you. Come with me to see if the platinum corn is ripe. If it is, we will have a treat today. Yes, Your Majesty. The two of them came under the corn husk again, one after the other, and began to carefully explore it. The Titan ape touched the corn husks that were all exactly the same and scratched his head. My lord, how can we tell whether it is cooked or not? Look at the reaction. The one that resists fiercely is immature, while the one that actively tempts you to eat is ripe. What if you want to refuse, but still welcome? Oh, there's this kind. My lily is like this. Roll. The two explored all the way to the center, but unfortunately, they didn't find a mature platinum corn leaf. Until you reach the center, the corn silk around it lashes at you like whips, as if they are protecting someone. Don't want Qin Yuan and Titan Ape to enter. Qin Yuan showed an evil smile. Ah, the more you resist, the more excited I get. Look at my 999-pound rebellious body, blocking us from entering and not even letting us look. There must be a treasure. Treasure. Little monkey, charge wildly. Come on. Okay. Ha. The Titan ape raised its head and rushed in, but unfortunately a huge corn silk wrapped it tightly and threw it back. You are a Titan ape after all. Do you have any genetic skills that I can use? Yes, my king. Please take a look. The Titan ape took a deep breath, and the blood in its body accelerated. Its body began to grow bigger and redder, and the heat generated by the blood produced a lot of steam. Gene technique, Wrath of the Titans. Titan's Wrath accelerates blood flow, increases all attributes by 200 for a short period of time, strength by 500, and all resistances by 40. The Titan ape began to beat its chest frantically and roared angrily. Boom, 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 roar. Squat down with both legs to concentrate the strength of the muscles at one point, then jump up suddenly. Come again, just a corn beard. Huge corn whiskers as big as tall buildings came from all directions. This time, the Titan ape saw the whiskers and used its own muscles to step on its right foot with its left foot to complete the second force change. Even the corn cobs were shocked. Left foot on right foot? Can we still play like this? The Titan ape began to fight back, picked up the corn cob, and crawled towards it, with a look in his eyes like a devil from hell coming to the world. D. The corn stalks were so scared that they cut off the corn silk themselves. What do you call this? This is called emergency hedging. It's really scary for plants. All the corn silks dared not to block it anymore. The Titan ape successfully cleared the way, released the Titan's fury mode, and swung towards the center of the area while grabbing the corn silks in the air. Qin Yuan spread his colorful wings and flew at high speed, reaching the center earlier than the Titan ape. Pushing aside the corn stalks that were blocking the view, I finally saw the plants they were hiding. It's actually a secondary mutation bead. There is a pink mutant bead in the center that is more tender than other corns, only half the height of other plants. But the quality of its fruit is not comparable to other mutant corns. The secondary mutant is a rare treasure. It can not only make up for the missing vitality, but also enhance strength and genetic reserves. What good baby! This strain can resist millions of insect beasts. The Titan ape didn't understand this, and when he saw that there was a seedling in the middle, he immediately lost interest. My lord, there is so much corn, but not a single one is edible. Why not? Isn't there one right in front of you? Looking at the seedlings that were only half as tall as the first, the Titan ape was confused for a moment. How could that be? Have you ever heard of forcing things to grow? Why do you want to press meow meow? I only know how to press Lily. Bang! A violent slap. Is this Lily's mind full of monkeys? Little monkey, listen to me. Now let's go kill some mutant beasts with lots of blood and put them on the roots of this mutant corn so that it can absorb the blood. When it's full, it will naturally bear fruit, and then we can just pick the fruit directly. Oh, I see, I understand, Your Majesty. Let's split up. You go that way, and I go this way. Titan ape nodded to show his understanding. The two began to kill monsters separately. Field expansion, ancient darkness, Emperor's domain. The underworld, white bone killing. Puff puff puff. Qin Yuan used a small skill to instantly kill thousands of creatures in the forest. Hey, am I too efficient at work? This is enough. With this calculation, isn't it too easy for the little monkey? No, we can't let it sit there. We have to call it over. After doing the math, I have become a worker. Loss. Gotta keep the little monkey busy. When Qin Yuan found the Titan ape again, he killed monsters with his left hand and ate with his right hand. Mouth full of blood. Little monkey, how many have you killed? Hey, you may not believe this, but I have killed 21 of them. No need to praise me. I have always been so efficient. Where are your materials? On my right hand. Hey, it disappeared. How magical. Bang. Qin Yuan smiled and punched its head into the ground. Come with me. Your efficiency is even lower than that of the old lady in the workshop. Wait for it to kill the monster. I'll come back the next day and tell you I'm full. That's all. The Titan ape was dragged to work as a laborer, responsible for carrying corpses. The genetic energy contained in each corpse was absorbed by Qin Yuan. In just half an hour, the genetic energy in the corpse behind had almost dissipated, absorbing the genes of thousands of mutant beasts killed. Qin Yuan's gene growth rate has reached 12, and it has only increased by 4 with thousands of heads. It is better to practice on your own. Soon, the roots of the mutant corn plants were filled with the corpses of animals and insects, and the blood dyed the entire land red. Plant roots sprouted from the red soil, pierced into the corpses, and began to dissolve them into nutrients. This process did not last long. A large corn fruit grows from small corn stalk. This is the only corn husk on the whole corn stalk, with continuous nutritional infusion. A giant corn cob grew up to 60 meters high. Soon, the corn silk on its head gradually softens. Mutant corn fruit. Mature. Chapter 103, Comprehensive Amplification. Corn variation. The corn husk grows and matures quickly. The color of the shell is not green, but bright red, and the whiskers inside are red to black. This corn is ripened by flesh and blood. If it is not picked, the energy inside will be quickly reabsorbed and become nutrients for its own growth. Little monkey, go pick it for me. Okay, my king. The 50-meter-tall Titan ape leaped in front of the mutant plant and picked up the ripe fruits. The mutant corn plant withered the moment the fruits were picked. It looks like there won't be any results in the short term. Titan ape returns to Qin Yuan again. When I jumped onto the corn leaf, I almost crushed it. Fortunately, these plants look fragile, but they are surprisingly resilient. A thin leaf, even if it bears a weight that it shouldn't bear at its age, still stands tall. My lord, the treasure is back. Qin Yuan started peeling the corn on the spot, peeling it layer by layer. The silk inside is also a rare medicinal material, which can be sold at a high price in the future. Even corn cobs can sell for a lot of kernels. When the innermost layer was peeled off, a dazzling red light flashed, and inside was a crystal clear corn kernel like a ruby. Qin Yuan's hand felt chewy when he pressed it. The Titan ape was drooling, but because Qin Yuan was there, it did not act rashly. If it were the past, there would probably be no corn cobs left. Don't worry, you will get it. As the boss, how can I treat my younger brother badly? Okay, slurp. Can the king give me one now to try? What? You want a whole one? So greedy. Titan ape was stunned. There are thousands of corn kernels here. I want one, am I greedy? Okay, since you've worked so hard, I'll give you a big one. Qin Yuan picked up the smallest one and threw it to the Titan ape. Even the smallest one was as big as his little finger. One was even bigger than Qin Yuan himself. The Titan ape regarded it as a treasure. He first put it on the tip of his nose and sniffed it gently. The fragrance was just like corn, sweet, fresh, tender, and moist. Stick out your tongue and lick it gently. Both eyes widened instantly. Oh my God, this is so delicious. The Titan ape swore that this was the most delicious food it had ever tasted in its life. The tip of its tongue felt warm and moist, and the touch bounced back like a couple in love, and then the divine taste went straight to its mind. Cool. He took a bite and swallowed it whole. I regretted it as soon as I ate it. Broken. I ate it too fast. I didn't even taste it. I can only shamelessly ask the king for another one. He has so many anyway. He should agree. Turning to look at Qin Yuan, he was about to speak. But I found that there were thousands of gem corns, but only 3 were left. What a fast speed. Hiccup. What's wrong? Is something wrong? No, nothing. Genetic feedback keeps coming when you eat corn. Eat 1 ruby corn to restore vitality, plus 1 year. Edible. The damaged vitality has been completely restored after eating 72 ruby corns. Eat 73 ruby corn, strength plus 10 tons, genetic energy reserve plus 0.1. Eat 1,080 ruby corns, strength plus 1,000 tons, full quota. Gene energy reserve plus 100 full. Cellular energy reserve plus 100 full. Life energy reserve plus 100 full. Normally, the maximum amount of gem corn that ordinary insect beasts can absorb is estimated to be only 10 tons. Even ancient beasts like the Titan ape can only increase it by 32 tons at most. But you can permanently increase his strength by 1,000 tons. And by using ruby corn, all the states are restored to 100, and all kinds of reserve energy are fully filled. Qin Yuan's hair turned black again. Although the genetic growth rate is 13, the normal strength has reached 2,300 tons. The final power of the insect man is not 3,600 tons. This additional power can be a critical hit. Critical strike with 7,200 tons of force. So scary. Just as the Titan ape was feeling dejected because he couldn't taste the flavor, a gorilla in the distance swung towards him with a panicked look on his face. This is also its subordinate. One of the largest monkey groups, the gorilla tribe. Titan ape is the monkey king of the surrounding area. He has not only apes under his command, but also gorillas, monkeys, and various species of humanoids. The gorillas started to scream while still in the air. My king, it's bad. The aphid army is angry. What's going on? Aren't they always so docile? Why are they suddenly angry? Tell me, who the hell offended the aphid king? It was the mother monkey king who insisted on catching a beautiful aphid as a pet and took away the aphid's heir, which is why they went berserk. Oh, your wife did it? That's okay. Titan ape scratching his head. Your Majesty, I want to rescue Lily. I beg your permission. Well, it's a good opportunity for us to go together. I'll ask your Lily about the news about Dongxing City. All right, my king. The gorilla who brought the news. I was confused all the way back. Our monkey king calls a human being king. Then what do I call that human being? King of kings? This is the first time I have encountered such a situation. What to do? Two monkeys are swinging in front. Qin Yuan tied 3 ruby corns with corn whiskers and flew behind. The 2 monkeys and 1 man quickly arrived at the Titan ape's lair. The wood and the inch. Devastation. It was obvious that the tree had been invaded by aphids. There were green aphids everywhere, not only surrounding the entire tree hole, but also the branches and trunks were all green. The Titan ape's eyes turned red, veins popped out on his neck, and he let out a heart-wrenching roar at the aphid army. No! All tribesmen, listen up. Kill these aphids. Don't leave any alive. Yes, Lord Ape King. Aya. After saying, the Titan ape squatted down, used its abdomen to drive the whole body to exert force, and with a bang, it rushed into the army of aphids. Boom! After landing, it started to kill these green aphids like crazy and rushed into its own tree hole. Roar! A low howl was heard from the cave, and there was no movement for a long time. After a long time, the Titan ape came out with a torn piece of clothing in his hand. Aphid King, I want you dead. Its women were killed. Titan ape is angry. The consequences are serious. Chapter 104. Rubbing a nuclear bomb with your hands? It doesn't just require hands. Titan ape madly shreds the army of aphids at the entrance of the tree hole. Just when Qin Yuan thought that the Titan ape would fight to the death, it shook off the aphids, jumped back onto the tree, and came to Qin Yuan again. Get down on one knee. Looking up at Qin Yuan with anticipation. King, please give me strength. Titan ape. Qin Yuan, will I bless you? How come I don't know? A bit confused. I don't understand blessing, but I can teach you a lethal skill for revenge. Titan ape's eyes lit up. Really? Thank you for your generosity, King. Genetic skills are secret skills that are not passed on. They're the trump cards of insect beasts. Generally, no insect beast will show its genetic skills. This is the king's trust in himself. Moreover, genetic technology is extremely difficult to learn, and the user needs to personally teach how genetic energy works. However, with the talent of my Titan clan, isn't it just a matter of minutes to learn any skill? There is no skill that I, Titan, cannot learn. Look, I'll teach you the simplest one. All right, my king. Qin Yuan leaped into the air, and his body began to transform into starlight. Second mode, atomic state, nuclear explosion ant. I will only demonstrate it once. Once you learn it, I guarantee you will have no worries about revenge. Watch this. What is home travel, murder, and arson the necessary skills? Qin Yuan rolled his hands like a ball, and a golden sphere condensed on his chest. Hand-rubbing nuclear bomb. Concentrated energy compressed nuclear cannon. A golden ball of light the size of a basketball. The energy contained in it is equivalent to tens of thousands of tons of TNT explosives. The area within a 10-kilometer radius will be razed to the ground, and the area within a 15-kilometer radius will also be damaged, considering that the monkeys around may not be able to bear it. Qin Yuan once again reduced the power and aimed at the center of the aphid army further away. Targeted nuclear strike. Cover your eyes, please. Call out. A golden ball of light appeared instantly and landed in the center of the swarm. White light on. BUMM. As the violent explosion sounded, a mushroom cloud as high as 10,000 meters appeared in the forest. The strong light waves produced by the nuclear bomb will cause all nearby animals that dare to look at it to go blind in both eyes or more. The million-degree heat at the center of the explosion destroyed everything in an instant. Aphids and plants fell apart like atoms. Only a few mutants survived the 6,000-degree heat in the surrounding area. The strong winds caused by the shock wave blew down the giant trees that were hundreds of meters thick. The whole forest was filled with a pungent smell of gunpowder and thick smoke from the burning flames. Even the air is hot. Plants began to save themselves, animals began to flee frantically, and the whole forest was in chaos. Qin Yuan was very happy to see his masterpiece. How is it? It's very simple. Hand-rubbed nuclear bombs. Of course, as long as you have hands. All the monkeys' eyes bulged out and their jaws dropped to the ground. You call this just having hands is enough. Titan ape, gorilla, ape people. The monkeys silently put their hands behind their backs to show that they had no hands. Even the grief in the heart of the Titan ape was destroyed by the nuclear bomb. My lord, this is a little difficult. Titans are stupid. Is there an easier one? Qin Yuan spread his hands. I don't have any weaker skills anymore. I can't even learn such a simple skill as rubbing a nuclear bomb with my hands. Still want to learn the star collapse cannon? What are you doing? The monkeys looked up at the mushroom cloud 10,000 meters high in the distance. You manage this. The weakest skill? It must be fake. If it's true, it's too exaggerated. Titan ape sighed softly. Forget it. This aphid king is probably dead now. I can't use my new skills. I just feel sorry for my Lily. Thank you, my king, for avenging me. The Titan ape kowtowed sincerely to express his gratitude and submission. Little monkey, don't be sad. You still have a chance to take revenge with your own hands. Take revenge personally? Isn't the aphid king already dead? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Green aphids were flying all over the sky, coming from the other direction of the nuclear bomb explosion. The other party came aggressively and looked like he was here for revenge. Titan ape's eyes lit up and he volunteered. My king, watch me. The Titan ape pounced straight at the king beast. The king beast? This is the second time Qin Yuan has encountered. Last time it was a lobster with a lot of roe. King beast / ancient species / fantasy beast. Theoretically, the three are at the same level, but their development directions are different, and when they develop to the top level, there's an extremely small probability of mutation evolution and superevolution. The strongest can evolve into a god-killing species, similar to the Dark Phoenix, relying on overdrawn potential to constantly revive and kill stronger enemies unexpectedly. But this king beast in front of me, feel so weak. After the 20-meter-long blue-green aphid king was caught by the Titan ape, he was pinned to the ground and beaten. Even though there were hundreds of aphids around it to help, the Titan ape ignored its injuries and only attacked it. If this continues, both insects will die. Qin Yuan launched a field attack on the aphid army. Field expansion. Ancient darkness. Emperor's domain. Sizzle. The field was resisted. This is the first time that an insect beast can resist my domain. Qin Yuan took a closer look and found that the spiritual power of all the aphids was connected to the insect king, thus forming a spiritual whole. A huge spiritual body that is strong enough to fight against Qin Yuan. A mental network of hundreds of thousands of aphids prevents the field from unfolding. Raise your left hand and turn into light. Then how do you deal with this move? Local morphology change, atomic palm. Shockwave, duong, bang. The original shockwave was like a smooth air blade, killing all the aphids within 300 meters around the Titan ape and the aphid king, forming a vacuum zone. Dead aphids pattered to the ground. A circular deep pit appeared on the ground, and only two strong men were able to fight against the damage. Aphid king roars. Hiss. Gigantic ape beating chest. Boom, 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 boom. Roar. The two insect beasts began to fight in close combat, and the aphid king would occasionally launch a mental attack on the Titan ape. But the kingworm's mental attack does not cause much damage to the Titan ape. Or maybe its spiritual body was still resisting the expansion of Qin Yuan's spiritual field, and it could not spare much strength to deal with the Titan ape. The aphid king also wants to summon the swarm of insects to help. All of them were blasted into pieces by Qin Yuan's shockwave. Don't keep calling for help. Do you understand what a 1v1 real man battle is? The aphid king roared angrily at Qin Yuan. Hiss. Although he didn't understand, Qin Yuan knew that the curse must be very unpleasant to hear. Tisk. If the Titan ape hadn't wanted revenge, I could have crushed it to death with just one finger. Let the little monkey avenge his wife's murder himself. Qin Yuan sat on the tree as a spectator and took out a ruby corn. I haven't eaten popcorn in a long time. Just use nuclear bombs. Roast some popcorn. Under the high temperature of 6,000 degrees outside the nuclear bomb, the red crystal-like corn kernels began to expand and explode. Bang! Hundreds of red popcorns exploded in the sky. The aroma of food spread with the wind and rushed into the giant beast's nasal cavity. The two giant beasts, fighting in the distance, stopped fighting and kept moving their noses. What is this? So delicious. Chapter 105: The Conspiracy of the Charming Insect. The intensity of the fight between the two beasts gradually changed from tortoise punches to meow punches. Their heads unconsciously looked in the direction of Qin Yuan. To be exact, look towards the red popcorn. Titan Ape's sad tears flowed from the corners of his mouth, and he quickly wiped them away with his hands. Slurp. This is so fragrant. Aphid King, let's stop fighting for now. Let me have breakfast first, and then we can fight again. Hiss, hiss. No, not unless you take me with you. You killed my beloved wife, my confidant, and you still have the nerve to eat for free? Who told you that I killed that woman? I don't want to go to war with the apes, so why would I kill her? The Titan Ape was stunned. Indeed, it only saw torn clothes at home, but no blood or corpses. Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask either. Fuck, times two. After fighting for a long time, the two wounded beasts reconciled and came to Qin Yuan to ask for food. Your Majesty, this Aphid King said he is willing to surrender. I didn't. Please don't slander me. Qin Yuan appeared in front of the Aphid King like a flash, his eyes narrowed slightly. Little bug, what did you just say to me? It was pretty harsh. Now that the matter with the little monkey is settled, it's time to settle the matter between us. Little monkey, help me watch the popcorn. No one can eat it without my permission. The Titan Ape's eyes rolled. People can't be eaten? I'm not a human. Doesn't that mean even monkeys are not allowed? Yes, Your Majesty. The Aphid King narrowed his eyes. Human, I just couldn't free my hands. I'm going to crush you to death. It's as easy as crushing an ant. Qin Yuan showed a handsome smile of a sunny big boy. Oh, really? Is this the ant you're talking about? After saying that, Qin Yuan completed the transformation into an insect man in one step. His body was raised to 3 meters. The strongest combat form of the Dark Crystal Emperor ant, he slowly walked towards the Aphid King. With every step, the power will gradually increase. Aphid King's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his 6 legs retreated helplessly. Wait a minute. Don't hit my face. I apologize. Ouch. Oops, I was wrong. I won't do it again. I'm sorry. Help. After Qin Yuan's friendly exchange, the bruised Aphid King officially joined Qin Yuan and became the captain of the Pro Vanguard team. Common name, Cannon Fodder Captain. That popcorn is the essence of delicious food, but unfortunately, it doesn't have much effect on me. You guys decide how to divide it. Titan Ape was deeply moved. We all ate it, so what will the king eat? Don't worry about me. I'll just eat whatever I want. Then, Qin Yuan took 90 of the popcorn. Only 15 popcorns were left for Titan Ape and Aphid King to share. The two looked at each other and started fighting over the ownership of a popcorn. Titan Ape wins and gets 8 popcorns, while Aphid King only gets 7 popcorns. Qin Yuan also began to taste it, taking a bite, and immediately closed his eyes to enjoy it carefully. It's totally different from regular popcorn. It tastes sweet, crispy on the outside, and tender on the inside, with a juicy filling. The skin is crispy and has a crispy taste. The inside is very tender like steamed Australian lobster, and the inside is very smooth like jam. It has both layered texture and wonderful taste, and is even better than eating gem corn directly. The only drawback is that it does not add any attributes and can only be enjoyed as a delicacy. Wrap the leftover popcorn in a piece of tender leaves and eat it slowly on the way. The Titan Ape and the Aphid King finished the popcorn in 2 or 3 bites. The only difference was that the Titan Ape left one for Lily. Come to think of it, this Lily must be very beautiful. The Titan Ape was willing to leave her his favorite food. At least she should be a beauty. Qin Yuan flew above the 2 beasts. Aphid King, since the human woman is not dead, please bring her here. I have something to ask her. Yes, Your Majesty, the Insect Emperor. After a while, the Aphid King arranged for the insect to bring Lily from the air. When she came, she was holding a golden aphid in her hand. Qin Yuan raised his eyebrows. Oh, This is the first time I have seen golden aphid larvae. When the aphid messenger descended, the Titan ape transformed into a little monkey and ran over with snot and tears. Lily, Lily, woo woo woo, I thought you were dead. Delang, how could I die? Lily took the little monkey into her arms and gently cared for it. The girl named Lily is really good looking, with a campus beauty and an S-shaped figure. Only, the first time he saw her, Qin Yuan frowned. There's something wrong with this woman. She's poisonous. And while she was keeping the little monkey safe, she used a special electromagnetic wave to enter its mind, manipulate it, and play with it. She can use poison, control mutant beasts, and is a beauty. Qin Yuan quickly searched for information about the insect people in his previous life in his mind. A flash of inspiration. Charm insect? This is a rare species. After the global mutation, the rare insects are also uneven, and the insect charmer that can control insect beasts is one of them. But, playing with my men in front of me? Are you serious? And in his arms, he held the heir of the aphid. What a big ambition. Not only does he control the ancient Titan ape, he also wants to control the aphid clan. Snap, snap, snap. Qin Yuan clapped his hands lightly. He was a scumbag with only 5 combat power, but he could control 2 major tribes to fight for him. In some ways, it is also a kind of ability. Lily's face changed. This man seemed to be able to see through her at a glance, and every word he said could be fatal. Who are you? Dalong, help me catch him. Titan ape is confused. How come when the two of them just met, Lily looked like she had a blood feud with him? Didn't you hear me telling you to capture this human? I blessed you. You've been strengthened. Hurry up. Little monkey scratching his head. No, this is the new ape king. He's my boss. We can't catch him. What? New ape king? Isn't this a person? Lily's eyes widened. How long had I been away? Not only was my home gone, but even the monkey king had been replaced. Did I travel through time? Mei Chong, your method is really covert. If you weren't playing monkey in front of me, even I wouldn't have noticed it. Little monkey is puzzled. My king, playing with a monkey in front of you? Are you saying that this woman stole a monkey? And what is a charm insect? Qin Yuan smiled evilly. Are you sure you want to know the truth? It will be cruel. Chapter 106 Golden Aphids. Titan ape nods madly. It once sensed something was wrong, but couldn't tell what was wrong. There's a sense of disharmony lingering in my heart. Your Majesty, please tell me. I can accept it all. Back then, Lily often told herself, if you want to live a decent life, you have to have some green on your head. Even if Lily stole the monkey, as long as she was willing to return his arms, as long as her heart was still his, you can forgive her then. Lily was mad. She grabbed the monkey's arm in panic. No, don't listen to his nonsense. Dallon, let's go. Let's go to a place where no one knows us and live a good life forever. Okay. Qin Yuan couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so he shouted, how dare you, charming insect, show off your petty tricks in front of me. I want you to show your true colors. Ancient divine poison appears. A poisonous palm was thrown from the air, but it was unexpectedly blocked by the little monkey. Hit on the body. Phew. The little monkey spat out a mouthful of black blood, but when he raised his eyes again, the gray mist in the depths of his eyes was cleared away. When he looked at Lily again, he no longer had the crazy love he had at the beginning, but instead had a hint of doubt. Dalong, how are you? Lily, what did you do to me? Lily's eyes flashed with panic, and she hugged the little monkey-shaped Titan ape and started crying, saying that it was for its own good and she only loved it in her life. Qin Yuan interrupted the two of them acting out this bloody drama. Little monkey, please step back. Wait until I finish asking questions before you continue the conversation. This woman is still useful, so we can't kill her now. When Lily saw Qin Yuan approaching, she unconsciously used her slender white fingers to lift her long hair to her ears and straighten her proud breasts. Qin Yuan directly warned, old bitch, don't play tricks on me. Your poison is just a toy in front of me. Lily's face changed when she heard this, and she stood up straight immediately. Please ask, sir. I will tell you everything I know. First question, do you know the direction of Dongxing City? I know. Just keep going in the direction of the corn forest, and you will reach Dongxing City. The second question is there any secret treasure in this forest? Sir, when the aphids were flying back, I saw that the insects in the mosquito territory seemed to be making some big moves. I wonder if it is the secret treasure you mentioned. Last question, what is 10 to the power of 2.5? Math problem? I can't do this. I'm sorry, sir, I didn't know. Qin Yuan smiled with relief. Don't know? Then kill him. Ancient divine poison appears. Another palm strike in the air, but this time there was no monkey in front to block it, so it hit Lily directly. Ah, no, don't release it. Lily's body began to swell, and her voice became shrill. Her appearance also changed back to her original appearance. Her height dropped from 1.7 meters to 1.5 meters, and her weight soared from 90 kilograms to 400 kilograms. Her whole body looked like a 1,000-layer pancake with fat stacked on it. Her real age was at least in her 50s. Big flat nose, long black nose hair on the chin, poking the lower lip, greasy face full of acne. This is such a disgusting, fat, ugly old woman. I guess only the Titan ape can eat her. Little monkey, is this your type? The fat old woman Lily retorted. Even if I become a little uglier, so what? Dalong will always love me, don't you think? Dalong. Little monkey vomits. When I thought about having sex with this kind of thing every night, I was so sick that I even vomited the food I had the previous night. Dalong tilde. The Titan ape instantly transformed into a 50-meter-tall beast with tears of humiliation in its eyes. I'm older than you, Lao Mu. Kill you. The aesthetic taste of labor and capital is normal. Haven't you seen that King Kong only catches beautiful women? Ah! D. The Titan ape rained down countless fists, smashing the charm insect into a pulp, but did not stop until it broke the branch and both sides fell, and it sat down on the ground with its buttocks, staring ahead with blank eyes. Why? I'm always the one who gets hurt. Pain. It hurts so much. Not only was I cheated of my feelings, but I was also cheated of my body on a broken branch. Qin Yuan held the golden aphid that the charmer had just taken in his hand and began to investigate. Golden aphids. Perfect mutation. Exclusive genes. 1 perception, 2 smell, 3 taste, 4 hearing, 5 vision. Genetic skills. 1 5 senses amplification. A bug with evolved 5 senses. Treasure hunting bug. The charmer wants to use it to hunt for treasure. With Titan, Ape, and Aphid clan as guards, he can use resources to continuously strengthen himself and eventually become the overlord. What a good plan, so calculating. It's a pity. She missed me. These are all mine. Little monkey and aphid king, get ready. We are heading to the mosquito territory. Yes, your majesty. As you command, my king. Both big guys are gathering people in their own special way. Soon, all members came together. The little monkey has about 12,000 subordinates, and the aphids are much more numerous, about 300,000. 100,000 were killed by my own nuclear bomb. Otherwise, there should be 400,000 aphids. Where is this mosquito territory? Whoever knows it can lead the way. The aphid king spread his wings and flew ahead, leading the crowd forward. Soon we came to the mosquito territory. The forest was even darker, with countless black dots flying back and forth in the darkness. The buzzing sound can be heard from a mile away. The number of mosquitoes is huge. Chapter 107, Another Day of Remembering Death. Well known. Everything has feelings except mosquitoes. Aphid king. I will send the aphid army to sneak in and locate the mosquito king. Little monkey. Send some monkeys to catch a few talking mosquitoes, and I will interrogate them personally. As you command, your majesty the insect emperor. Yes, my king. A bug and a beast set out to do their work. Qin Yuan used his hand knife to cut a piece of wood from the tree to use as a bench. He sat on the bench and began to enjoy popcorn. Baji. So delicious. Now that the energy storage in the body is full, Qin Yuan can't help but sigh. I really want to die. Now the plan has changed. The primary goal is to seek death. Need to know. I have the Dark Phoenix gene, and now the gene energy reserve is 100. Die once, and you'll get a 400 boost in a new form. The more I die, the stronger I become. However, if I want to preserve my enhanced power permanently, I must start from scratch. It just so happens that my current realm is low. Why not stack up the buffs? Then quickly increase the gene growth. Experience is the simplest thing. Insect killing training, a few skills. The temporary improvement of the white bone phoenix cannot permanently preserve the improvement of strength. Everything has a price. Only by rebuilding can the strength be perfectly preserved and promoted to the top. Temporary promotion is also a last resort. But now there's another problem. Who can kill me? A strong man in the previous life? One is one. All are fun colors. Not only do you have to die, but you also have to die with force and uncertainty, the kind that can make you super strong. Anyway, there is definitely no more on land. Etc. Land? Ocean. Qin Yuan's eyes lit up, and he thought of a good place. In the belly of the sky-swallowing whale king. The sky-swallowing whale king can eat a planet in one bite and digest everything. It is said that its stomach is connected to a black hole that swallows everything. It is not known whether it is true or not. But if it's true, after being baptized by the power of the black hole, the creatures that evolved are absolutely powerful. Black hole ants? Rub a black hole with bare hands? When the wormhole door opens in the future, throw tens of thousands of black holes into the wormhole. That scene. Hee. Insect god? Just a toy. And there are lightning eels, immortal jellyfish, and poisonous sea snakes in the sea. I need to go there myself. The ocean is really too big. How easy is it to find these creatures? The blue planet has expanded dozens of times and is still expanding. Want to find some specific creatures in the ocean? Unless you are the child of destiny, you can get whatever you want. Am I the child of destiny? Based on the development of the previous life and the luck of this life. Previous life, dull dog belt. In this life, I can predict the future, have some achievements, and not die. It's obvious. I have nothing to do with Destiny's Child. At most, he is an ordinary person who dares to fight. There is neither the grandfather in the ring nor a sister with a powerful background, let alone an awesome system. Everything I have built now is the result of my hard work. I started as a mythical species. I worked really hard. But I'm a reborn person. The biggest advantage is that he can predict the future direction and know all kinds of secret treasures and special genes. In the East Sea capital, the sky-swallowing whale king appeared in the early days of the apocalypse. His fleeting figure brought a tsunami of 10,000 meters, and countless people were buried in the sea. The exact time is unknown, but it should be between the 15th and 25th day of the end of the world. Before that, I need to prepare some small things first. 1. A pointer that can identify direction. 2. Special combat uniforms. 3. Contact tools. Qin Yuan was thinking when a group of gorillas came towards him, shouting and carrying a wooden stick with a long-legged mosquito tied to it. Report. King, I caught a mosquito. Wow, you're quite efficient. Good work is a reward. A grain of popcorn as a reward. Thank you, Your Majesty. Times 10. Too sweet. I'm tired of it. I'll give you some. Several gorillas were grinning from ear to ear with joy, as this was a delicacy that only the old ape king could eat a few of. They're all treasures to them. The new ape king actually gave it as a reward. What a generous king. Praise the king. He was actually willing to share his favorite food with us, the low-level minions. 10 gorillas share one popcorn, and they all look intoxicated when eating it. Once again, I'm crazy about the generosity of the new ape king. Praise the king. On the branch, the gorillas threw the mosquito, which was tied to a stick on the ground. It was white with black circles and stripes and was about the size of a golden retriever. The moment he saw Qin Yuan coming, he began to struggle violently. But the gorillas tied it up very tightly, and their technique was very sophisticated. No matter how hard it struggled, it was useless. Qin Yuan squatted next to the mosquito and used pheromones to communicate with it. Where's your king? I want to see him. King? There is no king. Hearing, Qin Yuan frowned. What? No mosquito king? It shouldn't be like this. Only the queen mother. Who taught you to punctuate like that? Where's your mother? I want to see her. Mother, I don't know. Are you looking for some secret treasure? Secret treasure? I don't know, blood sucking. Qin Yuan stood up and raised his foot. Snap. You don't know anything. What use are you? All they do is suck blood, and then give birth to a bunch of maggots. They're disgusting. Another group of monkeys came running. My lord, we caught a mosquito that can talk. Qin Yuan looked up and saw that this mosquito was of the same species as the one he had stepped on, but its belly was bulging, and it was estimated that it had sucked no less than 20 kilograms of blood. Bring it here, I want to interrogate it myself. The apes put the words on the ground and left with the gorilla. I ask you, where's your mosquito queen? Unexpectedly, Mosquito turned his head away and didn't want to communicate with Qin Yuan. Harbones? I like it. I hope you can still be so tough next time. Spiritual realm. Expand. The mosquito was instantly pulled into the spiritual realm, and in the spiritual world, a titan walked towards it with an evil smile. No. Qin Yuan successfully obtained all the information he wanted. Mosquitoes are also completely brain dead. Turn out to be. The Mosquito Queen led the team to attack several human towns, not to look for any secret treasures. They like human blood the most. I see. Aphid King, Little Monkey, everyone assemble urgently. Departure, destination, human town. Qin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth. War. How can I be missing? Chapter 1, 8 Mosquito Plague. Sanjia Town. From a distance, thick smoke was seen rising from the outskirts of the town. The smoke was emitted from burning a special herb. Next to the pile of herbs, a group of poorly dressed men covered their mouths and noses with wet towels and were fanning the town frantically with straw fans. Their foreheads were covered with beads of sweat, and their eyes were filled with anxiety and fear. Fully armed insect and orc warriors stood on the street. Although their growth rate was not high, their combat power was still several times stronger than that of ordinary humans. Everyone is busy preparing fortifications. On the rooftop, an old man looked up at the sky. Although he was old, he still stood up straight and looked solemnly at the black swarm of mosquitoes in the distance. Step on. There was a sound of footsteps coming up the stairs. A creaking sound. 3 fully armed strong men pushed open the door of the rooftop and quickly came to the old man. Master Su, please go back to your room. No one knows what to do without you here. Please go back and take charge of the situation. Master Su looked solemn. I'm afraid I can't escape tonight. If I had known earlier, I should have agreed to Widow Wang's unreasonable request yesterday. It's too hasty. Let's go. I've come up with a perfect plan to deal with mosquitoes. The 4 of them went down the rooftop one after another. As soon as they left, a humanoid female mosquito landed on the rooftop. She had an oval face, big eyes, and pink willow leaf lips under her delicate nose. Her long black legs like hooks gently scratched her pink lower lip. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The smell of delicious food disappeared in the blink of an eye. Hey, I love playing hide and seek. Run away as much as you can. Lowly human. After saying that, he stretched out his warm red tongue and licked his lips. The eyes reveal bloodthirsty madness and mockery. Inside a supermarket in Sanjia Town, there are many old and young women and children hiding here, all of whom came from the surrounding villages and towns. In the past 2 days, the crazy mosquito army has swept through countless villages, towns, and even county towns around. Only 3 towns survived. The survivors rushed to seek refuge, and more people gathered. In just a few days, more than 100,000 people came to a small town. The residents around the town were panicked and moved to the center of the town to live with their relatives. A huge influx of people arrived. It also attracted mosquitoes. Will we be eaten by mosquitoes? Hua Hua is afraid. Don't be afraid, Hua Hua. Mom is here. The woman who was speaking had a big belly, as if she was pregnant with her second child. She hugged her daughter tightly to comfort her, but she silently shed tears. The whole store was filled with despair, with people either silent or crying. They complained about this damn world and cursed the ruthless God. All of them were filled with despair. Seeing this, the store manager began to encourage people. Don't worry, our special insect repellent herbs are very effective. Those mosquitoes will never enter the village. The little girl heard this and asked innocently, Really? Auntie, can Hua Hua go out and take a look? Of course it's true. No one knows mosquitoes better than us in Sanjia Town. Unless they mutate. Before he finished speaking, a scream came from outside. Help! The mosquito has mutated. The boss lady looked embarrassed. The slap in the face comes too fast like a tornado. Inside the store, everyone leaned on the glass and looked up. A group of mosquitoes with green spots have broken through the smoke and rushed into the town. Apparently, the latest mosquito mutation. Countless humans and insects were drained of blood while fleeing. There were also countless insect people who rose up to resist and then had their blood drained. Someone else picked up a cigarette holder, trying to smoke out the green, spotted mosquito, but the mosquito had no reaction after inhaling the thick smoke. Its sharp mouth parts, as thick as a water pipe, pierced the man's heart, and in just a few seconds, it drained his blood. In a moment, people outside all turned into shrunken corpses. Mosquitoes that have sucked enough blood will fly up into the sky and head toward the mountains and will no longer attack humans. But the number of mosquitoes that failed to suck blood was so large that it blocked out the sky. It was estimated that they would leave only after the more than 100,000 people in the town were drained of blood. Bang! Outside the store window, puppy-sized mosquitoes kept hitting the glass. Seeing that a piece of the double-layer glass had been broken, the store manager hurriedly shouted, draw the curtains, quickly. Swish! A woman with quick eyes and hands quickly pulled the curtains, but the moment she pulled them, bang! The mosquito had broken through the window and rushed in, biting into the neck of the woman who was drawing the curtains. They don't rely on vision to sense a person's location. Evolved mosquitoes gave up their sense of smell, and evolved temperature perception can detect human location based on heat alone. Pa! Pa! More and more mutant mosquitoes rushed into the store. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Run away. Help! The crowd in the store was in chaos and began to flee frantically. When the commotion outside, the mother of two went to the back door, only to find that it had been locked from the outside. She anxiously shook the square door lock, and the door clanged against the chain outside. Seeing the crowd rioting behind her, she could only take her daughter and continue to flee in another direction. After a lot of bumps and bruises along the way, I finally arrived at the toilet. There was a glass window above, which was the only way out. My daughter should be able to climb out by stepping on her shoulders. I don't. Hua doesn't want to be separated from her mother. Don't separate. Mom will come out soon. The pregnant woman happily looked at her daughter, gently stroked her hair, and gave her a hug. Then he picked up his daughter and just reached the window. In vain. With a bang. The toilet door was broken. Chapter 109. Surprised or unexpected. Pregnant woman looking at the door in horror. Inner prayer. Don't be a bug monster. But the more you fear something, the more it will come. A huge mosquito monster appeared at the door. It has 3 pairs of legs more than 2 meters high, a spider-like head with an extremely sharp needle, and a high buttocks bulge on the back, covered with white fluff. The blood inside was already 2/3 full, like a shaking high-angle wine glass filled with half a glass of red wine. Suck. When Mosquito discovered the mother and daughter, he was extremely excited, but his butt was caught in the door and he couldn't squeeze in. Its eyes were filled with a desire for blood. It used its front paws to pull at the door frame and began to force its way in. The toilet door frame was squeezed to the point of being deformed and making a creaking sound. The toilet door was half hanging, not offering any blocking effect. Seeing the spider about to break in, the woman had to speed up her daughter's escape. Go, Wawa. Go out and hide. Wah. Wawa was very scared. She cried loudly and held on to the window with her hands, refusing to go out. The crying soon attracted mosquitoes outside. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A group of mosquitoes the size of green spotted puppies also gathered around, and a few of them aimed their straws at Huahua. Huahua's arm was pierced by a needle, and blood slid down her skin and dripped on her mother's face. Flower. The pregnant woman quickly rescued her daughter from the mosquitoes. 4 or 5 mosquitoes spotted the 2 of them and crowded around the small window, preventing anyone from getting in. But it also completely extinguished the 2 people's hope of escape. The big mosquito at the door has already entered most of its body. There's a wolf in front and a tiger behind. The mother blamed herself. Huahua, I'm sorry. It's all Mom's fault for not being able to protect you. I'm sorry for being born as a human being. The pregnant woman hugged the little girl tightly and curled up in the corner. 2 tears streaked across her cheeks. She was surprisingly quiet. No complaints to anyone. No hysterical shouting. She knows. In the end times, weakness is the original sin. Even the insects would have a hard time surviving, let alone the 2 of them, ordinary people. Perhaps death is the only way to be relieved. Kun, bang. The toilet door was ultimately unable to withstand the huge force of the mosquito beast, and the entire wall was overturned by the mosquito monster. Suck, suck. A clear liquid flows out of the mosquito's sharp straw. This is its saliva. He stabbed his mother's aorta. Just then, bang. Gunshots were heard, and a male insect soldier came to the rescue. Damn mosquito, look over here. The mosquito obviously didn't want to pay attention to the insect soldiers. Its attention was all on the mother and daughter. It was about to eat the meal. Result. Bang. This shot hit its chrysanthemum. Oh, my dear mother. The mosquito beast's dark eyeballs bulged outwards, almost exploding, and every strand of white hair on its body stood up. At this moment, it seems to ascend to heaven. He turned slowly and stared at the person who fired the gun. Hiss, I want you to die. I said I didn't mean it. Do you believe me? Suck. The mosquito beast turned the needle around and thrust forward with its hind legs. Puff. The insect man had no time to dodge and was stabbed straight through. He shouted with his last bit of strength. There's a pregnant woman here. Someone come and help. If you dare to stab you, Grandpa Yu Shui, then you will be buried with me. Bite. Yu Shui used his teeth to bite open the grenade pull ring. The mosquito beast looked at him with disdain. You want to die together with me or grenade? Is that too naive? Are you not taking me, the superior insect beast, seriously? With a loud crash, Yushui unbuttoned his clothes, revealing the contents inside, which were filled with grenades, at least dozens of them. He narrowed his eyes, showed his teeth, and gave Mosquito a big smile. Surprised or not, the Mosquito's face changed, and it was too late to pull out the tube and leave. Fire lit up. Boom, boom, boom. The huge chain explosion blew up the entire toilet door, and the mother and daughter hid behind the sink in time to escape. When they looked up, they were horrified to find the insect beast is still alive. Although it was slightly injured due to its untimely defense, it was just as it said. It is already difficult for humans to kill it with thermal weapons. Using genetic energy to build a layer of protection on the epidermis can resist most thermal weapons, but hasty resistance still consumes a lot of its genetic energy. It mutters, "Bug people, why can't you join us like Master Yongying? Why are you helping with food instead? Is it really hard to understand?" When it was about to go back to enjoy the food, more insect warriors surrounded it. They are all from the rescue team. Rescue Order of Sanjia Town. The first is pregnant women, the second is children, the third is women, the fourth is the wounded, and the fifth is the elderly. Don't ask why. Asking is ZZ correct. All the men in the town are warriors, defending the town and fighting to the death. Group A attacks, Group B rescues. Group A received. Group B received. They form groups of 5 and attack from both sides, holding weapons made of mutant insect bones and armor. After being attached with genetic energy, it is much more useful than firearms and can cause substantial damage to insects and beasts. Superior. Group A has 5 people, 2 of them hold shields, 2 of them hold spears and make a feint attack in front, and there's an archer behind them shooting with bow and arrows. Suck. The mosquito beast's eyes were filled with anger. Did it really think I was easy to bully? Team B, hurry up, save them. The other 5-member team took advantage of the gap in the insect beast to quickly transfer the pregnant woman away. Group C, join Group A in the siege and kill this superior insect beast as quickly as possible. The secretly prepared Group C immediately joined the battle. 10 people besieged the mosquito beast for a while. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of wings fluttering. They were surrounded by hundreds of green, spotted mosquitoes. That's good. The encirclement turned into a counter-encirclement. Captain, what should we do? We can't withdraw. Brothers, hold on a little longer. Master Xiaowen from Yongning County will be here soon. Thank you, Master Wen. He is one of the 3 strongest men in the town. Although he fled from Yongning County, his strength should not be underestimated. Chapter 110. Takino's Killing Technique. Perfect Killer Bee. The swarm and the crowd are in a stalemate. Both sides are waiting for their reinforcements to arrive first. Little did they know, the reinforcements from both sides have already met on the road. Sanjia Town Vegetable Market. Under the streetlight. I didn't expect that such a small town could hide such a powerful person like you two. No wonder our mother asked us 4 mosquito generals to come and take charge. Ariel. A black afro-headed mosquito beast with an iron mask on its face. Its limbs were like bamboo poles that were over 6 meters long and hung from the air, resembling a thin black sickle. Its eyes are clear, yet revealing stupidity. The 2 front feet look like human hands with sharp fingers. Xiaowen, are you sure? Don't worry, brother you. I can beat 10 of these. Okay, with what you said, I will go to support the town committee first. Well, take care, brother you. Xiaowen smiled and clasped his fist to say goodbye to Yu Sanjin, seemingly not taking this mysterious mosquito beast seriously at all. This mosquito beast is very polite. After the 2 of them finished talking, I started asking questions. Are you done? Can we start now? Okay, let's get started. Remember the insect beast that kills you. My name is Zeta. Suck him. What a strange name. Thank you, one. Boom. The thin wings behind the mosquito beast suction tower spread out backwards, blowing a gust of wind towards Xiaowen. The aura of the perfect insect beast is revealed. Taking advantage of the gap when Xiaowen raised his hand to block the wind, he rushed forward with a sneer, his arms stretched out in a grabbing position, his claws hooked, and went straight for the opponent's eyes. Once hit, the victim may lose his eyesight at the least, or his head may be smashed. Xiaowen squatted slightly with his left foot, stretched out his right leg half-tilted, and faced the attacking mosquito beast in a strange posture. Xiaowen adjusted his center of gravity, switched from left to right, moved sideways to the right, straightened his left leg, and lunged with his right leg as the force point. He raised his hand to deflect the opponent's attack and took advantage of the opponent's force to hit the opponent's force, using the two forces to press the mosquito beast's head towards the ground. A little effort can achieve great results. Boom! The mosquito beast's head was pressed into the ground with one blow, causing it to bleed. Your moves are too straight. You can't beat me like this. You've eaten so many people. Haven't you learned any skills? Suck impossible? Where's the kung fu in this world? They're all fake tricks. Only strength is the truth. What the mosquito said is not wrong. Martial arts is actually the development and fine application of the whole body strength. Is true or not? Just a different form of power. But with the direct attack of the mosquito beast, if the difference in strength is not big, once you use the force of the mosquito beast to counter it, you can easily kill it. Stop talking nonsense and show us your full strength. Sniff, sniff, sniff. In that case, let me show you the mosquito general's unique genetic secret technique. Gene enhancement blood mosquito transformation. The mosquito tower spreads out its 6 mosquito legs and releases a special electromagnetic wave. The surrounding mosquitoes immediately riot after receiving it and run around to tell each other. The mosquitoes carrying blood in the distance no longer returned to the forest, but flew towards the suction tower. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Sewage, once I use the secret method of strengthening, my strength will increase exponentially. You're dead. Sewage frowned. If the opponent's strength really doubled, then all his skills would be useless. When the gap in strength is too big, everything is false. Speaking of which, your transformation takes time, right? Yes. Sewage smiled. Have you ever heard of interrupting a spell? Raise your left hand and point it at the heart of the mosquito beast in the sky. Genetic skill, killer bee, toxic sting. A poison needle as thick as a hand bone suddenly shot out from Sewage's palm, and a huge poison needle accurately pierced the heart of the mosquito beast. Bang! Puff! This attack came too fast and too suddenly. The mosquito beast didn't react at all. It was not at all defensive in the air, and the stinger pierced directly into the heart, spurting out a mouthful of black blood. You don't tell. The toxin has begun to spread in the body. Although it is also a poisonous insect, it does not mean that it can ignore the toxin. The intense pain in the nerves and body caused it to no longer be able to maintain its wings and fly normally. Falling from the sky, what greeted it was Sewage's countless punches. Sunset infinite punch. Oh, fight, fight, fight. Bang, 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 bang. After hundreds of punches, the insect beast body was covered in blood, but it was not completely dead, just seriously injured. Sewage was not in a good condition at this time. He put his hands on his knees and gasped for breath. The bee's stinger cannot be used casually. If it is a mutated stinger, the normal stinger is fine, but the stinger made by genetic technology will consume a huge amount of your physical strength. Can only be used once a day. Sewage wanted to kill the mosquito beast, but unfortunately another mosquito beast appeared above him. To be precise, a stronger one, perfect level bug man. It looked very small, only about 1.3 meters tall, and its entire body glowed green and gold, not like a mosquito. Instead, it looks like a fly. 2 eyes are worn on the head like a hat. Has the face of a human child. But the power it exudes is much stronger than the mosquito bee suction tower just now. If the genetic development of the insect beast just now was about 35, then the genetic development of the one in front of it must be above 50. How pitiful. Just saying. The fly boy's eyes began to shed tears uncontrollably. Although he was crying, there was no trace of sadness in his eyes. So sad. You're going to die. Chapter 111, His Blessing, the first appearance of God. Vegetable market. Feel the genetic energy fluctuations released by the fly boy. Perfect. Level 65 growth. Sewage instantly fell into despair. The fly boy in front of him was no match for him, even in his prime. Not to mention the current state of exhaustion. Could it be? Am I really going to die? I don't want to die yet. I'm still so young. I don't have a girlfriend or haven't enjoyed it yet. How can I die? Who will come? Who will save me? Either one is fine, please. Please save me. At this moment, a figure of a bug man appeared in my mind. Insect Emperor Qin Yuan. Sudden. Duong. The whole world suddenly turned dark, as if time had stopped. Snap! The space shattered like glass, revealing a dark crack. A humanoid black shadow walked out of the space crack and stood in front of Sewage. He spoke. I grant you supreme power. Go kill him. Restore the balance of the world. Who did you kill? Insect Emperor Qin Yuan. Xiaowen suddenly shuddered and his body trembled. Open your eyes again. The world regained its color and time started moving again. Just, is it a dream? Crying fly boys attacks ensued. But in Xiaowen's eyes, this attack was as slow as 2G network. Why is it so slow? He dodged the attack easily by leaning sideways and punched back subconsciously. Then, bang, blood splattered, and the fly boy's entire upper body exploded completely. The juice splashed as far as 10 meters away, and the entire street was dyed green. Xiaowen looked at his fist in disbelief. What's this? Why have I become so strong? The genetic development rate has reached 99. It was only 30 just now, and now it has tripled. The original force was only 30 tons, but now the gene feedback force is 3,000 tons. The strength has increased 100 times. Oh my god, 100 times, 100 times. This kind of power, even the insect emperor can't achieve it. Xiaowen's expression became more and more crazy, his eyes full of desire. Kill it, and I will be the new insect emperor. He did not realize that his mentality had undergone a drastic change the moment he gained power. All the power in this world has a price secretly marked. The free ones are the most expensive. At the same time, Town Committee. Yu Sanjin pushed open the door of the meeting hall, and inside lay a pile of mummified corpses. These were all the respected elders of the town. Grandfather, father, uncle, you actually. Not one died, but the others were dead, their bodies lying on the ground like mummies. There is also an A4 paper on the table which says, "Perfect plan. As long as there is no blood in the human body, mosquitoes will not suck human blood." Perfect, so perfect. This guy is such a genius. Which smart person came up with this perfect plan? Insect form. Yu Sanjin is a perfect mayfly awakener. After the transformation, his whole body is white and tender, and a pair of wings grow out of his back. Although the combat capability is not strong, other aspects are not strong either. The bottom of the perfect level. A shame of perfection. Yu Sanjin used the sense of smell of insects to find a scent line, which was exactly the scent of his old patriarch of the Yu family. The wings behind him spread out, and he flew up into the sky. From a distance, he could see the mosquito girl playing tricks on the 3 people in the tribe. Exploded immediately. Stop. The mosquito girl raised her head and said, "Perfect species, but I feel like you're very weak. Even your energy and blood seem very weak." Yu Sanjin does look harmless in his mayfly state, except that he is stronger and has better recovery ability. Almost like an excellent insect man. The mayfly flew to the mosquito girl. "Humph, you are obviously a bug man. Why don't you protect humans, but instead help the evil and help mosquitoes attack villages and towns?" This is the first time Mosquito Girl has encountered this kind of brain circuit. I was stunned for a moment. I am obviously a bug man. Why don't I protect humans? Do you want to listen to what you are saying? The Mosquito Girl chuckled after she realized what was happening, raised her claws, and licked the tip of her claws with her pink little tongue. "Brother Mayfly, I am the victim. Sucking blood is my nature. Look, I've become skinny from starvation." She raised her hands up, showing off her slender waist and plump figure. Yutei quickly put on his reading glasses, raised his head, and cursed. "Bah, you shameless enchantress. Yu Sanjin, capture her alive for me. I will use the red-hot iron rods in the torture chamber to interrogate who is the mastermind behind this." A red-hot iron rod? Where's that kind of thing in our torture chamber? And capture it alive? Yu Sanjin almost cried. Could our ancestors please stop causing trouble? I really can't beat him. I was just planning to scare her away. But now it seems that this mosquito girl can't just leave. "Mosquito girl, let's fight somewhere else." Mosquito girl answered sincerely. "No need, you are weak. It seems that I have no choice but to use my ultimate move." The white mayfly aimed its limbs at the mosquito girl and began to draw circles. Genetic skill, mayfly shaking the tree. Common name, overestimating one's own ability. Those who are infected will become very arrogant and scrupulous and do whatever they want, amplifying their inner desires and reducing their fears. Invisible mental attack hits. Really, the moment the mosquito girl was hit by this move, her eyes changed and she became more confident. Sister is the queen. That old and ugly mosquito queen should have given up her position long ago. I will kill her now and take over the position of mosquito queen. After saying, without looking back, he flapped his wings and flew quickly towards the forest. Yu Sanjin hurriedly fled with the 3 elders of the family. On the way, The four of them met Team B who were escorting a pregnant woman. Master Yu Sanjin, where are you going? The refuge cave is over there. Group B members pointed in the opposite direction. Yu Sanjin also stopped running away. Quick, find a way to contact Xie 1 and Guing Yao of the Gu family. Okay, I just met the Gu family's official team. I will contact them right away. The members of Group B started running, but before they could run 100 meters, a black arm fell from the sky. A stab, separation of head and body. The person who came was the mosquito girl who was deceived. At this time, there was no gentle smile on her face. Instead, there was a tense look of anger and murderous intent. She gritted her teeth and said, "How dare you, Mayfly, play tricks on me? I've always been the one playing tricks on others, and I'll run away before I'm done playing tricks on them. Let yourself go against Mosquito Queen. You're so smart." Yu Sanjin panicked. "I can explain it. Go to hell and explain yourself, scumbag." The mosquito girl's attack was very fast. She only took a split second to swipe through the mayfly's body and completely cut open its heart. Puff! Blood splatters everywhere, like a blooming rose. Yu Sanjin defeated. Chapter 1:12 Bloody Mosquito Girl. The only perfect insect man fell. The members of Team B protected the three elderly people and the rescued pregnant women behind them, drew their weapons, and prepared to fight to the death. The mosquito girl's middle finger transformed into a sharp straw, which she inserted into Yu Sanjin's body and began to draw his blood. Yu Sanjin's body was losing weight at a speed visible to the naked eye. A fierce shout was heard in the distance. "Stop!" Mosquito girl heard the voice and looked over. The man was wearing official uniform, with frowning eyebrows, hawk-hooked nose, and a cold and ruthless face. She just stuck out her tongue to lick the knife. A fist came from below, hitting the mosquito girl's chin. Snap! The mosquito girl's eyes widened instantly. My tongue. The one who threw the punch was Yu Sanjin, who was about to be sucked dry. At some point, he cut off one of his arms and forcibly broke free from the restraints. "I will drag you under the water, even if I die. It's worth it for us to have a companion in the underworld." "You're crazy." Master Guing attacked quickly. From a distance, Guing looked at Yu Sanjin, who was hugging the mosquito girl tightly, and he did not hesitate and rushed over quickly. Completely insectized, Guiying's body began to change dramatically. His face turned into a huge black double clip, and his whole body was covered with black armor. Transformed into a black shovel beetle, commonly known as the Dragon Country Big Flat Shovel. The bite force of the double pincers is amazing. A 40-developed Guiying can bite out 80 tons of force, equivalent to 2 stacked heavy tanks. The mosquito girl is anxious. This mayfly man stretched out his 5 legs and 2 tails and hugged himself tightly. And the position of its tail. "Let me go. You don't want to die together, do you? Human. A real man. Live when you should live, die when you should die. What is there to be afraid of?" Yu Sanjin raised his head. Life and death no longer mattered in his eyes. After saying, he buried his head in a soft place again, revealing a wretched smile. "Hee, that's enough, you bastard." Seeing the attack approaching, Mosquito Girl can only use her trump card. Gene technology. Instant cerebral palsy virus. Instant. The Mosquito Girl inserted the needle into Yu Sanjin's body and quickly injected the cerebral palsy virus. Yu Sanjin's worm became numb, and the whole body was not tied so tightly. 1.5 seconds stun, absolute control. This move was originally a trump card for counterattack, but I didn't expect it to be used here. Get lost. She kicked away the mayfly holding her and flew high into the sky, but the stag beetle's attack was already in front of her. Unavoidable. The mosquito girl looked flustered and swung her foot blades randomly. Clang. Blocked by armor. Useless. Snap. 1 clamp cuts 2. The mosquito girl's waist and abdomen were all cut off by the stag beetle, and a large amount of green blood was sprayed out. There was already disbelief in her eyes. She gritted her teeth and endured the severe pain to fly higher into the sky. Looking back, she realized that the stag beetle could fly, and its speed was not much slower than hers. Shouting in panic, "Mosquito swarm, stop him for me." There were already countless green, spotted mosquitoes nearby. At the command of the mosquito lady, they launched a suicide attack on the stag beetle without regard for their lives. Even the perfect level stag beetle was temporarily stopped by this desperate fighting style, giving the mosquito girl a chance to catch her breath. The secret art of mosquitoes, gene enhancement, and blood mosquito transformation. Blood. There happened to be a few bloody mosquitoes spinning around in confusion. They were originally summoned by the perfect level masked mosquito. I was worried that I couldn't find a real owner. Here it comes, here it comes. Their butts are bulging like red airdrop boxes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. It flapped its wings and flew over, immediately injecting blood into the mosquito girl, helping her to recover quickly while also temporarily strengthening her. The enhancement can last for 30 to 60 minutes, with an additional 100 increase in all attributes, but it consumes more blood. There are not many side effects. More and more bloody mosquitoes swarmed around her, wrapping her up into a ball. From a distance, it looked like a giant red balloon appeared in the sky. The red color is gradually decreasing, indicating that the blood is being completely absorbed by the mosquito girl. When all the blood is absorbed, a powerful monster will be born. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the stag beetle flew away with the seriously injured and dying mayfly, ignoring the few ordinary people below who were asking for help. When he looked up at the sky again, the big blood ball was gone and the mosquitoes had dispersed. Where's the mosquito girl? Where did the mosquito girl who evolved in the center of the blood cell go? At this time, a delicate voice came from behind. Hi, hey, Chong. Are you looking for me? I feel so hurt when you pinched me just now. The stag beetle turned his head suddenly, and his pupils shrank suddenly. When? The mosquito girl in front of me has changed a lot. Her body is blood red with white stripes. Her black hair is waist length, and her white claws are longer and sharper. The eyes have turned blood red, no longer beautiful, and turned into a red and white monster. Appearance -50, strength +100. This is for you. A small gift. The mosquito girl swung her white sharp blade foot, breaking the defensive armor of the shovel beetle with one strike, and then cut a huge gap in its body with another strike. Puff! Half of the stag beetle's wings were cut off. One of its front legs was also missing, and a large piece of flesh flew out with it. Ah! A shrill scream rang out. A large amount of green blood splashed from the back that was cut by the foot blade, and the whole insect lost its balance and fell downwards. Go to hell! Just as the mosquito girl grinned and prepared to give them the final blow, her insect sense jumped violently. Danger! Danger! The smile stopped instantly, the wings flapped in the opposite direction, and the head tilted back. Swish! A telephone pole flew past his head. Although he avoided the fatal blow, his cheek was still cut and blood was drawn. With a glance, he looked in the direction of the attack. He is actually a gentle human being. Humans? There's no end to them. One after another comes. Xiaowen frowned and shouted to the mosquito girl. You're also a bug man? Why are you helping the mosquito swarms kill humans? This stupid question again. Mosquito girl sneered. Why do you keep asking these stupid questions? Humans are food. Isn't it normal for mosquitoes to bite people? Besides, compared to us mosquitoes, humans are the real pests. Xiaowen was stunned. This moment, he realized, yes, mosquitoes bite people. It is the nature of mosquitoes to suck blood, just like cats like to eat fish, fish like to eat shrimps, and shrimps like spicy food. And I, the friend of insect people, I killed so many mosquitoes. I deserve to die. Humans are the real pests. You're right. Humans are pests. We should eliminate them. The mosquito girl was stunned. No. What did I say? Are you being turned against? Isn't the speed of my CPU too fast? Something is wrong. This is very wrong. It's a trap. It's definitely a fraud. Chapter 113. Lady Mosquito, you are so coquettish. Under the night, Xiaowen begins to transform. In the complete insect beast form, the head swells and begins to grow larger. 2 tentacles grow, a stinger grows from the tail vertebrae, and the clothes are torn to reveal the strong muscles inside. Transparent, thin wings grew on its back. A pair of legs grew on its waist, and its body was covered with yellow fluff. Eyes turned into black insect eyes. A huge killer peak, 10 meters long and 4 meters high, appeared in front of the mosquito girl. How is it, with my current appearance and strength? You should be convinced by me, right? Killer bees actively release their energy fluctuations. The mosquito girl was also shocked when she felt it. Such a strong energy fluctuation. The opponent is clearly only a first-level insect beast, but it exudes a powerful aura that looks down on second-level insect beasts. This energy is only slightly weaker than that of the mosquito queen. The mosquito queen is the second-stage king beast. Need to know, the mosquito queen absorbs more than tens of thousands of human blood every day. More than 90 of the blood collected by the mosquito swarm is given to the mosquito queen. With such a large amount of blood stacked up, an invincible second-level mosquito queen is born. This insect man, how did he do it? Still very doubtful. You have to kill a few humans before I can trust you. Killer bee shaking head. Too slow. Gather all the humans together and kill them all at once. Mosquito girl's face is angry. Are you ordering me around, bug man? I'm mosquito mother's man. Why should I listen to you? The power and strength of the mosquito queen is the absolute overlord within 1,000 miles. No insect can disobey her. The killer bees in front of me are not good either. Suddenly, a yellow shadow flashed in front of the mosquito girl. What just passed by? Huh? Where are my hands? Puff. Green blood gushed out. Blood gushed out. It hurts so much. How dare you? The mosquito girl's face was horrified because of the pain. She really couldn't understand why the other party dared to attack her directly, even though she had already brought out her backer, the mosquito mother. Isn't it afraid of the mosquito queen's revenge? Is it a fool? I'll say it again. Gather all humans together. I want to kill them all at once. Sia1, who had turned into a killer bee, spoke in a very cold tone, and all the humanity in his eyes disappeared, leaving only a desire for killing. The mosquito girl was really frightened and took a step back unconsciously. Yes, yes. Then the mosquito girl sent a pheromone to the nearby mosquito swarms. Suddenly, all mosquitoes receive the order. Begin to consciously drive humans away. In a moment, all the humans, insect warriors, and orc warriors in the town were forced to move towards the Sanjia town square. A small square was filled with nearly 50,000 people, all trying to squeeze in. There is only one idea in my mind. Wait for the people outside to feed the mosquitoes. Maybe you can escape. All 20,000 people in the underground shelter were driven out. When 70,000 people gathered in the square, 3 perfect insects appeared. Mosquito girl, gadfly, killer bee. Only the gadfly looked confused. It was still happily sucking blood outside the town when it suddenly discovered that mosquitoes had driven away its food and followed it all the way to the square. Mosquito girl, Lady Mosquito, asked us to drain their blood and send it over. What do you mean by driving them together? Also, where did this giant killer bee next to you come from? Is it the new leader of Lady Mosquito? He looks quite impressive. The mosquito girl pointed at her broken arm, signaling it not to talk nonsense. Otherwise, the consequences would be serious. The gadfly understands. What the mosquito girl meant was, don't you have hands? Why don't you try it yourself? Good, let's try it. If you want to become a group leader, you must pass this level first. Raise your head and point one finger at the killer bee. Oomph. Big bee, what's the point of being big? You have to be strong before you can be big. Let me test whether you are strong enough. Gadfly attack. Bang. Gadfly defeated. But fortunately, the killer bees did not kill it, and it survived by chance. Killer bee turned his gaze to the crowd in the square. Let's not waste any more time. Now that everyone is here, let's all die together. Suddenly, a member of Group A, a bug man, rushed out of the crowd and shouted, Brother Sia1, what's wrong with you? Are you being controlled by these insect people? Killer bee shook his head. It is the nature of mosquitoes to suck blood, but humans are killing them like this, which is against the will of nature. Humans think it's justified to kill all living things. This is wrong. So, I will stand on the side of justice and kill humans. Zhang Xuejin loudly refuted. But Brother Sia1, you are also a human being. No, I'm a bug man. Brother Sia1, you have only changed into a bug in body, but you are still human in your heart. Have you forgotten Wu Fangfang? Xiaofang? Xiaowen's insect body trembled. He realized it again. Whether it's an insect or a human, it all depends on one thought. Xiaofang? Of course I remember that it was a girl who had been hiding her feelings for many years and dared not confess. Only humans can fall in love with humans, so I am a human. I'm still human. The insect beasts are the ones who should die. Damn it. How dare you lie to me? Go to hell, you mosquitoes. Bang. The blow hit the mosquito girl's arm. She opened her lips slightly and didn't react at all. It was like a meteor falling from the sky into a shabby shop. Boom. She was lying in the ruins, with 2 broken arms and multiple fractures on her body. The whole insect is numb. Is this person probably suffering from some serious illness? Help insects sometimes and help people sometimes? Which side are you from? Killer bees slaughter mosquito beasts in the sky. Seeing that the attention was not on her, the mosquito girl struggled to get up and prepare to leave. I will come back for revenge after I recover from my injuries. Where are you going? The killer bee had already arrived above the mosquito girl, staring at her with murderous eyes. The insect that deceived me must be killed in an extremely cruel way. You lunatic. If you kill me, Lady Mosquito will not let you go. A mere mosquito mother? Who is she? Watching the approaching stinger of a killer bee. Stuck in a dead end. Although this killer bee is not very smart, its strength is really strong. The mosquito girl was desperate and closed her eyes and screamed, "Mrs. Mosquito, help!" Boom. A loud bang. Everyone looked towards the dark forest. A large dark cloud appeared in the sky, covering most of the moon. I vaguely saw a huge figure walking out of the darkness, about 20 stories tall. Mosquito girl surprise. Mrs. Mosquito is here. Only, why is Lady Mosquito so slutty today? This walking posture, the butt is twisting. Like a monkey. Chapter 114, The Insect Emperor has arrived. Under the clouds, a huge black shadow emerges. The earth trembles. Dong, dong, dong. Every step the beast takes is a dull thump. The crowd in the square looked up and saw a human-shaped black figure as tall as a mountain slowly walking out of the darkness. Anyone who looks at it will feel despair and infinite fear of the unknown giant. 70,000 people were surprisingly quiet. They didn't even dare to breathe. Even escaping was a luxury. There are giant beasts in the distance and mosquitoes nearby. No way out. Dead end. Only the mosquito girl was extremely excited. There was no trace of pain on her face anymore. Only pleasure. She has absolute confidence in Mosquito Mother. No insect knows the power of the Mosquito Queen better than it. That is absolute, unrivaled power. Ha. Whether you are a human or an insect man, you will all die today. The Mosquito Queen is the only overlord in this area of 1,000 miles, and the most powerful second-level king beast in the world. Her power can destroy mountains. Her speed is comparable to lightning, and her venom is enough to kill a first-level king beast instantly. Any insect or beast that provokes, it will be sucked into a mummified state. The corpses alone can fill up the entire town. It also absorbs hundreds of thousands of human blood every day to increase its own strength. Even if the insect Emperor Qin Yuan comes, he will only have his blood drained today, since Qin Yuan became emperor. Now almost all the bugs who know him use him as a benchmark. Killer Bee hears. I couldn't help but get serious. This Mosquito Queen sounds extremely powerful. If what she said is true, even if I have been blessed by the gods, I am not sure of a complete victory. The Mosquito Girl turned her head towards the huge figure in the darkness, revealing an expression of admiration. Her lips stretched wide, and a crescent moon appeared at the corner of her mouth. Shouted, "Mrs. Mosquito, please show us how powerful you are. Kill these lowly humans." The dark shadow responded, "Alto viva, alto viva." There was a sound of breaking air in the sky. A hurricane roared, and a huge rock was thrown from the air. The killer bee was about to intercept, but found that the boulder's target did not seem to be them. Boom! The huge rock hit the open ground heavily, creating a pit several meters deep. The pit was filled with smoke, making it difficult to see what was going on inside. The Mosquito Girl waved her hand to clear away the smoke, revealing the true appearance of the boulder. Why does this meteorite look familiar? This is... When everyone saw the original appearance of the boulder, their eyes widened. The hairs are all blown up. Creepy, like falling into an ice cellar. The Mosquito Girl seemed to lose her voice at this moment. Her body trembled subconsciously, and her legs fell to the ground with a thud. This, not a meteorite. It's the head of the Mosquito Queen. A head as big as a small villa. The long needle tube had been pulled out, and there was a hole on the forehead, which looked like a bug crystal had been dug out. His eyes widened, as if he had seen something unbelievable before his death. First-generation insect mother. It ended up like this. No way. This must be a dream. Nightmare. The Mosquito Queen is a second-level king beast. It has only been less than an hour since our 4 mosquito generals came to the insect nest. The Mosquito Queen is protected by tens of thousands of mosquito beasts. In such a short time, it is impossible to kill all the mosquitoes around the Mosquito Queen. Besides, I didn't hear any noise of a war. Etc. Movement. Really? Mosquito Girl suddenly remembered that when she called out to Mosquito Mother just now, there was a loud bang. But after that sound, everything returned to silence. Could it be that Lady Mosquito? Was he killed in seconds? Shot in seconds. Seconds. I don't understand. It happened in a flash. Killer bees are taking action. No matter who comes, kill the mosquito girl first. Stop. Sky voice. Is it the sound made by the giant beast? You actually asked me to stop? Ugh. I adopted. The killer bee really stopped attacking. To be more precise, it accepted the voice's opinion. When the beast came closer, everyone finally saw the whole picture. This is a giant ape nearly 60 meters tall, with black hair all over its body, a pair of eyes like glowing full moons, and 2 big nostrils. It is no problem to drive in. Behind the giant ape was a flood of green aphids, so numerous that it was impossible to count them. It lowered its head, and human figure emerged. No one thought that there was a human standing on its head. Just when everyone was wondering, what kind of person could stand on the head of such a giant ape? The man walked out of the shadows and into the light, revealing his true face. Exactly. Insect Emperor Qin Yuan. Mosquito Girl, I'm insured. You? Who's for? Who's against? Mosquito Girl. One of the 10 legendary insect beasts in the previous life, the future insect king, with the blood of the mosquito queen in her body. After the second stage of awakening, she completely took off and finally gathered most of the mosquitoes on the earth to establish the mosquito kingdom. Special micro-mosquitoes are good at gathering intelligence. A good tool bug. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. You are riding a 60-meter-tall gorilla with hundreds of thousands of aphids following behind you. Who could object to this? Who dares to object? Is your brain broken? Unexpectedly, there are really people who are not afraid of death. An ordinary human stood up and said righteously, I object. You're obviously a human being too, but not only do you not help us, you also protect this murderous mosquito girl? We absolutely do not agree with this. Everyone, what do you think? Everyone looked at him like a fool. To your sister, you dare to speak out when you don't even know the insect emperor Qin Yuan? Still human? Others are the insect emperor. Okay. A super strong man who can fight against the 5 great empires. Besides, don't you consider the occasion? The enemy is at the gate. Is this the time to oppose? Ordinary humans look proud, open their arms, and wait for everyone to respond. I didn't expect to be alienated. Everyone hurried to distance themselves from matter. Lord Insect Emperor, we don't know him. This person has nothing to do with us. Yes, please don't take me with you if you want to die. If you don't even know Lord Insect Emperor, don't act like a fool. It will make you look stupid. There are 13 ways to write death. Why did you choose the fastest one? I agree. Lord Insect Emperor, please take the mosquito girl away. Take this fool with you as well. Agree. I agree too. Ordinary humans are confused. This script is wrong. Shouldn't we stand on the moral high ground and force him to commit the crime? How come everyone seems to know him? Is he famous? Is he a star? The only celebrity I know is Jay Cho. Seeing that the situation was not right, the ordinary insect man took a strategic step back, raised his right hand, and joined the army of likes. I agree. I agree. Insect Emperor. Idol. As long as the idols change quickly, there is no sadness but love. Seeing the other party so advanced, Qin Yuan gradually lowered his hand, holding the nuclear bomb. Be thankful. Your actions saved 70,000 people. He walked forward and prepared to take the mosquito girl away. Suddenly, a sting shot toward him. Dark crystal shield. Ding. The spikes fell to the ground. Turn your head and look in the direction of the attack. It was a black-eyed killer bee. Chapter 115, My Blue Star. Looking at the killer bees with murderous eyes, Qin Yuan is puzzled. Do we have a grudge? I don't remember provoking the bee-like insect man. The other party looked at me with murderous eyes, as if I was the enemy who killed their entire family. Insect Emperor Qin Yuan, your presence was a mistake. Do you know what heinous crime you have committed? Killer bees have absolute confidence in themselves. He is a man blessed by the gods. Not to mention that the Insect Emperor just had a great battle with the Mosquito Queen. It must have taken a lot of energy. Now he is at the end of his strength, but I'm so powerful. So, this time, the advantage is mine. Qin Yuan tilted his head. It was indeed my fault that I would bother with a dead person. D. Raise your index finger and tap the killer bee in front of you. Local atomic state shock wave. Duong. Air circle. Air shock. The shock wave swept through Killer Bee's body, shattering his internal organs, but it did not stop and continued to blast the entire backstreet behind Killer Bee. The shock wave rushed out of the town before dissipating between heaven and earth. The killer bee's eyes rolled back, his jaw was unable to open, and a long, semicircular gully appeared on his back, leading directly to the outside of the town. With a bang, its entire body fell to the ground. Its internal organs were shattered into powder, and its brain turned into a pool of muddy water. I have the blessing of God. Killed instantly. I am not willing. God loves me again. Please give me strength. Give me another chance. A golden light began to flow inside the killer bee. Just a moment. The killer bee opened its eyes again, struggled to get up, and let out a creepy, evil laugh. The murderous intent in his eyes is even stronger. Hehehe, I am immortal. I have the blessing of God. What do you have to fight me? Qin Yuan was slightly surprised. You took my blow, and you didn't die. Then how should you deal with this move, Your Excellency? Qin Yuan looked at the killer bees. Eyes fixed. Destroy it, bastards. Killer bee laughs wildly. Gaga. It's useless. No matter what kind of attack, I what? The laughter stopped abruptly. How is that possible? The golden light on the killer bee's body shattered into pieces. The moment the destructive force touched its body, it felt death coming. Is this the power of God? Why can this insect emperor ignore the gods? In a panic, I reach out my hand and pray to God for salvation again. But I can't sense any breath. No. Duong. Time freeze. The whole world suddenly became dark, and everything and everyone stopped moving. A clicking sound. The dark and gloomy space crack opened again. A humanoid black shadow suddenly appeared. It had no specific form, but was just an irregular mass of energy. He scanned the crowd. Then it possessed the body of the killer bee, and after a while of wriggling, it regressed into human form. He spoke. You idiot. You can't even handle such a small matter, and you have to ask me to do it myself. Is this the one who destroyed the balance? Killing you will restore the balance of the world. For the sake of the world, please die. As he spoke, he took out a scarlet dagger and stabbed it towards Qin Yuan's heart. This is the soul-sealing dagger. Once the dagger is inserted into the heart, the soul will be imprisoned inside the dagger forever and become the dagger's nourishment. But just before it touches the skin, bang! A strong hand grasped his wrist with precision. I got you. The rat in the dark. He who possessed Xie Wen frowned and spoke with doubt. Insect Emperor, how did you get rid of my time stop? Time rules. Time stop. Disorderly rules. If you refuse, I won't stop. Qin Yuan showed a sunny smile on his face. You guess. I will be so stupid. Do you want to play out all your cards? Actually, at first, Qin Yuan didn't notice anything wrong, but his seventh sense was passively triggered. The seventh sense, Manus, predicting the future. He saw that he was successfully sealed after the time was stopped. Because he was not completely dead, he could not even revive. Qin Yuan was sealed. This time, I activated the rules disorder in advance and successfully resisted the time pause. Under the same level rules, the strength of rule disorder is even greater than rule destruction. So resisting the rule of time is naturally a piece of cake. If you really want to kill me, I don't mind at all. Just hit me with one ruthless blow. Cut toward the neck. If you frown, I lose. But this bastard wants to seal me? Core death. Both punched at the same time. Boom. After a loud bang, a huge force was transmitted through the arm to the whole body. His arm was directly blasted by the huge force, shattering into pieces. You really should be cleared. 5,000 tons force. So terrifying. Golden light emanated from his body, and in the blink of an eye, his hand was restored to its original state, and at the same time, the time pause around him was also lifted. Qin Yuan's inner countdown. The time pause is about 1 minute, but I don't know if the other party is misleading me. The power of disorder rules is always kept in an open state, not giving the opponent any chance to sneak attack. Who are you? I have never heard of such a strong person in my previous life. He can stop time and recover instantly. A perfect level of the first level can actually exert 3,000 tons of force. It's incredible. Me? I am the embodiment of the will of rules. I am God. God? Well, disease. Okay, let's just assume you are God. Then what are you doing here on my blue planet, God? Your blue star? God, I'm dumbfounded. When did the blue star become yours? I am the embodiment of the will of the earth. It should be my blue star. What is the situation? Become the host. Am I a substitute? Now, he was in a terrible state, filled with rage, but with nowhere to vent it. Qin Yuan was clearly in front of him, but he did not attack immediately. Not because of anything else. simply because I can't beat this guy, more powerful than God. Logically, everyone should be in early childhood now, but this guy is unreasonable, trying to be special and inventing some kind of mythical creature that can actually use the power of rules. Why? The power of one's own rules is triggered by artifacts, and everyone has various restrictions on how they can use their powers. Why can it use rules without restrictions? I don't accept it. I am God. He raised his neck back, stretched his hands toward the sky, and formed a big character. O creatures of the earth, sky, sea, forest, and blue planet, please give me strength. Countless green lights began to converge on his body. Qin Yuan is curious. What is this? A spirit bomb. Seeing Qin Yuan approaching, he suddenly became nervous. If Qin Yuan punched him now, all his efforts would be wasted, and he might even suffer a backlash and serious injury. Qin Yuan showed a sunny boy smile, but it looked extremely scary in the eyes of God. Be good. Don't be afraid. I never interrupt others' transformation. I'm a kind person. Be obedient and become stronger. Otherwise, it's too easy to torture. I just hope to beat you to death, or be beaten to death by you. Chapter 116, Is God So Weak? Under the night sky, the stars gathered towards him. It merged into his body. Because the energy was too strong, it began to transform uncontrollably into a human worm form, and its body suddenly grew to 6 meters. Limited by the flesh, his strength doubled again, this time tripling. 9,000 tons force. Human, I judge you in the name of God. Give you death. Qin Yuan smiled. Judge me? I don't understand where this inexplicable confidence comes from. Just a god. Insect man form. Open. Ancient dark crystal emperor ant mode. The body is raised to 5 meters. After killing the mosquito queen, the gene growth rate reaches 15. The power of insect man is 8,000 tons. But don't forget that Qin Yuan also has a mythical exclusive gene. Super strength. The maximum increase is 100 tons to 9,999 tons. The reason why the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant mode is strong in single combat is 1 force can defeat 10 skills. 2,500 plus 9,999 times 200 equals 2,4998 tons. Nearly 25,000 tons. He flapped his wings and attacked Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan, wouldn't it be better for you to just commit suicide? I have to do it myself. Well, it's your honor to die in the hands of God. After quickly approaching Qin Yuan, he clenched his right fist to mobilize the muscles of his whole body and threw a powerful punch. He also used his skills to increase the power by 200 for an additional burst and also attached enough genetic energy. Can achieve a certain armor-breaking effect. 18,000 tons of force. This is the power that can destroy mountains. See how you resist. His eyes widened, he grinned and thrust his fist in front of Qin Yuan. The wind comes before the fist. The fist wind first reached Qin Yuan's face, blowing his sweat hair upside down and his hair flying up, making his hair flutter like catkins. Qin Yuan smiled brightly. Mobilize the exclusive genetic power in the body plus 9,999 tons. Left hand up. Clatter. One-handed steady catch. Ow! God, is he so weak? His face was filled with disbelief, and he stood there in a daze. This is impossible. You cheated, didn't you? That's 18,000 tons of force. How can you possibly handle it? Your genetic growth rate is only 15. First order 15. How is it possible to generate a force of more than 18,000 tons? Rules, yes. You must have used the power of rules, you despicable insect emperor. He began to comfort himself. In the early days of evolution, it was impossible for mortals to be so powerful. The other party must have used some despicable illusion, or props, or the power of rules. If the flesh alone can have such power, I'll eat a pound of shit. Impossible. Absolument impossible. Before he could come to his senses, Qin Yuan put his face close to it and showed a very sunny smile. But this smile made him feel a little bit uncomfortable. Dear guest from afar, have you heard of an old saying in my great Qin Empire? It's called, friends come from afar. Even if he is far away, he must be killed. Gene technique, Emperor combo. A powerful knee strike hit God's body so hard that it bent like a shrimp, almost knocking out his overnight meal. It's quite powerful, at least 25,000 tons. Bang! The moisture in the air around the knee strike was instantly evaporated and several circular steam rings burst out. Now, it's time to stack combo buffs. The god was kicked so hard that his facial expression was distorted and his body was suspended in the air. Pain. It hurts so much. Moment. Angry. Time stops. Rules and disorder. It's useless. Don't you understand? Bang, bang, bang. Fight, 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 fight. Fists come like a storm. A series of attacks left him powerless to fight back. A 1,080 hit combo in midair with a 400 damage bonus broke his internal organs again. He was being beaten up continuously while recovering. The pain of constantly dying and coming back to life drove him nearly crazy. You forced me to do this. The secret of life, a moment of beauty. His life force surged, and in an instant he pushed Qin Quan away, doubling his strength again. 24,000 tons, and the speed doubled again, reaching a speed that could catch up with Qin Yuan. He does not know. Qin Yuan's buff has been fully stacked, and the basic strength is 25,000 tons. In addition, the Emperor's combo adds a 400 damage bonus, and the current maximum damage has reached 100,000 tons of force. He is speaking. For Blue Star. For the balance of all living things. For justice. For righteousness. For God. Today I will kill you. Qin Yuan spread his hands. Justice. Do you think that everything you do is for justice? In my opinion, you are nothing more than a slave to desire, you false god. Killing me will do you any good, right? A trace of surprise and anger flashed in his eyes, and he clenched his fists and squatted down in a horse stance. The body began to reveal an elusive divine aura, which could prevent Qin Yuan's seventh sense from capturing it. All the muscle strength in his body was concentrated in his fists. This was the strongest blow that the body could withstand, and it was also the fatal blow he prepared for Qin Yuan. Shut up. Go to hell, Insect Emperor. He took a step forward, as fast as a flash of light. There are no fancy moves, it's just a very ordinary straight punch. But once this straight punch hits, it will double the strength of the whole body and cause damage, with a force of 48,000 tons. So what if you have 25,000 tons of force? Today, you will definitely die. A blow with divine power, 100 hit rate. Go to hell. If I kill you, I will advance to a higher level god. Be my nourishment. Insect Emperor. He had a grim smile on his face, already enjoying the fruits of victory in his heart, and punched out. Then, Qin Yuan raised his right hand. Tart. One-handed catch. That's it. God. What a weak god. His face changed drastically. You monster. Next steps. Qin Yuan raised his lips and showed an evil smile. I really want to know, will God die if he is killed? He grabbed his hair and started punching him in the face. He was really hanging him up. Bang, 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 bang. After hundreds of punches, his face was swollen like a pig's head, but he still kept his mouth shut. Qin Yuan, don't go too far. I am a great god. Oh, great god? Your words. Successfully activated my 999 plus rebellious bone. Continue to hang the hammer. Bang, bang, bang. Great god, why don't you fight back? I. Bang, bang, bang. You fought back. Team. His face was blasted. 2 lines of tears flowed down the corners of my eyes. I want to fight back. Bang, bang, bang. If you don't fight back, you'll be beaten to death. Don't. Can you let me finish what I'm saying? Bang, bang, bang. He the dead. The body is completely broken, let alone repaired. The dog shook his head when he saw it. The death of the body did not really kill him. A mass of energy-like things emerged from the corpse. Time stops. The world freezes. He looked at Qin Yuan unwillingly and said harshly, Qin Yuan, don't be too proud. I'll be back sooner or later. Chapter 117, Have you ever been kicked by a nuclear bomb? Space transmission rift opens. He will enter into it, but unexpectedly, a voice came from behind that it definitely didn't want to hear. Rules, power of destruction, start. Destroy it. Are you trying to play the same trick as Big Bad Wolf in front of me? And I will definitely come back. Too immature. Young god, let me let you know what the evils of the world are. Jejia. Qin Yuan used all his strength to launch the destruction rule at the space crack, and the transmission channel collapsed after only a moment. Click. Turned into pieces and dissipated between heaven and earth. God is stupid. I didn't expect Qin Yuan to have a trick up his sleeve to destroy the rules. 1 body, 2 rules? It must be fake. What kind of monster is this? The god was horrified to find that he had already played all his cards. This insect emperor was much more terrifying than he had imagined. What to do? Should I use that? Can backfire. Forget it. Let's fight to the death. Rule Eye of Death. Open. A bloodshot pupil opened on his forehead, swaying left and right to quickly search for a target. Whoever he saw would fall to the ground and die. Death Rule Kill. This is the power of the artifact. Currently, he cannot fully control the power of death, and there will be huge backlash after using it. He didn't want to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. D. Insect Emperor. The strong power of death came, which reminded Qin Yuan of the world of death. The concept of the world of death is many times stronger than the power of rules. The world of death has survived, so why would it be afraid of this little rule of death? Rules, power of destruction, start. Boom! The two major rules collided in midair, and it seemed as if something invisible collided in the air, forming a wonderful collision of rules. After a moment of stalemate, offset each other. The power of rules of both of them is temporarily unusable. He was horrified. Qin Yuan's rule power is so strong that it can compete with his own magic weapon. God changes his words. Wait, this is all a misunderstanding. Now think about it carefully. Your existence, which disrupts the balance, is also a reverse spur to other creatures. It is a great thing that helps accelerate the evolution of all things. We can work together to create a balanced world. When I become the will of the earth in the future, I will give you half of my authority. How about we cooperate? Although he spoke good words, I have already torn Qin Yuan into pieces in my heart. Qin Yuan looked at him, who had no face. Sincerely sigh. No wonder they don't care about their face. Let the tiger go back to the mountains, and then you let Tian disgust me in the dark. To cooperate, you have to show some sincerity. I think taking off your head would be a sign of sincerity, right? God is terrified. The insect emperor has already exceeded the jurisdiction of a god of his level. Even if he brings the secret treasure of God, it is meaningless. But still pretending to be calm. If Qin Yuan saw that he was afraid, his fate would be even worse. Humph! I am an energy state. You don't have the rule of destruction now. Ordinary attacks can't hurt me at all. We both benefit if we work together, but we both suffer if we separate. Otherwise, it will be a disaster for both sides. Qin Yuan sneered when he heard this. You really think highly of yourself. So, just an energy state? Is it rare? Mode shift. Atomic state nuclear explosion ant. Qin Yuan's dark crystal emperor ant form began to dissipate, and his entire body turned into golden light. The fierce high temperature scorched the surrounding area, and the flammable materials began to burn. Sorry, I forgot I'm radioactive. Let's go play in the sand. Don't fight, and all your men will die. Who will work for me? How can you die when there are so many dirty and tiring jobs waiting for you? After saying that, he turned into a particle state and quickly approached God. He gathered energy in his feet and kicked him in the waist. Have you ever been kicked by a nuclear bomb? Nuclear explosion, instant kick. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and a violent wind howled. As the choking smoke dissipates, a V-shaped gap appeared outside the town. A quarter of the town was wiped out, and a deep gully was plowed out of the ground. Everyone swallowed a mouthful of water at the same time. Fortunately, I wasn't stupid enough to play some kind of moral oppression game with the Insect Emperor. Take a look. Is this something that can be suppressed by morality? Aerial. He used the characteristics of his energy body to break in midair and began to run toward a crowded place, thinking of using the crowd to make Qin Yuan afraid to act rashly. The last beast who thought this way had grass on his grave, already 3 feet high. But before he could run 2 steps, he was caught by Qin Yuan. Isn't this the great god? Why are you running? Qin Yuan, don't go too far. Even a rabbit will jump over the wall when it is anxious. What's more, God? I'm anxious. I know you're anxious, but don't be anxious yet. If you answer a few questions, I'll let you go. Real. Of course it's true. You're the first one who believes in my God so much. GGG. Qin Yuan showed a sunny boy smile. Just consider it and let you go. What does this have to do with me, Qin Yuan? The first question is, what exactly is God? Where do you come from, and what is your purpose? This. He looked up at the sky. Although we couldn't see his expression, we could sense his worry and fear. Qin Yuan understood. Mode switch. Mode 1. Dark Crystal Emperor Ant. Field expansion. Rules are disordered and unfolded. The second domain plus the disordered rules compressed the surrounding area within 10 square meters, and this area was impregnable. 3 layers of superposition. Absolute defense. No one can come in from outside, and no one can go out from inside. Can you tell me now? He opened his mouth. God is born from the fragments of the universe's evolutionary will and is the embodiment of the will of rules. Our goal is to maintain the balance of the universe. At the same time, maintaining balance can gain the power of balance to complete the promotion and grow into a higher level God. God, you can also understand it as a higher life form. Qin Yuan nodded. The second question is, how many of you are there on Earth, and where are you distributed? The gods are in the space, and they will take the initiative to go to places with life. In short, gods are endless and omnipresent. The third question is, why don't you care about the alien insect beasts and other mythical beasts, but only come after me? Haven't they destroyed the balance more than I have? Their maximum deviation will not exceed 0.001, but you, Insect Emperor Qin Yuan, the deviation has reached one of the entire blue planet, and it is still growing rapidly. God has to make corrections to you. I see. Have I been able to gain one of Blue Star without realizing it? Will the remaining 99 be in place? One last question. Can you locate certain creatures or treasures? No. What? You dare to say no to me? You deserve to die. Oh shit. God is confused. What I said. Isn't that what you asked? Why did you suddenly change your expression? You like this. I'm so panicked. Chapter 118 Gods can be killed, but not humiliated. The gods are afraid. He wanted to escape, but found that Qin Yuan's 3-layer protective shield made it impossible to get out. This thing, as if it was designed to prevent him from escaping. Let me out. Didn't you say you would let me go after I answer the questions? Hey. Don't talk nonsense. I said I'll consider letting you go, not that I, Qin Yuan, will let you go. I am a trustworthy emperor. How can I go back on my word? Yeah, Oops. I almost couldn't help laughing out loud. My character cannot be ruined. I am a good person. God is desperate. This is the first time it has experienced despair. I will fight you, God's power. Bang. A big pocket. God falls. The fan made him dizzy and lost his mind. Qin Yuan stepped on the god directly. He was angry. I am a high-level god who ignores all attacks below the rules and controls the power of rules. Gods can be killed, but not humiliated. Just at this time, Qin Yuan's destructive power was restored. He opened the 5 fingers of his right hand and condensed the destructive power, looking at him with a grim smile. What did you say? Your voice was too soft. I didn't hear you. You should continue to insult me. Qin Yuan came to the conclusion after 2 hours of experimentation. The energy body of God is extremely special, immune to all attacks below the rules, including ultra-high temperature, decomposition force, toxins, nuclear explosions, radiation, physical attacks. It means that under the rules, God is invincible. This is very perverted. It seems that I am the only one known to be able to use the power of rules on Earth. The second is that gods cannot be exposed to the air for a long time. Otherwise, they will gradually lose their power. The third is that gods cannot attack humans directly. Direct divine attacks have very low damage. It seems that there are stronger rules that constrain them. They can only choose to be divine agents and then affect the real world. He is still struggling. Right. As long as you become my divine agent, the two of us can seize the throne of heaven and share the world. But you are too weak. It is better for you to die. Why do you keep asking for my life? It seems that I have no choice but to give it up. Wait, I am willing to buy my life. As long as you let me go, I will give you all the artifacts. Oh, artifact. Qin Yuan's eyes lit up. Then give it to me first. No, we have to sign a contract first. Tisk. I become smarter. Qin Yuan changed the subject. Weak god, it's not impossible to let you go. When you return, please help me tell the other gods a message. When he heard that he could go back, he immediately became energetic. Okay, I'll definitely bring it to you. Qin Yuan cleared his throat. Blue Star belongs to my insect Emperor Qin Yuan. Private territory. The gods avoid. Trespasser. Kill. Qin Yuan, with a 5-meter-tall body, came before the god and touched his head, just like a master touching his dog. Do you remember? Remember. The god now looked very well behaved, no longer as arrogant as before. By the way, you won't tell anyone that I have the double rule, right? Of course not. I will keep it a secret. Then I'll be relieved. Swish. The god's head flew up into the sky, and the eye of death on his forehead opened wide, full of disbelief. Why? Why? Didn't I promise you everything? During the conversation, Qin Yuan then secretly attached the power of destruction to his hands, and when he was not prepared, he chopped off his head with a knife. Then, Grabbed the god's head with one hand, bang. Just crushed his head. God dead. Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and showed a sunny smile. Silly child. Only the dead can keep secrets. Why? I'm not stupid enough to believe it. To pity a god who wants to kill me. God is dead. His body began to dissipate rapidly. There are only 3 items left on the ground. Time stopwatch about to break. Red 1 star can pause time for 60 seconds. Cooldown time 300 seconds. Number of uses 1/100. Unlucky. I can only use it for the last time. Eye of Death. Red 5 stars an eye that contains the power of the law of death, but it will also cause death infection to the user. This is okay. Maybe it will come in handy in the future. Soul Imprisonment Dagger. Red 3 stars evolved from the soul wolf's nails. It contains the power of the soul and can imprison and drive the soul. At the same time, it will also cause irreversible pollution to the user's soul. Rare seal item. It may have unexpected effects, and it is very effective against some resurrected enemies. Only. Red gene weapon. Why are there so many side effects? Artifact. It is really strong. It is all about rules and the power of approaching rules. The side effects are not very friendly. It is not as good as the power of rules developed by your own body. There's no restriction at all. Just play. Use it casually. Qin Yuan stretched out his hand and fused the 2 genetic weapons into his body. Forget about the stopwatch that was about to break. The disposable props. Eye of Death. Red 5 stars. Fusion of left eye successful. Soul Imprisonment Dagger. Red 3 stars. Successfully fusion of the 5 fingers of the left hand. The gods did not leave behind any genetic energy that could be absorbed. But after Qin Yuan's battle, his potential was activated, and his gene growth increased by another 5 points, reaching 20. Normal force, 3,000 tons. Maximum force, 26,000 tons in Bugman mode. And add 2 more pieces of divine equipment. Left eye dies, right eye is destroyed, plus the soul damage on the claw is increased. Interesting. Backlash? It doesn't matter. Anyway, my body's ability to recover is invincible. Qin Yuan spreads his purple and white wings. Spread your wings and fly to the human town. The town was in ruins at this time. All the mosquitoes and aphids stood still on both sides, sandwiching the humans in the middle and making them tremble. On the left, 300,000 aphids on the right, and 70,000 humans and insects in the middle. When Qin Yuan came back, he found that all the people and animals were surprisingly well behaved, quiet and peaceful, without any noise or disturbance. He flew straight to the Mosquito Girl. Mosquito Girl, are you willing to be my subordinate? Don't worry, I'm a very democratic emperor. If you don't want to, you can speak up boldly. I will never blame you, nor will I force you. I am willing to submit. The Mosquito Girl's eyes were full of fear as she lowered her head and sweated coldly. MD, you hold a nuclear bomb in your right hand. How dare I refuse? Qin Yuan put his right hand down and nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Next, I will let the Aphid King help you subdue the mosquitoes in the tribe and help you master the power of the mosquito swarm as soon as possible. Mosquito Girl is happy. Thank you, Your Majesty. Becoming a mosquito queen is every mosquito's dream. After that, I stopped caring about her. He is just a tool. Just give him some sweet treats occasionally. We will talk about it when he is useful in the future. I'm about to find out some information from the human camp. Suddenly, a strong wind blew and the crowd started a commotion. Under the night, a 3-meter-tall crow landed on a telephone pole, stretched its wings, and placed them on its chest, saluting in a standard gentlemanly manner. Hello, Lord Insect Emperor Qin Yuan. I'm the seat of Scourge, Vanguard of Darkness. I am here to seek your cooperation under the order of Lord Black Calamity. Qin Yuan raised his eyebrows. Black Scourge. Why is it looking for me? Chapter 119, you understand me. 3 towns. The Dark Vanguard jumped from the electric pole and landed steadily in front of Qin Yuan. He raised his wings, took off the bag hanging on his body with his beak, and handed it to Qin Yuan respectfully. Lord Insect Emperor, this is our sincerity. Oh, Qin Yuan took it. When I opened it, I found several small meteorites inside. I couldn't tell what kind they were with my naked eyes. Touch it. Exclusive meteorite. Can quickly improve the growth progress of exclusive genes. It's a special stone. Nice one. After the exclusive gene is upgraded, the strength will surge again. How many of these meteorites do you have? I want them all. Name your price. The Dark Vanguard looked embarrassed. To be honest, Lord Calamity, this kind of meteorite is not in our territory. Lord Black Calamity has met the owner of this meteorite territory. He is very powerful, and we need your help. Qin Yuan was shocked. This guy Black Scourge actually took me with him when he robbed. Ashri, you still understand me? A good bird. You mean you want me to help you grab the meteorite? How many points? The Dark Vanguard shook his head quickly. We don't take a penny. The enemy is too strong and has attacked all the way to our clan's territory. If you can work with us to repel the enemy, you are able to get the exclusive meteorite because of your ability. We have another great gift for you. In fact, they also want that exclusive meteorite. But if Qin Yuan really has the ability to kill the monsters that they can't deal with, then why should they compete with Qin Yuan? What are you fighting over? Fight for the head? Crows are very smart, especially evolved crows, whose intelligence is no different from that of humans. They are also one of the intelligence masters of the future world. I have another question. How did you find me? Respected Lord Insect Emperor, I went to the Great Qin Empire first. The commander of the Third Army, Lady Jean Lena, said you were coming in this direction. Fortunately, we found you. Can we set off as soon as possible? Okay, wait for me to deal with things here, and then we will set off to your clan's land. Okay, Lord Insect Emperor. Qin Yuan appeared above the crowd in a flash. Who among you is in charge? Come out and see me. An old man in the crowd raised his hand tremblingly. This man was the old master of the Yu family. Your Majesty, I am a mayor Yu Tianbao. From now on, you are incorporated into my Great Qin Empire. Go to Dongxing City and wait for me. But Your Majesty, the world is changing drastically now. We, the old, weak, and disabled, can't go far alone. Qin Yuan seemed to have expected this and waved his hand to signal the Ape King and the Aphid King in the distance to come over. I have my own arrangements. There are two great beasts accompanying you. Even the boss of Dongxing City can't do anything to you. Little monkey, Aphid King, go to Dongxing City and wait for me. Remember to leave pheromones along the way. I will be there soon. The Titan was scratching his head, not understanding why he had to bring these weaklings along. Could it be a snack? The crunchy kind? My lord? Are they storing food? The Aphid King and the Mosquito Girl couldn't figure it out either, and were waiting for Qin Yuan's answer. That's not the case. We should now pursue maximum profit. We should first expand the market, and then consider the issue of segmentation. Forget it. You won't understand if I tell you more. Anyway, do as I say, and just wait for me in Dongxing City. Don't eat these people yet. I still have some use for them. The Mosquito Lady, the Ape King, and the Aphid King responded in unison. Yes, sir, ×3. Qin Yuan was still shirtless. He found a simple set of clothes in the store and put them on, then prepared to leave. The matter of Sanja Town has come to an end. The plan to go to Dongxing City has to be put on hold for the time being. There is no urgency there anyway. The time has not come for the sky-swallowing whale king to appear yet. The best option is to go to the Black Scourge's land first and grab the exclusive stone. Let's go, Dark Crow. Your Majesty, please follow me. After saying, the Dark Vanguard spreads its wings, stirring up a violent gust of wind, and flies into the sky in the blink of an eye. It is a perfect insect beast with a genetic development rate of about 55. Its speed is close to the speed of sound, and it can fly about 1,100 kilometers per hour. Qin Yuan spread his wings and chased after him. Ariel, I felt the eye of death on the left side was a little itchy. After scratching it, I was stunned to find some black words appearing in front of my eyes. Shadow Vanguard. 12 days after death. Death probability 33. Details. Died in the aftermath of a natural disaster war 12 days later. Is it similar to the ability to see lifespan? Fortune-telling skills? I saw a picture in a trance. Qin Yuan, brother ya, I see that your forehead is black. You will have a bloody disaster in 12 days. Crow, where is it dark? Qin Yuan came back to his senses. Shadow Crow, can you fly faster? It's too slow. This speed is less than Mach 1, which is just like a turtle speed for Qin Yuan. Now his normal speed can reach Mach 20, and full straight line acceleration can reach Mach 44, which is 44 times the speed of sound. Shadow Vanguard is also embarrassing. It's already moving at full speed. Sorry, Lord Insect Emperor, this is already my full speed. Is that all? I'd better drag you along. Black Crow suspicion. Drag me to fly? Huh. After a while. Stop. Lord Insect Emperor, help. I can't see clearly. I really can't see clearly. Qin Yuan put down the Black Crow. Why are you so troublesome? Sir, you're moving too fast. I can't tell the direction or smell anything. Okay, lead the way and tell me about the enemy. I remember your boss is a mythical beast that controls the power of darkness, right? There are actually guys that he can't handle. Shadow Vanguard led the way and began to talk about intelligence. Yes, Lord Calamity's ability is the element of darkness. He was invincible within 1,000 miles until he met that guy. Lord of the Desert, Desert Crocodile. It can control the power of the yellow sand. The key is that its exclusive genes are highly developed. Lord Tianzai could have fought it on equal terms, but our tribe is in Wulin, and a lone crocodile sneaked in. Lord Natural Disaster can only respond hastily and passively defend. Qin Yuan nodded to show that he understood. I had never been here in my previous life, so I had never heard of the rumors about the Lord of the Desert. But after the Black Calamity migrated northwards in the later period, I knew more about it. One of the future intelligence chiefs, the existence known as the Crow King. After 10 minutes of flying, the two were blocked by a huge red forest. Unlike the giant tree forest last time, this place is filled with mist and vines. There's also a blood forest. Chapter 120, The Strange Red Sea. Outside the forest, Shadow Vanguard seems a little hesitant. Lord Insect Emperor, this bloodwood forest is a forbidden place. How about we take another route? Are you sure that the land across this forest is your clan's land? Sure, that's it. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Black Crow is speechless. Is this a matter of distance? This is a strictly forbidden area for all living things. Birds will die. Sir, I suddenly feel that the family is not that anxious. We can just take a detour and add 30 minutes. Stop talking nonsense. Qin Yuan directly dragged the Dark Vanguard into the Blood Forest and let it go after entering the Blood Forest. Just fly behind me obediently. I'll hold up the sky, even if it collapses. What are you afraid of? The Shadow Crow shed tears of emotion. What a good king. How could he take such good care of a messenger? With Qin Yuan breaking through the wind resistance in front, the speed of the Shadow Crow behind increased again to 1,200 kilometers per hour. The two flew one after the other for less than 5 minutes, and their way was blocked in front of them. Qin Yuan raised his hand and prepared to launch a nuclear bomb, but was hurriedly stopped by Shadow Crow. Lord Insect Emperor, you can't do that. The fog here will explode. If you attack me, I will die. Oh, can fog explode? I don't believe it. Don't worry, I will avenge you if you die. Shadow Crow cries. That's not what you said when you came in. Fortunately, Qin Yuan was just talking and stopped the nuclear bomb in his hand. Qin Yuan aimed his eyes at the dense vines in front of him, slowly raised his arms, and released another force of his own. Break everything. Divine skill, dark crystal, broken ray. Emission, sizzle, sizzle. The purple decomposition ray has no high temperature. It is pure decomposition force. The moment it touches the red forest, it begins to decompose all matter. The vines blocking the road ahead quickly dissipate. A huge gap. Just as Qin Yuan continued to attack, a scream came from behind. Ah! Lord Insect Emperor, be careful. Several red-crested snakes with wings bit the Shadow Crow. There were many of them, and several of them bit Qin Yuan. How brave! Your desire to die is stronger than mine. I will make you perfect. Dark crystal, soul power, soul-scattering claw. Qin Yuan's left hand turned into the claw of a dark gold emperor ant, but the blades of the 5 claws had red lines on them. This is exactly the effect of the fusion of the artifact soul binding dagger. The insects and beasts killed by the claws will be shattered and die. D. A blood-red energy claw over 10 meters long flew out into the air, piercing through the bodies of several cockatoos. Hiss! They felt a pain like their souls were being torn apart, and they fell directly from the sky, jumping a few times before dying. After experiments, it was found that Soul Claw cannot kill souls directly and needs to be used together with Claw Strike. If no damage is caused to the opponent, the passive effect of soul damage will not be triggered. Several more red-crested snakes attacked. The second artifact, Eye of Death. Death Stare. Destroying the rules is unreasonable and destroying everything. The death rule only kills the vitality of living things. The corpse will not be destroyed, and you can also collect some genetic energy and arm genetic equipment. To some extent, the death rule is better than the destruction rule. At least it leaves the body intact. Qin Yuan killed all the hundreds of red-crested snakes on the tree in the blink of an eye. At this time, the Shadow Crow had disappeared. Little crow. Hey, where's the bird? Where did the bird go? That's right. It seems that it was knocked down by several snakes just now. It's still a perfect grade. A few elite snakes are enough to entangle it. Qin Yuan really blamed it wrongly. The opponent of Shadow Crow is not the coxcomb red snake, but the countless vines in the forest and the monsters in the dark. At this moment, the Shadow Crow was fleeing in a hurry, falling step by step into the trap woven by the mangroves. Its location is getting farther and farther away from Qin Yuan. Not only were there red vines around, but there was also a bloody tree monster. It was 10 meters tall, with intricate tree roots under its feet, each as thick as a giant python, pulling out of the ground and crawling. There are also a group of coxcomb red snakes around. When Shadow Crow realized something was wrong, it was too late. He didn't know where he was being chased to. Black Scourge is above. Help! Shout out. Lord Insect Emperor, where are you? You agreed to be in the front? I believe your lies. The sound is absorbed by the mist and vines in this strange red forest and cannot travel far. Shadow Crow regrets. I should have taken a detour earlier. This forest is full of bullies who only fear the strong. What's the point of bullying me? Do you have the ability to deal with the Insect Emperor? Go beat him up. Damn it. I'll come to bully me. No monster dared to approach Qin Yuan anymore. Even the red vines stayed 100 meters away from him. Like avoiding the plague god. Wherever he went, the road was smooth. Even the red forest took the initiative to open a pedestrian passage directly to the outside world, clearly asking him to get out quickly. Please. Unfortunately, Qin Yuan did not intend to leave. Instead, he raised his hands. The left hand condenses the power of the rule of death, and the right hand condenses the power of the rule of destruction. Two super realm energy aggregates appeared. The left hand is a red bloody death rule energy ball, and the right hand is a purple destruction rule energy ball. Red Tree King, I know you are watching. If you don't hand over my partner, I will destroy your entire red forest. The two forces in his hands fluctuated like a heart beating. The power contained in them was destructive and many times stronger than a nuclear bomb. Boom, boom, boom. The entire red forest began to shake, and then a dry and ancient voice was heard. Hold on. The other side. Shadow Crow has been tied up by the perfect treeman and swallowed. But suddenly, the tree man seemed to have received some instructions and opened his mouth. Yueh. Puff. Shadow Crow was vomited out, and it felt like it had returned from hell to the human world. More desperate inside. Oh my god, does this tree demon still chew its cud? Finished. Not only death, but repeated torture to death. What a sin. Chapter 121. I'm a professional at extortion. In the mangroves, Shadow Crow lay on the ground like a dead bird, eyes wide open and motionless. I can't win anyway, and I'll be played around with. Better to give up. I lie flat. You are free. I don't care. I don't care. Bullshit. Run. It happened in a flash. The Shadow Crow flapped its wings and tried to fly, but unexpectedly a huge red vine as big as a dragon stretched out from all sides and tied it up tightly. This is king level. My life is over. Shadow Crow closes his eyes in despair. But after a while, there was no pain. Even the force of the other party pinching me didn't feel very strong, as if they were afraid of pinching me to death. Until an ancient hoarse voice sounded. Insect Emperor Qin Yuan, this is the thing you wanted. Please leave my territory. After saying, he threw the Shadow Crow into the air, and the moment it was freed, the crow spread its wings. Shadow Crow cries, "It's great to be alive. I will never come to this damn place again." Qin Yuan saw that Shadow Crow had returned, but the two balls of rules in his hands still showed no sign of dispersing. Instead, he raised his head and smiled evilly. You want to chase me away? How can you not compensate me a little? The hoarse voice was silent for a moment. What do you want? No big deal. I only need 1 kilogram of your life essence. Is this request not too much? What? I only have half a pound of life essence, and you want 1 kilogram from me. Isn't this too much? And only 1 kilogram? I gave you my life, but I still owe you 1.5 pounds, right? This insect emperor, his appetite is so big that it can shock trees. Qin Yuan didn't expect that he just lied casually, and Han Shu actually exposed himself. The other party actually has half a pound. Half a caddy is 250 grams. Need to know, life essence is sold by milligrams in the end times. Treasure, the dead and the living, the flesh and bones. Just the most basic effect. It can also help advance and make various high-end medicines. It is a truly precious medicinal material in the end times. Okay, let's both take a step back. I'm not greedy. Just give me half a caddy and we'll let it go. Not greedy? You call this not being greedy? What's the difference between that and wanting to kill me? No way at most. I can give you 5 grams at most. 5 grams? Who are you looking down on? 249 grams is the lowest. 10 grams, this is my bottom line. 10 grams? I'm going to lose my temper if you do that. I'm really going to lose my temper. Qin Yuan was about to throw the 2 destructive energy balls in his hands into the forest. Wait a minute. 150 grams. There's not even 1 gram more. Throw it away. I can't survive without 100 grams of life essence. Qin Yuan showed a sunny smile. That's right. You old bee. Red Tree King is really generous. I made you my friend. I'll come over to have tea with you next time. The Red Tree King was silent. Can I refuse? Qin Yuan smiled. Raise the power of destruction in your hands again. Just try it, and you'll know. Young trees should be brave enough to try. Don't waste time. Give me the things. I have something else to do. Russell, after rubbing the vines in the mangroves for a while, a 100-meter thick red vine stretched out, and a green crystal of life essence was handed out. Qin Yuan nodded with satisfaction after receiving it. Go! Shadow Crow, let's go. Shadow Crow is still confused, and his head is buzzing. What happened? Why can't I understand? When did the lore of the mangroves become so easy to talk to? I can even extort the essence of life, my god. I'll try it next time. Here we go. Lord Insect Emperor, please follow me. We have to be careful of the poisonous creatures around us. By the way, Lord Insect Emperor, please don't stay too far away from me. I'm afraid you'll get lost. I'm afraid you'll get lost. I was screwed. The journey ahead. 1 person, 1 bird, unimpeded travel. In the red forest, a giant red python with a single horn on its head stared at the flying crow. Its scarlet vertical pupils were full of desire for blood, and it was about to pounce on it with its tongue out. But just showing the head. Bang! A huge vine immediately killed it. Mangrove King, don't hurt me. Qin Yuan in the distance secretly thought it was a pity. Another 10 minutes later, the 2 flew out of the mangrove forest completely. The whole mangrove forest was very large, and it took them 15 minutes just to pass through 1 corner. Wait until the 2 of them leave. The entire Red Sea began to move in the opposite direction. Mangrove King, let's go. Let's go. Stay here. Wait for that old man to come back and treat me to tea. Crowland. Devastation. Countless trees were broken in half, and the land was completely desertified. In the forest, half dark, half yellow sand. The battle between the 2 natural disaster-level creatures has destroyed most of the crow forest. Huge explosions sounded continuously, and all creatures were fleeing. Black Scourge, Black Crow King, commonly known as Blackbird King. Lord of the Desert, Desert Crocodile, commonly known as Sand Crocodile. The Blackbird King is a giant crow, 30 meters tall, with a wingspan of 80 meters. Its body is black with purple, but it is not very obvious at night. Surrounded by a dark aura, it looks like a Dark Lord. This is its ability. Element, dark energy manipulation. The sand crocodile is a giant yellow sand crocodile with a pair of orange vertical pupils full of brutality. It is only 20 meters tall, but 100 meters long, and its body is covered with a thick layer of yellow sand armor. Like a desert tyrant, the 2 sides fought. The sand crocodile clearly had the upper hand, and the yellow sand filled the sky, pressing down on the Blackbird King. It opened its bloody mouth and roared angrily. Roar! Eat! Eat you! The Blackbird King was also angry. You bastard! If it wasn't for protecting our clan's land, I would have killed you long ago. In the wild, the Blackbird King was originally the main force, but there were many crow children in the tribe, and most of its dark energy was in a defensive state. Can only passively take the beating. Dark Horizon. The area within a few miles was completely dark. This was the purest darkness. No insect or beast except the Blackbird King could see clearly what was inside. To put it simply, a combination of group blinding plus barrier. It can also be considered an alternative field. The dark energy gathered on the wings of the Blackbird King, and it slashed down fiercely at the sand crocodile. Dark wave slash. Boom. Black light flashes. I rode until I reached the edge of the Dark Horizon. A deep trench was cut into the ground. The giant crocodile's body was split in 2. Was it successful? Chapter 122. Gathering in the tribe, fighting against natural disasters. In dark vision, the yellow sand on the ground began to move slowly, gradually condensing into a huge sand crocodile, and it didn't seem to have any signs of injury. Blackbird was not sorry to see this, as the opponent's elemental transformation was also expected. Hurry, you bastard, I'm going to eat you. This sand crocodile may not be very smart, but its strength is definitely not bad. It condenses sandstorms, sand explosion rain arrows. The yellow sand in the sky turned into tens of thousands of arrows that shot towards the Blackbird King, but they went straight through the Blackbird King, just like hitting the air. Dark Elemental. Both of the Phantom Beasts are elemental, and after becoming elemental, they can dodge most attacks. Therefore, no one can do anything to anyone. It's been 3 days and 3 nights. Result: there's nothing wrong with the 2 mythical beasts. All those who tried to stop the fight died. All the onlookers died. Qin Yuan and Shadow Crow have arrived at the gate of the clan and are about to go in. But an embarrassing scene happened. Another crow also brought back a helper, a king-level insect man. That man was also surprised to see Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan frowned immediately. Don't you understand the principle of not having to work for 2 masters? Do you not trust me? Shadow Crow was so anxious that he was sweating. If this guy lost his temper, the tribe would probably be razed to the ground. Lord Insect Emperor, you don't know. The situation in our clan is critical, and we have no other choice but to resort to this last resort. I will drive the other helpers away right now. Qin Yuan's face was serious. Wait, can this problem be solved by just driving them away? This is related to the crisis of trust between the 2 sides and our future cooperation. So, what do you mean? It costs more. Huh? Pay more and get a bigger portion. I'll definitely satisfy you afterwards. Shadow Crow regretted inviting Qin Yuan. It is easy to invite gods, but difficult to send them away. Being entangled by this person, the crocodile will be in a lot of trouble. After all, the sand crocodile is just a commander without troops. But the Insect Emperor is different. There are 3 of his subordinates who are as powerful as natural disasters, not to mention the gorilla and the aphid king that we just met. There are millions of insects in the city to back them up. Its own strength is immeasurable. Asking it to come and help is like inviting a tiger to the sheep's den. Seeking the skin of a tiger? Sloppy. No matter what Shadow Crow thinks, Qin Yuan's arrival is now a foregone conclusion, and he can only take it 1 step at a time. The king-level insect man on the opposite side came over to talk to Qin Yuan. He bowed slightly and said, I am Lu Guang, the leader of the Locust Gang in Kechuan City. Nice to meet you, Lord Insect Emperor. The name of the Insect Emperor. Looking across the south. Who doesn't know? At least the big guys in the nearby cities all have a photo. No boss would be stupid enough to challenge the leader of super organization. Except for Wu Qi and SB. Yes. Hello. Seeing Qin Yuan's harmless appearance, Lu Guang immediately lowered his guard against him. I heard that this Insect Emperor is a very kind insect man who wants to save all the bullied insect man in the world. The Zur Kingdom was established after no longer being oppressed by the Empire. He has a broad mind, a magnanimous spirit, and a handsome face. The newspapers are full of praise for it. He is a saint and wise man, good at using talents, loves the people like his own children, is strict in enforcing laws and regulations, and is upright and incorruptible. Seeing it today, it really lives up to its reputation. Lord Insect Emperor, can we travel together? No problem. Let's go. The 2 walked and talked, from the world situation to political economics, then to mathematics, and then to military affairs. Math? Lu Guang always felt that something strange had sneaked into the conversation. While walking and talking, we soon arrived at the destination of this trip. In front of a huge black curtain. It was pitch black inside, and no one could be seen, but the sound of fierce fighting could be heard. At this moment, a light, sounded from behind the 2 of them. Why are there 2 more people? Do you crows have enough treasures to share? Why did you call so many people over? Qin Yuan looked back and judged from experience that the person who came was an ancient species with a perfect. 2 people, 1 woman, and 1 man. And it seems like they don't even recognize themselves. Finally, someone I don't know has come. Qin Yuan showed a sunny and cheerful big boy smile. As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. Recently, all of them are people I know, so it's hard to hit them. According to the routine, you should taunt me first and then be killed by me. Hey, waiting for a long time. Finally, I met someone who can show off and slap people in the face. The man who was talking was furious when he saw Qin Yuan smiling at them. As expected, he approached Qin Yuan. You kid, don't think that just because you're handsome I'll... Ada, shut up. Before he could finish his words, he was scolded by the woman next to him. The woman was wearing a yellow wooden mask, so her face couldn't be seen, but her voice was clear and crisp, so she must be pretty under the mask. Let's finish the task quickly. We still have things to do when we get back. Yes, big sister. Then the two of them walked towards the dark curtain. Qin Yuan was stunned. This plot is wrong. Why are you praising me again? You like this. It's hard for me to do it. The perfect man walked straight into the dark room. Then, clang. Ouch. My head. The perfect man squatted down with his head in his hands, tears streaming down his face. This dark secret is actually a real hard thing? I thought it was just too dark. NND, a mere shady plot want to stop me from being a perfect yellow-brown beetle? Watch how I blow it up. As he spoke, he began to approach the dark curtain. Chapter 123, the dark curtain blocking everyone. In front of curtain wall, the man's muscles twitched, and he instantly transformed into a 6-meter-tall brown beetle. He took a horse stance, clenched his fists at his waist, and stared straight ahead. Step forward with your left foot, squat down on the right side of your body into a bow shape, and start to accumulate power in your right fist into a horizontal V shape, with your biceps bulging high. Then, throw a full strength punch. Drink. Bang. Broken. Fist broken. Ah. My hand. My hand is broken. Everyone. Ida. Big sister, my hands. Look at my hands. After saying this, he raised a shattered mosaic hand in front of the woman, crying and shaking it. The veins on the woman's forehead are bulging. You can't even open a thin black screen, and you still have the nerve to come out and embarrass yourself. It's really embarrassing. You useless piece of shit, go away and cry. The man saw the elder sister getting angry, wiped away his tears with great grievance, and quietly hid in a corner crying. The woman opened her arms and began to transform into a bugman. Her body quickly grew larger in a few seconds, tentacles grew on her head, and 2 huge blue snake-scale wings extended from her back. Insect transformation. Ancient red phosphorus moth. Ancient giant moth. These are not herbivores that feed on pollen. They are real predators. Not only is it powerful, it can also use unique illusions to kill its prey without them noticing, and then eat it. Angel moth. A large blue moth appeared, more than 4 meters tall, with a wingspan of 15 meters. Tens of thousands of tiny sharp scales are neatly arranged on the wings, shining like snake scales. Qin Yuan's eyes lit up. Battle suit. This ancient female insect man was wearing the combat uniform that he had always dreamed of. You know, now he was only wearing a simple jacket. Fighting with bare chest is still unsightly. The combat suit is still helpful to me. After finishing this order, I will deal with the battlesuit issue. In the sky, the large blue moth flapped its wings and struck the darkness. The black light curtain was slightly rippled and then returned to calm. The light curtain is intact. Very hard. Seeing this, she frowned and decided not to hold back. A blue light flashed on her 2 wings, and the power of genes was infused into them. Red phosphorus, double wing slash. Bang! A heavy blow hit the light curtain, making a loud bang. Afterwards, the dark side. Still just a slight ripple. No trace left. What? Impossible. The ancient women and the perfect men they brought were stunned. They were stunned. This is a full-strength attack from the ancient species. How could it not even break the curtain surrounding the battle? Does this mean I have to use my ultimate move at this time? She turned around and saw Qin Yuan, Lu Guang, and many crows staring at her. MD, can't be underestimated. Grit your teeth. Then use your ultimate move and talk about it after you get in. Being stopped by the aftermath of the battle between 2 fantasy beasts, it is too embarrassing to tell others about it. The ancient red phosphorus moth spreads its wings, emitting a blue glow all over its body. Blessing of scales. Genetic technique, red scale light break. A deep blue energy ball condenses on the chest of the ancient red phosphorus moth, and the surrounding natural energy and the genetic energy of the body want to combine. The energy ball becomes the size of a manhole cover. Break it for me. Go! With a bang, the blue light ball rushed towards the dark light curtain at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The moment when the light ball is lifted to the black screen. A flash of white light. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. The entire perimeter is covered in smoke. The red phosphorus moth also raised its eyebrows and sighed and chuckled. I'm so sorry that I was held up by an outsider for so long. But as long as we... The ancient red phosphorus moth's eyes widened, and its voice suddenly stopped. Ah? Ah? What the hell is this? Ancient species of moths were completely stupid, under full attack. The black curtain in front of me didn't even leave a trace of white. She's an ancient species, the second in command of a medium-sized base. In the end, the genetic technology that was used with all its strength couldn't even break through the outer wall. Help! You can't even enter the battlefield. What's the point of helping? They don't even have the qualifications to join this battle. Could it be catastrophic? Is it really that powerful? At this time, seeing that the two of them were at their wits' end, Qin Yuan didn't want to waste time and prepared to attack, but was stopped by Lu Guang. Lord Insect Emperor, wait a minute. Let me try first. You don't need to use your hands to make such a small barrier. Seeing the confidence on Lu Guang's face, Qin Yuan didn't say anything and let him go first. We'll have to wait and see. You won't be disappointed. Hearing, Lu Guang walked out with confidence. The corners of his mouth tilted up, revealing an extremely confident smile. Please, both of you make way. Get out of the way. I'm going to start showing off. Since you two are not capable, you should go back first. As for the shady dealings, Lord Qin Yuan and I are enough to handle them. Hearing this, the brown beetle ran to him, covering his injured hand. Kid, where are you from? Why are you talking so arrogantly? Bang! Without saying anything, Lu Guang slapped him in the face. Who are you? Are you qualified to question me? You. The brown beetle's eyes were full of anger, and its nails dug into the flesh. Ada, don't cause trouble. He heard the big sister's persuasion. Although he was unwilling, he still let go of his hand and stared at Lu Guang fiercely. Let me see how good you two can be. If neither I nor my elder sister can open the secret curtain, no one else can open it either. I don't believe it. Even if the base commander came, it would not work. Lu Guang ignored him and walked straight to the black curtain. In an instant, the insect became a 7-meter-tall Peak King. Watch it. Look at me. Peak King fist. Bang. Lu Guang withdrew his hand confidently. Cannot open. Everyone. Can't open. I can't open your confident face. I'm sorry for expecting you. Although I can't open it, there is someone here who can definitely open it. Ooh, ×2. Everyone followed Lu Guang's gaze and saw a tall and straight figure. Noble, gorgeous, handsome, aloof. Vigorous, but not ostentatious. Quiet, but not dull. All without anger, self-evident. He is Insect Emperor Qin Yuan. But after just one glance, everyone and the beasts looked away at the same time. Cut. Believe your lies. You were so confident just now. The crows finally understood. What kind of king-level and ancient species are these? 1, 2. They are all frauds who steal the reputation. Their fame is bigger than one, but their strength is weaker than one. And the Insect Emperor Qin Yuan, a guy who doesn't even dare to release his aura, is at most a king-level super beast. Break the curtains set up by the Black Disaster? It's just fantastic, idiotic dream. This curtain. All insects are helpless. The Insect Emperor Qin Yuan is just a false name. Why should he? Chapter 124, Ordinary Fist. All the people and birds in front of the curtain stopped staring at Qin Yuan. Indeed, even a single super beast creature cannot break through the dark veil. Brown Beetle proposal. Let's join forces. 3 king-level players plus 3 perfect-level players can definitely break this dark veil. Hearing, the crows began to talk. They had always thought that the power of the king-level / ancient species / mythical beasts was similar. That's why we invited these helpers. Result. That's it. I can do it too. The crows have already seriously doubted the true level of these people. Can't even enter the battlefield. Even if we work together to open a gap. After entering, can't really help? Are you sure you're not delivering food? Everyone thinks that the 3 super beasts are equal. But in fact, this cognition, that's right. The ordinary Wangguhuan is indeed on the same level, but each has its own strengths. But there are differences between super beasts. The gap between top king beasts and ordinary king beasts is as big as the gap between perfect species and ordinary species. The fantasy beasts that can be defined as natural disasters are all top level. Certainly, above the top fantasy beasts there are, like the white bone phoenix, a super fantasy beast among fantasy beasts, known as the god-killing species. Lu Guang refused to cooperate and instead retreated to Qin Yuan's side. Only his eyes are always full of determination and confidence. Lord Insect Emperor, please. Please recognize me. How big is the gap between us? It's just a small matter. Qin Yuan smiled and nodded. It only took a second to get in. You guys are the only ones who have too many problems. It's time to end this farce. Under the suspicious eyes of the crowd, Qin Yuan looked calm, put his hands in his pockets, and walked forward alone. There is still no trace of breath leaking from his body. If you don't look at him carefully, you can't even notice that there is someone here. The power of destruction gathered in his right eye, emitting a ray of purple light. Again, the same thing. I just need to blink a little. This is already the limit of this world. Eyes of destruction. Break. Click. There was a crisp sound, and then boom, boom, click, click. It exploded with a crackling sound. The entire dark curtain, stretching for several kilometers, shattered like glass. Darkness disperses. The moonlight shines on the earth again. Fuck. Oh my god. All broken. Two ancient people, Lu Guang, and a group of crows were all dumbfounded. Are we just going to dig a hole and then crawl in? How come you broke them all into pieces? Qin Yuan just said one sentence. Just explode the entire curtain? This? The word of God? What you say is what you do. Mouthing a forbidden spell? It's simply, this is too fierce. The crows were shocked at first, then blamed themselves, and finally terrified. This guy is really strong. We have wronged him. Birds, who call these helpers? They're too strong. Will they eat our tribe? Yeah, I feel like even the Bird King can't beat him. What should I do? It exploded so much. The crows have already started to get scared. If this human attacks the crows, who can stop him? Even the Shadow Vanguard felt nervous. After the deed was done, he wouldn't really come to take advantage of him, right? The other side, the ancient man and woman looked at each other. They really wanted to kneel down to Qin Yuan. No comparison, no harm. The crows are just spectators. Only those insects that have attacked the curtain can understand its hardness. The dark curtain is not only indestructible, it also absorbs energy. Just because these ancient strong men can't break them, do you think these ancient super beasts are weak? No. The strength of this curtain is definitely beyond the crow's imagination. Qin Yuan can break the curtain with one word. He. So strong. The perfect male insect man's face suddenly changed, and he suddenly thought of, Big sister, could it be that your attack worked and this guy was just taking advantage of the situation? In fact, 99 of this conspiracy has been exposed, and this man just happened to pick up the missing one. The big sister's attack just now has worked, and this man is just the last straw that breaks the camel's back. But then, the eldest sister denied this speculation. Impossible. Joke. If I had this ability, would I still be the second in command at the base? I conquered the world. This dark curtain. It's true. Real. Can't beat it. It's totally unbeatable. Not far away. Qin Yuan walked inside alone, leaving only a lonely back view for everyone. Looks so desolate, sad. Although the crows were slapped in the face, they did not blame Qin Yuan. They just blamed themselves in their hearts. They actually did not trust their allies. I deserve to die. Only Lu Guang was happy and hurried forward. Wait for me, Lord Insect Emperor. Everyone hurried to follow. As I walked, I sighed that this devastated battlefield looked like it had been carpet-bombed. There is no perfect place. The noise here was so loud that it directly alarmed the two phantom beasts fighting inside. Blackbird, we agreed to a one-on-one duel, but you actually called for help? Stupid crocodile, don't slander me. We have been fighting for 3 days and 3 nights. How can I find time to find help? The helpers were all found by my younger brother. What does it have to do with me? The Blackbird King also felt. His subordinate's behavior of secretly finding helpers for him is very unkind and shameful. Really? Well done. Chapter 125, I Want It All. In the Crow Tribe, the sand crocodile suddenly broke free from the entanglement of the Blackbird King, and a red light flashed in his eyes. I'll kill these bugs first, then I'll kill you. After saying that, he turned into quicksand and rushed towards Qin Yuan and the other 4 people at a speed faster than the speed of sound. The Blackbird King hurriedly caught up. The ground rumbled. Sand flows and covers the entire land. The sand crocodile quickly found Qin Yuan and others, and without saying a word, he transformed into a giant crocodile. Sand crocodile bite. The yellow sand condensed into half a crocodile's mouth. A super sand crocodile mouth over 2,000 square meters, covering the sky, biting down in midair. Its shadow is so large that it can completely block out the moonlight and cover everyone. Dark shadows cover the earth. The king-level insect beasts that came to help open their mouths in fear and forgot to resist for a moment. Or, even resistance is a luxury. The power of this, unparalleled power, is this a natural disaster? But it is too late to realize the horror of natural disasters now. The attack has reached everyone's head, pressing down from the air. Everyone used their genetic skills to attack the 2,000 square meter giant crocodile with all their strength, but the attack was like a stone sinking into the sea without causing any waves. Everyone was in despair. Only Qin Yuan's eyes are evil. The corners of my mouth still have a smile. This attack strength is not enough. Because I'm very strong. Raising his hand, he threw a seemingly light punch. Normal punch. Normal punch. 6,000 tons of force. Boom! One punch shocks the world. Smash the darkness with your fist. I only heard a loud bang. The clouds were also blown away by the fist wind, and the moonlight once again covered the earth. Then a gust of wind blew, and yellow sand blew. Everyone raised their hands to cover their eyes. The entire sand crocodile's head was blown up in midair, and its body turned into yellow sand all over the sky. One punch, just fist wind, just blow up this disaster-level giant crocodile, and it also blew up the clouds in the sky. This man, he didn't even have time to transform into a bug. This is a natural disaster. Are you serious? If that's the case, then what level should the insect emperor be defined as? Natural disasters plus? More than natural disasters? Or apocalyptic? Is this the true power of the insect emperor? Lu Guang found out that he was wrong. So wrong. He knew that the insect emperor was strong, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. I thought everyone was super beast level, so the stronger ones must be stronger. But the strength is limited. Now it seems wrong. Really wrong. They are totally not on the same level. They are people from two different worlds. Lu Guang realized. The insect emperor is probably already the ceiling level on Earth. Only the gods in the legend can trample the insect emperor under their feet. Far away, the sand crocodile recondensed into a 100-meter long giant crocodile, staring at Qin Yuan, opening its mouth and roaring. Bug, you pissed me off. So what? All you can do is go berserk in rage. Qin Yuan spread his hands with an indifferent look. Surrender, /die, roar, kill you. It seems that you chose the latter. What a wise choice. If it were me, I would definitely choose this. Who doesn't love death? Flash. Flashed in front of the sand crocodile instantly. Open your left eye. The power of death emerges. Give me your body. I have death, open. The fantasy beast genes and exclusive genes in the sand crocodile's body are both good supplements, very nutritious, suitable for being eaten by oneself. In simple terms, the body can be left intact. One look at it made the sand crocodile feel death coming, and it fell to the ground with a bang in just a moment. There was no movement at all. Qin Yuan frowned. This guy died too quickly, didn't he? Something is wrong. It went so smoothly. Logically speaking, the sand crocodile's physical fitness should be able to last for 6 seconds, but it died in less than 3 seconds? Something is wrong. Very wrong. Seventh sense? Open. Manus, predicting the future. Future vision. A pool of yellow sand running away, scratching its armpits arrogantly. He's still alive. There is sand everywhere here, and it is not easy to find the escaped living sand. But as long as it's here, it can't go away. Etc. Not good. This guy is going to run away. Black Scourge, look for the sand crocodile immediately. This guy is seriously injured. Don't let it escape. Black Calamity looked at Qin Yuan, and it took him a long time to react. Although the other person's hair has turned black, his temperament is unmistakable, just like the human memory he had eaten. It's a hot man bug. Ew. You're the insect emperor Qin Yuan? Insect emperor? Good job. And Indy, who brought the insect emperor here? Which genius did this? Let you call for help. Didn't I ask you to find an emperor? Do these guys want to change the boss? Well, my time is very precious. I will deal with other matters after I catch that sand crocodile. Qin Yuan thought that the enemy had already run very far away, so it would be better to attack the base camp directly. Well, never mind. Why don't you just tell me where its lair is? I'll be back soon. Black Scourge looked into the distance, stretched out his wings and pointed. The lair of the sand crocodile is in the direction of the sunset, in the desert 3,500 kilometers away, in that direction. Look in the direction you point to. There's a very obvious conifer tree over there, and there's rolling quicksand moving towards that side. Qin Yuan showed an evil smile. Run? Can you run away? Not only will I eat you, all the meteorites in your home must be used to contribute to the improvement of my abilities. New exclusive genes. You demon's gene. I want them all. Chapter 126, Killing the Alligator. In the desert. Sunrise. The red light shines on the sand and dust, and various creatures begin to move, including desert scorpions, desert worms, mutant foxes. Qin Yuan stood in the sky, looking forward with a firm gaze. Lost. Isn't this desert too big? Looking around, there is nothing but sand. The whole area is covered with yellow sand. The sand crocodile escaped? If I survive it, I will probably be able to brag about it for the rest of my life. Unlocked achievement. The first person to escape from Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes, revealing a strong, killing intent. I will definitely catch up with you. You can't run away. Afterwards, turning around, following the pheromones he left behind, he returned to the Crow clan's territory. I was back here in less than a minute. Several of the insects who came to help had already been sent away by the Black Scourge. They didn't help at all, and they still wanted more. It is settling the surrounding tribesmen. Seeing Qin Yuan appear, it stopped what it was doing and bowed slightly to Qin Yuan. Sincere thanks. Thank you for your help, Lord Insect Emperor. Black Scourge, come with me. The Blackbird King paused, said a few words to the other crows, then spread his wings and flew away, following Qin Yuan to the desert. Ariel, Qin Yuan asked, where do sand crocodiles usually go to heal when they are injured? Injured? That stupid alligator. I haven't seen it injured. Lord Insect Emperor, I don't know where it will go when it is injured, but I know it likes to stay in its own treasure trove. Oh, where is it? Please follow me. Qin Yuan followed the Blackbird King and kept moving left and right to adjust the direction, and came to a towering desert stone forest. Finally, the Blackbird King landed on the highest rock, its feathers shining brilliantly purple in the sunlight. It's beautiful. The wings point to a mountain cave. Lord Insect Emperor, this is the entrance that leads directly to the bottom of the desert. Okay, you stay outside, and if the sand crocodile runs out, hold it back for a while. Okay, it's totally fine to hold it. After saying that, Qin Yuan fell down and entered the underground cave alone. The entire cave was 100 meters high, surrounded by earthy yellow rock walls, and there was a thin layer of mist on the rock walls. The cave is cooler and fresher than outside. The cave is very spacious and bright outside, but the further you go inside, the narrower and darker it becomes. Hundreds of meters later, as the light fades, after entering the cave, the surrounding rock walls have also become 20 meters high, and the cave begins to show a right angle slope of nearly 90 degrees downwards. Fortunately, Qin Yuan's vision was not affected in the dark, and with the seventh sense activated, the influence of the five senses on him was extremely limited. Slide down the steep slope smoothly. Down the steep slope. Instantly, countless creatures looked over, their dark blue eyes particularly eye-catching in the darkness, as densely packed as a swarm of fireflies. Then, rustling, countless underground creatures began to approach quickly. Desert ringworm, elite desert worm, desert poisonous hillworm. They screamed and roared, rushing forward to tear the invader to pieces. Roar, field expansion. The Dark Ancient Emperor's domain is open. Duong. A powerful secondary domain was cast, and tens of thousands of underground insect swarms were instantly destroyed. In order to avoid spilling blood and alerting the sand crocodile, Qin Yuan directly made them brain dead. Going deeper, the monsters were getting stronger and stronger, and the rock wall suddenly made a sound. Bang! Rock crushing. A perfect desert worm emerged from the rock wall above. Its mouth parts were dozens of meters long. The flesh-colored round mouth parts were filled with sharp teeth. The white worm is covered with black and white hairs. Ha ha ha, human! What a delicious taste! How dare you come to our underground insect cave? If you don't take the road to heaven, there will be no door to hell. Before he finished speaking, Qin Yuan glared at it. The worm's body suddenly stiffened, became limp, and fell from the top of the rock wall. Boom! No breath of life. Perfect desert worm dead. Cause of death. Talking too much. You're obviously a bug. You just ate a few brains, and you're showing off your IQ in front of me. Then he tried to kick the worm corpse away. Unexpectedly, the corpse had a special structure. As soon as I kicked it, the insect body exploded and bright green blood spilled all over the passage. The smell of blood spread. Not good. We can't let the sand crocodile run away again. Qin Yuan's face changed, and he immediately transformed. Insect transformation. Speed up your wings. Aiming at the center of the cave, he rushed over at the fastest speed, exploding everything in his path. I originally wanted to slowly clear the level, but now that I'm about to be exposed, then be thorough. Transformed into a violent demolition team. Boom, boom, boom. Chest-shattering ray activated. Nothing could stop him. All the bugs that stood in his way were smashed into pieces, and all the rocks were reduced to dust. Like an unstoppable rocket, it rushed to the innermost part in just a few seconds. Boom! With the last bang, Qin Yuan appeared in an empty underground space thousands of meters high. It was not dark but bright. Before, it was a huge silver meteorite that was 100 meters high that was emitting light, and under the meteorite, there was a stunned sand crocodile. Its brain hasn't reacted yet. Where did this human come from? Take a closer look. Suddenly terrified. The tail is unconsciously tucked up. Oh shit, it's him. How'd this guy find here? Slip away. The sand crocodile's body turned into yellow sand in 0.01 seconds and wanted to escape, but Qin Yuan would not give it another chance. Artifact. A stopwatch about to break. Start up. Time pause. Bite. The world freezes at the last second before the sand crocodile turns into sand, and the terrified expression on its face is clearly visible. Its body has not yet been transformed into an element. It is just a mortal body. Qin Yuan can kill it with just his fist. But to be on the safe side, I'd better glare at it. Death eye, open. Look directly at the crocodile for 3 seconds. The light in the sand crocodile's eyes is gone. Sand crocodile pawn. A generation of desert overlords fell. I can't even put up a decent resistance. It didn't even know it was dead. Its body twitched subconsciously for a few times before finally stopping. Wait until it stops moving. Qin Yuan put his hand on the sand crocodile's skin to check, and found that there was no breath. Dead indeed. Hey, I'm welcome then. Next steps. It's looting time. Chapter 127, Big Explosion. New Fantasy Beast Gene. Underground Cave Center. Qin Yuan begins genetic plundering. It is much easier to steal genes from dead animals. You just need to attract the genes of the dying animals into your body. Insert your fingers into the sand crocodile. If you want a complete fantasy beast gene, you must give up some genetic energy. Mythical beast, sand crocodile. Gene growth, 72. Exclusive genetic abilities. 1 extreme strength, 99. 2 super bite force, 99. 3 thick skin, 99. 4 dynamic vision, 99. 5 extreme regeneration, 99. Genetic skills. 1. Sand flow explosion. 2. Sand burial death tumble. Mythical beast gene. Elemental sand. Genetic armament. 1 sand fury fong. Orange 1 star bite damage increased by 200 with Terran property. Active skill. Sand fury. Sanity minus 50 for 60 seconds. Strength plus 200. Cooldown time 600 seconds. Qin Yuan begins the gene deprivation phase. Introspection. Enter the microscopic world. The genetic world on the verge of destruction. If you want to completely extract the genes of Fantasy Beast, you must be extra careful not to destroy its gene chain. When the consciousness entered the gene chain in the sand crocodile's body, all it saw was a scene of collapse and escape. All the genes rushed towards Qin Yuan in panic, but was swept away with disdain. In the world of watching, there are genes of various colors, exclusive genes, genetic skills, arm genes, talent genes, and the remnants of the meteorite power swallowed by the sand crocodile. Yellow, blue, green, purple. Qin Yuan's mental strength has greatly increased, and screening genes is more handy. The old, weak, sick, and disabled are not welcome. Those who are begging for a hug should get out of here. On the contrary, the strong one who is hiding from me. Well, why are you running? It's you. I caught you. Consciousness link is successful. The golden one is Elemental Gene Fantasy Beast Sand. Capture success. Starting to absorb. 1-2. 99. Beginning to merge. 1-2. 88. 99. Fusion completed. Super Gene ability. New Element Sand. Elements Sand. Consumes physical strength or genetic energy. Can manipulate elements to attack. Can transform into elements to avoid all physical damage. After absorbing the new Fantasy Beast Super Gene, Qin Yuan's hands still did not stop. I can feel the sand crocodile here and absorb a lot of. A boss-level natural disaster like the sand crocodile cannot just absorb the genes of the Fantasy Beast, and then be over. Its huge genetic energy will take at least several hours to completely dissipate. Gene energy absorption, 20.1, 20.2, 20.5. The genetic energy has been absorbed, and my progress has increased by about 2, which is not bad. It's better than nothing. After all, this time we are here for exclusive genes. Exclusive gene absorption, 1, 2, 88, 100. Exclusive gene has been fully booked. Exclusive gene fusion in progress. Fusion selection, 1 super limited strength, mythical, 2 ancient god poison, mythical, 3 7th sense, mythical, 4 dark crystal armor, mythical, 5 super speed regeneration, mythical, 6 ancient emperor domain, mythical. Genes, choose the 7th sense. The 7th sense is really useful. It is especially useful for preventing Lao Lu from playing dirty tricks. Even the last sneak attack by the god was discovered in time by the 7th sense. Otherwise, you might end up capsizing in the ditch. Gene pheromone feedback in progress. Selected 3 the 7th sense mythology. Exclusive gene conversion in progress. 1, 2, 88, 100. Transformation completed. 7th sense, 100. Qin Yuan clearly felt that the sensing range of his 7th sense had increased from 5 kilometers to 10 kilometers. In addition, the sensing time and sensing objects were also enhanced. 200 of the original strength. But it has not stopped. There is still a lot of meteorite energy in the sand crocodile's body, but it has not completed the transformation. This number is about 300 more than what has been converted. But it is also much more difficult to absorb. Exclusive gene extraction in progress. 1, 2, 55. Clean. There really is not a drop left of the sand crocodile. Finally extracted 2. Gene growth rate increased to 22. Beast gene, elemental sand. 155 exclusive gene energy. Orange weapon times 1. Disaster level corpse, including other non-armored teeth and claws, and this crocodile skin. These are all good stuff. When extracting genes, time flies by. But the whole process actually lasted a full 3 hours. Qin Yuan showed a happy expression, raised his hand, clenched it into a fist, and repeatedly opened and closed his fist. Feel the energy growing in your body and the new abilities of the phantom beasts. Sendukome. Rustle. Tiny yellow sand twisted into a small rope in the air and began to circulate in Qin Yuan's palm like flowing water. The force of rotation also brings a breeze, which can feel a little cool. Try the power. Looking around, he finally fixed his eyes on the 100-meter-high silver meteorite. With the palms of his hands facing each other, he focused his gaze on the meteorite and began to exert his strength, mobilizing his own genetic energy. Yellow sand rises. The yellow sand in the sky flows and swirls under the meteorite, forming 2 huge sand palms that hold it in their palms effortlessly. This meteorite probably weighs tens of thousands of tons, but it can be easily lifted by relying on the power of the yellow sand. This power bonus is about 10 times the normal value, which means that the power of sand is about 60,000 tons. Try this again, Sharon now. The yellow sand condensed into the shape of a 50-meter tall oriental dragon, with deer horns, a cow's mouth for claws and scales, and 2 long whiskers on its mouth. The only thing is that its eyes are colorless. Still need practice. The sand creatures I make now are flashy and not as spiritual as I imagined. Disperse. Elementalization. Qin Yuan instantly turned into a sandman, and he could feel that the more sand he had, the stronger he became. If we fight in the desert, that's super double. The elementalization of sand feels similar to the atomic particleization of oneself. Light and insubstantial feeling. Elemental sand abilities. I have thoroughly understood that if I control the sand in the desert, my actual combat power should be increased by about 300. But the sand crocodile is just an appetizer. Here is the main dish for this session. This piece in front of me. Huge silver stone. Exclusive gene meteorite. Chapter 128. The Insect Emperor's Legion. A huge meteorite shining with silver light. This may not be enough to eat in one day. Sand blockade. Terraforming. Qin Yuan manipulated the sand to block all entrances to prevent any blind guys from disturbing him when he was absorbing the meteorite. Then he put his hand towards the meteorite. It feels very cold, even colder than putting on ice. A burning sensation is created by the extreme cold. It's cold, but it feels like burning pain. Sensing a huge amount of exclusive genetic energy. Starting to absorb, Well, Qin Yuan closed his eyes and absorbed the meteorite while developing his own genetic growth. Gene growth rate 22, plus 0.01, plus 0.02. At the same time, Bincheng, since Qin Yuan founded the country and proclaimed himself emperor a few days ago, it can be said to be the most lively city in the entire south. All the insect people in the surrounding area regard it as a perfect shelter. Bustling. In just one day, in all directions, 200,000 Zerg and 400,000 humans came in scatter numbers, and according to these refugees, there are millions more Zerg and humans on the way. There are all kinds of people among them: students, workers, white-collar workers, gangsters, chables. A mixed bag. Most of them are wanderers whose cities were destroyed by monsters and have nowhere to go. The Empire no longer cared about their lives, and all of them came to the Qin state, which was known as the strongest power in the south. The other side, Qindu Supreme Command, formerly the Military Commission Building. In the room, Jean Lena is correcting documents with her head down. There's a knock on the door. Boom, boom. Enter. The black silk beauty assistant pushed the door open and came in, handed Jean Lena a cup of coffee, and said softly, "Lady Lena, there's a woman claiming to be the girlfriend of Lord Insect Emperor causing trouble in the city center. How should we deal with it?" "Woman? What's her name?" Jiang Tan, 18 years old, was a former classmate of Lord Insect Emperor. According to our information, the two of them have never been in a formal relationship. At most, they have just talked to each other. Well, what quality of Zerg gene did she awaken? She is an ordinary person. What? Ordinary people? Where does an ordinary person get the confidence to dare to bump into the Insect Emperor? Come on, make it clean. One more thing. Help me find Sanhu. I have something to tell him. Jean Lena gave the order directly. A woman of unknown origin coming here at this time is most likely to be a disaster. Why don't you come earlier or later? Come when the master is away and the internal situation is unstable. It's still the most reassuring to just go ahead and don't let go even if you kill the wrong person. Yes. The secretary left the room and closed the door behind him. Jean Lena still felt uneasy. How could an ordinary person who claimed to be the Insect Emperor's girlfriend come to the center of Qin City without her knowledge? There may be a driving force behind this. Someone is doing something. Sir Kai, I would like to ask you to go there in person. I am worried about the others. A cold voice in the air responded. Then with a bang, the window opened automatically and a transparent silhouette flew out. Talent market. Jiang Tian was surrounded by several insect warriors, and he was angry and making a lot of noise. I tell you, I am the future queen. Why don't you try to touch me? Several insect warriors looked at each other, not knowing where to start. They have deep respect and faith for the Insect Emperor. What if the woman in front of him is really the Insect Emperor's mistress, or Mistress 97? The leader of the insect team persuaded. Hey, girl, can you come to the Bug City Defense Office and sit down with us? We can talk about anything. But Jiang Tian tilted his head and raised it proudly. Do you know who I am? Even Qin Yuan was very polite and gentle when he spoke to me. How dare these bastards pull me? Many people become arrogant once they gain power, overestimating oneself. Think that you are superior to others and deserve to be admired and worshipped by everyone. Obviously, Jiang Tian is such a person. The surrounding insects were also angry, but dared not say anything when they saw such an unreasonable woman. Go to your police station? How can that be possible? I am the woman who will become the queen. You should send me to the palace now. Where's Qin Yuan? Ask Qin Yuan to come out and talk to me. The captain was completely numb. How could I possibly invite Lord Insect Emperor? Even my boss's boss's boss isn't qualified. Just when the two of them were at a stalemate, a loud shout rang out. Presumptuous! You think you can call me Lord Insect Emperor? Someone slapped me in the face. This person is Luo Wei, the thug hired by the secretary to kill Jiang Tian. As soon as the words fell, two strong insect men suddenly jumped out from the crowd, holding Jiang Tian on the left and right. The third insect man raised his hand to hit. Instant, a figure rushed over, so fast that only the afterimage could be seen. With a bang, knock away the insect man who was about to attack. Then he aimed at the other two insects and punched them twice, and in a few seconds he solved the three strong insects. When he stopped, everyone saw his face clearly. He was not a bug man, but a completely human. With green hair dye, a pair of gold hoop earrings, and dark circles under his eyes, he looks like a drug addict who is about to die. He spread his hands. I heard that the laws of the Great Sheen Insect Country are strict, but now it seems that it is just that, and no one cares about committing crimes in the streets. When the thug Luo Wei saw that the person coming was a human, he thought to himself that it was not good. At this stage, those who can switch between human and insect modes are either genius excellence or perfect level. Definitely a tough character. This is going to be bad. Thug Lo quickly admitted his mistake. It was wrong of me to fight in the street. If anything goes wrong, I will take full responsibility and surrender myself to the City Defense Bureau. You don't need to worry about it. Let's say goodbye now. The cracked lips of the drug addict revealed a creepy smile. No, that won't do. If you have anything to say, let's talk about it right here. Jiang Tian immediately agreed. That's right. Who knows if you insect people are in the same group? Unite as a group. Puff. Before he finished speaking, two bloody heads flew up. Jiang Tian's face still retained the joy of being rescued and the arrogance of insulting others. The drug addict Bugman's face was full of disbelief. He was killed instantly before he could even transform into a Bugman. It's so frustrating. Can you at least let me show you some of your skills? Chapter 129, I Only Strike Once. Leaf Mantis's Knife. Soon, it was so fast that even the perfect Bugman couldn't react. But a man in the crowd smiled sinisterly and whispered, "Be sad, Bug." A special energy wave swept across the entire place, and everyone and the insects began to cry helplessly, frustrated. Mythical Beast, Screaming Parrot. Fantasy Beast Gene, Emotional Sadness. Once you are hit, you will be enveloped by sadness and lose your fighting power. Even a strong mantis cannot escape the influence of emotions. No living thing can escape the knife of emotions. The leaf mantis shows its body, holding two sickles and wiping its tears. Woo woo woo. So sad. I am waste. I deserve to die. Murong Feng took off his hat and walked forward with a smile. I didn't expect Bin Sheng to give me a surprise. Mantis, you're pretty good. Would you consider becoming my subordinate? Wow. I really want to take you with me before I die. What a pity. It's a pity that I can't lift the knife now. Otherwise, I'll kill you with a knife. The leaf mantis now has difficulty wiping its tears. After being hit by that special energy, it feels weak all over. Like being sick. Murong Feng's expression changed and became extremely ferocious. Don't obey me? Then die. After saying that, he slashed at the dead leaf mantis neck with his knife. If the knife hits hard, the insect's head will be torn apart and it will die. The leaf mantis barely raised its arm to block. Clang! Bang! The whole body was directly knocked out, making a roar and crashed into a store. Murong Feng shouted towards the city. Where is the insect Emperor Qin Yuan? I am the mythical bee species, the sorrowful parrot, the strongest man in Tree City, Murong Feng. I want to challenge you. Its sound was so loud that it spread throughout the streets and alleys in just 1 minute. The patrol captain rushed to the scene upon hearing the news. If you want to fight, go to the martial arts arena and someone will take care of you. Martial arts arena? Is Qin Yuan there? Ha! My great Qin Empire has 400,000 insect people troops. Why does the emperor need to take action? Naturally, someone can defeat you. Ha! How dare you? Where did you from the Qin state get the courage to make such a bold statement? Are you afraid? Afraid? I'm afraid you don't have the guts. If no one can defeat me within an hour, don't blame me. I'll start a massacre. Murong Feng's killing intent flashed, and the momentum of the fantasy beast emanated, scaring the surrounding insect people to retreat. Let's go. Let me see the strong men from your Bin City. The rules of the Qin insect kingdom. If there's a conflict, go to the ring to solve it. If you can fight, try not to talk too much. Just do it. The arena is in the central square. There are about 10 arenas in a square, 9 outside, and 1 in the middle. The largest one is over 1,000 square meters and about 1.5 meters high. Half of the mine platforms had insects fighting each other, and many of them started fighting over trivial matters. After the fight, you can have a drink and make friends. The captain of the insect people led Murong Feng and his group to the middle arena, which was also the largest arena. Life and death tournament. Go if you dare. Oh, Murong Feng showed disdain on his face and jumped onto the stage with a light leap. On the left side of the stage were people he had led before, and at a glance there were 300 to 500 people. And they're all elite level or above insect people. Doesn't look like an easy challenge. He comes with bad intentions. The captain whispered to his adjutant, "Go and invite the ancient bullhorn immortal and the left and right guardian envoys. The enemy is strong." The only one who can defeat it is the ancient rhinoceros beetle, the commander of the first army under the insect emperor, or the blue dragon and blood tiger guardian. I don't think it would be helpful if other legion commanders came. On the stage, Morong Fong began to shout at the people around him. Insect Emperor Qin Yuan, listen to me. If you don't show up in an hour, I will start a massacre in your Qin capital. Whether it's the elderly, children, pregnant women, humans, or insects, I won't let them go. Kill them all. You only have 1 hour. Come out and fight me. After watching Qin Yuan's coronation live, Morong Fong was filled with jealousy and killed his way from Shu City to Qin capital just to defeat him in front of the world. Just defeat him. All the honor and recognition he receives will be mine. Morong Fu's eyes turned upwards, and his lips stretched to reveal an exaggerated smile. You bastards. There's still 59 minutes left. You can use up my energy as much as you want before Qin Yuan arrives. Or what are you afraid of? The huge Qin state is full of cowards and spineless people. He. Finally, some people in the crowd couldn't stand his ridicule. I'll do it. The snail man took the initiative to jump onto the life and death stage. My name is Tian Hui. Puff. Beheaded with one sword. Tianri, Ducized. Next, Murong Fong licked his bloody feathers in an extremely perverted manner, with endless madness in his eyes. This time, no one dared to step forward. Everyone was shocked. I'll do it. The captain volunteered. The team members around him looked anxious and pulled at his clothes. Captain Wong, no. Yes, Captain Wong. This is courting death. Let's just wait for the Legion commander to come. There's no need to go in person. The captain's eyes were firm. Let's try to delay time as much as possible and prevent him from slaughtering ordinary people before the Legion commander arrives. It depends. This guy is a lunatic. If we don't fight him, once he goes crazy, I don't know how many ordinary people and insect people will die in this city. The captain resolutely sacrificed himself. When he stepped onto the ring, he had already put life and death aside. I am not finished yet. Suddenly, a huge force came from his cheek, his face deformed, and the whole person flew into the air. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was slapped away by an invisible force. A figure appeared on the stage. It was the one that was just knocked away by the phantom beast. Dead leaf mantis. Its eyes are as cold as frost. The two brown curved sickle blades swung, emitting a chilling light that captured the heart. Don't get in the way. I'm with him. There is still a score to settle. Morong Fong grinned and looked down at it. Ha ha ha. Are you just relying on a defeated general like you? Let me tell you that there is an insurmountable gap between the perfect species and the mythical bee species. The leaf mantis narrowed its eyes into a slit, lowered its body, and raised its two blades. Hunting posture. One knife. Kill you. Only one strike. Death is in progress. Now is the hunting time. Chapter 130. The ancient bullhorn fairy appears. On the stage, the sorrowful parrot had seen the speed of the leaf mantis, so it did not dare to be arrogant and directly transformed into a phantom beast. Colorful feathers began to grow on its body. Its arms turned into wings, and orange-yellow claws appeared under its feet. It still has a human face, but its wings did not grow from its back. Instead, its hands turned into wings. Birdman form. The leaf mantis hid its body and disappeared directly on the stage. The wailing parrot frowned. Is it smokescreen? He expanded his nostrils and began to sniff the remaining scent in the air. He took several deep breaths, but still could not find the other person's position. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the air on the left, and the sorrowful parrot immediately used its ability. Be sad. Everything. Hearing this, everyone around the ring burst into tears. Two of the male insects had red eyes and cried with their heads held high. The last time I gave you something to eat, it wasn't actually duck neck, but rat head. I'm sorry. Wow, I was wondering why there were hairs. Don't blame you. It was my fault for throwing my socks into your toothbrush cup last time. I didn't dare to tell you. I'm sorry. Wow. I was wondering why I got athlete's foot on my mouth. The two cried even louder. On the stage, the wailing parrot saw the leaf mantis lying motionless with its head down, and a sense of pride arose in its heart. You're still strong, but if I use one skill on you, you will just cry. I won't keep you this time. The wailing parrot used its wings as a knife. The genetic power attached to its wings was like a colorful giant blade that chopped down at the dead leaf mantis neck. Must I? At this moment, the leaf mantis's expression changed drastically. no longer sad, but laughing. Laugh. What? The wailing parrot was startled and realized that he had fallen into a trap. He tried to retract his wings, but he used too much force and could not retract them. Genetic skill, dead leaf sonic slash. Phew. The knife hit the wailing parrot's neck, cutting into the bone 3/4 of the way through the flesh. Green blood gushed out from the wound. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't cut it down. The wailing parrot slapped the blade with its wings, knocking the mantis blade out. One shot hits, but can't kill. The gap between the fantasy beast and the perfect one is too big. Even a powerful mantis cannot make up for it. Seeing this, the leaf mantis flew back. It can only rely on sneak attacks to hit the opponent with one blow. If it doesn't kill the opponent with one blow, there will be no chance to hit it again. With the opponent's reaction ability, it can't hit it a second time. The leaf mantis flew to the edge of the ring and watched the wailing parrot in the sky. The wailing parrot's wounds healed quickly, and its face looked extremely ferocious, as if it wished to tear the leaf mantis into pieces. But he was also a little worried that the opponent would really chop off his head with his double blades. And he was very confused. How did you get rid of my control? You were clearly caught. Hee hee. As long as you are happy, you won't get hurt. Dead leaf mantis expression is smiling. Just a weird smile. No one would have thought that in order to overcome the control of sadness, the dead leaf mantis attacked itself. Cutting your emotions with double blades and separating them is an extremely dangerous and painful thing. But this also led to mutation and evolution. Become perfect mutant, mantis of joy and sorrow. Gene growth 60, exclusive genetic abilities, 1 top speed, 2 top reaction, 3 perfect acceleration for mimicry. Mutated gene, resistance to sadness/joy, greatly improved resistance to mental attacks. Side effect, insect cell splitting. Gene skills, 1. Sonic slash of dead leaves. 2. Cross slash of joy and sorrow. Dead leaf sonic slash. Attack speed plus 100. Casting speed plus 50. Reaction speed plus 50. Requires a lot of genetic energy and physical strength when used. Cooldown time, 600 seconds. Cross slash of joy and sorrow. One sword makes you cry, the other makes you laugh. Double swords will not make you cry or make a fuss. The damage will be increased by 50 to 200 according to the opponent's emotion value. Cooling time, 1,200 seconds. Ineffective against emotional beasts. Mutation evolution. The mantis of sorrow and joy is stronger than before. The double grid switching can effectively resist the opponent's emotional attack. But if the wailing parrot uses its abilities continuously, 100 personalities won't be enough. The screaming parrot recovered from its injuries and continued to taunt with its hands spread out. Didn't you say you would kill me with one knife? I'm still alive and well. The sad and happy mantis smiled. Isn't it normal that a perfect species can't beat a fantasy beast? Is there something wrong with your brain? I said only one knife, because there is only one chance to cut. Aside, the whole bird was stunned. Yes, isn't it normal that the perfect species cannot defeat the fantasy beast? Why? I wasn't killed by the sword, but instead I felt lucky? Is an illusion? I've never heard of this mantis before. Where did this master come from? Screaming parrot frowns. You should be the best fighter in Qin State, right? Since you have been defeated, let Qin Yuan come out to see me. I'm not the best fighter. Just a reminder, your real opponent is here. The real opponent? Who is it? At this time, there was a buzzing sound in the sky. The wailing parrot looked up and saw a small black dot at first, which then gradually grew larger, and a huge shadow enveloped the wailing parrot. Looking closely, a huge brown rhinoceros beetle fell from the sky, but its bifurcated horns were very strange and sharp like cow horns. Falling at high speed. Boom! The moment the giant object hit the ground, it smashed a 100 square meter deep pit on the ring, and the whole street shook. Are you the Birdman who's here to cause trouble? Not Qin Yuan? Who are you? The giant insect raised its head, and the corners of its mouth raised to reveal an extremely confident smile. The first army commander under the Insect Emperor. Ancient Bullhorn Immortal. Ancient Species. Ancient Bullhorn Fairy. Height 33 meters. Basic strength 208 tons. Gene growth 65. Exclusive genetic abilities. 1 super strength, 2 super recovery, 3 top insect sensing, 4 black armor exoskeleton, 5 muscle change. Gene skills. 1 domination, 2 spinning fists. Second stage transformation. Ancient giant hood mode. Armament. Rhinoceros beetle wings, blue 5 stars. Burning lungs, orange 2 stars. First army commander. Chapter 131. Horned beetle versus sorrowful parrot. The ancient oxhorned fairy and the wailing parrot stood opposite each other. The two were not of the same size, but the screaming parrot was not frightened. It had killed countless big eyes like the bullhorn beetle. The wailing parrot calmly combed its feathers and glanced up coldly. Ancient species? Unfortunately, the endings are the same in front of me. Be sad. A strange energy wave appeared and attacked the ancient bullhorned immortal. The sad and happy mantis is reminding. Be careful of its sounds and sights. When they were fighting just now, they found that the sorrowful parrot used sound and eye contact as a medium to trigger its abilities. Combat intelligence is often the key to determining victory or defeat. Don't worry, I will win. Genetic skill, domination. Overlord, super stiff state for 30 seconds. In this state, you will not be interrupted, controlled, knocked down, etc. You are not immune to damage. Cooldown time, 600 seconds. This is a special defense mechanism, basically equivalent to immunity from control. But there is only 30 seconds. Once the 30 seconds are up, it is hard to say who will win. When the energy waves of the wailing parrot swept across the body of the ancient bullhorn beetle, a flash of red genetic energy flashed across its surface. Sadness resistance, success. The ancient oxhorn fairy squatted down with his legs to drive the abdominal force, suddenly jumped up from a low altitude and rushed forward. There was a loud bang under his feet, and he came instantly. Watch the fight. How does it feel to be punched by a 33-meter-tall ancient bullhorn beetle? No one wants to try. Same with birds. The wailing parrot was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing the giant beast rushing towards it, it was filled with the spirit of the dead. It gritted its teeth and fled in the opposite direction, rushing towards the ancient bullhorn fairy. The ancient oxhorn fairy opened his eyes wide, revealed a confident crooked mouth, and punched down. The wailing parrot shrank its neck, spread its wings, and lowered its body. My fist grazed its scalp, and a few feathers fell off its head. At this time, it has reached the belly of the ancient bullhorn beetle and is attacking its lower abdomen. 3 colors double silk slash. The feathers of the wings are tightly bound together, and the edges are like 2 tricolored silk threads, sharp enough to cut through the armor of the ancient species. The wings quickly passed through the body of a Jura rhinoceros beetle. The moves are very gorgeous. Sisisisai. Every strike seems to have 3-color light flashing by. In just a moment, countless gaps were made, and the wailing parrot frowned. Sadness trigger, failure. Sadness trigger, failure. Even if the other person is hurt, the ability to be sad still cannot be triggered? Have your abilities completely failed? This is something I've never seen before. What's even more terrible is my position. This position is not suitable for me now. Really? The ancient oxhorn fairy stretched out 2 big hands and was about to grab the parrot in his hands. The wailing parrot rushed forward and got out from under the ancient horn fairy's hips. It smiled disdainfully and looked back. But this one look hurt me. Puff! A burst of yellow smoke came out. Fuck! It's poisonous. What's that smell? It stinks. The bullhorn beetle smiled evilly. He just happened to have eaten mutant soybeans this morning, and now they come in handy. Try this again. Grilled chicken wings. The chest of the ancient oxhorn beetle swelled, and its lungs turned red. The whole insect tilted back 45 degrees, sucking in the pure air from high altitude and compressing it into its lungs. With your mouth pursed, you suddenly blow out all the air, which burns in your lungs and turns into a jet of flame. Burning lungs, orange 2 stars, ability activated. Scorching phoenix flame. Huh. The flames shot out like a flamethrower and exploded when they came into contact with the methane gas around the sighing parrot. Boom! The flames burned hundreds of square meters, and the entire arena was fused into a piece of liquid lava. This was no ordinary flame. The energy molecules mixed in the flames can easily burn heavy tanks, and even the arena can feel its high energy from 100 meters away. Fortunately, the crowd had already retreated far away when the ancient bullhorned immortal arrived. Otherwise, at least hundreds of people would have been wiped out by this move. Smoky. There was a burnt round object standing on the battlefield, and a strange smell like chicken wings emanated from it. Fuck, are you dead? If not, stop pretending. Let's keep fighting. The round object is motionless and looks like it is dead. The ancient oxhorn fairy stepped forward. The round object broke open at high speed, revealing a hairless, charred parrot. I will be back. The wailing parrot ran away at full speed, without any of the high spirits it had when it came. Now I just wanted to go home. MD, a beetle can actually breathe fire? Is this what the ancients were supposed to do? This is unscientific. It flees, it chases. The two insects shuttled back and forth between the roads and the city. Although the ancient bullhorn beetle was large, it was very agile. In just a few minutes, it forced the wailing parrot into a desperate situation. The wailing parrot is almost in despair. It seems that the only way is to find a hostage to make the other party afraid to act rashly. Its eyes quickly search for the target in the crowd. I saw a cute white-haired girl wearing JK buying ice cream. Her eyes were white and red, which was very beautiful. Her clothes looked very expensive. She must be the eldest daughter of a wealthy family. Kidnap this white-haired girl. This will make the rhinoceros beetle worry. After thinking about it, it rushed across the 100-meter street at high speed and put its hairless bird wings on the girl's neck. Ancient bullhorn fairy, don't come over here. If you come over here again, this cute little sister will die because of you. The ancient oxhorn fairy really stopped. The screaming parrot cheers. My decision was really wise. A little human girl could make this cowhorn beetle afraid of the consequences. Wouldn't those 10 little girls destroy their own genes? But why is this cowhorn beetle looking at me so strangely? It's like doubt with a hint of sympathy? Pity? Chapter 132. The girl next door begins to grow up. On the street, the crowd scattered like birds and beasts, all hiding in the distance and watching secretly. The wailing parrot held the girl hostage and confronted the ancient rhinoceros beetle. The girl in front of him was eating ice cream leisurely. Nugeo-oxian, where did this roast chicken come from? What are you playing? The wailing parrot clenched its wings, barely managed to produce a feather, and placed it around the girl's neck. Shut up. I'm not a roast chicken. I'm a mythical beast. Screaming parrot. If I hear the word roast chicken again, I will kill you immediately. The girl stared at the wailing parrot with her beautiful two-colored eyes, her eyes full of surprise. You don't know me? Why should I know you? Because my fist. Bang. The girl's fist, as white as a lotus root, hit the wailing parrot's stomach, and it felt like it was hit by a high-speed train. Bulging eyes and wide open mouth. In my mind, I began to review the various fragments of my life. Etc. Revolving lantern? Oh shit. Fuck. Wah. The girl next door is growing up. His strength is as great as that of a mountain, and his courage is as unmatched as that of the world. ITM. The wailing parrot had a distorted expression and fell to the ground, holding its stomach and vomiting violently, vomiting out all the acid in its stomach. This strength is too exaggerated. Find hostages. Found a stronger one. Who are you? Who are you? Are you? Qin Yuan in women's clothing. Qin Yuan in women's clothing? Huh. Are you kidding? I am the right protector of the empire, Lord Hongdo. You came to Qindu to seek death, and you don't even recognize me? How rude. Is this a matter of politeness? The sorrowful parrot only paid attention to Qin Yuan from the beginning, and he really didn't pay attention to the others. Roll your eyes. Escape. It stood up and ran away. Looking back, the rhinoceros beetle was still standing there, looking at it like a fool. A girl's voice came from my ear. Where are you going? The wailing parrot was so scared that its liver was shaking. That punch made it doubt its life. It was really scared. Let me go. I won't come to Qindu to cause trouble again. I promise. At this time, the girl had transformed into a 10-meter-tall, blood-marked white tiger. Her strange two-colored pupils stared at the wailing parrot, giving it goosebumps. This is an instinctive fear. The white tiger opened its bloody mouth, yawned, and lay lazily on the ground. I'll let you run 399 meters first. The wailing parrot didn't care about that and ran away. Now its wings couldn't fly, so it could only be a walking chicken. The two chicken feet left after images, and the skin on the feet was rubbed to sparks. Escape, escape, escape. You'll be able to run away soon. Just as they reached the 400-meter street, the blood tiger moved. Its eyes quickly locked onto the running wailing parrot. It raised its hind hips and twisted them, lowered its front limbs, and then kicked its legs. Whoosh. The muscles of his body moved rhythmically like a perfect streamline, and within a few seconds he caught up with the wailing parrot. Keep pace with it. No more playing, you'd better die. Otherwise, Brother Qin will scold me when he comes back. After saying that, the tiger claws clapped. With a bang, the wailing parrot was slapped and hit against the wall. The slap made its head buzz. Reactivate ability. Lament. As expected, Shuehu was hit, and he supported himself on the ground with his hands, tears streaming down his face. Wow, wow, wow. I'm a loser. I've never had a boyfriend in my life. Right, messenger. The ancient horned immortal arrives in time, and the hegemony time has been refreshed and can be used again. Tyrant body, gene technique, spinning fist. The ancient bullhorn immortal's fist squared, and then the muscles rotated, including the genetic energy, and used the power of the whirlpool to deal higher damage. Bang! The punch hit the wailing parrot's chest, and it spat out a mouthful of blood. Puff! Finally, he fell to the ground with serious injuries. The ancient oxhorn fairy raised his right foot and stepped on his head. The moment I stepped on it, I was blocked by a huge force. Wait a minute. Looking down, there was a short-haired man in white clothes at his feet, holding a book in his hand. Men's Endurance. The ancient oxhorn fairy. Show mercy when you can. Are you also in the same group? If you don't get out of the way, I'll kill you too. As the power of the bullhorn beetle gradually increased, the man's face turned pale and he could not hold on any longer. Then he also transformed into a bugman. The wings behind it spread out like a pterosaur, and there are long blue hairs on the top of its head. Although it is hard to tell what species he is after turning into a pterosaur, he is most likely an ancient species or a mythical beast. The white tiger had also woken up by now and roared angrily. Roar! Damn roast chicken! How dare you expose my privacy? 2 high-level super beasts? The birdman saw that the situation was not good, so he grabbed the wailing parrot and flew into the sky. The ancient rhinoceros beetle was also ready to spread its wings and chase after it, but was stopped by the white tiger, who shook his head to signal him not to chase after it. In the sky, seeing the 2 people who didn't chase after him, the wailing parrot was filled with fear and resentment. This time, not only did they lose hundreds of men, but they also lost face. It said to the pterosaur beside it in a firm tone, Master Chong, I agree to participate in the experiment. I want to become stronger. Haha, how could you be so embarrassed today if you had agreed earlier? Sudden, the wailing parrot looked at the pterosaur man with a puzzled look. General, why is your hair standing up? Hair? What hair? The blue hair on the pterosaur's head stood up like upright telephone poles. Gene tips. Tianlei initiates location sharing with you. What's the meaning? This is the first time I have encountered this kind of genetic feedback. The pterosaur looked up at the sky. The white clouds had turned black, and there seemed to be a huge black shadow moving through the clouds. A dragon head emerged from the clouds, its golden pupils full of majesty and domineering. The bastards. Chengdu is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Chapter 133, The Mastermind. Over the Qin capital, dark clouds covered the city, thunder rumbled. Boom! White light flashed from time to time, and hundreds of insects appeared from nowhere in the city, and were being suppressed by several major legions. The ancient rhinoceros beetle looked up and gazed at the sky. Hongdo, do you think it's okay for Songlong to fight 2 at once? Hongdo licked the ice cream in her hand with her tongue and looked up at the sky. Brother Qin said that when there is thunder in the sky, just leave everything to Songlong. At this time, it was a natural disaster. Ariel. The pterosaurs looked at the clouds in amazement. This might have reached the level of a natural disaster. If a high-level super beast like me were to be struck by a lightning, not even a slag would be left. Looking at the thunderball that has already formed, the pterosaur man had a murderous look in his eyes and made a decision in his heart. This is the only thing we can do. At this time, the blue dragon Yunju in the sky stared at the 2 beasts with its eyes wide open, its white beard fluttering in the wind, and it spoke. No matter who is behind you, you dare to mess with my great Qin insect country. There is only one outcome, death. Cloud fury, Lailin. Snap! The sky is full of lightning, and there is no escape. The pterosaur man shouted to the sky. Look at me. Infinite shield. With his claws, he threw the wailing parrot into the sky, just in time to meet the falling thunder. The little eyes of the wailing parrot are full of big doubts. I've seen primary school students move up to junior high school, but I've never seen primary school students move up to junior high school. Aren't you talking about the infinite shield? Where's your shield? Why did you abandon me? MD, bastard. But the thunder was coming, and the wailing parrot could only make a shrill cry. At this moment, it realized, was the real sadness. is not being defeated by the enemy, but being betrayed by the person you trust the most. Internal damage is the real sadness. Backstab. It hurts so much. Emotional materialization. Sadness. Soul breaker. It was too late to break through the battlefield. A lightning bolt the size of a train struck vertically, and the wailing parrot slashed forward. Snap! Boom! Screaming parrot dead. The body fell from a height into the forest. A mantis appeared out of nowhere in the forest and stabbed the wailing parrot's body with its foot blade, swallowing its phantom gene. Mantis. Variety improvement. Aerial. The pterosaur managed to escape by chance by using the narrow space created by the parrot. It flapped its wings, quickly flew out of the attack range of the blue dragon, and fled without looking back. Songlong? What a scary god. This power has reached the level of natural disaster, right? But the opponent did not pursue me, which shows that it must have certain limitations. The overall strength cannot be completely calculated as a natural disaster level. The intelligence obtained from this operation is very important. Thoroughly figured out the true and false situation of the Qin army's top combat power. One suspected natural disaster, 2 high-level super beasts, and a mantis with the strength of an initial super beast. In addition, the insect emperor, who is above the level of a natural disaster. The current strength of the Qin state is indeed very strong, but it is not invincible. If it uses intelligence to defeat them one by one, it is confident that it can conquer Qin within a week. Hey, Qin state, I will come again, but next time I come, it won't be a test. A trace of greed flashed in the eyes of the pterosaurs. If they could get the genes of these powerful men, they could take over the whole world. Then all the organisms. Eat them all. The blue dragon in the sky watched the pterosaur fly away, but did not chase it, because it could not take this dark cloud away. There are certain sight restrictions on the use ability, while the thunder and lightning are still there. Looking down at the insect people causing trouble in the city. Chop you little bugs to death. Instant. The genes of all troublesome insects received a genetic alarm prompt. Tianlei is initiating location sharing with you. White light comes on frequently. The crackling sound of lightning and the screams continued. The whole city was in a state of lightning and thunder, which lasted for a full 10 minutes before it completely stopped. All the surviving troublemakers were subdued and taken away and detained for trial at a later date. The blue dragon turned into a white horse and appeared beside Hongdao. One escaped. Red being surprised. Huh, that pterosaur is so powerful. How could it escape from your hands? Yunju's eyes were solemn. He lifted the cloud on his feet and stepped lightly on the air. This matter is not simple. I have been feeling a terrible sense of being watched recently. There may be a powerful enemy behind them. I want to go find the Lord. Then go ahead. Why did you tell me? What I mean is that you and Shangunyo Jiaoxian had better not leave the base. At least, stay in the base until I come back. Okay, I have no problem with that, but I don't know whether that upgrade, Maniac Nugioxian, will agree to it or not. Boom. Just when I said that, the horned beetle came. A dull male voice sounded. I'm fine too, Songlong Envoy. You can go with peace of mind. I and the others are enough here. The blue dragon, Yunju nodded, transformed into a white cloud dragon, and flew into the sky. Disappeared in the blink of an eye. Soon, Songlong followed the pheromones left by Qin Yuan all the way to the giant forest and saw a huge nuclear bomb crater. The breath of the Lord. But it was yesterday. Continue forward and come to the human town of Sanjia, which is also deserted. Heading north. Came to the mangroves, ruins. The pheromone ends here. The entire land in front seemed to have been turned over by something like plowing. What could do such a thing? Is it a cow? The clue is broken. That Songlong was like a headless fly, spinning madly in the sky. It suddenly thought of another pheromone. When I was in the town, there were 2 pheromones left behind, as if they were specially left for someone. This is the clue my lord gave me. I see. The master knew I was coming to see him, so he gave me a hint. Maybe he's in some trouble, so I have to help him quickly. Think of this. Songlong changed direction and quickly chased in the direction of another pheromone. At the same time, underground cave. Qin Yuan was closing his eyes, concentrating on absorbing the energy of the meteorite. The huge energy of the meteorite caused his unique skill experience to increase wildly. Exclusive gene growth +1. +1. +1. +1. +++. Chapter 134. When in doubt, act rashly. At dusk, Kagawa City. Titan apes and other insect beasts traveled a long way and arrived in front of this new city. But the leader here did not seem to welcome them, and a group of people stood on the city wall to stop them. When the world became bigger, the city was sandwiched between the two peaks. It is the only way to Dongxing City. If you take a detour, you'll have to travel at least twice as long. As a city with a population of 8 million, its management strength should not be underestimated. The general stood upright on the city wall, talking to the titan, ape, and other beasts across the air. My fellow beasts, may I ask what brings you to Quilts City? The titan ape leaned down and quickly scanned the insects on the city wall. One king, too perfect. Can beat it. We're going to Dongxing City, and we have to pass through your place. Hundreds of thousands of insects and beasts passing through human cities? Are you kidding? Everyone on the city wall looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a moment, and all turned their eyes to the general. The general's eyes were firm, and he refused. No, your request is too absurd. I'm sorry, we can't agree to it. Hey, I've been waiting for you to say this. Forced attack. Guys, charge. The titan ape is just a young and inexperienced person. When he is in doubt, he will just rush in. Fight first and talk later. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, Lord Titan. The titan ape looked down and saw that it was the snack old man who was rescued from the town. Seeing the giant ape stop, the old man hurriedly shouted to the city wall. General on the tower, we're the troops of His Majesty the Insect Emperor. We are going to Dongxing City for important matters. Please allow us to pass through. Insect Emperor. Everyone on the tower was panicked when they heard this. The Insect Emperor alone was a natural disaster that could destroy the city. Under him are 2 great guardians and 5 great legions. It's not something they can do. What to do? Now, even the general hesitated. A wrong decision led to the revenge of the Insect Emperor. There is only one end waiting for Quilts City, the destruction of the city and the death of its people. Thinking of this, the general's tone softened. Can you please wait for a moment? We need to discuss this. Hurry up. If you guys haven't come to an agreement by the time I finish eating the banana, then we'll break into the city. Okay. The general could only smile and order his men to collect bananas from all over the city and send them to the giant ape. After a while, the 5 major families in the city gathered together upon hearing the news. Since electronic devices could not be used, they could only drive here and hold offline meetings. General, the Insect Emperor's army wants to pass through our Quilts City. What do you think? Patriarch Gu. I can't beat them. What else can I do? If someone wants you to stick your butt up, you have to stick it up. Mr. Meng, I'm fine with it. I'll pay for it, and I don't care about anything else. Head of the Ping family, I object. If these insect beasts enter the city and start killing people, who can resist them? Patriarch Wang, we must first verify their identities. If they are really the Insect Emperor's men, this door must be open today. We cannot afford to offend the Insect Emperor. Huang Patriarch, if they were not the Insect Emperor's men, we would fight to the death and send people to Dongxing City for help. Head of the family, same as above. After a round of heated discussion, everyone unanimously decided to first identify the authenticity of the identity, then decide whether to open the city gate. Outside the city, the titan ape sat and kept putting the mutant banana into his mouth, chewing it up and down. His eyes narrowed, and his whole face was full of happiness. Gagaxiang, the aphid king reminded, you've been eating for an hour, and it's getting dark. When do we launch our attack? For attacking humans. The aphid king looked eager to try, and he even thought of the tactics and the subsequent distribution of work. But this big fool was busy eating bananas and had no intention of attacking. The aphid king was very anxious. Titan ape glanced at the aphid king. Keep eating bananas. What's the point of fighting them? You've delayed our progress to Dongxing City. Can you take the responsibility? Aren't you afraid that the king will kill you? How refreshing and refined is it to say that you want to eat more bananas? You are really worthy of me. If you didn't fight so often, I would have believed it. The titan ape refuses to fight, and the aphid king will not take action either. If Qin Yuan holds him accountable later, the aphid king will die. I hope these humans can be tougher and attack immediately if they refuse. On the city wall, the general stood at the front with 2 perfect-level insects beside him and the heads of the 5 major families behind him. The top leaders of the city are basically here. The general spoke. Everyone, are you really the army of Lord Insect Emperor? The aphid king opens his mouth. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Are you going to go to war with us just because I said a few more words? I was right. You really want to go to war, right? Start a war? The general is stupid. Who am I? Where am I? What did I say? How did it turn into a war? Don't talk nonsense. Seeing the 300,000 aphids eager to fight, the general quickly explained. No, we in Quechuan City have absolutely no intention of starting a war. We just want you to show us the military orders of His Majesty the Insect Emperor. Military order. Titan ape and aphid king stare at each other. What? Aphid? Did the king give it to you? Monkey, the master is fighting shirtless. Do you think he would bring something like that? Where would he put it? Titan silence. Never mind. Let's just start fighting. In an instant, the two beasts' eyes changed, and both showed cruel smiles. An army of 300,000 aphids, 400,000 mosquitoes, and 50,000 monkeys, all with fierce eyes. Ready to go. On the city wall, the general immediately noticed something was wrong and displayed all the city's combat power and weapons. 50,000 human troops, 450,000 Zerg soldiers, 40 tanks, 60 rocket launchers, thousands of heavy machine gunners. Both sides are full of gunpowder. The battle is imminent. Chapter 135. The war begins. War. Start. Following the Titan Ape's order. All troops attack. Roar. Charge. The vast battlefield stretches for dozens of miles. Countless insect beasts launched an attack together. The dense insect beasts attacked like a tide, raising a cloud of sand all over the sky. The buzzing of mosquitoes, the clicking of aphids, and the squeaking of monkeys echoed throughout the battlefield. The mosquito army and the aphid army rushed to the front, and the monkeys who were afraid of death were at the back. The aphid troops have sneaked around and launched a surprise attack from the side. The entire battlefield immediately broke out into fighting. All human and insect blood. Seeing that the situation was out of control, the general was forced to open fire. Fire. All hot weapons formed the first round of bombing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy machine gunners had ferocious expressions as they fired at the weakest-looking mosquito swarm. As the yellow flames lit up, da-da-da, mosquitoes fell in droves. The gunfire roared and the smoke filled the air. All the insect troops launched a counterattack, but half of them were temporary recruits who were just sitting there doing nothing. The insect beasts are fearless and charged forward. The aphids roared and approached, biting off the insect man's head in one bite. Mosquitoes bite human blood vessels and drain blood. Monkeys edge OB. Long-range stone throwing consumption. Death of a Taoist friend is better than death of a poor Taoist. The general saw many insects and beasts rushing towards him and immediately used his ability. King Beast Control. King Beast Control can control creatures whose mental power is less than 50 of their own. The higher the loyalty, the lower the mental power consumption. Group Control. The aphids have a mental link and cannot be controlled as a whole, but the mosquito swarms and monkey swarms do not have. Just a moment. Tens of thousands of mosquitoes and monkeys turned against us, their eyes red as if they were bewitched, and attacked their teammates. Seeing that the situation was not good, the aphid king immediately launched a rebellion, and the two king beasts began to fight for control without moving. The Titan ape stood up and walked toward the city wall. Everyone followed the Titan ape and raised their heads. The defenders were suddenly in a panic. This is a super beast that is 55 meters tall. In people's eyes, it is like a small mountain. The Titan ape bent its legs, leaped up, and rose from the ground like a huge missile. It adjusted its position and aimed its butt at the wall and smashed it down. But bomb. Boom. The city wall was broken, and hundreds of insect warriors were killed or injured. At this time, a man with short pink hair covered his face and cried, waving his arms and shouting, "Brothers, this insect beast kills our compatriots at will and tramples on our dignity wantonly. Fight it and shoot. We want to avenge our dead companions." Everyone around him looked at him like a fool. "Why don't you go up?" "Yeah, you shot yourself? Why didn't you? You shouted slogans loudly, but you took the lead in running away. You just rely on your grandfather being a lieutenant colonel and brag every day. A deserter is asking us to charge? You're dead. The credit is yours, but the fate is ours." Seeing that no one was taking his bait, the pink-haired man raised his gun and pointed it at a soldier who was saying bad things. Bang! Soldier. The pink-haired man looked ferocious. "Now that we've broken off, there's nothing more to say. Now it's an order. Go ahead. Anyone who dares to take a step back will be punished by military law." He was still grinning smugly, but he didn't expect a big foot to be on his head. Bang! One kick turned him into a meat patty, the king of deserters dead. On the battlefield, there is no such thing as human relationships, only strength. The entire battlefield is in chaos. Insects and beasts fought each other, and more than 10,000 people were killed or injured in a short period of time. The entire night was stained with blood, and the air was filled with the smell of blood and gunpowder. The people hiding in the city were trembling. In Kagawa's city hotel, hearing the roar of artillery fire outside, the room was filled with artillery fire. The white-haired old man couldn't sit still any longer. He pushed the 36D girl next to him away, put on his pants, got off the round bed, opened the window, turned into a bug man, and flew out. The woman quickly chased to the window. "Hey, I haven't given it to you yet." Unfortunately, he has flown away. I didn't hear what the woman said next. The white-haired old man spreads his wings and transforms into a giant dragonfly. Ancient species, giant dragonfly. It is 20 meters long and has a wingspan of 60 meters, but its body is very light, weighing less than 20 tons. I didn't want to get involved, so why did a fight break out? Logically, shouldn't we make peace? These high level. After all, it's my hometown, so I'll help if I can. At this time, various folk masters in the city also rushed to the scene. Although humans and insects have different political views, but when they encounter insect beasts attacking the city, they will be extremely united. With the continuous addition of various humans and insects, the garrison's decadent situation was miraculously stopped, and there was even a hint of counterpressure. After all, there are 8 million backers in the city, including at least 1 million insect people, and there are many folk masters. Although there are few perfect level soldiers, there are many excellent level and elite level backbone forces joining in, which plays a great role in the battlefield. However, the lack of top-level combat power also caused heavy losses to the army in the city. The Titan Ape alone can kill hundreds of soldiers and Zerg in minutes. It is like a battlefield meat grinder, madly harvesting the lives of soldiers and destroying heavy weapons. When the giant dragonfly arrives, I saw monkeys, aphids, and mosquitoes attacking the city together. Guessed it immediately. There must be a mastermind behind them. The giant dragonfly spreads its wings and flies over the giant ape. "Sir Gigantic Ape, whose subordinates are you? Why are you attacking my Quilts city?" The Titan ape looked up and saw a big dragonfly. It smashed the tank and replied, "Hee hee, we are the army of the Insect Emperor. We wanted to borrow your passage, but unfortunately we failed to reach an agreement. So we have to rely on our fists to talk." Giant dragonfly stunned. "Insect Emperor, is that the one? Are the leaders of Quilts city crazy? How dare they go to war with the Insect Emperor? What makes you think you can do that? Just relying on one king beast and 2 perfections?" Giant dragonfly can't figure it out. What's in the minds of these senior executives? It directly promised everyone, "You can pass, but please don't do any more reckless harm." Far away, the aphid king is anxious. "Peace. Then how can we fight and snatch genetic energy? How can you become stronger without energy? Be decisive and speak first." "It's a trap. Don't believe it. Monkey, do it." Titan ape scratching his head. "The aphid king is one of us. He will definitely not lie to us." "Then, kill this big dragonfly first. Beat it. Boom, 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 boom." The Titan ape pounded his chest frantically, his eyes full of arrogance. "Come on, big dragonfly, defeat me first." The giant ape was about to attack, but then a roar sounded in the sky. Boom, accompanied by lightning and thunder special effects. A white dragon head poked out from the clouds. The dragon head alone was 30 meters high, and its hair fluttered in the wind, giving it an air of fairy spirit. Staring with a pair of golden eyes, full of majesty and domineering, he looked at everyone present. Blue dragon cloud horse. Domineering appearance. That's it. Everyone and every bug, stop right there. Chapter 136. You are the second. Thunder and lightning. The blue dragon and cloud horse make a majestic appearance. Everyone on the battlefield actually stopped and looked at it. The giant dragonfly was suspended in the air, nodding respectfully to the blue dragon cloud horse. Dear Chin's left envoy, this is a misunderstanding. The Titan ape didn't recognize Yunju and shouted at him to come down and get beaten. "Big Python, are you strong? How dare you give orders to me? Come down here and die." Titan doesn't know, but the aphid king next to him knew him. It gained a lot of related memories after eating people. including the whole process of Qin Yuan's founding of the country, including the 5 leaders of the Dark Crystal Legion and the 2 envoys. Monkey, don't. It was too late to stop it. The Titan ape had already rushed up. Fight first and talk later. It pressed its body downward, concentrating all its strength on its feet. With a bang, it charged at the giant dragon in the sky with both legs. He opened his arms and tried to grab the white dragon and strangle it to death, but his arms were just empty. Or hug a cloud of mist. What the hell? Where's the snake? The Titan ape's expression suddenly froze, and his body began to fall rapidly. Songlong immediately launched an attack. Gorilla, I don't like you. Zo plisti. You are the second person who dares to fight me in the clouds. Songlong controls the thick fog to launch attacks. When the fog is condensed and carries genetic energy, the damage is not much worse than other elements. 100 Mists, Beast Attack. The beasts appeared in the mist, and all of them were giant beasts over 15 meters tall, biting, clawing, tail whipping, headbutting. Various attacks hit the Titan ape, causing a continuous roar. The giant ape was angry and roared to the sky. Roar! Then, the blue dragon attack followed. The dragon's tail. The 80-meter-long dragon tail whipped over like a whip. This heard a bang. The Titan ape fell like a meteor, drawing a beautiful straight line in the night sky. Boom! Falling to the ground. Head on the ground, limbs scratching the ground. It was hard to pull the head out. The Songlong Yunju's ultimate move was also fully accumulated. It raised its head and exhaled a breath of cold air towards the sky. Cloud Sorrow, Ice Kill. The temperature on the battlefield dropped rapidly, and the soldiers in their coats were shivering. Diamond-shaped snowflakes began to fall, then hail, then icicles. Finally, the Ice Blade. For real. Knives are falling from the sky. The Titan ape was dumbfounded. Why did this scene, this scope, and this speed of slapping someone in the face seem so familiar? No more fighting. I give up. Titan ape is reckless, but it is not stupid. It thinks so. It would be easy for a heavy warrior to fight against a mage, but this mage is immune to physical attacks. What's the point of fighting then? Just surrender. It's not shameful. The Aphid King flew out in time to plead for mercy. Lord Songlong, please stop. We are all subordinates of Lord Chondi. We are one family. We are one family. Songlong Yunju was stunned when he heard this, and then he stopped attacking. The entire battlefield was covered in frost, and all the people and insects were shivering from the cold. The temperature on the battlefield instantly dropped to -50 degrees. The seriously injured members no longer needed to be rescued and were frozen to death on the spot. The one who was most severely frozen was the Titan ape. His entire body was completely frozen into a giant ice sculpture. He could only blink frantically inside the eyes to ask the Aphid King for help. The Aphid King explained to Songlong Yunju seriously, Lord Songlong, this is the master's new little brother. He is mentally ill. Please don't bother with him. He then tapped his head with his front paw, indicating that the monkey was not very smart. The blue dragon nodded. It also smelled the master's pheromone. Besides, who would bother with a fool? The blue dragon poked its head 100 meters above the Titan ape, and its tentacles gently waved, thawing the frozen. Gorilla, still fighting? But the Titan ape bowed down. Second brother, no more fighting. From now on, Qin Yuan is the boss, and you are the second. Songlong Yunju, I don't really want to be second. Besides, I don't want your stupid brother. Forget about this matter. I want you to answer my question. Where did the Lord go? I have something important to report to him. Boss, it's like this. There's a bastard called Shadow Vanguard who invited the boss to his house. He said he wanted his help with some black disaster. Songlong frowned. Black disaster. It happens to know. This guy's information was seen in the highest archives of the Qin state. He was one of the 32 natural disasters of the Dragon Empire. He is one of the few top strong men in the world. Where can I find the Black Scourge? Follow the Blackbird. You should be able to find it. Blackbird. Akiyu. The Shadow Vanguard sneezed, and it felt like someone was talking about it. You guys take good care of the clan land. I'm going to report the situation to Lord Tianzai. Yes. Master Vanguard, times 22. The Shadow Vanguard crow soared into the sky and flew towards the redwood forest. It also wanted to try to see if it could get something good out of the Red Tree King. It would be even better if you could knock out the essence of life. Rubbing hands excitedly. But when it came to the former mangrove forest, it found that only a plowed land was left. Moved. What a pity. Mangrove King, you are lucky. Shadow Crow thought it was a pity and spread his wings again, flying towards the direction of the pheromones left by the Black Scourge. Not long. On a rock wall, a Black Scourge was found standing guard. Boss, the casualties of our tribe have been counted, as well as the remaining meteorites we have. 36,855 members of the tribe died. 6,554 were seriously injured. 133 were slightly injured, and there are currently more than 83,320 mutant crows left. As for meteorites, there are still 100 kilograms of genetic skill meteorites. How much should we pay the insect emperor? Black Scourge pondered for a moment, and after carefully considering the pros and cons, know the answer. This insect emperor is very powerful. We should try our best to make friends with him. Even if it means giving him a little more supplies, it's worth it. What do you mean? Give him a kilogram. Shadow Crow stunned. 1 kilogram? You are so generous. Chapter 137 Natural Disaster Meeting. In the desert. Huge rock forest. 2 crows stand. Lord Tianzai, I have another very important piece of information to report to you. Explain. According to reliable sources, the ashes in the west and the flames in the southwest have formed an alliance under the instigation of an unknown force and are heading towards the capital of the Insect Emperor. They are expected to arrive tomorrow night. Is there such a thing? Lord Natural Disaster, do you think we should intervene? With Chindu's current strength, we can't stop the 2 natural disasters from joining forces. Ashes of Calamity. Hellfire Disaster. Although Black Scourge has never fought against the other 2 scourges, he can probably guess that it is not realistic to rely on a single bird to fight against 2 scourges. It propped up its chin with its wings and began to think, should it help? If he helps, the future Insect Emperor will owe him a favor, and if he encounters any difficulties, he can ask him for help. Moreover, we can also establish a close cooperative relationship with the entire Qin state. If I don't help, will the Insect Emperor find out and come out to kill me? There has been no movement underground for such a long time. This stupid crocodile is in danger. The insect man who can kill stupid crocodiles, once a fight really breaks out, even if I can escape, my tribe will be finished. Help! I will definitely help. The rabbit dies and the fox mourns. If the Qin state is destroyed, who will be the next? I am the only natural disaster level person left in this area. Their target must be themselves. The weak will unite, the strong will unite. Shadow Vanguard, you stay at the entrance of the cave. If the Insect Emperor comes out, explain the situation to him. I'm going to Qin state now. Yes, Lord Crow King. The Black Scourge spread its wings and flew into the sky, disappearing from the sight of the Shadow Crow in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the area tens of thousands of miles southwest of the Qin Empire. Inside Bailing Cave, a group of strong men sat in a circle, with those sitting in the main seats all at the level of natural disasters, followed by fantasy beasts, king beasts, ancient species, and below them were perfect-level insect beasts. Insects and beasts below the perfect level are not eligible to participate in this meeting. The 4 natural disasters are Ashes of the Scourge, Hell of the Scourge, Mirrors of the Scourge, and Vector of the Scourge. The one sitting at the top was a black-haired man dressed in human form. He had a white mask on his face, his eyes were dull, and there was no aura on his body, as if he didn't exist. Yin Tianzai had a hot temper, and his whole body was burning with flames. He couldn't help asking the first question. New messenger of God, why have you gathered us here? The masked man looked at the flame hell calamity. I follow the orders of a new god and must kill the insect Emperor Qin Yuan at all costs. I called everyone here this time to ensure that nothing goes wrong. I will give everyone some tools to deal with Qin Yuan. Fire hell disdain. Is a mere insect emperor worth such a big fuss? I, a single insect, am enough. The masked man was well prepared. I'm not afraid to tell you that the last god was killed by the insect Emperor Qin Yuan. What? Absurd. Impossible. How come? The 4 natural disasters were incredible. They knew that the previous god had died, but they always thought that he died in the war between gods. As we all know, God cannot be killed. Only God can deal with God. At least, you can't be killed by something below the rules. Now you tell them that God was killed by Bugman? This made them feel that their worldview had been destroyed. The previous god had already contacted the 4 of them and given them divine power, and had high hopes for the 4 natural disasters. Pity. God's plan is not as good as God's plan. I haven't used these 4 to fix the world's deviations yet. God gone. It was so sudden I was caught off guard. The masked man continued to speak. Every time a god dies, another replacement god will immediately take his place. The new god cannot take action himself, but he will silently support us in the divine world and give us some help. This mission was originally to deal with the 4 great natural disasters, but there are also 2 other urgent tasks to collect important artifacts that need to be dealt with. So, Mirror Scourge and Vector Scourge, you two go collect the following: Rule Sequence 54 Balance Scale and Rule Sequence 09 Bell of Order. The earlier the serial number, the stronger the power of the artifact, and the stronger the corresponding natural disaster. Receive times 2. Wanjing Tianzai is 30 meters tall, and his body is as thin and flat as glass fragments. He looks like a standing mirror stick insect. Vector Scourge is only 6 meters tall, but its power is the strongest among all the people present. It looks like a black beetle with 2 pure black wings as thin as cicada wings. The head is like a mechanical armor with a metallic texture and a perfectly streamlined chin, and the black armor is menacing. The masked man continued to give orders. Our main target this time is still the Insect Emperor, so we will send all the Ashen Scourge, Flame Hell Scourge, 11 Super Beasts, 23 perfect level insects, 286 excellence, and other insects and beasts that can fight. All beasts, including me, must be present. The action plan for this time is to kill the World Destroyer, the Insect Emperor Qin Yuan. Yes, receive time Zen. Qindu. The approach of the Black Scourge causes new sirens to sound continuously. Ding ding ding. Natural disaster alert. Natural disaster alert. Natural disaster alert. Jean Lena, who was sitting in the office, was startled. This was the first time a natural disaster alarm sounded. She immediately pressed the emergency button. The whole city is on alert. At the same time, the ancient oxhorn fairy, red beans, and the sad and happy mantis that has evolved into a fantasy beast. The 3 strong men all climbed up the tall building and looked into the distance with frowns on their faces. Enko, did you feel that? Of course, this overwhelming genetic energy is directed at us. The sad and happy mantis did not speak, but just sharpened its blade alone. This time the enemy is stronger than ever. This was the first crisis of the founding of the country in the true sense. Crisis of National Destruction. Chapter 138, 3 Supers versus Natural Disaster. Natural disaster strikes. The Black Disaster released its own genetic energy pressure, sweeping all the way to the sky above Qindu. I am the friend of the Insect Emperor, the Black Disaster, and I have come to help you, Qindu, overcome your difficulties. The 3 insects, Nugioaxian, Hongdo, and Mantis, looked at each other in bewilderment. They didn't know when Qin Yuan made a friend like a natural disaster. The ancient oxhorned fairy narrowed his eyes slightly. He did not believe what the crow in front of him said. With our speed, our lord can return from anywhere in Dragon Country in less than 30 minutes. Why do we need you to help us? Indeed, Qin Yuan is incredibly fast. If he had the coordinates, he would be back in a few minutes. Hearing, Black Scourge frowned. His eyes were filled with anger. It is a powerful natural disaster, and also a guest who came to help with good intentions. It would be fine if the other party didn't appreciate it, but why is it trying to drive it away? Don't you take this Black Disaster seriously? How dare you? Why should I explain this to you? Seeing that the atmosphere was getting tense, Hondo hurried out to ease the tension. Stop arguing. Just have a fight. Bai came over at this time and stumbled and almost fell. Is there anyone who tries to stop a fight like you? This is very red bean. Hondo, don't add fuel to the fire. But the one in the sky was serious. Okay, today I will teach you a bunch of ignorant super beasts, a lesson on behalf of the Insect Emperor. Once this statement is made, the ancient rhinoceros beetle, red bean, and the sad and happy mantis all look eager to try. These 3 are all warlords. Fight? I'm not afraid. Just do it. Ancient bullhorn, immortal proposal. If we want to fight, let's go to the deserted place in the back mountain. Black Scourge domineering response. You can choose the venue. It has absolute confidence to crush the 3 super beasts. I am a natural disaster. The 4 insects headed for the back mountain. Bai shook his head and did not follow them. Instead, he walked towards Jean Lena's office. He wanted to tell the other Legion commanders about the situation. Back mountain. This is a desert sandy land stretching for thousands of miles, with only a few weeds and low shrubs growing on the road. Black Scourge stood on a tall rock, looking at the 3 super beasts below. 1 mythical beast, 2 ancient species. Come on together. Otherwise, you have no chance of defeating me. The Black Scourge is only 20 meters tall, but his power is stronger than all three of them combined. Rhinoceros beetles take the lead. I'll do it. Let's fight one-on-one. Let's win first and talk about it later. He wanted to get some information out first. After all, the other party was so powerful and his own information about it was vague. Dark horizon. Buzz. A dark curtain rose up, turning the entire space into darkness, making the pitch-black night even deeper into absolute darkness where one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. The bullhorn beetle can still rely on smell to find the opponent's position and directly use the big. Second stage transformation, ancient giant hood mode. Its body continued to expand, turning into a giant beetle with a length of 60 meters and a height of 40 meters. The forked horns on its head could add up to a height of 70 meters. A true behemoth, a beast even bigger than the Titan ape, it exerts force with both feet, just like the moment a bullet is ejected. With a bang, it shot towards the Black Disaster at high speed. Hegemony, giant hood collision. This huge impact, even the Black Calamity would not be able to withstand it. Pity, its opponents are immune to physical attacks. Elementalization, foam. The ancient giant beetle crashed into the Black Disaster, as if it was crashing into the air, with no sense of entity at all. Dark pendulum. The dark energy condensed into a 100-meter thick solid hammer in the air, and then it aimed at the ancient giant beetle and swung it violently. Bang! Boom! The ancient giant beetle was blown away and lay on the ground, trying to get up and fight again. Dark shackles. Click, click, click. The dark energy turned into chains and bound the rhinoceros beetle, making it unable to move. Dark drain. The darkness was like a huge vacuum cleaner, sucking energy from it continuously, and its resistance seemed feeble and powerless. Just one round. Ancient giant beetle defeated. Hondo laughed at. Ha ha, you're so embarrassing, rhinoceros beetle. It is up to me, the right protector, Lord Hondo, to deal with it. Just wait and see. Ancient blood tiger. Dark shackles. Click, click, click. Red beans defeated. But at this moment, the Black Disaster let out a slight. The mantis on the ground has disappeared at this time? Strangeness? It's clearly within my territory. How could it disappear out of thin air? Forget it. Let's deal with this tigress first. Dark drain. But at the moment when he activated the skill, a barely noticeable slash came. A tragic knife. The speed was so fast that it had no time to react, and it was in the stiff period before casting the spell and could not move. Elementalization. Phew. Hit. Black Scourge showed disdain, with the corners of his mouth raised. So what if I get hit? Physical attacks are completely ineffective against me. Who do you think I am? I'm a waste. Oh. Black Scourge's eyes were red. Tears could not stop flowing down. His two wings propped up on the ground, and he buried his head and cried. At the moment of crying, all restrictions and the veil of darkness were lifted, even if elementalization has been used. After being slashed by a knife, emotions still work. As soon as the red bean was unsealed, immediately, with excitement on his face, he ran to the Black Disaster. Ha ha! Things change over time, and it's your turn now. I'm gonna dye all your hair green. Hee hee. Hondo's eyes curved into crescents. A sly smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. Her two little paws were raised high, and her 10 fingers kept moving inwards. But before it could deal with the Black Disaster, Mantis' words made her freeze in her tracks. I can only control it for 3 seconds at most. 3 seconds? What can you do with that amount of time? The gap between the two insects talking. Black Scourge had already stood up, staring at Hondo with his majestic eyes, frightening her so much that she immediately put her hands behind her back and greeted. Hello, beautiful black chicken. Several barely perceptible black lines appeared above the Black Disaster's head. Okay, I admit that you are quite strong. Especially you, Mr. Mantis. Whether it is the grasp of timing, the decisiveness of selling out teammates, or the speed of shooting. All perfect. Chapter 139 Dragon, Pull Stone. In the underground cave, Qin Yuan's absorption progress is nearing completion. This large meteorite is still more than 90 meters high. Even with Qin Yuan's current huge gene storage capacity, he cannot absorb it all. Ancient Dark Crystal Emperor Ant, mutated mythical species. Gene growth, 27, normal 3,700 tons of force. Exclusive genetic abilities, 1 super limited strength 100, 2 ancient divine poison 100, 3 7 super sense, 100. 4 dark crystal armor, 100. 5 super speed regeneration, 100. 6 ancient emperor domain, 100. 7 super limited microcontrol, 100. Super limit microcontrol. Knew you could perform microcontrol of your own muscle strength and internal genetic energy beyond the limit, improving the efficiency of energy and strength utilization by 300. Simply put, damage times 300. Gene skills. 1 Emperor combo, king level. 2 Dark Crystal Shield, king level. 3 Bullet time, king level. 4 Dark Crystal Shattering Ray, myth. Arm genes. 1 Dark Gold Purple Wing, gold 2 stars. 2 Dark Phoenix Wing, gold 2 stars. 3 Dark Crystal Poison Blade, gold 1 star. 4 Dark Bone Sword, gold 1 star. 5 Void Feather, gold 1 star. 6 Soul Imprisonment Dagger, red 3 stars. 4 Eye of Death, red 5 stars. Unfused. 1 Sand Fury Fong, orange 1 star. 2 Broken Time Stopwatches, broken, 150G Life Essence. Super Gene Ability. 1 Fantasy Critical Attack, 2 Phoenix Nirvana, 3 Element Sand. Phoenix Nirvana. First Death enabled. After the second Death and Resurrection, all attributes *400, 50 chance of exclusive hunting mode activated, priority consumption of reserve gene energy, plus gene source power, plus part of potential plus vitality, plus mental power, not enabled. Current reserve energy, full 100 of potential is not consumed, and the probability of advancing to special mode is increased. After the third Death and Resurrection, all attributes *500, 10 chance of Death World mode activation, consuming gene source power plus all vitality plus all potential plus soul power, not enabled. Fourth Death mode, not enabled. Mythology exclusive rule skill. Disorder, a rule-based skill that can make everything in the range disordered, including rules of the same level. Resistance, death resistance plus 80, 8 chance to resist death. Fire resistance plus 3,200, immune to high temperatures below 3,200 degrees. Atomic state, nuclear explosion ant, mythical mutant. Exclusive genetic abilities, 1 atomization, 100, 2 nuclear explosion, 100, 3 ultra-high temperature, 100, for shockwave, 100, 5 nuclear radiation, 100, 6 nuclear energy field, 100, 7 nuclear fission, 100. Nuclear fission, new explosive nuclear reaction causes huge damage. All skills can be combined to produce a combined effect to cause greater damage. Exclusive gene skills, 1 nuclear explosion star cannon, 2 nuclear energy explosion. Myth rule ability, destruction, can destroy everything, including rules. Qin Yuan looked at his gene growth and murmured, "It feels like another day has passed." Gene growth rate increased by 5, which is almost the amount for 1 day. So, the legendary item will be unveiled today. Legendary artifact. It's time to go out. After this upgrade, my overall strength will double again, or even several times more. I really want to find someone to practice with. Qin Yuan's eyes were as bright as the shining starry sky. The corners of his mouth turned up, his 5 fingers pointed upward, and he raised 1 hand. Sand control. Rise. Boom. First, the ground trembles slightly. Then the whole earth began to shake, and the yellow on the surrounding rock walls began to shake and fall, and then the fossil walls. The surrounding rock walls also began to become sandy. Countless yellow sands gathered together, and the rustling sound continued to ring in my ears. The yellow sand in the sky condensed into a giant dragon rising into the sky. 100-meter-long dragon head emerged, followed by dragon body, dragon claws, dragon scales, and dragon tail. 900-meter-long dragons emerged from the ground, roaring like dragons. The 9 dragons circled around the meteorite, wrapped their bodies around it, hugged it tightly with their claws, and began to soar upwards. The sand and stones above broke away and gave way. Kowloon Pull Stone. Outside world. On the rocks. Shadow Vanguard didn't know what happened. First there was an earthquake, then there was a dragon roar. Then I saw countless underground sand beasts fleeing like crazy. The scene was like a swarm of insects. I suddenly had a bad feeling in my heart. That stupid crocodile isn't dead yet. With such a big commotion, isn't it possible that stupid crocodile has broken through to the second stage? Cool Donji, my king, come back soon. The sand began to churn, and the sound of a dragon's roar was heard. Bang! A loud bang. 9 salons soared into the sky, holding a 90-meter high silver meteorite. This is 9 dragons, pulling stone. So flashy. Shadow Vanguard subconsciously covered his eyes with his wings. The light of the silver meteorite was too dazzling. What on earth does this sand crocodile want to do? Want to show off your big baby? Don't wait for him to think about it. There was another rumble on the ground, and a 300-meter-tall sand giant stood up from the ground, constantly rising higher and higher. There is a throne on the Sandman's head. The person sitting is the Insect Emperor, Qin Yuan, Lord Insect Emperor. Why? Could it be that Lord Insect Emperor was able to develop and utilize the sand crocodile gene to such an extent just after he seized it? This talent, it's a monster. Chapter 140, this is too outrageous. Above the desert, the sky turned gloomy, the yellow sand flying in the sky. 9 giant dragons began to surround the 90-meter-high silver meteorite, wrapping and entwining it. Sandstorm, 9 dragon gates seal. The 9 giant dragons condensed together and turned into extremely solid sand, completely isolating the smell of the meteorite. Qin Yuan spread his wings, and the giant yellow sand under his feet suddenly dissipated. He glanced and found the Shadow Crow watching from a distance. Flash! With a swish, he instantly appeared beside Shadow Crow. Shadow Crow, why are you here? Where is your king? Shadow Crow bowed his head and saluted. Respected Lord Insect Emperor, we have received news that 2 major natural disasters want to jointly attack your Qin capital. Lord Black Natural Disaster has gone to rescue you. 2 natural disasters join forces? I've never heard of such a thing before. You know, every natural disaster is proud. If they can't join forces, there must be great benefits. But what are the benefits of attacking Qindu? Could be directed at me? Think of this. Qin Yuan showed a sunny and handsome smile. Are you looking for trouble with me? The consequences are very cruel. Where are the 2 great natural disasters now? Your Majesty, they're still on the way and will probably arrive at dusk tomorrow. Tomorrow evening? There is still so much time left. I can go get the artifact first and come back to solve it. Then forget about that. We have more important things to do. Do you know where Maya City is? Maya City? What are the characteristics? Lord Insect Emperor. There are hemp leaves. Shadow Crow raised its beak and thought carefully. There are so many places with hemp leaves, but if there's a place that can be called Hemp Leaves City, right? I figured it out. 33 degrees west by south, 15,000 kilometers away, there is a city called May. They are worthy of being the team of intelligence chiefs. Okay, do you need to turn? No need, just walk in a straight line. Then hold on tight. What does hold on tight mean? God, oh no. Qin Yuan grabbed Shadow Crow's neck and drove at a speed of Mach 20. Mach 20 is 20,000 km/h. A distance of 15,000 kilometers can be reached in less than an hour, and the speed is 20 times the speed of sound. All that could be heard was a sonic boom, mixed with a hoarse scream. Occasionally, feathers fall. Asaba City, old gas station outside the city. At this time, it has been occupied by 3 insect gangs of bandits. The boss is an elite, fat, poisonous caterpillar. They are blocking the road here. Lu Matsi, the self-proclaimed king of hemp leaves. The obese, poisonous caterpillar was lying lazily on the sofa, picking its teeth with a toothpick while grinning. He was humming an unknown song. Aya, aya, jo. As the saying goes, keep warm and think about desire, Xiao Huang. Bring my beloved concubine up to play with us. In the end times, as the local emperor of May City, having 3,000 beauties in the harem is not too much, right? Hearing, the little yellow-haired human ran over with a lewd look on his face. Boss, which concubine do you want to play with today? I'll bring her out right away. Fat Bug thinking. Just Hua Fei. Huang Mao looked embarrassed when he heard this. Boss, concubine Hua leaked yesterday. Oh yes. With a clang, the door was opened and the green-haired man's panicked shouting came. Boss, here comes the newcomer. It's a fat sheep. There's a vulture following behind him. The fat sheep follows the vulture? What kind of magical combination is this? Let's go out and take a look. The fat bug man walked out with 2 human minions, shaking his hips. Just after exiting the supermarket at the gas station, I saw a black-haired man walking towards me from a distance, followed by a 3-meter-tall vulture. When Qin Yuan and Shadow Crow approached. Before the obese, poisonous caterpillar spoke, the 2 younger brothers spoke first. Hey, boy, I planted this tree and I built this road. If you want to live from now on, activate VIP. Qin Yuan had a question mark on his face. Who are these 2 idiots? Randomly raise a finger and point at a few people. Sandbound. Russell. In just a blink of an eye, The yellow sand turned into shackles, tightly binding the two people and the insect. Unfortunately, I forgot to cover my mouth. Brother, come on. Brother, save me. The crotch of the two people gradually became wet. Fat poison caterpillar curses. Shut up, you two idiots. Pig teammate. Can I go there too? What to? Are you ready to serve? This man is obviously a strong man. He can even manipulate sand in midair. Could this be the legendary desert god of death? Think of this. The fat poisonous caterpillar fell to its knees, snot and tears streaming down its face, and began to beg for mercy. Brother, I can give you anything you want. I can even give you my 3,000 concubines. Please let me go. 3,000 beloved concubine? Who are you fooling? Can you afford to maintain this crappy gas station? Qin Yuan put his hands in his pockets and looked at the three bandits with cold eyes. I have no interest in your beloved concubine. I just want to ask a few questions. If you answer honestly, I will let you go. Really? We must tell you everything we know. The bandits were overjoyed. Qin Yuan asked, have there been any sudden or unusual incidents around Maya City recently? The fat poisonous caterpillar boss fell into deep thought. After a moment, he looked surprised, as if he remembered something very important. Firm answer. Have. Qin Yuan's eyes lit up. Oh, it was so easy to find. Could it be that I am the chosen one in this life? God help me. Where? Tell me. One of my balls turned green yesterday. This is outrageous. Holy shit. Bang. A loud bang. Fat poisonous caterpillar dead. The entire head was slapped and exploded. Green blood splattered on the faces of the two younger brothers, causing them to collapse and cry. Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes, veins popped out on his forehead, raised his fist, and looked at the other two brothers with a smile. If anyone bullshit me again, I'll blow his head off. One of the little brothers quickly saved himself and frantically searched for useful information. I understand. The original steel mine. A big bell was recently dug out there. All the people and insects that got close to it died. That's the weirdest place. Mean? This information is also... The artifact from the previous life did appear in a desert near May City, but its authenticity remains to be studied. Sand solution. Qin Yuan untied the restraints as agreed. Okay, let's go. The two were overjoyed and kowtowed repeatedly. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Lord Vulture. Vulture? Who is the vulture? The shadow vanguard on the side was stunned. It looks around. Suddenly, I had a bad feeling. Suddenly startled, he quickly reached up to his head with both wings, but found nothing. No, there is none left. Where's my hair? Chapter 141, I cry to death. Shadow Crow cries. The whole world feels dark. Your own beautiful hair. No more. Woo. I can't live anymore. I am so hairless and helpless. Qin Yuan comforts. It's okay, little crow. My poison can help you grow hair quickly. Real. Although Shadow Crow was surprised, he felt that the insect emperor would not be so kind. So he asked with doubt, how much supplies do you want to exchange? No, just consider it as your reward for giving me the information. Shadow Crow's eyes lit up. Praise. There's such a good thing. The insect emperor is truly the best insect in the world. Come on then. Wait, does this poison hurt you? It doesn't hurt. That's good. I'm afraid of pain. Shit. This feeling. The Shadow Crow's eyes were red and bloodshot. His legs were stretched straight. His cheeks were clenched tightly, and his wings were trembling stiffly. Pain. It hurts so much. Fell to the ground with a thud. Trembling, twitching, eyes rolling back, foaming at the mouth. After a few minutes. Didn't you say it doesn't hurt? You are a male bird. What's the big deal about this little pain? We have only completed the first step, and there is still the second potion. Besides, you asked me if it hurts. It's not me who is getting the injection. Why should I be in pain? The second one? Does it hurt? Don't worry, this doesn't hurt at all. Then come on, be gentle. Shadow Crow relaxed. It was so painful that tears came out. This is definitely the most painful experience it has ever had in its life. More painful than killing it. It believes there will be no more painful experience than this in the future. Unless this, OMG, what is this? This feeling. Shadow Crow's eyes were red and bloodshot again. His legs were stretched straight. His cheeks were clenched tightly, and his wings were trembling stiffly. Pain. It hurts so much. I admit that I sighed too early. It's my fault. Mother. I seem to see my great-grandmother waving at me. She is still as black and beautiful as an old Indian dove. Trembling, twitching, eyes rolling back, foaming at the mouth. This time it took 10 minutes. Shadow Crow lay on the ground like a dead bird, barely able to speak, with tears streaming down his face. It is celebrating. I survived. Thank you, Grandma. Fortunately, my grandmother didn't take me away. Qin Yuan also looked relieved. As expected of the perfect bird and beast that Black Calamity rides on, its willpower is truly amazing. Shadow Crow's expression changed at the speed of light when he heard this, and he looked proud. Of course, it's just a pain. Okay, next is the third course of treatment. Wait, stop. You stop right there. What's wrong? This third stage of treatment is the one that is truly effective. This is the most critical treatment. After hearing what Qin Yuan said, Shadow Crow paused. Yes, I have persisted through 2 rounds, and only this 1 round is left. Do I really not want to persist a little longer? Anyway, it's just the last time. Just bear with it, and it will pass. Now, the progress is 99. I endured it the first 2 times. It would be a shame to give up now. It grits its teeth. Good, let's fight. Think of this. Shadow Crow looked at Qin Yuan with a firm gaze. I thought about it. It's not unacceptable to be hairless. Vultures are pretty good too. Qin Yuan was stunned. But I've already injected the 3rd course of treatment. Shadow Crow immediately lay on the ground, closed his eyes, stretched his body, and posed. I'm lying down. Bring it on. The pain I imagined did not come, but instead I felt a tingling sensation in my body as the cells were being repaired. Not only is it painless, it is also very comfortable. The hair also began to grow. In just 2 minutes, all the hair on the body grew out and became stronger and denser. Shadow Crow was overjoyed and kept stroking his fur. Thank you, Lord Insect Emperor. I'm so sorry. I wrongly blamed you just now. We are all family. No need to be polite. But this medicine has some after effects. You have to be careful. Stamina? Suddenly, a familiar feeling came to my mind. The dark crow opened his eyes wide, and the light in his eyes disappeared. It's coming. Oh shit. Quick, kill me. Too milky. Why are you here again? Quick, take me away. I want to go with you. Let me die. Let me die. Please give me a quick death. Pain. It hurts so much. Insect Emperor, thank you so much. Is this something a human would do? Trembling, twitching, eyes rolling back, foaming at the mouth. Dark Crow fainted from the pain. Wake up in 10 minutes. Qin Yuan stood beside it and looked at it with concern. Little Crow, why did you suddenly fall asleep? Are you feeling unwell? Let me help you take a look. Sleep? Yes. Why can't I remember it suddenly? What just happened? It has lost its memory. Painful. Qin Yuan's eyes lit up. Oh my. Little Crow, you lost your memory? I just happen to know how to cure it. Isn't that a coincidence? It's time to experiment with new poisons. Looking at the sunny and cheerful boy in front of him. The Shadow Crow's body trembled inexplicably, and it instinctively retreated. It felt that it was time for the Insect Emperor to heal it. May die. No, I feel fine. Qin Yuan sighed with regret when he saw this. Well, now that you are well, let's go to the original steel mine. Okay, Lord Insect Emperor. Qin Yuan had already known the location of the raw steel mine, while Shadow Crow was unconscious, so he flew there with Shadow Crow. But before we got there, we heard the sound of fierce fighting in the city. Boom! The crowd broke and the troops rushed in. Run! There's a monster! We're the city defense troops. Hurry up and take over. May Special Forces charge. Quickly contact other families in the city for support. The crisis level is natural disaster. Natural disaster strikes. Asaba City Hall. Now it has become a sea of fire, with a black monster shadow floating in the center. A 6-meter-tall black beetle man with a pair of pure black wings as thin as cicada wings on his back. Vector natural disaster. Possessing the ability of vector manipulation, it can change the kinetic energy, thermal energy, electrical energy, and other forms of energy of objects, and super control, and change their operation mode and direction, and reflects all physical attacks. If the power of your feet is concentrated on one point, you can fly in the air without wings. It raised its hand and pointed at the thousands of troops in front of it. Vector control tornado. Instant. The airflow began to rotate towards the center, and 8 rotating air currents began to slowly rise into the air, then became larger and larger, until forming an unshakable superstorm. Chapter 142, Superpower Competition. Asaba City. The sky over the entire city darkened. The clouds were sucked in by the strong air currents, and 8,000-meter tornadoes rose from the ground and connected to the clouds. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, lightning flashed, thunder roared, and the wind howled. The noise was like 10 trains running through the city at the same time. The powerful suction force flipped the roof off, blew small cars away, and blew large cars to the ground, mixed with the cries of countless humans and insect people for help. There were cries everywhere and screams. The tornado moves from the inside out, destroying everything in its path. The power of humans and insects seems so small in front of it. Totally unbeatable. Natural disaster destroys the city. Far away, looking at the completely destroyed city, Qin Yuan became a little interested in the newcomer. Which scourge is responsible for this? The storm scourge? How did it appear here? Let's go and take a look. I simply didn't go to any mines and went directly to the center of the disaster. When Qin Yuan arrived, the entire city had been razed to the ground, leaving only ruins. A city of 2 million people disappeared in an instant. This is the power of natural disasters. Qin Yuan saw the vector calamity flying in the air from a distance. It was very likely holding the artifact he was looking for. Bell of order. Hey, old friend, I didn't expect you were still alive. Breath of God. The breath of Vector Scourge is the breath of God, or the power of the new god. Insect Emperor Qin Yuan. Vector Scourge was also confused. Why did the Insect Emperor appear here? According to the plan, shouldn't it go back to protect the capital? Why don't you play by the rules? But it doesn't matter. If I can solve it alone, God will probably give me more power. Insect Emperor? Vector Scourge, have never met a decent opponent. I hope you won't let me down. Thinking of this, Vector Calamity narrowed his eyes, pointed at Qin Yuan, and raised his left hand. Vector Attraction. A strong suction force acted on Qin Yuan, but it could not shake him at all. The surrounding buildings broke into pieces and flew over. Vector Scourge frowned. How could the other party resist his suction? How could that be? Isn't this unscientific? Insect Emperor Qin Yuan, I want you to know that coming here alone today was a wrong decision. Vector Tornado. This move was the blow that destroyed the city, but this time the energy was not dispersed. Instead, the 8 energies were concentrated together to form a super tornado. Tornado Destroy. A 100-meter tornado appeared out of nowhere, wrapping Qin Yuan in the middle. In an instant, he would be torn into pieces by the huge wind force. Vector, Natural Disaster, Smirk. Go to hell. Insect Emperor. Inside the hurricane. Qin Yuan yawned out of boredom and raised his hand to punch. That's it. Normal punch. Exclusive strength 100 bonus. Now, the normal force damage can reach 12,800 tons. If you use micromanipulation, you can even reach a maximum of 38,000 tons of force. A punch comparable to that of a medium-sized aircraft carrier. Now, one punch. Peaceful heaven and earth. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The storm rips and the clouds shatter. The sun shines on the land of Maya City again, and all the haze is swept away. Vector Natural Disasters stood still. What kind of skill is this, and why is it so exaggerated? Qin Yuan was stunned. What are you talking about? It's just an ordinary punch. Vector adjusted his mentality again, frowned, and began to take things seriously. I admit that you are very powerful, but what good is power in the end times? Only ability can make you invincible. It was just a hurricane that happened to break me. The vector control is unsolvable, and it can restrain this kind of physical attack. As long as the Insect Emperor dares to attack, it will bounce all the damage back to itself, and it is possible to kill with one blow. To deal with this kind of reckless man who only knows how to fight in close combat, I'm sure to win. Vector Disaster mouth corners raised, evoking a confident smile. Seeing it so confident, Qin Yuan suddenly became playful. Want to play a superpower competition? Have you ever heard of the Lord of the Desert? Then he raised his hand. Micro-control of desertification, yellow sand rising, sand sea. Vector control, anti-sand sea. The two people fight in the air. The destroyed buildings on the ground became a good supply of sand and gravel. The endless sand and gravel flew up and turned into huge waves, pressing towards the vector disaster. The ability of vector control is indeed very powerful. By changing the energy direction of the sand, it can resist the sea of sand at a very low cost. You can even free your hands to attack. Vector repulse. An invisible shock wave came towards Qin Yuan, and Qin Yuan's seventh sense was passively triggered, discovering the opponent's movements in advance. Local form, transformation, atomic state, shockwave. Duong. Mid-air collision. It was obvious that Qin Yuan's shockwave was more powerful, blasting the vector repulsion and continuing to hit the vector disaster. Vector control, return. Bite. The shockwave was stopped and then bounced back. Qin Yuan was surprised. There's something. Even if it is a natural disaster, it is amazing to be able to achieve this level. Flash. Qin Yuan instantly appeared in front of Vector Calamity, grinning brightly, raised his right fist high, and swung it down quickly at Vector Calamity's head. Fall down first. Vector Natural Disaster confident smile. Any physical attack on him will be rebounded. The Insect Emperor is seeking his own death. You can't hit me. Unless. My ability has failed. Bang. A punch hit Vector Scourge hard in the face. Its cheeks were strangely sunken. Several teeth flew out of its mouth, and its eyes were full of shock. How is that possible? Fly out with a whoosh. Boom. With an explosion, the insect crashed into the ruins of a 100-meter-high building, and the entire face armor of the insect was completely blown up. Moreover, his whole body was poisoned, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to move. One punch? Just one punch? The extremely powerful Vector Scourge fell to the ground, unable to move. Ow, how did you do that? My vector field should be impossible to break through. Chapter 143, The Real Artifact. On the ruins, Qin Yuan came to the front of the vector disaster from a high position, pinched its head with one hand, put his face close to it, and smiled evilly. Get the guy behind you out now, or you will die now. The nagging god. Now that he is alive, let's kill him again. I don't know what you're talking about. Bang. Qin Yuan crushed the vector disaster's head with one hand, and a white, unknown substance splashed out. Then a golden light lit up, and its head was repairing rapidly. Rough estimate. The divine power in its body has been consumed by about 50. It seems that under the disordered rules, divine power can still be used, but the consumption of using it will be greatly increased. That's right. The rules are always open. From the moment Qin Yuan appeared in front of the vector disaster, he had been activating the rules of disorder, making its abilities directly ineffective, and its divine power was like being stuck in a quagmire. You can still be resurrected once. Think it over carefully. Wait, I can call upon the Lord God. You only have 10 minutes. After saying that, Qin Yuan threw it away and ignored it, and walked towards the big bell that had been dug out. It has been poisoned by itself, and it will have to lie there as long as you want it to. The shadow crows also came over and circled around the clock, hammering and banging. But I didn't find anything abnormal, and it didn't look like genetic weaponry. Lord Insect Emperor, how do you use this thing? Qin Yuan didn't know either. He could only rub his chin and guess. Should I recognize my master by dripping blood? That's how it's usually played on TV. When you meet a baby, just drop some blood. Qin Yuan took out the dark bone sword and stabbed himself in the neck. Precisely cut the aorta. Blood gushing out. Sizzle, sizzle. Shadow Crow was startled. Blood dripping to recognize the master? Is this how it works? How come our understandings are completely different? You are worthy of being the Insect Emperor. Qin Yuan did not let his wound heal until his blood dyed the entire clock golden. So beautiful, but it seems to be of no use. Blood Oath of Recognition failed. Shadow Crow Proposal. Lord Insect Emperor, why don't you try attacking this thing? Maybe it will react. Good idea. Qin Yuan rounded his fist and punched out. Clang. The whole person is shaking. My head is buzzing. You're great. Numb. Even Qin Yuan had to sigh that there was something so hard on Earth, and it also had automatic anti-vibration function. You can't hit this thing? It's as hard as a mallet. Shadow Crow, take my prisoner away from me. I will try other methods to impress him. Wait until Shadow Crow and Vector Scourge are far away. Qin Yuan's whole body glowed with golden light, transforming into atomic state and nuclear explosion mode. Nuclear explosion / fission bomb. A round sphere as big as a millstone appeared in front of Qin Yuan, gathering a force that could destroy the world. Emission. Call out. White light flashes, and then boom! In an instant, a mushroom cloud rose high. The entire May City has completely become history, with no ruins left. A huge circular pit appeared on the ground, and inside it lay a golden bell quietly. It is 5 meters high, 2 meters in radius, and appears golden all over. Really, just like what I thought. The high temperature of an ordinary nuclear explosion cannot harm it. Qin Yuan stretched out his hands again and aimed at the artifact. Nuclear fission, super shockwave. Insider attack. Destroy it. Shockwave. Duong. A huge circular shockwave with a diameter of 100 meters appeared in the air and crashed straight into the golden bell. Ding, 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 ding. This time, 3 louder chimes rang out from within the bell, and strange sights began to appear. A hole opened in the sky, and a huge golden bell 300 meters high appeared and fell straight down. Even Qin Yuan was dumbfounded. So big. 24 kappa pure gold clock. Could this be the real divine weapon? In the sky, as soon as the big clock appeared, a huge, barely noticeable lens appeared. Mirror world. A wave of ripples flashed by, and the golden bell disappeared out of thin air. Qin Yuan frowned. You dare to steal my treasure? You are courting death. With a bang, the wings spread out and instantly appeared at the crack of the mirror and flew into the mirror. Far away, Shadow Crow paced back and forth, feeling as if he had come to a place he shouldn't be. The opponents of this insect emperor are more exaggerated than each other. Just finished a vector disaster. Another Wanjing disaster is coming soon? Natural disasters come to you for free. There are 32 natural disasters in Dragon Country. How much has he offended? Did you stir up a natural disaster? After this matter is done, I will never mess with the insect emperor again. Too dangerous. And I seem to have forgotten something important. Just as it was thinking, a slender figure appeared beside it. Black Crow, are you from the Black Scourge? Who? Shadow Crow's hair stood on end when he heard the sound, and he jumped back to distance himself. When I looked up, I saw a mirror worm that looked like a thin bamboo pole. Its body was very slender and covered with broken glass mirrors. Mirror disaster. Didn't it enter the mirror? How did it appear here? Shadow Crow spoke righteously. Yes, Lord Wanjing Tianzai. I am a subordinate of Black Tianzai, and I don't know any insect Emperor Qin Yuan at all. Crazy scream inside. Help me. Help me. Lord Insect Emperor. Please come back soon. These natural disasters are not easy to get along with. They are arrogant and moody. Pest control, no reason. I never need a reason. Their mentality is, what does it have to do with you if I kill you? Chapter 144. Single-handedly suppressing natural disasters. Wanjing Tianzai's face is like a mirror. Can't tell the difference. It spoke, and its voice sounded like a robot speaking. Black Calamity, does it also want to receive the blessing of God? 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 Even they didn't dare to get this kind of information, but the other party actually said it out easily. Shadow Crow didn't understand what the other party meant, so he could only ask tentatively. Lord Wanjing Tianzai, have you accepted the blessing from God? You talk too much nonsense, just die, Broken Realm. Shadow Crow was stunned. I just asked a question. Why is there so much nonsense? Why don't you just say it clearly? Where's the extra? Fuck. Seeing that the opponent was about to attack, Shadow Crow was quick-witted and hid behind Vector Scourge. The Thousand Mirrors Calamity stopped at this point. With its current strength, it could not defeat the Vector Calamity. These guys are a bunch of lunatics. Kill, kill, kill. Moody, changing face at the speed of light. You were talking and laughing 1 second, and then you were choked the next. Shadow Crow also brought out his own backers. Wanjing Tianzai, I'm a subordinate of Lord Black Tianzai. Do you want to go to war with the Black Legion? The war between the two natural disasters is no joke. Those are matters that involve the life and death of a group, and generally speaking, they would not choose to go to war. Moreover, the strength of the Black Calamity is above the 10,000 Mirrors Calamity. At least on the surface, it is stronger than it. The Scourge of Mirrors, expressionless, gradually approached the Shadow Crow. So what? It is not afraid. Let's start the war. On his side, he had the 4 great natural disasters plus the messengers of God and the support of God behind him. His power was so huge that almost no force on earth could contend with him. The advantage is mine. At this time, Wanjing Tianzai seemed to see that there was still a glimmer of hope in Shadow Crow's eyes and couldn't help but sneer. Oh, hope. Are you waiting for that insect Emperor Qin Yuan? Do you want him to come and save you? Don't be silly. He will never be able to escape from the mirror world. If I don't open the transmission channel for him, he will stay in it forever. I have established a connection with the mirror world. In other words, the mirror world is on the same level as the Earth. As long as the mirror world exists for 1 day, there's no way he'll come out, unless the entire planet is destroyed. Click, click, click. In the sky, a mirror crack appeared. A figure appeared. Qin Yuan spread his wings and flew out, holding a 300-meter high golden bell in his hands. He smiled and said hello to Wanjing Tianzai. How are you guys? Wanjing Tianzai couldn't believe it, and its mechanical voice was trembling. No, impossible. How did you get out? The world of my mirror is a complete world. Even if a messenger of God enters, he cannot come out. Qin Yuan tilted his head. Huh, just a planet. Just blow it up. Blow up a planet? Oh, such arrogant words. This insect emperor is really brave enough to brag about anything. You have to be able to blow up planets. I just walked for a year with my feet in my nostrils and my fingers grabbing the ground. Wanjing Tianzai immediately checked the connection between himself and the mirror world, but found it empty without any connection. World disappeared. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. This is a world that is the same proportion as the original Earth. Although it has not become larger, it is still a complete planet. Even God can't destroy a planet. At least, the God who has not yet grown up can never do it. This man must have used some special method to cut off the connection between me and the mirror world. Yes, a trick. The situation is quite bad now. The mirror world cannot be contacted and the vector disaster is still detoxifying. Wanjing Tianzai frowned and took out a special mirror. Then I can only use the ultimate move. Look at my strongest skill. Secret. Come on, brother. Come on, bug, help. I'm at the insect Emperor Qin Yuan. Vector calamity has fallen. Come to our aid immediately. As soon as the words fell, Wanjing Tianzai activated his ability, activating the ability in front of him. 10,000 mirror channels opened. A 100-meter-high plane mirror opened in the air, and several powerful insect men walked out of it. The strongest among them are the Flame Scourge and the Ash Scourge. The four great disasters gather together. As soon as it appeared, Yinyu Tianzai's eyes quickly swept across the battlefield, and when he spotted Qin Yuan, his eyes lit up and he grinned. Gwahaha, Insect Emperor, how dare you take this risk alone? They were originally planning to attack Qindu, but since Qin Yuan was here, it would save them a lot of effort. The Flame Hell Calamity waved and shouted, "Seize the artifact and kill Qin Yuan. Little ones charge. Go!" Countless insect people and insect beasts rushed forward and surrounded Qin Yuan. Wanjing Tianzai took the opportunity to help suppress the poison that Qin Yuan left in Vector Tianzai's body. Can't solve it, can only suppress it. This poison is so powerful that it can even poison gods. Vector Scourge nodded and stood up with his hand supporting him. It's fine as long as we can suppress it. Let's get rid of the insect emperor first. Okay, times 3. Seeing that the strongest vector calamity was beaten into such a state, the 3 calamities were all afraid to act arrogantly. Together, the 4 natural disasters occupied 4 directions respectively, surrounding Qin Yuan in the middle. The ashes of the scourge speak. Insect Emperor Qin Yuan, we don't necessarily want to take your life. If you are willing to destroy your genes, I guarantee you will survive today. Qin Yuan smiled and glanced at the 4 disasters. You know what? This golden bell suits me very well. The fire hell calamity is impatient. Insect Emperor, we have 4 invincible natural disasters here. Don't make the mistake. You can be spared from death if you surrender obediently. Qin Yuan gently struck the golden bell and spoke to himself. When the bell of order is combined with the power of disorder, a new power will be born. I call it full control. Control everything within the rules. For example, this. Qin Yuan's eyes were full of majesty. He raised his palm and turned it downward. Almighty power. Kneel down. A force of inviolable rules has arrived. Like a demon, the 4 great disasters instantly fell from the disaster area and fell to their knees on the ground, their expressions showing uncontrollable fear. What a terrifying power this is. Need to know, they are all disaster level. Any one of them is capable of destroying a city or a country, suppressed by one hand. What kind of strength is this? Suppress the 4 natural disasters single-handedly? It's so scary. Lord God, come and save your believers. Chapter 145, Qin Yuan's True Strength. The terrifying star collapse cannon. On the ruins, all the insects except the 4 natural disasters were killed instantly, on the ground like dead dogs. I'm so angry, but I can't do anything about Qin Yuan. Several insects began to become furious. Insect Emperor Qin Yuan, don't be complacent. We have the God behind us. Yes, God will definitely come to save us. Just wait for death. There is no need for God to take action. Even if God's messenger appears, he can easily suppress you. If you're dead, Lord God's messenger, please come and punish Qin Yuan. They believe that God is invincible. God is the embodiment of the world's will and the maker of rules. He can easily suppress the insect emperor with just one move. Even though the previous god died at his hands, doesn't killing a god require any price? Impossible, it will definitely cost a huge price. At least both sides will suffer losses, right? So, there's only one truth. The current insect emperor is already at the end of his strength. Yes, that's right. It must be like this. The dying insect emperor dares to bark wildly. Wait to die. Ha ha. The four disasters grinned, their hearts filled with joy. Thinking, there was a wave in the sky. A golden figure appeared. It's the messenger of God. It's teleported over. The four great disasters showed their delight and were about to speak in mockery, but the messenger of God spoke first. The envoy spread his hands and said to Qin Yuan, Insect Emperor Qin Yuan, I am. Qin Yuan opened his eyes wide and looked directly at the envoy. Almishti, absolute destruction. Look at me, you bastard. The envoy of God could not help but exchange a glance with Qin Yuan. As soon as he saw him, he felt that he was about to suffer. Really, the power of order rules plus the power of disorder rules plus the power of destruction rules. The three rules are combined and conveyed through eye contact. Just look at him. One look and you'll explode. Bang! The angel exploded directly, and it is the kind that even divine power cannot repair. God's messenger dead. Cause of death. The crowd looked at him one more time. Who do I care who your grandma is? What did you want to say just now? Keep going. The four great disasters widened their eyes and dropped their jaws. WTF. This. What's going on? What just happened? Has it started? No, it's over. Seeing the God's messenger turned into a scumbag, Yu Tianzai still hasn't reacted yet. Am I seeing this correctly? God's messenger gone? The other three disasters nodded. Just a glance. The other three disasters nodded frantically. The flame hell calamity is silent. Their hearts are like a roller coaster. When they're suppressed, their mood is at the bottom, and when the messenger of God appears, their mood rises to the top. I watched with joy as my savior appeared. Result: the messenger of God appeared and was killed instantly. My mood fell directly into the abyss. Ash Scourge despair whisper. It's all fate. The flame hell scourge roars to the sky. No. Suddenly, Yu Tianzai thought that there was a god behind the god's envoy. As long as the god came in person, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes to capture the insect emperor? God, where are you? Come out soon. At least it would be good enough to scare him a little and let us run away. After the four natural disasters were cleansed of their divine power and poisoned, the four of them lay quietly on the ground, motionless. Qin Yuan also looked pale, sitting cross-legged on the ground. This battle was too consuming. Reached the limit. It is not because of the use of the three major rules. It is the starburst in the mirror world, the powerful force that destroys the world. Almost drained all my energy. Subsequent battles are all sustained by vitality. He took out the life crystal given by the Red Tree King and began to restore his own vitality. Vitality 10 plus 1. At the same time, Wanjing Tianzai found a mirror and reluctantly used his ability to replay the mirror. As long as they find the mirror world, the four of them will have a chance to escape. Let me see what happened. Insect Emperor Qin Yuan, where did you hide my world? The screen starts playing. The other three natural disasters also came up with a curious look on their faces. Screen starts. Qin Yuan broke into the mirror world, but the mirror world had been transformed by the Wanjing disaster and had a mezzanine. After he entered, he lost his way, not to mention finding the bell of order, and was running around at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye. Wanjing, don't play it at double speed. It's hard to see clearly. I didn't drive. He was really fast. Wanjing Tianzai is so funny. There's no speed function for this mirror playback. It's good enough to be able to pause. The four beasts soon lost sight of Qin Yuan and began to search for him all over the screen. Where are the people? Look up at the sky. The screen is turned to the sky. Wanjing Tianzai immediately adjusted his vision and found Qin Yuan shining with golden light in the sky. He is like the sun, standing on the top of the sky. Atomic state, nuclear explosion, AM mode. Gene technology, nuclear explosion. Duong. The instantaneous explosion generates a strong energy pressure, which disperses the surrounding clouds and forms a vacuum zone with a radius of several kilometers. Qin Yuan's body glowed red, and he looked like the sun. The surrounding abilities were crackling and exploding. The violent energy made several natural disasters feel suffocated even through the screen. Moreover, the energy value is still increasing exponentially. The scorching heat evaporates all the surrounding water vapor, and the air begins to distort. Energy burst state times 400. Exclusive ultra-limited micromanipulation. Energy in the body times 300. The whole body is more majestic, like a demon that destroys the world. Or, the devil descends from the sky. The sky changes color. The earth cracks. The ocean trembles. Hypernuclear fission. Body power times 300. Genetic technology. Nuclear explosion. Star cannon. Power times 500. Rules of destruction enable a full power. Power times N cannot be calculated. Super fusion technique. All superimposed and merged together. The strongest attack in history. Qin Yuan, in atomic form, crossed his hands on his chest. A red gem appeared on his chest. The gem's light changed from red to deep red, absorbing the surrounding energy like a black hole, until, accumulated into a point, can no longer be suppressed. Then, arms suddenly opened. Finale fusion technique. Nuclear fission, planet collapse, destruction, orbital gun. Destroy it. World, call out. Sizzle, sizzle. A kilometer-thick, deep red beam of light. It penetrated deep into the core of a normal blue planet, penetrating tens of thousands of meters underground. Blast into the core of the blue planet. Then, the core and the energy collided and began to expand violently, and a burst of energy that could destroy the world gushed out. Boom! The explosion begins. The Earth cannot stop this powerful explosion. Like a balloon exploding from the inside. Except this time, it wasn't a balloon that exploded, it was an entire planet. Planet shattered. Click, click, click. BUMM. Explode. An explosion that resounded throughout the solar system. The circular halo created by the explosion is very beautiful, like a poached egg celebrating victory. A large golden bell also rushed out from the explosion and was held in Qin Yuan's hand. He just tapped it lightly. A hole in the mirror world opened. Qin Yuan appeared in front of Wanjing Tianzai, dragging the bell of order. How are you guys? Outside world. The four great natural disasters were silent. The angry roar of the flame, hell, scourge. 10,000 mirrors. You called us here to deal with this kind of monster? You are such a genius. Ashes of scourge. Let's work together to kill it. The ash scourge nodded. Good. He agreed. Vector natural disasters see that something is not right and stand up for justice in time. Wait a moment. How can you two fight Meteor together? This isn't fair. Take me with you. The three of us will be together. The three great natural disasters stared at the 10,000 mirrors natural disaster with anger in their eyes, wishing to tear the 10,000 mirrors into pieces. MD, why didn't you tell me earlier that the opponent is so strong? And you want us to come and deliver it? We are all lying here. Are you going to play the video for us again? Isn't insecticide enough? Oh my God. Do you still want to destroy my heart? Killing insects is like destroying one's heart? You are so cruel. Mirror disaster. Are you a traitor? Chapter 146, The Strongest Creature Returns. On the ruins of May City. The four natural disasters endured the pain and wrestled together. Not far away, Qin Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground, emitting a green healing light. The life crystals were healing his body, and each milligram could restore one of his life energy. The energy required for the star explosion is really fierce. It drains away the 1,400 of the exclusive genetic energy stored in the body by absorbing the silver meteorite. Even the genes and life energy stored last time were completely consumed. But I also successfully tested my limits. Planetary level. Although it can only destroy ordinary blue stars that have not evolved, but planetary level is planetary level. Absolutely standing at the top of the ground creatures. The strongest. An hour later, Qin Yuan exhaled a breath of foul air. I'm back to normal. Let's go back. Shadow Crow, let's go. As you command. Your Majesty, the Insect Emperor. During the entire process, the god never showed up. Don't mention showing up. He didn't even dare to look at Qin Yuan anymore, as if he would explode if he looked at him anymore. Qin Yuan could only secretly say it was a pity and left with regret. He turned the huge golden bell upside down, picked up the scourges that were fighting together, and threw them directly into the air, carrying the bell and taking off on the spot. The Shadow Crow consciously hid in the Bell of Order, and Qin Yuan carried the bell and flew at high speed. Because of wind resistance, the speed also slowed down. It was not until dusk that I arrived at my capital, Chengdu. The sky is gray. On the city wall at this time, countless soldiers were on high alert, their faces full of murderous intent. The Black Scourge led the way, and alongside it was the Azure Dragon Cloud Horse, followed by the White Tiger, the Ancient Bullhorn Fairy, the Sad and Joyful Mantis, and other major armies led by other Legion commanders. Everyone looked serious. Black Scourge saw a huge, upside-down golden bell flying towards him from afar, and his expression changed drastically. Not good. I feel the presence of 4 natural disasters. I'm afraid your Qin city will be in danger today. What? Didn't they say there were only 2 major natural disasters? If 2 natural disasters attack the city, then Qin is not without the ability to fight. But if it is really 4 natural disasters, the Qin capital is in danger. The only 2 options now are 1. Invite the Insect Emperor back, 2. Go to the north to seek help from the Extreme Cold Scourge and Shadow Scourge. I have already asked my loyal subordinates to guard the door of the Insect Emperor. If he comes out, they will immediately come back to help. You should go to the north to get help, but you must bring valuables with you, and you must do it as soon as possible. If you are any later, the Qin capital will probably be gone. Hongdo volunteered. If you need to go fast, let me go. The speed and endurance of the Ancient Blood Tiger are both top-notch, and it is indeed a good helper. Jean Lina took the opportunity to hand over the treasure that Qin Yuan had placed with her, an orange-red meteorite, which was the essence of the meteorite that the white-boned phoenix had not fully digested. This is the essence of the meteorite that the master entrusted to me for safekeeping. He said it can be used when necessary. Take it. Seeing this, Sanhu also took out his treasures. This is the orange weapon that the master gave me last time, the Phoenix Claw, orange 3 stars. Take it and ask for help. Everyone was shocked. 3 tigers. What are you doing? This is an orange weapon, a treasure that is extremely difficult to obtain even for natural disasters. It is truly priceless. Even the Black Scourge standing by was tempted. If this thing was installed on his claws, his combat power would be raised to a higher level. Sanhu just waved his hand. To him, these were all external things. This is the only city that must be defended. No need to say more, right, Protector? Please go and come back quickly. Hongdo nodded heavily. Carrying 2 treasures and a crow to lead the way, he ran towards the north. The eyes of Shangu, Niu, Jiaoxian, Sanhu, Jean Lina, and others are not only full of fighting spirit, but also full of determination to die. This building has their hard work in it. I will never let these so-called natural disasters and evil beasts destroy it, even if it means death. Fight to the death. With the sound of the black disaster. Here it comes. Everyone be careful. Everyone held their breath and stared at the golden bell intently, fearing that the enemy would launch a surprise attack. Then, a dark head stuck out from the golden bell. My king. Ha! My king is me. Shadow Vanguard. Black Scourge's face changed drastically. You actually betrayed the enemy? Brothers, attack. Kill that traitor for me. Countless attacks came in an instant. Shadow Vanguard's eyes are as big as copper bells. Numb. Spicy next door. Why are you bullying me? Help, help, help! A cold male voice sounded. Disorder. All attacks were instantly disintegrated. Songlong was the first to notice the figure dragging the golden bell behind him. It was the Insect Emperor Qin Yuan. The blue dragon turned into a cloud horse and ran over with tears in his eyes. My lord, don't lick me, you're the winner. Misunderstanding resolved. Hongdo was also called back. Everyone was sitting on the rooftop of a school playground, with 4 natural disasters in the middle. Qin Yuan talks with Black Disaster. Black Scourge, what's the reward for helping you out? 1 kilogram of genetic skill meteorite. How is that? It's sincere enough, right? 1 kilogram? No thanks. Qin Yuan showed a sunny and handsome smile. I suddenly feel that the forest in your clan's territory is pretty good. Tomorrow I will send 1,000,000 troops there for team building. You shouldn't mind, right? Millions of troops. Team building in the past? Fuck you. Are you going there for team building? Black Scourge's entire bird face is black. So how much do you want? Qin Yuan stretched out a finger. 10 Gene? No, that's too much. I don't have that much. Brother Insect Emperor, you don't know that I'm really poor. What do you mean, 10 Gene? I want a ton. 1 what? Did I hear that correctly? 1 ton? The Black Disaster was completely ruined, lying on the ground in large letters. No, it's a rotten life. Take it if you want it. Qin Yuan smiled. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Actually, you don't have to give up the meteorite. I can give you 1 kilogram of exclusive meteorite every month. Black Scourge sat up straight upon hearing this. The insect emperor is magnanimous. My admiration for him is like the endless flow of a river, and also like, but what? You can say it anyway. Move your tribe to the Qin capital. First, you will have someone to look after you. Second, you can use the information you have to exchange for many exclusive meteorites from the Qin. It's the best of both worlds. Why not do it? Black Scourge's eyes lit up. Right? Bullshit. To put it nicely, it is a win-win cooperation. In fact, they came here to become a vassal state, doing free work. He, the insect emperor, wants to get my free ride. Black Scourge fell into deep thought and wanted to refuse, but looking at the 4 people lying on the ground and the look in the eyes of the insect emperor that said, if you object, I will kill you. It's scared. The insect emperor has already given himself face by not using force. If I complain again, I will probably get beaten. Why bother? Will you agree only after being beaten? Okay, I agree. Qin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. He took the opportunity to put away the rules of destruction in his hand. The wise crow. So, next is time to divide the spoils. Chapter 147. The Qin army that distributes natural disasters and man-made natural disasters. Qin Yuan began to distribute the spoils. These 4 natural disaster level warriors were captured specifically to help you improve your strength. Now, let's commend them first. Jean Lina, not only will you revise the laws of Qindu, you will also be responsible for population management, new city development, military adjustments, new land development, economic reforms, and recruitment of insect people. You have made an invaluable contribution. Choose one of these 4 natural disaster abilities. Vector control, mirror channel, power of ashes, power of fire. Jean Lina walked around the 4 natural disasters and finally chose the best one, Wanjing natural disaster. My lord, I choose the power of 10,000 mirrors. Okay, put your hand on it, and I'll guide you in depriving it of its fantasy beast genes. No, Lord Insect Emperor, I can be your dog. Please don't do this to me. The Wanjing Tianzai cried loudly. Although it had no face, tears fell from the mirrors in large quantities. Stop making noise. D. Bang. Qin Yuan smashed its head. Now that it's in front of me, it doesn't matter whether I'm dead or alive. Come on, let's get started. Jean Lina obediently placed her hand on Wanjing Tianzai's body and successfully gained new abilities under Qin Yuan's oppression and guidance. Mirror control. You can freely enter and exit the mirror space, already destroyed. And you can also make your own mirror channel and control the mirror. Thank you, my lord. After Wanjing Tianzai died, a natal mirror was dropped. Kaleidoscope, orange 5 stars, can make people fall into hallucinations. Combined with the mirror control ability, the effect is *200. Jean Lina, you can take this too. It's a special genetic weapon. Wow. Thank you, master. You are so kind. Qin Yuan really doesn't like it. Neither orange equipment nor the gene of the Phantom Beast has much effect on it. Only items that are above the rules can arouse the slightest interest. Next, everyone stood straight, expecting to be called. This is a natural disaster level fantasy beast gene. Even if it cannot reach the natural disaster level immediately, it is certain to become a natural disaster in the future with this potential. Ancient Bullhorn Immortal, during the 3 days I was away from Qindu, you were mainly responsible for opening up Wasteland and expanding the base. Now, I am leading a team to open up 500 square kilometers of Wasteland, killing countless insects and beasts, and fighting almost 24 hours a day. You have made outstanding achievements in battle. You deserve a reward. Come on, choose one of 3. The Ancient Horn Fairy chose to fight the strongest vector disaster without hesitation, and it also brought 100 anti-injury. Who doesn't love this? The favorite of heavy armored warriors. My lord, this is it. Okay, now let's prepare for the fusion. Wait for me here. The fusion of the Ancient Horn Fairy is different from Jean Lina because it has ancient blood in its body. Only Qin Yuan knows what a PK between the 2 bloodlines will look like. So we must use the power of the Bell of Order. Qin Yuan flew into the air, brought the huge Bell of Order, and suspended it in the air. Everyone else get out of the way. Everyone seemed to step away, hiding aside and looking. Qin Yuan covered the ancient rhinoceros beetle, the vector disaster, and himself. Nugioxian, put your hands on it, and leave the rest to me. Vector natural disaster cry. Insect emperor, give me another chance. Bang. Head explosion. Okay, chance is cleared. You can rest assured and absorb it. I will assist you in the future. Just as the rhinoceros beetle put his hand on it, Qin Yuan added, it may be a little painful, but it will pass if you bear with it. The cowhorn beetle nodded firmly, revealing a confident crooked mouth. Don't worry, my lord. I am well known for my ability to endure hardships. What's a little pain to me? Nicknamed by people in the underworld, Ning Ning Gu. It's very peaceful at first, until the absorption is over. There was an indescribable pain. The rhinoceros beetle frowned, then instantly disappeared, and the corners of his mouth curled up. That's it. Master, I seem to have awakened successfully. Qin Yuan raised his eyebrows. Sure, that's fast enough. Get ready, it's coming. Coming? What's coming? The ancient oxhorn fairy was puzzled, and then his eyes began to become bloodshot. An indescribable pain rushed from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. Oh, OMG, what is this? His lips began to tremble, his body began to twitch, his eyes rolled back, and he foamed at the mouth. The two hands curled up like chicken claws and swung wildly. It's over. It fainted. Qin Yuan began to perform his exercises. The power of order plus the power of disorder. Full control. The almighty power of rules flows through the body of the ancient oxhorn fairy, combining two different powers. A new species of organism was born. Mythical bee species. Vector ancient rhinoceros beetle. Potential growth value increased from 320 tons to 480 tons. The current normal force has grown from 208 tons to 312 tons. Gene growth, 65. Exclusive genetic abilities, 1 super strength, 2 super recovery, 3 top insect sensing, 4 black armor exoskeleton, 5 muscle change, 6 super muscle. Super muscle. You can freely control the size and shape of your muscles, and can stretch your body up to 200 and down to 20. Gene skills, 1 domination, 2 spinning fists. Super gene ability, vector control. Second stage transformation, ancient giant pocket mode. Armament, rhinoceros beetle wings, blue 5 stars, burning lungs, orange 2 stars. A new fusion beast has appeared. The rhinoceros beetle is back, but it has become an ancient rhinoceros beetle. Moreover, it was transformed from an ancient species into a fantasy beast species. However, under Qin Yuan's meticulous operation, its abilities not only did not lose, but it also gained an exclusive ability. The ancient rhinoceros beetle woke up, feeling the surging power in his body, and knelt down and kowtowed to Qin Yuan. Thank you, my lord. Qin Yuan smiled with relief. I watched the rhinoceros beetle slowly climb from the excellent level. It really worked hard, and very loyal. From a lackey to the second best fighter in Chengdu, he is now the chief warrior under his command. Rhinoceros beetle, I have a mission for you. Take over Yuan City within 10 days. Yuan City? My lord, isn't it your hometown? We are attacking our hometown. Let them fly the flag of our great Qin. It's not right to always hang the flag of the empire. Yes, my lord. The rhinoceros beetle knelt on one knee, clasped his hands together, bowed to Qin Yuan, and prepared to leave. Qin Yuan waved and called it to stop. Wait a minute. There's something else that requires your presence. Chapter 148, the world's #1 insect and beast conference. The moment the golden bell was opened, what came out was a miniature version of a rhinoceros beetle insect man. He is 6 meters tall, but has strong muscles. The brown armor has become tougher, and the muscle lines have become more refined and smooth. And that disdainful look and the iconic, confident, crooked mouth. That's it. The leader of the first army, the confident rhinoceros beetle. Qin Yuan glanced at everyone. Now the third one. He is a brave general known as a wise general. He won more than 10 counties for the Qin dynasty without any soldiers. He is the commander of the second army of the Qin dynasty. Zhao Sanhu. Choose one between the Scourge of Ashes and the Scourge of Hell. Sanhu chose Yinyu Tianzai at first sight, simply because this flaming guy seemed to kill the enemy very quickly. At least it's faster than that stupid rhinoceros beetle. My lord, I choose this one. The Flame Hell Calamity Cursed. Emperor Insect, you're using my life as a favor. You are so noble and great. You will not die well. Bang! Explosion green juice splash. The world is quiet. You don't need to go through so much trouble. Just absorb the genes of the mythical beast directly here. Sanhu and Jeanlina both have perfect genes, which will be directly covered by the genes of the fantasy beasts. There will be no gene conflict. To whom will this last fantasy beast be awarded? Qin Yuan glanced at everyone present. Their contributions were similar and average. It didn't reach the point of rewarding them with natural disasters. Longju's own abilities are not developed well enough. There is no need to have another ability. Then, how about this? The last scourge will be my reward. I will hold a meeting of the best insect people in the world. The winner will get the genes of the Ashen Scourge. Win over the talented people in the insect world from all sides. Let them gather with Chindu as the center and work for you. Where there are people, there is productivity. If you come here, you are just a worker. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. The world's #1 insect conference? Qin Yuan continued. The time is set for 7 days from now. Everyone is allowed to participate, regardless of whether you're an ordinary person, a super beast, or a natural disaster. Anything is fine, as long as you can win. Winner takes all. Even the few people who had just obtained the natural disaster ability were eager to try it out, and even the black natural disaster beside them was very excited. This is the power of natural disaster, and is a very special power of Ash. This insect emperor is so generous. This is not over yet. Qin Yuan also announced, I will use this golden bell with a diameter of 100 meters and a height of 300 meters as the facade of my great Qin state, and hang it on the EDD high-rise building. The Ash disaster, pretending to be dead on the ground, was shocked. Others didn't know, but it knew very well. This big clock is a Sequence 9 artifact. Using artifacts as facade? Isn't this too extravagant for you? And it is still ranked in the top 10 artifacts. It's outrageous. Lidapu. Even the gods don't dare to be so extravagant. Just do it. The rhinoceros beetle wanted to show off, so he moved the clock to the EDD building, and his body doubled to its original size, turning into a 66-meter-tall, giant rhinoceros beetle. 2 strong arms hold the golden bell. The whole body exerts strength, and the muscles are pumped. Give it to me, get up. Veins popped out on his neck and forehead, and his muscles were tense like a fully drawn bowstring. But the golden bell remained motionless. I'm afraid it weighs thousands of tons. Just now, I clearly saw the master pick it up with one hand, as if it was nothing, and I thought it was very light. Result: totally unable to hold. Songlong, lend me a hand. Songlong, Yunju blew out a cloud of smoke with disdain. How heavy can a big clock be? After a while, White Tiger, come and help. Fortunately, the rhinoceros beetle mastered a little bit of vector control power, and everyone successfully flew the golden bell to the top of the EDD 100-story building. The whole process took nearly an hour. Qin Yuan also went back to the desert and brought the huge silver meteorite back to Chengdu. And this time the storage capacity was replenished on the way. It will be convenient to fire the collapse star cannon next time. Over the EDD building, the crowd was dragged up by the clouds and suspended in the sky. The problem was how to place the bell. Once such a heavy bell was placed, the entire building would probably collapse. Fortunately, Qin Yuan returned in time and activated his ability on the Bell of Order. Total control, weight loss. The bell, weighing thousands of tons, suddenly became light, floating in the air like a piece of white paper. I will draw the power of the golden bell of order next. You 3 should hold on tight. Qin Yuan placed his hands on the golden bell of order, and countless golden words began to flow from the gold into Qin Yuan's palms. Order rules are being extracted. 1, 2. This lasted for an hour, during which the Bell of Order tried to escape several times, but was suppressed by Qin Yuan. Order rules extraction 100. Infusion. Gain the power of new rules. Order. Order. It can make some non-existent rules effective, making everything orderly and stable. After extracting the power of rules, Jean Lena sent someone to deliver a transparent frame to see the golden bell hoisted high. This location can be seen from 100 miles away. Qin Yuan began to strike the golden bell. Rules of order plus rules of disorder. All-powerful control and activation. Use your almighty power to gently strike the golden bell, and the echo will be heard by the whole earth. All creatures can hear what Qin Yuan said to the golden bell. I am the insect Emperor Qin Yuan, and I will host the world's #1 insect beast conference in Chengdu in 7 days. Prize: a natural disaster level insect beast with the ability of Ash. All races on Blue Star can participate. The coordinates are where the bells are ringing. Now ring the bell. Clang. With the blessing of almighty power. The sound of the bell resounded through the sky and spread throughout the entire blue planet. All rise. The eyes of all creatures in the world turned to the direction of Chindu at the same time. This was an indescribable magical force. Just like the omniscient and omnipotent God. Whisper in your ear. Chapter 149. Luxury. Artifacts as facades, natural disasters as prizes. After the golden bell. Instant. Global shock. Insect beasts, insect people, deep-sea creatures, abyss creatures, alien monsters, nuclear beasts, underground creatures, atmospheric creatures, forest plants, fog creatures, etc. on the Earth have emerged one after another. The 5 major human empires, 22 major human kingdoms, major natural disaster forces, insect nests, all sent task forces to Dachin to investigate the truth. Countless powerful intelligent creatures are rushing towards Chindu. In 7 days, there will be an unprecedented grand occasion here. The first meeting of the world's great powers. Coming soon. This is the first global call of the New World. So far, the name of Insect Emperor Qin Yuan resounds throughout the entire blue star. Everyone knows it, even insects know it. Take natural disasters as prizes and artifacts as facades. It may not be the strongest force in the world, but it is definitely the most powerful force in the world. Qin Yuan's action caused a global shock, but the number of creatures that can actually reach Chindu in 7 days is estimated to be very small. The most urgent task now is to make the potion first. Not only should we develop some exclusive potions that can help us advance and break through, we also need to research medicines that sell well. At that time, we will make a name for ourselves at the first Global Insect Beast Conference and then sell them like hotcakes. Make a fortune from it. The cost is $1 and it is sold for $30 with a gross profit margin of 29. That's awesome. Upgrade potion. You may not need potions to help yourself break through the second level, but it is better to be prepared. If the second order, your actual combat power can reach the planetary level, then you can transcend the constraints of this planet and have the power to go into outer space. Can go directly through the wormhole. Let's go to the insect star and kill some fun. In addition to the promotion potion, there are also recovery potions, experience potions, detoxification potions, strengthening potions, beauty potions. Various potions for earning insect crystals. Once a monopoly is formed, no more worries about future resources. With the help of various special medicines, it can also rapidly develop the strength of the entire legion and speed up the process of conquering the world. Qin Yuan once again summoned all the core legion commanders to a dedicated conference room in the EDD high-rise building. Without further ado, the most important task at present is to build a few more research laboratories. 1 for scientific research, 1 for food production, 1 for medicine, and 1 for other research. At least 4 should be made first. Yes, master times 7. Well, perform well. In the future, each of you will have a disaster-level mythical beast gene. Everyone was delighted when they heard this. I don't know why, but I suddenly felt full, just like I had eaten a big pancake. Qin Yuan nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand. Jean Lina and Song Long stay. Everyone else can go away. Yes, my lord. I will take my leave. Goodbye, your majesty. After others leave, Qin Yuan continued to give a task. Jean Lina, how is the construction of the Brainworm Spirit Tower going? Have you found the right person? The Brainworm Spiritual Tower is to build black towers all over the world, and then the brainworms will launch special radio waves to connect the world and build a spiritual world. This spiritual world can not only communicate, but also fight. You can even connect to the spiritual network of a universe and travel the spiritual universe. Space exploration. However, special connection coordinates are required, which are very rare and cannot be obtained by ordinary people. Coincidentally, Qin Yuan had the spiritual connection coordinates of the Kachilo Tau galaxy, where there are methods to develop potential and superpowers to fulfill wishes. Conquering the galaxy is no longer a dream. Although it is not available now, it will be of great use once the Mindworm Spirit Tower is built. Jean Lina said respectfully, My lord, Black Scourge told me that a king-level brainworm has recently appeared in Dongxing City. He could be trained as the main force of the Black Tower, but the exact location has not been found. Oh, Dongxing City again? And judging by the time, the little monkey and the Aphid King should have arrived by now. Then let's go one more time today. Good job, Lina. I'll take Songlong out for some fun. If there's anything you can't handle, ring the golden bell 3 times. Yes, my lord. Qin Yuan jumped on his horse and rode towards Dongxing City. The Yunju steps on the white clouds and reaches above the clouds. It can reach a speed of Mach 8 during normal driving, although not as fast as Qin Yuan himself. But riding a cloud horse through the sky in the last days is such a blast. The main thing is not to move yourself. Just play. Yunju, are you sure you can find a place? Yunju looks proud. Of course I am Longma. How can I get lost? After a while, the dragon and the man stare at each other. They came to a completely unfamiliar city. So, Yunju, where is this? I don't know. Qin Yuan holds his forehead. A horse that gets lost? Yunju, I seriously doubt that you are playing me. Master, calm down. I don't know why the pheromones I left last time are still here. Songlong Yunju was also helpless. It followed the navigation, but the pheromones led it here. It's very strange. Qin Yuan closed his eyes and carefully distinguished the pheromones in the space. It was indeed. The pheromones left by Yunju must have been scattered by a passing giant. Field expansion. I am not good at detection, so the range of my area is not very large, only 10 kilometers in radius. After scanning once, I found the location of the broken pheromone, not far to the southeast. Yunju, turn around and head southeast. Yes. After a long journey, we finally arrived at our destination, Dongxing City. As soon as he approached the edge of the city, Qin Yuan discovered something interesting. Next to the damaged building in front. Insects, humans, and mutants. Three-party convergence. A good show is about to begin. Yunju, let's go join in the fun. Chapter 150, The Evil Black Goblin. Dongxing City outskirts. In places where the sun doesn't shine, there are a lot of black Moors doing evil. Their main target is the women of the Dragon Empire, so they're also called black goblins. In the shadow of a ruined building, 5 or 6 Moorish bugs blocked a mutant hamster beast and a woman in the alley. Their eyes were raised, their mouths were wide open, revealing their big yellow teeth, and their faces were filled with an uncontrollable evil smile. We finally found you. How could a sow from the Dragon Empire hide here? We were looking for you for a long time. The woman seemed to be sick, lying on the ground, gasping for breath, without even the strength to move her body, with 2 tear marks running down her cheeks. If she is caught by these beastly Moors, the fate that awaits her will be 10,000 times more horrible than death. She spoke with difficulty. Zhuang Zhuang, just run, don't worry about me. The hamster stood up with trembling legs and feet, opened his arms to protect the woman behind him, bared his front teeth, and grinned at the Moor in front of him. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Oh, still fierce. A Moorish man stepped forward, raised a steel rod, and hit the hamster on the head. Bang! The steel rod hit the hamster's head, and it immediately started bleeding. The hamster fell to the ground, its 2 little paws scratching helplessly. Despair in the eyes. It's time for me, Rat, to wash my clothes. Mom, I'm sorry I can't protect you anymore. Several Moors walked towards the girl with evil smiles and began to tear her clothes. Tap, tap, tap. A strange sound of horses stepping on each other was heard. It was like stepping on cotton, very light and soft. The strange thing is that such a slight sound can be heard clearly. It's like announcing to everyone, I'm here. Everyone turned back at the same time, focusing their eyes on the young man riding a white horse in the distance. She looks like she is about 18 or 19 years old, but she has a noble temperament and outstanding appearance, unlike ordinary people. The Moorish boy stepped forward, raised his chin, and stretched out his hand to block Qin Yuan's way. Yellow monkey, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. As if saying, you yellow monkeys of the Dragon Empire should all kneel at the feet of us Moors, lick our sawls, and be honored to be bullied by us. Haven't you seen that so many high-ranking officials of the Dragon Empire are kneeling and licking our boots? We Moors are nobles. Before the end of the world, you should send us women to study with you, give us high scholarships, and give us houses and cars. Women are even more willing to pay for it. They change a different one every day, throw it away after use, and even give AIDS or a child to the honest men who take over. Not to mention that it is the end of the world now. We are even more noble. We are the real aristocrats, the masters of this world. How dare you rebel against your master? You really don't know what's good for you. Looking at the arrogant Moors, Qin Yuan smiled. These black goblins are used to being arrogant and domineering in the Dragon Empire. They really think highly of themselves. I'm not used to it. Maybe some people have been kneeling for too long, which has caused you to have an illusion. Today I will help you correct this illusion. Then he raised a finger. Field expansion. Dream of Lingqi. 10 days. In an instant, time seemed to freeze, and everyone was stunned. The Moor was dragged into a dream, hung on a cross, and tortured repeatedly for 10 days and 10 nights. Scrape 3,000 times without dying. This is a skill. At first they cursed, then they wailed, and finally they cried and begged for forgiveness. Then he began to confess his various crimes in the end times, such as killing a big ex-student, raping a woman, buying for free, and attacking a police station. Anyway, I do everything except good things. It's just a parasite of the times. And it's not just one person, it's a whole group of people working together. In Dongxing City, they have many groups and gangs, experiencing death over and over again. I cried until my voice became hoarse. In dreams, you can truly feel pain, but you won't die. You can only die and come back to life. In the blink of an eye, everyone returned to reality. Pain starts to show. The intense pain was transmitted to their brains, causing them to die instantly. However, one of the Moors survived and did not die immediately, but became an idiot. Qin Yuan was also quite surprised. I'm so lucky that I didn't die. It's just the luck of the protagonist. Since you survived, then it's not my fault. White bones, micro-controlled, chaotic killing. The Moor grew bones spurs the size of pores, piercing every cell and every blood vessel. The Moor's eyes widened instantly, his mouth opened wide, but he could only make a humming sound. Puff! Billions of hair-sized bone spurs protruded from the body. He instantly turned into a bloody man, deader than dead. He couldn't even scream before he died. Noble. Main character? The chosen one? You should go to hell and be the protagonist. Ultra-high temperature incineration. Qin Yuan released super-high temperature at several Moorish corpses, burning them to ashes. They say, a 90 degrees, knee cannot melt chocolate. 6,000 degrees high temperature can. Do you want to play some resurrection trick in the future? Dream on. Last hitting is the basic skill of every emperor. After doing all this, Qin Yuan looked at the hamster and the unconscious woman beside him. Hamster, you're pretty good. Observation through the perspective of the realm and the seventh sense. This hamster's stomach is full of rocks and weeds. But next to the injured girl were some fruits and supermarket canned food with teeth marks for mice on them. It would rather eat stones than leave the best things for a human woman. A loyal general. This loyal attitude reminded Qin Yuan of his first general, Vector Rhinoceros Beetle. It's a pity that hamsters have poor talents and are not of much value. When Qin Yuan turned his horse around and was about to leave, the hamster desperately crawled over and knelt down in front of the horse's legs. The hamster barely opened his swollen eyes, and seeing Qin Yuan's gaze was like seeing a savior, and there was light in his eyes. Sir, please say my mother. Oh, I won't save useless people. What reward can you offer? Qin Yuan lowered his body. A devilish smile appeared on his face, and his words were full of temptation. I can give you what you want most. What can you give me? The hamster trembled, searched all over his body, and finally found a nut from his bag. The nut's skin had become dry and moldy, and it looked like it had been stored for a long time. It held the nut in both hands like a treasure and presented it to Qin Yuan. This is my most precious nut, the only thing left from my father. I'm giving you my most precious thing. Please save my mother. Chapter 151. Me. Titan Ape, only playing the top games. I refuse. Qin Yuan looked down at the hamster, and the majesty in his eyes made the hamster tremble. What you call precious is worthless to me. The hamster heard this, and his eyes were filled with tears. He held Nut in his arms and sobbed softly. Qin Yuan raised his lips and changed the subject. But I'm in a good mood today, so I'm going to save you two little bastards. I owe you the things first. When I need them in the future, I will come to you for them. Hamster cries of joy. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Continue the journey. In the sky, Songlong Yunjiu is puzzled. Master, why did you save two pieces of trash? Really? From the perspective of the biological level that Songlong Yunjiu had come into contact with, hamsters and ordinary human women were as weak as two ants. There was no need to waste time and energy to save them. If you die, you die. Moreover, this approach is not in line with the master's usual style, right? Sudden change in style. It's very weird. Qin Yuan raised his lips and gave a very mysterious answer. You will know in the future. The seventh sense. Manus, predicting the future. The short-term future is basically fixed, but the long-term future is diverse, and there are different futures in various timelines. No one knows what Qin Yuan saw. Only when the future actually happens can all mysteries be revealed. And it's only 2 milligrams of life essence. 1 gram of life essence is equal to 1,000 milligrams. After using it up, you can go and drink some tea from Mangrove King, and you'll have it again, right? At present, Qin Yuan still has 149 grams and 750 milligrams of life essence on him. Qin Yuan rode on Yunju and began to look for the vanguard troops, hoping to find the Titan giant ape and his group who had arrived earlier. But I searched all over the city and couldn't find them. Finally, they were found in the suburbs south of the city. Looking from afar, the Titan ape, as big as a hill, was applying something on his body with his hands. Zoomed view. The Titan ape was covered in wounds and was smearing herbs into a paste on his body. The paste covered his entire body. Even the aphid king beside him was covered with scars. It's hurt. Qin Yuan's face darkened. When beating a dog, do you have to look at the owner? Don't you know that you are protecting your own people? Are you not taking me, the insect emperor Qin Yuan, seriously? Dare to touch my people? Court death. Songlong Yunju sensed Qin Yuan's mood change, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a pale dragon. The whole sky is rumbling. The sound of the explosion made the Titan ape and other insects raise their heads and look towards the sky. They saw Qin Yuan on the dragon head at a glance and were immediately surprised. Your Majesty, the old monkey shouted. The king has arrived. All insects and beasts, pay your respects. Tens of thousands of troops came together to pay homage. Welcome to the king. The blue dragon and cloud horses roared to the sky, announcing their arrival to everyone. Roar! A dragon roars, stretching for thousands of miles. After roaring, Songlong lowered his head and brought Qin Yuan to all the insects and beasts. Qin Yuan's face was calm, showing no joy or sorrow. The blue dragon and cloud horse under his feet knew. The insect emperor is very angry now. The consequences are serious. Little monkey, aphid king, who hurt you? When the Titan ape saw Qin Yuan, his eyes suddenly turned red and tears were about to flow down. My lord, it was 5 humans in the city. They said they wouldn't let us in, and then he beat you up? That's not the case. I pinned the 5 of them to the ground and beat them up. Then why are you crying? With the size of the Titan ape and the blood of the Titan, it is normal for a 1-on-5 to get a pentakill. Qin Yuan became even more confused. Then where did you and the aphid king get your injuries? Did you 2 fight again? Master, this is what happened. The 5 people in the city knew they couldn't beat us, so they went to find a very powerful helper. Moreover, the damage caused by its attack was very special, which prevented our wounds from healing and caused us to bleed continuously. Remember what that guy looked like? It was a strange reddish-brown toad with a black and white hat on its head, a knife on its back, and a wine gourd hanging around its waist. That's it. After hearing the description, Qin Yuan immediately knew who it was. But isn't that a natural disaster in the future Sakura country? How could it appear here? Mythical beast, ninja frog, strength estimation, peak of super beasts between the disasters. I heard that in its previous life, it watched anime with its owner since it was a child, fell in love with samurai and ninjas, and fantasized about becoming a samurai and ninja one day. After the end of the world, he awakened the mythical bee species and turned directly into a samurai ninja frog. Finally, he went to the Sakura kingdom to find a samurai to duel. He is also known as the dual frog. Although it is not yet at the disaster level, its strength is likely to be sub-disaster level. Qin Yuan looked at the Titan ape with some sympathy. This monkey is not weak. It is stronger than the average super beast. But every time I meet an opponent, it is always the strongest one. First there was Qin Yuan, a natural disaster. Then Yunju, a quasi-natural disaster. And then there was the warrior ninja frog, a secondary natural disaster. The worst is a natural disaster. Co-author, you, Titan ape, only play in the peak competition, right? But in the end, it's our own monkey. We can't let outsiders bully it. Come on, follow me. Let's go get revenge. The Titan ape and the aphid king looked at each other and were immediately overjoyed. It's good to have someone to back you up. Hey, here they come. My king, please follow me. I know where they are. Titan ape is the first monkey to rush to the front. It can be seen that this monkey has a strong desire for revenge. It can't wait to beat up those sore losers. You can't beat them, so you call for help? I really despise these old guys. Bah, a sore loser. Look, my king, it's over there. The Titan ape pointed at a tall building in the city, and it turned out to be an ancient castle that looked like a church. The castle is made of white marble. Interestingly, the flag of the beautiful empire is hung on the church. It seems that this city has been infiltrated. Beautiful empire? Come out to make trouble again. Qin Yuan raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a sunny smile. 5 empires? Let you jump for a while. Piglets. You have to fatten them up before killing them. Chapter 152, The Insect Emperor Arrives. Dongxing City. Thick fog began to appear in the sky. 5 city leaders and many powerful people gathered in the church. They all heard the huge dragon roar just now. I guess that it was most likely the left guardian of the insect Emperor Qin Yuan, Songlong Yunjiu. The leader of the 5 was a white-haired old man, the awakener of the mythical beast species diamond cricket. He held a jeweled cane in his hand, had a long beard, looked hunchbacked, but was actually very strong, and had a pair of narrowed eyes that were full of cunning. Everyone, the left envoy of the insect Emperor Qin Yuan, has arrived outside Dongxing City. What do you think? Bang! The only woman among the 5 stood up and slammed the table. She had an oval face, short hair, and conspicuous round jade earrings on her ears. Old man, didn't you tell us that this gorilla was a member of the insect emperor's army? That's right. That's right. You're only saying this now that someone's knocking on your door. Master Zhu, what you're doing is not authentic. Everyone present turned their attention to the white-haired old man, who slammed his staff to the ground. Bang! A large crack appeared on the ground, and the whole scene became quiet. Everyone, it is too early to assign blame now. We are all in the same boat. We will prosper together and suffer together. Only by working together can we get through this crisis. Several people cursed in their hearts, this old fox. The 4 of them had all fled from different places and were just stopping here to rest. But when they heard that insects and beasts were attacking humans, they left the city out of kindness to help fight the Titan ape. I only knew it after I finished playing. The other party is the insect emperor's men, and they have no intention of attacking the city. They're just waiting outside for others. This old man was worried that the arrival of the insect emperor would undermine his rule, so he planned to drag them into the water. But now that things have come to this, they really can't get away easily. A nasty-looking man with lip piercing suggested, "We should strike first. Otherwise, when the insect emperor's army arrives and joins up with the Titan ape and his men, everything will be over." Indeed, just 2 super beasts have caused great harm to the 5 of us. There are countless strong men under the insect emperor. If all of them come over, we will be dead. Seconding. Okay, I agree. Let's go and ask that gentleman to kill the Titan ape together. Just when everyone was full of confidence and ready to go out and kill the ape. Above the sky, a dragon roared. Roar! I am the left guardian of the insect emperor and the person in charge of Dongxing City. Get out here! The 5 people's faces suddenly changed. Under the insect emperor's seat, the left guardian. Blue dragon, cloud horse. Yes. How could I forget it? The 5 people looked at each other, their brains shut down for a moment. What to do? What else can I do? Run? The old man with white beard turned his eyes and saw that the situation was not good. He started to make a plan in his heart. Hold it. I'll go get that gentleman to come over. The man with lip piercings reached out to stop. No, you are the backbone of the 5 of us, and the person in charge of Dongxing City. Without you, who will hold back the insect emperor's left envoy, leave this thankless task to me. I'll do it. Hey, wait. The old man with white beard wanted to fight for it, but he saw the man with lip nail turned into a flying insect, flapping his 2 wings as fast as a motor and flew away at high speed. There is still a selfless smile on his face, watching the lip stud disappear into a black dot. The 4 of them couldn't help but wonder, was he really going to call for help? Why does it feel like I'm running away? It must be an illusion. It must be an illusion. Less than a minute later, the guard screamed at the door. Help! Then a thick fog penetrated the door. Crunch! Bang! The 15-meter high church door was pushed open from the outside. A thick white fog poured into the church, spreading from the ground to everyone's knees. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of horse hooves rang out, and a figure on horseback appeared in the thick fog. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Sudden, the man on horseback threw a ball over, and it landed on the ground with a thud and rolled several times before coming to a stop. Take a closer look. It was the lip nail man who had just escaped. His eyes were wide open, his eyes were ashen, and the corners of his mouth still showed the joy of escaping, as if he didn't realize that he was dead. The guard next to him couldn't believe it. This is Master Yuan Dongqi. Mr. Yuan Wu, the guard cried while holding his head. The The four super beast-level bosses behind looked at each other and focused on guarding against the person in the fog. If you can kill the lip stud man in seconds, then you can kill them all in seconds. In the cognition of the 5 super beasts. Super beasts are the top combat power of mankind. This lip nail man is an ancient super beast insect man, the top power among humans, and can even be said to be at the top of the food chain. Even the Titan ape couldn't kill them instantly, let alone make him unable to react to his own death. What kind of existence could kill him instantly without him noticing? Could it be that legendary powerful natural disaster? Step on. The horse's head crossed the thick fog and revealed its true appearance. This is a white horse with dragon horns, and the 4 silver dragon horns spread out backwards. A pair of captivating golden pupils, and a cloud-like pure white mane on the neck. But the most eye-catching thing is the 2 dragon whiskers on the upper lip fluttering in the wind. With floating clouds under my feet, I feel like a fairy horse descending to earth. When the horse's back passes through the clouds, everyone was shocked. On the horse's back is the insect emperor himself. This was the first time that everyone in the hall saw the insect emperor in real life. It did not have the white hair in the video. Its eyes were as bright and dazzling as the stars in the universe, with a high nose bridge and a perfect jawline. It turns out that the insect emperor is so young and so handsome. In simple terms, it's really handsome. How can you, a young man, be so handsome? Everyone was stunned for a moment. The short-haired girl was the first to react and bowed her head and half-knelt to salute. Greetings to His Majesty the Insect Emperor. Except for the old man with white beard, everyone present came back to their senses and bowed their heads and half-knelt to salute. Greetings to His Majesty the Insect Emperor. The sound was loud and clear, resounding throughout the church. Chapter 153. I am willing to accept the highest level of punishment. Inside the church, there was only one old man standing in front of Qin Yuan. The others half-knelt on the ground, with cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. It was because the aura of the blue dragon cloud horse was too strong, and it was released without restraint, just like a natural disaster. Qin Yuan looked at the old man coldly. Unexpectedly, there are still hard bones now. Could it be that he is also very strong? Is he very confident in himself? So I asked the old man, "Why don't you kneel?" Down. The crutches were thrown away. The old man prostrated himself and fell directly. "Your Majesty, I have chronic cold legs." "Your Majesty, calm down. It's been cold lately and my rheumatoid arthritis has come back, so my movements are slow." The old man bowed his head. His face was terrified. His eyes were wide open and he was staring at the ground with fear. His back was soaked with sweat. In Indy, the power of a mount alone is enough to kill a man, like carrying a mountain on his back. So how powerful is this insect emperor? This is too unfair. Hitting a wall? No. This time, it hit an alien aircraft carrier. Finished. The ball is going to die. I can only use my ultimate move. Secret. Pass the buck. Lord Chondi, we had no choice but to do this. It was Yuan Dongshi, the person you just killed, who bewitched us. He was the mastermind behind everything. We are loyal to your Majesty. Your Majesty. The old man with a white beard started to cry and complain, and he was so sincere that he put all the blame on the dead man with the lip nail. Anyway, the dead can't refute it. They have the final say. That's right, Your Majesty. He was the one who instigated us to do this. We didn't know that the Titan ape was your subordinate. If we had known that they were your subordinates, we would not have dared to do it even if we had 10,000 guts. We know we were wrong. We were really wrong. Please forgive us. Several bigwigs echoed. They all put the blame on the dead man with the lip stud. Qin Yuan smiled disdainfully. No evidence after death. These are all some tricks left over from my own play. Play these with me? Little monkey, come in and take revenge on your own. Then a little monkey that shrank to 1.5 meters appeared in front of everyone. It is the reverse transformed Titan ape. Other people's abilities are getting bigger, harder, and stronger, but is the only one that is getting smaller, softer, and weaker. Commonly known as the reverse weakening first monkey. As soon as it came in, it saw several old enemies and immediately bared its teeth and roared with anger. Raise your hand and point to 4 people. My lord, they couldn't defeat me by surprise, so they hired a toad to bully me. Qin Yuan nodded and said, "You guys can fight again in front of me. Don't worry, I'm a fair person and will never interfere in your fight. Just fight as much as you want." Once this statement is made, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the insect emperor did not take action, they could still deal with a weakened Titan ape. But I immediately realized something was wrong. It seems like the insect emperor is rubbing something with his hands. The old man with a white beard asked tremblingly, "Your Majesty, the insect emperor, what are you doing?" "Oh, this in my hand? It's okay. Don't worry about me. I'm just making a nuclear bomb for fun." Nuclear bomb? Everyone was stunned. What the hell? Crushing a nuclear bomb with bare hands? Are you kidding? But the key point is, this TM seems to be a real nuclear bomb. What's this soul-shaking feeling? I'm afraid your nuclear bomb can blow up the whole city. Qin Yuan showed the sweet smile of a sunny boy. It's okay, just do whatever you want. The four of them didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but they didn't dare to be so casual. The Titan ape didn't care about that. It raised its fist and started to beat the white-haired old man by the beard. "You old bastard. You were the one who attacked me last time, right? Look at me, the monkey stealing peaches. Hit me, kick the clang." The old man with white beard had bulging eyes, as if they were about to fall out of their sockets. He opened his mouth and let out a scream, followed by helpless crying. Well, I am incomplete." The monkey smiled. "Weren't you very proud when you attacked me? Look at my fatal scissor kick and double-scoring monkey stealing peaches." Bang! Oh shit. Whitebeard old man strikes again. He really can't stand it anymore. He couldn't understand why 5 people attacked it that day. Why? Why did you hit me alone? Why? Brother Monkey, I beg you, please let someone else fight me. I really can't take it anymore. Don't try to change the subject. Watch the fight. Plum Blossom 3 variations. The monkey steals peaches again. Bang. WTF. Please leave one. You are such a bad old man. Watch me beat you up. I'm gonna beat you up. Bang. Oh my god. The old man with white beard was hit hard repeatedly. Seeing that the monkey was going to continue to attack him, he quickly raised his hand to stop it. No. The pole. Please leave it to me. Snap. The sound of breaking. Broken. It's really broken. The white-haired old man's waist was broken. But for a super beast, recovery from this kind of injury is only a matter of time. On the contrary, mental injury is often more painful than physical injury. Being beaten like this in public, it's more painful than killing him. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. Lord Insect Emperor, I am willing to pay compensation and impose the maximum penalty of the Empire on myself for my actions. Oh, compensation? Maximum penalty? How many tops can there be? Qin Yuan waved his hand, and the little monkey immediately stopped beating. First, tell me, what is the maximum penalty? I'll drink 3 cups as punishment. Fuck, little monkey, keep hitting me. Hit me hard, and don't stop until I say stop. Yes, Your Majesty. The Titan ape transforms into the second stage and begins to increase its strength to launch a second round of extreme output against the old man with white beard. Damn it. No. Yammy. Screams of pain echoed throughout the church. Chapter 154. The Toad Who Loves Samurai Duels. After 3 rounds of education, the old man with white beard was beaten to death before he finally stopped. Seeing that everyone was honest, Qin Yuan revealed his true purpose. I will definitely take over Dongxing City, but I'm still lacking an agent. There can only be one agent. You 4 understand what I mean, right? The short-haired girl was the first to react. She took out the short blade on her thigh and cut off the head of the white-bearded old man. He tried to stab the man next to him in the heart with his backhand, but he dodged it by leaning sideways. Inyu, what are you doing? We are allies. After saying that, he swept across with a knife. These girls are really fast. Unfortunately, the short-haired woman dodged the attack by jumping, but the man didn't know that there was a sharp sword coming from behind. 3-way battle. Fight to the end. The man with the dagger and the sword stuck in his body survived, leaving 3 bodies on the ground. The man looked very young, about 25 years old. In peacetime, young people like him would probably be a social animal or a screwdriver. But with the arrival of the end of the world, everything is reshuffled. The end of the world is both a danger and an opportunity. As long as anyone at the bottom wakes up, he or she will have the opportunity to become a superior person or an upper class. The redistribution of social resources has led to the emergence of countless new elites. The old forces are dying. The lower classes of society become the new superiors after gaining great power, while the former superiors are deposed and become prisoners. Even the strongest old power family could be killed by one person overnight. This is the new era of the end times. The man thrust the knife through his side, bowed to Qin Yuan, and knelt on one knee. Your Majesty, the Insect Emperor, Long live the Lord. Qin Yuan looked down at the man in front of him who was bleeding profusely. May I have your name? Your Majesty, I am Xu Yong, originally a fisherman from Pinghai Town. By chance, I fled to Dongxing City with my family. Well, I'll give you 1 day to find a man named Lu Xiaoyi and bring him to me alive. As you command, Your Majesty. After saying that, Xu Yong drew his sword regardless of his injuries and prepared to go out to look for someone. But Qin Yuan stopped him again. Wait, call that warrior frog over here. I have something to do with it. Okay, Your Majesty. I will contact it right away. Qin Yuan nodded. This young man has a strong ability to adapt to his current role. Yunju, clean up the battlefield. Don't let that toad notice anything and run away early. Songlong Yunju used mist to wrap the body to ensure that the smell of blood would not spread. Then there is the long waiting time. Qin Yuan kept his eyes closed and opened the domain. As long as the frog appeared within a 10-kilometer range, he could accurately catch it. But an hour passed, and there was no news, and no trace of the frog was around. A messenger in plain clothes came running and immediately reported. Report. Urgent report. Your Majesty, the Insect Emperor. The warrior ninja frog sensed something was wrong and killed dozens of insect men before running away. What? Where did it go? North, running towards the poisonous bushes in the north. Let's go, Yunju. Let's chase them. The blue dragon Yunju instantly opened its golden eyes. Clouds billowed from its body, and Qin Yuan jumped on the horse. Roar! With a roar of dragon, clouds and mist surged over his body, and he rushed up into the sky on the auspicious clouds and headed towards the dense forest in the north. The northern dense forests are not as large as the giant tree forests. They are only 20 to 30 meters high, but they are very dense and have all kinds of poisonous insects and beasts. It is also filled with purple poisonous miasma. Humans who inhale the miasma will die within 5 minutes. Insects with stronger resistance can only survive for half an hour at most, unless they have strong resistance to poison. Songlong Yunju took Qin Yuan to patrol the sky above the dense forest, but he still couldn't find any trace of the warrior ninja frog. The entire dense forest is so huge, at least tens of thousands of square meters, and the forest shrubs are so endless. Like a green ocean. Master, what should we do? We can't find any trace at all. Qin Yuan smiled confidently, as if everything was under control. Yunju, do you believe that I can make it come out by itself with just one word? I believe it. You don't play by the rules, you topic terminator? Since you don't believe me, I'll let you see how to summon a sub-disaster level ninja frog with just one sentence. Songlong Yunju was dumbfounded. I believe it. My lord, I believe in you. What did I say? I didn't believe it. Did I lose my memory? Not waiting yet. Qin Yuan is ready to shout. Watch it. Samurai Grinny. I challenge you to a samurai duel. Dare you fight like a man? Rustle. The jungle was filled with the sound of rapid shuttle. With a bang, a reddish-brown figure jumped high up. Hey, I am here to accept your invitation to duel. A reddish-brown toad, wearing a bamboo hat, jumped high in the jungle. It had a long knife on its back and a wine gourd hanging around its waist. Flirty frog. That's it for sure. Once you tame this warrior frog, it is specifically designed to fight all black goblins and Japanese men in samurai duels. Stains. Thinking about those people's expressions, it must be quite interesting. Chapter 155, No one knows the art of hiding better than me. Jungle. The frog stands on the tip of a tree, with its arms folded across its chest and its head raised high. How are you going to compete? Qin Yuan smiled, as if everything was under control. Let's compete based on what you are best at. Whoever wins can command the other person to do anything, and they can't refuse. How about it? Do you dare to compete? Oh, anything? Doesn't that mean? The warrior ninja frog raised its claws and lowered the brim of its hat, making it difficult to see its expression. Human, don't be so arrogant. Since you are so confident, how about we first compare the ninja's detection ability and see who can find the other more times within an hour? This human being just now couldn't find himself in the whole forest. This means that the opponent's reconnaissance ability is definitely not good enough. Quack, quack, quack. Use your strengths to attack the enemy's weaknesses. As a ninja, you must know the importance of intelligence. This wave, I'm sure to win. Qin Yuan spread his hands casually. Okay, no problem. I'll give you 3 minutes. Go hide quickly. Anyway, after the aura is locked, it doesn't matter where you run to me. Griffin, you are still too young. Hearing, the warrior ninja frog smiled confidently, dived into the dense forest, and disappeared after a few jumps on the tree branches. 3 minutes is up soon. I'm coming. Are you hiding? Ninja Frog answered subconsciously. Quack. After calling out, his face changed drastically, and he realized something was wrong. Oops. Isn't this revealing? In the dense forest, a loud quack seemed so abrupt. Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes and smiled evilly. I found you. With a bang, the wings behind it spread out, and it rushed down towards the croaking sound. It picked up a frog leg from the dark bushes, and the whole frog of Ninja Frog was hung upside down in its hand. Quack. Human, this doesn't count. How could you be so insidious? You cheated me. You've lost the bet, so why are you still cheating, you little bastard? Go hide quickly, I'm coming again. Humph. If I hadn't spoken out, how could I have let you easily break my concealment technique? I won't be fooled so easily this time, damn human. After saying that, the Ninja Frog jumped onto the branch and disappeared from sight in a few leaps. This must have been how Sun Wukong felt when he was toyed with by Tathagata's a five-finger mountain. It's just that Ninja Frog is not Sun Wukong, but I am Tathagata, the one who controls everything. Little Ninja Frog, you can't escape my five-finger mountain. Soon, another 3 minutes have passed. Qin Yuan followed the other party's pheromone again and soon came to a big tree. The silly frog leaned against a tree and covered himself with a piece of cloth. The corners of the frog's mouth are raised, and its face is full of confidence. This time, there is absolutely no way I can be discovered. My disguise is perfect and impeccable. No one knows the hidden book better than me. Until Qin Yuan's voice sounded. Hey, you red toad who is grinning foolishly on the tree. Stop grinning. You have been discovered. Hearing, Ninja Frog immediately changed to a serious face. It's not about the expression. You have been discovered. How many times do I have to tell you? Get down here. Ninja Frog was furious and roared. This is impossible. How did you find me? My hiding technique should be perfect, and I used a cloth that is impossible to detect. Undetectable cloth? Then could you please bring a bigger piece of cloth next time? It's right to cover yourself with a piece of cloth. But what does it mean to just cover your eyes? Such a big body is wandering outside. Do you think I'm blind? Ninja Frog crossed his arms and looked unruly. I admit that you are strong, but still not as strong as me. Next, I will use real ninjutsu and will not let you find out again. Go and hide. It's still 3 minutes. This time, Ninja Frog did not choose to jump in the jungle, but chose to walk in the forest and shuttle quickly. When running, the hands are naturally thrown behind, just like the running posture of a ninja. Gurgle gurgle. This time, it hides itself underwater, with only a small tube showing for breathing. Ninja. Water-style, underwater breathing technique. Hee hee. This is the ultimate secret skill that I have researched for many days. This human being will never find my own. Water can not only isolate your breath, but also perfectly cover your body. Even if Ninja Zoo comes, there's no way you'll find me again. Quack, quack, quack. You won't find me this time. 3 minutes passed. Qin Yuan came to the small puddle and looked at the Ninja Frog in the puddle. Ninja Frog stared at Qin Yuan with eyes wide open. For eyes facing each other, it could be seen. It really tried hard. But, can you find a bigger puddle? There's such a small hole that half of your butt would be exposed if you laid down in it. How could you hide anything? What's the point of just burying your head? You really know how to hide. Oh my, you found me again. You're really good at hiding. Seeing that he was discovered, the Ninja Frog no longer pretended and simply stood up from the water. It has begun to admire this man for having such insights into ninjutsu. It's incredible that I can find my position easily every time. I have no choice but to use my ultimate move. Okay, I admit that I underestimated you just now. Now I will seriously show my true level. If you can find me again, you win this competition. Qin Yuan looked at the confident, silly frog in front of him and couldn't help but murmur in his heart. How can you still be so confident after being found by yourself 3 times? It's a natural disaster anyway. Could it be that it really has some powerful hidden magic weapon? Or is it carrying a divine weapon? Or maybe there is a powerful genetic technology that can block perception. I'm a little looking forward to it. This is the last time, go hide. The Ninja Frog's eyes sparkled, and he showed a confident smile and disappeared into the dense forest in the blink of an eye. Chapter 156, Multiple Frog Clone Technique. In the jungle, a brown toad kept shuttling back and forth in the woods, its eyes moving rapidly to scan everything around it. Soon we found a perfect hiding place. 100-meter-high, ochre-colored boulder. It took out its own props, stone models. It looks just like an ordinary stone, but it is hollow inside and a frog can hide inside. The frog narrowed its eyes, made its mouth into a U shape, and slowly hid in the stone. The last step is to slide your legs back and cover the stone, and the perfect concealment device is ready. This time, there is absolutely no way they will be found. Unless the other party cheats. Quack, quack, quack. 3 minutes passed quickly. Qin Yuan followed the trail of the ninja frog and found a very strange stone. Toad, stop hiding. Why don't you just hide under this stone? Impossible. Cheating me. This human is definitely cheating me. My concealment is perfect, and also use special props. No one can find me. Bang. Qin Yuan lifted the stone, revealing the ninja frog hidden inside. Quack, quack. This perfect model that looks exactly like an ordinary stone was carefully made by me. How did you find me? Did you cheat? Exactly the same as ordinary stones. Look at the bright red model in front of you, and then look at the khaki real stone behind it. Qin Yuan was silenced. I feel like there is an invisible fist hitting my IQ. The stones next to it are all khaki, but your stone model is bright red, so I won't say anything. The key is that it is still square. A square stone. All right, a square is fine. It also emits sparkles. You're a twinkle, twinkle little star, right? Can you be more professional? I seriously suspect that there is something wrong with your brain. How do you kill people with your ninjutsu? Do you make others laugh to death? The frog calmly took out his 4-meter-long sword and looked at Qin Yuan with sharp eyes. To be honest, you're the first person to have witnessed my hidden ninjutsu in such a long time. Best of 3 games. I lost the first game. Let's start the second game. Actual combat begins. Multiple frog clone technique. Oh, Qin Yuan's eyes lit up. The art of clone? This is a magical skill that even I want. Is this what it is really good at? Did I misunderstand it? If I can draw it or learn it, I can have several clones in the future to do many things at the same time. The upgrade efficiency will also be faster. General improvement in quality. It's like God is helping me. Ha ha ha. This toad must be a gift from God to me. Bang. After a burst of white smoke. There was nothing there except the big reddish-brown toad that was already there. Where's your clone? Doppelganger? Isn't it next to you? Looking in the direction of the frog's finger, a red tadpole as big as a fist was jumping on the ground. Isn't this a tadpole? Yeah. Doesn't every frog start out as a tadpole? There's also science to clones. Qin Yuan's forehead was bulging with veins, and he clenched his fists. I can't stand it anymore. Bang. Ninja frog defeated. The frog covered its head, which was swollen like a pig. Tears came out, and stood up with a look of dissatisfaction. A sneak attack doesn't count. I won't admit defeat. I still have my strongest sword skills to use. Let's play best of 5 again. From 1 round to the best of 3 to the best of 5. Are you playing the Achilles paradox with me here? Trust you again. I'm a dog. Qin Yuan's face was dark, and he raised his fist again. The frog immediately cuts off the friendly smile and rubs his hands to please. I surrender. What do you want me to do? Just tell me. You're smart. Mission 1. Find all the Morphas in the city to fight in samurai duels. Clean up the pests, and then go to Neon Country. After explaining, give another drop of venom to prevent escape. Ninja Frog turned around and headed towards East Star City again. He wanted to fight the Black Goblin in a samurai duel. Qin Yuan looked at the distant Ninja Frog and couldn't help but sigh. These guys who have never eaten humans seem to have poor brains. Judging from the memories of the previous life and the fight just now, the Ninja Frog is a pet of a family in Dragon Country. It has never eaten humans since it evolved from the end of the world, so its mind is relatively simple. Simply put, 2 goods won. Longju, let's go. The blue dragon Yunju carried Qin Yuan back to the sky above the church, only to see that the church was already surrounded by people. Not only was there Xu Yong, who had just been sent out to look for someone, but there were also representatives of the major families in the city. They all waited quietly and orderly outside the church, and almost everyone had gifts in their hands. Qin Yuan returned to the church calmly and met the target of his trip, Lu Xiui. At this moment, he was kneeling on the ground, looking very thin, with long hair covering his eyes and some dark blue scars on his arms. Lift your head. Hearing this, Lu Xiui raised his head, revealing his handsome and swollen face, with a timid look in his eyes. Do you know why I asked you to come here? Refine medicine? After all, I only know how to refine medicine. That's right. I've taken a fancy to your talent for alchemy. Come and make alchemy for Da Qin. Don't worry. You will definitely get the reward. Hearing this, Lu Shui kowtowed to Qin Yuan with tears in his eyes. Your Majesty, I have a favor to ask of you. As long as this favor is done, I will do anything you ask me to do. Qin Yuan certainly knew what he was talking about. This kid was locked up in the family. Because her mother was a lowly maid, she was tortured and imprisoned, and she was forced to make medicine for the family every day. According to normal development, he will meet a noble person in the near future to help him get out of trouble and join a powerful force. But just out of the tiger's den, it's like a wolf's den. Involved in the disputes of big forces, it's hard to have a good ending. The family is wiped out, and the brain is dug out to soak the nutrient solution. If you want to take revenge on certain people in the family, I'll allow it. Let Xu Yong take you there. Su Zhong, ancient species, ancient star beetle. After the transformation, it has a pair of super long whip-like tentacles, and the whole body is black armor with white spots on it. Its strength has reached the middle level of Super Beast, and he is Qin Yuan's subordinate. Now in Dongxing City, where there are no Super Beasts, you can already walk sideways. Unless you are stubborn enough to go fight that toad. Lu Shui bowed again. Thank you, Your Majesty. He had requested Xu Yong before, but Xu Yong refused. His answer was that everything would be decided by His Majesty the Emperor. Now that Qin Yuan's imperial decree has come down, his revenge is about to begin. The two of them left the church one after the other. As soon as they left the church, a bunch of people rushed to surround them. Brother Xu Yong, what did His Majesty the Insect Emperor say? Is he willing to see us? Yes, brother, have we brought our gifts? Please let me know. You may be the top leader of Dongxing City in the future. We should unite as one. Yes, yes. Just when Xu Yong didn't know what to do, the voice of Songlong Yunjiu sounded, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Military chief representatives, government representatives, representatives of the 4 major families of E-Star, and representatives of insect groups above perfect level, please come in. Everyone else can go back. In the end, 13 people stayed, and the remaining 100 people had no choice but to retreat. Those who stayed behind were basically the strongest forces in Dongxing City, either controlling the economy, food, or military power. The meeting of the highest forces in Dongxing City is held. Chapter 157 White Crane Challenge. The other side, Qin Yuan's hometown Yuan City. Looking down from above, it looks like a feather. To the east of the feather, a dark mass of beasts stood at the city gate. It was the first army of Qin led by Rhinoceros Beetle, with Baihe as the deputy in this operation. The Rhinoceros Beetle, who has obtained the genes of the natural disaster level fantasy beast, leads an army of 100,000 to the city. The Rhinoceros Beetle shouted at the tower, Captain of Yuan City Base, come out. If you surrender, I can spare your lives. Otherwise, I will break through the city gate and kill you without a single piece of armor left. On the tower, a man dressed as a general stood on the highest point. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He stood straight and shouted loudly, What a joke. We are a city of the Dragon Empire. How can we be compared to you, a bunch of idiots? You still want me to open the door and surrender? Are you worthy enough? The Rhinoceros Beetle was immediately furious and was about to attack, but was stopped by the White Crane. Captain, let me fight first, and you fight last. Finally got a chance to show off, but he couldn't wait. After saying that, he winked at the Rhinoceros Beetle, indicating that he could leave it to him. Then Baihe frowned, exuding a strong momentum, and challenged the people on the tower. Baihe Liaohua is here. Who dares to fight me? There was a commotion on the tower. Several Yuan City military district leaders began to argue fiercely. The enemy has started to challenge us. What should we do? The strongest in our military region are only a few excellent level insect people. The energy fluctuations of the enemy may be perfect level. How about we go to 3 excellence levels? Go and invite the genius of the Shao family over here. Shao family. Are you talking about the one whose engagement was broken off? Yes, go. Baihe waited for 5 minutes, but still no one dared to come out to fight, which made his team's morale suddenly rise. The defenders were in a state of panic. Baihe continues to talk. No one dares to respond, even to your challenge? I'm afraid your top leaders have already abandoned you and run away, right? You can't even handle a small fry like me? The 100,000 brothers behind me are all better fighters than me. Wouldn't it be like sending you to your death if I let you stay on the city wall? Seeing that the army's morale was unstable and the reinforcements were delayed, the general gritted his teeth and sent out an excellent insect man. Go, try to hold it back. The outstanding insect man raised his fist and bowed to the general in farewell. I will definitely not let the general down. Well, don't worry. I will take care of your family. The insect soldiers walked out of the city gate with a determination to die, and the two sides looked at each other from a distance of 2 miles. I'm the Special Forces King, Yu Shaoqing, and I am here to learn from you. Special Forces? Prepare-toi. The white crane spread its wings and flew up, quickly approaching the king of soldiers. White crane wings slash. Just as he was about to chop off the other's head, the soldier king unexpectedly took out a diamond-shaped shield from his back. Clang! It actually blocked. Genetic weapon? Do you think you could defeat me with this? Genetic skill. White blade, double feather slash. The white crane's wings extend forward. Hundreds of feathers on the wings are like a huge sword net, and the overwhelming sharp blades and arrows attack the opponent. Ding! 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 All feathers are blocked by the opponent's shield. The soldier king behind the shield sneered. This is purple gene weapon. Without super beast level attack damage, it is impossible to break my defense. Really? What if that's the case? White crane spreads its wings. Genetic skill. White blade double feather strike, second stage. Barb return. The feathers that had just been shot at the back and feet of the soldier king seemed to feel the huge magnetic attraction and began to pull back at lightning speed. More than twice as fast as the shot. Puff, puff, puff. The gorgeous red roses bloomed, and the soldier king's entire body was pierced, and he fell to the ground with a thud. King of soldiers, pawn. The shield in his hand also fell to the ground and was picked up by Bai He, who also mocked the official. That's it. I advise you to open the door and surrender quickly. In order to be quick, Bai did not hesitate to use his ultimate move. The whole process took no more than 2 minutes, and a bugman with a purple quality shield was eliminated. The general on the tower was gritting his teeth and wanted to fight in person, but he was just an ordinary person and had no ability to fight. He looked at the adjutant beside him. Has the young master of the Shao family not arrived yet? Here he comes. The young master of the Shao family is already in place. However, he said that after the matter is completed, 10 noble ladies must be prepared for him, and they must be the families of military officers only. This bastard. The general clenched his fists tightly, his eyes full of anger. If the situation wasn't critical, he would never hire such a guy. So lustful. What's on your mind? How could such a scum appear in Yuan City? Forget it. I'll just have to give up now. Take 10 of my concubines and give them to him. Just give him the ones from number 73 to number 82. Yes, General. After that, the adjutant withdrew. The white crane carried the insect head of the king of soldiers and flew around the Qin army of 100,000 and began to show off crazily. The mighty of the empire? Nothing special. Today we will destroy this Yuan City base and kill all the soldiers who resist. Kill, 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 kill. The shouts were deafening. The 100,000-man army is once again in high spirits. At this time, the enemy shouted at them from the tower. A man in his 30s stood on the tower. I am Xiao Huahua, a young man from the Shao family. Do the Qin armies Bai He dare to fight me? He wanted to challenge Bai He by name, but he didn't come out for so long. Isn't it obvious that everyone is invited to help? The white crane immediately flew back to the rhinoceros beetle and pointed at the city wall and replied, Boy, you saw that I was seriously injured in the battle just now, and you want to take advantage of me? Don't even think about it. Do you dare to fight with our leader? The current rhinoceros beetle has a 20 body size control, so it only looks 6 meters tall, not very strong. On the city wall, Xiao Huahua agreed directly. Okay, if I win this battle, you will withdraw your troops. The rhinoceros beetle's eyes showed a strong killing intent. If I win, you will open the city and surrender. Do you dare? Why not? Xiao Huahua transformed into a bugman and jumped down from the city wall. With a bang, landed right in front of the rhinoceros beetle. Chapter 158 Natural Disaster. Vector Ancient Rhinoceros Beetle. Hana City East Gate. This war has attracted the attention of all major forces in the city. After all, after this battle, the power of the entire city is likely to undergo a major reshuffle, so it is very important to choose the right team. Xiao Huahua transforms into a perfect blue-necked beetle. The rhinoceros beetle did not transform. It just stood quietly in the middle of the battlefield, staring at the enemy in front with murderous eyes. At this moment, Xiao Huahua took out a 3-meter-long fiery red blade from his crotch. There were purple lines on it, and it was obvious that it was not an ordinary item. This is a top-level purple 5-star weapon. It can cut through iron like mud and cut through hair like a whirlwind. You better be careful. It looks like a kind reminder, but in fact it is bragging about how powerful he is, not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of equipment. But do you have a nerve to brag about a purple item? Xiao Huahua, transformed into a blue-necked beetle, flew over with a knife in hand, held the knife handle with both hands, gathered his strength, raised the knife above his head, aimed at the rhinoceros beetle's head, and chopped it off. As long as the rhinoceros beetle dodges, it will immediately follow up with its genetic skills, and the opponent will be killed without a doubt. Xiao Huahua raised his mouth to reveal a sinister smile, and his eyes seemed to have seen the scene of the other party bleeding on the spot. Go to hell. Seeing Xiao Huahua's attack coming, the rhinoceros beetle tilted its mouth corner, revealing its confident signature crooked smile. Tilt your neck to the left, exposing it to the opponent. As if to say, come, cut this way. I can't fix Xiao Huahua. Empty neck to catch the blade? It's quite fun. Is your neck harder than my purple sword? Since you are looking for death, you can't blame me. Genetic skill. Armored earth-splitting slash. Damage times 200. Cut off your head. The rhinoceros beetle smiled with success. The ignorant 30-year-old boy. Vector damage reflection. As long as it is a physical attack and does not exceed the rhinoceros beetle's energy limit, it can all be bounced back. Warrior Nemesis, 100 true damage anti-armor. Clang. Puff. Xiao Huahua spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, it was a loud bang. The whole person exploded from the inside out, blood and flesh flew everywhere. He was blown up by his own attack. Flash sale. Perfect Bugman. Xiao Huahua dead. During the whole process, the rhinoceros beetle did not move at all. Stretch out your neck and let it chop. Result. The one who got chopped off had nothing to do with it, but the one who chopped him off was chopped into pieces. See, the time is ripe. The size of the rhinoceros beetle begins to grow. 20, 30, 100, 150, 200. The height of the body increased from 6 meters to 66 meters. Compared with the 20-meter high city wall, it is simply a behemoth. Its eyes are red, and it raises its arms and roars at the city. Roar! Who else? All the generals on the tower were shocked and suggested opening the city gates instead of struggling in vain. But the general didn't want to. He still wanted to make a last-ditch effort. Call me. Instant. Artillery fire and countless missiles fired. Machine gun sweep. The only sounds on the battlefield were the howling of insects and beasts and the roar of gunfire. Rhinoceros beetle is furious. My passionate horse. Today, none of you will survive. Vector counterforce double blast punch. The rhinoceros beetle lowered his head and stretched his neck forward, squatting down and taking a horse stance with his fists clenched at his waist. Countless purple energy began to accumulate on his fists. The muscles of the whole body are invigorated, expanded, and enlarged, and the muscle strength of the whole body is concentrated on the arms. Oh, vector reaction double blast punch. D. The rhinoceros beetle's eyes were full of anger, and he punched out with both fists at the same time. Boom! Explosion sounded. 2 purple energy balls streaked across the city walls like unstoppable meteors. The dozens of meters high city wall was destroyed, and deep trenches were plowed in the ground. One strike, the city fell. Kill him. Countless insects and beasts began to attack the city, and the human camp was directly defeated. Kill. On the tower. The general fled immediately, leaving only the adjutant here. The adjutant cried and shouted, "Open the city gates. Open the city gates quickly. Please let your majesty's army enter the city." Too bad it's too late. Now that the city has been destroyed, there is no need for them to open the gates. So far, the commander of the first army of Qin, Rhinoceros Beetle, became famous in one battle. Vector natural disasters reappear in the world. There are 4 more Legion commanders like it in the Qin state, in addition to left and right guardian envoys. It is hard to imagine how powerful the Insect Emperor is above them. Today, break this city. 100,000 Qin troops entered the city and began to take over major affairs. The military base officially hoisted the Qin flag, a red background with a Klein blue dark crystal ant head flag and a purple crystal gem on top. So far, Yuan City was officially designated as Qin territory. Qin City with a population of over 1 million plus 1. Dongxing City. Inside the church, Qin Yuan sat on the throne made of clouds, while the others sat on the chairs in the church. There are 13 members in total, including 2 black goblins. Which forces do you two Moors represent? Your Majesty, I represent the government. Dear Lord Insect Emperor, I am representing the military forces. Bang, bang. As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them exploded. Cause of death, being looked at by Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan looked at the ground with disdain. Yunju, clean up. Yes, my lord. He glanced at the others again, and everyone lowered their heads. Now they know what it means to be with the emperor like being with a tiger. They will explode at the first sight. One look, and the ball is dead. Oh my god, what kind of divine species is this insect emperor? An awakened one. Qin Yuan looked at the audience in silence, and spoke to himself. This beautiful empire has penetrated deeply enough that the government and the army are actually controlled by the Moors. It's time to clean out these boars. Pass my order to start clearing out all Moors in the city. Allow you big families to carve up the government and military territories. How much you can get will be determined by your ability. The remaining 11 representatives all look surprised. The two forces control the sphere. It's not a small cake, though, but you have to be quick. I only give you 24 hours. If you still haven't finished it by the time is up, then you'll be of no value. You understand me? Qin Yuan's eyes swept across everyone, revealing the aura of an emperor. He released a little pressure, which made the group of people sweat on their backs. Everyone fell to their knees. I understand. The Great Purge begins. Not only the major families and the perfect insect group, but also Qin Yuan's insect beast army join the cleansing. There's also a ninja frog in the samurai duel. Hunting the Black Goblin begins. For a while, with the Black Goblins being killed frequently, the crime rate in the city was directly reduced by 50. Chapter 159. Lao Su, I want to eat fish. Dongxing City. There is another person who is most enthusiastic at this time. Lu Xiui. When he led Xu Yong all the way from the gate to the family ancestral hall, it felt so good. I've never felt so good in my life. An elder of the tribe was so angry that he pointed at Lu Xiui's nose and cursed him. Lu Xiui, what are you doing? Do you want to destroy our Lu family? Haha. Old man, I'm not a member of your Lu family. From a moment you locked my mother in the dungeon. We have been enemies and will fight to the death. These are all your family members. How can you be so cruel? Lu Xiui laughed at himself. Oh, family? You guys who lie on my neck and drink my blood. You also deserve to be called family? Family who lock me up in the pharmacy for 24 hours a day to make medicine? Family who bully my mother every day. As he spoke, Lu Xiui's emotions began to fluctuate violently. Just because my mother is an ordinary person, you treat her like a beast? Just because I'm a bastard, you treat me like a medicine jar? Today, everything you have done to me will be returned tenfold. Kill. Xu Yong cooperated very well and cut the knife down. He cut off the elder's head with a knife and handed it to Lu Xiui. Like a madman, picked up the elder's head and stomped on it crazily. Ha 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 ha. This day has finally come. Good deeds will be rewarded and evil deeds will be punished. All of you in the Lu family must die. Stop. The visitor turned out to be Lu Xiui's half-brother, Lu Ren. Lu Ren said righteously, Brother, why are you doing this? When I saw Lu Ren for the first time, Lu Xiui couldn't help but shed 2 lines of tears and said in a gentle tone, This son of a bitch dares to appear in front of me. Kill him. In the past, this half-brother bullied him a lot. It was normal for him to lead some classmates to kick him. In more extreme cases, they would urinate and shit on him. I wanted to kill him for a long time. Thank God, he didn't run away. This is my beloved relative, my brother. I will be very sad if I kill him. So you must use the most painful method, slowly torturing him to death, but never kill him all at once. Brother Su, I want to eat fish. Su Zhong Su might go and feed in. Don't worry, my old skill of killing fish will definitely make him very happy. With your words, I feel relieved. Lu Ren was frightened, stumbled, and fell to the ground, and crawled back with his hands on the ground. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? Don't come over here. Dad, save me. A loud roar exploded in the air. Stop. How dare you? The other party turned out to be a perfect bird, a perfect hummingbird. He swooped down at Xu Yong and went straight for his heart. Then, Jiomi, being pinched in Su Yong's hand, tongue sticking out, eyeballs bulging. The 1-meter-long perfect species sharp-beaked hummingbird has strong penetrating power, but that is only for ordinary insect beasts. For super beasts, it is just a rookie. Home delivery. Can be easily held. Hummingbird roars wildly. Let me go. Rebellious son, you actually brought people to attack your own clan's land. You are so disloyal and unfilial. The spearhead turned and the pressure was put on Lu Xiui again. Lu Xiui smiled calmly. I'm sorry. Family love is too expensive. You don't deserve it. Just because we are related by blood doesn't mean we are a family, right? Puff. Beheaded with one sword. The bird's head is full of resentment. Then came the brothers' screams, which lasted for 30 minutes. All the high-ranking members of the clan in the room were eliminated. Brother Su, I'm afraid they will be lonely, so I have to trouble you to send their immediate family members down. After all, a family should be in good order. Xu Yong smiled cheerfully. Small problem. I have ordered my men to seal off the entire yard to ensure that no one can escape. As the saying goes, wildfires cannot be completely extinguished, so we must remove the roots. Since I killed him, it's better to be clean. The two of them killed their way through the Lu mansion, killing almost everyone except those with the surname Lu. Lu Xiui would let go of some people he didn't know. He had a clear goal and only killed those who had bullied him and his mother. When he arrived at the dungeon, he found his mother was already dying and was afraid that she could not be saved. I burst into tears immediately. Mother, I am an unfilial son. The mother raised her eyelids and gave Lu Xiui a faint smile and then died. She held on her last breath just to see her son. Now that she saw that her son was safe and sound, she relaxed and passed away. Seeing this, Lu Xiui burst into tears. There are no winners in this massacre. Perhaps those who are not strong enough are losers from the beginning. Is justice delayed still justice? Xu Yong spoke to comfort. Don't be sad. His Majesty the Insect Emperor is a world-class warrior. He may be able to save your mother. Yes, and there is His Majesty the Insect Emperor. Lu Xiui immediately opened the cell door and carried his mother out. Let's go back quickly. When they returned to the church, they were told that Qin Yuan had left, and they didn't know where he was now. Lu Xiui only felt a sense of despair. Inner prayer. Your Majesty, the Insect Emperor Qin Yuan. Please save my mother. Your Majesty, Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan is currently discussing the theory of the impact of goblet shaking on Earth economics with Mosquito Girl. Lu Xiui's sincere prayer turned into a wish and was transmitted to his mind. Like, is someone calling me? This feeling is amazing. Just like, those who call my true name will see eternal life in reincarnation. This is the first time I have had this kind of experience. It's like, it's the power of God. Mosquito Girl, follow me. Let's go back and see what's going on. Yes, my lord. The Mosquito Girl flew up and followed Qin Yuan and Long Ju towards the church. As a result, he met Lu Xiui crying outside the church and Xu Yong standing beside him. Qin Yuan looked at the person in his arms and knew what was going on. How's it going, Lu Xiui? Have you finished your work? Your Majesty, please save my mother. Come, show me. Qin Yuan pointed at the woman's forehead and found that she was often abused and did not eat, and her body was exhausted. These are all minor matters. The key point is that her soul has left her body. It is hard to tell whether it has dissipated or gone to the underworld. His mother's situation. I'm afraid even gods can't save me. But it's not completely impossible. Chapter 160. Territory expansion, city with a population of 10 million plus one. Outside the church. Qin Yuan's veiled hint. Lu Xiui, your mother's condition is very difficult to treat. Do you understand what I mean? Lu Xiui's eyes move rapidly. He remembered. Grandma always said, nothing is difficult in this world, as long as you have money. 99 of the problems in the world can be solved with money. Only that one. But, need more money. Your Majesty, although I, Lu Xiui, have no money, I am willing to make medicine for your Majesty for 10 years for free. 10 years' salary? Qin Yuan was stunned and said coldly. Vulgar, you actually want money to impress me? Am I that kind of person? How is this enough? Lu Xiui was suddenly shocked. Yes. How could I be so superficial? As an emperor of an empire, would he be interested in his meager salary? It is really to judge a gentleman by one's own standards. Based on our friendship, talking about money, how vulgar. I beg you, your Majesty, please save my mother. Don't worry, I won't give you a penny, no reward at all. Good job. Clear directly. Qin Yuan frowned and put his raised hand down again. She's dead. You chose it, boy. Let me work for nothing. Give me for free. Spend my money to cure your mother's illness? I have to pay 200 yuan to treat your illness. You call this asking me to do something for you? The door panels at home are all broken. Rule-based artifacts are hard to find. There are many people who make medicines on the streets. This child is of no use. Hearing, Lu Xiui's face immediately changed. Not good. The whore was discovered. Sloppy, bowed down again. Your Majesty, I, Lu Xiaoyi, am willing to take the initiative to refine potions for your Majesty for 31 years for free. Whatever potion your Majesty wants, I will never refuse as long as I can make it. Oh, 31 years plus any medicine you want. 1 year longer than the mortgage. Full of sincerity. You are a good kid. I have wronged you. Qin Yuan coughed twice. Your mother's situation is rather special. I will use the life essence to keep her alive first. Now I will go find the ingredients for the resurrection potion, but the success rate is less than 10, and it has to be within 6 hours. Regardless of success or failure, I will only try this once, so don't hold your expectations too high. Lu Xiaoyi kowtowed again. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will never forget your great kindness. After saying, Qin Yuan took out the life essence and put 10 milligrams of life essence powder into Lu Xiaoyi's mother's mouth. These are all precious medicinal materials that cannot be bought even with money. The essence of life melts in your mouth and automatically begins to replenish the missing life energy in your body. After Qin Yuan finished all this, he began to make final arrangements for Dongxing City. Yunju, go find Black Scourge and Ninja Frog for me. If Black Scourge is not here, you can find other crows. Xu Yong, after I leave Dongxing, you and the little monkeys will integrate all the forces in the city and kill all those who disobey, leaving only a useful army. Mosquito Girl, you should continue to develop new species of mosquitoes according to what I taught you. You should produce results within 7 days. If you need any assistance, please let me know. Finally, Dongxing City will be under the jurisdiction of the Qin Empire. From now on, it will be under the jurisdiction of the Qin Empire. Yes, times 3. The Qin Empire expanded again. Cities with a population of 10 million plus 1. Moreover, this city is also a transit station, which can bring continuous income in the future. Everything was arranged. Sanglong, Xu Yong, and Mosquito Girl left. Looking at LV Xiaoyi crying while holding his mother's body, Qin Yuan asked curiously, Lu Xiaoyi, what potions can you make now? Your Majesty, I am currently focusing on stopping the energy potion and replenishing the consumed genetic energy. There are 3 types of potions, which are 10, 20, and 50 people at a time. Will the others be made? Lu Xiaoyi shook his head repeatedly, then nodded. Although I don't know how to do it, I am confident that I can learn it in a short time. Okay, I will teach you 2 prescriptions now. One is to save your mother, and the other is what I need right away. Listen carefully. They're the Soul Restoration Potion and the second level Super Limit Breakthrough Potion. The Soul Restoring Potion is very simple. The main ingredient is the Soul Heart Fruit, and the auxiliary ingredients are the Brain Dead Grass and the Soul Snake Heart. Second level Super Limit Breakthrough Potion. The main ingredients are Thousand Sunflower and Hundredine Grass, and the auxiliary ingredients are Golden Silk Heart, Life Essence, and Earth Root. Their efficacy, go find a similar potion to practice with later. I will only bring back limited materials, so I won't be able to let you practice as you please. As you command, Your Majesty the Insect Emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, Sanglong appeared at the door of the church with Black Scourge and Ninja Frog. My lord, I am back. Well, you did a great job. First of all, Ninja Frog, your mission has changed. Now I want you to assist Mosquito Girl in developing the latest mosquitoes. Put other things aside for now. Grinny Frog angrily refuses. I won't. We agreed to only do one thing. You're cheating. This is not in line with our agreement. Qin Yuan smiled, and a shining nuclear bomb appeared in his palm. No what? Grinning Frog smiles sweetly. No. Yes, this is a great job. I'll take care of it. Although the clothes are soaked with sweat. But it didn't agree because of fear. Mainly like to do research. Qin Yuan put down the nuclear bomb and looked at the Black Disaster. Black, I'm going to the Zhongzhou base now. Do you know the route? I know, please follow me. After that, the Black Scourge spread its wings and turned into a black light and flew into the sky. The blue dragon Yunju also turned into a cloud dragon and carried Qin Yuan on its head and flew up with the Black Disaster. 2 beasts, flying northeast. Chapter 161. Is Yen right? The Zerg Queen appears. In the sky, 2 beasts flying together. Along the way, we passed through countless cities, all of which were in ruins, with thick smoke and blazing fires rising from everywhere. Explosion. Cars on the street are sirens blaring. There were also people hiding in small houses who were broken into by insect beasts and then eaten alive, screaming and crying in pain. This world has already become a living hell. However, In the Qin territory, this scene is rarely seen, and even many people in Qin have never experienced the true end of the world. There's a sharp contrast between the Qin sphere of influence and the sphere of influence. It is like two different worlds. These insects are deadly all over the country. In Qin, can't make any waves. Black Scourge and Cloud Horse are very fast. Both of them were flying at Mach 8, which translates to 9,800 kilometers per hour. But the road is not a straight line, and some towering peaks need to be avoided. Occasionally, there were some special creatures blocking the way, but they were easily dealt with until Black Scourge stop. Lord Insect Emperor, there's a large insect nest ahead. Do we need to make way? Insect nest. The structure is like a red wine glass, with an inverted honeycomb design that is wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, like a Y shape. And it is very huge, with no less than 1 million insects and beasts inside. Qin Yuan hadn't seen a bug nest for a long time, and there were often some treasures in the nest. This second-level insect nest in front of me. You should have a treasure you want. What are you going around? Of course it's treasure hunting. My blue star, my ball. This ball is mine, and the treasures inside are naturally mine. You are a natural disaster level. Are you afraid of a hive? Let's go in and take a look. When the three of them were just 2 kilometers away from the hive, the scout bugs spotted them from a distance and immediately passed the danger signal to the upper level, which eventually reached the queen of the Zerg. Countless engineer bugs swarmed in, along with specially enhanced double-forked iron-headed bugs, speed-enhanced speed bugs, and in the distance, there were laser bugs with a single eye. They were like well-trained soldiers, blocking Qin Yuan and the other 3 insects outside the safe range of the insect nest. A fly-like diplomatic bug appears and negotiations begin. 2-0. 3 powerful insect beasts. Why did you come my Ihue insect nest? Although Qin Yuan's aura could not be detected, the person who could stand on the dragon head must be a strong man. Songlong Yunjiu stared at the old fly with his golden eyes wide open. The powerful pressure made the fly unable to breathe. Let your queen come out to see us, or we will destroy your hive. Impossible. The queen will never leave the hive. Fly diplomat firmly refuses. Qin Yuan sat cross-legged on the dragon head, supporting his chin with his left hand, gently stroking the dragon head with his right hand, looking at the insect nest in the distance, with the corners of his mouth raised. Black Scourge, it's your turn. Hearing. The Black Scourge spread its wings, its dark pupils filled with murderous intent, and launched an attack on the insect nest. Darkness, dark realm. Field expand. Duong. A clear black wave swept across all the insects around, and the area within a radius of 5 kilometers fell into absolute darkness. Unlike the dark vision, this realm has its own dark erosion attribute, but consumes more energy. Darkness, sense deprivation. Dark, sure kill, dark pressure arrow. Tens of thousands of sharp arrows were fired in the darkness, hitting the Zerg outside. Puff, puff, puff. Kill tens of thousands of insects and beasts instantly. But the next moment, click, bang, the barrier is broken. The entire dark realm was broken by someone from the inner realm. Enough. Black Scourge. Following the sound, a human woman appeared. She had straight blonde hair that reached her waist, a pair of crystal blue eyes, and a small, delicate, high nose on her oval face. The perfect jawline under the thin red lips and purple crescent earrings on the ears. She is wearing a red and white cheongsam, revealing a pair of long white legs. At this moment, she is hugging her arms to show off her perfect figure. Height 1.95 meters. Legs alone are more than 1 meter long. The temperament is noble, charming, yet full of majesty and domineering. Zerg Queen, what a beauty. Black Scourge, why did you come all the way to my territory? Are you trying to start a war between our 2 tribes? Its powerful aura is even more powerful than the Black Disaster. Millions of insects and beasts came out from behind, all ready to fight. Natural disasters are not so easy to deal with, especially elemental ones like Black Disasters. Even if the same level of natural disasters fight, it is impossible to determine the winner without fighting for 10 days and 10 nights. Qin Yuan saw that the Zerg Queen had no intention of fighting at all, and what was interesting was, there are at least 100,000 humans hiding in this insect nest. The Insect King saves humanity? Kind of interesting. She also has a powerful force that can break through the Black Disaster barrier, and a perfect appearance. Can be used for your own benefit. Being a tool. Zerg Queen training program starts. Queen, I'm attracted to you. The queen looked up at Qin Yuan, her eyes full of contempt. These men were all the same. They looked like pigs when they saw her. But she immediately realized something was wrong. The man looked at her with no primitive desire, only pure admiration. Appreciate? Hee hee. I'm afraid it won't work. No man has ever looked at me with only admiration. Unless the stone can't be lifted. The queen tucked her hair behind her ears. Man, you have successfully attracted my attention. Tell me your name. Qin Yuan. Oh, Qin Yuan. Just happens to have the same name as the insect emperor. It's an honor for you. Maybe I didn't explain it clearly. You can also call me by my full name. Shattered Calamity, Nether Ancient, Dark Crystal Emperor, Ant, Insect Emperor, Qin Yuan. The queen stared at Qin Yuan with her big eyes wide open, and then frowned. You must be kidding me. The Insect Emperor has white hair, and you have black hair. Don't try to fool me. Another stinky man trying to deceive me. The pressure from the Insect Emperor is so terrifying. How can you compare to it? Qin Yuan grinned, showing his white teeth, and slowly stood up. Zerg Queen, don't think I won't hit you just because you're pretty. Is Yin right? And no, in my case, everyone is treated equally. All beings are equal. Chapter 162 The Insect Emperor Send Money. Outside the insect nest, the two sides confronted each other. Qin Yuan opened his arms and transformed into a bugman. His muscles moved, and the dark blue crystal armor quickly covered him. His body quickly grew taller, and blue crystal barbs grew out. A 5-meter-tall dark crystal emperor ant appeared in front of everyone, with its white and purple wings spread out behind it, and a gust of wind blew up. The emperor's pressure radiates unscrupulously. It was like a mountain pressing down on the backs of all the insects, making them tremble. I am the insect emperor Qin Yuan. Now, can you recognize her? The queen of the Zerg. The Zerg queen frowned. It turned out to be the Zerg emperor. Rumor has it that Dragon Country's top expert, the world's most powerful. However, if he himself is not afraid of the natural disaster level, how can he be afraid of the insect emperor? How do you know who wins and who loses if you haven't played? Insect Emperor Qin Yuan. No matter how strong it is, it won't be stronger than a natural disaster. Emperor Insect, I advise you to leave immediately. Otherwise, I will lead millions of insects to flatten your Qin state. Ha 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 ha. The queen was angry and clenched her fists. Why are you laughing? Swish. Qin Yuan actually blinked and disappeared from her sight. Rapid eye movement. Where are the people? The next second, a huge force came, and my neck seemed to be strangled by something, and then I was lifted up. I can't breathe. Help. Qin Yuan's cold voice sounded. I laugh at your ignorance of power. His arm was now pinching the queen's neck, lifting her up high. Because of the excessive force, her head was congested and turned red. Just a grain of sand, not even half as good as me. The queen can gather the power of millions of Zerg. This is the source of her confidence. But this chaotic force is nothing but sand to Qin Yuan. Raise your hand to kill. Everything is under control. Field expansion. Ancient darkness. Emperor's domain. Duong. The invisible force swept through all living things within a 10-kilometer radius, trapping them all within the area. The number reached an astonishing 1.8 million. This insect king has something special. In just a few days, nearly 2 million insect beasts have been gathered. If she is given some more time, wouldn't she be able to form a force of tens of millions? Thinking of this, I loosened my wrist. With a thud, the Zerg queen fell to the ground, holding her hands on the ground and taking a deep breath. Cough, cough, cough. Insect Emperor, what are you trying to do by falling to the ground? Qin Yuan put his face close to her. I told you, I want you. The queen's face suddenly turned red. At this moment, she felt a strong genetic stimulus that belonged only to male insects. Don't do that. You're too close. Qin Yuan turned his head away and looked down at her. I want you to be my subordinate. Follow me. Want me? The Zerg queen's eyes are blurry. Subconsciously agree. I am willing to marry, husband and wife. From today on, we will shoulder the responsibilities and obligations that marriage gives us together, give birth to the strongest insect baby. And then, Mary? What are you talking about? Qin Yuan tilted his head and saw that the Zerg queen's cheeks were red and her eyes were blurry, as if she had been drugged. But I didn't use poison, did I? Where has this situation occurred before? A sense of déjà vu. Are you angry? Why are you so naughty? Point a finger at the Zerg queen's head. Poison. Solution. The Zerg queen's eyes instantly regained clarity. She recalled the scene just now and felt so ashamed that she wanted to find a way to hide in it. So shameful. She quickly covered her red cheeks with her hands. What happened to me just now? Oh my God, what a social suspense. How can I, the queen of the Zerg, bring up marriage? This kind of thing should be brought up by the man. Qin Yuan looked at her with strange eyes. This tool man seems a bit narcissistic. Queen of the Zerg, we are all adults, so stop wasting time. I'll ask you one last time. Are you willing to follow me? The Zerg queen immediately folded her arms and frowned. No, good. The queen was stunned. Good? Is that it? Are you going to let me off so easily? You hold on a little longer. I might agree. Qin Yuan showed his signature sunny big boy smile. I want the insect king, but not now. Since you rejected me, we have to collect some tolls for passing through. That's reasonable, right? Passing. Collect tolls? Does it mean that the toll booths are giving money to passersby? Is this how tolls are collected now? The times are progressing too fast. But seeing that Qin Yuan had at least 3 natural disaster level warriors, and he could subdue him with one move, the strength of both sides was not equal at all. Really fight. Apart from making him more excited, it didn't cause any waves. The insect king could only grit his teeth and admit defeat. Okay, what do you want? I'll give it to you. I just want to awaken the core. What? That's the life of the hive. Why? Don't agree. Just one life. It's not that I can't afford it. The hive is composed of multiple lives, and each core point is a life. But there's only one place that can evolve a second-level awakening core, and that is the deepest core of the hive. The awakening core is a second-level item. When you break through the second level, there is a high chance that you can awaken a special talent. In the previous life, it was sold at a sky-high price. A purple product costs hundreds of millions of insect cores to buy, and orange products are even more priceless. No one is willing to sell them, even if you pay them. Guards, bring out the awakening core. Several giant, flying insects obeyed the order, flew to the depths of the insect nest, and brought a piece of meat of about 100 square meters. The Zerg queen stepped forward and gently scratched the meat with her finger. The meat opened up, and an irregular core the size of a fist appeared. The queen threw it to Qin Yuan. Get the stuff and leave as soon as possible. Stop destroying my hive. Catch it successfully. Gene Fusion Storage. Second Order Awakening Core, Gold 1 star. Gold product. It's actually a gold product. Make a lot of money. I was right. This Zerg queen is a rare species. I will definitely keep her. But we have to wait. I have to wait a few days to finish the things at hand. Qin Yuan grinned happily. Please let me pass through. We have other things to do there. The queen had no choice but to give way. No way. The strong hold all the initiative. Chapter 163, The Drowned Mermaid. After the insect nest, sweep all the way. The 2 beasts and 1 person flew at a very high speed and arrived at the mountainous area on the edge of Zhongzhou Base. The vegetation here was very dense, and things below 10 meters could not be seen at all. Qin Yuan ordered everyone to stop, and Songlong asked in confusion, My lord, how are we going to find the soul snake you mentioned? It's very simple. Just call out the local tyrant and beat him up. Then you'll know everything. You two go find the local boss. I'll just wander around. Local bosses are often masters of intelligence. They have all the information about the relatives and even the dogs in the village. Qin Yuan sensed the presence of super beasts nearby, and there were several of them. It was probably because they were at the junction and often fought, causing the pheromones to mix together. Not easy to find. Field expansion. Duong. Use the field to search the surrounding environment. Water. There seems to be something strange. Go and have a look. We landed next to a stream in the forest, which was completely blocked by trees tens of meters high, with no light at all. Raise your hands. Dark crystal shattering ray. 2 purple rays that could decompose everything shot out from the jungle, instantly cutting down all the trees along the river. Clean. The sun shines through the trees and falls again from the huge gaps on the top. This 100-meter wide river is surprisingly clear and clean. You can clearly see the pebbles and mermaids at the bottom of the river, etc. Mermaid? In the river. A delicate mermaid with red hair, oval face, big eyes, fair skin, very beautiful. She was staring at Qin Yuan curiously. She seemed to notice that Qin Yuan was also looking at her, and she suddenly panicked. The little mouth suddenly opened. It used its tail to stir up a stream of muddy water and quickly rushed downstream. Run? Can you outrun me? With a bang, Qin Yuan spread his wings and flew over the river, watching the mermaid swinging her tail fin at a high speed. The scales under her body were colorful under the sunlight. She was wearing a bikini suit. Looks like a fresh graduate. Why is the mermaid here? Shouldn't we go to the deep sea or to Shuetu City? But fortunately, it's not the black mob catfish. Otherwise, there will be a massacre. Qin Yuan flew all the way following the mermaid to a large puddle, in which there were dozens of mermaids. They all stared at Qin Yuan blankly, then swung their tails to stir up the water and fled quickly. Do you guys know this trick? Almighty and in control. Order and law freeze frame. Everything around him froze. Qin Yuan's strength had grown to an incredible level. Once you have full control, it basically means that your words will be followed. The only drawback is that it consumes too much energy and cannot be used continuously for a day and a night. All the mermaids were terrified, but they couldn't move at all, so they, drowning. Gurgle, gurgle. Save rice. Mermaids need to breathe too. Yellow sand, obey my command. Rise up. The river bottom mud wrapped all the mermaids and dragged them to the shore. Strangely, no male mermaid was seen. I'm going to untie you now. Once you answer my questions, I will let you go. All-round control and solution. Ahem. Puff. The moment they were untied, almost everyone was spitting water crazily. Mermaid drowning. This is also the first time for them too. Because they were still restrained by the sand, there was no need to worry about them escaping again. Seeing that everyone had almost vomited, Qin Yuan began to ask questions. First question, how did you all become mermaids? A group of children collectively turned into mermaids? There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Maybe it's another secret treasure, special creatures, or a strange meteorite? The fishermen looked at each other, not knowing how to answer or whether they should answer this question. Qin Yuan smiled and began to seduce. Don't you want to turn back into humans? It's not easy to be in the water 24 hours a day. Aren't the wishes of these little girls arbitrary? Afterwards, all the fishmen shook their heads. Thanks for the invitation. I just quit my job and refuse 996. Exam pressure is too great. It's better to swim in the water. Graduation, it's over. No, being a human is too painful. I'd rather be a fish. This script is wrong. Nowadays, young girls don't even want to be human anymore. You, why are you the same as me? Since you are so stubborn, you can't blame me. I will punish you severely. The mermaids' faces changed drastically. Could it be that the sand started to flow, and then, oh no, ha 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 ha, don't tickle the tip of my fishtail. Ha 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 ha, I was wrong. I was wrong. Ah, that place is not allowed. I admit it. I admit everything. Ha 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 ha. The mermaids confessed. They were a group of homebodies who had graduated and couldn't find a job. They made an appointment online to go camping together, but they didn't expect that after eating a pot of rice, they all turned into mermaids. Where is your original camp? Where did the boys go? The camp is upstream. The boys are also upstream. We are protected downstream. There are many fish monsters upstream that have been fenced off. Upstream? So all the answers are upstream? Okay, you can go now. Letting the mermaid go, Qin Yuan spread his wings and flew upstream. Whatever you have, go and have a look. Let me do the real work. Myself. Just play. In a few seconds, they arrived at the upstream fish monster and the male fishman. Along the way, there was a mermaid almost every few dozen meters. Old and young. This means that the river may have been completely polluted, and all humans who drink from the river will turn into mermaids. Unless you have evolved into a bugman. You can resist one or two. Whether you can resist successfully depends on your fate. Continue up. Heading north. Chapter 164. Extreme cold disaster strikes. Great secret treasure in the cave. Upstream. Weeds growing in the water. There are not only mermaids, but also many strange fish with long fangs interlaced up and down, forming a fong mask. More terrifying than piranhas. There were quite a few of them, dozens of them gathered into a black shadow. Whenever a large fish approached, they would rush over and tear it into pieces. The male mermaids are building dams. They've already built several dams in different places, but they are still worried. I still want to continue to repair it. The weapons made of stones and branches in my hands have extremely limited lethality. Once you encounter a school of fish attack, you will only be chopped. Qin Yuan ignored these minions and flew forward directly, heading upstream. The further upstream you go, the narrower the 100-meter wide river becomes. 100 meters, 90 meters, 80 meters, 50 meters. Finally, we came to the end of the river, where there was a dark cave standing at the foot of the mountain. The cave was 100 meters high and more than 60 meters wide, just like the legendary Dragon Cave. Field expansion. After using the domain to explore and confirm that there was no problem, Qin Yuan closed the domain and entered the cave. There was a barely perceptible blue light curtain flashing across the cave entrance. Jungle. The blue dragon Yunju transformed into a giant white dragon and scanned the surroundings with golden eyes. It had already beaten all the strong men in the forest, but still couldn't find the local snake that the master mentioned. Where's the snake? I only found perfect gray beetles, hemp bugs, and giant earthworms. I didn't see any super beast level. Sudden, its eyes lit up and it discovered a flying super beast. Although it is not in the forest, it is passing by. But better to kill the wrong person than to let him go. Hey, stop the monster on the other side. You are suspected of speeding. Hearing, the super beast-level black beetle immediately stopped flying, hovered in the air, and looked at Songlong Yunju vigilantly. Who are you? Why are you stopping me? Her intuition told her that Songlong was not to be trifled with. But she is not a meat eater. Her uncle is the Lord of the North, the extreme cold disaster. The background is not comparable to ordinary insects. Songlong Yunju directly used the cloud to roll up the female insect and began to interrogate her. Have you ever seen any local tyrants around here? Local tyrant? I seem to have seen a giant python when I flew over just now, but why should I tell you? With such a bad attitude, you still want to ask for information? No, I don't know. The blue dragon cloud, Colt narrowed its eyes, and its cloud felt that the female insect's heartbeat had just accelerated for a moment. She is lying? Cheated on me? Well, you asked for this. I'll let you have a taste of my power. As she spoke, a cloud of mist enveloped the female insect beast. What are you doing? I am. Deathspin 2.0. Burn Hot Wheels. This time, Songlong Yunju has learned his lesson and no longer follows the crowd around in circles. It uses its cloud tail as a rotation axis, wraps the opponent around its dragon tail, and starts spinning madly. Ha ha ha. Try the big one. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The speed gradually increases, so fast that it becomes blurry. Ah! The female insect beast was beaten so hard that smoke came out of her brain. Yunju grinned. Finally, someone understands my pain. Sure enough, the pain will not disappear, it will only move away. When the pain is transferred to other insects, I will get happiness. Double the happiness. Hee. Don't turn away. I'm saying. The female insect beast finally couldn't stand it anymore and revealed the location of a local snake she had just seen. In the south, there is a giant python in the south. The south? I'll believe you for once. If you lie to me, you're dead. After saying that, Songlong Yunju dropped the black-armored female insect beast, flew up to the south, and headed towards the location of the giant python. Less than 10 minutes into flight, we saw a giant python coiling around a huge tree. Its body alone was over 500 meters long. The aura emanating from his body is almost the same as Yunju's. Both are very powerful. Catastrophic. The moment Yunju discovered it, its yellow vertical pupils had already been fixed on Yunju. Hiss! It spit out a scarlet forked tongue, and after confirming that Yunju had no help, it immediately launched an attack. Field expansion. Scarlet field. The area within a kilometer radius turned completely scarlet, and the pheromones inside could not spread out. Pheromones from outside can still come in, but they have no effect on the scarlet python, because its tongue can accurately distinguish the opponent's smell within the area. Clouds and haze. Haze field. The whole area began to fog up, and the haze rose and filled the whole area. Hiss! The scarlet python could no longer smell anything when it stretched out its tongue. Both parties were now blind. How to fight this? Touch typing. Clouds and mist, 100 beasts attack. Hundreds of giant beasts over 20 meters tall came out and carried out indiscriminate carpet bombing on the forest below. The attack comes instantly. Boom, boom, boom. The scarlet python was caught off guard and screamed. However, the haze in the scarlet area made it difficult for the sound to be transmitted, so the two of them did not find each other's position in the end. The scarlet python aimed at the approximate direction of the attack and began to counterattack. Genetic technique. Scarlet poison blood arrows. Continuous fire. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The venom on the fangs turned into sharp arrows and shot into the haze. The attack did hit it, but unfortunately Yunju is now in elemental state, so the poison arrow attack has little effect on it, and at the same time exposed the actual location of the scarlet python. I found you. Look at me. The dragon is shaking its tail. A tail whip was drawn into the haze, and with a bang, it seemed to hit something. Hiss! A bloody mouth broke through the haze and bit towards the blue dragon cloud horse fiercely, biting into nothingness with one blow. Eat a mouthful of mist. The two sides were in a stalemate, and it was difficult to tell who would win. The blue dragon Yunju grinned, revealing its dragon teeth. Once the black scourge comes to help, the snake will be dead. The other side, a middle-aged figure stood in front of the black disaster. Extreme cold disaster, what do you mean? What do you mean? Your people bullied my niece. Do you think you can just let it go? Huh? Haven't seen you for a few days? Are you in a bad mood? If you want to fight, then try. Extreme cold mode, freeze. Darkness, endless darkness. The battle outside did not affect Qin Yuan's treasure hunt in the cave. In the dark cave, he now discovered a strange cave with blue light. A hole in a hole? The baby is probably in there. Chapter 165, the only level 3 in the world. The blue cave is a cave that leads downwards to an unknown place. It is filled with a deep blue sky. Qin Yuan dived into the water. There was a splash and water splashed everywhere. The moment you enter the water, your skin feels cold, just like you're touching ice at -20 degrees. Fortunately, the field of vision is not affected, and you can see the surrounding things clearly with your eyes wide open. Continue diving. As I continued to dive, the surrounding walls glowed with more blue light. The blue light was emitted by a special type of moss, which was very similar to the mimosa. Once touched lightly, it would shyly shrink back. Dive about 100 meters. The water pressure is as heavy as 10,000 genes, and the pressure is 100 tons. Finally, we came to the turning point at the bottom of the water. Going up, we could see a new cave. The whole cave was curved and had a strange J-shaped structure. Speed dive. Things around me are passing by quickly. Puff. After successfully landing on the shore, I came to this cave in the cave. I looked around and saw only pointed rocks, but I didn't find any treasures. Qin Yuan raised his eyebrows. He couldn't make this trip in vain. Field expansion. Duong. A smaller and clearer area unfolds in the underground cave, where everything can be seen clearly, including the guy who wanted to attack. Found it. It turned out to be an underground genetic fish. No wonder I didn't find it when I expanded the area outside. This fish has no fighting ability, but it has strong concealment and self-protection abilities. The genetic energy in the body is so huge that a drop of blood can change the genetic sequence of a river. High-energy seeds, also known as experience jars, can increase the gene growth to its maximum within 10 days if an ordinary person eats one. Theoretically, if there are enough, you can grow to the full growth level of a stage in one day. Mastering new powers. Suddenly, a gust of wind came. Are you here? Qin Yuan turned around and saw a high-level super beast, the ancient centipede. It had sharp eyes and opened its scarlet mouth. Human, this is not the place you should be. Leave or die. The ancient centipede was originally the overlord of the forest. Later, he was injured in a battle with 2 other forest overlords and accidentally discovered this treasure land through a crack. At that time, I was ecstatic and regarded this place as a palace. If outsiders break in, they're simply seeking death. Qin Yuan looked around, picked up a small stone from the ground, threw it in the air to weigh it, and then threw it with one hand. Swish! Bang! The head exploded. Centipede dead. I have to say, you are very brave. I don't know who gave it the courage. Turning to the deepest part of the new cave, there's a deep pool with underground genetic fish. The difficulty comes. This underground genetic fish is very difficult to catch. Once they find hostility, they will actively die and release highly toxic substances. I'm not afraid of poison, but if they die, all their energy will be wasted. They must not be allowed to realize that they are dead, and then they must be killed and the poison sac removed before they can be eaten. Qin Yuan came to the edge of the deep pool and looked at the fish in it. The pool was not big, only about 100 square meters. There are many fish in it, but there's only one species of underground gene fish. They are transparent and come in groups, and only their outlines can be seen swimming in the water. The breath is very well hidden, and you can only rely on your eyesight to find their traces. People with poor eyesight have difficulty even finding them. Try to handle it with care first. Yellow sand, rises, slight manipulation of power, soft. A small net made of very light sand begins to capture transparent gene fish. First find a single person, then gently, 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 grab its neck and strangle hard. Phew! Blood bursts out. The poison gas was released, and all the fish around were scared away. This transparent gene fish also turned into a dark black dead fish, marking the failure of the first capture. That's not right. What went wrong? Could it be that the previous one was too slow and they like it to be faster? Never mind. Let's use the pupil technique. Qin Yuan opened his scarlet eyes of death and scanned all the small fish at the bottom of the pond. A black text appeared above their heads. Date of death today. Just what I wanted. I have death open. D. All the fish that were swept by the eye of death died one after another, without realizing that they were dead, and their bodies sank to the bottom of the river. If someone as powerful as a natural disaster could hold out for a few seconds against the power of rules, but a mere little fish would have no power to resist. In just a few seconds, thousands of genetically modified fish were killed without any pain. A sharp pain in the head. Backlash begins. Almighty and in control. Rules are disordered. No backlash. Reject success. Backfire failure. Restrict me? Oh, the insect emperor never follows the rules. It is not easy to kill these thousands of genetically modified fish. They contain a lot of genetic energy, so using the Eye of Death also consumes a lot of Qin Yuan's physical strength. Next, it's time for crazy growth. Absorb the spoils and grow rapidly. Unexpectedly, a big mouth at the bottom of the pond sucked half of the genetic fish away. It was too late when Qin Yuan found out. I wasted some time when the side effects took effect just now, otherwise I would not have missed this guy. Shut up. That's your child, you beast. That's right. The one eating with his mouth wide open is the parent of the genetic fish, a transparent big fish that can change sex, acting as both father and mother. And they also like to eat children. The reason is that genetically modified fish pups are so delicious and fragrant. So genetically modified fish often eat their own children as snacks. Who do you think the poison in the genetically modified fish is designed to protect against? The one I'm guarding against is this old man. You even didn't let your own child go. You are such a beast. You beast, leave me one bite. This guy actually opened his mouth again, ready to swallow the whole thing. But after taking a bite, there was really not a single fish left. Then I will become a tool. Work to earn a living? It is impossible to work part-time. Sand control, chain binding. The sand at the bottom of the pond turned into chains, tying up the adult genetic fish, and then Qin Yuan used his left eye again. Death coming. The moment they looked at each other, golden blood flowed from Qin Yuan's left eye, and the golden blood dripped onto the ground. This guy's genetic energy. Too big. It is much larger than the thousands of genetic fish combined. It is simply a monster. It feels like second order? No, this is a third order genetic fish. At this stage, even God cannot reach the third level. The only one in the entire blue planet that can reach the third level is probably this special species. No exclusive genes, no genetic skills, no special genes, no armed genes. In addition to genetic energy. It has nothing. Nothing. Oh, I almost forgot. It also has a poison that can kill itself. Chapter 166. Skipping levels, crazy upgrade. D. Sizzle, sizzle. The third level gene fish, this guy actually relied on his powerful genetic energy to resist the power of the death rule. It takes at least 5 seconds to kill. Because he couldn't let the other party feel death, Qin Yuan gave up using the power of death to kill it. Phew! The adult genetic fish spit out a mouthful of blood and then escaped with serious injuries. Where are you running to? Qin Yuan made a prompt decision and jumped into the water. As soon as I entered the water, I realized something was wrong. There is a special energy fluctuation in this water that can disrupt the flow of human genetic energy. Moreover, the pressure instantly reaches 100 tons. If it were an ordinary insect or beast, it would definitely die as soon as it entered the water. But Qin Yuan's strong physique was able to withstand the water pressure without changing his expression. Insectization. Atomic state nuclear explosion ant. Instantly changes to combat form. Particle chase. The whole body was transformed into light particles, and it quickly chased towards the bottom of the sea. The surrounding area was still shining with blue light, but this time it was no longer moss. It's blue grass, emitting dots of fluorescence. The problem is that if we can't let this big fish die unconsciously, then it will be useless after killing it. It makes no sense. With my current strength, it is difficult to kill it with one strike, unless strategic adjustments are made. Haven't used that for a long time. Ancient divine poison. It's decided to be you. When swimming downstream, catch a few dead genetic fish corpses, and use ultra-limited microcontrol to adjust and compress the ancient poison to the limit. The poison effect is adjusted to delay all reactions for 30 seconds. The actual effect is estimated to be 3 seconds. Condense the super toxin into a ball and fill it into the belly of the genetically modified fish, trying to keep the fish meat unchanged. There is only one chance. After using it, adult genetic fish will develop vigilance and poison resistance. The possibility of using poison again is very small. Qin Yuan opened his 5 fingers towards the adult genetic fish. Full control. "Look at me, you bastard." A loud shout. The gene fish froze suddenly, and its head was straightened by an invisible force, facing Qin Yuan. It opened its eyes wide, afraid that Qin Yuan would kill it. Qin Yuan showed a gentle smile from a distance. "Don't worry, Xiao Yugan. I'm not a good person. Human, don't kill me. I'm willing to use my treasure to buy my life." "Oh, are there any more treasures? Take it out and let's see it." When the genetic fish fin is pulled out, a scale is pulled out. "This is a dragon scale I picked up by accident. As long as we find the right spell, it will be extremely powerful." "Dragon scales? A spell? Could it be? My heart is as strong as iron. I can't." Cough, cough. "Okay, I'll take your things. We in the Great Qin Empire always value courtesy and reciprocity. I'll give you 2 sons, and you can enjoy your meal." After saying, both parties exchanged things. Qin Yuan got the dragon scales, and the big gene fish swallowed the 2 small gene fish in one gulp, smiling with satisfaction. Then, the genetic fish swung its tail and ran away. It didn't believe Qin Yuan, a human. Exactly. Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and an evil smile appeared on his face. He thought so too. Run. The faster you run, the faster the poison will take effect. Qin Yuan had been keeping a position just far behind him, just enough to see the genetic fish, waiting for the poison to take effect. Silently recite. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0 start. In an instant, the third-order gene fish stopped running away and stood there with a dull look in his eyes. Flash. Move fast. The eye of death cannot kill it within 3 seconds, but there is one thing that can. Seal it. Soul binding claw, red 3-star seal. Puff. It can directly grab the soul of the genetic fish with one claw, and then continue to seal it after its soul is refined. It is indeed a divine weapon. Ancient sword, gold 1-star, beheading. A stabbing knife. Cut off the huge head of the gene fish directly, and then drag the head back to swim. Stopped halfway through swimming. Because there are indeed treasures here, grass growing on the rock walls in the water. At first, I didn't realize that there are rare species hidden in these grasses. By Yinko. In the middle and late stages of the apocalypse, the value can reach tens of thousands of insect crystals per kilogram. It is not a particularly rare item, but it saves the effort of buying it. After all, it is only the beginning of the apocalypse. Many materials are scarce, and the prices are completely different from those in the late apocalypse, and may even be more expensive. Take it away. Pack up and take away. There aren't many, probably only about 10, weighing about 1 kilogram in total. Puff. Done. Qin Yuan went ashore again and threw the gene fish and Baiyin grass aside. 1,000-hand sand control. Countless sand hands stretched out from the bottom of the pond and scooped up all the dead genetic fish. Qin Yuan's eyes lit up. It's time for a good meal. I hope no one will bother me this time. If anyone disturbs me from enjoying my meal again, don't blame me for being rude. If a man stands in the way, kill God. If God stands in the way, kill Buddha. Genetically modified fish does not need to be cooked and can be eaten directly. Pick up the big knife and cut a piece of fish into your mouth. When the fish touches the tip of your tongue, the sweet and delicious taste explodes in your mouth. It feels cool to the touch. The meat is firm and elastic, fresh, sweet, smooth, and not greasy, and has a special aroma. Absolutely, but it feels a little bit off. Qin Yuan took out the essence of life and sprinkled it on the fish as a seasoning. Perfect. Each milligram of life essence can be sold for tens of thousands of insect and beast crystal cores, and each gram can start at tens of millions. Moreover, the quality of the one on Qin Yuan is even better, and even a few could be sold for hundreds of millions of crystal cores per gram. Use it as seasoning. Even the emperors of the 5 great empires were not so extravagant. The only one in the world. After eating all the genetic fish, the genetic energy in the body began to rise wildly. 29, 30, 90, 91, 94, 95. Gene growth 95. Normal strength 10,500 tons. Finally, it grew to 95 before stopping. Peak of the first level, double mythical insect man. It is no exaggeration to say. Without any ability, he can fight against a fourth level insect beast with his physical body alone. Strong, full of strength. Chapter 167. Natural Disaster War. Fellow Taoist, this is not something you can watch. Inside the cave, Qin Yuan happily pinched the dragon scale with his hands and carefully used his genetic senses to examine it to see what it was. The whole body is pure white and the size of a palm, and it feels like metal. It could be the scales of a gold dragon or an iron dragon or even a white dragon. After all, I have never seen a real dragon in my previous life. But this scale is obviously not ordinary. At least it is purple or above. Genetic testing. White fish scales, ungraded. Bang! Qin Yuan raised the scales high and threw them violently. I just knew it. This beast. Qin Yuan clenched his fist. Don't let me meet you in the next life. Wait a moment. It seems the soul is still in my hands. He he he. Then, a mournful cry sounded from the soul space. After doing all this, it is time to return. The increase brought to Qin Yuan by this cave is huge. 95 genetic growth, normal strength 9,500 tons, plus 1,000 tons of edible gem corn. The final total is 10,500 tons. The normal strength exceeds 10,000. And who can block a punch with a force of tens of thousands of tons? The peak strength of an ordinary insect man is only 100 manpower, which is 10 tons of strength. The second level has 100 tons, the third level has 1,000 tons, and the fourth level has 10,000 tons. The first level can still beat the fourth level. This is the power of the mutant mythical species. If the power of rules is used, it can even kill high-level insect beasts. Therefore, the significance of rank is actually not very big. It is essentially the strength of power. Songlong Yunjiu and the others should have completed their mission, so it's time to go out and join them. Outside world, in the bloody field, the battle between the blue dragon and the scarlet python. Neither beast is willing to submit to the other, and neither can do anything to the other. Both sides have been bombarding the area crazily, fighting back and forth with great pleasure. The whole field is dead except for these two. Even the trees on the ground were destroyed, the flowers were cut in half, and the grass was uprooted. That's a tragic. Yunjiu currently has the upper hand, while the scarlet python is covered with wounds and blood scabs. Hiss! No more fighting, you stinky horse. Whatever information you want, I'm willing to tell you. Fuck your intelligence. I'm going to kill you. Yunji was already very confused, and now all he could think about was killing this smelly python. He saw it transform into a giant dragon and begin to roll over the area. Clouds and mist transform into dragons. Genetic skill, Cloud Fury, Lei Lin. All the clouds began to gather upwards, and even the surrounding white clouds began to move towards Songlong Yunjiu. When white clouds mix together, they begin to turn black. As we all know, blackening is 10 times stronger, whitening is 3 times weaker. Instant, the dark clouds gathered and piled up layer by layer, like tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers and generals, exerting invisible pressure on the scarlet python below. It only felt that its neck was being strangled, totally unable to breathe. Asphyxia. White lightning flashed, followed by thunder. The huge sound seemed to explode in the scarlet python's ears, successfully awakening its deepest fear. No, I give up. Please don't do this. The blue dragon Yunjiu opened its golden eyes in the clouds and revealed a cruel smile. Hee hee. The more you beg for mercy, the more excited I get. Lelin, the advent. Moment. Thunders from the sky fell simultaneously, like a forest of lightning, densely packed, falling towards the scarlet python. Boom, 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 sizzle. The scarlet python could hold on for a few seconds at first, but then it couldn't hold on any longer and was electrocuted to death. Even roasted meat smells good. Ate well. The meat of the exotic beast at this time is just right, not too dry. Unfortunately, the lightning did not stop. Boom, boom, boom. After a few seconds, it turned into a burnt mess, and the ball was completely dead. After a while, it turned into ashes, and a strong wind blew it away. There's not even any residue left. This is the power of natural disasters. All below natural disasters are ants. Some things cannot be compensated by rank. Just like a pool of gold, if you expand it, it becomes a vault. Fill a pool with water and expand it to become a water park. In the world of insects and beasts, the meaning of rank only represents capacity, not strength and value. When Songlong Yunju solved the scarlet python, Qin Yuan just arrived. Yunju, is it done? Almost. Yunju smiled awkwardly. After fighting for half a day, nothing was accomplished in the end. If anyone knows, he will definitely be beaten. Target shifting technique. Master, the Black Scourge, seems to have made a discovery. I haven't seen it for a long time. Qin Yuan's attention was indeed attracted. Oh, is there another bug that can entangle it? You continue to complete the task. I will go and take a look. Okay. Qin Yuan spread his wings and began to follow the pheromones left by the black disaster and headed towards it. Songlong Yunju finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was so scared. Hurry up and find that soul snake, soul stone, and brain-dead grass. It transformed into a white dragon and continued to attack the various powerful creatures below, beating each one it caught. In the sky, Qin Yuan saw from afar the collision of darkness and glacier. Two catastrophic energy fluctuations. And there seemed to be a few humans watching the show below. Human? How dare they watch the natural disaster war? Don't you know who dies every time? Anyway, in all this time, I have never heard of anyone being killed in a fight. But their kill records when fighting are more than 10 times the usual. Can you guess why? Chapter 168, Give Me a Face. At the foot of the mountain, a biting cold wind blew in the air. Whining, a team of 5 people hid behind a huge rock. They were holding binoculars and watching the two natural disasters fighting from afar. Exclaim from time to time. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a military cap and with a horrific scar on his face. The other 4 were in the form of insects and were obviously not perfect species. The whole team is a perfect team with 4 excellent teams. The captain frowned, put down the telescope in his hand, and tightened his cotton jacket. No, if we let them continue to fight like this, they will reach Zhongzhou base city. What should we do? Captain, shouldn't we stop them? The captain narrowed his eyes, stared at the team member who was speaking, and licked his cracked lips. Finally, I held back. He doesn't want to waste his breath on cursing people. Return to the city. Before the young man could react, he waved his hands and shouted, Hey, are you just going to ignore these 2 monsters? If we let them get close to the city, at least hundreds of thousands or millions of people will die. You just left like that? This is a crime, disregarding the fate of millions of people. The captain turned around and looked at him coldly. With the current strength of the team, let alone stopping them, if they get even a little closer, the aftermath alone will be enough to wipe them out. It would be better to evacuate the people or tell the government to handle it. But there are always some people who think they are right. They refute all opinions, whether they are right or wrong. You told your teammates not to give up. He said I can kill you back. This kind of person. Keeping it is also a disaster. Okay, go ahead. We won't stop you. Humph. You are a bunch of cowardly bandits. And you're also the special forces of the base's insect people. I don't want to associate with you. After saying that, the man rushed towards the 2 natural disasters who were fighting with a knife. Ran 100 meters. Phew. Man dead. The captain saw that he was killed by the aftermath of the battle. Do you really think you can choose your place at random? The next 10 meters is a dangerous area. Send, just send. This is comfortable. Qin Yuan watched a good show in the sky, but there was not enough time, otherwise he could let the 2 natural disasters decide the winner. Lu Shoi's mother is still waiting for medicine, so we have to end it quickly. With its wings spread, it flashed to the middle of the 2 natural disasters. That's enough, you 2. The 2 beasts were startled at the same time. Lord Insect Emperor. You are Insect Emperor Qin Yuan? Qin Yuan put his hands behind his back, emitting a little residual power, and the genetic power of the peak myth poured out. The extreme cold weather was so severe that the air dared not breathe. Its bird eyes widened, and a hailstone dripped from its forehead. Extreme cold disaster. Ice goose. Qin Yuan's indifferent eyes swept across the extreme cold disaster. Give me a favor. The 2 natural disasters bowed their heads in fear. Yes, Lord Insect Emperor. No problem. Insect Emperor. Do you not give it? If you don't give me face, I'm afraid your head will be twisted off, right? Extreme cold disaster, why are you here? The extremely cold disaster respectfully clasped his fists towards Qin Yuan and performed a greeting ceremony. Insect Emperor, to be honest, I received an invitation letter from the Frenzy of Calamity, saying that a grand auction will be held at the Zhongzhou base. Frenzy disaster? Auction? Why have I never heard of it in my previous life? After all, we are thousands of miles apart, so it is normal that we didn't know the information here in our previous life. When will the auction be held? What treasures will be sold? How will the transaction be conducted? It's at the largest auction house in Zhongjiu Base. I heard there are ancient ruins maps and miracle eggs. Transactions are all made with insect crystals or valuable items. Thank you for letting me know. The Frost Calamity bowed again and then left quickly. Qin Yuan gave it a terrifying feeling, like a living demon lord. Force majeure, irresistible. To put it simply, it can be summed up in 2 words: extremely powerful. In the sky, Qin Yuan and the Black Disaster are left alone. Black, do you know about this storm disaster? And this ruins map and miracle egg? A rare trace of fear appeared in the eyes of Black Calamity. The Frenzy Scourge is very powerful. There are rumors that it has defeated the Mud Scourge and the Flesh Scourge. As for the other 2 things, I don't know. If it's insect beasts, I know a little bit about them. But as for items, Qin Yuan nodded in response. Let's see if I can buy the things I want at this auction. There's a time difference in the end times. Just because something is worthless now doesn't mean it will be worthless in the future. What is valuable now may also fall sharply in the future. Everything is under control. Soon, Sanlong Yunju brought good news that he had found the soul snake, but that guy was hiding in the mountain stream, and Yunju had no way to deal with it. Then I will go there myself and see how tough this soul snake is. A moment later, there was a loud explosion in the mountain stream. Boom! Birds flew up from the forest, and then everything returned to peace. Successfully obtained the soul snake heart and soul stone, and now all the herbs are missing is the dead brain grass. But there is no obvious exotic animal guarding the withered brain grass, so it is not easy to find it in the vast forest. I can only go to the city to see if I can buy it. Crow King Yunju, let's go. Let's go to the Zhongjiu base for a walk. Yes, my lord. The 2 beasts and 1 person flew towards the base city. The 3 bosses arrived at their destination in a flash. Zhongjiu Base City. Chapter 169, Doomsday Level, Killing Angel. Dragon Empire. Inside the secret room. Top-level meeting begins. This conference is hosted by Commander-in-Chief of the 3 armies, the Emperor of the Dragon Empire, Helian Mingshi. Participants: Prime Minister Fan Ru, Army Marshal Zhu Jiangwo, Chief Representative of the Empire Finance Qian Duoduo, and Insect Man Association Representative Sui Yu. 2 seats are vacant, namely the Navy Marshal and the Air Marshal. Now only the Army has some troops that can be commanded and mobilized. Cities in various places have become independent and no longer obey the central command. Various insect beasts and insect people from the outside world attack the city. Internal and external troubles. The situation is not optimistic. On the throne, Helian Mingshi took a sip of hot tea and quickly glanced at the 4 people present. These are the highest-level financial, political, and military representatives of the empire. The situation is very bad now. If these 4 people unite to rebel, the Dragon Empire will change immediately. Ahem. The Dragon Emperor cleared his throat. My dear ministers, the situation is serious now. Do you have a good plan to repel the enemy? Your Majesty, there's only one person who can save our Dragon Empire. Prime Minister Fan Ru kneels down to give advice. Who is it? Tell me. Insect Emperor Qin Yuan. Bang! The Dragon Emperor slammed the table hard, causing his arm to turn red and a little purple. How dare you? How can we, the Dragon Empire, beg for mercy from our former enemy? If this gets out to others, it will be laughed at. What's more, these are the rebels of our Dragon Empire. Prime Minister Fan, please don't mention this matter again. I will never agree to it. Just give up on this idea. It seemed that Prime Minister Fan had already guessed the Emperor's reaction. He took out a transparent ball from his pocket. Your Majesty, this is the Eye of the Shadow Bug. It has the ability to record images. Why don't you take a look at the image first? Then we can discuss this later. You? Oh well. Well, I'll just take a look. After watching it, go to the west and ask the Zerg Emperor. I rejected it outright because it was a process requirement, otherwise I would lose face. This is the self-cultivation of an emperor. What is this called? Pull. But there should be a limit to pulling. Don't kill yourself. If you're given a step, just come down quickly. They're all veteran actors. Who are they showing off their acting skills for? Screen starts. A burst of light appeared on the shadow bead. Nuclear Beast. The video began to play. It was of huge insects hundreds of meters tall, attacking human cities in groups. Some of them could shoot lasers from their mouths, and some of them could spray venom from their bodies. A city with a population of 1 million was destroyed in just a few days. Human weapons are actually their food. The more they are attacked by thermal weapons, the stronger they become. Your Majesty, this is the nuclear beast we captured. It is a mutated species after a nuclear bomb explosion. It has destroyed all nuclear weapons storage sites and nuclear power plants. They're currently attacking the Nuclear Magnetic Cannon Research Center in the center of the Empire. It is expected to reach the imperial capital in 3 days. This group of nuclear beasts is invincible unless there is a natural disaster, and hot weapons cannot be used. The Emperor was silent. The growth of nuclear beasts was beyond everyone's expectations. The most seriously affected was the beautiful Empire. They launched more than 50 nuclear bombs, and now there are nuclear beasts everywhere. But the Empire is not powerless to resist. As long as you send out a natural disaster, can also suppress the nuclear beast group. Where are scourges? Send out scourge-level Zergmen to guard the border. I don't believe we can't suppress the arrogance of these nuclear beasts. Natural disaster? The Prime Minister is about to cry. Where did the natural disaster come from in our empire? You've killed so many insect people and made so many enemies. Don't you have any idea about it? We are thankful that no scourge-level insects came to take revenge. Your Majesty, our only natural disaster is a rented extreme cold natural disaster. He said he went to tend a banquet, and we don't know when he'll be back. The Emperor was silent again. Yes, we don't have a natural disaster level. The only natural disaster we have is rented from the neighboring kingdom. Is the Insect Emperor Qin Yuan willing to come and help us personally? Your Majesty, there is no need for the Insect Emperor to come in person. All he needs to do is have him send a few calamity grades over. Hiss, how many natural disasters? Are you kidding? I have no idea. Does Prime Minister Fan have any new important intelligence? Your Majesty, I happen to meet an old friend. His wife is the current Queen Fian, so I got some information about the Insect Emperor. Quick, tell me the details. Your Majesty, please watch the video. At this time, the people in the conference room have not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. At most, the Insect Emperor is only slightly stronger than the natural disaster. You don't have to find him. There are still many disaster-level strongmen in Dragon Country. White light on. The second video starts playing on the photo stone. Natural disasters appear. Vector Natural Disaster raised his hand, and 8 giant tornadoes destroyed the city. And in an instant, sand and rocks flew everywhere, destroying everything. Qin Yuan appeared with Shadow Crow, and the mid-air collision between Yellow Sand and Vector tore the entire city apart. This is the natural disaster fight. The powerful momentum shocked everyone. The Wanjing disaster appeared and locked Qin Yuan in the mirror world. Later, Qin Yuan broke out of the world. The 4 great disasters appear. Hundreds of powerful insect beasts besieged the Insect Emperor Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan was like a god descending from heaven, raising his hand to suppress the 4 natural disasters. Everyone in the meeting room was shocked. This, a god descending to Earth to fight 1v4? Suppressing 4 natural disasters with one hand. What an inhuman. This boy's strength is so terrifying. I think this guy is more dangerous than the nuclear beast. If we invite him here, something even more terrifying might happen. Let's finish watching it first. Click. End of video. The Emperor was stunned. Hey, what's down there? There's nothing below. Why is there nothing below? You the Prime Minister. Don't you know? Will the leather swallow rot halfway through the video? May, damn it. Seeing that the Emperor was about to lose his temper, the Prime Minister bowed and apologized. Your Majesty, the things behind involve unspeakable secrets. I don't know what happened. I only know that these natural disaster-grade creatures were taken back to the capital by the Insect Emperor. It is certain that there are at least 4 natural disasters in Qin. They are the Vector Disaster, the 10,000 Mirrors Disaster, the Flame Prison Disaster, the Black Disaster, and the inestimable Insect Emperor Qin Yuan. Everyone in the meeting looked at each other in bewilderment. 4 natural disasters. My dears, including the Insect Emperor, there are 9 natural disasters. He can defeat 5 of them. I think it could be as good as 10. The other big men started arguing, and the Emperor slammed the table and stood up. Bang! Stop arguing. I have made my decision. Seek help immediately. Field Marshal Cupping. Your Majesty, we still have an old grudge with the Insect Emperor. He may not be willing to help us. The Emperor waved his hand. Everyone in this world is busy pursuing profit. Just give that thing to him. Prime Minister Fan, I'll leave this matter to you. Everyone else, please go away. That thing? Everyone was confused and bowed and left. Only the prime minister was secretly shocked that the emperor was willing to give away that thing. Yes, the meeting ended and everyone dispersed. After a while, the prime minister returned to his residence. His smile gradually disappeared, his eyes narrowed, and he called for the assassins. Pass the order down. Immediately increase the reward for Insect Emperor Qin Yuan tenfold. The new code name is Doomsday Class Killing Angel. Insect Emperor Qin Yuan. Reward 1.5 billion insect crystals. Currently, one insect crystal can be exchanged for 100 dragon coins. Bounty 1.5 billion insect crystals, equivalent to 150 billion dragon coins in peacetime. Chapter 170 Highest Etiquette. Zhongjiu Base. After hearing the news of the two great natural disasters, everyone was in danger. Many dignitaries quickly hid in the easternmost mansions. The road was full of people fleeing. On the city wall, Ding Guoqiang, the general defending the city, stroked his beard and looked into the distance with a serious look. There seemed to be something alive, surging in the clouds. Recalling the news just received from the headquarters, he immediately bowed to the sky. I didn't know it was His Majesty the Insect Emperor who arrived. I'm sorry for not welcoming you from afar. Boom. A loud noise in the sky. A white dragon head poked out from the clouds in the sky, and on top of the dragon sat a handsome young man wearing a black dragon robe with golden patterns. It was the Insect Emperor Qin Yuan. Why don't you see any growth in your base? Do you think you don't take me seriously? Good guy. Doesn't this give me an excuse to rip you off? How can this be tolerated? If I don't scrape some money today, wouldn't I be letting the other party down? The general guarding the city suddenly had a headache. Isn't it said that the Insect Emperor is easy to get along with and is a good insect? Why are you so bad-tempered? It doesn't match the personality circulated on the internet. Besides, the base commander just received the news, so how could he come out so quickly? Your Majesty, the commander of the base, is arranging a welcoming banquet for you and has been waiting in the center of the base for a long time. Qin Yuan raised his eyebrows. Welcoming banquet? The base commander is too sensible. It's not easy to use him as a target. In that case, let's go. Hey, all right, please come this way. His Majesty the Insect Emperor has arrived. Fire the cannon. The general first bowed to Qin Yuan, then shouted to his men to fire their cannons. Instant. The highest etiquette for receiving the head of the empire. Open the prologue. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang, 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 bang. Total resonance, 21 gun salutes. Qin Yuan was flying in the sky on the Tsanglong Yunju, following the convoy below. Ground, 28 tanks, 40 military armored vehicles, 12 armed helicopters, and 500 insect special forces clearing the way. The road was lined with honor guards, standing with guns raised, saluting as they passed by. Everyone had a smooth journey and arrived at the center of the base. New government building. Zhongjiu Base had declared independence and hung its own flag. When Qin Yuan arrived, flying the flag at half-mast indicates the highest courtesy. The guard of honor for the review started from a distance of 1,000 meters, and the 100-meter-long brand-new red carpet extended to the new government building. The base commander, deputy base commander, and the bigwigs of the base city all stood at the door to greet them. Everyone bowed. Welcome to His Majesty, the Insect Emperor. The blue dragon cloud horse turned into a dragon horse and landed on the ground. Qin Yuan rode on the horse and slowly drove towards the crowd. Everyone, please stand up. Forget about the meal. I have something else to do here. The base commander's eyes sparkled. This was a good opportunity to curry favor with the Insect Emperor. Need to know, since their rebellion and independence, they have been living in fear every day, fearing that the Empire will attack them one day. If you can join the Insect Emperor or form an alliance with the Qin state, you will no longer have to fear the Empire's revenge. This is the strongest force of the Zerg people. Even the Empire has to be wary of it. Your Majesty, please tell me any time you want. As long as I can help you, I will do my best. Qin Yuan took out a list from his pocket and threw it to the base commander. I want the herbs here, the sooner the better, and I'll get as many as I can find. The base commander unfolded it and immediately gave orders to his deputy. The deputy nodded repeatedly and soon left everyone's sight. Your Majesty, please go inside and rest for a while. Qin Yuan didn't think much about it. He rode the cloud horse directly inside. Instead of standing outside and being watched as a rare object, it was better to wait inside. The new government is huge, like a palace. Everyone came to the high-end reception room on the third floor, and Yunji was also put on guard in the sky by Qin Yuan. The base commander found Qin Yuan in the reception room and poured him a glass of iced beer. Your Majesty, I heard that you like to drink hop. This is a special drink I bought from an Icelandic merchant. Please try it. We also have M99 steaks. I don't know how well done you like them. I asked the chef to cook them from rare to well done. Would you like to try it and see how it tastes? Qin Yuan ate the medium-rare steak with a knife and fork. It is a mutant beef. The taste is very good after processing, tender and juicy. I can't help but give a thumbs up. Why Rue good? Even gave a very professional evaluation. Tastes exactly like steak. The base commander stood aside and smiled like a dog. It is obvious that he has investigated his own information and has done a lot of work. Knowing that Qin Yuan is soft-hearted and not hard-hearted. Make him happy. When he is in a good mood, he may be able to fulfill any of your wishes. Qin Yuan was unhappy and immediately put aside all his wishes. After all, the dead have no wishes. Tell me, what do you want? Your Majesty, I admire the power of Qin very much and want to join Qin and get its protection. Qin Yuan did not answer, but continued to eat his steak until he finished it and wiped his mouth. You burned your steak. Blurred. The subtext is, your city is too far away, I don't really want it. Believe this old oil stick. I'm sure you can understand the implication. The base commander was stunned. You might as well make your words clearer. How come this medium-rare steak is burnt? I don't understand. Qin Yuan was speechless for a moment. What's wrong with this old guy? Don't you understand such an obvious hint? It's not impossible, but Qin Yuan rubbed his index finger and thumb crazily. Indicates, need to add money. I believe you should be able to understand such an obvious hint. The head of the base opened his lips slightly, suddenly realizing. I see. Your Majesty, this is... He immediately bent his arms, placed his fingertips on top of his head, squatted slightly, and smiled sweetly. Heart! Bang! Qin Yuan jumped up with a big fist. Directly pulled the base leader out. I have a heart smaller than an eye, *S. This brain. How did he become the base commander? I've never seen this before. I have never seen such a person in my 3 lifetimes. Chapter 171, Poison, Soul Torture Powder. After defeating the base commander. Refreshed. The deputy base commander rushed over after hearing the news. He looked panicked and immediately ran over to stop the fight. Your Majesty, you can't fight like this. If you keep fighting like this, something terrible will happen. If something gets damaged, if I break your hand, it will be a great sin. I have a stick here, use it. This works well. He handed over a spiked mace, which would kill anyone with 1 blow. The base commander fainted from shock, while the deputy base commander had a look of pity on his face. Qin Yuan also stopped and looked at the deputy base commander in front of him. Is this base commander actually a fake? Doesn't he understand the ways of the world? Overall, this is most likely a substitute. A real base commander can't be so stupid. Who among those who can sit in this position is not a smart person? The deputy base commander was shocked. Did he say something outrageous and offend your Majesty? If so, we should just kill him. Forget it. I don't want to be involved in your base's affairs. Bring up the herbs I need. Yes, your Majesty. Someone bring the things up. 3 or 5 soldiers came to Qin Yuan with boxes. They were dry brain grass, golden heart, grass, earth rhizome. Your Majesty, we have searched the entire base for the 1,000 sunflowers and life essence you mentioned, but have not found them. However, we may find them at the auction tonight. What does this mean? Aren't you in charge of the auction? Your Majesty, you may not know that this auction was organized by the Frenzy of Calamity. They just borrowed our venue. We at the base don't dare to intervene at all. The deputy base commander has a bitter face. The strongest person in my base is only 1 super beast level, but in the past few days, the number of super beasts entering the city has reached double digits. There were also several natural disasters. Everyone was terrified. Even the rich second generation who went out to play didn't dare to show off. I was afraid that the other party would suddenly explode and transform while showing off. Shouting, I am a certain natural disaster, and the 3-year agreement has expired. WTF. It's horrible. Qin Yuan put away all the herbs and was about to leave. Since I found my things, I will take my leave now. Your Majesty, wait a minute. I'd like to ask, can our Zhongzhou base form an alliance with the Qin state? It's really scary to have no support. Today the tidal wave comes to hold an auction. Tomorrow the tornado comes to race cars. And the day after tomorrow, the frost wave comes to skate. that base is really going to be destroyed. Even if they do nothing, the base will have to spend a lot of manpower and resources to monitor and guard against them. Just in case. Once the enemy dares to attack, all high floors, run away immediately, never stop. The natural disaster level is so terrifying, it is like a mountain pressing on people's chest, making them breathless. It depends on your sincerity. If you can bring me something that makes my heart beat, it's not impossible. After saying, Qin Yuan spread his wings, broke through the glass with a bang, and flew into the sky. There was a cloud horse in the sky, and the black disaster was waiting for the two outside the city. Return to the city. The man and the two beasts began to fly back. This time we hardly stopped and returned to Dongxing City in an hour. Lu Xiaoyi was still hugging his mother and crying. Qin Yuan was helpless. This guy's tears could cover hundreds of archangels. Stop crying and get up to work. Oh well. Everyone brought the herbs to the Lu family's medicine workshop, and Lu Xiaoyi demonstrated his superb medicine-making intuition. Just need. First this, then that, then this. Refining success. People are curious. Is this the soul-restoring potion? Does it really work? Qin Yuan stretched out his hand. Give me the medicine. It needs to be processed. After handing the medicine to Qin Yuan, he raised his finger and dripped a drop of soul oil made from the artifact, and then dripped a drop of his own venom. Poisonous soul torture powder. Effect. Can torture human souls until they collapse and disintegrate. If there is no soul in the body, it will forcibly capture the soul and torture it with crazy whips until it collapses and disintegrates. Everyone looked at the black, bubbling potion and felt terrified. Is this really a life-saving antidote? Why does it look so poisonous? Don't worry. This will definitely bring your mother back to life. Lu Xiaoyi is quite knowledgeable about medicines. Why does the bottle in Your Majesty's hand look more and more like a deadly poison? Your Majesty, are you sure you came back to life normally? Will you turn into a zombie or something? It's hard not to doubt the reliability of this thing. Qin Yuan smiled confidently. Don't worry. I'm a professional in detoxification. Everyone was stunned. I don't know why, but I always have a bad feeling in my heart. Qin Yuan poured all the medicine into Lu's mother's mouth. A magical scene happened. Lu's mother's body began to twitch more and more violently, and she even started to break dance on the spot. Sudden, she opened her eyes in horror, as if she had encountered something terrible. Quick, kill me now. Pain. It hurts so much. Qin Yuan stretched out his fingernails and inserted them half an inch into the center of Lu Mu's eyebrows. Poison and solution. He can't treat, he can only detoxify. It was no problem to cure his own poison. His mother's condition was still a stage where she could be saved. If it's too late or the head and heart explode, there's no hope. Okay, just bandage it and it'll be fine. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you very much, Your Majesty. Don't be so quick to thank me. Just give me the method of refining the medicine. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. After learning the art of alchemy, you no longer need to ask an alchemist to help you make medicine. You can make medicine yourself. Once and for all. Yes, Your Majesty. Lu Xiaoyi taught very seriously, passing on all his skills and experience to Qin Yuan. At the same time, I admire his talent. Your talent is rare in my life. You are the strongest alchemist I have ever seen. Qin Yuan's mouth curled up into a smile. It's just a small talent, not worth mentioning. Almost 1/3 of me. Fuck. Chapter 172, the auction begins. Talent is a mysterious thing. Yes or no? Qin Yuan's talents and skills are all in fighting and eating. Refining medicine is really not a monster. But, can't make medicine? What does it matter? Why not just grab a few alchemists and come over to work? The world's strongest alchemist is just his employee. He still has more time. Go out and have fun. It's okay for me to feel good, but I'll leave the pain to them. Who would hold a medicine jar in their arms all day? Lu Xiaoyi, I have high hopes for you. Come on. If you work harder, I can get more potions. Thank you for your appreciation, Your Majesty. I will definitely work hard. When he had learned the entire alchemy technique, the sun had already set. Qin Yuan patted Lu Xiaoyi on the shoulder to show encouragement. Exit the pharmacy, summon the blue dragon, and give the final instructions. I'm going to the Zhongjiu base to attend the auction. You are responsible for protecting Dongxing City. If insect beasts invade, call the Black Disaster if you cannot defeat them. If you still cannot defeat them, take a few core members and run away. Do you understand? Understand. A teachable child. Qin Yuan nodded and spread his purple and white wings, soaring into the sky. Hovering in the sky. Find the pheromones you left behind and start to speed up. Bang! A sudden burst of sonic boom. Mach 3, Mach 4, Mach 21, Mach 22. Super acceleration. Start. Mach 28, Mach 29, Mach 39, Mach 40. Mach 43, Mach 44. Full speed ahead. It was so fast that it was blurry, and the surroundings were moving backwards quickly. If converted into a speed of 54,000 kilometers per hour, a distance of more than 10,000 kilometers can be reached in just 20 minutes. This time he came alone, so the city guards could not find him at all, and he easily sneaked into the venue. Inside the venue, insect heads search. Anyone who can appear here as a human being is most likely a perfect-level insect man or a top-level powerful person. The venue is divided into outdoor and indoor areas. Outfield. At this time, the transaction is almost over and the items in the venue have basically been sold out. Qin Yuan scanned the crowd and immediately spotted an old wealthy man wearing a big gold chain. In front of everyone, he knocked him out with a knife and took away his box ticket. The speed was so fast that everyone only felt a gust of wind passing by, and then an old man seemed to faint from hypoglycemia. Sizzle. The radio sounded. The auction is about to begin. Please enter in an orderly manner. Golden gate opens. Everyone entered the inner room. Qin Yuan was holding the VIP room invitation. You can directly enter the number 17 box. The highest of the 1st to 9th boxes, the 10th to 17th boxes, and the 18th to 28th boxes. The rest are all seats at the bottom. Qin Yuan followed the serial number to the private room on the 3rd floor. There were 2 beautiful black silk girls at the door. They bent down to open the door. They only dared to look at Qin Yuan's lower body from beginning to end and did not dare to look up at him. They did not realize that the person in front of them was the Zerg Emperor. A creaking sound. The door opened, and a nearby incense burner came in immediately to light the incense, then left. Qin Yuan was left alone in the room. I sat down on a soft sofa and opened the electronic curtains on the French window in front of me. I could clearly see the auctioneer giving the opening speech below. The auctioneer is beautiful. She has long black hair piled high, an oval face with big eyes, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and a white cheongsam. She stretched out 2 white and tender little hands, one holding a microphone and the other holding a hammer. The auction has officially begun. The following is the first item for auction, the brute strength yellow fruit. The user can randomly increase the strength of 1 to 10 people. This time, we are auctioning 10 pieces in batches. The starting price is 100 insect crystals, and each bid increase must not be less than 50. 150. 200. 500. Everyone, please give me some face. I will reward you handsomely in the future. Everyone looked over and saw a green-shelled stone crab insect man. Judging from the genetic fluctuations it emitted, it should be a first-level high-level elite. Immediately, there was a bug man next to him mocking. Who did I think he was? He looked so impressive, but turned out to be a little scoundrel. 550. After the incident, several more items were auctioned, but none of them caught Qin Yuan's eye. I could only lie on the sofa in boredom, watching people below scramble for an item. So boring. Why hasn't the baby come out yet? Don't you usually get a bargain at the beginning of the game on TV? How come half an hour has passed, and there is nothing to be found? Ding dong. The doorbell rings. Enter. Qin Yuan opened the door without even turning his head. It doesn't matter who comes. Even the King of Heaven can't do anything to me. Master, this is the eldest daughter of the Rome family sent here as agreed. She is still an 18-year-old virgin. Please enjoy her slowly. Click. Closed doors. It seems like there's another person in the room. Super sense inspection. Woman. She's a beauty. She has long black hair and twin ponytails, wears a pink short skirt, and has straight long legs wrapped in 0D black stockings, paired with black leather shoes. There's a dagger hidden in his chest. Someone with special abilities? The genetic energy fluctuation is the first-level elite advanced, but has a beautiful human face. The girl with double ponytails has affectionate eyes and puts her index finger on her red lips. Sir, I'm hot. If it's hot, just turn on the air conditioner. The woman was startled. Why is it a young man's voice? Could it be that the assassination plan was discovered? You are not Master Xian? Who are you? Wait a minute. Something is coming. Qin Yuan looked at the items at the auction with excitement. Something good was coming up. Big leak. My own big leak. It's finally here. Chapter 173. Provoke me? Kill with 1 hit. The beautiful host has a clear and powerful voice. What is being auctioned now is a nameless tree. A piece of tree whose use is unknown. The wood is rotten and covered with wormholes. It is only the size of a fist. Qin Yuan clearly felt the aura above. It was too familiar. He had seen it several times before. It is the breath of God. Even if this thing is not a divine artifact, it is still an item related to God. It is definitely a big leak. The starting price is 500 crystals, and each bid increase must not be less than 50. The audience was completely silent. This piece of wood looks like an ordinary piece of wood. Their detection skills give the result of ordinary wood. Box number 22 is the first to speak. 1,000 crystal cores. Shabby, this is your first time hosting an auction. Just think of it as your brother showing his support to you. Qin Yuan followed closely behind. 50 crystal core. 2,000 crystal cores. Which little jerk dares to compete with me? Third master you. In financial power? Although the box glass is a privacy screen, the sound will be transmitted through the megaphone. Qin Yuan's voice sounds very young, so it's normal for people to mistake him for a young master. Qin Yuan smiled. Comparing financial strength with mine, the 3 cities in my hands bring in over 1 million crystal cores every day. Is this a small amount of money? But wouldn't it be more fun to snatch it back afterwards? I'll remember you, kid. The woman approached Qin Yuan curiously. Although she only saw his back, the clothes on Qin Yuan were very valuable. You shouldn't be short of this little money, right? Why don't you continue bidding? Don't want to waste time. Why don't you just go grab it later? Anyway, anything I mark can't escape from my grasp. I don't have time to pretend and slap my face. I'm really sorry. I'm the gangster king. Directly grabbed. The girl with twin ponytails is even more curious about this man. He is so stingy even though he is rich. This man's brain circuit seems to be different from that of normal people. I'm a little curious about what he looks like. The girl with twin ponytails raised a sly smile and walked slowly to the side of Qin Yuan. Open your hands and jump out. Dang dang. When our eyes meet, the smile on the girl's face froze. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Insect. Insect Emperor. Snap, fall to your knees. Your Majesty, the Insect Emperor. I have offended you. I deserve to die. The girl was lying on the ground, staring at the floor, her heart pounding. Insect Emperor. Why is he here? It is the Dragon Kingdom. No, it is the #1 expert in the Qin Kingdom. If it gets angry, it's over. Come here. Let me see your abilities. The girl with the twin ponytails moved forward while talking on the phone and came to the sofa. Qin Yuan held the girl's head. All-powerful control and exploration. An invisible thought entered the girl's body and began to explore her genetic sequence. All her genes were clearly visible. Genetic ability. Lucky star 1/3/6/9. A lucky value multiple of 1/3/6/9 will be randomly obtained every day. Current luck value. 18, originally 3. Ordinary people have 1. You are such a lucky little girl. Then you should stay here and be my lucky cat. Huh. The girl with twin ponytails looked confused. She only knew that her ability was called Lucky Star, but she had no idea about the specifics of her ability. But it seems that I don't have to die. The auction is still going on. The next lot is the extremely cold ice soul, which is made from thousands of years of black ice. It has extremely strong ice power. The starting price is 1,000 crystal cores. 1,500. 2,000. We are auctioning one of the finale items of this auction, the Jade Water Pearl, which can swim faster in the water and share some of the water pressure. Starting price, 5,000 crystal cores. Auction begins. Qin Yuan's eyes lit up. My next plan is to go to the sea to find the sky-swallowing whale king. If I have the Jade Sea Pearl, I could do more with less effort. Direct bidding. 10,000 crystal cores. The girl with twin ponytails was shocked. Your Majesty, didn't you say to just rob it? Why are you still bidding? Are you stupid? This is a fragile item. What if they take it away and break it? This isn't a magic weapon. The artifacts are more reliable. Those little karami can't cause any damage to the divine objects. But ordinary items are different. Bumping and hitting it will have a huge impact on it. A careless voice sounded. I'll give you 11,000 crystal cores, you little jerk. I'm going to make you regret messing with the third young master of the Yu family today. Qin Yuan looked in that direction, and his eyes narrowed immediately. It was this herringbone box number 22 again. You still dare to mock? Give you face. Rest assured, your family will thank you. Qin Yuan was still lying lazily on the sofa, enjoying the beauty's massage, and raised a finger towards box number 22. Take action. It's a killer move. Destroy it. Dark crystal, shattering ray. Whoosh. Sizzle, sizzle. A purple energy condensed to the fingertips and turned into a laser beam that shot out from the box, easily dissolving everything in its way and gradually enlarging into a huge, solid V-shaped ray. Bang! Boom! The explosion sounded, and all the insects in the venue fled in a hurry. What the hell? Who is causing this? The fight has started. The fight has started. Let's go. Help. Run. Genetic skill. Scud. Box number 22 below was directly emptied, and the laser penetrated all the way to the underground parking lot, revealing a bottomless dark hole. I couldn't even scream. Arrogant? Are you trying to pretend to be someone you don't have the ability to do? I want to learn how to act cool and slap others in the face. The real strong ones can just take it away with one shot. We're all going to die anyway, so the sooner we die, the sooner we'll be reborn. Qin Yuan looked up at the girl with twin ponytails. Look, now we don't even have to rob him. Isn't it? It's all turned to ashes. Why are you still fighting for it? Only the half piece of wood was not broken down and fell into the hall on the first floor. An angry roar sounded. Who is it? How dare you cause trouble in my territory? Chapter 174, a very high-end spellmaster. For a while, the entire auction venue was in chaos. The frenzy of disaster appears. All the insects were immediately frightened, and the escaping insects also calmed down and watched quietly. When a natural disaster comes, no matter who causes trouble, they will die, unless the insect emperor comes in person. Otherwise, it is impossible for any insect to defeat the frenzy of the natural disaster. But this place is thousands of miles away from Qin State. How could he be here? The scourge stood on the third floor platform and looked down. He was a sinister-looking man, about 30 years old, wearing a black mouse suit, with a long scar running downwards at the corner of his mouth, which had been stitched with 12 stitches. He looked quite ferocious. He suppressed his anger and asked coldly to the number 17 box again. Who did just now? Bang! The French window was blown up in midair, revealing a lazy figure. Insect Emperor Qin Yuan. I did it. What? Do you have any problem with it? The moment the frenzy calamity saw Qin Yuan, his pupils shrank sharply and he frowned. Insect Emperor? If we were at the seaside, I would not be afraid of the Insect Emperor, but if we were to fight in the city, who wins and who loses? That's hard to say. I think it's 55 to 50. Insect Emperor Qin Yuan. We have no grudges against each other. Why are you making trouble? Yes, we have no grudges against each other, so the bullet just now was not shot on your head. The frenzy of disaster was stunned. Makes sense. Qin Yuan looked at the storm disaster strangely. If there was any grudge, it would have been you who was killed by the shattering ray just now. In my eyes, there's really no difference between a natural disaster level and an ordinary person. They're all one-shot stuff. In other words, it's all music. But the next second, the storm of calamity suddenly realized his mistake, and he was angry. This guy is trying to change the subject. He is here to challenge us. Even if you're the first insect emperor to ascend the throne. So what? How dare you tell me that you're so arrogant and want to challenge me? Insect Emperor Qin Yuan, come out and challenge me. Are you serious? If you have the guts, go to Conch Bay. I'll be waiting for you there. The storm of calamity walked away. The maximum number of shots here is 55. But if we were at the beach, then I would have a 90 chance of defeating this man who is known as the strongest. Before leaving, he gave a few instructions to his subordinates, and a wave appeared under his feet, wrapped him up, and took him away. Qin Yuan really didn't expect that there would be a natural disaster who dared to challenge him. Warriors, he told his lucky cat, Toolman. Wait here and don't move around. I'll be back soon. After saying, spreading the purple and white wings behind him, he quickly picked up the divine wood on the ground at a speed that could not be detected by the naked eye. Then take the jade water bead in front of the auctioneer. A flash appeared in the sky, heading towards the direction of the raging disaster. On the ground, there are two more natural disasters looking up. Extreme cold disaster. Shall we go take a look? The extreme cold disaster shook his head repeatedly. That insect emperor is extremely powerful. I advise you not to get into trouble with him. Shadow of Death Scourge. Hee. I don't believe he is really that strong. Seeing is believing. The shadow of death let out a few strange giggles, then turned into a black shadow and disappeared. Conch Bend. Full moon in the sky. This is a U-shaped sea cliff that is 100 meters high. There is no one living here, and there is only surging sea water around it. Insect Emperor Qin Yuan, I admire your courage. You actually dared to come to my battlefield. The frenzy of calamity has a new respect for the insect emperor. I don't know if this guy is strong, but his courage is commendable. Qin Yuan looked lazy. Based on the genetic energy, it could be inferred that if both sides go all out, the odds of winning or losing will be 3 to 7. I killed it 7 times in 3 seconds. Use whatever tricks you have, but don't hold back. Good. You have successfully gained my respect. I will use my strongest power to defeat you. The storm of calamity's face turned serious. It knows that Qin Yuan is very strong. Even everyone in the country knows that he is very strong. But how strong it is, maybe only God knows. Currently, no organization has been able to obtain accurate information about his strength, and they all speculate that he is the strongest person in the country. But I haven't confirmed yet. Whether it is true or not, you will know after trying it. Frenzy, 100-meter wave attack. Ocean waves transformed into wolves. 100 wolves attack. The 100-meter-high waves condensed into a physical wolf pack. With the impact of the sea, tens of thousands of 30-meter-tall sea wolves leaped high and pounced towards Qin Yuan. Roar! Their mouths are as big as those of real wolves, and their sharp teeth are like high-pressure water knives with great power. Once bitten, the tendons and bones are broken, and the flesh and blood are separated. Qin Yuan's actions are very simple. Raise your hand and punch. Bang! Boom! First there was a sonic boom, followed by a violent roar. One punch. All wolves are destroyed. The wave subsided. He combed his hair back, wet it all, and put it back. The storm of calamity was stunned for a while before it recovered. Insect Emperor Qin Yuan, your physical strength is simply astonishing. It is not an exaggeration to say that the body is sanctified. The blow just now exerted an unknown amount of force, and the wind from the fist alone flattened everything. But you can't defeat me with physical strength alone. Ha 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 ha. Under normal circumstances, I would have admitted defeat and surrendered, but unfortunately, today is a full moon. Qin Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Full moon? Could it be? You're Scion. Scion? I'm not. Then why did you mention the full moon? Frenzy Scourge smiled confidently and did not respond immediately. Start to transform, complete Insect Man mode. Frenzy 100 Thorns, a type of insect beast that is unique to the end of the world. It has 8 white striped tails behind it. Its body is like a centipede, but covered with spikes. It is white with black spots. The full moon is when the tidal force is strongest. As long as I chant a very advanced spell, I will be blessed with the power of the sea, and you'll be dead. After saying this, the Storm Scourge closed his eyes, put his hands together, and stepped hard on the rock. His lips moved slightly, and he began to mutter. 1. Very advanced spell. The sea. You are all water. Chapter 175. Strange. Where's my summoning creek? Moonlight. Above the rocks of Conch Bay, a stream of clear seawater swirled over the head of the raging disaster, gradually condensing into a ball of pure liquid. This is a spirit formed by the condensation of high-pressure water molecules. Although it is only a small cubic meter, its lethality is hundreds of times that of ordinary seawater. The eyes of the Frenzy Scourge were bulging and bloodshot, and he was grinning, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Go ahead. Hai Ling. Follow my command and kill him. Hai Ling's body squirmed, and 2 small blue bubble eyes appeared, quickly scanning the surrounding objects. Aya, is Hai Ling calling me? Come on. Which one is it? Who was killed again? Then, it discovered that the frenzy of natural disasters was pointing fingers. Oh, I see. Aya. Squeak. Water jet cutting. From head to toe, completely cut. Cut it off. Blood splatter. Frenzy of disaster, dead. Hai Ling clapped her hands in satisfaction. Done. Then what? Strange. Where's my summoning creek? No follow-up instructions. Why don't you come out to reward me after you finished it? Where did death go? Ben Halim Ishangi. The sea spirit puffed up its cheeks, stretched out 2 small blue tentacles, stood with its hands on its hips, and floated in the air. Yeah. Swish, swish, swish. Blue water light burst out from the sea spirit, stirring wildly in all directions. The huge rocks within a radius of 100 meters were cut open like tofu. The body of the Frenzy Scourge was not spared and was chopped into pieces. Above, Qin Yuan was stunned. What is going on? The first sword I'm born with. Kill the summoner first. Comité de suicide. The tide of disaster will commit suicide. You are so decisive and efficient that I would call you the Suicide King. Shweezy, You are quite capable. Are you willing to follow me? Only then did Hai Ling discover Qin Yuan, who was floating motionless in the sky. A closer look. There was something on Qin Yuan that frightened him. You know, it is a product of the will of the sea, and ordinary attacks cannot kill it all. Hey, are you the one who summoned me? Qin Yuan smiled and nodded. Yes, that's right. I am your summoner. And then please give me the sea. The air freezes as our eyes meet. Well, I'm not. Yeah. I'm the insect emperor, countless times stronger than your summoner. Little sea spirit, why don't you follow me? No. I still have to repay the summoner. Repay? Qin Yuan looked at the piece of meat that was broken into mosaics. Grab the bamboo shoots. Is this how you repay? Which summoner can withstand such a reward? But a sea spirit that can kill natural disasters instantly. If he can be subdued and trained, he would be a good tool. Little guy, how about we make a bet? If you lose, you can follow me. If you win, you can make any conditions you want. Little Hailing's eyes lit up and she waved her hands. Yeah? Great. If you win, give me the sea. Okay, no problem. The rules of the competition are very simple. As long as you can break this ordinary stone within 3 minutes, you win. Yeah, okay. After saying, Qin Yuan spread out his 5 fingers and took out a stone he picked up from the ground. He stretched out his little finger and hooked it towards Hai Ling. As expected, the newly born baby Hailing fell into the trap and began to splash water on the stone seriously. See knife cutting. Squeak. A high-pressure water line that could easily cut Qin Yuan's skull chopped down vertically. It was as thin as a hair, but its sharpness was comparable to that of a golden weapon. The speed is so fast that people can't react. But when it came within 1 meter of Qin Yuan, it immediately wilted and turned into soft, flowing threads of water. Power of rules. Disorder, activate. Is it okay, Ms. Zuko? Hai Ling puffed up his cheeks and began to attack the stone in Qin Yuan's hand with all his strength. Baya. Invalid, invalid, invalid. 2.5 minutes have passed. Hai Ling decided to use his ultimate move. High pressure, 20 times water blade. Dozens of water threads are combined into one, and then compressed into one thread. Hai Ling network. This time the water silk extended 100 meters, expanding into a giant net, covering all the stone areas and attacking from multiple directions. Receive. Suddenly tightening, it was about to break through to the 1 meter position. Hai Ling stared at it intently. But it seemed as if this 1 meter was an absolute domain, and all the nets became useless once they entered it. Falling to the ground helplessly. How could this happen? Shweezy, there are only 10 seconds left. You better obey me. Hai Ling's eyes accidentally looked up and saw the full moon, and suddenly a blue light appeared. The entire water ball fell silent, mumbling to itself. Yayamamaho. Water benefits all things without competing with them. Water is the sharpest, and there is no need for anything to fight. Qin Yuan? What is it saying? Is it true that water benefits all things without competing with them? Finished. Hai Ling raised her head with blue eyes. Law of water. Everything is at rest. Swish. A blue water ripple flashed across the sky in an instant, so fast that Qin Yuan didn't even have time to react. Snap. Qin Yuan opened his eyes slightly, and he was shocked to find that the whole stone in his hand was cut in half, along with his disordered rule domain and half of his arm. Good water. This is really marvelous. Qin Yuan showed an indescribable smile on his face. Ha, great. What a pity. The time is up and the stone hasn't been cut yet. How come? Hai Ling looked at the half arm and the broken stone in disbelief. Don't play tricks on me. I've already cut it open. Qin Yuan's mouth curled up into a smile. I don't cheat. What's the point of playing that? Don't disbelieve me. I'll show you the evidence. As he spoke, he turned over the half of his arm that had fallen to the ground, opened his palm, and took out a very small piece of sand from the gap between his nails. I was talking about this stone from the beginning. Look which one you cut. How about it? Are you willing to accept the loss? Having said that, Hailing remembered. Qin Yuan hooked his little finger at it first, thinking it was a provocation. I didn't expect it to be cut there. I lost, Dad. Stop. Don't call me Dad. Call me Your Majesty the Insect Emperor. Okay, Dad. Xiao Shui, let's go back to the city. Yes, Dad. The sea spirit turned into a blue water ball the size of a basketball, revealing 2 big round, glowing eyes, just like the little river spirit in Jinchanshan. Follow Qin Yuan and fly towards Zhongzhou base. Chapter 176 Brother, I beg you. During the flight, The little sea spirit turned into a stream of water and wrapped around Qin Yuan's legs. It seemed to have discovered something and stretched out a cute little hand to point downwards. Ah, Dad, there's a dark thing looking at us. I'm only 18 years old. If you call me Dad again, I'll beat you up. Call me Your Majesty, the Insect Emperor. After saying, Qin Yuan looked in the direction of Hai Ling's finger, and indeed saw a dark shadow. As if it had sensed Qin Yuan's gaze, the shadow disappeared in an instant. It's just a small fry, don't worry about it. There are too many people coming to check the information, from small flies on a roadside to giant pythons in the mountains, and it is impossible to manage them all. As long as there is no hostility, leave it alone. Bang! Accelerate again and arrive at the auction site in an instant. The difference from before was that the auction site was now empty, and even the security guards at the door had withdrawn. Fortunately, I kept a trick. The servant who had contact with the storm scourge had already been locked onto by me. It's easy to find. Field expansion. Found it. She's also here. The field was deployed and locked onto the man's position in just a moment, along with the twin-tailed girl who had tried to assassinate him. Inside the secret room, the girl was tied up tightly, and the man and several bodyguards stood in front of her with knives. Will you tell me? The girl looked the man straight in the eyes without a trace of fear. Shouted, Humph! You ask, I'll tell you everything. You won't tell me? If you don't, I will make your chat history with your bestie public. No, I'm willing to tell you, just ask. Still being stubborn, huh? Speak now, just ask. You're such a tough nut to crack. It looks like you won't tell the truth unless I teach you a lesson. Just ask. A friendly reminder from a younger brother. Boss, this woman is really stubborn. Should we do something more powerful? The man echoed. Indeed, such stubborn people should not be tolerated and should be severely punished. The girl with twin ponytails is crying. Brother, I beg you, just ask. You don't ask, you just tell me. What did I say? It's so difficult. The man continued to greet his men. Bring the torture device here. This is a torture device I developed specifically for dealing with stubborn women like you. I call it 4,000 deaths. Their vibration. Wait a minute, did you get the wrong props? I want a torture device, not a love device. Ahem, just a small mistake, don't worry about it. They are the butcher knife, sulfuric acid, poison, iron hook, standing socks, fart needle. Just asking if you're scared? Twin ponytails covering face and crying helplessly. Is this a question of fear or not? If you had just asked a question, our relationship wouldn't have ended up like this. Bang! A loud bang. The wall was violently broken. Smoke and dust filled the air, and a winged figure appeared in front of everyone. You guys are so good at playing games. The boss is dead, and you're still interested in playing games here. The words haven't been spoken yet. Swish. Qin Yuan instantly moved in front of him, lifted him up by the neck with one hand. Take me to the auction house where the collection is, or you will die. The man in the air nodded frantically, and Qin Yuan finally let go of his hand and turned to look at the girl with twin ponytails beside him. You are quite capable. You can already interfere with the behavior of people around you. The way the luck ability works is very special. Can interfere with the human brain, causing it to be in a chaotic state. Common name, intelligence reduction attack. Qin Yuan could feel a strange wave trying to invade his brain, but luckily his mental strength was strong enough to block it directly. Go back to where you came from. I wanted to keep this lucky lady with me. Now it seems that her ability may rob the people around her of their luck, fortune, or intelligence. It's better to drive away. After saying that, he flew away with the man in black. A man in black showed me the way. Soon they arrived at the auction house's treasure hiding place, a bank vault, which was filled with items that had not been auctioned yet and items on consignment. Qin Yuan finally only liked 3 items. 1,000 sunflowers. Miracle egg. Ruins map. Skill Meteorite 1 Kilogramm. Exclusive Meteorite 5 Kilogramm. Took 5 things. Skill meteorites are directly absorbed, and the skill growth rate is increased by 2, leaving 100 before conversion. Xiao Shui, do you like any of them? The little sea spirit on the leg shook its head, indicating that the sea is the only thing in its heart. Seeing this, Qin Yuan left. Just after leaving the vault, I met an unexpected birdman, one of the future intelligence chiefs. Queen of Swallows. Why is she here? Qin Yuan looked at her suspiciously. Queen Fian wore a red dress and pulled up her skirt to bow slightly. Meet His Majesty the Insect Emperor. Queen Fian? Why are you looking for me? Your Majesty, I'm a lobbyist sent by the Dragon Empire. I would like to ask you for a favor. Ha ha, what's going on? The imperial capital can't withstand the impact of the nuclear beasts. Queen Fian was slightly surprised. Qin Yuan actually knew that the nuclear beast was about to attack the imperial capital. She had only just learned about this. This insect emperor, its intelligence department's ability to obtain intelligence is really strong. Since your majesty knows this, are you willing to help? Yes, of course I am willing. As long as you pay me enough, I will beat you even if you are a god. Ha! Your majesty is really humorous. Let's get to the point. What can they give me? Please take a look. After that, Queen Fian took out a red sandalwood box from her clothes, opened the lid, and revealed the real. It is an extremely dark stone, full of ominous aura, and just looking at it can make ordinary people insane. Qin Yuan widened his eyes. Oh, it's this. Queen Fian was shocked. This thing is a top secret of the Empire. The insect emperor actually knew about this. Could it be that he has spies in the Empire? Your Majesty, do you recognize this object? No, a little bit. One of the 10 magic weapons in the previous life, the Mara Stone. Effect unknown, ability unknown, value unknown. Overall evaluation, above God. I've only seen pictures. This is the first time I've seen the real thing. Queen Fian explained. This is an indestructible stone. Even lasers cannot damage it in the slightest. The Empire considers it a rare treasure. Qin Yuan accepted all offers and agreed immediately. Okay, I'll take this mission. Tell them to just relax and not do anything. Just stay at home and wait for rescue. Then I will thank you on behalf of the Empire. Queen Fian finally put her worries to rest. The verbal agreement is complete. This insect emperor, it's impossible to take the money and not do the job, right? As the ruler of such a huge empire and a king of a country, he must have some dignity, right? Moreover, the reputation of the insect emperor is very good. I don't think it's possible to miss the appointment. Qin Yuan showed a sunny and cheerful smile and quickly took the mysterious stone handed over. You're welcome. It's too early to thank me now. Jiejie, I want the Empire to know. What is evil in the heart? What does it mean to not be a billion? Do you have to do the work after you get the things? Who made the rule? Besides, when has this emperor ever followed the rules? When I ascended the throne, you all cheer me on so happily. But now you're in trouble, and you ask me for help. It's a nice thought. Come out and mix. You always have to pay it back. Chapter 177. Get up and work overtime without pay. Inside Zhongjiu base. There is not even one alchemy workshop in this huge base city. Qin Yuan flew around the base and couldn't find a place to make medicine. But it's normal. It's only the beginning of the apocalypse. Most cities don't know how to make medicine, and the medicines they make are rarely usable. Hold tight. Little Hailing, we are going home. Your Majesty, can I turn into armor and wear it on you? Wait a minute. Let me investigate first. Mythical beast species, water spirit. Exclusive genetic energy, 1. Fine control, 2. Multiple water pressure, 3. Fusion, for water affinity. Gene skills, 1. Water spirit armor. Can transform into combat armor, increasing the user's all attributes and water attribute attack by 200. 2. Full moon transformation. After transformation, you can increase your attack ability exponentially in a short period of time. 3. Sea mirror reproduction. You can reproduce the creatures you have seen. The greater the strength, the more seawater is needed, and the maximum strength cannot exceed 200 of the original strength. Phantom Beast Gene, Element Water. Hey, Little Hailing, where is your power of law? Little Hailing blinked her big eyes. What is the power of law? I don't know. The power of law. It is a power that can rival the power of rules. It is the same level of power as the power of rules, equivalent to the yin and yang. The unexpected attack can even break through Qin Yuan's disorderly rules. In Xiao Hailing's case, he can only launch an attack when the moon is full, without activating the seventh sense. Its strength can cut through Qin Yuan's current disordered rule field. This is only applicable to Qin Yuan's relaxed state. It is not certain whether he can cut it off in a normal state. But with such achievements, it is enough to be proud of. After all, there are not many creatures in this world that can hurt Qin Yuan. The power of the law of the little sea spirit can be considered one. Little Hailing, water spirit armor. Yes, the little water spirit turned into a trickle of water and attached itself to Qin Yuan's body, transforming into a majestic blue spirit armor. The speed increased by another Mach 3 to Mach 47. There was a loud bang, which exploded the clouds below. 1 hour later, we returned to Dongxing City. Standing in the sky, Yunju, go find Lu Xiui for me. The sky was surging, and a white dragon head appeared. Yes, my lord. Lu Xiui, who was sleeping soundly, only felt a cloud lifting him up and carrying him to the pharmacy. I opened my eyes in a daze and saw the familiar pharmacy and the neatly arranged medicine tools. The pungent smell rushed into my nose. Lu Xiui couldn't help but sigh. I am so dedicated that I even dream about making medicine. It must be because of the wrong sleeping posture. Turn over and continue sleeping. With a clang, doors open. Qin Yuan's voice sounded. Overtime, overtime, get up and work overtime. Lu Xiui began to snore. Qin Yuan leaned close to his ear and whispered, get off work. Walk. Lu Xiui immediately woke up, sat up, and was about to leave. Suddenly, I realized that the lighting around me was not right, and then I found that Qin Yuan, who was smiling at the side, suddenly had a bitter face. Your Majesty, hurry up and work overtime. Don't even think about leaving until you finish the work. Yes, sir. Lu Xiui looked at the time, and it was 3 o'clock in the morning. He cried, Insect Emperor Qin Yuan, the capitalists will cry when they see you. Immediately work overtime to start making the second-order super-limit breakthrough potion. Qin Yuan watched and learned from the side, kindly reminding, when I leave Dongxing City, remember to bring a few more apprentices with you. We will need a lot of medicine in the future. I'll give you a few more recipes, but you need to control the specific dosage. We are conscientious businessmen, so we must remember one principle. As long as it doesn't kill me, I'll try to lower the cost as much as possible, and I'll use substitute materials if they can be used. Do you remember? Ordinary people can't afford it anyway, and those who can buy medicine have great physical fitness. If you can afford it, then you can make it as much as you want. Lu Xiui nodded hurriedly. Remember, you are so kind. A worthy contemporary philanthropist. During the interval of refining medicine, Songlong Yunjiu came to report. My lord, there is news that something seems to have happened in the Qin capital. Explain. By who has contracted a very strange disease. No doctor can find any fault with him. He may not survive the night. Qin Yuan's eyes narrowed. Hongdo's strength is only second to that of a natural disaster. Who could have poisoned her to the point of death without anyone noticing? Could it be him? That rat-like god who only dares to launch sneak attacks? Xiao hailing, Yunjiu, the two of you stay here to protect my medicine. No one else is allowed to come in. Yes, ×2. There is a god hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Now I am worried about leaving Yunjiu here alone. 2 natural disasters are needed to hold the god back. I have to move faster. We must break through the second stage as soon as possible. Be careful. If you can't win, run away. Don't lose your life. Yes, my lord. Yes, your majesty. After Qin Yuan finished his last words, he spread his wings and soared into the sky. Quickly find the pheromones you left behind. Drive at the highest speed for less than 10 minutes and return to Qindu, which is the original Binqing. Field expand. Quickly lock the location of red beans. Flying towards the hospital. In the hospital, next to Hongdo, sat his brother Baihe, and next to him stood Jinlina, Sanhu, and Feng Nanan. Little black dragon, even you can't do anything about this poison? Jinlina held the little black dragon in her hand and shook her head slowly. Her poison is very strange. It doesn't seem to be injected from outside, but rather it seems to be inside her body. Baihe remembered. Could it be that the meteorite that my sister once fused with is the problem? A dazzling silver meteorite, very similar to the exclusive meteorite that the master brought back, but more gorgeous and dazzling. Jinlina shook her head. I've been unable to contact the master. It may be too late. No, there's still time. This familiar voice. Everyone turned around at the same time, and a figure appeared in the room. Everyone kneels down. Welcome, Master, return X4. Well, get up. We don't need so much red tape in the future. Let me check on Hongdo's situation, he said, pointing his finger at Hongdo's forehead. Genetic exploration. When my thoughts penetrated deep into the genes, I soon discovered the problem. The genes of the mythical beast White Tiger are devouring the genes of the ancient Blood Tiger. It was originally a one-sided crush, but now a third party is helping the ancient Blood Tiger. Taking sides? As a result, it has become 1 against 2, and the 3 parties are fighting fiercely inside Hongdo's body. But the other 2 are still no match. It can be said that it was pressed to the ground and rubbed. White Tiger gene, killing like crazy. Chapter 178, The Ancient Fierce Tiger King. Microscopic world. like a bloody battlefield. The White Tiger Gene is like the Overlord Xiang Yu leading 20,000 Gene warriors to attack. The ancient Blood Tiger Gene and another King Beast Tiger Gene led an army of 200,000 to fight. As a result, the 200,000 White Tiger troops killed the 200,000 coalition troops, and they were completely routed. Either we sit back and watch the White Tiger dominate, or we combine the three armies into one. Of course, choose the latter, and you can also see the fusion of three super beast genes. Will there be more mythical species? Almighty and in control. Forced integration. In an instant, the three armies were unable to move. Two huge hands appeared in the sky and grabbed them, then kneaded into a ball. Qin Yuan showed a confident smile. Hey, I know this. He roughly kneaded the three strands of genes together to make them closer, and then rotated the gene chain to form a large strand, emitting a brilliant light. Gene fusion, success. A terrifying aura burst out, and the air wave condensed into a solid object, causing a strong wind to blow through the ward. Crackling. Everything that was not secured was blown to the ground. Awakened successfully, the ancient mythical beast king, the ancient fierce king tiger. Ancient fierce king tiger. Gene growth, 69. Exclusive genetic abilities. 1 extreme strength, 2 king beast domain, 3 extreme agility for extreme speed, 5 extreme regeneration, 6 muscle control. Gene skills. 1. Roar of the fierce king. 2. Cannon of the fierce king. Phantom beast gene. Power of the ancient fierce king. Not a mythical species. It's the ancient mythical beast king. What's missing? Qin Yuan pulled his hand away from Hongdo's forehead, rubbed his chin, and began to think. Hongdo's awakening is also the fusion of 3 super beasts, but the result of evolution is very different from her own. Missing something? What is it? Meteorite? Probably not. She also absorbed a meteorite into her body. Could it be divinity? After Qin Yuan awakened, he had the ability to make others unable to detect his aura, a power that belonged only to myths. Divinity. But where does divinity come from? And why does it appear in me? Could it be related to his last memory of death and rebirth? Brother. Hongdo slowly woke up. She was extremely weak at this moment, and her body was already at the point of exhaustion. Bai He looked gentle and immediately leaned on the bed to comfort her. Red Bean, it's okay, the master is back. You'll be fine. Give her some life essence, mix it with the nutrient solution, and take it 3 times. The physical condition in front of her can't be replenished too much at once. We'll make up for the death. You have to dilute the essence of life and cultivate slowly. Jean Lena, come out. I have something to talk to you about. Master, go this way. After saying, Jean Lena waved her hand to open a teleportation channel that leads directly to the office. Qin Yuan was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that Jean Lena and Wanjing Tianzai were very compatible. Now she has mastered the teleportation so well. Before leaving, I left a last word to the people in the ward. Hongdo needs to rest. Everyone else can go if they're fine. Enter the transmission channel and come to Jean Lena's office. Looking around, the whole office is made of wood. Even the walls are covered with high-quality wood boards, and the bookshelves are filled with hundreds of books. Brown wooden table piled with various documents. Jean Lena followed closely behind. Master, we have prepared your favorite drink, cob, in the refrigerator. Would you like a cup? No. Let me tell you about the next plan and task. Jean Lena sighed helplessly. The last mission has just begun. The big capitalists are about to start exploiting again. Boss, can I quit? The first thing I want to talk about is the current crisis in Chengdu. Crisis? According to Jean Lena's understanding, Chengdu is currently ranked among the top 5 in the world, if not the world's number 1. There are not many things that can cause a crisis to Chengdu, unless a meteorite falls from the sky. In the meteor shower 3 days from now, Chengdu will definitely be targeted. Huh? A meteorite really fell. Yes, according to the original falling route of the meteorite, it will not hit Chengdu, but we now have a very powerful enemy hiding in the dark waiting for an opportunity to strike. A very powerful enemy? He can even control the falling of meteorites. Could he be a god? Qin Yuan opened his lips slightly and looked at Jean Lena with a surprised expression. How do you know? Is it possible? Are there really gods? Master, you will stay at the base for 3 days, right? No, I have other important things to do and will not stay in Chengdu. You need to face it alone. Qin Yuan paused and smiled evilly. Don't worry, I'll leave you a killer trump card. The second thing is about the layout and arrangements for the world's #1 insect and beast conference. The main purpose of holding the conference is not only to let the countries of the world see the power of our great Qin. I also want to plunder their money and resources and plunder their talents. Pay special attention to the search for brainworms and connect them as soon as possible. The public network coordinates of the universe to connect with the universe. Become bigger and stronger. Create greater glory. One last thing. Hand over the little black dragon. I'll strengthen it. Jean Lina handed the little black dragon, wrapped in her hand, to Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan fed the little black dragon a drop of his own blood, a drop of venom, and a gram of life essence. Also equip it with the Sand Fury Fong, orange 1-star, that we seized last time. The little black dragon's fighting power increased sharply, and it shrunk back into Jean Lina's hand to digest it. Unfortunately, the little black dragon is not suitable to follow Qin Yuan for the time being. As the saying goes, follow Qin Yuan and you will die twice in 3 days. The aftermath of the battle alone is too much for any living creature to bear. Only elemental creatures like Songlong Yunjiu and Shuailing can barely survive. Chapter 179, Taking Stock of the Harvest and Heading to the EC Capital. Free time. Qin Yuan sat lazily on the sofa in the office. Start counting today's spoils. Blue water pearl. Blue increase swimming speed by 50. Reduce water pressure by 25. Ruins map. White the detailed location of the ruined city of Cataslo. It is very likely to contain an artifact. You need to collect all 9 maps to open it. The current completeness is 1/9. Mara stone, unknown, unknown. Mysterious wood, unknown, unknown. Miracle egg. None. When the miracle egg is broken, a miracle will happen. This miracle egg is very small, only the size of an egg, and it shines with 3 colors. It should also be a treasure, a strange treasure of no quality. Jean Lina took out a mirror bracelet from the mirror space and handed it to Qin Yuan. My lord, this is a space prop that I made specifically for you to store items. The universe in the mirror. Qin Yuan took it and put on his hand. How do I use this? This requires a specific way of running genetic energy, which is the key to open the space, just like a password. After Jean Lina's instruction, Qin Yuan learned it instantly. The genetic energy can be opened instantly. There are thousands of square meters of mirrored space inside, which is a completely newly developed independent space. Great. Good work deserves a reward. Jean Lina, listen to my reward. I want to reward you with a divine weapon. I am here. Thank you, your majesty. Jean Lina's face was excited. Artifact. Oh my god. I just learned about the existence of gods, and my lord rewarded me with a magical weapon. From now on, am I not on equal footing with the gods? Ascension in broad daylight? It's exciting just thinking about it. What kind of artifact would it be? Come on, take this. This artifact is extraordinary. It can stop time. Oh my god. Jean Lina covered her mouth with both hands. Thomas paused. What a bug artifact this is. My lord is willing to give it to me. He is so kind to his subjects. The most generous lord in the world. I was wrong to say that you were a capitalist just now. I admit that I was wrong. Love it. Jean Lina stretched out her hands and carefully took the artifact that Qin Yuan handed to her. A broken stopwatch, unclassified. My lord, how do you use this? Qin Yuan only left one sentence. Study it slowly on your own. I've left my final trump card in the big bell. If you encounter an enemy you can't defeat, point the golden bell at it and fire. After saying that, he left in a flash, leaving Jean Lina confused. What? Master, please make your words clear before you leave. The stopwatch is broken, but it is still a magical artifact. At least its hardness is still there. Like this big clock. Qin Yuan now came to the top of the golden bell and looked down at it. Today I'm going to do something bold. I am going to seal a star-shattering cannon into the golden bell. If you leave a specific path for liberation, it will become a weapon that can hit whatever you point at. Qin Yuan raised his hand and pointed at the golden bell. Almighty and in control. Local changes. Atomic state. Nuclear explosion ant. Nuclear explosion. Star collapse cannon plus destruction rule plus nuclear fission. Ultra-limited micro-control and integration. Destruction. Nuclear fission. Star collapse cannon. Almikti Seal fusion. The runes on the entire golden bell lit up red, and the powerful force that destroyed the asteroid was integrated into it. The whole process is very long. It lasted until 10 a.m., when the sun shone brightly on the golden clock, shining across the entire Qin capital. Sealing completed. Although it is not as powerful as his ultimate attack, nuclear fission, collapse, destruction, railgun, but it is enough to deal with ordinary crises. Even if an asteroid hits the Earth, it can be shattered. The main reason is that it contains the law of destruction. It can destroy everything under the rules. After finishing all this, Jean Linlina returned to the office again. She was still studying the broken stopwatch with a magnifying glass, muttering, "It's indeed a divine weapon. It's so special that I can't use it at all." Qin Yuan flashed in front of Jean Lina. "I'll only cover it up once. Remember the password and run the route. First like this, and then like this. Do you remember it?" "I remember, but what is this for?" "This is the star collapse cannon that I sealed in the Golden Bell. It's very powerful, so don't fire it at the center of the Earth." "Oh well, although we know that we cannot destroy the current blue planet, if something goes wrong, it will be a big problem. Qin Yuan doesn't want the planet to be destroyed or to wander in the universe for 100,000 years." After leaving the password to Jean Lina, Qin Yuan flew towards Dongxing City. "Your own medicine. The refining should be completed." As soon as he flew over the sky of Dongxing City, Yunju flew up with hailing and the potion. "My lord, your potion has been prepared." "Well done. Yunju, you and Ninja Frog help me take care of and protect Dongxing City. There will be no peace here in the near future." "Yes, my lord." "Xiao Hailing, come with me to the East Sea capital. We have important things to do this time." Xiao Hailing picked up the potion in Yunju's hand and flew to Qin Yuan, automatically transforming into a blue spirit armor, and the potion was also placed in the space mirror. So far, genetic growth rate 95, all energy reserves are full, breakthrough potions are ready, and multiple artifacts are in hand. Already. Set off. East China Sea capital. 2 goals. First, break through to the second level. Second, experiencing death again doubles the potential and develops new patterns. Third, absorb the genes of marine organisms to complete the final evolution. See, I am the Insect Emperor. Chapter 1, 80 The Empire is with you. Donghai Metropolis. Dragon Empire, one of the 6 capitals, with a permanent population of over 100 million. There are over 1 million permanent troops stationed in this city. Admiral Feng Bujue, with 400,000 naval troops, is stationed in this city. This is an important port gathering place for the empire's economic and trade exchanges, and it was originally one of the richest places in the country. Nowadays, it is in ruins, and a large number of people from the outskirts of the city have evacuated, many of whom have fled to the inland areas or returned home. The third line of defense. In the residential area, thousands of meters away from the eastern bay, countless giant beasts emerge from the sea, one after another, fearless of death. Some are less than half a meter in size. Some are as tall as 100 meters, and they are densely packed throughout the entire coastline. Inside the 5-meter-high tower fortress, the lieutenant opened his eyes wide, his face was ferocious, and he fired wildly with his heavy machine gun. "Kill, kill, kill. Kill you beasts." Yellow flames coming out of the muzzle. Da-da-da. The special bullets have been able to break through the defenses of the sea beasts, causing considerable damage to them. Green blood flowers bloomed, and the lieutenant seemed even more excited. A flash of white light. "Call out." Puff. A biochemical bone spur flew over and pierced the lieutenant's chest directly, and a powerful inertia carried him away. Bang! Nailed to the wall. The walls had long been stained dark red with blood and were covered with corpses of humans and insects. When a soldier dies, the NCO takes his place. When an NCO dies, the LTC takes his place. The captain rushed forward, took over the heavy weapon, and continued to fire. Suppressive fire continue. Da-da-da. A soldier who was lucky enough to survive rushed to the fortress. "Captain, the third line of defense can no longer be defended, and tens of thousands of reinforcements have been wiped out. Let's retreat quickly." The captain's eyes were firm. "My beloved family is behind me. I will never run away." "Soldier, come here and hold on. Hold on for a moment. I'll go change the magazine." "Okay." But the soldier felt something was wrong as soon as he touched it. Why was it sticky and had white liquid in it? His complexion changed. "Shit, there's glue on it." "Turn around and take a look." The captain ran and shouted. "The Empire is with you." Headquarters. Highest observation tower. Admiral Feng Bujue, the admiral, and several lieutenant generals were observing the battlefield with superpowered binoculars. Feng Bujua looked at the tens of thousands of support troops that were destroyed, and his heart was chilled. He couldn't help but loosen his clenched fists, as if all the strength in his body had been released. Those who just died were not ordinary warriors. They were all elite insects, the backbone of the current East Sea metropolis. Retreat. The generals were shocked. Marshal, are we really going to retreat? There are still millions of people in the Lincian area who have not yet evacuated. Yes, that's all money. We can collect a lot of head taxes. Marshal, we have retreated again and again, losing 7 counties and 2 cities. We can't retreat anymore. To the west is the Death Forest, to the north is the Ghost Desert, and to the south is the Misty Forest. Where can we retreat to? Marshal, why don't we just fight them? Admiral Feng Bujua frowned. I want to fight, but I can't help but have Lao Lu behind me. Send someone to watch you every day. If you dare to leave, he will steal your house immediately. Not only do they have to deal with these sea beasts, but they also have to be on guard against the human generals who are eyeing them covetously. That's a creature more terrifying than a sea monster. Army General Wang Qi. His 800,000-man army is not just for show, and is ready to devour the 45-man army of the Navy and the 7 regions under the Navy's jurisdiction. As long as the Navy launches an attack, the Army and the sea monsters will immediately attack from both sides, and then we will be in a dilemma. Thinking of this, the Marshal's tone became more resolute. Retreat. Yes, times 9. But just as everyone was about to issue the order to retreat, a messenger came running over. Report. Urgent report. 800 miles to the nearest place. An army of 250,000 soldiers blocked our retreat route and used a special inducer to lure an extremely powerful ancient species to kill indiscriminately in the army. No one could stop it. Ancient species, human-faced, crazy shark. Bang! That guy really took advantage of the situation. The marshal was so angry that he slammed his seat, then immediately calmed down and told his adjutant, hurry up and ask the 3rd young master of the Yin family to take action and kill the crazy shark. You will be rewarded after the success. Send a generous gift of crabs to the generals leading the army and ask for peace talks. On the northern battlefield, a 30-meter-tall gray shark man was wreaking havoc among the troops. Each strike could take dozens of lives, and hundreds of Zerg soldiers had been killed in just a few minutes. Wow, calories, so many desserts. He grabbed a delicate female soldier and put her into his mouth. The female soldier's pants were wet, and her face was covered with tears. No, don't eat me. The shark threw the woman into the air, opened its huge mouth, and bit her off. Swish! A white shadow streaked across the sky. Are you okay, little sister? As soon as young Master Yin put down the girl in his arms, he felt his clothes were wet. There's also a hint of arrogance. Have you shed so many tears? Have your trouser legs been soaked by them? After landing, he put the girl down and smiled at everyone. All of you step aside, leave this to me. But just as he finished speaking, a huge black shadow appeared behind him, and 2 red lights. 3rd Master, be careful. Young Master Yin suddenly turned around, but only saw an enlarged fist. How dare you ruin my good deeds, Bug? Go to hell. Oh no, I was careless. This punch will either kill or seriously injure him. Seeing the fist as big as a sandbag about to hit him on the head, the 3rd young master crossed his arms to block it. Just when everyone thought that the 3rd young master was going to die, a streak of light streaked across the sky. Boom! The explosion sounded, and the sky was filled with smoke and dust. The smoke was dispersed by the visitor. The 3rd young master was unharmed, but the crazy shark who attacked was smashed into a pulp, with green blood and flesh splattered all over the 3rd young master's body. Look closely. A figure wearing a black and gold dragon-patterned robe was standing on the head of the mad shark. There's a blue water ball floating around. Hello, is this the East Sea capital? Chapter 181. Yes. I'm a good helper of the human race. No one recognized Qin Yuan when they first saw him. After all, they were all in the army and were not very well informed about the outside world. Moreover, Qindu and Donghaidu are thousands of miles apart. The Dragon Empire has a population of 3.5 billion, but not everyone knows him, the Zerg Emperor. The 3rd young master frowned. Kid, where are you from? How dare you steal my monster? Don't you know that I'm the 3rd young master of the Yin family? Qin Yuan put his hands in his pockets and smiled calmly. I saved your life, yet you're still so arrogant? Hai Ling, let him broaden his horizons. Yeah, got it. See Mirror Remake, Shark in the Face. The water spirit quickly transformed, A large number of water molecules gathered and instantly turned into a 30-meter-tall water shark. Not only can it perfectly replicate the opponent's strength, speed, and physique 1:1, but it can also be superimposed with your own strength, unable to copy the other party's genetic skills and talents. Go to hell. The sea spirit shark flashed in front of the third young master, posing in the same posture as the human face shark just attacked, and smashed towards the third young master with a fist as big as a car. This punch carries a force of 1,000 pounds, and there is no way to avoid it. Can only bear it. Come on, it's just a fake fist, don't be so proud. I am also an ancient species. The third young master showed a ferocious look on his face and faced the fist. We are both ancient species, and you want to beat me? At least fight for 3 days and 3 nights, right? Bang. Oops. The third young master was directly punched by Hai Ling and flew 100 meters away. He lay on the ground, and his life or death was unknown. The sea spirit size. Ancient species? That's it. A top ancient shark with the power of the sea spirit's natural disaster level, which can kill ordinary super beasts in one punch. When a natural disaster fights a super beast, it is not a random fight. Qin Yuan quickly looked around and saw a horrifying scene. All black, dark, and overwhelming. There was a Black Death notice hanging above everyone's head, and there was a dead silence. Death time. 3 days later, died in a tsunami. Death time. 3 days later, died in a tsunami. At the time of death, a Moorish lieutenant colonel walked out of the crowd, picked up his weapon, and roared at Qin Yuan. How dare you join these monsters to kill our fellow humans? You are not a human being. Several survivors from the surrounding cities also echoed this. Exactly. You have such a powerful force, but you don't care about the welfare of U.S. humans, and you actually go along with the monsters. Don't you know that the greater your ability, the greater your responsibility? You should protect us and send us to a safe place. Yes, you are so strong. You should go and kill all those monsters instead of bullying humans here. You could be a hero, but you ended up being a rapist? Disgusting. Although Qin Yuan was prepared, he was still shocked by the shamelessness of this group of people. I saved them, but I was blamed for it. It was like invisible bullets hitting Qin Yuan, making him unable to defend himself. I can't see their faces clearly. They stand in the sun, standing on a moral high ground. For this kind of person, Qin Yuan spread his hands. Ah, yes, yes. You are all right. After that, he showed the iconic smile of a sunny and handsome big boy. Indeed, I am very capable, so why don't I help humans? I've thought about this question, so I'll help you. Escape from the sea of suffering. After saying that, he raised his index finger. Field expansion. Ancient hell. Tongue pulling. Duong. Instant. Time seems to be a standstill. Everyone is pulled into the spiritual realm. Anyone who is just cursed will be given 3 days of tongue pulling, 2 days of whipping, and 5 days of chariot laceration in the spiritual world. After playing these projects, there is no bad review. The reason? Only they know. Domain solution. 10 days in the spiritual world is just a moment in the real world. All those who just insulted him lie on the ground, brain dead. It's all over. Qin Yuan faced the remaining audience, all of whom had watched the torture. How is it? It feels so good to be helped, right? I'll only say this once. The entire blue planet is my territory. Killing insects and killing you is the same to me. Don't use those false morals to hold me hostage. You will bear the consequences at your own risk. Why do you have to be tolerant in everything when you are obviously very strong? You are obviously capable, but you pretend to be incompetent? You're obviously not wrong, but you want to pretend that you are wrong? To put it bluntly, all fear comes from insufficient firepower. The truth is only within the range of attack. There's no need to ask so many questions. It's just that I'm not strong enough. They're all people who are powerful in strength, but weak in heart. War is for the sake of no more war. Killing in order not to kill. When the Zerg are annihilated, the world will achieve true unity and true peace for generations. Before the Zerg were destroyed, whoever, whatever the reason, anyone who stands in my way can be killed. I want the world to be my own. Bundi, no need to explain to anyone. No argument. I'll say this one last time. Have your top commander come out to see me. Otherwise, I'll make you all experience the tongue-pulling package. Please, please wait a moment. Everyone was terrified and tried to contact their superiors. The generals were naturally keeping an eye on the situation here, but unfortunately there were obstructions and they could not use telescopes to observe. The herald reported back immediately. Report. The human-faced shark was successfully killed. The officers were delighted. They had been bombarded with reports of damage in the past few days. And finally, there was some good news. This third young master of the Yin family is great. He's very efficient. Yes, you can consider giving him a promotion and a raise. A military marriage is also possible. We just happen to have a daughter. But I heard that this third young master has a crush on Long Yang. Oh, my daughter just came back from Thailand, and she's only half transformed. Isn't that a match made in heaven? Seeing everyone celebrating, the messenger paused and continued. Report. The third young master was also killed. What? They died together? Everyone secretly thought it was a pity. Although this third young master was not a military man, he was also one of the top 3 masters in the Navy's jurisdiction. If he can win them over, it will be a good force. Now he died on a small beach, dying together with a shark. This is the hope for the future of humanity, and a perfect match for the general's daughter. Now it's gone. Alas, God is jealous of talented people. Poor my half-daughter. I will never find such a suitable one again. Report. They didn't die together. They were both killed by the same man. Fuck you. If you breathe so hard again next time, I'll cut off your tools. Tell me, who is the other party? I want its detailed information. Report. The other party is wearing a black dragon robe with golden patterns and has a water ball pet with him. His specific identity has not been ascertained yet. He requests to see the marshal. What? The generals were shocked. How dare you to meet the marshal directly? A lieutenant general stepped forward. Marshal, please let me go meet this person. Marshal Feng nodded and agreed to the lieutenant general's request. After all, as a marshal, he is mainly responsible for planning and strategizing in the rear, and generally will not take risks. The marshal gave his final instructions. He was able to kill 2 super beasts at the same time. This person must be someone powerful. Don't act rashly. Yes, I will keep it in mind. The lieutenant general agreed. Inwardly, dare to be so arrogant. This outsider must be taught a lesson. Chapter 182 Report. Someone is using cheats to clear the screen. On the beach, Qin Yuan absorbed the genes of the insect beasts he killed. As we all know, the more energy is needed to improve strength in the later stages. As the saying goes, a journey of 100 miles begins with a single step. The hints that can be gained by absorbing individual insect beasts are minimal. If it is at the initial stage, it should be able to increase by 8, but now it can only increase by 2. Gene growth rate 97, just a little bit short of meeting 100 of the promotion requirements. How long will it take for your boss to arrive? The soldiers began to whisper to each other. A major came out and saluted Qin Yuan. Report, our commander will be here soon. I want a specific time. Well known, in the dragon language. Wait a moment, that means wait half a day. At least 2 hours. What time? Soon, right? The smile on the major's face is uglier than crying. God knows how long we have to wait. It is not convenient to send a message now. Transportation basically relies on walking. Communication basically relies on shouting. Making money basically relies on stealing. And keeping warm also relies on shivering. But he didn't dare to lie to Qin Yuan, because the man in front of him was a kind-hearted man who would kill without blinking an eye. If he disagreed with him, he might send you out of the sea of suffering. Free one-day tour of hell package. Okay, hurry up. Qin Yuan condensed a sofa bed and prepared to enjoy a sunbath, but found that the sky was covered with dark clouds. Boom! The thunder roared, and it looked like it was going to rain. Did I give you permission to rain? After saying that, he sat up suddenly, pressed down with one fist, and began to gather strength with his muscles. He looked up at the thick dark clouds, smiled disdainfully, and then, raise your hand and punch out. Give me, disperse. Bang! Cloud break. Sunshine. With one punch, the cloud shattered, revealing a circular hole several miles in radius, and the sun shone on the earth again. The dazzling light shines on everyone's face. The moment the aggressive lieutenant general saw Qin Yuan, he was stunned. Stunned on the spot. A confidant beside him whispered to him, Lieutenant General Guinea Pig, everything is ready. I will ask my brothers to give him a warning right away. The guinea pig lieutenant general woke up from his dream and opened his eyes wide. Quick, quick! Don't worry. We have arranged the people, and we will move quickly. Stop it. Fuck. The lieutenant general was furious. He recognized it. This guy is the Insect Emperor. Insect Emperor Qin Yuan. The strongest man in Qin today may also be the strongest man in the world. A terrifying existence with many powerful subordinates, who can take natural disasters as prizes and can make a global announcement with just one word. It's better to mess with Sea Beast than to mess with him. At least you can fight back. It's too late to redeem it. The man in the dark has already taken action. Several soldiers rushed out and sprayed a special drug towards Qin Yuan, which could confuse people's minds. Once inhaled, you are at the mercy of others. But, then poison? Are you serious? Qin Yuan doesn't even need to do it himself. Sea Spirit. Yeah, got it. 10 water jets were sent out instantly. Swish, swish, swish. In one encounter, all 10 people were cut into mosaics and fell to the ground. Qin Yuan raised his eyes and looked at the other party, frowning immediately. 1 lieutenant general and 2 major generals. Your marshal didn't even send an admiral, and you're still trying to test him. Do you want to die? The lieutenant general was so frightened that he knelt down on one knee, and sweat began to appear on his forehead. Your Majesty, the Insect Emperor, please calm down. I didn't know it was the Insect Emperor who was here, otherwise the marshal would have come to greet you personally. Sizzle, sizzle. Puff. The confidant next to the lieutenant general had his head pierced by a laser. With a bang, the body fell to the ground, eyes wide open. Don't be mean to me. You'll die. Qin Yuan had walked up to the crowd without knowing when. He glanced around, but no one dared to look at him. The seventh sense can not only predict the future, but also sense malice and murderous intent. Anyone who has malicious intent to kill him. Everyone must die. I won't even give you a chance to make trouble. Truly nip the danger in the bud. The lieutenant general was so frightened that he trembled with fear, his legs shaking. He had no idea what was going on and thought Qin Yuan's behavior was the emperor's capricious mood. 2BT. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Your Majesty, I will take you to see the marshal now. Well, let's go. Everyone was about to leave, but the sea beasts in the distance refused to let them go. They surrounded them densely. Among them are many 100-meter giants. The sea monster didn't seem to intend to let everyone go. The lieutenant general's clothes were soaked. He didn't want to stay with Qin Yuan for even a second. Too dangerous. Not only is he invincible, but the opponents who want to kill him are also extremely powerful. Your Majesty, these monsters seem to be coming for you. No need to pretend, they just come to find me. Qin Yuan raised his eyebrows. Needless to say, it must be that god behind the scenes. I really want to kill myself all the time. Is it the end of the month to achieve performance goals? So anxious. Raise your right hand and aim at the many sea beasts in front of you. A flat A. Enough. Dark crystal shattering ray. Buzz. A purple light flashed, and a sizzling sound of electricity was heard. Sizzle, sizzle. Swish. Sweep. A solid V-shaped purple decomposition beam emanated from Qin Yuan's hand, clearing the sea beasts in a fan-shaped pattern. Let everyone see. What is the real clear screen? Swish. The entire coastline is quiet. Everything in front of us, whether it was insects, mountains, or buildings, was cut flat. Hills turned into plains in seconds. Water fake? All the officers' faces changed, and they were all furious. Fuck, is this a humanoid laser cannon? Wow, this one shot is enough for us to take in a month. 1 month supply? You'd better say it's a bug beast. This power is simply inhuman. We honestly fight monsters and level up. He directly opened the... What a non-human. Maybe this is the limit of what humans can do. His starting point is our limit. No, maybe humans can't reach such a height. Is this the Insect Emperor? Chapter 183, The Most Capable General. Strategy Room. The messenger came to report as soon as possible. Report. News has come from the front line that the identity of the person has been found out, and the probability that he is the Insect Emperor Qin Yuan is 99. Seeing the marshal remain silent, the general frowned and scolded. What about the other one? Report. There is still one left. It must be the Insect Emperor Qin Yuan. Nonsense. The entire conference room fell silent. Everyone looked at the marshal, but he remained calm. When the Insect Emperor comes, I will talk to him alone. As soon as these words came out, the generals began to whisper to each other, and the general came out with anxious eyes to persuade. Marshal! Feng Bujue waved his hand. No need to say more. I mean nothing. Your Excellency, Marshal. The marshal was deeply moved by the exhortations of the people around him. He is indeed a veteran who has followed me for decades. I care about my own safety. Although we are not related by blood, we are a family that loves each other. They're the imperial warriors who live and die together. Having brothers like this makes my life worthwhile. Think of this. The marshal looked dignified and went to die generously. This is for the future of our 400,000-man navy. You don't have to stop me anymore. No, you misunderstood. What I want to ask is how to divide the inheritance. The soldiers hurriedly asked. Yes, yes. Who will take over after you die? There are 3 admirals and 12 admirals now. Marshal, after you die, what will happen to the 3.5 months' salary that is owed? And the marshal said last time that I would be promoted to admiral. Fuck, he told me the same thing. Fuck, me too. What a coincidence. Seeing that his cake was about to fall out, the marshal coughed twice to interrupt the conversation. Everyone, I'm not dead yet. Please restrain yourself. If I die, the most capable general will be the marshal. Everyone was shocked. Who can be called the most capable person? The radical among the 3 admirals of the Navy? Or conservatives? Or inaction? That person is. Everyone held their breath. Major General of our headquarters, Feng Jinxing. Fuck, isn't that your son? And he's only 8 years old. I was still in the 3rd grade of elementary school, but you promoted me to Major General. My only achievement was defeating the study committee member of the small class in kindergarten. Just when everyone wanted to refute. Boom, boom, boom. There's a knock on the door. Marshal, His Majesty the Insect Emperor has arrived. The marshal immediately changed his face to a serious one and looked at the generals around him. Get out, everyone. I want to talk to His Majesty the Insect Emperor alone. Yes, Marshal. The generals withdrew. Seeing everyone walking away, the marshal personally went to the door to greet them. The moment he saw Qin Yuan, he immediately put on a smiling face and quickly walked forward to shake hands with Qin Yuan. He looked like a flatterer, just like the base commander I'd seen before. Welcome to the Insect Emperor. I am Feng Bujiwe, the current admiral of the Navy. Oh, hello. The two shook hands and walked into the office. The more people know Qin Yuan, the more they fear his power. A creature that can survive in the center of a nuclear bomb. The strongest creature on Earth. Your Majesty, please drink some KB. This is a special supply that was specially transported here. Please try it. Do you want to eat M99 steak? Let's not waste any more time. I came here this time to get a map of the coastal area and related information. With a map, you can tell the direction and not get lost. Need to know. Humans have exploited less than one of the ocean, not to mention that the Earth has expanded dozens of times. The ocean is boundless, and strong updrafts can wipe out pheromones, making it easy to get lost in the ocean. Yes, we have everything Your Majesty wants, but I have an unwelcome request. I wonder if I should say it or not. If you're paid enough, then speak up. If you're not paid, then shut up. Take a look, is this enough? The marshal mysteriously took out a box with a dog-licking smile on his face. When I opened it, I found it was a genetic weapon. Ancient hermit crab snail, orange 1 star. Rubbish. Orange weapons may be a treasure to others, but they are really useless to me. The marshal was startled. This is an orange weapon. Even the Insect Emperor doesn't like it. It seems that I can only use my own treasure. Your Majesty, please look at this again. The marshal gritted his teeth and took out a purple meteorite from his pocket. Level 2 Awakening Stone, purple 5 stars. Your Majesty, this is a top-quality meteorite. It can help the insect people to awaken new talents when they break through the 2nd level. I didn't even sell it to others who offered 1,000,000 crystal cores. It's an absolute treasure at this stage. Qin Yuan took out the Awakening Core from his body. Awakening, is this what you mean? 2nd level Awakening Core, gold 1 star. A golden irregular core was taken out, and the dazzling light was so bright that the marshal couldn't open his eyes. Fuck, so flashy. Gold product? Oh my god, golden legend. There really is a golden legend in the world. I have always thought it was a rumor, but today I see that it is indeed true. As expected, he is the Insect Emperor. The marshal was shocked at first, but soon adjusted his mindset and smiled confidently. But it doesn't matter. I still have a hidden treasure, which is 2nd order gene breakthrough potion. This is a secret that is never passed down in the world, an exclusive recipe. Even the Insect Emperor would definitely feel itchy. Once taken out, he will definitely cry and beg me to give him a bottle. Chapter 184, I will only tell you this secret. Qin Yuan took out a bottle of medicine from the space mirror. Look, this is a 2nd level super limit breakthrough potion. If it's anything lower than this quality, don't take it out. The marshal's smile froze, and he was about to reach for the medicine when his hand was forcibly interrupted, so he retracted it. 2nd order super limit breakthrough potion? Just by listening to the name, It sounds 7 or 8 levels higher than the second level breakthrough potion I prepared. It was predicted. This wave is an all-round attack. Well, now that things have come to this, I will no longer hide my incompetence. Oh, anything else? Qin Yuan raised his eyebrows. Could it be that the other party really has something that is more powerful than the second-level genetic medicine? Could it be a secret treasure from the sea? Clues to the artifact? I have 9 daughters and 2 sons. Stop. You should leave your daughter to your son. That's not what I meant. My 9 daughters and 2 sons discovered a secret place when they were out for a trip. I would like to give it to your majesty. Secret place? I have heard of it before, but it has always been controlled by powerful forces, and ordinary people know very little about the secret realm. Only the leaders of the big forces know what is inside, but the things that many big forces want are obviously not ordinary goods. Okay, the deal is done. Tell me your wish. The marshal was delighted. Thank you, your majesty. Thank you, your majesty. It is the army that has forced us into a desperate situation. I beg your majesty to help me. Qin Yuan's eyes lit up with greed. There's such a good thing. Wouldn't that mean you can have the best of both worlds? Great. I'll take care of it for you. Get everything ready for me, and we'll set off quickly. Old rules. Collect money first, then do the work. Regardless of whether the matter is done or not, the money must be collected. All rights of interpretation belong to Qin Yuan. Soon, intelligence, sea beast illustrations, coastal maps, secret maps, and a new compass were available. All presented. Qin Yuan directly threw them all into the space mirror. Let's go and meet this army general. District 16 of Donghai Metropolis has been separated by the Army and Navy. The Army occupied 9 areas and called it Donghai New Capital, and the Navy occupied 7 areas and called it Donghai Original Capital. Donghai Shindu recruited another 600,000 insect soldiers, adding to the original 800,000 soldiers, a total of 1.4 million troops. After declaring independence, it has become the largest force in the surrounding area. Donghai was not independent and still carried the banner of the Dragon Empire, holding high the banner of justice, recruiting 300,000 insect soldiers, plus its own 400,000 navy, a total of 700,000 troops. The third largest force in the surrounding area. There's also a civilian organization, the Sea God Society, which has 900,000 civilian masters joining it and has become the second largest force in the East China Sea metropolis. It has many supporters behind it and should not be underestimated. Qin Yuan listened to the information given by the marshal silently, lying on the sofa and drinking iced beer. What's the point of you arguing? Anyway, 3 days later. Forget it, it's better for you not to know. Without exception, everyone who passed by died 3 days later. If nothing unexpected happens, that day should be the day when the sky-swallowing whale king descends. The huge waves of 10,000 meters are coming, and no one can save them. The marshal obviously saw the clue and knelt on one knee with his hands clasped together. Your Majesty, can you also see the great disaster 3 days from now? Can you tell me what kind of disaster it will be? Also, could it be that one of your men is able to predict the future? Yes, Your Majesty. To be honest, a soldier has awakened the ability to predict the future, but he can only predict that everyone will die. He has no idea what disaster will be or how they will die. Qin Yuan paused. Since you've given me so many gifts, it's okay for me to tell you, but remember, the best I could do is keep you and your family alive, and don't worry about anyone else. Because all the karma from saving people will be counted on Qin Yuan. Ever since I could see death, I have always been surrounded by a strange power that transcends the rules. Once you change someone else's death, you will be entangled by this power. Qin Yuan called it karma, or the force of destiny. If you can't see someone's death and try to change it, it won't have any effect. But if you see it and then try to change the fate, then you'll be entangled by karma. The specific mechanism is unknown, and the specific role of karma is unknown. It is currently speculated to be a kind of bad luck, no matter saving people or killing people. Killing someone is better. It only means you die earlier. The karma is minimal. Saving people is different. It is equivalent to extending their lives. The karma is extremely huge. 3 days later, he died in a tsunami. You mean if a tsunami hits, how big would the area be? How many people would die? 10,000 meters, all. The marshal's pupils suddenly shrank. 10,000 meter tsunami. The entire coastline is dead? This can't be considered a natural disaster. This is the end of the world. Soon, the two arrived at their destination in a luxury RV. Neutral Ground Negotiation Office. Ping and Hotel. The Northern Army has deployed hundreds of thousands of troops, while the Southern Navy has retreated dozens of miles. It's like, what are you afraid of? Could it be? Are you afraid of me? Seeing this, Army General Wang Chi raised his mouth and was secretly delighted. It's me as expected. What does it mean that just by showing up, our army can make the Navy retreat dozens of miles? This means today's negotiations are almost certain to win. The Navy can only surrender to me, Wang Chi. All troops, listen to my command. Push forward another 2 miles. Push on them and step on their faces. Yes, General. The adjutant hesitated and said, General, it seems the other party has brought a young helper with him. No problem. What kind of storm can one helper cause? Wang Chi raised his head proudly. Look at me today. How to severely humiliate this old man and the rubbish helpers he brought with him. Trample them under my feet, kneel on the ground, and sing Conquer for me. Sing all night long. Let everyone see. Who is the boss? Who is the master of this East China Sea capital? Chapter 185. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Outside Ping and Hotel. Tens of thousands of soldiers from the army pressed forward and surrounded the entire negotiation camp. There were only 3 people in Ping and Hotel: Marshal, Qin Yuan, and the messenger. There are army personnel everywhere outside. 300 guards of honor lead the way. Wang Chi, the former army general, was wearing sunglasses and a golden dragon-patterned robe and drove down from the door in a golden sedan pulled by 8 horses. The 10 personal guards are all perfect insects in the front, and the 3 super beast-level bodyguards are in the back. It is also a top-level super beast. At this moment, he held his head high, with an arrogant look on his face, and the expensive cigar in his hand was still emitting white smoke. Before anyone arrived, the sound of wild laughter reached everyone's ears. Ha 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 ha. Feng Bujue, you old fool, it's been such a long time. I never thought you would have this day. If you crawl through my crotch today and eat the dog shit I stepped on today, maybe I can spare your life. The marshal's face changed after hearing this. Not good. He is giving me some time. I didn't attract any hatred from the insect emperor. Eyes turn around. Immediately rebuke. Wang Chi, what do you mean? Why are you verbally insulting the 3 of us? Wang Chi was confused. 3 people? When did I insult 3 people? Wasn't he referring to you by name? Is this old guy crazy? But to me, 1 or 3 are the same. It doesn't matter. So what? I'm here today just to humiliate the 3 of you. Do you think I won't dare to touch you just because you brought 2 little bastards here? I'm telling you, today all 3 of you have to crawl through my crotch, finish my golden juice, and give me a good review before you can leave. After saying that, he looked towards the 2 of them. One is Feng Bujue's new messenger, whom I got to know through intelligence. Why does the other one look so familiar? I was only paying attention to that old man Feng Bujue, and I didn't notice the 2 young men. Huh, this young man. It seems like I've seen it somewhere before. Wang Chi lowered his head and stretched out his fingers to move his sunglasses down an inch. Looking at Qin Yuan. Oh my God. His hands suddenly began to tremble like Parkinson's disease, his legs went limp, and his whole body collapsed like a puddle of mud. Brother, Your Majesty. Several guards around him quickly helped Wang Chi to stabilize his body. Wang Chi looked frightened and stared at Qin Yuan with wide eyes. Insect Emperor Qin Yuan. It's over, I'm dead now. I just spoke rudely to the Insect Emperor. This guy is a big shot who can take natural disasters as prizes. Danger level, natural disaster or above. The real super boss. Damn it. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty has come to visit us. I am sorry for not coming in person to greet you. The surrounding guards were all stunned. Aren't we already independent? Where did Your Majesty come from? Besides, don't our generals all call themselves minor generals? How did they become minor officials? Is the general confused? As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Chi's legs softened and he was about to kneel down, but was pulled up by the guards around him. Your Majesty, you can't do that. How can you kneel down as the ruler of a country? Wang Chi's lips trembled. Where was he that I knelt to? This kneeling is your own life. One of the guards stepped forward with his sword drawn. The king must have been bewitched by the demon in front of him. You take good care of the king, while I kill the demon and restore his clarity of mind. The guards rushed forward. Little Haling stretched out her watery little hands. Bang! A big pocket. Guard defeated. Brothers, form a formation. The other 7 guards looked at each other, nodded, and stepped forward, pointing their swords at Qin Yuan. The 7 of us are the aces of the army. We have practiced sword formations for a long time. Today, we will kill you with our swords. Array. Long snake formation. The 7 people first formed into the Big Dipper formation, then quickly closed together to form a straight long snake formation. The exquisiteness of this formation. Even Qin Yuan was shocked. Isn't this just queuing? I don't know what nonsense you were talking about. Brothers, activate the formation and charge forward. Oh, is there still a formation breakthrough? Could it be that I really misunderstood them? I had never heard of formations in my previous life. I never thought I would be able to see such an exquisite formation in this life. Let me see it for myself. Formation advance. Long snake formation start. 7 people began to line up and rush forward one by one. Fuck, isn't this just a queue? What the hell is this formation? Chun Chun is the Calabash brothers who saved his grandfather. Sent one by one. As expected, Xiao Hailing opened her arms and moved left and right. Pa. They shot from both sides, and several big eyes rushed in and carried them all away. The leader of the 7 men, lying on the ground, struggled to support his body and said the last sentence. You are so strong that you actually broke our formation. Yes, I lost. The 3 super beasts immediately wanted to attack, but were quickly stopped by Wang Qi, who had recovered. Stop it. This is the strongest person in the world, the Emperor of the Zerg Emperor Qin Yuan. What? Times 3. Everyone was shocked. The person opposite was actually the Insect Emperor, the super powerful man who had called for the world's first insect beast conference yesterday. But Qindu is at least 10,000 miles away from here. How did it get here? Wang Qi kneels on one knee with his hands clasped. I didn't know it was your majesty who came just now. I'm sorry for the offense. I hope your majesty will forgive me. We should learn to judge the situation. As the saying goes, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge after 30 years. Then, wait another 30 years. Qin Yuan stood up and stood in front of everyone. The stone bricks under his feet cracked, and countless bones tumbled up. A throne of bones rises from the ground. Qin Yuan supported his chin with one hand, sat casually on the throne, and looked at the people below the stage with contempt. Your name is Wang Qi, right? To be honest, I still like the way you were rebellious just now. Chapter 186, I will only tell you 2 this secret. Feng Buji knelt down, and Wang Qi also knelt down. They used to fear the imperial power, but now they fear a slap in the face. After Qin Yuan drove away the others, he left the 2 of them alone. Wang Qi, there is no need for you 2 to fight anymore. I'm going to tell you a secret now. I will only tell you 2 this secret. Feng Bujue always felt that these words were familiar. 3 days later, everyone will die in a 10,000-meter-high tsunami, so there is no need for you to fight for territory. Feng Bujue knew something about the future, so he was prepared and was not too surprised. Wang Qi was stunned when he heard the news. 10,000-meter tsunami. How terrifying would that be? You know, a 100-story building is only about 300 meters high, and the highest peak in the world is only 8,888 meters above sea level. A 10,000-meter tsunami is as high as more than 3,000 buildings. It can even submerge the world's highest peak. If it is tens of thousands of meters, it will be even more terrifying. Thinking of this, Wang Qi's lips trembled. Your Majesty, save me. Qin Yuan looked at Wang Qi and showed his signature smile of sunny boy. Of course, as long as the money is enough, everything will be fine. When Wang Qi heard this, he immediately started giving out his best treasures. Your Majesty, I see your clothes are made of ordinary cicada silk. Our army has professional combat uniforms. I wonder if you like them? Oh, that's fine. In addition, our army also has a fully staffed large aircraft carrier fleet, hundreds of top beauties, and hundreds of tons of gold. We are willing to worship Qin and become its vassal state. Well, modify the aircraft carrier. Wait, aren't you from the army? Where did you get the aircraft carrier? The Navy has no fleet, but the army has aircraft carriers. What are you playing? Wang Qi smiled awkwardly. Hee. I snatched it from the Navy during the chaos, but I didn't dare to use it after the sea monsters attacked, so I left it at the aircraft carrier factory. The crew also got it, so you don't have to worry about it. Qin Yuan looked at Feng Bujue with sympathy. This old guy was really weak. His equipment was stolen in the sea, and he couldn't win the battle on land. Okay, it's settled. Hurry up and get everything ready. I'm going to the sea. Going into the sea. The Insect Emperor is actually going to the sea. Wang Qi was the first to stop it. Your Majesty, this is impossible. This sea monster is countless times more numerous than the land monster. It is so powerful that it even destroyed the aircraft carrier of the United States. Qin Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Aircraft carriers can be destroyed. There's a large shipment. Beautiful American aircraft carrier? Don't they have nuclear warheads? What destroyed it? Where? I don't know the specifics, but the report said that the U.S. aircraft carrier was observed sinking southeast of Daesan Island. Fierce fighting broke out before the sinking, and it was suspected that a nuclear warhead was launched. Southeast of Daesan Island? I wonder if the sky-swallowing whale king is there? Looks like I need to go and find out for myself. By the way, find 2 people who can read maps and navigators and prepare a month's worth of food for me. Everyone else is going to die anyway, so don't waste the supplies. When the 2 bosses walked out of the ping and hotel arm in arm, hundreds of thousands of soldiers outside were stunned. What's going on? Aren't they sworn enemies? Feng Bujue held Wang Qi's hand, looked at him affectionately, and said, General, you are truly a hero among men. A real man can bend and stretch as needed. You are indeed a coward. Ha ha. Hey, that's wrong. The marshal is also a mean person. We're the same. Ha ha. The 2 looked at each other, understood each other, and laughed in unison. They returned to their respective territories and began to prepare supplies and the necessary personnel for Qin Yuan. First, Wang Qi returned to the new EC capital and immediately summoned all the soldiers. Immediately gathered 300 of the most beautiful girls, aged between 18 and 20, to serve as maids for His Majesty the Insect Emperor. Also, call the most famous navigator in the city. Price is not an issue. Prepare a year's worth of food, fruits and vegetables, and canned goods, which are expected to be sent to the aircraft carrier. By the way, prepare 20 sets of the latest model combat uniforms for His Majesty, and get the materials to the best quality. Go ahead. Yes. After everyone left, Wang Qi secretly ordered his deputy. Within 3 days, within 2 days, prepare a refugee ship that can carry 1,000 people. It must be sturdy and durable. Then seal all the supplies on the top of the mountain. Try to choose something that is not easily corroded. But Your Majesty, how can we build a ship in 2 days? And why should we put the supplies on the top of the mountain? The temperature there is high and they will easily spoil. Don't worry about it. Just spend 2 days to modify a boat. Food matters need to be arranged as soon as possible, with canned goods being given priority. Yes. Marshal Feng Bujue also ordered people to speed up the construction of ships and equip Qin Yuan with 1,000 sailors and 1,000 maintenance workers. While everyone is busy, Qin Yuan seemed very relaxed and started to stroll around the city. By the way, let's see if there is any Destiny child. Anyone who can survive after 3 days must be the child of destiny. But unfortunately, after walking for 2 hours, the crowd was filled with a dark mass of words. Died 3 days later, killed by the waves. 3 days later, without exception, the end of total destruction, until you reach a corner. There are actually people who survived. Chapter 187, The 3 Musketeers of Poseidon, Very Fast Swords. Street corner. A woman who was being forcibly conscripted, surrounded by several strong insect soldiers. Died in 3 days, died in the waves, changing the fate of death. Then there is a causal line connected to myself. How can this be the child of destiny? It's obviously the butterfly effect that I brought about. Good guy. After a long time, the clown is actually me. The girl has shoulder-length hair, a clean face, an oval face, healthy wheat-colored skin, and a curvy figure. She is a heroic beauty, struggling and shouting at this moment. Let me go. What have I done wrong? Why are you arresting me? Bug soldier expressionless. Ning Lilu, a national first-class navigator, 19 years old, graduated from the Dragon Empire School for Geniuses, stole state secrets 12 times, with a total amount of up to 100 million, right? Listen to me, I am innocent. Take away. Several insect people came forward, twisted Ning Lulu's arms, handcuffed her behind her back, and forced her to walk forward. Help! This shout attracted a crowd of onlookers, but when they saw that it was a bug warrior from the army, the crowd moved aside and no one dared to step forward to stop him. Seeing this scene, Ning Lulu felt desperate. Is this city only controlled by these evil people? I am afraid I will be insulted today. Stop! 3 masked insect men with swords appear. How dare you kidnap a woman in broad daylight? Is there still law? Is there still law? Don't be afraid, beauty. Let the 3 musketeers of the Sea God Society come to save you today. I'm the eldest brother, Hao Jian. I'm the second brother, Dang, Jian. I am the third silver sword. A good silver combination? The three musketeers of Poseidon. The soldier squad leader's face changed, and he reached for his sword, showing an interested expression. What a coincidence! I am also a swordsman. Do you dare to have a duel between swordsmen? The boss Hao Jin took the lead and stood up. Come on, let's fight like real men. All right, swordsman duel. Start times 2. The two men stood opposite each other. Their eyes met, and a burst of sword energy broke out. Sparks seemed to appear in the air. Hao Jin lowered his head, pressed his body downward, and slid his left foot backward, like a cheetah about to run. Right hand on the handle. Charge. Sword slash. Aye aye. American style burst. The handle of the knife opened a small hole and bullets poured out. Da 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 da. This sudden attack broke the captain's waist, and he was injured before he could react. Blood flowers blooming on the body. With a bang, falling to the ground, it was difficult to say 2 words. So fast and cheap. Hao Jian showed a grim smile. Brother, times have changed. Second brother, third brother, grab your weapons. The other 2 swordsmen took out their AK-47s and fired at the insect soldiers on the opposite side. Da da da. The Zerg soldiers fought back, and a gunfight ensued. In a short period of time, many passersby were killed or injured. A few minutes later, the insect soldiers were wiped out and the girl was kidnapped. Drive it to a dilapidated factory building. Ning Lulu hurriedly thanked. Thank you 3 heroes for saving me today. I will repay you all when I return. I want to leave after saying that. But the third brother, In Jian, blocked his way with a lewd smile on his face, and his 2 hands were ready to grab. Hey, little sister, there's no need to wait for you to come back. Report to your brothers now. Hee. Third brother is right. After the apocalypse, we turned into insect beasts and have never touched a woman. My second brother is so jealous. Huh, brother, you know me. I am not interested in women. Didn't my second brother say that you? Although they were arguing, the 3 insect beasts slowly surrounded the girl. Oh, don't come over here. Hey, just keep yelling. The more you yell, the more excited we get. Ha ha ha. Just out of the tiger's den. It's like a wolf's den. Why are all these male creatures like this? A magnetic male voice sounded in everyone's ears. What do you guys want to do to my navigator? Everyone turned their heads to look. At some point, a handsome man with black hair and black eyes was sitting on an abandoned desk a few meters away. No, not sitting. He was suspended on the desk by the water flow, and there was a blue water ball as big as a basketball floating next to him. Boy, do you dare to have a swordsman duel? American style, sword slash? Qin Yuan did not answer, but looked at Hai Ling. Hai Ling, kill them all except that girl. Hey. The 3 musketeers weren't afraid at all. Do you think the 3 of us were scared? Haha, a small water ball wants to kill us 3 musketeers? What are you dreaming about, kid? Let me show you our swordsmanship. Second brother, third brother, come on. Show him how powerful we are. Okay, big brother. Go. The 2 swordsmen raised their swords and moved forward, while the boss slowly retreated. It's just a small basketball. How can it cause such a big uproar? Even if you can turn the world upside down, don't even think about killing me. Hao Jian. See Mirror Remake. Shark in the face. Instantly, a miniature shark stood in front of everyone, grinning. Sea Strike. Water shark. Controlling the power of water, he transformed into countless small sharks and madly bit the 2 swordsmen in front of him. Flash sale. Seeing this, Hao Jian ran away. But how could he outrun Shui Ling's attack? Water jet cutting. A beam of water light cut Hao Jian's head directly, and the 2 brothers were eaten by sharks without leaving any residue. 3 villains dead. The little sea spirit transformed into a spherical shape again, clapped its hands, and showed a satisfied smile. Done. Ning Lulu looked horrified. Finished. Here comes a tougher one. What a sin. Chapter 188 sets sail, and the journey begins. Inside an abandoned building. The imagined violence did not come. Instead, Qin Yuan smiled and stretched out his right hand. Welcome to my team, navigator. Ning Lulu reached out her hand for some unknown reason and was gently pulled up by Qin Yuan. Thanks. This man, he is still so young. How can you be so handsome? Come with me, navigator. What do you mean by navigator? I haven't finished my thesis yet. Hai Ling didn't ask for her opinion and just packed it up with water and took it away. Weak chicken, no right to speak. The 2 soon arrived at the aircraft carrier factory by the sea. Even though it was heavily guarded, it was still harassed by sea beasts. The sound of gunfire continues. A lieutenant general had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Qin Yuan coming, he immediately took him to the shipyard and all the way to the inner harbor. This is where the aircraft carrier fleet is parked. Your Majesty, there are many sea beasts in the deep sea. Please be careful. After the army seized the aircraft carrier, they did not dare to sail out because the sea was too dangerous. Various huge sea beasts attacked the ships on the sea. Qin Yuan waved his hand upon hearing this. No problem. With Hai Ling as my bodyguard, most sea beasts can't even get close to me. Everyone came to the front of the aircraft carrier formation. Looking at this 20-story high aircraft carrier, it is very spectacular. The fleet consists of a 300-meter long and 60-meter high aircraft carrier, 3 cruisers for frigates, 2 nuclear-powered attack submarines, and 2 logistic support fleets, a total of 11 ships forming the aircraft carrier formation. There is also a giant yacht in the middle, which is responsible for Qin Yuan's food, clothing, housing, transportation, eating, drinking, and entertainment. The fleet also carries more than 60 fighters, including early warning aircraft, bombers, reconnaissance aircraft, combat helicopters, etc. There are about 6,000 people in total, all ready to go at any time. Qin Yuan looked at the aircraft carrier formation in front of him and smiled with satisfaction. Good. It's a good bait. As long as the sky-swallowing Whale King can be hoisted up, then my plan can be carried out ahead of schedule. Let's get on board, navigator, etc. Xiao Hailing didn't even look at her. She just sealed her mouth and took her to the boat. Seeing her in such a miserable state, I can't say anything good, so I'd better shut up. The yacht is very large, all white, 180 meters long, with 4 floors above the deck and 3 floors below. The cabin is equipped with a 16-meter-long infinity pool, a dance hall, a restaurant, a library, an esports room, etc. Qin Yuan and his men walked onto the deck. On both sides were beautiful women aged 18 to 20 wearing high-slit cheongsams. There were nearly 100 people in a row. When they saw Qin Yuan, they all knelt on the ground. Welcome to His Majesty, the Insect Emperor. His Majesty, the Insect Emperor? Ning Lulu at the side finally reacted. Are you the Insect Emperor, Qin Yuan? Why? Isn't it obvious? Qin Yuan spread out his hands. He was the first person in the world to make a statement. Was his popularity so low? Seeing that the other party was about to be shocked, Qin Yuan directly interrupted the spell. Don't be shocked. Look at these maps. How long will it take to find these points? After that, Qin Yuan handed all the maps and new direction pointers he had obtained to Ning Lulu. Secret map, Sea Beast map, early meteorite fall map. With the help of the new pointer, we can determine the location during the day tomorrow. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. The beautiful lady who looked like a supervisor came forward and led everyone to the restroom. Several people walked into the cabin separately. The interior of the cabin is designed like a palace. From the floor to the chandelier, it is full of luxury. It's dusk now. Thick fog rose from the sea, and huge black shadows move from time to time in the dark deep sea. Seabed. The little sea spirit turns into a guardian beast to block any sea beasts that want to approach. Natural disaster as bodyguard. Who can get close? Nightfall. The little sea spirit who was patrolling on the seabed heard a strange cry. Sea spirit, I am your real father. I am the embodiment of the will of the earth. Go, destroy the ships above, and kill Qin Yuan. A divine force entered the sea spirit's body. Hai Ling's eyes turned golden. His mind began to be infected by divine power, and his expression gradually became ferocious. A humanoid figure emerged from the seabed, with the corners of his mouth stretched to his ears, revealing an exaggerated smile. Success. In this sea, Hai Ling definitely has the power to kill Qin Yuan, and the world will eventually return to normal. Balance is the truth. Inside the cabin, Dongji. Qin Yuan's seventh sense was passively triggered, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Oops, not good. I'm going to eat bitter melon for lunch tomorrow. Dongji. Bang. A jet of water pierced out from the bottom of the sea, piercing through the board and across Qin Yuan's face. The wound healed instantly before it had time to bleed. Following closely behind were countless water blades that crossed the cruise ship and directly cut the entire cruise ship in half. Boom. Sea spirit. No. Is it that wretched god again? He stayed in the dark every day and didn't even have the courage to look at Qin Yuan. But it did cause a lot of trouble. Annoying god. Almighty control, enlightenment. Full power. The all-round control of the 20-kilometer range is carried out in 3 dimensions with Qin Yuan as the center, and everything within the control is in full view. Damn it, you're a god. Why are you so wretched? Even with all powerful control turned on, he still couldn't find the other party. He is really a coward. Cowardly and troublemaking. A strange loud noise came from the bottom of the sea, and a 100-meter tall water giant condensed into shape, with golden light in his eyes, and punched Qin Yuan with his fist. Almighty rule Sanskrit. Hailing, wake up! Seeing that Hai Ling didn't react, Qin Yuan transformed into insect man mode and prepared to teach his disobedient brother a lesson. In that case, I'll wake you up. Chapter 189, New Mythical Level. Atomic State, Nuclear Explosion, Amp Mode. The whole body is shining with golden light, like a little sun. First, he aimed a purple destructive ray at the bottom of the sea, killing a group of sea beasts that were waiting for him. Then, his whole body turned into light particles and sailed away into the distance. Come over here and fight, little Hailing. The little sea spirit has merged with the sea. At present, it seems that the only way is to exhaust its physical strength or beat it until it regains its sanity. Hai Ling followed Qin Yuan all the way to the sea level, and a battle between man and the sea began. Two seagulls fly across the sky. One has red hair and one has green hair. Hey, look man, what is that guy doing? The green-haired seagull looked over and saw a small golden sun attacking the sea with lasers. Eyes light up. Oh, could it be that it is making a fool at the sea? The red-haired seagull was silent. No wonder the thing on your head is green. There's obviously a battle going on over there, okay? Do you remember the mission Queen Seagull gave us? Monitor all ships at sea and find the ghost ship. Angu, go find a boat. I'll monitor these two fighting creatures. Okay, I'll leave pheromones along the way, and you'll meet up with me as soon as possible. After that, the two birds separated, and the green-feathered seagull looked towards the battlefield again, only to see Qin Yuan's golden hat. So flashy. Nuclear fission and ultra-high temperature fission rays. The golden sun hanging over the sea at night shoots countless laser rays at the sea below. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rays split and hit the sea water, causing a violent explosion. Boom, boom. Gurgle, gurgle. The entire sea area was boiled to 100 degrees Celsius, with a large number of bubbles coming out and white steam rising from the sea surface. Hai Ling was not to be outdone and released thousands of water jets, which hit Qin Yuan but did not cause any harm. One atomic state, one water elemental form. Normal attacks can't hurt anyone. On the contrary, all the fish swimming around died. Qin Yuan grinned, showing his white teeth. As expected of my chosen subordinate, he is quite capable. Don't die. After saying this, Qin Yuan raised his hands flat in front of his chest, and a burst of destructive energy was released, making a crackling sound of electricity in his chest. Nuclear explosion, collapsing star cannon. There! The red light lit up, illuminating the entire sea area like daylight. Call out! A red beam several dozen meters long rushed into the seabed and hit the sea spirit's body. Sizzle. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. The sea was shaken, and huge waves of 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. Huge waves. It turned out to be a sea spirit that had not yet died, bringing with it a huge wave. However, its divine power has been reduced by more than half, which means that the collapsed star cannon still caused considerable damage to it, and it can only use divine power to repair the damage. Dirty God, I will warn you one last time. If it happens again, I will blast the rules of destruction into the center of the earth, causing the blue planet to self-destruct, and no one will survive. After saying that, he looked at Hai Ling. Destroy divine power. Ouch! A painful wail emanated from the sea spirit, and all its divine power was destroyed. But he also suffered serious injuries. He turned back into a blue water ball elf. His eyes were no longer murderous and violent, but full of guilt and fear. Your Majesty, I am sorry. Hai Ling, why don't you withdraw your ultimate move first before apologizing? The huge waves are getting stronger and stronger, and have reached a height of 1,000 meters. If this continues, it is not impossible to have a wave of 10,000 meters. This made Qin Yuan wonder, was it really the sky-swallowing whale king that caused the waves 3 days later? It can't be that it's still my fault, right? Your Majesty. Hai Ling has no strength to stop it. After being beaten by Qin Yuan, Hai Ling used up all his energy to recover, and used the last of his energy to launch the wave attack. Now he really has no energy left. Then I'll do it. How strong is the kinetic energy carried by a 1,000-meter wave? It is equivalent to a hydrogen bomb of 10 million tons exploding on the sea surface, which can instantly engulf 1 million people in Neon Country. Qin Yuan spread his wings, showed the red gem on his chest, and aimed at the 1,000-meter-high waves. Rules of destruction, full power. Start. The kinetic energy of the 1,000-meter wave is still there, but the seawater is cut directly in half. Only 1 meter was destroyed, 1 meter horizontally. Rules of destruction and death. Fusion. Death, destruction, fall. Almighty control town. A powerful force of rules burst out, suppressing the entire sea area. Stare at. Everything is quiet. The world is peaceful. A trace of golden blood flows out from the left eye. The side effects of the Eye of Death are back, the backlash of the power of rules. Back off, back off. Disordered rules, rejecting backlash. Reject success, backfire failure. Oh, young artifact, don't try to take advantage of me. The eyeballs moved a few times and then returned to normal. Hylian, go back. Wait, why is there still divine power left in you? At this time, the sea spirit also exuded divine power, but unlike the golden divine power, it exuded blue divine power. Aya, your majesty, I just seem to have comprehended something called the law of water. Qin Yuan hurriedly detected. Mythical species, sea spirit. Gene growth, 44. Exclusive genetic energy, 1. Fine control, 2. Multiple water pressure, 3. Fusion, 4. Water element harmony, 5. Water control. Genetic skills, 1. Water spirit armor, 2. Full moon transformation, 3. Sea mirror reproduction. Phantom beast gene, element water. Mythical gene, the law of water. This is advanced myth? Isn't that too careless? This is a mythical species. I was desperate at first, and finally I made it through with a monkey laugh. Why is it so simple? So unhappy? Qin Yuan had a guess in his mind. Divinity plus power of law/rule. There is a high probability of advancing to mythical species. It is his divinity that has just infected the sea spirit, and the sea spirit just happened to have comprehended the law. The combination of the two made Hai Ling advance to myth. At the same time, in the mist, a dilapidated ghost ship as big as land was heading towards Qin Yuan and Hai Ling. Captain's cabin. A white skeleton with green flames in his eyes and a surprised smile. The cane hit the ground. Burst out powerful force of rules. Found it. Artifact thief. Chapter 190 Extraordinary Creature. Lord of the Mist. Grey Folk Shrouds. This familiar feeling is like returning to the mysterious valley that I experienced when I was killed by a nuclear bomb. Instant. Qin Yuan could clearly feel that the magnetic field around him had changed, and the fog had disrupted the surrounding pheromones. Rapidly scanned the surroundings. A dark island suddenly appeared in front of him and was slowly approaching him. Little hailing, armor mode. Yes. Armor combination. Blue Sea Spirit armor. The moment the Sea Spirit armor was put on, all attributes increased greatly, and the dark island behind the fog could be seen clearly. Dark, old, dilapidated. That's not an island. It was a huge pirate ship with a black skull flag with 8 heads on it. 1,000 meters long, 300 meters high, full of ruins and decay. Ghost ship? Is it real or a mirage? Field expansion. Duong. 10 kilometers of invisible territory unfolds. The moment the field encountered the ship, it was blocked. There was a mysterious force on the dilapidated ship, blocking Qin Yuan's investigation. Interesting. It can actually block my investigation. Come on, Xiao Hailing, let's go up and take a look. Better to be a strong one, the kind that could kill me. Wearing blue armor, he came to the ship in a flash, and the moment he landed, he felt a heart-pounding tremor in his soul. Don't you dare come out. Crunch, crunch. Hidden doors were opened on the deck of the ancient ship, and zombies kept crawling out. Some were only a few centimeters long, while others were 10 meters tall. They had different expressions and held various ancient weapons in their hands. What swords, guns, sticks, crossbows? The only thing they have in common is that they are all skinny, either skin and bones or just a pile of bones. But they only surrounded him without attacking him and looked at Qin Yuan with their eyes full of green fire. A humanoid skeleton came forward and shouted, "Human, hand over my artifact." Joe, this is the empty glove artifact coming? This shameless trick is better than mine. You want it? If you want it, then ask your real self to come out and talk to me. What's the point of asking a small fry to come out? The human-shaped skull tilted its head, revealing a puzzled look. Am I not the real body? Hearing. Qin Yuan then looked at it straight in the eye. It was a white skeleton about 1.3 meters tall, with a triangular necklace around its neck and a wooden cane in its hand. It didn't have any decent clothes on its body, not even pants. This is the first time I've seen a boss that looks like a small fry. It's really strange. Look at what you said. What do you mean by like? So you are unwilling to return my artifact? Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes and smiled. Of course not. You can have the artifacts. Let's exchange them at equal value. You give me 10 and I'll give you 1. It's a fair trade and no one is cheated. The skeleton fell silent upon seeing this. Equivalent exchange? 10 for 1? My head hurts. I need to grow a brain. This man, he rubbed my IQ to the ground. Think of it as the king of bones, dominating the area for many years. Even the candidate gods dare not be so presumptuous when seeing it. I'm so insulted by this human being today. I will kill him. A wave of the hand. Go. Tear him apart. Roar. Qin Yuan took out 2 sharp blades, a purple poison blade and a bone blade. The 2 golden swords were put to good use again. The 2 swords were crossed across the chest, and the legs were slightly pressed down, and the 2 swords intersected together, making a metallic sound. With the corner of his mouth raised, he charged forward fiercely, paying tribute to a powerful swordsman. Haha, come on. Double sword slash. X double blade. Boom. Lean forward and bend slightly. Open your arms in a Y shape and stand at a distance. A path was cleared by the zombie monsters. The old zombies died, and new zombies took their place. There was an endless stream of zombies coming. 2-sword style and flowing water Tai Chi dance. Self-created sword moves. One knife is masculine, the other is feminine. Tai Chi da blade, invincin. The sword cuts out a stream of light, as if it were equipped with a dazzling special effect. Dazzling. Qin Yuan released elegant sword moves in the zombie swarm. His brisk steps were like dancing, confident and elegant, full of artistic beauty. Knife waltz. Every strike is deadly. Previous life. He had already fought his way out of the encirclement with his superb swordsmanship. Now even using 2 swords is no problem. Double swords. The number of zombies began to decrease rapidly. White skeleton is anxious. This man is so good at fighting. If this continues, all the zombies that I have worked so hard to save will be chopped to death. Its skeleton hand grabbed the necklace around its neck and pulled it off, aiming at Qin Yuan. I have Adamaya open. The blue vertical pupil opened, and the entire triangular piece of flesh began to become hideous and terrifying, covered with bloodshot. Soul Wolf Adamoy's left eye, red, 3 stars an eye that contains the power of soul rules and can control souls. The powerful soul force rushed straight to Qin Yuan's head. The 7th sense. Dongji. Rules are disordered and unfolded. Sizzle. The 2 forces of rules began to offset each other. Order, rules, and blessings. Fusion. Almighty rules and control. The skeleton obviously didn't expect that Qin Yuan actually had 2 kinds of rule power and hurriedly slammed the scepter to the ground. Boom! Adamoy's heart beats. Soul Wolf Adamoy's left heart. Red, 3 stars can enhance the ability of rules and increase the level of one of its own rules by +1 for a short period of time, up to a maximum of 2 levels of its own rules. Dual soul rules. Start. Sizzle, sizzle. The invisible rules in the air collided, causing a large number of zombies to die. However, every dead zombie turned into energy, replenishing a large amount of soul power for the white skeleton. Zombies are like their storage granaries. Although they will not enhance their own strength, they can increase their endurance. This will give the skeleton an absolute advantage in sustained combat. The white skeleton opens its big mouth and issues an ultimatum. Hand over the claw of the soul wolf Atomoya that you stole, or I will kill you here today. Qin Yuan showed a bright smile. Too weak, too weak. You're still a long way off. After saying, raise your palm and point it at the skeleton. Rules and destruction. The green soul fire of the skeleton suddenly surged, and the skeleton's jaw was dislocated. What? A 3rd rule? This is not right. It's just a 1st-level life form. Without using any magic weapon, you carry 3 rules yourself? Even the god candidate can't do it. The worldview of the skeleton is completely destroyed. No. The power of destruction begins to destroy the body of the skeleton. Wait, I'm willing to exchange all my artifacts for a chance to live. Please stop. No room for negotiation. No matter what you give me, I will die today. And in the secrets of God and the location of the great treasure, I'll give them all to you. Oh, this is okay. Chapter 191, Double Pupil, 6-star artifact. On deck, a kneeling skeleton. It holds a cane and a triangular piece of green flesh in its hands. My lord, these are all my divine weapons. I present them to you. When Qin Yuan took over the two artifacts, the soul claws on his body began to tremble violently, and the three artifacts hugged each other tightly like old friends who had not seen each other for many years. It can be seen that the three of them want to merge, but they are restricted by the body of the artifact and cannot merge. Others may not be able to, but Qin Yuan is different. Disorder rules can disrupt the rules, and order rules can rearrange the rules. When the two rules are combined, they become the universal rule. The power of rules can be extracted and reorganized. At first, the order rules and disorder rules on the Golden Bell attracted each other, and the disorder rules themselves were not bound by the artifact, and finally they obtained the omnipotent rules. Now it comes in handy. Almighty rule, stripping, all-round control, restructuring, and integration. The power of rules in the three artifacts was stripped out, forming a blue sphere. Power of the double rule. Soul cannot fuse genes. It is impossible to merge and can only be sealed into the artifact. Is it a question of rank? Or is it a size mismatch? No matter, it's about to dissipate. All-powerful control and sealing. The cyan ball was sealed into the triangular piece of meat, and then an eyeball emerged from the wriggling mass. Soul Wolf Adamoy's left eye, red 6 stars an eye that contains the power of the double soul rules. It can imprison and control souls, and can increase the level of its own rule power by +1 for a short period of time. Side effect, Soul Backlash. 6-star artifact. This is really a rare thing. Fusion. The left eye already has the Eye of Death. What happens when two artifact eyes merge? Eyeballs twitching and colliding. Finally integrated. Double pupil fusion. Double pupils appear, not two eyeballs side by side. Instead, a cyan ring appears outside the pupil, wrapping it up like a double ring bull's eye. Monocular double pupil. The pupil turns red, with a blue ring outside, a brown pupil underneath, and then the white of the eye. Okay, let's talk about God and the great secret treasure. The skeleton tells the story. The so-called God, it doesn't know much, but in fact, the one who appears in the world is not the real God, but the candidate God. Each planet has multiple candidates for gods, but in the end, only one true God can be selected to fully control the power and rules of the planet. The first candidate for God who woke up soon came to the sea realm and stole the soul dagger of the skeleton. Later, the God candidate met Qin Yuan and was directly G. It searches for the scent of the artifact, passes through the cracks in the foggy space, and travels from the sea realm to the blue planet to find its lost artifact. Wait, sea realm? Isn't this the blue planet? The moment you stepped into the mist, you had already entered the sea realm. Don't you know that? Oh shit. Oh no. This is the real calculation. That wretched God wants to lock himself up in the sea forever. How often can the cracks in the mist open? I don't know. The last time I saw, it was a few days ago. It was also opened 5,000 years ago. 5,000 years ago, he is still an antique that has lived for 1,000 years. Qin Yuan looked at the humanoid skeleton in front of him with curiosity and put his hand on its head. Mythical bee species, soul bug. Second level extraordinary, 100. Insect power index, 320 points. Phantom beast ability. Soul is not extinguished. Life does not stop. Side effect. Any body possessed will quickly decay, and only the soul will remain in the world, but the soul will still die if it is killed. Keep talking. The news about the great secret treasure is related to the mermaids in the sea. According to legend, they have a magic weapon that can control the sea, a magic weapon that can destroy the continent, and a spiritual mirror that can predict the future. After 500 years of searching, I have found the island where they frequent. I am ready to take you there anytime. Predicting the future. There might be a clue to get out. Well, let's go now and find the mermaids first. The skeleton yelled at the zombies. Set sail. The ship looks huge and heavy, but it is surprisingly fast. What is the power system of your ship? Hee. Of course, it's the most advanced high-tech active propulsion system. 300 perpetual motion core drivers, and a dedicated independent graphics card with light. Oh, I didn't expect that this seemingly shabby ship is so advanced. It seems that I underestimated the technology of this world. Qin Yuan stood at the bow, and looked down. Advanced. So advanced. Active flight power system. 300 perpetual internal drive. 300 zombie sharks pulling the boat. Dedicated independent optical graphics card. The leading zombie shark has some fluorescent powder sprinkled on it. No wonder it's called a perpetual motion machine. Overnight, the surrounding sea fog dissipated, revealing the full picture of this world. The sun looks bigger than a blue star. At a glance, there's a vast blue ocean in front of us and a sea of white clouds above our heads. The world of upper and lower seas. The whole world seems to have no land. Qin Yuan sighed when he saw this scene. Trouble. How can I go back now? This is not a mirror world, but a complete sea world. It is not so easy to destroy it. This is a place where even skeletons can use the second-order rules. It must be a strong one, etc. Strong people are like clouds? Isn't that my paradise? Qin Yuan's face showed a sunny smile. Wouldn't it be possible to have a good meal here? The strange ship was traveling very fast, and soon it approached a gourd-shaped volcanic island. The skull points to the middle channel of the island. My lord, that's the mermaid that appeared in that location. It seems that a group of humans also appeared during the fog a few days ago. I ate a few of them. Okay, stop the boat and come with me. Let's go meet this mermaid tribe. This 1,000-year-old antique knows many secrets of the world. It's like carrying a living encyclopedia. On the island, there were a group of noble students and dignitaries, as well as the remaining sailors and a group of pirates on the ship. Divide into two groups. The leader of the noble team is a group of insect students. The leader is an 18-year-old woman, an ancient awakener, 1.6 meters tall, weight 160 kilograms. The whole person can't be said to be fat, he's just a ball. Although she's as fat as a female Tyrannosaurus, she's surrounded by a group of handsome men, which makes her very happy. All the jewelry of the noble ladies was snatched away. He wore 7 or 8 gemstone necklaces on his body and 10 homemade diamond rings on his hands. Calling herself the Tongue Fairy, Tongue Juju, a superior sparrow came to report. My dear fairy, I just found a huge ship docked on the sea not far ahead. Ship? So there is still hope of returning. A light flashed in Tongue Juju's eyes. He missed his cell phone, online dramas, Taba, tomato, anime, and his favorite pigeons. Let's go and take a look. At the same time, Qin Yuan landed at the other camp, which was full of pirates. They were eating grilled fish around a fire. 60 zerlings, 40 omans. Who's the boss among you? Seeing the tender skin of Qin Yuan, a bug pirate automatically ignored the little skeleton next to him and walked over with a lewd smile, showing his 2 big yellow teeth. Strong men lock men. They're the favorite of pirates. Handsome guy I want. Puff. Cut off the head with one knife. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and the pirate fell to the ground with a thud. Looking at Qin Yuan's hand again, he saw 2 sharp blades, 1 bone blade and 1 purple blade. Don't say anything that's not relevant to the question. Let me ask you again, who is the boss? Me? I'm the boss. A black-haired insect man came from behind. Although he was smiling, he could still feel that he was trembling. Phew, cut off the head with one knife. Obviously, he is not. Then Qin Yuan pointed to another sparkling boiled egg. You bald one-eyed man with an eye patch, come out. The bald one-eyed man pushed his men aside with a heroic look and walked towards Qin Yuan. It's incredible. How did you find me? Bald, one-eyed, wearing an eye patch. Is this something that needs to be discovered? Isn't this the standard equipment for pirate leaders? And you're the only one dressed like this among 100 insects and humans. Who can't see that? I ask you a question. Have you found any mermaids around here? Yes. I spotted a mermaid outside the island last time. It flashed by, but there were a lot of ferocious beasts over there, so I didn't go over to take a closer look. Come on, take me there. The pirate leader wanted to refuse, but when he saw the 2 swords emitting cold light, he immediately changed his mind. Please follow me. At the same time, he called on his men to pick up their weapons and kill them. Their guns were soaked in water and are now hanging on the tree to dry. They are probably dry now. As long as you get the gun, you can launch a counterattack immediately. The younger brother nodded and ran in the opposite direction of the dense forest. The pirate leader brought Qin Yuan and the skeleton man to the island forest, where the plants were so dense that they blocked out the sun. Pirate grins with gold teeth. Handsome, I can only take you here. You have to go through here and reach the huge rock to see it. So how did you get there last time? I saw it by accident when I first arrived on the boat last time. White skull, control it, don't let it run away. After that, Qin Yuan no longer paid attention to the pirate leader, raised his hand towards the forest, opened his 5 fingers, and lit up with purple light. Dark crystal, shattering ray. Whoosh. Boom. Purple light shines brightly. The destructive ray cleared the way, blasting a 100-meter gap in the forest, and the surrounding trees were broken. The bald man was stunned. In the distance, the younger brothers came with submachine guns. Go! The island leader was furious. Go to your head. Go, go, go. Don't understand the situation? Retreat quickly. I can't hear clearly from a distance, so I can only guess based on the shape of the mouth. The boss told us to push faster. Brothers, charge, charge. The pirate leader's scalp tingled. Why do they charge even harder when I tell them to retreat? Stop. Stop it now. The younger brother from afar smiled when he saw this. The boss yelled at us to stop. Stop using our hands and use our guns. The pirate leader shouted. Depend on. The younger brother shouted. Pull. The boss told us to pull the trigger quickly. Da da da. Gunshots rang out, and the pirates opened fire en masse. Qin Yuan turned his head and looked at them. The gunfire stopped. Pirates, minus 99 people. Fuck you, rumors stop at the Y's. These idiots. What exactly is being said? Why? You can't bear to leave your brothers and want to go and accompany them. The island boss immediately stopped crying and stood at attention. No, I'm used to crying during banquets. Every time someone dies, I have to pretend to cry 2 tears. Hundreds of people died this time. It's a bit unbearable. Seeing that the road ahead was open, everyone continued to move forward. But after just 2 steps, a big dinosaur rushed out. Ancient species, super speed Tyrannosaurus rex. Roar! This is an 8-meter-tall Tyrannosaurus rex, but its speed is not slow at all. It bites Qin Yuan and others with a step that does not recognize any relatives. Hailing, bring back its head. Yes, as you command, your majesty. A stream of water jet shot out from the sea spirit, cutting off the dinosaur's neck in one swish. Flash sail. Then he lifted it up with water and sent it to Qin Yuan. Gene growth +1, currently 98. The later the stage, the more genetic energy is needed. Killing 2 more will reach the genetic critical point. You can break through the second stage at any time. After the Tyrannosaurus Rex died, no one else came out to stop them, and they successfully reached the boulder. As soon as I arrived, I found a mermaid calling for help. Chapter 193, you don't want this to happen, do you? Several sharks with dorsal fins are chasing the mermaid. Help! White skeleton sneers. Don't pay attention to it, sir. This mermaid is acting. These are just a group of dolphins. Qin Yuan took a look and saw. The dorsal fins of these fish are very small, just like those of dolphins. Wow, I almost got tricked. These underwater creatures are really scheming. This could be another trap from God. Fortunately, there's a 1,000-year-old monster next to me. I saw through his conspiracy at a glance. But the next second, fuck, this is obviously a shark. The ancient giant shark leaped high, opened its bloody mouth, and bit the mermaid, and the sharp teeth in its mouth were clearly visible. The white skull sneered again. Your Excellency may not know that this is a mutant dolphin. Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes and stared at it. The white skull immediately turned into a serious face. Okay, this is a shark. Hai Ling, go rescue them. Bring the mermaid up here. Upon hearing this, Hai Ling immediately jumped into the sea and started fighting with the giant shark. In a short while, he killed the giant shark and presented its head to the Qin Yuan absorbed. Gene energy +1. Current gene growth rate 99. A ball of sea water lifted the mermaid up and brought her to Qin Yuan. As soon as they met, she began to thank him. Dear benefactor, thank you for saving me. The mermaid is green all over, with a melon-shaped face and big eyes. She has a good figure, but her lower body is a green fishtail, and there are fish fins on her ears. It doesn't conform to human aesthetics. It looks like Nami, the auxiliary player in the league. Qin Yuan showed his signature smile. I heard that you've been hanging around here a lot recently, but what difficulties have you encountered at home? The mermaid's eyes lit up when he heard this, but then dimmed again. My benefactor, this matter is very dangerous. I cannot involve you in it. Donji, you don't seem to understand? Who is really dangerous? Qin Yuan raised his hand, and a nuclear bomb the size of an egg condensed on his fingertips and fired towards the other side of the island. Whoosh. The other side. The female Tyrannosaurus was heading towards the giant ship with many supporters, when suddenly a golden ball flew over from the sky. What? A big baby falls from the sky. The sphere shattered, and golden light shone. The female Tyrannosaurus pupils dilated instantly. Fuck, where did the bomb come from? Boom! There was a violent explosion on the sea surface, and a small mushroom cloud rose up, mixed with a subtle scream. Qin Yuan didn't pay attention. It might be a seabird or something. It was so close to him that it would inevitably hurt him by mistake. See, I'm very strong. The mermaid's eyes turned into stars, full of admiration. My benefactor is so awesome. This strength has reached the level of the strongest warrior in the tribe. Even if he can't rescue His Majesty the King, he will definitely be able to rescue the ninth princess. Benefactor, can you help me? Of course, I'm famous for being warm-hearted. People in the underworld gave him a nickname. The kind-hearted man. The mermaid kindly gave me a transparent jellyfish hat. My benefactor, you're a land dweller, so you can't breathe underwater, right? Wearing this hat can extract the oxygen in the seawater and convert it so that you can breathe underwater. Underwater breathing jellyfish hat, white 1 star. Can breathe underwater within 10,000 meters. Please follow me. Qin Yuan curiously put on the transparent jellyfish hat, which was like wearing a ball of air on his head without any discomfort. Everyone followed the mermaid to the bottom of the sea and learned some secrets about mermaids from her on the way. The mermaids were originally a civilization on Earth and evolved from the overexpansion of the ocean. They retained their original surnames and culture and were divided into several kingdom systems. There are mermaids, fishmen, and half-fish species. The mermaid was originally called Xinlan, a kind of fishman belonging to the 55th kingdom of the seabed, the Luolan kingdom, and was originally the bodyguard of the ninth princess. Now the mermen in the country are rebelling with half-mermen. The mermaid king has been captured, the princes and legion leaders have been arrested, only the 7th prince and the 9th princess are still on the run. Unfortunately, the 9th princess was captured yesterday and is being sent to Luolan kingdom. Qin Yuan listened to the whole story. The general meaning is to ask him to help quell the rebellion. We are going to rescue the princess first, and then return to the palace to quell the rebellion. Is this the procedure? Yes. Yes, benefactor. Okay, let's go. 6,000 meters below the sea. There is no natural light here, only the light emitted by living things and machines. A huge deep-sea turtle is dragging a bright carriage forward at a speed no slower than that of a high-speed train. At this speed, we will soon reach the vicinity of Luolan Kingdom. Inside the car, seeing that there was no one around, an octopus-like monster turned off the security camera at the door and walked into the princess room. The princess is a mermaid. She looks just like a human, but is so beautiful. The moment he saw the octopus man, he quickly covered his chest and stepped back. 8 legs. Still got mucus on your body? Don't come over here. You must want to tie me up with those dirty tentacles and do shameful things to me. Unfortunately, I can't resist now. I can only let you do whatever you want. If you turn off the surveillance camera in the room first, it won't be any use even if I resist. As long as you turn off the monitoring device under my desk, no one will come to save me even if I scream. If we destroy the power supply at the end, even if... The octopus quickly covered her mouth. Stop talking. Princess, I'm here to save you. You just shut up. Besides, those messy things, I'm afraid that after I rescue you, I'll be torn to pieces by a cart. Princess looking at the camera. Don't worry, the monitoring room is also ours. When the rescue team starts to act, we will take advantage of the chaos to escape. Chapter 194, so white, so big. Inside the train, the battle breaks out, and the original rebel Ross clan suddenly turns against them and begins to help the 9th princess escape. The leader of the Sawtooth Fishmen was very angry and immediately surrounded them with his new technological weapons. A fight. When we arrived at the princess room, a big hole had been blown open and a small conch airship was running for its life outside. Get on the horse and chase after me. Speed up. Hundreds of fishmen soldiers rode on electronic seahorses and chased after the conch. Little did they know, the most dangerous place. It's the safest place. That's right. The mermaid princess is among the pursuers. This time I chased myself. No one could have imagined it. Even the octopus man disguised as a soldier was amazed. Princess Nine's plan is brilliant. But how are we going to escape? It's very simple. We just need to kill these pursuers. What a good plan. The octopus suddenly froze. That's not right. Kill the pursuers? If we can do it, why would we run? Your Highness, fighting is too rude. I think we can escape in a more elegant way. The princess' eyes lit up. Grace. After a while, the two found the captain. Captain, I have to pee. Let's go to the toilet. Go, come back soon. The secret of urinating is so elegant that it never goes out of style. Successful escape. Only the team leader looked at the two men from behind with a puzzled look. The more I think about it, the more it seems wrong. That player. Why are his pectoral muscles so exaggerated? Not good. His face changed. How could a strange soldier with huge chest muscles suddenly appear in the team? Today. So abrupt. Such a coincidence. He instantly guessed a terrible fact. Could it be? He also took muscle-building protein powder. Yeah, that's right. It must be like this. On the other side, the mermaid Shinlon brought Shin Yuan and others to the top of the deep-sea turtle. My benefactor, this is the deep-sea train that is escorting the ninth princess. Let's rescue her as soon as possible. If something happens to the ninth princess, it will be troublesome. Shin Yuan ignored the mermaid and looked carefully at the train below. He felt something was wrong. Skull, does the deep-sea train always have a hole in the middle of the carriage? A look at the white skull. Wow, it's true. A large hole appeared in the middle of the train, causing a frenzy of exchange of seawater inside and outside the train. But I don't understand what's under the sea. Just say you don't know. If you say you don't know, doesn't it prove that you are uncultured and worthless? Once you have no value, you will be G. No, I've only lived for 8,000 years, and I'm still a child. How can I G now? Sir, you don't know that this is the standard belly button of the train under the sea, which is specially used for exhaust. A belly button for exhaust? Isn't that what a fart does? Strange knowledge has been added. Shin Yuan still doesn't trust the female mermaid, so he lets her go and find out the truth first. Mermaid Shinlon, you take the lead. Just don't worry. I will ensure that you are safe. Okay, benefactor. The mermaid Shinlon didn't think too much and rushed forward with a long weapon made of sea beast's ribs. The train immediately dispatched fishmen warriors to fight back. The mermaid Shinlon is at the peak of the First Order Excellence level, while the other fishman is at the peak of the First Order Elite level. But after 10 rounds, the merman Shinlon cut off the head of the Murloc warrior and held it in his hand. Listen, rebels. I have received help from the human race on Earth. If you surrender quickly and hand over the ninth princess, you will be spared from death. Snap! The front door of the train opened, and a deep-sea mud fish warrior appeared. He was holding a high-tech spear and wearing a high-tech combat suit, like a predator covered in mud. Mermaid Shinlon, I let you go last time, but you dare to show up again? Are you really not afraid of death? Humph! Stop talking nonsense and take it. After that, the mermaid Shinlon raised her bone spear and stabbed the deep-sea mud fish warrior. Clang! The opponent took the blow with his armor, but his body was not hurt at all. Only a slight crack appeared on the armor. If you refuse to change your ways, then you will die. The mudfish warrior's technological spear burst out green laser energy and chopped down at the mermaid. If the merman is hit by this blow, he will surely die. Critical moment. The mermaid picked up his spear to block. Snap! The bone spear broke instantly and couldn't hold it for even a second. The mermaid has closed her eyes in despair. Are you going to die? Will it hurt? Sizzle. Hey, fish girl, didn't I tell you I would keep you safe? What are you afraid of? When the mermaid opened her eyes again, she saw a horrifying scene. Shin Yuan used only one finger to block the laser gun blade, preventing it from cutting down even an inch. The deep-sea mud fish warrior opened his eyes wide, clenched his teeth. His forehead was bulging with veins, and the muscles in his arms were bulging. It was obvious that he had tried his best, but I still can't push it down an inch. The deep-sea mud fish fighter gradually changed from anger to fear and began to feel fear in his heart. You, what kind of monster are you? Laser on your finger? Even the king of the deep sea can't do it, right? Shin Yuan showed a sunny boy smile. But this smile makes the deep-sea mud fish warrior even more afraid. You are just a bunch of scum. How dare you ask such a question? After that, just one finger. Click. The technological war gun shattered directly. Okay, now let's start the second round. No doubt, in the second round, the deep-sea mud fish warrior didn't even dare to fight back and was beaten for 5 minutes. Shin Yuan was just standing by, but the sense of oppression and intimidation he brought was unimaginable. It's like there's a human-shaped nuclear bomb standing next to you. I dare not move at all. The deep-sea mud fish will give in completely. Ms. Mermaid, you are tired from fighting. Let's go into the cabin and take a rest. Just tell me what you want. As long as I can do it, I will do it, and everything will be fine. The mermaid looked at Shin Yuan and agreed when he nodded. Then they walked towards the train. The technology inside the train is very advanced, with all-alloy carriage panels, automatic robots everywhere, and suspended flying discs. Everyone was led by the deep-sea mud fish warrior to the core cabin. But at this time, the entire cabin suddenly shook violently, and everyone was shaken to pieces. Qin Yuan spread his hands and opened the field. Field expansion. Duong. The moment the domain was expanded, the pupil shrank, as if seeing an incredible scene. What kind of monster is this? So white. Very big. Chapter 195, Where Can the Princess Escape to? Who would have thought? Giant white creature. It turned out to be kelp, common species, second-order albino kelp worm. Through the field can be found. It was not the kelp worm that took the initiative to attack, but the deep-sea turtle took the initiative to provoke and eat it, forcing the kelp worm to fight back. The battle between the two sides has seriously affected the balance of the train. The second-level kelp worm is chased and eaten by the first-level turtle. The turtle ripped the kelp worms into pieces and swallowed them, just like it had encountered its natural enemy. The thick tortoise shell can protect the inside of the tortoise from harm. Hailing, go and resolve the battle. Aya. Hailing made a move and beheaded the kelp worm in an instant. It was just an ordinary second-level sea beast, not even worth absorbing, but Hailing still happily brought the head back to show off his trophy. Aya, you don't need this, just eat it yourself. The mud warrior swam over from the other side. Sir, I have the data disk you requested. Is there anything else you can do for me? Qin Yuan took the disc and threw it to the skeleton, his eyes still fixed on the mud warrior. Come on, take me to the ninth princess room. Yes. The most urgent task is to find the princess, get the spirit realm, and find a way out through the spirit realm. It must be done within 3 days, otherwise if we miss the sky-swallowing whale king, it will be a big loss. Death evolution. Once the second death evolution is completed, I will have the confidence to enter the insect world and face the alien insects. As soon as everyone arrived at the door of the ninth princess's room, they felt a strong suction. Looking at the big hole in the room, Qin Yuan frowned. Didn't the skeleton say this is the belly button of the train? What's going on? The princess lives in the belly button of the train? This is too bad a treatment. The mud warrior was stunned. Belly button. Where does the belly button on the train come from? My lord, I don't know what you're talking about. This was originally the ninth princess room, but a high explosive bomb installed by someone created a huge gap in it. Explosion gap? Isn't it a belly button? Qin Yuan looked at the skeleton that was escaping on tiptoe. Old bones. Come here. I asked you to give me some scientific knowledge, and you made it up? It's really an encyclopedia, starting with cancer. Lack of training. Eyes of the soul, open. Soul whip. Pa pa pa. Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. I was wrong. I was wrong. I will never talk nonsense again. After being severely whipped, Lao Guta became obedient and knelt down to admit his mistake. Seeing its sincere attitude, he let it live. He turned to look at the mermaid. I didn't expect the princess to escape. Now that the clues are gone, let's go straight to the kingdom. I can deal with those rebels in a minute. Mermaid, shaking head. No, the kingdom is located 10,000 meters below the sea. It can only be reached by special sea beasts or ocean currents. Only the princess and the rebel leader have the key. 10,000 meters deep sea? Key, so to speak. The question comes back to the princess. Where do you think the princess can go? There are only a few places the princess can go right now. Mermaid thinks for a moment. Precisely say, the most likely places the princess is currently going. Only her aunt's house, cousin's house, eldest uncle's house, grandfather's house, uncle's house, aunt's house, fourth uncle's house, fifth uncle's house, cousin's house, best friend's house, great-grandmother's house. Stop. This is called very little. This is going through the entire family tree. The milk is coming out. Then shouldn't the great-grandfather's grave be dug up as well? And we visit him, dig out his ashes, and pay him homage? To be honest, normal people can't visit so many relatives during the Chinese New Year. After calming down, Qin Yuan held his chin and immediately thought of a clever plan. Mudfish, tell the rebels all the above locations and let them search. Contact me when they catch them. I'm not good at finding people, but black eats black. It's my specialty. What did you say? Deep Sea Mud Warrior. If the information is true, you will be credited with a great achievement this time. What? Give me all the credit, as long as you want to see him one last time after you catch him. Okay, no problem. After hanging up the phone, the leader was obviously in deep thought. Could it be that this mud warrior has a crush on the ninth princess and wants to see her for the last time? Yeah, that's definitely the case. Apart from this reason, I can't think of any other. I said we'd see each other for the last time. This can't be the last time you see me, right? Funny. The leader showed his jagged mouth, his eyes full of bloodthirstiness, and ordered his adjutant. Mobilize another 1,000 fishmen to capture the ninth princess as soon as possible according to the address on the list. Yes. As a result, within 2 hours, a fisherman rebel received an anonymous letter of complaint. The general meaning is that the princess is here. You guys hurry up and catch her. Anonymous letter. You guys hurry up and catch fish. The princess is at 101 Pung Pung Street. Don't say it was me who reported it. Anonymous. The ninth princess bestie. Good boy, we found her so quickly. The intelligence is indeed reliable. Let the mud warrior come over to see her for the last time. Yes, chief. Their location was quickly sent over, and the ninth princess and the rebellious octopus man were also captured. Inside a huge clamshell submarine, the leader sat on the main seat, with the ninth princess and the octopus man kneeling below. Princess, where is the key hidden? If you don't tell me today, I will eat this octopus in front of you. The princess was also quite tough and tilted her head. Even if I die here today, jumping from here, I will never reveal a single word. Okay, you have guts. Let's grill it on the teppanyaki. Today we had teppanyaki octopus balls. Octopus looks calm. Wait a minute. Oh, do you have any information to share? No. I mean, please don't put mustard on me when you roast me. You have no say over this. Hold me down. Let me have the octopus on the grill with mustard first. See the octopus wailing in pain. The ninth princess' heart was in turmoil. She gritted her teeth and looked at the leader. Etc. The leader showed his jagged teeth and laughed happily. Hey, have you finally figured it out? Can you tell me where the key is hidden? No, I want to ask. Can I have a portion of wasabi octopus as well? The octopus looked at the ninth princess with horror. But only see. The ninth princess couldn't stop her sad tears from flowing from her mouth. Slurp. Chapter 196. A heartbreaking song. Where can I find a soulmate in the world? Deep Sea Turtle Carriage. When the Silt Warrior received the news of the successful capture, he immediately told Qin Yuan, Sir, do you think we should go directly? Where's the location? I'll ask Hai Ling to speed up the turtle. It's 2,000 kilometers due south, that's it. Qin Yuan nodded and looked in the direction of the Mud Warrior's finger. Hailing, head in that direction, full speed ahead, turbo boost. In the sea, the speed of the Sea Spirit can reach Mach 10, 12,240 kilometers per hour, and it only takes 10 minutes to reach the destination. If nothing unexpected happens. The accident happened faster than expected. A second-level peak ancient species mosasaur set its sights on the deep sea turtle. It said that it had never seen a turtle run so fast in its life. It's like turning on the accelerator. Those four legs were like turbines. If they hadn't been in the sea, they would have caught fire. It's so fast. It must be very nutritious if eaten, right? Who? Stop, little thing. Qin Yuan looked from afar. The mosasaur is attacking from the side from a distance, and there is a high probability that the two will collide 500 kilometers ahead. The Mud Warrior's expression suddenly changed when he saw the second-level mosasaur. This is a supernatural creature. Sir, let's retreat quickly. Even the mermaid next to him began to worry. My lord, this is an extraordinary creature that has broken through the limits of biology. You must not make an enemy of it. The so-called second-order life form is a creature that has broken the initial gene lock of the creature and possesses extraordinary and powerful power. This power is not physical, and they will evolve as special insect power. First-level physical fitness. Second-order insect force. Not only can it improve the efficiency of attack damage, but it can also be converted into exclusive attributes such as speed, strength, agility, etc. Even the deep-sea turtle wanted to break the moment it saw the mosasaur. It's a barbarian, not a fool. Can't beat. I can't beat him at all. Only Qin Yuan smiled confidently. Hailing, bring the boat over to me. Yes, as you command, your majesty. The deep-sea turtle felt an irresistible force, forcing it to turn its head. It used all its strength to shake its head to the side, but it was of no use. The turtle shell rushed towards the second-level mosasaur at a speed of 18,000 kilometers per hour. This operation stunned the mosasaur in the distance. What does this wild turtle mean by flying towards me with its head shaking? I've heard of sniping, but I've never heard of shaking my head. Provocative? Taunt me? What should you do when food taunts you? The answer is taunt back. The mosasaur suddenly braked to a stop, suspended in the water, and stretched out its big tongue. Hey, hey, start using your tongue to play various instruments and sing. Just yesterday, after eating those people, but I learned several pop songs. Play music. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, I always do it at the last minute. Ding, ding, ding. On such a cold day. Dang, dang, dang. My beloved is like a raging fire. A heartbreaking song. Where can I find a soulmate in this world? The music ended, and the deep-sea turtle rushed to the front. The car was going too fast, and there was no time to brake. The mosasaur opened its huge mouth of the abyss. Gudon. Hiccup. Thanks for the gift of nature. Too bad I didn't taste anything. But who cares? Just make up for it. Qin Yuan and others also jumped out of the car in time and escaped. Hailing, what kind of car are you driving? If it were a peaceful time, this operation would deduct at least 24 points from you. Oops. Sorry, Your Majesty. I accidentally switched the brake and accelerator. I wonder why it speeds up at the end? Qin Yuan looked at the Songlong, his eyes narrowed, revealing a cruel and grim smile. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. Isn't this a ready-made, new means of transportation? The mosasaur puffed up its building-sized eyes and stared at the few people. Make a light sound. Why do I feel like I've seen this skeleton somewhere before? Let me think. I remember now, it's you. You or that damned corpse monster. The skeleton man once relied on the 3 great artifacts in his hands to lead a group of zombie sharks to hunt sea beasts and capture corpses. The number of enemies I have provoked is enough to line up from here to Paris. The mosasaur suddenly showed a ferocious look, opened its huge mouth, and bit towards everyone. The huge mouth covered the sky and the sun like a mountain smashing down. Eat you. At the critical moment, Hai Ling took action. A blue light flashed, and the upper jaw of the mosasaur was cut off. Law water jet cutting. At this time, Hai Ling entered a mysterious state with blue light in his eyes and began to use the power of the law. The singing begins. Law, water cutting network. Hailing, keep it alive so you can use it to pull the cart. Hearing, Hai Ling paused to cast the spell and changed the grid into a silk thread to cut the mosasaur, performing a non-lethal cutting method on it. Avoid the vital points with every strike. The recovery speed of the mosasaur is completely unable to keep up with the speed of injury. Even if it recovers very quickly, it will be chopped off faster. Ooh, little thing, I don't believe you can use this attack continuously. Well known. Using a force beyond one's own power will come at a great cost. The power of the law used by this sea spirit requires a price that is absolutely beyond belief. I bet your consumption can't keep up with my physical strength. Whoever falls first loses. And I, the second level peak super beast, the overlord of the ancient sea of seeds. Not only does it have super strong insect power, a strong body is invincible. Its recovery ability is also one of the best in the same level. More durable? I'm not afraid at all. If I give in, won't I be unable to hold my head up in the underwater world for the rest of my life? With my family's honor at stake, I, Songlong, will never surrender. Hatadi. Absolutely not. Surrender. I surrender. Stop cutting. Please. Brute. This beast. I was cut more than 6,000 times in 10 minutes. More than 6,000 times. What concept? Lingxi execution is only 3,000 cuts at most. My flesh grows faster than it cuts. What's even worse is, even the 2 or 3 inches below me are not spared. This is outrageous. Holy shit. Hai Ling stopped, looking depressed. The power of the law consumed was much greater than the opponent's, and the sea spirit itself did not have much genetic energy. This battle directly overdrew it. It turned into a small circle and curled up on Qin Yuan's legs. When the mosasaur saw the sea spirit wilt, its eyes changed instantly, and the corners of its mouth opened to both sides. Confidence is back. It feels like it's back on track. Hey, hey, hey. The strongest among you has fallen. Now this is my home ground. Genetic skill, Sea Dragon Strike. A huge high-pressure water ball condensed in the mouth of the mosasaur and began to spin, about to swallow everyone in. Qin Yuan stared at the Songlong. Double pupils, death, and the gaze of the soul. Death rule plus dual soul rule. Double oppression. Even if you just watch it and do nothing, the mosasaur will tremble all over and can't even use its skills. This feeling, it's like being stared at by the god of death with a scythe on his neck. Creepy. Mosasaur suddenly awakened. Oh my God, this is the real boss. So the strong man that I just fought desperately for a long time and was abused for a long time turned out to be just a subordinate of the other party? It's so terrifying. Chapter 1, 97 Clues to the Supercurrent. The Mosasaur surrendered. The pressure Qin Yuan brought to it was several times greater than that of Hai Ling. Seeing him is like seeing the Lord. Just one glance to confirm. That is a completely irresistible force, a force beyond the standard of life. I am willing to surrender. That's quite sensible. Let's move on without further ado. Even without the help of the Sea Spirit, the speed of the second-level peak Mosasaur can still reach Mach 10. A few minutes later, we arrived near the clamshell spacecraft. Everyone in the airship is still eating braised octopus balls, grilled octopus, and grilled octopus. But I didn't expect the alarm to ring at this time. Alarm! 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 Extraordinary biological reaction nearby. Super Energy Index is 270 points. It is recommended to stay where you are and wait for death. Alarm canceled. Danger level. Unable to resist. The rebel leader was stunned. Suggest waiting to die. Unable to resist. How could it be? Why would it attract second-level, top-level extraordinary creatures? A supernatural being that cannot resist. At this time, you can find a quiet place to lie down. It will only take a moment. But the second-level Mosasaur did not swallow them all in one gulp, but stopped outside the clamshell airship. The voice of the mermaid sounded. You bastard sawtooth fishman. Hand over the 9th princess. The sawtooth leader gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. So he's this bitch's helper. But no matter how she invited this big guy, now she has to bow her head under the eaves. Princess 9, please come with me. Outside the airship, the hatch opened with a click. The leader of the sawtooth fishmen took the 9th princess hostage and walked out of the clamshell airship. Behind him were hundreds of fishmen guards, each riding a mechanical seahorse, wearing high-tech armor and holding advanced laser weapons. When the sawtooth fishman looked at Qin Yuan and the others, he was immediately surprised. General Mudd, I never thought that you are in cahoots with these people from the kingdom. The mermaid interrupted their conversation. 9th princess, are you okay? Thief, quickly release the 9th princess. The jagged fishman is not stupid. If he lets the princess go, he and the others will die. You can let her go, but I want you to promise not to kill me after you release the mermaid princess. Everyone's eyes turned to Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan showed a sunny boy smile. You are our dearest friend. How could I kill you? I promise I won't kill you. The sawtooth fishman hesitated. This man wouldn't cheat on the fish, would he? But since he can control extraordinary beasts, he shouldn't be so shameless, right? Take a gamble. Okay, I believe that a strong man like you will keep your word. The 9th princess is yours. After saying that, he pushed the 9th princess towards the crowd. The mermaid swam down and helped her up and found that there was red liquid at the corner of the princess' mouth. Oh my God, how dare these people hurt the princess? Your Highness, are you injured? There is blood in your mouth. Princess wipes mouth. It's okay, this is ketchup on the octopus balls. Really delicious. Seeing the princess return safely to the crowd, the sawtooth shark glared at General Mudd and prepared to retreat back to the clamshell airship. Qin Yuan smiled evilly. Mozor eat them. The faces of the sawtooth fish people changed drastically. No, you promised not to kill us. It was obviously the Mosasaur that ate you. What does it have to do with me, Qin Yuan? You better not frame a good person. I will sue you for defamation. Sawtooth Murloc screams in despair. Devil, you devil. The fishmen saw a huge mouth from the abyss coming and swallowing everything, including the clamshell airship. The fishman rebel army died. Qin Yuan turned his attention to the mermaid princess again. She was a pretty mermaid, but at most she was just a school beauty. She was still a little short of being a school beauty. Not to mention the city flower, provincial flower, state flower, and national flower. Mermaid princess, where is the key? The mermaid princess also learned the whole story from the mermaid and pointed to the place in the sky where the sun was shining. The key was given to a human prince as a token of love. He should be on a boat now. Human prince? On the ship? Are you playing the fairy tale story about the mermaid riding the prince? I really tie Q. How do I find this? Don't you have a spare key? The mermaid princess looked at Qin Yuan in surprise. This man seemed to be more anxious than her. I'm not so anxious to restore my country and redress my wrongs. As if he could see the princess's doubt, Qin Yuan's expression eased slightly. I'm in a hurry and don't want to waste any more time looking for it. Is there no faster way? The mermaid princess answered without hesitation. Yes, but it's dangerous. Familiar words come. Danger? Who is the danger is still to be determined. Tell me the path quickly, mermaid princess. After all, you don't want to lose your family at such a young age, right? The mermaid princess thought of her parents and brothers and sisters who were imprisoned, secretly wiped away her tears, and told them everything she knew. It's the deep blue sea, the supercurrent. It passes through 11 kingdoms, and the 55th kingdom is at the third intersection it passes through. The only way to get there is when the ocean current reaches the third kingdom and breaks through the restrictions of the ocean current. And it only opens every 15 days. If you miss it today, you'll have to wait another half a month. From ancient times to now, only the first generation of sea people could do it. Now, after thousands of years, no sea people can do it anymore. It has become a legend, an ocean current that no one has been able to break through for 10,000 years. Qin Yuan looked confident when he heard this. Take me to see this so-called super ocean current. I'm going to take a look. How dangerous can it be? Chapter 198, Lost at the Crossroads of Life. Blue supercurrent. Like a giant underwater dragon tens of thousands of meters long, it extends downwards in the shape of a slash, leading to the dark seabed. The humming sound of ocean currents tearing the seawater can be heard tens of thousands of meters away. Like a weeping dragon. Once you get within 10 kilometers, you'll be swept into the supercurrent, and the strong pressure outside can tear apart any object that comes close. The mosasaur brought Qin Yuan and his men here, but it only dared to stop and watch from a distance of 10 kilometers. Sir, the blue supercurrent is ahead. Qin Yuan looked up. Good guy. It is indeed a supercurrent. Even a second-level extraordinary creature would have a hard time surviving if it was sucked in and would be strangled almost instantly, unless it was an elemental creature like the sea spirit. But it's not difficult for me, turning around and looking at the few burdens. This journey is dangerous, and I may not be able to take you with me. Is there anything you want to pass on? The mermaid princess took out a fish scale. Please give this fish scale to my father. It is a very important token. He will understand when he sees it. A very important keepsake? Qin Yuan took it. Okay, let's say goodbye now, everyone. Blue spirit armor mode. Qin Yuan put on the little sea spirit and headed towards the blue super ocean current. When the violent outer tearing force came, raise your hand. Order, rules, and stability. Absolute defense. Use the power of order to create an absolutely defensive, transparent spherical barrier, and all the waves actively avoid the rules. Even the impact of the waves is useless against the power of rules. The power of rules occupies an absolute dominant position. Even the ocean current that can tear everything apart can only bow its noble head in front of the rules. Sizzle. After half an hour of traveling through the ocean currents, we finally arrived at the center of the blue supercurrent. It is really huge, like a city tens of thousands of miles long, with many isolated ancient creatures living in it. Frown sharks, striated fish, osteopeptide worms, elf fish, and anomalocaris from hundreds of millions of years ago. A new world. The entire sea area is a deep blue light. These fish are not competitive and can survive by eating the scraps of meat strangled by the outer edge of the ocean current. However, all fish actively avoid the central area, where there is a very strong downwelling current that will swallow organisms into the deepest part of the seabed. Qin Yuan shuttled quickly along the descending current. The speed is still around Mach 10, and it is expected to reach the bottom of the sea 10,000 meters below the sea within 30 minutes. The so-called intersection is that a huge sphere like land will appear outside the ocean current, which is the carrier of the kingdom. First ball, the second ball. Just get off when you see the third ball. Such a simple thing. I wonder why those fishmen have not been able to do it for tens of thousands of years. It's a pity that I don't have a photo stone with me. Otherwise, I would take a video for them to learn from. How to pass the blue super current easily. This is not just having hands. Fuck. Crossroads. Qin Yuan stared at the scene in front of him with wide eyes. We have reached the intersection. But why? Is it crossroads? There are 4 balls in total, up, down, left, and right. How to do this? The ocean currents were flowing wildly, and the positions of the balls were constantly changing. After I selected a ball, I had no idea where the other 3 had drifted to. Shao hailing. I'm on the left, you're on the right. Aya. No matter. There's a 50 chance of picking 2 balls. Take a gamble. After all, I've always had good luck. Rush! Qin Yuan and Xiao hailing shot out towards the two kingdoms on the left and right respectively. Bang! Bang! Breaking through the restrictions of the ocean current, Qin Yuan spread his wings, but found that they were not very useful on the seabed. He reached the outskirts of the kingdom at a speed of 22 Mach in the blink of an eye. The entire kingdom is wrapped in a huge glass cover, with only 2 entrances and exits. Looking back, I could no longer see the other 3 balls. They were carried away by the ocean current, and I had no idea where they were going. Not long after Qin Tuan appeared, a loud shout rang out. Who is coming? 2 fishermen soldiers came over on their elite seahorses, looking alert, and pointed their longbows at Qin Yuan. I am the helper invited by your princess, and I have fish scales as proof. Fish scales? The princess actually took this as a token of trust? The 2 soldiers looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Unexpected. The princess actually found such a handsome prince. Your Highness, please come in. We will take you to the palace. Well, as soon as possible. The journey was surprisingly smooth. Qin Yuan followed the 2 into the city. The Murloc city is not entirely water. More than half of it is air, and only 30 of it is water. Although they live on the seabed, fish also need to breathe. The surrounding buildings are in the same style as ancient Roman architecture. There are semicircular arches made of stone everywhere. The tall stone house has green weeds growing in the cracks of the thick khaki brick walls. Street vendors. Shouts and calls of hawkers are heard one after another. Passers-by are in a hurry, busy with their own things. In the distance, there is a magician performing on the street. Except that the creature is a fish, it is no different from human life. So cozy, etc. Why is it warm? It doesn't look like a war at all. Qin Yuan paused. Stop for a minute. What about the rebels in the city? The soldier leading the way in front looked puzzled. Rebels? What rebels? Isn't this the Luolan kingdom? The soldier was visibly stunned. No, this is the Dude kingdom. Aren't you a prince who came here to ask for marriage? Qin Yuan was stunned. No, I am the reinforcement to quell the rebellion. Can't you understand the token? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Murloc's soldier pats head awkwardly. Token? The scales of mermaids are just like your human hair. I'll pluck a strand of hair and show it to you. Do you understand? Know a person by seeing his hair? What the hell? This is the first time I've seen someone come looking for fish with a piece of hair as a token of trust. But he is so handsome and has such a good temperament. I thought it was the prince coming to propose marriage. Chapter 199 Treasure. Ancient Dragon Blood. Dude Murloc Kingdom. Qin Yuan and the soldier were standing there in a stalemate, staring at each other. Finally, Qin Yuan couldn't help but speak first. What do we do now? There's a saying that goes, now that you are here, I won't leave without getting some benefits. The soldier thought about it and asked tentatively, since you're here, how about marrying a mermaid princess and bringing her home to raise as a toy? How can you have such a hobby? The key is that it is not convenient now. Ahem, I'm only interested in treasures. Women will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. The same goes for fish. Treasure? The soldier clapped his hands. I know. The Kalunsi family is holding a competition to recruit a bride. The winner will be rewarded with a bottle of ancient dragon blood, which is the kingdom's treasure. Anyway, you are here anyway. Even if I can't marry the princess, marrying the eldest daughter of the Corn's family would be nice too. Ancient dragon blood? Am I going to transform into the Dragon King? Welcome everyone. Welcome everyone. Qin Yuan immediately became interested. Where is it? Take me there quickly. On a red stage. Sitting at the main seat is a fat carp man with a big orange beard, with a human upper body and a fish lower body. 10 meters tall, covered in jewelry. The referee's deep voice sounded. Please welcome the next Murloc warrior. On the stage is a huge water arena, and floating on the water is his 7th daughter, Lawrence Tiantian. At 1.6 meters tall, he has at least the broad mind of E. The hair is pink and blue, pink above the shoulders, blue from the shoulders to the waist, tied into a high ponytail. Oval face, round eyes, soft red lips under a small nose, and a small canine tooth are so cute. If you ignore the 2 war hammers in her hands, she is indeed a cute little loli. After Lawrence Tiantian knocked a fat fishman away with a hammer, he couldn't help but hum. Yo, next 1 inch. Martial arts competition. It has been done in 3 kingdoms. This is the 4th kingdom, and the rewards are upgraded again and again. From the initial reward of armor to the ancient dragon blood that is now hidden in the bottom of the box. Still no one can defeat his precious daughter. Lawrence looked around sweetly, but saw that no one dared to challenge him, and he suddenly felt bored. I didn't expect that the great dude kingdom was filled with small shrimps. Even a weak mermaid like me can't even be defeated. It's really disappointing. Then he prepared to leave. The audience couldn't stand it anymore, and a male fishman raised his hand. I'll fight you. The fish in the audience cheered. Good job. Show her some color. There are no cowards in our dude kingdom. Catch her. We can have our wedding night today. Come on, get it. The male fishman is 4 meters tall and 3 meters wide, which makes him a huge monster compared to the 1.6-meter tall Lawrence Tian. Standing in front of her is like a solid wall. Little sister, I don't want to meddle in other people's business. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being so arrogant. After saying that, he grabbed Lawrence Tian directly. Bang! The fishman showed a happy expression, his mouth opened wide, revealing his sharp teeth. I got you. Really? Why do I feel like I caught you? Afterwards, a huge force came from the finger bones. The fishman's face changed. Not good. This power. Snap. Snap. Click. The fishman's expression instantly changed from ecstasy to pain and hideousness. Ah! In the first encounter, Tian twisted off 5 of his fingers with a smile, his eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness, kneeling in the water. Lawrence said with a sweet smile, Next one. The crowd that had just cheered was completely silent. Only a deep voice sounded in the distance. You want to bully me, dude? I'll meet you. General of the Dude Kingdom. Wanafa. Ancient species. Deep sea titan fish. 2nd level top ancient species. The first warrior of Dude Kingdom. The strongest man in the kingdom. Even Lawrence Twig, who was sitting at the main seat, changed his expression. This is against the rules. You are a 2nd level fishman, and my daughter is in a 1st level arena. That's easy. I'll only use the power of the 1st level. Do you dare to fight me? The fish looked at Lawrence Tian. She turned the 2 sledgehammers. Bang on the ground. The corners of his mouth are raised to reveal a confident look. Certainly. I don't dare. You're using your 2nd level fist to fight my 1st level fist? How could such a good thing happen in the world? The fish are silent. She didn't even fall for it. General Defa immediately got angry, picked up his weapon, and jumped onto the stage, waving his hand. Someone, surround them. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of fishmen soldiers appeared, surrounding the entire ring, and all the spectators were driven away. Little beauty, today you have to fight whether you want to or not. I want you in the dragon's blood. Looking at the surrounding fishmen warriors, Lawrence Tian frowned. This was something that had never happened in the first 3 cities. This general of the Dude Kingdom has no martial ethics. Now we can only fight. Genetic skill, divine power, double hammer attack. The 2 hammers emitted a unique glow of genetic energy and struck Wang Defa, who knew that the other party just raised his hand and hit. Bang! Dang! The 2 war hammers flew out of his hands. Powerful. It's so powerful. Poof! Lawrence Tian spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsed to the ground, and looked at General Wang Defa unwillingly. There is indeed a huge gap between the 1st and 2nd levels. Under the same quality, a 1st stage creature will never be able to defeat a 2nd stage extraordinary creature. From ancient times to the present, perhaps only the ancient creatures from billions of years ago in the legend can challenge opponents of higher levels. If you also get the 2nd level, I won't lose so easily. Wang Defa smiled grimly and lifted Lawrence's sweet hair into the air, staring at her face closely. Whether it's you or the dragon's blood, both are mine. Qin Yuan just arrived at the edge of the ring and heard Wang Defa speaking nonsense. Stop immediately. A flash came into the sky. With both hands in his pockets, he looked down at it with disdain. What did you just say, bastard? Chapter 200, Calling a Stag a Horse. On the stage, Wang Defa looked at Qin Yuan, who suddenly appeared in the sky, without changing his expression, but the mermaid Tian in his hand half opened one eye and shouted with all her might. Go away, don't come over here. He is a 2nd level, top level, extraordinary strongman. Anyway, she no longer wanted to implicate other innocent passers-by. The 2nd level top ancient species, this level of strong people, are rarely rivaled in the entire sea area. The other party looked so young, and he was probably not much different from her in strength. He would just die in vain if he came here. Wang Defa saw Qin Yuan's confident expression and suddenly became unsure. At this moment, the aura of the top-level, 2nd-level super beast was completely emanating. The other party actually ignored me? Moreover, the breath of the person who came could not be detected, which was very strange. Could it be that there was some powerful force supporting him behind the scenes? But I think their individual strength is definitely not as good as mine, so there's no need to panic too much. First, explore the bottom. I am Wang Defa, the great general of the Dude Merman Kingdom. Where are you from, sir? Before he finished speaking, Qin Yuan came to the general in the blink of an eye and raised his hand. Bang! With a big mouth, several of General Wang Defa's teeth flew out, and the whole fish head was buzzing. What's going on? I got beaten for signing up. You still dare to swear? And ward fake. Bang! Backhand is another big pocket. Qin Yuan nodded. It would look much better if it were symmetrical. Wang Defa could eat. Both back teeth fell out. I've never been hit so hard since I was a child. The opponent didn't even use his insect power. He just used his physical strength to blow up his body's protective insect power. It's like a monster. There is no backstage here. This is the pillar. Sir, my name is Wang Defa. Bang! Another loud slap in the mouth. You still dare to scold me? Did I hold back to give you face? Even if your name is Ward Fake, you can't say your name in front of me. Remember? Remember? Remember. But my name is not Ward Fake. My name is Wang Defa. He has two men, one named Ward and the other named Fake. I turned to look at the two fishmen who were standing on the stage with their heads almost buried in their chests. They don't understand. Why is this vicious person on the stage making indirect accusations? It was obviously General Wang Defa who did the bad thing. What does Ward and Fake have to do with it? Qin Yuan thought for a moment and came up with a good idea. Your name is too ugly. From now on, just call yourself Wang Goshing. It will sound more down to earth. Wang Defa was so moved that he cried again. Leftover dog? Are you sure this is connecting to the Earth's energy, not the underworld? These are the names used by my great-grandfather's grandfather. Go down and become the same generation as them. But even if I don't want to, I dare not refute a word at this moment. Thank you. Thank you for the name, sir. Qin Yuan then looked at the fallen mermaid Tian Tian and asked her to take 1 milligram of life essence. If you don't drag others down at the critical moment, you are a real man. In the blink of an eye, she recovered and woke up. Qin Yuan showed a relieved, sunny smile. Sister, I saved you, so do you have to give me some of your dragon blood as a return gift? Tian Tian, thanks you for saving me. I will definitely give you dragon blood as a reward. Although she fainted briefly just now, she immediately understood everything when she saw Go Sheng kneeling on the ground, wiping his tears. My worries are unnecessary. The man in front of me must be above level 2, a big boss who likes to play the pig and eat the tiger. Please follow me. After saying that, Tian Tian walked towards her father, followed by Qin Yuan and Wang Goshing. The fishmen soldiers in the audience were idle the whole time, and they didn't even have a chance to take action. Ward and Fake ran away. This city can't stay for a second. Look, handsome guy, this is ancient dragon blood. Second level ancient dragon blood. Orange 1 star can improve the user's physical fitness, up to 10 tons to 380 tons of strength, with a very low probability of activating the dragon bloodline. Restriction. Invalid if your physical fitness exceeds 10,000 tons of force. Fuck, I thought it was some treasure, but this is it. Targeting me, right? My normal physical fitness is just 10,900 tons of force, and I can't use the force of just over 10,000 tons, so I can only give it to a few brothers at home. Where did you get this kind of dragon blood? Are there any other treasures? The old fishman's eyes lit up. Other treasures? Young man, do you want a wife or not? Stop. Pretend I didn't ask. I admit that after awakening a few mythical species, I became a little more handsome and a little stronger. But it seems like the luck with women keeps coming. A little weird. Could it be that old six god is trying to disturb my mind again? Far away. A shout disrupts everyone's conversation. Here comes the king. It was a golden sedan chair, but without wheels. Under the sedan were 8 kneeling fishman slaves with collars around their necks, chains around their bodies, and eyes as numb as a pool of dead water. Sitting on the sedan is a green-skinned fishman named the Debut with a bubble on his head. 4 beautiful mermaids are surrounding him and feeding him various fruits. General Wang Defa, I heard that you caught a beautiful mermaid today. Where is the mermaid? Why don't you give it to me to play with first? At this moment, Tian Tian's hair was disheveled and her face was covered in blood. It was indeed difficult to associate her with the energetic and beautiful girl with tiger teeth. Wang Goshing bowed to the fishman on the sedan chair. Your Majesty, I, Wang Goshing, have turned over a new leaf from today on and request to resign from the position of general. After that, Wang Gosheng winked at the king and shook his neck to make him go faster. This is? The Blue Fishman King was stunned. The general made such a big move. Could it be? I suddenly had a bold guess in my mind. Wink. Neck shaking. Does your neck hurt?